A blind box costs 1 million. To open it, you not only need to write a will first, you even need to deploy heavy guards, yet people still find it worthwhile, willing to sell their possessions to open more blind boxes. Because this is a world where opening blind boxes can make you stronger. Strength, wealth, status, and even disasters, all can be obtained from blind boxes. Some people have good luck. They can directly obtain inspiring warriors. In that instant of acquisition, they instantly become one with their sword, while others, with bad luck, accidentally unleash an ancient terror and become fodder in less than 2.5 seconds, losing their lives. Therefore, every time you open this Pandora-like blind box, it is an opportunity to reshape your life. A thought of heaven, a thought of hell. The source of the blind boxes is a gift from heaven upon reaching the age of 18. At this moment, you have just turned 18 and are about to receive your first personal blind box. It is said that the chances of gaining extraordinary opportunities are highest during your first prayer in life. Therefore, you are now dressed in your cleanest clothes, praying earnestly. A few minutes later, a box glowing with purple red light appears before you. A rare quality two-colored box. Looking at the blind box before you, your breath quickens. You wonder if you can change your fate with this box, or if it will unleash a disaster. With this thought, you take a deep breath. Better to die than to live carelessly. Come on, you reach out your hands toward the box. The purple red light bursts forth, instantly enveloping you. In the next second, your face appears. A giant eyeball, emitting eerie purple red light and measuring over 10 meters in diameter. As you lock eyes with it, you feel a sense of helplessness as if you are falling into an abyss, facing some colossal being, leaving you blind to your surroundings. Fortunately, when you come to your senses after the fear, although the eyeball looks terrifying, it seems to have no intention of harming you. Otherwise, in those few seconds of days, you might have already vanished from this world. This is enough to prove that this might be an opportunity, not a disaster. Thus, you gather your courage and follow the process of opening the blind box, placing your hand on it. As long as nothing unexpected happens, this mysterious eyeball will be yours, the true eye. Activation begins, merging with you, and a brief voice suddenly enters your mind. Then, a strange yet powerful force emanates from the eyeball and directly enters your body. You feel a heaviness in your brain, as if struck by a colossal force, and you faint on the spot. Don't scare Grandpa. Your grandpa, who had been hiding in the corner unnoticed, rushes out immediately. Meanwhile, you are already unconscious and have no idea that Grandpa has arrived. It isn't until dawn that the purple red light on you gradually fades, and you slowly awaken from your unconscious state. Are you okay? Grandpa quickly asks. What was in that blind box? Grandpa, it was a giant eyeball called the true eye. During the fusion process, it also transformed my body. That's why I fainted. You don't need to worry, I'm fine now, even better than before. As you speak, you move your limbs, casually throwing a punch that cuts through the air with a strong whoosh. Great! You've already entered the martial arts realm, at least at stage 5. It's clear to Dianchikin that you've gained a great opportunity from the blind box. In today's world, blind box warriors have revived the realm, leading to corresponding ratings. The known martial arts are divided into 2 main levels, warriors and martial saints, each further divided into 10 stages, with very direct and observable power. For a warrior, stage 1 has a single arm strength of 100 kilograms, stage 2 has 200 kilograms, and so on. At the warrior stage, single arm strength reaches 1,000 kilograms. For martial saints, stage 1 requires a strength of 2 tons, with each subsequent stage increasing strength exponentially. In Shichen often visits the warrior testing ground for excitement. The strength displayed by his grandson is at least 500 kilograms, which is already absurdly strong for an ordinary person. Grandpa, the transformation of my body was just a side effect. It's called the true eye, and its greatest benefit is that it can see through many concealed things, you explain. Can it see through blind boxes? Dianchikin ponders for a moment, then takes out a recently gifted blind box from his pocket. I'll give it a try. You focus intently on the blind box, and in the next moment, a voice appears in your mind. It contains a regular piece of wood, which is only useful for chopping and burning. It's a piece of wood. You widen your eyes, surprised that you can actually see it. With this incredible ability, the entire blind box trading market will become a place to pick up bargains. So, at dawn, you set off without delay to the busiest blind box market in Danning City to test your ability. Although theoretically any type of blind box can yield extraordinary items or dangers, people have still categorized them based on rarity. The most common are the white glowing boxes, which make up a large portion of the market, typically priced around 3,000 dragon coins. Next are the red, yellow, blue, and green boxes, which are slightly more valuable, usually selling for around 5,000 dragon coins. The purple and gold blind boxes are even more valuable, typically selling for around 10,000, and are relatively rare, though occasionally seen in the market. Finally, There are the truly rare mixed color blind boxes, like the purple red one you opened last night with the true eye, and the never before seen rainbow blind box, which are almost impossible to find in the regular market. Once they appear, they will likely be snatched up at inflated prices. Whether it's a blessing or a disaster really depends on one's luck. As you look around, voices occasionally echo in your mind, mostly pointing out items of little value. Whether white glowing boxes or four-color boxes, their worth is minimal, and you wouldn't recoup your investment. After checking through 20 or so blind boxes, you finally spot a white blind box that looks different from the others. Inside is a blue jade body refinement pill, which can effectively improve your body, making you more suited for martial arts training. The body refinement pill is a valuable elixir for dancers. For you, this is like leveraging one blind box to access dozens more. Obtaining this box could significantly alleviate your financial constraints. You then turn around casually and ask the owner, "How much is this blind box?" The standard market price is 3,000 dragon coins. Hearing this, you suppress your excitement, pretend to think for a moment, and finally feign nonchalance as you pay. You then wander around until the timing feels right and step into a secluded corner unnoticed. Finally, you opened the blind box, reached into the white light, and quickly took out the body refining pill. The entire opening process was quiet and very fast, so it didn't attract anyone's attention. You brought it to your nose and sniffed. A faint medicinal fragrance immediately filled your nostrils, refreshing your whole being. This item looks really good. Selling it should get you a lot of money to buy new blind boxes. Due to your poor family background, you didn't bring much cash. Buying this white blind box was already a stretch. In fact, it has been proven that the true eye is completely reliable, so you can buy blind boxes with confidence. Therefore, selling this pill now is the best option. Body refining pills are common but rare. Opportunities like this don't come often. Missing out on a great deal just because of a lack of money would be a real loss. With determination, you bought a beautifully crafted sandalwood box to store the blue jade body refining pill, planning to let the auction house help you with the sale. As soon as you entered the hall, a beautiful girl in a work uniform approached and asked, "Sir, would you like to attend the auction? Our morning session has just started, and entry is only 100 dragon coins per person. I'm here to sell something. This is the fragile body pill I just opened from the blind box, and it's quite valuable," you said as you took out the sandalwood box. Body refining pill? Upon hearing about the treasure, the girl's eyes immediately lit up. "I'll go get Elder Joe right away. Please wait a moment," she said politely before hurriedly turning to leave. For ordinary people, this item isn't worth much. However, for dancers looking to enhance their abilities, its value is extremely high. A few minutes later, an elderly man with a rosy complexion approached and politely asked, "I've heard you have a body refining pill for sale. Could I take a look?" Without saying a word, you handed the sandalwood box to the elder. Elder Joe took the pill, opened his toolbox, and began testing it on the counter. About 3 minutes later, the appraisal result was ready. It is indeed a rare body refining pill with considerable value. If you sell it directly to us, we can offer you 500,000 dragon coins. Of course, you can also consign it for auction, but there will be a 10% auction fee. So, how do you wish to proceed, young brother? Since you had never participated in an auction before, you hesitated for a moment due to caution but ultimately decided to take the money and leave. As you exited the auction house, a hint of excitement appeared on your face. Holding several 100,000 dragon coins, you felt somewhat affluent, but you needed to use it wisely. Next, you headed to the blind box market to see if you could find another good deal. You didn't stop your steps. After finding nothing at the previous location, you unhesitatingly chose to go to another blind box market. This market is somewhat smaller in scale, but it's just as lively. As soon as you stepped inside, you saw a promising start. Inside this blind box was a damaged battle blade, which still contained a trace of powerful energy that you couldn't wield with your current strength. You hesitated for a moment but decided to buy it. It was only 5,000 dragon coins, and even if it turned out to be useless, you could afford it. Although the trace of powerful energy was minimal, even a starving camel is larger than a horse. Regardless, it would surely be stronger than you. After purchasing the box, you excitedly continued browsing for a while. A middle-aged woman hurriedly passing by caught your attention. At that moment, she was holding a light gold box in her hands, which was quite eye-catching. Inside this box is a flame demon wolf, which is very dangerous for you. Moreover, there's something inside the wolf's belly. There is also a space ring. Although it's empty, the ring itself is very useful. Upon hearing about the space ring from the True Eye's feedback, your heart surged with excitement. The value of this item is incredibly high. Even the lowest quality space rings have reached several million dragon coins, while larger ones can even sell for more. You can't pass up such a good item. Even if there's a flame demon wolf, it's worth a shot. Just as you were about to walk over, a strong man unexpectedly ran past you even faster. "Sell me that blind box for 10,000 dragon coins, the highest market price," the man quickly offered. "I'll offer 12,000, you quickly raised the price, fearing the woman might accept the previous offer. "Kid, go home for your milk. Do you know the rules of the trading market? There's always a first come, first served basis." The strong man glared at you, looking ready to fight at any moment. "So what if he said he'd sell it to you? You haven't made a deal yet." "I have the right to bid," you replied nonchalantly, ignoring his threat. With the support of the true eye, you're a solid and decisive martial artist. With just a bit more cultivation, you could even enter the coveted blind box management bureau. How could you possibly fear someone like him? "I'll bid 12,500. That's already the highest market price." "No way. This is the first box my daughter prayed for. Online, it says it can sell for at least 30,000 dragon coins," the middle-aged woman added softly. "I think you're going crazy over money. It's just a light gold box. Who would be foolish enough to give you 30,000 dragon coins? The first box might have a chance of yielding something good, but the risk is much higher. I'll offer you 13,000, take it or leave it." "I want to think it over," the middle-aged woman said, sounding a bit hesitant after hearing that. The strong man noticed the middle-aged woman's hesitation and felt displeased, stepping back a few paces in frustration. He planned to wait until the middle-aged woman couldn't sell it before trying to negotiate, letting her see reality. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. This time, 30,000 is impossible. Regardless of whether it's the first box or not, no one would offer such a high price. "I can see you need money badly. How about I offer you 15,000? If not, then so be it." You were cautious not to raise the bid too much at once, fearing it would raise suspicion. So, you increased it by 2,000 repeatedly, aiming to expedite the transaction to avoid complications later. With your bid increases, the middle-aged woman began to feel a bit tempted. However, her demeanor suddenly shifted, and she snapped, "I see you're just looking for trouble, aren't you?" Your bid meant he had no chance at all. Wasn't that ruining his business? It seemed you needed to show him who was boss, making it clear he couldn't tell the difference between the powerful and the weak. The pressure exclusive to a fifth-tier dancer was released, like a fear scale, leaving the strong man too intimidated to breathe. As a fifth-tier dancer, you were a far cry from the strong man, who likely only possessed second-tier abilities. He was like a lamb waiting for slaughter in front of you. "Who do you think you're fooling? Get lost." "Alright, I'll get lost right now," he said, not caring about others' gazes as he awkwardly ran away. With no one else obstructing your bargaining, the middle-aged woman successfully sold the light gold blind box for 15,000 dragon coins. Afterward, you quickly left the trading market with 2 blind boxes and headed to a martial arts school called Victory Opening River. The strongest flame demon wolf could reach the strength of a 10th-tier dancer, while even the weaker ones were around 6th tier. You didn't dare to take risks, so the safest way was to pay someone to open it for you. Besides, since the space ring is inside the flame demon wolf's belly, even someone at the martial saint level wouldn't be able to see it. You had nothing to fear from thieves. "Are you here to hire someone to open a blind box?" People quickly gathered around you upon seeing the light gold blind box you were holding. "Yes, this is my first blind box, very meaningful to me. So I want to find a dancer above the 7th tier to assist." To cover up the unusual behavior of seeking someone valued over 50,000, you fabricated this story about needing a golden box worth 1 or 2,000. Looking for a 7th tier dancer is quite a high requirement, causing several people to sneak away. There are many dancers nowadays, but few reach the 7th tier. Most of those with such strength are at the Blind Box Management Bureau, where they enjoy good treatment and guaranteed living conditions. Who would want to wander around outside? At that moment, a muscular man walked over. "I'm a 7th tier dancer and can open it for you, but the fee can't be less than 50,000. You need to pay up front. Can you lower the price a bit?" You instinctively began to haggle. "My strength reached 8th tier yesterday, I just haven't had the chance to test it yet. Charging you 50,000 is already very cheap. If you don't want that, then look for someone else." "Alright," you appeared to make a firm decision, then added, "But just to be clear, I won't take any responsibility if something goes wrong. Don't worry, if something does happen, I definitely won't come after you." The two of you quickly signed an opening agreement, and you smoothly transferred 50,000 dragon coins from your dragon card to him afterward. You both arrived at the training ground, ready to open the box on site. The moment the blind box opened, a 2-meter-long demon wolf suddenly appeared in the training ground. The demon wolf opened its mouth and instantly released a blast of scorching flames. Seeing this, Wu Sihai quickly stepped back a few paces, nearly getting burned. Encouraged by the flames, the demon wolf let out a long howl, baring its sharp white fangs and lunging directly at Wu Sihai. "Back off!" Wu Sihai shouted fiercely, swinging his weapon forward. However, the flame demon wolf showed no intention of retreating. With a single bite, it snapped Wu Sihai's weapon in half. Then, the flame demon wolf, with overwhelming strength, pinned Wu Sihai to the ground and prepared to bite down on his neck. I can't win. Seeing this scene, you braced yourself for the worst, surprised by the wolf's strength. At that moment, a shadow suddenly shot through the air. You saw a long knife in the shadow's hand, infused with tremendous power, aimed straight at the demon wolf. With a loud thud, the wolf's head flew more than a meter away, crashing heavily to the ground. Thank you, master, for saving my life. Wu Sihai finally regained his composure and quickly expressed his gratitude to the master. Be more careful next time. If I hadn't happened to pass by, I might not have been able to save you in time. Yes, I won't do it again. I just wanted to make some pocket money, but I didn't expect to run into a 9th-tier flame demon wolf. The two continued to reminisce for a while before finally turning their attention to you. Young brother, the blind box has been opened, and the body of this flame demon wolf is quite good. If you don't need it, how about selling it to us? Chang Sheng runs a martial arts school and has a group of brothers to support. This flame demon wolf has a high rank and is indeed very useful. Standing next to the body of the flame demon wolf, you spoke with a hint of guilt. Oh dear, I didn't expect it to be such a fearsome demon wolf. I truly apologize. As compensation, I can sell you the body of the demon wolf at a low price. I only need the flame demon wolf's inner core as a keepsake, you said generously, showing them the inner core in your hand. With the help of the true eye, you had already seen that the flame demon wolf's inner core was located in the same spot as the space ring. So, while they were catching up, you quietly took out both valuable items and slipped them into your pocket. The rest wasn't important. If you sold it, saving you the trouble of finding someone to transport it. The inner core is quite good. If you take it, the value of the demon wolf will drop significantly, and they'll only offer you a maximum of 20,000. 20,000 it is. I've already secured the good stuff, you thought, unwilling to delay further. It was best to leave promptly. If someone noticed something, it would cause big problems. However, shortly after you left, a man in the martial arts school, unnoticed by you, quietly stepped back from the crowd. Turning around, he made a phone call in the corner, seemingly to tip someone off. Chang Sheng did not expect Ding Shichen to be so straightforward. He originally thought that the grandfather and grandson would haggle over the price. After recovering the 20,000 in costs, the two quickly left the Bishing martial arts school. Grandpa, actually, opening blind boxes is also a pretty good way to make money, Ding Ziyu said excitedly on the way. No, it's still too dangerous. Look at that Wu Sihai. If it weren't for Master Chang coming today, something might have happened. Ding Shichen disagreed with his grandson's view. Did you forget I have special abilities? Opening blind boxes is not dangerous for me, Ding Ziyu said with a confident smile. This task is extremely risky for others, but for him, it is indeed very simple. If he sees a dangerous blind box, he just won't take the order. There's no need for that. With such a good ability, why use it just to open boxes for others? Isn't it better to go to the market and find treasures yourself? It won't easily raise others' suspicions, Ding Shichen, who had seen the world, said. A martial artist who specializes in helping others open blind boxes and is lucky every time, wouldn't that raise suspicions? Once someone becomes suspicious, Ding Ziyu could be in danger. Ding Ziyu thought it made sense. The real value of this ability lies in finding treasures in the blind box market. How much money can he make helping others open boxes? After returning home, Ding Ziyu took off the ring from his subordinate. Following what he read online, he concentrated and stared at it, as it was said that if he did this for 2 or 3 minutes, he could open it. Of course, there was a faster method, which was to use mental power. Unfortunately, Ding Ziyu did not know how to use mental power and had no cultivation methods, so he could only use the method taught online. At least he needed to know how large the space inside this spatial ring was to determine its value. About 3 minutes later, Ding Ziyu finally felt a vague sense of the spatial ring. The space inside was neither too big nor too small, about 50 cubic meters. Ding Ziyu felt a surge of joy, but that feeling soon disappeared. Grandpa, according to online prices, this spatial ring is worth at least 10 million dragon coins. How about we sell it? We can't sell it because we don't have the ability to protect 10 million dragon coins. You need to become stronger quickly and then join the Blind Box Management Bureau, so that no one dares to easily set their sights on us. Ding Shichen was very clear-headed. Wealth must match one's abilities, otherwise, for ordinary people, it is a disaster, not a blessing. Looks like I need to work a bit harder and find time to test my martial artist rank. Ding Ziyu took out the flame demon core and swallowed it directly. Immediately, a wave of heat quickly spread throughout his body, and the temperature rose rapidly. It wouldn't be long before Ding Ziyu's body would start to burn. Just when Ding Ziyu felt very uncomfortable, the suppression of the Eye of Truth finally appeared, and the scorching heat gradually receded. The power contained in the inner core transformed into a gentle stream, spreading throughout his body. Ding Ziyu once again felt his strength increasing significantly, and this time the speed was very fast. he estimated that after consuming this flame inner core, his rank would definitely reach the 5th level. However, at that moment, 2 people dressed as martial artists arrived at his home. "I heard you got the demon core of a 9th level flame demon wolf. How about selling it to us? I'll give you 5,000 dragon coins." The young man who spoke tilted his head and casually said to Ding Ziyu. In fact, the market price for a 9th level demon core is at least around 10,000. This guy immediately cut the price in half, clearly lacking sincerity. "Sorry, that demon core has already been consumed by me," Ding Ziyu shrugged, indicating he was powerless. Once something is eaten, it cannot be regurgitated. "Consumed? Are you lying? We just got the news and rushed over. Did you consume it on the way?" The young man clearly did not believe him. Everyone knows that the power contained in demon pills is extremely violent. Taking a demon pill without sufficient preparation is a suicidal act. "I really took it, just 5 minutes ago." 5 minutes ago? Why hasn't your body shown any adverse reactions? Did you eat a fake flame demon pill? At this, both of them began to scrutinize Ding Ziyu with suspicion. "I don't know, maybe I'm just naturally suited to use this kind of demon pill," Ding Ziyu thought to himself, not wanting to explain in detail, just hoping to brush them off. How is that possible? The flame fist technique I practice isn't that easy. Could it be that your flame talent is stronger than mine? The young man widened his eyes, unable to comprehend Ding Ziyu's condition. Just then, the middle-aged man beside him pulled the young man aside and whispered a few words. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the young man's eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother, that ring on your hand looks nice. Where did you buy it?" After returning, the young man's tone became much more polite. "I don't know, it's said to be a street vendor's item that my dad bought. I'm just wearing it as a keepsake." Ding Ziyu quickly fabricated a story he had prepared earlier. However, he had already realized that the middle-aged man might have seen through some clues. In this world, there are all kinds of capable people. If he could possess the eye of truth, others might also have some special abilities. "Street vendor's item? Can I take a look? If it fits, can you sell it to me? I'll offer 1,000 dragon coins. That's definitely several hundred times the value of a street vendor's item." As the young man spoke, he reached out his hand, almost ready to grab it. "Sorry, this is something my dad left behind. I won't sell it for any price." Ding Ziyu knew the value of what he had in hand. This guy was not just a little greedy. "How about 10,000 dragon coins? That's definitely a sky-high price. If you really like this kind of ring, I can go buy you a bunch from the street vendor later. They all look pretty similar, and wearing it wouldn't make much difference." The young man showed an eager expression, genuinely thinking Ding Ziyu didn't know the value. "I've already said I'm not selling it. You guys should leave." Ding Ziyu's expression darkened. He didn't expect these two to be so ungrateful. "Little brother, we are from the Blind Box Management Bureau. If you give me that ring, we can guarantee your entry into the bureau." The middle-aged man pulled the young man and tried to speak to Ding Ziyu in a gentle tone. "I said no means no. I can enter the Blind Box Management Bureau on my own. I don't need your help." Ding Ziyu was starting to get impatient. These two clearly wanted to force a sale. They didn't look like members of the Blind Box Management Bureau at all. "Really not selling? Don't make me force you. Hand over the ring, or else." The young man's face suddenly showed a fierce expression, flames ignited in his palms, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, Ding Shichen rushed out, holding a kitchen knife. His gaze became sharp like an eagle, and his aura changed, revealing considerable strength. Ding Ziyu was stunned. He had never known that his grandfather was also a martial artist, probably at least a 5th rank or higher. "Ding Ziyu, hurry and go, I'll hold them off." "Want to leave? It's not that easy. With your mere 6th rank martial artist strength, you dare to speak so arrogantly?" The young man scoffed, waving his hand to strike at Ding Shichen, leaving a trail of burning flames in its wake. Ding Shichen did not retreat at all, swinging the knife towards the young man's head. His thought was simple: you strike your way, I'll cut mine. If you can't kill me with one palm, maybe I can kill you with one knife. "Young Master Zhou, be careful." A middle-aged man rushed forward, pulling the young man back a step, narrowly avoiding Ding Shichen's kitchen knife. Young Master Zhou's flame palm also missed, just inches away from hitting Ding Shichen. "Huangquan, take them out for me. We must get that ring off that kid's hand today," Zhou Yuqing shouted in a fit of rage. At this moment, he couldn't care less. He had backing in the Blind Box Management Bureau, and the Zhou family was quite powerful. Taking out two ordinary people, as long as they covered it up a bit, wouldn't cause much trouble. It's a small matter. A martial artist at the 6th stage is nothing to worry about. Huang Quan pulled out a metal rod over a meter long from behind him and swung it lightly, producing a series of explosive sounds. This guy was already at the 7th stage of martial arts, his strength firmly overpowering Ding Shichen. "Ding Zi, run!" Ding Shichen urged anxiously. He knew Ding Ziyu wanted to stay and help, but the opponents had two people, both at a higher level and with special abilities. Ding Ziyu staying would be of no use at all. Ding Ziyu hesitated. He didn't know how strong his grandfather was and whether he could withstand these two. The key was that he really wanted to stay and take down these two bastards. Young Master Zhou, you deal with that kid, leave this old man to me. Huang Quan charged forward, swinging the iron rod towards Ding Shichen's head. Ding Shichen sidestepped and instinctively slashed at Huang Quan's arm with his knife, his reaction speed surprisingly quick. However, Huang Quan's response was even faster. The iron rod missed, and with a twist of his wrist, he turned the rod back to strike at Ding Shichen's head again. The guy's core strength was indeed formidable. He must have practiced stick martial arts. Without some martial arts foundation, one couldn't pull off such a maneuver. Ding Shichen couldn't react in time and instinctively swung the kitchen knife at Huang Quan's iron rod. There was a significant weight difference between the weapons, and Ding Shichen's martial artist level was also inferior to Huang Quan's. The kitchen knife was knocked away, flying at least 30 meters. Without the knife, Ding Shichen was at a greater disadvantage. Unable to dodge, he was struck on the shoulder by Huang Quan's rod, causing him to grimace in pain and stagger back. Seeing his grandfather in trouble, Ding Ziyu grabbed a 1-meter-long iron rod from the corner of the room and charged forward. Regardless of whether it would be useful, he aimed to strike Huang Quan fiercely, first blocking Huang Quan's rod for his grandfather. Wow, this little brat actually has around the 5th stage of strength, not bad potential. Huang Quan immediately recognized Ding Ziyu's capabilities. Nearly 500 kilograms of strength was already quite strong for an ordinary person. Ding Ziyu's iron rod produced a series of explosive sounds, showcasing a power that couldn't be underestimated. If Huang Quan continued to attack Ding Shichen, he would likely get hit by Ding Ziyu's surprise strike. Huang Quan withdrew his weapon to block Ding Ziyu's blow, forcing Ding Ziyu back 3 or 4 steps, and the iron rod in his hand bent. This kid does have some potential. Since that's the case, I can't let him go. Zhou Yuqing gritted his teeth, feeling a bit jealous of Ding Ziyu's talent. Despite practicing the flame fist technique, his martial artist level was actually much lower than Ding Ziyu's. He was clearly older than Ding Ziyu and had spent nearly 3 years reaching the 5th stage of martial arts. Ordinary people had little opportunity to practice martial arts before the age of 18. Practicing martial arts itself was a costly endeavor. Ordinary people not only lacked money, but even if they had it, it was difficult to find suitable cultivation methods. There were plenty of ordinary martial arts available online, but without a supporting strength level, these martial arts were essentially useless. When faced with someone stronger, any technique would just be flashy moves. As the saying goes, one strength overcomes 10 skills. However, some prominent families or powerful factions could access rare secret techniques. As long as they matched their talent, they could cultivate their children from a young age. By the time he reached adulthood, he had achieved considerable success in martial arts. Zhou Yuqing was merely a peripheral disciple of the Zhou family, but during a test, it was discovered that he perfectly matched the secret technique of the flame fist, which earned him the Zhou family's attention. This gradually cultivated his arrogant and overbearing behavior. As they spoke, Zhou Huang and another person simultaneously struck, firmly suppressing Ding Shichen and his grandson. Zhou Yuqing focused on attacking Ding Ziyu, the flame fist unleashing waves of heat, particularly intimidating. The iron rod in Ding Ziyu's hands posed little threat to him. On the other side, Ding Shichen was also being beaten back by Huang Quan, struggling to defend himself. If this continued, both grandfather and grandson would truly fall into their hands. Ding Ziyu, hurry and run, don't look back. After dodging a blow from Huang Quan, Ding Shichen rushed over as fast as he could, taking a punch from Zhou Yuqing to protect Ding Ziyu. With that punch, Ding Shichen staggered back several steps. Not only were his clothes set ablaze, but a charred imprint appeared where he was struck. Zhou Yuqing's flame fist was indeed somewhat tyrannical, the temperature surprisingly high. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu gritted his teeth and dashed into his room, directly pulling out a blue box and opening it without hesitation. In the next moment, a dragon-shaped hilt battle knife appeared in his hand. The knife was clearly special, but the tip was broken, and there were several nicks and cracks along the blade. How can I use the remaining power within this battle knife? Ding Ziyu asked proactively. He knew the Eye of Truth could hear his questions, but whether it would respond was uncertain. With your current strength, you are not worthy of using even a trace of that power. Forcing it will lead to unimaginable consequences. The Eye of Truth indeed replied to Ding Ziyu's question. Stop with the nonsense, just tell me how to use it. Ding Ziyu was anxious. If this continued, his grandfather would be beaten to death by those two scoundrels. Sai, why must you do this? Since you insist on forcing it, I will help you this once. Focus your mental energy, grip the hilt of the battle knife, and strike. Remember, you only have one chance. The Eye of Truth sighed, and a strange power was first injected into the battle knife. Holding the battle knife, Ding Ziyu felt a tremor throughout his body, as both strength and essence surged into the incomplete blade. Knowing he only had one strike, Ding Ziyu didn't think twice and charged out with the knife. "Damn you! Go die!" Ding Ziyu cursed as the two shameless guys attacked Ding Shichen simultaneously. He was already injured in multiple places and could barely hold on. This kid really didn't run, he's quite loyal. Too bad you're all going to die today. Do you think a broken knife will be useful? Zhou Yuchun laughed. In fact, when they arrived, they had already checked the house and found no back door, so when Ding Ziyu rushed inside, they were completely unperturbed. Instead, they wanted to take this opportunity to double-team and take down Ding Shichen first. Zhou Yuchun ignored Ding Shichen and swung his fist at Ding Ziyu, not taking the seemingly incomplete battle knife seriously at all. However, when the battle knife came into contact, he realized how ignorant he was. The knife, with its unmatched sharpness, easily cleaved through his fist and, in the process, bisected his body. Zhou Yuching fell to the ground, his upper body howling in agony, all his strength instantly drained away. The level of misery was no different from the ancient punishment of being cut in half. Huang Quan, seeing the situation, was instantly dumbfounded. He knew how strong Zhou Yuching was. With the assistance of the flame fist, he had not gained much advantage. Yet, he was still killed by Ding Ziyu with a single strike. If this grandfather and grandson duo came to deal with him, wouldn't he have no chance of survival? Huang Chuanyi swung his stick to fend off Ding Shichen and turned to run, wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs. If he had glanced at Ding Ziyu one more time at that moment, perhaps it would have been a different story. After delivering a strike, Ding Ziyu not only had all his strength drained but also became emaciated, with sunken eyes. He looked much older. This blow not only drained most of your essence but also took away at least 30 years of your life. "If I hadn't helped you, you would have died the moment the strike landed," the Eye of Truth said languidly. Ding Ziyu ignored it. As long as he could save his grandfather, everything was worth it. "Dingzi, how did you end up like this? I told you to leave quickly. Why didn't you listen?" Ding Shichen saw his grandson's appearance and was immediately filled with tears. "Grandpa, I'm fine. We can't stay here. We need to leave quickly." Ding Ziyu forced a very ugly smile. Ding Shichen carried his grandson away from their home. Zhou Yuching's identity was quite complicated. He was not only a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau but also a scion of the Zhou family. Killing him would definitely lead to great trouble. If they couldn't handle one Huang Chuanyi, how could they deal with the Zhou family and the many experts in the Blind Box Management Bureau? "Grandpa, why don't you join the Blind Box Management Bureau?" Ding Ziyu asked, trying to change the subject, voicing a question that had puzzled him. "Grandpa's power awakened too late. The Blind Box Management Bureau is not a place for retirement. Besides, the bureau is quite dangerous. If something happens to me, who will take care of you?" Ding Shichen felt somewhat helpless. He awakened his power when he was almost 60. By the time his power reached the 5th stage of a martial artist, he was already over 65, so the bureau naturally wouldn't want him. Hearing his grandfather say this, Ding Ziyu suddenly understood. The Blind Box Management Bureau seemed prestigious, but the dangers they faced were much greater than others. Whenever something happened, they had to rush there immediately. If they encountered particularly ferocious beasts, they could easily lose their lives. "Where are we going?" Ding Ziyu felt worried, sensing that in the vast Danning city, there was no place for them to hide anymore. Outside the city was even less safe. The powerful beasts that had emerged from the blind boxes over the years, almost all of them had escaped into the wilderness if they hadn't been killed. Safety was even less guaranteed outside the city. Anyone who could survive out there for 10 days or half a month was a tough character. "We should go find the Nine Hawks Society. Perhaps only they can keep us alive." "What kind of organization is the Nine Hawks Society? Just the name sounds dark." The Nine Hawks Society is originally an underground dark organization. They are involved in many shady dealings. Only they would dare to take in those who have offended the Blind Box Management Bureau. Ding Shichen was somewhat familiar with the Nine Hawks Society. It was said that this organization was quite large and powerful, otherwise, they would have been eliminated by the Blind Box Management Bureau long ago. On the southeastern edge of Danning City, there was a very famous underground boxing arena run by the Nine Hawks Society. Having lived in Danning City for several decades, Ding Shichen knew a bit about the local news. "Old man, stop right there. The underground boxing arena only opens at night. You can't enter now." As soon as the grandfather and grandson stepped through the door, they were stopped by the doorman. "We're here to find Manager Lu Yun. Please let us in." Ding Shichen only knew this one person, but he had no idea what position this person held in the Nine Hawks Society. "Looking for Manager Lu? Then you wait here, I'll help you contact him." The doorman quickly picked up the intercom and relayed the message. Before long, a tall, thin man with a gloomy face walked out. "You looking for me? What do you want?" Lu Yun looked at Ding Shichen and the other person, a look of confusion on his face, as he didn't recognize either of them. "We want to join the Nine Hawks Society. we are both martial artists at the entry level. Ding Shichen spoke directly, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, Lu Yun would turn and leave. Martial artists? Your ranks aren't high, are they? At your age, we don't accept you. Lu Yun's face darkened, clearly unimpressed by the two before him. The Nine Hawks Society was selective about who they accepted, not just anyone could join. This is my grandson, he just turned 18, and he already has the strength of a 5-stage martial artist. Ding Shichen pointed to Ding Ziyu on his back. Old man, do you think I'm blind? Does he look 18? He could pass for 38. If you said he was your son, I might believe it. Lu Yun remained unmoved. He really is only 18. He just opened a special blind box today, which is why he looks like this. He should recover in a few days, Ding Shichen explained again. In this world, there were too many strange things that came out of blind boxes, and this explanation seemed somewhat plausible. Manager Lu, I opened a broken battle knife today, which has immense power and the ability to kill enemies across stages. My rank isn't high enough, and I recklessly used it, which is why I ended up like this, Ding Ziyu hurriedly explained, preparing to offer the knife in exchange for a chance for the two of them to stay. Oh, such a broken knife has such power? Can I see it? Lu Yun looked at Ding Shichen, who was holding the dragon-handled battle knife, finally showing a hint of interest. Ding Shichen hesitated, not wanting to give it up, but after a moment, he handed the battle knife over. Ding Ziyu had said that an ordinary person couldn't unleash the knife's true power. For someone who didn't know how to use it, it was just a slightly sharper broken blade. Lu Yun held the battle knife, examining it carefully for a while, and after a few gestures, he indeed couldn't find anything particularly special about it. However, from the style of the battle knife, it did seem to have some history. Nowadays, forging technology was quite good, but who would casually forge a broken knife for fun? You two come with me, I'll find someone to appraise it, Lu Yun said, walking inside with the battle knife, treating it as if it were his own. However, Ding Shichen and his grandson had finally entered the territory of the Nine Hawks Society. Regardless of whether they could join, they were temporarily safe. Even if the Blind Box Management Bureau could arrive in time, they normally wouldn't storm the Nine Hawks Society, as their strength was not to be underestimated. Unless there was a significant grudge, they wouldn't recklessly start a fight. The grandfather and grandson were taken to a simple underground room, and Lu Yun turned to leave. When he returned, it was already an hour later. From now on, you will work in this underground boxing gym, doing some cleaning and hygiene tasks. Lu Yun still wore that indifferent expression and didn't mention whether they had actually joined the Nine Hawks Society. From the tasks assigned to them, it seemed they were just being treated as cleaning staff. By the way, there are some things to do in the left corridor. You can go help out there first, Lu Yun called back as he was leaving. The two had nothing much to say and followed him forward. While waiting for the appraisal, with the help of the true eye, Ding Ziyu had recovered a bit and could finally walk normally. However, he had no idea how long it would take to recover to the strength of a 5-stage martial artist. Lu Yun led them to a large, open area, where there were indeed quite a few people. These two are new, you can assign them any tasks, Lu Yun instructed before turning to leave. Hey, old man, I didn't expect you to still be a martial artist at your age. Just right, we have a few blind boxes here. Come help us open them. A middle-aged man with a goatee looked Ding Shichen up and down, not holding back as he approached them to get to work. Blind boxes are indeed good things, but if you open them every day, it can be quite nerve-wracking. What if something dangerous comes out? The one who suffers would be yourself. Recently, they managed to get their hands on some blind boxes, and all the ones that shimmered with white light had basically been opened. Only a few boxes with strange colors remained, and they didn't dare to open them easily. Everyone knew that opening these boxes carried a lot of risks. Ding Shichen glanced at Ding Ziyu without making a sound, clearly seeking his opinion. These guys had them open blind boxes, but they had no good intentions. However, they had just joined, and if they did nothing and didn't show any strength, they would probably be bullied even more easily. Let's go take a look, Ding Ziyu said without objection. After all, he could see through those blind boxes. If there was indeed great danger inside, they could just not open it. The bearded man led them into a small room where 3 blind boxes were piled up. The shimmering light of these 3 boxes was quite strange. At least Ding Ziyu had never seen such blind boxes before. One box had a yellow-white gradient, and with the shimmering light, the 2 colors seemed to flow and change back and forth. There's a very special bone inside this box. It should be the formless holy bone left behind by a saint. Integrating it into your body can greatly enhance your physical strength. The eye of truth indeed saw through this blind box. Hearing this, Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? But once the box was opened, he might not even have the chance to obtain it. Anything of extraordinary quality would make quite a commotion when opened. The higher-ups of the Nine Owl Society would probably come over quickly to take the bone away. After looking at the gradient box, Ding Ziyu turned his attention to another strange box that was hard to describe. It was a black and white striped box resembling a zebra pattern. Focusing his mind, he quickly saw through the colorful light and spotted a bizarre-looking animal inside. With Ding Ziyu's experience, he couldn't identify what kind of animal it was. Inside is a strange-headed beast. Don't be fooled by its odd appearance. It actually has a bad temper. Once it goes on a rampage, even an ordinary martial saint might not be able to withstand it. However, if you don't provoke it, it usually won't attack you first. The Eye of Truth gave Ding Ziyu a very dangerous evaluation. The third blind box was pitch black, as if someone had splashed ink on it. Inside is a cloud of toxic gas that can cause fainting. Once released, it can poison many people instantly and is very difficult to expel, the Eye of Truth revealed, making Ding Ziyu involuntarily take a step back. To his surprise, 2 out of the 3 boxes posed great risks. How should he handle this? Ding Ziyu thought for a few seconds and said, with such strange boxes, how can we open them without any preparation? Don't you have any opening equipment? Opening equipment? It's all piled up in that corner over there. Go get it yourself. The bearded man pointed to a dirty, messy corner where indeed a lot of random things were piled up. Whether they would be useful was anyone's guess. Grandpa, let's go pick some equipment first, Ding Ziyu hinted and walked toward the pile of junk. What's in there? Why are you so cautious? Ding Shichen followed and asked in a low voice. A bone, a monster, and a cloud of toxic gas. The bone is not dangerous. If the monster comes out, just don't provoke it and let it leave on its own. The toxic gas can cause fainting, so we must be well prepared. As Ding Ziyu spoke, he began rummaging through the pile of junk. To his surprise, there were indeed gas masks inside. Of course, there were also various simple armors, covering all parts of the body. Ding Ziyu first put on those armors. Just taking the gas mask would be too targeted and would definitely raise others' suspicions later on. After all parts of his body were properly equipped, Ding Ziyu finally put on the gas mask. This combination did look a bit strange. Normally, one should wear a helmet. These helmets smell too bad. The gas mask is better, Ding Ziyu said, raising his voice. This was, of course, directed at Ba Zihu and his group. This guy can't be serious. What's he afraid of the helmet's smell for? It can save his life. That gas mask is useless. If he encounters a monster, one swipe will crush his head. Who can say for sure about opening blind boxes? What if a poisonous gas comes out? Then it would be useful, someone joked, and surprisingly, this guy was right. Can you help me put that bone into the space ring first? Ding Ziyu moved out 3 boxes and began communicating with the Eye of Truth while moving them. He was worried that the Wuxian sacred bone would cause a commotion and attract the attention of experts. The space ring had already been tied to him with a rope and hung close to his neck. This way, it wouldn't be easily seen, and he didn't want to stir up the same trouble again. Of course, but you need to control this thing quickly. Don't keep bothering me every time, the Eye of Truth replied reluctantly. Once everything was ready, Ding Ziyu first took out the zebra-striped box. Ding Shichen had already received his instructions and reached out to open the box. In an instant, the surrounding light dimmed, and a bizarre creature over 4 meters long and more than 2 meters tall was released. The creature's giant eyes fixed on Ding Shichen and his grandson, revealing a clear disdain. Damn! The first box releases a monster. I wonder if this monster is edible? Someone exclaimed in surprise, but they didn't immediately run away. These people were all martial artists and had seen many monsters and beasts. They had no reason to be afraid before the creature made its move. The creature seemed to understand that someone wanted to eat its flesh, and it couldn't tolerate that. It turned around and charged at the person who spoke. The next moment, a body flew into the air, accompanied by a loud scream. The group immediately fell into chaos, desperately hiding and shouting loudly, hoping to attract the help of experts. Hurry and open the second box, Ding Ziyu thought. The more chaotic the scene, the better. As Ding Shichen went to open the black blind box, Ding Ziyu reached for the yellow-white gradient blind box. When the black poisonous gas spread, a holy light appeared, but it flickered and then vanished. Meanwhile, the black gas quickly dispersed, causing those poisoned to collapse one by one, soon falling into a coma. However, the creature did not fall immediately. It charged out a dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. In just that short time, experts from the underground boxing gym had already arrived. However, they too were incapacitated by the spreading poisonous gas and were powerless to resist. We need to get out of here. Ding Shichen pulled his grandson and ran outside, worried that the gas mask wouldn't protect them from the black gas. The people who followed were much more cautious, not daring to approach the black gas easily. Quick! Spray water to disperse the gas, otherwise, the boxing gym won't be able to open tonight. Someone quickly found a solution. Generally speaking, spraying water has a high chance of carrying away the gas. What happened? Who released this poisonous gas? Manager Lu also rushed over, seeing the chaos inside and sternly questioning. They left a few strange blind boxes for us to open, and then it turned into this. Ding Ziyu pointed to the people lying on the ground. Although they were poisoned, they were not dead. With proper treatment, there was a good chance they could survive. As for whether the toxins in his body could be eradicated, that was beyond Ding Ziyu's consideration. This guy had them open those 3 strange blind boxes with no good intentions in mind. At that moment, a woman in her 30s came rushing from a distance, catching Lu Yun off guard as she asked, "Little Lu, I just sensed a brief wave of strange energy. Did something good come out?" "Deacon Zhao, I just got here too. The blind boxes were opened by them. You should ask them." Lu Yun quickly pointed to Ding Ziyu and his grandfather. Deacon Zhao's gaze swept over the two like a knife, but she found nothing that matched the previous strange aura. "Tell me in detail, what did you all open just now? Better not lie, or you might not live to regret it." Lu Yun questioned the two in a gloomy tone, clearly wanting to show off in front of Deacon Zhao. Although Ding Ziyu felt a bit nervous inside, his unhealed old face did a good job of concealing any unnatural expression. 3 blind boxes, one opened a monster, another a mass of black gas, and the last a beam of white light. "The monster is over there, while the black gas and white light have dissipated." Ding Ziyu pointed to the staff member who was spraying water inside. "Damn it, why didn't you wait a bit?" Deacon Zhao said, somewhat frustrated. It was common for blind boxes to yield gases and light. She didn't doubt that Ding Ziyu was lying. She had already sensed that there was no trace of that previous strange energy on the two of them. As for the ancient space ring on Ding Ziyu, it wasn't so easy to detect. Not everyone had Huang Quan's special discernment ability. "Forget it, your handling of this isn't wrong. I'll take the strange beast away. Hurry up and clean this up. The boxing gym has a match tonight." Deacon Zhao pondered for a few seconds before shouldering the unconscious monster and leaving. Such a large monster, still alive, must have considerable value. As for those who were poisoned, she didn't need to worry. Lu Yun was here to handle it. "You all go help out. Move the people to the side first. A vehicle will come to take them to the hospital for treatment." Lu Yun sighed in relief when he saw that Deacon Zhao didn't blame him. The grandfather and grandson busied themselves for a while, dragging the ground 3 times before returning to the previous basement. "That bone needs to be used quickly. Keeping it in hand for too long could lead to trouble." Ding Shichen was very concerned about this issue. Deacon Zhao's threat to them was too great. When the box was opened, a trace of holy energy leaked out, which she sensed. If he took it out to use, she would definitely sense it again. By then, no matter what lies they told, it would be useless. The same aura couldn't appear on the same person twice at the same time. Safe places are hard to find. The people from the Blind Box Management Bureau are probably searching for us all over Danning City, Ding Ziyu said, feeling troubled. Things stored in the space ring couldn't be helped by the Eye of Truth. They weren't very familiar with this underground boxing gym. Everything was under someone else's control. A slight misstep could lead to an irretrievable situation. No one will recognize you in your current state, so Grandpa can't go out with you. You go to the South City Martial Arts Hall to rent a training room and see if you can buy a suitable cultivation method. Ding Shichen handed his dragon card to his grandson. This dragon card is anonymous, and the password is your birthday. There are over 470,000 dragon coins in it. After you go out, find a bank to withdraw some cash for convenience. Be sure to keep your wealth hidden. Be careful not to attract new troubles. This contained all of Ding Shichen's savings, including the money earned from selling the Blue Jade Body Refining Pill. Ding Ziyu thought about it and agreed. In his current state, who could recognize him? This is not a makeup technique, but rather my true appearance. Even if Huang Quan stood in front of him, he probably wouldn't recognize him. Who would have thought that an 18-year-old young man could turn into a middle-aged man in less than a day? Moreover, his body had withered significantly, showing none of the handsome young man he once was. "Grandpa, are you all right over there?" Ding Ziyu still felt a bit worried. This underground boxing gym was definitely not a place of kindness. A moment's carelessness could cost one their life. "Don't worry, Grandpa has the strength of a 6th Dan. I'm not as weak as you think," Ding Shichen reassured his grandson. After leaving the underground boxing gym, Ding Ziyu quickly found a bank and withdrew 50,000 dragon coins, then headed straight to the South City Martial Arts Hall. Compared to ordinary martial arts halls, the South City Martial Arts Hall was much larger, occupying a significant piece of land. They offered a variety of services. In addition to teaching martial arts, they also sold a small number of secret techniques. As long as you could match the requirements and had the money, they would sell it to you. Of course, the secret techniques that could be sold were mostly common goods and could be replicated in multiple copies for long-term sale. For the South City Martial Arts Hall itself, there was no loss. However, whether a secret technique could be sold also depended on fate. If one couldn't match, everything would be in vain. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" As soon as Ding Ziyu walked into the gym, a service attendant came over to greet him. "I would like to rent a training room. Could you recommend a suitable one? A training room? We have many here, and the prices vary. What kind of training room do you need? The service attendant enthusiastically began to introduce the options. Moderate price, preferably very quiet, and with good soundproofing. Ding Ziyu mentioned the condition of good soundproofing, worried that the aura of the Wuxiang sacred bone might leak out. I see. We have one for 10,000 dragon coins for 3 days, and another for 30,000 dragon coins for 7 days. The soundproofing in these training rooms is excellent, so you don't have to worry about being disturbed. Let's check the one for 10,000 dragon coins first. Ding Ziyu wanted to save some money, earning it was truly not easy. The service attendant took Ding Ziyu to see the training room, and it indeed felt quite good, so he immediately booked it. After completing the necessary procedures, Ding Ziyu finally stepped into the reserved training room, and he relaxed. Please help me take out the Wuxiang sacred bone. After resting, Ding Ziyu contacted the True Eye. In the next moment, the space ring on Ding Ziyu's chest moved slightly, and a half-foot-long, crystal-clear hand bone appeared before his eyes. This bone emitted a very strong sacred aura. No wonder it was sensed by Steward Zhao the moment it appeared. Its bone structure was semi-transparent, as if some peculiar substance was slowly flowing inside. That is the sacred power left behind by the holy monk. If absorbed by a master of Buddhism or Taoism, the benefits would be even more astonishing. The explanation from the True Eye excited Ding Ziyu. He desperately needed power, whether it was the Zhou family or the Blind Box Management Bureau. They were both colossal entities to him. Even a single hair falling from them could easily crush him. The Nine-Headed Serpent Society was not a good place either, filled with all sorts of chaotic personnel, and living there was equally fraught with danger. Thus, he urgently needed to enhance his strength to have enough power to protect himself and his grandfather. How do I absorb it? Ding Ziyu fumbled with the Wuxiang sacred bone, still feeling at a loss, as he didn't know anything and hadn't even mastered the most basic cultivation secret techniques. I'll help guide you. This Wuxiang sacred bone is very powerful. You will need to absorb it in at least 3 stages. The first stage is naturally the refining of your tendons and bones. Your tendons and bones have been severely damaged, and without this Wuxiang sacred bone, even with my assistance, it would take a long time to recover. Ding Ziyu, following the requirements of the Eye of Truth, tried to calm his mind and focused intently on the formless holy bone. Then, he saw a strand of sacred substance slowly flowing out from the holy bone, gradually enveloping his entire body. In the next moment, Ding Ziyu felt as if he had plunged into boiling water, with an extremely intense burning sensation spreading across his skin. Mysterious substances were seeping into his body. Ding Ziyu gritted his teeth, not daring to slacken for a moment. He had thought the Eye of Truth would help him as it had before, but this time, the Eye of Truth did not suppress the sacred substance at all. Instead, it allowed it to continuously seep into him. The burning sensation then extended deeper into Ding Ziyu's body, making him feel as if he were about to ignite. Hold on, this sacred power is improving your original physique. Although it hurts a bit, the benefits you gain will far outweigh the pain, the Eye of Truth encouraged. Ding Ziyu let out a few pained cries but desperately gritted his teeth to endure. After about half an hour, the burning sensation that had nearly caused him to faint finally began to recede, replaced by a comfortable warmth, similar to the feeling he had when attracting the inner core of a demon beast. Completely relaxed, Ding Ziyu fell into a deep sleep in the training room for about 10 hours. When he awoke, the emaciated appearance of his body had improved significantly, and he looked somewhat like a normal person. After moving his limbs a bit, he felt his bones crackling, and his strength had recovered to a certain extent. He no longer felt exhausted just from walking as he had before. Well, at least I've recovered to the strength of a third-tier martial artist, enough to protect myself a bit, Ding Ziyu said as he threw a few punches, regaining his initial feeling. What he didn't know was that the greatest effect of the sacred substance he absorbed this time was to improve his skeletal structure. The recovery of his strength was merely a side effect. The real benefit was the enhancement of his cultivation aptitude. The training room was well equipped. After freshening up, Ding Ziyu stepped outside. He planned to find a secret technique suitable for his cultivation because the Eye of Truth had told him that if he had a secret technique to complement his training, the benefits he would gain from absorbing the formless holy bone would be even greater. It was already morning. Ding Ziyu hastily ate some breakfast and went to the top-floor trading hall that sold secret techniques. Sir, what type of secret technique are you interested in? We have divided them into 4 categories: strength, wind, fire, and thunder. The prices vary for different techniques, the sales assistant said, pulling out a beautifully crafted catalog, each category featuring 2 or 3 types of secret techniques. Each technique's name was accompanied by relevant characteristics and clear descriptions. However, Ding Ziyu was only focused on the jaw-dropping prices. The cheapest strength technique cost 150,000 dragon coins, while the most expensive thunder technique was a staggering 400,000 dragon coins. No wonder it was said that cultivating martial arts was an extremely costly endeavor. He was truly experiencing it now. For an ordinary person, even if they awakened their strength, obtaining a suitable secret technique was not an easy task. Can I first conduct a matching experiment? I don't know which type of secret technique I am suited for, Ding Ziyu said, feeling lost. Without the Eye of Truth's help, he wouldn't even know which direction to strive for. The matching experiment costs 10,000 dragon coins, and it is non-refundable if you do not purchase a secret technique. Only if you buy a technique will this amount be deducted, the sales assistant kindly reminded him, as 10,000 dragon coins was not a small sum. 10,000 it is, let's do the experiment, Ding Ziyu said, feeling a bit pained but knowing he had to spend the necessary money. What Ding Ziyu did not expect was that after testing over a dozen secret techniques, not a single one matched with him. This was quite frustrating. Throwing 10,000 dragon coins into the water would at least make some bubbles, but now not even a single bubble appeared. Actually, these are all common goods, nothing worth cultivating, the Eye of Truth said lightly, as if all the secret techniques here were not worth mentioning. Ding Ziyu felt pained about his money, having wasted 10,000 for nothing. Sir, if you really want to purchase secret techniques, perhaps you could check another place. The salesgirl suddenly lowered her voice and said to Ding Ziyu. What place? Ding Ziyu instinctively asked. As a secret technique salesgirl from a martial arts hall, is it appropriate to lead customers elsewhere? This is a private business run by my cousin. You might want to try your luck there. The salesgirl quickly blocked the surveillance and slipped a business card into Ding Ziyu's hand. Then she politely escorted him out the door. After leaving the Southern City Martial Arts Hall, Ding Ziyu took out the business card. It only had a simple name, but the location was at a nearby flea market. With a mindset of trying his luck, Ding Ziyu inexplicably headed towards the flea market. However, he hadn't walked far when he saw a wanted notice for himself and his grandfather on a bulletin board by the roadside. It was a wanted notice issued by the Blind Box Management Bureau. Anyone providing valid clues could receive 30,000 dragon coins, and capturing them would earn 100,000 dragon coins. Ding Ziyu felt a surge of anger. The Blind Box Management Bureau had always been an embodiment of fairness and justice in his impression. He never expected them to issue a wanted notice before clarifying the facts. At that moment, their glorious image crumbled in Ding Ziyu's heart. I must become strong quickly. Only by being strong enough can I avoid being bullied by others, Ding Ziyu silently resolved, his will becoming even stronger. No one cared about the performance of this middle-aged man, for ordinary people, whose life isn't a mess. Ding Ziyu quickened his pace and hurried into the flea market. The items sold here had little to do with blind boxes. The owner of the business card was named Zhu Ziming, and his shop indeed sold second-hand goods, with everything piled up haphazardly and not well maintained. What would you like to buy, sir? Feel free to browse, Zhu Ziming said casually upon seeing Ding Ziyu enter. I heard you have secret techniques for sale. Is that true? Ding Ziyu had no interest in the second-hand goods and got straight to the point. You were introduced by my cousin? Please come inside. I actually have a few secret techniques that might suit you. Zhu Ziming's face immediately broke into a smile. A big customer had arrived, which was much more profitable than selling second-hand goods. Ding Ziyu stood still, carefully assessing the situation, and confirmed that this guy wasn't running a black market before slowly following him inside. The room inside was much cleaner and brighter. Zhu Ziming opened a safe and took out several exquisite boxes, each labeled with impressive names of secret techniques. For example, Fire God Fist, Gale Overlord Spear, Dragon Soul Pong. Ding Ziyu frowned at a glance. What was the difference between this and the deceptive things online? Despite the imposing names, the reality might not even qualify as secret techniques. The first few are just copied common goods, of no value at all. But the last box has some potential. The Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu, and the reality was indeed as he guessed. Ding Ziyu looked at the last box, which was labeled, Ordinary Body Tempering Technique. Compared to the names on the previous boxes, it seemed to be several levels lower. This doesn't count as a secret technique, does it? Ding Ziyu didn't open the box but instead smiled and asked Zhu Ziming. I got this from a white light box. It records a method for tempering the body, so it can barely be considered a secret technique, Zhu Ziming said, somewhat awkwardly. Ding Ziyu didn't pay attention to all the impressive things around him but instead focused on the last box. The reason he didn't give this box a powerful and imposing name was that it already had such a name written on it. What frustrated Zhu Ziming the most was that this item was a damaged version. He wanted to transcribe it and sell it under a different name, but he was afraid that if someone bought it and encountered problems during their cultivation, they would come looking for him. This thing didn't seem to require matching. as long as one could find the corresponding items, anyone could cultivate. Whether one could achieve the effects described in the book was another matter entirely. After much thought, Zhu Ziming placed the original inside. He felt that his box was worth more than that book. "Can I open it and take a look?" Ding Ziyu asked. Although Zhu Ziming's expression was somewhat unpleasant, he still opened the box. Inside was an old, yellowed silk book, with burn marks on the front and a significant portion of the back burned away. From the remaining page edges, it was clear that at least a dozen pages had been destroyed. This book can be considered an antique, but the content inside is something that no one would dare to cultivate lightly. Ding Ziyu shook his head and said, "In this day and age, antiques weren't worth much anymore. Sometimes, antiques pulled from blind boxes could even be traced back thousands of years, with astonishingly good conditions. Initially, these items were quite valuable, but as their numbers increased, their worth diminished. In fact, this is also a very good cultivation secret technique, just a bit incomplete. If you want it, I can sell it for 50,000, Zhu Ziming said, feeling somewhat guilty. Many people had seen this book, but no one was interested in a damaged ancient text meant for cultivation. Without guidance later on, how would one proceed? The items from the white light box are still incomplete. Offering you 10,000 is already quite generous. Ding Ziyu was determined not to pay a high price. If it weren't for the reminder from the Eye of Truth, he wouldn't have bothered to look at it again. This, 10,000 is too low. How about you add another 5,000? After all, it's an ancient text. Zhu Ziming pretended to be in a difficult position, but he had already decided to sell it. Keeping it here was an eyesore and served no purpose. Just 10,000. If you want to sell, sell. If not, forget it, Ding Ziyu said decisively, not wanting to waste more breath on him. "Ah, you really know how to bargain. I can sell it to you for 10,000, but I want the box back. This box alone costs several thousand dragon coins." Zhu Ziming resigned himself, thinking that even if he could save a little, it was still money. "Fine, you can take the box." Ding Ziyu actually didn't want the box, it was a hassle to carry. Just taking the book and leaving was much simpler. After the two completed the transaction, Zhu Ziming wanted to show Ding Ziyu other secret techniques, but Ding Ziyu refused. Although this book has a very ordinary name, it is actually a remarkable bone refining technique. It's just that you people don't recognize its value, Ding Ziyu said as he walked out of the antique market, and the Eye of Truth spoke again. How remarkable can it be? Even if it's remarkable, it's still a damaged version. What if there are problems later on during cultivation? Ding Ziyu was somewhat dismissive. Take a closer look when you get back. If you can really cultivate it to the end, you will be an extraordinary person, the Eye of Truth replied. So, you know about this ancient text? Can it be completed? Ding Ziyu's hope suddenly rose. I only know of it, but I have never cultivated it. My original body was exceptionally powerful from birth and didn't need to practice human bone refining techniques. What is the strength of this bone refining technique? Ding Ziyu pressed on. Let me put it this way, if you can successfully cultivate it, the difficulty of becoming an immortal or a Buddha in the future will be greatly reduced. At the same time, your combat power will be significantly stronger than that of other martial artists at the same level. The words of the Eye of Truth truly shocked Ding Ziyu. Although this world has fundamentally changed with the emergence of blind boxes, there is yet to be any so-called immortals or Buddhas, let alone reaching the level of becoming an immortal or a Buddha through cultivation. For an ordinary person, this is completely a fantasy, something that would never even be considered. Instead, the latter part piqued Ding Ziyu's interest. Cultivating this body tempering technique could enhance his combat power beyond that of martial artists at the same level, which is quite useful. Isn't there a risk of problems in cultivation? Ding Ziyu still worried. There are quite a few martial artists who have issues with body tempering, but it has nothing to do with this body tempering technique. The body tempering technique can only be considered a method for refining the body. Although it can strengthen a martial artist's physique, it is not closely related to the main secret arts they practice. Not getting the desired cultivation secret, Ding Ziyu felt a bit unwilling and decided to check out the nearest blind box market. While walking halfway, he was stopped by a big-eyed, cute, directionally challenged girl. "Uncle, do you know where the nearest blind box market is? I seem to be lost. It's just a little ahead. You'll be there soon. Are you going to buy blind boxes?" Ding Ziyu was somewhat impressed by the girl. She couldn't find her way even though the blind box market was at most 100 meters ahead. "No, I'm selling blind boxes," the girl said somewhat shyly. "Selling? Where are your blind boxes? You're not going to pray when you get there, are you?" Ding Ziyu noticed the girl didn't have any blind boxes in her hands. In such a noisy market, it was hardly suitable for praying. Who would do something so bizarre? "No, I put the blind box in my pocket, it seems a bit smaller than usual. The girl, a bit embarrassed, reached into her pocket and pulled out a very tiny blind box. This blind box was only slightly larger than an adult's fingertip, and its color was the most ordinary white light, making it quite a peculiar blind box. Ah, it's this small? Ding Ziyu was also taken aback. It was not just a little small, it was ridiculously tiny. A normal blind box would need to be held in both hands, but this one could be placed anywhere. Ding Ziyu took a closer look and immediately discovered that inside the blind box was something resembling a yellow bean. This contains a golden Zen bean. This thing is usually used to record some important information. The Eye of Truth revealed the purpose of the bean. How do you plan to sell this blind box? If the price is right, just sell it to me, Ding Ziyu thought. What if that golden Zen bean really contains something good? I don't know. How about you give me 1,000 dragon coins? The girl was not greedy at all. Mainly, this blind box was too small, and being an ordinary white light blind box, it would be hard to sell for a high price in the market. Alright, here's the money. Ding Ziyu immediately took out the cash. There couldn't be a cheaper blind box than this. Thank you, uncle. The girl happily counted the money, so she wouldn't need to go to the blind box market after all. She really seemed like a socially anxious girl. Quickly go home, don't get lost, Ding Ziyu said, looking at the girl's silly and cute demeanor, which made him want to laugh. Thank you, uncle, I'm going back now. The girl flashed a sweet smile and waved as she walked back. Ding Ziyu shook his head, not thinking much of it, and continued on to the blind box market. This blind box contains a wooden toy. This blind box contains a beautiful dress. This blind box contains a huge stone. Ding Ziyu looked through several blind boxes in a row but didn't encounter anything of value. Will the person opening the blind box with the big stone get crushed by it the moment it's opened? Ding Ziyu thought randomly. Such a scene would indeed be very dangerous. As he walked and stopped, Ding Ziyu had already wandered through most of the blind box market. The items in these ordinary blind boxes are all sorts of strange and bizarre, with truly valuable things being extremely rare. No wonder most people choose to sell them. It's a rule learned from years of unboxing experience. Finding a hidden gem is not an easy task at all. Ding Ziyu forced himself to focus and continued to look down. An old man had a box glowing with red light at his feet. Ding Ziyu saw that inside was a fruit that was nearly rotten, and it had already been mostly eaten by someone. However, just as he was about to leave, the Eye of Truth reported a surprising message. This blind box contains a remnant of the life fruit. Although it is close to rotting, it still has immense value for you. Life fruit? What life fruit? The kind sold in the market? It's not tasty at all. Ding Ziyu responded in his mind. After some time of adaptation, he could communicate with the Eye of Truth in his head without speaking. In Ding Ziyu's impression, the life fruit was not a good thing, and its taste was quite poor. Wrong. This is the life fruit of the great immortal Jin Yuan, which blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit after 3,000 years, and matures after another 3,000 years. The words of the Eye of Truth immediately unsettled Ding Ziyu. Great immortal Jin Yuan? Don't lie to me. Could it be that those legendary immortals really exist in this world? Such a precious thing as the life fruit, and someone just ate half and threw it away? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but complain. It was simply too fantastical. For ordinary people, this life fruit is indeed a rare delicacy, hard to come by. But for those powerful figures, it's just a snack, not that precious. Is it strange to take a few bites and throw it away? The Eye of Truth seemed to look at him as if he had never seen the world. As for whether there were immortals, it didn't bother to explain, as it would be meaningless. What does a mere mortal like you need to understand about such strange things? Ding Ziyu stopped idly chatting with the Eye of Truth and turned to bargain with the old man. The red blind box belonged to one of the 4 colors and was slightly more expensive. In the end, he bought it for 4,700 dragon coins. Ding Ziyu was already very satisfied to have found this blind box. He couldn't be bothered to examine the remaining blind boxes and went straight back to his rented cultivation room. After returning to the cultivation room, Ding Ziyu immediately opened the red blind box, and surprisingly, it didn't make much noise. It seemed that this so-called life fruit was just that. After all, it was a nearly rotten fruit, with less than half remaining, wilted, and a bit moldy. Can this thing really be eaten? Ding Ziyu rinsed it off and found it still hard to swallow. Don't worry, it won't kill you. Is that even a reassuring thing to say? What I want is not to not die. Ding Ziyu felt a bit frustrated. The Eye of Truth was becoming increasingly unreliable. Could it be that it was influenced by the surrounding environment? Ding Ziyu closed his eyes and directly tossed the remaining life fruit into his mouth, planning to swallow it whole. As soon as it entered, the life fruit surprisingly transformed into a sweet juice that flowed down his throat, not giving him a chance to savor it. That was hasty. This thing is actually really delicious. Why would someone eat a few bites and throw it away? Ding Ziyu complained. truly unable to fathom what kind of person would waste it like that. The great immortal Jin Yuang shouldn't do that. If you can't finish it, you could give it away. After swallowing a little more than half of the life fruit, Ding Ziyu quickly felt an indescribable strange sensation. It was as if his entire soul had become lighter. They say eating this grants immortality. Can the lifespan taken by the dragon blade be restored? Ding Ziyu was most concerned about this. Restoring your lifespan is certain, but your middle-aged appearance will take time to recover, the Eye of Truth replied leisurely. Being able to restore lost lifespan made Ding Ziyu very happy. As for changes in appearance, he didn't feel an urgent need for that at the moment. He looked in the mirror and felt that his appearance had indeed become much younger, looking like someone in their early 30s, a perfectly handsome uncle. This life not only restored the lifespan you lost but also greatly improved your mental strength. From now on, you can easily use that spatial ring yourself, the Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu. He hadn't even noticed this issue, or rather, he had no foundation or experience in cultivation, so it was understandable that he couldn't perceive these changes. Hearing the Eye of Truth say this, Ding Ziyu quickly took out the spatial ring. With a slight focus of his mind, he easily observed the situation inside the spatial ring. The Wuxian holy bone he had used a bit was quietly resting within. With a thought, he intended to take out the Wuxian holy bone, and in the next moment, it appeared in his hand. When he thought about putting it back, it suddenly disappeared from his hand again. After playing around like this many times, Ding Ziyu's excitement finally calmed down. He wouldn't have to ask the Eye of Truth for help anymore. Being able to control it himself was certainly much more convenient. By the way, with my mental strength increased, will it be easier to look at those blind boxes in the future? Ding Ziyu became concerned about this issue again. That's for sure. Most of the time before, I was using my mental strength. Once your mental strength improves and you find the corresponding secret techniques to cultivate, I will save a lot of effort too. Thank you. Ding Ziyu sincerely expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. Actually, you and I are now like two sides of the same coin, sharing life and death together. Sigh. The Eye of Truth sighed, clearly having many things it hadn't told Ding Ziyu. What could Ding Ziyu say? If an eyeball could become this powerful, what kind of existence would its true form be? How strong was the one who could reduce its true form to just this single eyeball? This was something Ding Ziyu couldn't even imagine, knowing it would be worse than not knowing. At this moment, both chose to remain silent, no longer entangled in this question. Next, Ding Ziyu took out the small blind box. When he opened the blind box, a burst of golden light erupted, causing quite a stir. Fortunately, the soundproofing of this cultivation room was excellent, otherwise, it could have attracted some trouble. The golden Zen bean lay in Ding Ziyu's hand, still emitting waves of golden light, looking no different from real gold. This is a golden Zen bean that has been blessed by a master of Buddhism and Taoism, otherwise, it wouldn't be so extraordinary. Focus your mind on it and see what information is recorded inside, the Eye of Truth instructed. Ding Ziyu followed the advice, and soon a large amount of textual information flooded into his mind, continuing for nearly 10 minutes before it finally stopped. This golden Zen bean actually records a great Mahayana Buddhist scripture. What use do I have for this? I don't want to become a monk, Ding Ziyu said somewhat speechlessly. Buddhist teachings require a foundation of wisdom. You previously obtained the Wuxian holy bone, and now you've acquired the Mahayana Buddhist scripture. Perhaps you really have a connection to Buddhism and Taoism? The content of the Mahayana Buddhist scripture is extensive. There must be secret techniques for self-cultivation within it. Sort through it carefully. The Eye of Truth was not discouraged at all. Anything recorded by the Golden Zen Bean would definitely not be just a simple Buddhist scripture. It seems there really is a cultivation secret technique called the diamond glazed body. Isn't this similar to that ordinary body refining technique? Both are methods for body refinement. Ding Ziyu sorted through the information in his mind and indeed found a cultivation technique. What do you know? The diamond glazed body is a very powerful secret technique in Buddhism and Taoism. It can not only refine the body but also refine the spirit. You should try it quickly and see if you can resonate with this Buddhist secret technique. The Eye of Truth was even more excited than Ding Ziyu. If Ding Ziyu could resonate with this Buddhist secret technique, he would truly be on the path of cultivation. This secret technique is many times stronger than the common goods found in the martial arts hall. The technique of the diamond glazed body was quickly organized by Ding Ziyu, but much of the content was quite obscure and difficult to understand. Fortunately, with the help of the Eye of Truth, after explaining it sentence by sentence, he finally grasped some of the concepts. Once he mastered the entry-level techniques, Ding Ziyu began to practice according to the methods outlined. The formless holy bone aura that was originally scattered in the training room was surprisingly absorbed into his body with ease. Very good. I told you that you have a connection with Buddhism, otherwise, why would so many related things fall into your hands? Perhaps it has been destined from the very beginning. The Eye of Truth was even more excited than Ding Ziyu, chattering incessantly. Ding Ziyu not only resonated with the diamond-glazed body technique but also found it very easy to start his training. Hurry and take out your formless holy bone, it will assist you in your cultivation. Ding Ziyu quickly held the formless holy bone in his hand, and indeed, his progress in the diamond-glazed body technique accelerated. Once he started this training, there was no stopping the rhythm. Soon, 5 or 6 hours had passed, and Ding Ziyu didn't even feel hungry. The miraculous substance within the formless holy bone had already diminished by more than half, becoming much duller. At this moment, Ding Ziyu's muscles swelled again, showing a tendency to become a muscular man. His previously thin and yellow skin was becoming elastic and developing a bronze hue. It seems the chance to become a delicate young man is gone forever, Ding Ziyu thought as he looked at his hands, feeling a mix of happiness and disappointment at the change in his skin. Ah, it seems my strength has recovered and even improved. Ding Ziyu stood up, moving his body and feeling an abundance of energy. The diamond-glazed body also has levels. Currently, Ding Ziyu knew of the mortal body, followed by the bronze body and the brass body. Although Ding Ziyu's strength had increased, he had only entered the mortal body stage, with his skin showing a slight bronze tint. Combining the diamond-glazed body with the mortal body refinement technique will definitely yield good results. The diamond-glazed body works from the outside in, while the mortal body refinement technique works from the inside out. Together, they will greatly accelerate your cultivation speed. The insights of the Eye of Truth were naturally beyond what Ding Ziyu could compare to. The combination of these two cultivation methods felt like a match made in heaven. Ding Ziyu quickly took out the mortal body refinement technique. This ancient text was much more straightforward. With the foundation he had from studying the diamond-glazed body technique, he found it very easy to read. In places he didn't understand, the Eye of Truth would give a slight hint, and he would immediately grasp the meaning. Ding Ziyu easily entered the basics of the mortal body refinement technique, but before long, he felt extremely hungry, and his previously swollen muscles began to shrink. Ding Ziyu understood that he needed to eat. Cultivating martial arts was indeed a very costly endeavor. Practitioners had a much larger appetite than ordinary people. Ding Ziyu only bought the cheapest food, yet he spent nearly 500 dragon coins in one meal before feeling somewhat full. This is too expensive. Ding Ziyu recalled the time spent with his grandfather, when the two of them would only spend 100 dragon coins a day. Now, he was spending 500 dragon coins for just one meal, which was quite remarkable. I need to work hard to earn money. Ding Ziyu felt a strong sense of urgency. He didn't have much money left, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he ran out. Moreover, he needed to quickly return to see how things were with his grandfather. Of course, he couldn't waste the 3 days of rented training room time. He had to focus on cultivating. After 3 days, Ding Ziyu felt that in terms of pure strength, he had already reached the 6th stage of a martial artist. With each training session, his strength was increasing. What surprised Ding Ziyu even more was his explosive power, which was quite strong, and his endurance was also remarkably exaggerated. If it weren't for the fact that he had exhausted the Wusheng sacred bone, he could have even reached the strength of a 7th-tier martial artist in these 3 days. I should go back to the boxing gym. I wonder how Grandpa is doing. Ding Ziyu couldn't shake off thoughts of his grandfather. 3 days had passed, and what if the Zhou family or the Blind Box Management Bureau found the Nine Hawks Association? The possibility was quite significant. If the Blind Box Management Bureau applied pressure, the Nine Hawks Association might not be willing to protect Ding Shichen. After all, he could at most be considered a peripheral member of the Nine Hawks Association, and there was no need to offend the powerful Blind Box Management Bureau for his sake. After leaving the training room, Ding Ziyu didn't eat anything and directly took a taxi to the underground boxing gym. However, when he hurried to the underground boxing gym, Manager Lu told him that Ding Shichen had disappeared 2 days ago. In this day and age, the disappearance of 1 or 2 people was hardly a big deal, unless you were a close friend or family who would care where you went. Upon hearing this news, Ding Ziyu was stunned. The two of them had always relied on each other. Even if he occasionally went out for a few days, he never felt anxious, knowing that Grandpa would be waiting for him at home. Now that Grandpa was gone, home was gone too, and he suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. He was even confused about where to go next. Could it be that the Zhou family suddenly appeared and secretly took Grandpa away? Ding Ziyu considered many possibilities and felt that this one was the most likely. If it were the Blind Box Management Bureau capturing people, they wouldn't need to hide, they could just take people openly who would dare to stop them. Ding Ziyu decided to gather some information. Anyway, in his current state, he wasn't worried about being recognized. As long as he was a bit careful, it shouldn't be a big problem. The Zhou family's influence in Danning City was considerable, with a large area in the northwest corner being their territory. Here, even if the Blind Box Management Bureau's people came, they would have to show them some respect. Other forces or families were even less significant. When Ding Ziyu arrived at the Zhou family's territory, he was ruthlessly blocked outside. They only allowed 3 types of people to enter. First, the Zhou family's descendants. Second, people from the Blind Box Management Bureau. And third, martial artists of the 3rd tier or above. Although Ding Ziyu's true strength had long surpassed the 3rd tier, he had never been tested and naturally didn't have the corresponding martial artist rank identification. Many outsiders wanted to enter the Zhou family, but they didn't accept just anyone. Usually, the 3rd tier martial artist was the minimum standard. Martial artists below the 3rd tier were not accepted. They weren't even qualified to be hired as muscle. It was already past 8 in the evening, and the martial arts testing center had long closed. Even if Ding Ziyu wanted to get tested, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Besides, Ding Ziyu didn't want to be a servant for the Zhou family. He just wanted to know if Grandpa had been captured by them. After some thought, Ding Ziyu decided to find a secluded place and climb over the wall. The area occupied by the Zhou family was so vast that it was impossible for every spot to be monitored. The Zhou family's territory was surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall, topped with sharp glass shards. For martial artists below the 3rd tier or ordinary people, climbing over the wall was not an easy task. With Ding Ziyu's strength, getting over the wall was not difficult, but he also didn't want to get cut by the glass shards. After walking along the wall for a few hundred meters, Ding Ziyu finally found a large tree next to the wall. Seeing that no one was around, Ding Ziyu easily climbed up the tree. Looking up, he saw that inside the wall was a garden, quiet and empty at the moment. Ding Ziyu kicked the glass shards at the top of the wall, easily stepped onto the wall, and then jumped into the garden without causing much commotion. Due to his unfamiliarity with the internal situation of the Zhou family, Ding Ziyu could only walk towards the areas where there were people. With such a large territory, it was impossible for everyone to know each other. As long as he didn't act out of line, he would definitely not be discovered in the short term. However, Ding Ziyu still underestimated the Zhou family's territory. Although he didn't encounter any danger, he also gained nothing. Just as he was worrying about what to do, he saw a few people walking towards him from a distance. Among them, 2 were holding blind boxes, while the others were following them, presumably Zhou family's guards. Rest assured, young masters, the blind boxes you chose will definitely yield good things, one of them said somewhat obsequiously to the 2 boys holding the blind boxes. Ding Ziyu took a look and found that these 2 boys seemed to be only around 13 or 14 years old, clearly not old enough to be praying for blind boxes. It was evident that these were blind boxes arranged for them by the Zhou family. The taller boy was holding a red and white 2-colored box, while the other boy had a 6-sided irregular blind box that shimmered with purple light. It seemed that the disciples of these big families were indeed much stronger than ordinary people. Many people might never have the chance to come into contact with such relatively rare blind boxes in their lifetime. Usually, when they appeared, they were bought up by others immediately. No wonder those big families and powerful forces easily produced talents. There was indeed a reason for it. Ding Ziyu focused on the red and white blind box and immediately saw a dark mass inside that seemed to be moving. This blind box contains a mutated demon pig. Its impact is very strong, so don't provoke it, the Eye of Truth warned Ding Ziyu. If these guys opened the box right away, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Wild boars had a fiery temper, and if kept locked up for too long, they would become very aggressive. Forget it, they aren't my relatives or friends. Why worry about it? Ding Ziyu shook his head inwardly and looked at the 6-sided irregular blind box. As soon as Ding Ziyu's gaze penetrated the blind box, he saw the familiar holy light flashing, much denser than the formless holy bone he had obtained before. This blind box contains a diamond relic left by a high monk. It seems this item is fated for you. The voice of the Eye of Truth rose a bit. Damn, this name must be something special. Ding Ziyu thought about how to get his hands on it. You guys go find some guards and head over to the square to open the blind boxes, one of the boys said excitedly. After finally obtaining this item, he was a bit impatient. Young masters, don't rush. I'll go call for people right away, the guard said somewhat nervously. Their strength wasn't strong, and if something dangerous was really opened, they might not be able to handle it. Ding Ziyu followed a short distance behind them and soon arrived at the square. The Zhou family's territory was indeed not small. This square was much larger than the playgrounds of the previous schools. It was surrounded by sturdy metal, presumably a place specifically for opening blind boxes. The 2 boys entered the square excitedly, and the one who went to call for help brought several people over. Ding Ziyu stood at a distance and immediately recognized one of them. It was Huang Quan, who had come to his house that day. He didn't expect this guy to still be doing well. Zhou Yuqing was dead, yet he hadn't faced severe punishment. If there was a chance later, capturing this guy might yield some useful information. It would be best to open that red and white box first and release that mutated wild boar, Ding Ziyu silently thought. Although several guards had come together, they might not have the courage to open two blind boxes at the same time. After all, both boxes were quite special, and the risks involved were not small. Uncertain if it was the effect of Ding Ziyu's murmurs, the group of guards indeed brought over the red and white striped blind box first. The two young masters of the Zhou family stood at a distance, their eyes fixed on the blind box, hoping to uncover something good from it. "Lu Er, go open the blind box," Huang Quan said, pointing at a small-framed guy. This person also had the strength of a fifth-tier martial artist, but he hadn't passed the tests of the Blind Box Management Bureau and ended up joining the Zhou family as a guard. Lu Er opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, but still walked forward. Opening a blind box was indeed dangerous, but if something good came out, the young master of the Zhou family might be pleased enough to offer a generous reward, or even connect him with a core figure of the Zhou family. The identities of these two children were not simple. A family as small as theirs was willing to prepare special blind boxes for them, placing them at a much higher status within the Zhou family compared to some collateral branches. The red and white striped blind box was placed in the center, and Lu Er walked towards it alone, while the others retreated 5 meters away, closely guarding the two young masters. As Lu Er reached out, the red and white glow quickly dissipated, and a massive black wild boar appeared in the square. This creature was at least 7 or 8 meters long, with a height of about 2 meters. In terms of weight, it must have weighed several thousand pounds. Its exposed tusks were half a meter long, and its blood-red eyes suggested it could attack at any moment. Before Lu Er could react, the suddenly appearing wild boar charged at him, sending him flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The wild boar, however, showed no signs of movement, as if it felt nothing at all. "Damn, what a huge wild boar. It must be a mutated beast, don't provoke it," Huang Quan said, a bit flustered, quickly shielding the two young masters as they retreated. However, just as his words fell, the mutated wild boar, which had been standing still, let out a roar and charged straight towards him. "Scatter! Quickly run outside the square!" Huang Quan shouted, grabbing one of the boys and running without looking back. The others quickly dispersed, choosing different directions. As long as they could leave the square in time, they could trap the massive wild boar inside. When the experts from the Zhou family arrived, they would be able to eliminate the beast. Huang Quan's plan was not wrong, but what he didn't expect was that the mutated wild boar merely paused for a moment at the sight of the fleeing crowd before charging straight at him. The speed of the charge felt like a heavy truck, the wind howling as it ran. "Damn it! Why is this beast fixated on me?" Huang Quan cursed, still holding onto a boy, and his speed was no match for that of the wild boar. "Give me the young master," a voice called out, approaching Huang Quan. Without thinking much, Huang Quan quickly pushed the boy towards the voice and turned to run in another direction. This made his movements much faster. However, the mutated wild boar seemed to have locked onto Huang Quan, relentlessly pursuing him. "Young Master Zhou, hurry and retreat outside, it's too dangerous here." Let me hold onto your blind box, don't accidentally open it again," Ding Ziyu said, pulling the boy as they ran out, reaching out his hand. The boy seemed frightened, genuinely afraid that in his panic he might open the box again. If another fierce beast appeared, he might not survive the night. Seeing the young master of the Zhou family running outside, Ding Ziyu unhesitatingly stored the blind box into his spatial ring. Everyone was focused on the massive wild boar, and no one noticed his actions. Even Ding Ziyu himself did not expect to obtain that 6-sided blind box so easily. Perhaps, as the Eye of Truth said, the diamond relic inside was destined for him. Looking back at the square, Huang Quan was being chased by the wild boar in quite a sorry state. If it weren't for his nearly 8th-tier strength and his body being more agile than that of the wild boar, he would have been caught long ago. Seeing the metal fence getting closer, Huang Quan finally let out a sigh of relief. These fences could be easily passed by humans, but it was difficult for large beasts to get through. After passing through the fence, Huang Quan immediately slowed down, even quickly turning around to observe the wild boar behind him. Just then, a loud crash echoed from behind him as the massive fence was actually rammed and deformed by the mutated wild boar, which could fall at any moment. "This beast is too powerful. Its strength must be at the level of a martial saint." Huang Quan took a deep breath. The fences at the edge of the square were made of steel pipes as thick as arms, yet they were severely deformed in one hit. This power was just too overwhelming. Despite such a fierce impact, the mutated wild boar was uninjured and instead became even more ferocious. The beast retreated about 20 meters, then accelerated and charged at the fence with even greater momentum. "Damn, this beast is too fierce." Huang Quan was startled and quickly ran to the side. Just as he moved away, the fence behind him was damaged by the wild boar's charge. The steel pipe fence couldn't withstand it, it was indeed too ferocious. The wild boar, with its eyes reddened, charged at Huang Quan again after breaking through the fence. At this moment, Ding Ziyu finally understood a bit. This guy's roam was the highest, and the mutated wild boar was likely chasing him for that reason. With no other choice, Huang Quan had to dive into the square to avoid the boar's charge. Before long, there were multiple gaps in the square's fence, unable to stop the boar's onslaught. Ding Ziyu attempted to ambush Huang Quan several times, but thinking of the wild boar behind him, he abandoned the idea. He was worried that if Huang Quan fell, the boar would turn its attention to him. After all, his own level was nearing the 7th tier of martial artists. Damn beast, what courage! A loud voice came from afar, and this shout indeed attracted the wild boar's attention. The newcomer moved swiftly, his speed incredible. Ding Ziyu estimated that this person was at least a 9th tier martial artist. As the person rushed over, his body moved so fast that it left a blur behind. He was incredibly agile, circling to the side of the wild boar and delivering a heavy punch to its body. The wild boar stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. It quickly adjusted its body, swinging its tusks fiercely at the newcomer. The man and the boar soon engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging positions back and forth, neither side gaining the upper hand. By the tattered fence, Huang Quan was leaning against it, gasping for breath. If reinforcements were any slower, he would be in danger. Huang Quan, I didn't expect you to be doing quite well. A voice suddenly came from behind him, a hand casually resting on his shoulder. Huang Quan turned around sharply, wanting to shake off the hand. However, that hand was quicker, grabbing his neck in an instant. Don't move, do you believe I can snap your neck right here? Ding Ziyu said in a low voice. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult to break a person's neck. Who are you? We haven't met, have we? You have quite the guts to act against me on the Zhou family's territory. Huang Quan did not recognize Ding Ziyu. However, he wasn't too afraid. The Zhou family's experts were right here, and even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, a shot would bring the experts over, right? You can try and see whose moves are faster. Ding Ziyu remained relatively calm and was not frightened by Huang Quan. Huang Quan truly did not dare to gamble. The person who could easily reach behind him and restrain his vital points must be quite powerful. Betting his own life was clearly not worth it. What do you want? You can take the money on me. If you're thinking of targeting the Zhou family, I advise you to abandon that thought. The Zhou family is not something you can provoke. Huang Quan was half compromising, half threatening. He didn't have much dragon currency on him anyway, and if he could exchange the small loss for his freedom, it would certainly be a good outcome. Stop wasting words. You answer my questions, or I'll kill you. Ding Ziyu continued to inquire, showing no signs of compromise. Although there were some guards in the square, most had retreated far away. That enormous mutated wild boar was not easy to deal with. Who would want to rush over without the strength to do so? Ask away. I don't know much, but I'll try to answer your questions. Huang Quan caved in. In the past 2 days, didn't you go to the underground boxing gym of the Jiushao Society to catch an old man? Jiushao Society? That's not true. Although the Zhou family is strong, they wouldn't dare to provoke the Jiushao Society easily. Huang Quan shook his head repeatedly, indicating he didn't know. Stop being slippery. The old man is just a peripheral member of the Jiushao Society. You and Zhou Yuchen went to rob their place and ended up getting one person killed. This matter can't be forgotten so quickly. Ding Ziyu's voice turned icy. Mentioning this incident ignited a fire of anger in Ding Ziyu's heart. If it weren't for this scoundrel causing trouble at their home, perhaps they would still be living well. How could they have ended up like this, like rats crossing the street? So you were the one they hired to help? We really didn't catch that old man. The territory of the Jiushao Society isn't a place anyone can run wild in, Huang Quan quickly said, and from his tone, it didn't seem like he was lying. Why is it that when the young master of the Zhou family died, you were unharmed? Ding Ziyu still didn't quite believe Huang Quan. The credibility of what this guy said was questionable. I didn't kill young Master Zhou. Besides, the enemy was too strong, and I did my best. Moreover, I was fined a year's wages. Huang Quan shamelessly explained. Ding Ziyu actually didn't want to know about the Zhou family's nonsense. He just wanted to know if Huang Quan was telling the truth, which was why he asked the question. He isn't lying. At that moment, the voice of the Eye of Truth echoed in Ding Ziyu's mind. Ding Ziyu felt extremely disappointed. If his grandfather hadn't been captured by the Zhou family, where could he have gone? In this chaotic world, his grandfather had no money on him. Where could he run off to alone? The more Ding Ziyu thought, the angrier he became. All of this was caused by the guy in front of him. Since this guy was of no use anymore, it was time to send him on his way. Ding Ziyu suddenly exerted force, and with a crisp snap, he broke Huang Quan's neck. Then he leaned him against the railing, pretending he was just resting. At this moment, the mutated wild boar had gradually fallen into a disadvantage. After all, it only had 2 types of attacks. The Zhou family's martial artists, however, had many techniques, and their flexibility was far superior to that of the wild boar. They could occasionally land heavy blows on the boar. If it weren't for the beast's tough skin and strong resistance to blows, it would have likely fallen by now. After suffering consecutive losses, the mutated wild boar finally developed the urge to flee. It turned around and ran off into the distance, still moving very quickly. "Everyone, hurry and chase, don't let this beast escape," a Zhou family expert shouted. Such a demon beast was still very valuable. It all depended on whether they could take it down. Many guards boldly chased after it. As there were experts ahead, they were just there to add to the numbers. Ding Ziyu's mind stirred, and he also ran out. However, he had not run far when he was stopped by the young master of the Zhou family. "Where's my blind box? Hurry up and give it back to me." "Your blind box? I gave it to Huang Quan, go ask him for it." Ding Ziyu casually pointed to the corpse in the distance, shook off the Zhou family's young master, and quickly fled. The young man was not suspicious. He saw Ding Ziyu walk over and chat with Huang Quan, thinking that Ding Ziyu had indeed handed over his blind box to Huang Quan. However, when he approached, he discovered that Huang Quan was already dead, which frightened him into screaming. Killing someone on the Zhou family's territory was definitely a big deal for them. Losing a few people wasn't important. What mattered was that the Zhou family's face couldn't be lost. So soon several experts chased after him, vowing to capture this murderer. As for the mutated wild boar, although it couldn't match the experts chasing behind, its ability to escape was undeniable. This had perhaps become its instinct for survival. The wild boar accurately found its way out, and the iron gate in front of it crumpled like paper, crashing down in large pieces. Ding Ziyu followed behind the guards and easily ran out of the Zhou family's territory. Watching those people chase further away, Ding Ziyu decisively turned around and ran in another direction. Relaxing a bit, Ding Ziyu felt a wave of confusion. He didn't know where his grandfather had gone, and after thinking it over, he decided to check the underground boxing gym of the Jiushao Society again, just in case his grandfather had returned there. However, he hadn't gone far when he noticed several martial artists had come out, searching for people. They didn't even ask for reasons, just captured anyone they found, acting quite forcefully and completely unreasonable. "Stop right there, or don't blame the Zhou family for being unreasonable." Ding Ziyu realized someone was indeed chasing after him, and the newcomer was no weakling, actually a 6th-tier martial artist. Ding Ziyu's expression darkened. He had originally wanted to run immediately, but after thinking it over, he decided to stay put. He understood that if he ran, the pursuer would definitely call for help, and soon a bunch of martial artists would come chasing after him recklessly. Seeing Ding Ziyu obediently stop, the newcomer relaxed his guard significantly. In less than half a minute, the martial artist had reached Ding Ziyu's side, casually taking out a smart wristband and tossing it to Ding Ziyu. "Lock it yourself. When you get to the Zhou family, if it has nothing to do with you, someone over there will help you unlock the wristband so you can leave." The guy glanced at Ding Ziyu and said rudely. Ding Ziyu knew what this was. The Blind Box Management Bureau often used it to lock up criminals. This thing was much sturdier than a metal handcuff and had a built-in tracking function. As long as you wore it, no matter where you ran, others could easily find you. The Zhou family was this forceful. They didn't ask if you were willing or if you had urgent matters, they just captured people first. "I don't know how to use this thing. Why don't you help me?" Ding Ziyu fiddled with it in his hands, looking completely puzzled. "What a bumpkin, can't even handle something this simple," the guy said, striding over. Just as he reached out, Ding Ziyu suddenly moved. The smart wristband quickly flipped, locking the guy's hands together. Immediately, Ding Ziyu unceremoniously covered the man's mouth, using both hands to twist and break his neck. Ding Ziyu tossed him into the shadows by the street, quickened his pace, and ran forward. He thought he could leave easily, but unexpectedly, the Zhou family was grabbing anyone they saw, so he couldn't afford to move slowly anymore. Just a few minutes after Ding Ziyu left, a capable Zhou family guard chased after him. The smart wristband was activated but remained stationary, immediately alerting others that something was wrong here. "Chase this way, it must be the guy who killed Huang Quan." Even the method of killing is the same, a member of the Zhou family deduced upon seeing the warrior dead in the corner. In truth, Ding Ziyu hadn't thought that much at the time. He just wanted to use the smart wristband to eliminate his pursuers in the easiest and least conspicuous way possible, not realizing it would instead expose his whereabouts. At the call of this person, several powerful warriors changed direction and rushed over, moving much faster than the previous pursuer. Although Ding Ziyu had a few minutes head start, he didn't have much of an advantage. On this night, there weren't many people on the streets, and anyone running quickly would stand out significantly. After running through several intersections, Ding Ziyu understood that sticking to the main streets made it easy to be caught. So when he spotted an alley ahead, he dashed in without a second thought. This was a residential area, with much shorter houses and streets only about 2 or 3 meters wide. There were many side paths along the way, making it relatively easy to hide here. Most of the doors on the street were closed, with only the dim yellow streetlights casting shadows on the already narrow streets, creating a somewhat tranquil yet lonely atmosphere. Ding Ziyu ran through several alleys but still felt no sense of safety. As long as the Zhou family found their way here and saw someone standing alone on the street, even if it had nothing to do with them, there was a high chance of being captured. The same trick couldn't be used twice. Ding Ziyu thought he had to find a place to hide first. Looking up, he noticed a window on the second floor was open, with warm light spilling out. Ding Ziyu glanced around, took a light running start, and leaped up, grabbing the edge of the window. With a strong pull, he effortlessly flipped into the second floor window without making a sound. However, the moment he jumped through the window, he found a pair of big eyes staring at him in shock. Just as she was about to scream, Ding Ziyu rushed forward and covered her mouth. "Don't shout, someone is chasing me. I'll leave after a while," he whispered, hoping she would cooperate. The girl struggled a bit but realized she couldn't escape Ding Ziyu's grip, so she nodded repeatedly, indicating she wouldn't scream. However, Ding Ziyu didn't dare to let her go. Instead, he took her to the window and quickly shut it. Once she calmed down, Ding Ziyu slowly released his hand. "I recognize you, you're the uncle who bought my blind box," the girl said softly, looking at Ding Ziyu with a mix of curiosity and fear. "How come it's you? How did you end up here?" Ding Ziyu also recognized her. She was the somewhat clueless girl he had met at the blind box market in the south of the city. This place was quite far from there. How could a directionally challenged person run this far? "This is my grandmother's house. My mom sent me here," the girl explained. "Where's your grandmother? Why are you here alone? The world is so chaotic. You dare to sleep with the window open at night? You've got some guts." Ding Ziyu found it strange. Not many people dared to sleep with their windows open at night these days. "My grandmother passed away a long time ago. I'm waiting for my bluebird. If I don't open the window, I'm afraid it won't find its way back," the girl said, glancing at the closed window, her face filled with worry. "Bluebird? Do you keep one? By the way, what's your name?" Ding Ziyu asked, curious, as pet ownership had become quite rare in these times. Life was already tough. Who had the energy to keep a pet? The poorer the person, the less leisure time they have. "My name is Long Xiaoye. That bluebird was opened from a blind box by my mom. It's very smart and obedient." Speaking of her bird, Long Xiaoye's face radiated with joyful smiles. This Long Xiaoye seemed too innocent, and Ding Ziyu couldn't help but doubt how she had survived in such chaotic times. If she stepped outside, she could easily be deceived. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to ask more questions, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the window. It was estimated that at least 4 or 5 people were running this way. Ding Ziyu quickly signaled Long Xiaoye to turn off the light, trying not to attract anyone's attention. Once those people left, he could leave safely. "Are those people chasing you?" Long Xiaoye whispered as she turned off the light. "Maybe they are, maybe they aren't," Ding Ziyu replied ambiguously, not wanting to elaborate. It wouldn't be good to involve such an innocent girl in this mess. The hurried footsteps grew closer and then faded away, but soon returned from a distance. Could they have locked onto this area? Ding Ziyu's heart skipped a beat. Normally, he should have evaded his family's search by now. "My black gold rat has already caught the scent of that person. He must be in this slum area, just hiding in one of the houses." The voices outside were clear, tightening Ding Ziyu's heart. He hadn't expected the Zhou family to have tracking creatures. He had been careless due to his lack of experience. The key issue was that he had dragged Long Xiaoye into this, which was quite troublesome. With his strength, he could find a way to leave, but with the Zhou family's black gold rat, they would eventually find Long Xiaoye's residence, which would be very problematic. Long Xiaoye was getting anxious. "Oh no, my bluebird hasn't come back yet. What should I do?" She was still worried about her bird, completely unaware of the crisis at hand. "Long Xiaoye, you can't stay here, you must come with me. Otherwise, if the Zhou family finds this place, you'll be in great danger." The Zhou family is not a reasonable place, Ding Ziyu regretted. He never thought he would involve an innocent person. "They're right outside. How do we leave? Let me think of a way to draw them away. Then you can notify your mom to come and pick you up quickly." Ding Ziyu thought for a moment and came up with a relatively safe plan. As long as he revealed himself, the Zhou family shouldn't pursue Long Xiaoye any further. However, they definitely couldn't stay here. If the Zhou family didn't catch him, they would surely come back looking for clues. "My mom went to another place for something. She said she wouldn't be back for the next few days." Long Xiaoye was genuinely anxious now. She had thought Ding Ziyu would take her with him, but now he wanted to leave her behind. This left her feeling helpless, not knowing how to deal with the situation. Just then, a flapping sound came from outside the window, and Long Xiaoye hurriedly stepped forward to gently open a crack in the window. A palm-sized bird cleverly squeezed in, landing in Long Xiaoye's palm, its small eyes surveying Ding Ziyu in the darkness. "Hey, I didn't expect this to really be a bluebird. Incredible, incredible." The true eye suddenly spoke in Ding Ziyu's mind. "What do you mean? What's so special about a bird?" Ding Ziyu clearly didn't know the origins of the bluebird, nor did he understand its magical qualities. The bluebird is a divine bird that delivers messages for the Queen Mother. Once it matures, its combat power is extremely formidable. The key is that the bluebird is very intelligent and easy to get along with. If you get along well with Long Xiaoya, why would you worry about the bluebird not helping you? The True Eye's explanation left Ding Ziyu somewhat dumbfounded. Previously, the life fruit of Jin Yuanzi had escaped, and now even the legendary divine bird had appeared. What on earth was happening in this world? What was it trying to accomplish? This bird is still so small. What role can it play? The most important thing is to get through the current crisis. Ding Ziyu forced himself to calm down. He had to find a safe solution. It's not small, it just hasn't revealed its true form. Have Long Xiaoye called a Qingniao to take out that Wujin mouse. Once the Zhou family loses their tracking ability, your chances of escaping will increase significantly. The Eye of Truth immediately provided a very actionable plan. Ding Ziyu wasn't sure if it would work, but following the principle of treating a dead horse as a live one, he relayed the Eye of Truth's suggestion to Long Xiaoye. It's so small, how can it defeat others? Long Xiaoye looked at the bird in her palm, worried. As she spoke, the Qingniao tilted its head to look at her, seemingly a bit unconvinced. Let it give it a try. If it can't win, it should run away quickly. After all, it can fly, and that Wujin mouse shouldn't be able to catch it. Ding Ziyu continued to persuade her. Alright, little Chang, go give it a try. If you can't win, run away quickly. And don't be reckless. Long Xiaoye, still soft-hearted, agreed when she saw Ding Ziyu's insistence. The Qingniao looked at Long Xiaoye seriously before flying up from her palm, skillfully slipping out through the window's gap. At that moment, the Zhou family members were getting closer to Ding Ziyu and the others. A large rat nearly 2 feet long was scurrying around on the ground, its fur a shiny black with a faint metallic sheen. No wonder it was named the Wujin mouse. Compared to the Wujin mouse, the Qingniao was only slightly larger than a sparrow. In every way, it seemed to be at a disadvantage. Even Ding Ziyu had some doubts. How could such a small bird possibly have any transformation abilities? Could it really defeat that Wujin mouse? Ding Ziyu cautiously peered through the window's gap at the dimly lit street. Suddenly, a shadow shot out like lightning, its beak aimed directly at the large rat's eye. With a flap, the Wujin mouse, unable to dodge, had one of its eyeballs pecked out by the Qingniao, letting out a sharp, piercing scream. Damn it! Where did this beast come from? How dare it harm my Wujin mouse? A Zhou family guard, furious, swung his hand at the Qingniao. However, the Qingniao's speed was astonishing, and the Zhou family guard couldn't hit it at all. Ding Ziyu hadn't expected that a seemingly ordinary little bird could be so incredibly fast. Especially in such a dim environment, it appeared and disappeared without a trace. The Wujin mouse was so frightened that it fled into the distance, not daring to stay in place. But it hadn't escaped far when the shadow reappeared, this time aiming for its other eye. The Qingniao was fast, accurate, and ruthless. After 2 attacks, the Wujin mouse was already blind, writhing in pain on the ground. It didn't matter that it was just a mutated rat, even a person couldn't withstand such intense stimulation. The Zhou family members had gone mad, mindlessly flailing around, not caring whether the surrounding houses could withstand such strong blows. After all, this was a slum. It didn't matter if the houses were destroyed, and it was even less significant if someone was killed. Just as the saying goes, the poor have no human rights. In just a short while, the Wujin mouse lay on the ground, barely alive except for the occasional twitch. Long Xiaoya's big, innocent eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined that the little bird she raised could be so aggressive. If it were to peck at a person's eyes, wouldn't the result be the same? Ordinary people couldn't match the agility of that Wujin mouse. Who raised this beast? Step forward. If no one comes out today, I'll tear down your street. The Zhou family members roared like madmen in the street. Those not-so-sturdy houses were knocked down with just a few punches, and it was unclear if anyone lived inside. These people are too despicable. That's Old Man Zhao's house. Old Man Zhao can hardly move as it is. What will he do now? Long Xiaoye was very worried. Although she didn't live here long-term, she still knew many of the neighbors. Call back the Qingniao and let it attack those crazy people. Ding Ziyu also couldn't bear to watch any longer. However, there were quite a few members of the Zhou family on the street, and he worried that one fist wouldn't be enough against 4 hands. The Qingniao was fast enough. If it were willing to attack those reckless individuals, it would surely leave them with indelible marks. This isn't good. What if they call more people and really tear down this street? Long Xiaoye was still a bit scared. Just then, a man burst out of a door, shouting, "Stop! I know that bird and who its owner is." A bird? What kind of bird is so powerful? Who is its owner? A member of the Zhou family asked in surprise. The Wujin mouse had been killed, and they still didn't understand what had done it. They only saw a flash of black shadows pass by. It's a small blue bird, and its owner is a girl living on the 2nd floor over there. The man pointed at Long Xiaoye's window, directly selling her out. At that moment, the Qingniu happened to land by the window, making the Zhou family members very certain. Catch that girl, maybe she's in cahoots with that murderer. The Zhou family members rushed over quickly, their movements quite swift. Ding Ziyu felt a bit depressed, he hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly. It seemed Long Xiaoye had often let the bird fly around the street, and people had remembered her well. Swallow the diamond relic in the blind box, or you might not be a match for those people, the Eye of Truth quickly reminded Ding Ziyu as he realized he couldn't escape. With people blocking the way, there was no need to worry about making a commotion. He had to get through this immediate crisis first. At that moment, the people outside were already making a loud noise as they ran. Once they charged in, destruction was inevitable. Ding Ziyu took out the six-sided blind box without caring whether Long Xiaoye would be surprised and directly opened it. In an instant, an incredibly sacred aura surged into the sky, and the entire slum could feel this divine presence. The Zhou family members searching around immediately reacted and rushed over at high speed. Even further away, many skilled individuals were drawn to it and began to head this way. Without thinking, Ding Ziyu swallowed the diamond relic, which was the size of a finger bone. Activate the secret technique of the diamond glazed body and absorb the power of the diamond relic with all your might. Following the Eye of Truth's reminder, Ding Ziyu immediately began to operate the secret technique he had just learned, and those gentle yet vast powers began to merge into his body smoothly, without any rejection. The power of the diamond relic can protect you for a long time. Charge out and take down those guys. The Eye of Truth excitedly directed Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu felt the same way, he just didn't dare to be certain. With the Eye of Truth's reminder, Ding Ziyu opened the window and jumped down without hesitation. Everyone, be careful, that murderer is indeed here. The Zhou family's guards hadn't even seen Ding Ziyu's face clearly before they started shouting. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Ziyu flew up, and a sound of bones cracking came from his chest. By the time this guy hit the ground, he had already breathed his last. Ding Ziyu's punch had far exceeded his normal level of strength. He didn't know how strong he could be at that moment, he only knew that he felt an endless supply of power throughout his body, a comfortable feeling that made him want to find someone to fight. Damn murderer, let's see where you can run today. Several Zhou family guards quickly surrounded him again. In the distance, there were already stronger experts rushing over, so what was there to worry about? If you want to be a dog, you must be prepared to be beaten. Go die. Ding Ziyu suddenly pushed off the ground, leaping into the air like a flying arrow, while bending his legs and raising his knees, crashing into a warrior marked with the 7-segment warrior insignia. The guy's reaction was slow, but still not as slow as Ding Ziyu at that moment. He could only raise his arms to block his chest. Immediately after, there was a dull thud of impact, followed by the crisp sound of bones breaking. The impact sent the man flying at least 5 meters away, his arms severely fractured, and multiple injuries on his back. Friend, isn't it a bit too unfair to bully a low-ranked warrior like this? A voice came from afar, and by the time the voice fell, the speaker was already less than 20 meters away from Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu focused his gaze and saw that it was the Zhou family expert who had been entangled with the mutated wild boar. This person also had no obvious rank insignia, but it was estimated he was at least a 9th-segment warrior. Was it fair when your Zhou family indiscriminately killed the innocent? Was it fair when you captured others at will? It's just the law of the jungle, Ding Ziyu retorted. It seems there's no need to talk further. Let's fight. The newcomer took the initiative to attack. He raised his leg for a high whip kick, and as he did, a series of sonic booms erupted. His speed was even faster than Ding Ziyu's. Get lost. Ding Ziyu showed no signs of retreat. He had cultivated the diamond-glazed body, and he was least afraid of this kind of hard-hitting style. Bang! The two legs collided solidly, and the powerful force created a shockwave, quite explosive. Ding Ziyu only felt a slight numbness in his leg, which quickly returned to normal. The guy opposite him, however, showed a look of pain on his face. Clearly his physical strength was not on par with Ding Ziyu's. At least under the protection of the diamond relic, Ding Ziyu's endurance was stronger than his. Come again. Ding Ziyu became excited instead. This was a good opponent, and a great sparring partner, just right to test his strength and resilience. Seeing Ding Ziyu charging at him, Zhou Fan felt a bit bitter. He didn't even know how it had come to this. The two sides had just started fighting. The Zhou family had always been dominant, but unexpectedly, they had kicked a hard board today. At this point, as long as he could subdue his opponent, they could talk about other matters later. Both of them attacked with wide, powerful strikes, colliding hard against each other, the sounds of impact ringing out continuously. Each collision made Zhou Fan feel quite uncomfortable, while the kid opposite seemed unfazed. The speed of the attacks increased, and the power grew stronger. What the hell? What kind of monster is this guy, to have such strong physical endurance? Zhou Fan was puzzled. He had specifically trained in the copper skin iron bone technique, and although he hadn't mastered it yet, he was still much stronger than an average warrior. He never expected to encounter someone tougher than him today. Ding Ziyu was having a blast. His skills weren't particularly impressive, but he had an endless supply of strength. The more frantically he struck, the more comfortable he felt. The power of the diamond relic integrated into his body faster. At the same time, his bone strength and muscle impact resistance were rapidly increasing. One could only say that the benefits the diamond relic brought him were immense and completely tailored to him. After dozens of punches exchanged, Zhou Fan was starting to struggle. Facing this monstrous assault, he felt extremely uncomfortable. "Brother, could you possibly stop for a moment? I apologize on behalf of the Zhou family for being reckless towards you." Zhou Fan retreated repeatedly, worried that if they continued, he would be seriously injured. "I don't accept your apology." Ding Ziyu had no intention of stopping. The two sides had already taken on a deadly feud. Even if he let this person go today, the Zhou family would not spare him. Just as Ding Ziyu was becoming more and more courageous, preparing to take down Zhou Fan in one fell swoop, a red light in the distance rushed toward his back at an incredible speed. "Watch your back!" Long Xiaoye shouted anxiously. Ding Ziyu also sensed the danger behind him and immediately withdrew, dodging to the side with all his strength. Whoosh! The red light easily tore through the fabric on Ding Ziyu's shoulder, grazing his shoulder as it flew past, then crashing heavily into Zhou Fan's chest. Zhou Fan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, the red light having pierced into his chest, with half of the blade protruding from his back. This red light turned out to be a flying knife over a foot long, truly remarkable. "Elder Wang, you killed the wrong person." Zhou Fan managed to utter a few words with great difficulty before collapsing heavily to the ground. He never dreamed that he would not die under Ding Ziyu's fist, but instead be nailed to the ground by a flying knife from a steward of the Zhou family. "Kid, you dare to provoke the Zhou family, you're dead today." Wang Yang's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He had originally intended to save Zhou Fan, but unexpectedly, one knife had the opposite effect. "This person is already at the second stage of Martial Saint. You can't defeat him." When Ding Ziyu looked at the newcomer, his true eye revealed the true realm of the person. Although he had gained the strength to fight against 9th and even 10th stage martial artists under the enhancement of the diamond relic, he was still lacking when facing a Martial Saint level expert. However, at that moment, two more experts soared into the air, clearly both at the Martial Saint level. "Wang Yang, stop. This person Guan Dirun, will protect today." One of the middle-aged men with a scruffy beard shouted even before he arrived. "Guan Dirun, the tyrant of the West City. This is our Zhou family's business. Are you sure you want to interfere?" Wang Yang's tone was somewhat fierce but lacking in confidence. Guan Dirun was a well-established Martial Saint expert, reportedly having reached the 5th stage of Martial Saint, known as the Tyrant of West City in Danning. Many forces had to give him some face. "Your Zhou family can only manage the northwest corner. Coming over here, your reach is too long, don't you think? Look at this street, what have you done to it?" Guan Dirun criticized without courtesy. Of course, these were all excuses. He had already sensed the previous divine aura from Ding Ziyu. If he could obtain it, perhaps he could advance further in martial arts. In the martial artist stage, those with some talent progress quickly, but at the Martial Saint level, advancement becomes extremely difficult. Each stage up brings a significant increase in strength. Although Wang Yang was only about 3 stages below him, their true strengths were worlds apart. If Guan Dirun made a move, he could easily kill Wang Yang with a single strike. This was the absolute crushing power brought by the difference in stages. "This person killed my Zhou family's guard and even took down members of the Zhou family. If you take him away, have you thought about how to face the wrath of the Zhou family?" Although Wang Yang wanted to argue forcefully, he looked into the distance and saw that no higher-level martial saints from the Zhou family were coming. He dared not confront this tyrant of West City and could only find other reasons to speak. "The wrath of the Zhou family? Spare me that. Even if your Zhou family head comes, you should speak politely. I, Guan Dirun, can guarantee him today with just a spit." Guan Dirun's attitude was very firm, giving no face to Wang Yang at all. "You're ruthless, just wait for the Zhou family to come find you." Wang Yang had no choice but to give up. The remaining Zhou family guard didn't even dare to make a sound. This was the tyrant of West City, and they were just small fry. If they were really killed, the Zhou family wouldn't seek revenge for them. Watching the Zhou family members leave one by one, Guan Dirun finally approached Ding Ziyu. "Your condition is deteriorating. It seems you have taken something external to forcibly enhance your strength." Guan Dirun saw through Ding Ziyu's state at a glance. "Come with me, staying here will only bring trouble to others. The Zhou family is not easy to deal with." "I might not have what you want," Ding Ziyu hurriedly replied, fully aware that this person saving him was not an act of chivalry. "What are you afraid of? Some things, even if you consume them, you can't fully digest. Don't worry, unless absolutely necessary, I won't take your life. Wandiren's words made Ding Ziyu's heart feel uneasy. It was clear that this tyrant of the West City was not someone to be trifled with. The fact that even the martial saint of the Zhou family chose to retreat showed that this person was indeed ruthless. Others, seeing Wandiren standing in front, dared not approach, and some decisively chose to leave. They all wanted to avoid provoking this fierce character. Fortunately, this person did not seem to have the intention to kill him for the time being. Perhaps there was still room for maneuver. In any case, the priority was to shake off the Zhou family and eliminate the threat to his life. Just as Ding Ziyu was preparing to leave with him, Long Xiaoye foolishly ran out. Ding Ziyu quickly gestured for her not to come over, but she didn't understand at all. "Uncle, you promised to take me with you." Long Xiaoye looked at Ding Ziyu with a pitiful expression. Instead, the green bird in her hand cleverly turned its head, as if urging her to leave quickly. "Oh, this little girl is not bad. If she wants to go with you, then let her come. Staying here will likely lead to trouble with the Zhou family." Wandiren looked at the two with curiosity, finding it hard to judge their relationship based on appearances. With things said to this extent, what else could Ding Ziyu say? Long Xiaoye staying at her grandmother's house would definitely lead to problems, but would following him be any safer? Ding Ziyu could only curse inwardly. This girl was truly naive, and he wondered how her mother raised her. Surviving was not easy at all. Wandiren's residence was indeed luxurious. It might not be as large as the Zhou family's, but it occupied a significant area, and there were many servants in the house. Wandiren handed Long Xiaoye over to a servant and took Ding Ziyu to a quiet hall. From the decorations and furniture in the room, it was clearly a place for quiet cultivation. "Now, tell me, what did you consume?" After casually sitting down, Wandiren began to inquire. "I didn't look closely. I was attacked by the Zhou family's people at the time, and I felt it wouldn't harm me, so I just ate it. I didn't expect that thing would temporarily increase my strength." Ding Ziyu didn't tell the whole truth, but his reasoning was still quite reasonable. The items from blind boxes were all sorts of strange. It was impossible to clearly explain every single one. So Ding Ziyu boldly made up a story, hoping to get away with it. "You dared to eat something without understanding its nature? Aren't you afraid of problems?" Wandiren was momentarily stunned by his words. What kind of reckless person would do such a thing? "I have a special ability. I can intuitively judge whether something is edible or not," Ding Ziyu continued to boast. Of course, with the help of the true eye, his boast was flawless. Since the arrival of blind boxes, there were indeed many people with strange abilities, and his ability was actually within a relatively normal range. "Is that so? Then can you tell if this thing is edible?" Wandiren hesitated for a moment, then flipped his hand to take out a dark, pill-like object, and from a distance, Ding Ziyu could already smell a strange stench. "This is Stinky Treasure Blood Coagulation Pill, used to treat internal injuries." The true eye immediately recognized the origin of this item and even stated its function. "This thing also came from a blind box?" Ding Ziyu did not rush to answer whether it was edible but instead posed a question. "I bought a box from the auction house, and inside it came out this pill. It smells terrible, and I want to throw it away, but I feel a bit reluctant." Wandiren really answered Ding Ziyu's question. "Although this thing smells bad, I feel like it can be eaten. As for its effects, I have no idea." Naturally, Ding Ziyu wouldn't reveal the full effects of the pill. If he did, Wandiren would probably dig deeper. "Really? Then should I get some for you to try?" Wandiren chuckled wickedly. This guy actually wanted to use Ding Ziyu as a test subject. That was quite malicious. Ding Ziyu immediately showed a bitter smile. Even if this thing wasn't harmful to people, the stench it emitted was something most people couldn't tolerate. But what could he do in the face of the assertive Wandiren? Wandiren scraped some powder off the pill with a small knife, and the powder fell into a cup of water, instantly turning the entire cup blood red. Ding Ziyu finally understood why this thing was called Stinky Treasure Blood Coagulation Pill. "Drink it, and I'll believe what you say." Wandiren stared at Ding Ziyu, his expression becoming quite serious. If Ding Ziyu didn't comply, this guy would probably turn hostile immediately. With no choice, Ding Ziyu could only pick up the cup and drink it all in one go. To his surprise, the blood-like water didn't have that fishy smell. Instead, it transformed into a faint fragrance. "This cup of water is enough to heal the minor internal injuries you sustained during your previous battle," the voice of truth said, making Ding Ziyu feel secretly pleased. He didn't expect such a small amount of powder to have such a strong effect. Wandiren kept staring at Ding Ziyu, and when he saw that he showed no signs of discomfort, he slowly nodded, starting to believe what he said. He had had this pill for a while, researched it for some time, and figured out its uses. Today was just right to test it on Ding Ziyu to see if he was lying. "How do you feel now?" "I feel much more relaxed. Perhaps this thing has healing properties." Ding Ziyu revealed a bit of information to the other party. "Really?" Wandiren's eyes lit up. "If this stinky thing could really heal, that would be fantastic." "I can't be completely sure. You could find someone with internal injuries to test it. Ding Ziyu didn't make a definitive statement. Alright, we'll test this thing later. I'm going to draw some blood from you, you don't mind, do you? Guan Darren changed the subject and turned back to Ding Ziyu. Do I have a choice? Ding Ziyu felt helpless. If he really refused to cooperate, Guan would probably turn against him immediately. Well, as long as you know, I'm going to draw a vial of blood for an experiment. But I'm a fair person, I won't take your blood for nothing. I'll give you a secret technique in exchange. Guan Darren pulled out an ancient-looking book. Now Ding Ziyu finally realized that this guy must also have a spatial ring. This is a secret technique I bought, but it doesn't resonate with me, so I can't cultivate it. Now it's up to your luck, Guan Darren said, pointing at the book. In fact, he had already tried this secret technique many times. Many people in the martial saint circle had attempted it, but no one could resonate with it. In the end, it couldn't even be sold at the auction, and in his hands, it was just a useless item. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered it to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu took a look at it and saw that it had a grand name, Heaven Blocking Staff. Literally, it meant that if one cultivated this staff technique, they could block the heavens. Is this thing real? It sounds a bit exaggerated, Ding Ziyu asked the voice of truth, as he couldn't tell the authenticity of this item with his knowledge. This is the signature skill of a staff monk from the Zen teachings. This person only knows this move, yet many experts praise him as the invincible monk with a staff. However, the level of this secret technique is too high. It's not something you can learn. The Eye of Truth is indeed impressive, as if there is nothing it does not know. Even masters at the level of martial saint can't learn it? Upon hearing it was the real deal, Ding Ziyu immediately became interested. After all, with the Eye of Truth assisting him, and since this thing is a Buddhist artifact, wouldn't it be a great opportunity for him? According to your grading, perhaps only martial saints above the 5th stage can learn a bit of the surface. It depends on whether you can resonate with it. The Eye of Truth gave Ding Ziyu a glimmer of hope. Regardless of whether he had a chance to learn even a bit, Ding Ziyu still took the secret technique and unceremoniously tucked it into his bosom. Next came the matter of drawing blood. Guan Darren took out a huge syringe, which made Ding Ziyu's scalp tingle. This old fellow was probably still a monster doctor. Otherwise, why would he need Ding Ziyu's blood? After drawing a large vial of blood from Ding Ziyu, Guan Darren began to experiment with it. First, he placed it under an instrument for careful observation, then he brought in some small animals and let them eat things soaked in Ding Ziyu's blood. After consuming it, those small animals became excited one by one. If they weren't locked in cages, they would probably be running around wildly. It seems my judgment is correct. Consuming that thing has a strong beneficial effect. If I drain your blood, perhaps I could enhance my strength by a stage after taking it. Guan Darren's words sent a chill down Ding Ziyu's spine. This old ghost was actually a blood-sucking devil. If he really did that, it would be far more terrifying than dying at the hands of the Zhou family. Rest assured, I won't drain all your blood at once. I'll just take a vial from you every day. You'll stay with me for a month, and then I'll let you go. Guan Darren's smile grew increasingly sinister, as if he intended to raise Ding Ziyu like a blood slave. You're too inhumane, aren't you? Drawing a vial every day, can my body produce that much blood? Ding Ziyu was instantly furious. If it were really like that, he might die of anemia in less than a month. He wasn't a blood-producing machine. How could he possibly generate that much blood every day? Impudent! You dare speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't kill you right now? Letting you live a few more days is already the greatest mercy I can offer you. Guan Darren finally revealed his true colors, tearing off his hypocritical facade. In the face of absolute power, Ding Ziyu had no room to resist. Eye of Truth, is there any way to kill this guy? Ding Ziyu secretly resented and regretted giving that dragon-handled battle knife to someone else. If he had that knife, perhaps he could still fight for his life. Who knows, he might even take this old fellow down. With your strength, you have no chance at all. Unless you can focus on cultivating the diamond-glazed body for over a year, you might have a chance to defeat this old guy. The Eye of Truth's words filled Ding Ziyu with despair. Let alone a year, it would be a miracle if he could live for another half-month. Perhaps you can ask that silly girl for ideas. She must be a blessed woman to have gained the recognition of the blue bird. The Eye of Truth finally offered Ding Ziyu a suggestion. Didn't you say that the blue bird has the ability to transform? Can it defeat this old ghost? Ding Ziyu thought of the blue bird's power and felt a glimmer of hope. Hard to say, it's just a young bird. Even if it transforms, it probably wouldn't be a match for this old ghost. The Eye of Truth poured cold water on him again. Ding Ziyu stopped asking and decided to consult Long Xiaoye. Seeing Ding Ziyu preparing to leave, Guan Darren did not stop him but directly took out a smart wristband and put it on Ding Ziyu's left hand. This is a high-level smart wristband. If you leave my house, it will automatically explode, and the likelihood of you dying from the explosion is over 90%. Darren said coldly. He then continued to study Ding Ziyu's blood. Ding Ziyu looked at the wristband on his hand, feeling extremely frustrated. He had indeed heard of this thing. The Blind Box Management Bureau often used it to detain people. Once it was on, it was hard to escape unless one truly wanted to die. After leaving Darren's training room, Ding Ziyu quickly found Long Xiaoye. How is it? That person didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Long Xiaoye asked with concern. The old man with the surname Guan is worse than the Zhou family. Let's talk over there, Ding Ziyu said, glancing around at the servants nearby, not daring to speak freely. Fortunately, it was already late at night, and many of the Guan family's servants had gone to rest. Darren hadn't given any special instructions, so they didn't pay much attention to the two people who had just been brought back. Where's your Qingniao? Ding Ziyu noticed Long Xiaoye's hands were empty. It just flew out to find food. It goes out to forage at night and sleeps during the day, Long Xiaoye said honestly. Do you know how strong it really is? Ding Ziyu was also curious. This bird had such a special background that it was indeed something to look forward to. I don't know. Why don't you let it attack that black gold rat? I didn't even know it could fight, Long Xiaoye said, looking confused. She genuinely had no idea that the Qingniao had combat capabilities and seemed quite strong. Forget it, when it comes back, I'll ask it myself. What's wrong? Do you want Xiao Qing to help you fight again? Long Xiaoye seemed a bit concerned. Darren, that old ghost wants to drink my blood, drawing a large tube every day. At this rate, I might be anemic and die in a few days. Ding Ziyu didn't hide it. He's too wicked. He actually wants to drink human blood. Long Xiaoye immediately showed a look of horror. She had never experienced anything like this. Just listen to his nickname, the Overlord of West City. Can he be a good person? The old man even put a high-level smart wristband on me. I can't even run away now. Ding Ziyu was very frustrated. This kind of wristband could only be removed by Darren himself. Normal people use their fingers to unlock it, and some even use genetic unlocking. This meant that if he couldn't take down Darren, the smart wristband on his hand couldn't be opened at all, unless he cut off his hand. This person is too despicable. Why don't I pray for a blind box and open a monster to kill him? Long Xiaoye, even when angry, looked adorably naive. Weren't you just selling a blind box a couple of days ago? It's not even time yet. How can you pray for a blind box? Ding Ziyu asked in surprise. My situation is a bit special. I can pray once every 3 days. But every time I pray, the blind boxes that come are quite strange, like that finger-sized blind box. Long Xiaoye felt a bit embarrassed talking about it. Is there really someone who can break the 1-month time rule? Ding Ziyu found it hard to believe. The timing for praying for blind boxes was a strict rule. How could it change for Long Xiaoye? Was it just because she was a bit silly and cute? Or was there some other reason? Ding Ziyu couldn't figure out the reason behind it. He could only say that the blind boxes sent down by heaven were becoming increasingly strange. Even the fixed rules could vary from person to person. Heaven, please give me a blind box. We need to get rid of a wicked person. Long Xiaoye, with her big, naive eyes, knelt beside and directly voiced her wish. Ding Ziyu was dumbfounded. Could praying for a blind box really be done like this? Wasn't it supposed to be a silent prayer in one's heart? The internet said to be devout, to be quiet, and to maintain a calm and natural mindset. But Long Xiaoye was doing it completely differently. She was expressing her strong intention and stating it outright, which was quite absurd. Just when Ding Ziyu was doubting her life, the world swayed and actually delivered a blind box to her. However, when Ding Ziyu focused her gaze, she was shocked by the appearance of this blind box. It turned out to be shaped like a black coffin. No, to be precise, it was a coffin, just much smaller in proportion. Ding Ziyu held her breath and stared at the coffin-shaped blind box, only to see that there was actually a person inside, dressed in a rather familiar official uniform. Is this a zombie? Ding Ziyu suddenly felt overwhelmed. Long Xiaoye had actually prayed for a zombie to appear, although she didn't know how strong it was. This guy definitely posed a threat. In other words, whatever Long Xiaoye asked for, the heavens granted her. Who was she? Had she saved billions of lives in her past life? Or had she done something earth-shattering? This blind box contains a sealed level 4 black hair zombie, and its power is extremely strong. With your strength, you must not provoke it. While Ding Ziyu was lost in thought, the Eye of Truth had already revealed the situation inside the blind box. What does level 4 black hair zombie mean? Zombies have levels? Ding Ziyu searched her meager knowledge and found she had almost no understanding of this. All along, she had thought zombies were just things made up in ancient films and dramas to scare people, that they didn't exist at all. Now, she realized she was wrong. Zombies not only have levels, but there are many levels. The most powerful zombies can fight against deities and remain undefeated. Just know that this zombie is powerful, and you can't afford to provoke it. The Eye of Truth didn't explain in detail, but Ding Ziyu dared not take its warning lightly. Since I can't provoke it, how do I open this blind box? There is a seal, you can open it with peace of mind. As long as you don't remove the seal, it won't attack you. The exchange between Ding Ziyu and the Eye of Truth was completed in almost a second. Long Xiaoye was also frightened by the blind box in front of her and quickly hid behind Ding Ziyu. Yet, out of curiosity, she poked her head out to examine the palm-sized coffin box. Ding Ziyu focused again and noticed that the black-haired zombie inside had a yellow talisman paper stuck to its head, covered in messy runes that she couldn't recognize at all. As long as that talisman doesn't fall off, it is just a decoration and has no attack power. This time, the Eye of Truth was very clear. Can it defeat that old ghost named Guan? Ding Ziyu still felt uneasy. That old guy was just too vicious. Don't worry, this black hair zombie is strong enough. With the Eye of Truth's reassurance, Ding Ziyu felt relieved. She quickly pulled the blind box into her arms and turned to head towards Guan Diren's training room. Uncle, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Long Xiaoye hurriedly followed. Ding Ziyu glanced at her and finally tacitly allowed her to come along. Guan Diren's training room was not closed. It looked the same when Ding Ziyu left as it did when she returned. She carefully pushed the door open and found Guan Diren sitting cross-legged on the carpet, his eyes slightly closed, as if he was meditating or digesting something. Hearing the door open, he casually glanced over, saw it was Ding Ziyu, and then lowered his eyelids, too lazy to respond. Ding Ziyu stood at the door, placed her finger on her lips, and made a quiet gesture to Long Xiaoye. Once Long Xiaoye stopped moving, Ding Ziyu boldly reached for the coffin box, gently flicked her finger, and opened the black coffin box. In the next moment, the coffin box dissipated into swirling black mist, and a zombie quietly appeared in the training room, the black mist directly attaching to it, transforming into dense black hair. Long Xiaoye was so frightened that she took several steps back, her naive eyes revealing a look of fear, making her seem somewhat cute yet a bit comical. Ding Ziyu waved at her, urging her to hurry outside. Then, with boldness, Ding Ziyu tore off the yellow talisman from the zombie's head, quickly exited the training room, and shut the door behind him. Bang bang! A rhythmic thumping sound came from inside the training room. The black-haired zombie had moved. Guan Diren had just swallowed Ding Ziyu's blood and felt his strength slowly increasing. It was clear that the divine object swallowed by Ding Ziyu was definitely not an ordinary item. If he could drink all of Ding Ziyu's blood, he would surely break through to the 6th stage of Martial Saint. Just as he was fully focused on his training, a rather strange figure jumped towards him. Yes, he wasn't walking, he was jumping. However, he jumped with considerable speed and rhythm. Damn, a zombie. The moment Guan Diren opened his eyes, he was startled. It was obvious that Ding Ziyu had brought this in. Guan Diren sprang up and swung his fist at the approaching zombie. He wasn't afraid of a martial saint expert, so what was there to fear from a mere monster zombie? Besides, he had never seen a zombie before and thought it was likely someone Ding Ziyu had found to scare him. Guan Diren was very fast, but his punch did not land on the zombie. Instead, it was easily blocked by the zombie's hand. In the collision, the zombie only took a step back, while Guan Diren was knocked back 3 or 4 steps. Who are you? Why pretend to be a ghost? Guan Diren asked hastily, feeling wary. He still didn't believe that zombies truly existed in this world. Ding Ziyu stood not far from the training room, and upon hearing Guan Diren shout, he almost laughed out loud. The black-haired zombie could not communicate with Guan Diren. The only response he would get was a fierce attack. The entire training room was filled with loud bangs. If it weren't for the special reinforcements Guan Diren had made, it would have likely been smashed to pieces by now. Guan Diren suffered repeated setbacks, using all his skills, yet he still had no way to deal with the black-haired zombie. His heavy punches against the zombie felt like hitting a solid wall, causing little damage while leaving his arms sore from the recoil. The black-haired zombie hit him once, making him grimace in pain, completely losing the imposing demeanor of the West City tyrant. Guan Diren tried several times to escape from the training room, but all his plans fell through. The zombie's reaction speed was extraordinarily fast. Despite jumping around, it could accurately block his path every time. Guan Diren thought of many strategies, including trying to deceive with words, offering bribes, or using diversion tactics, but none worked. In desperation, Guan Diren unleashed all his strength and engaged in a fierce battle with the black-haired zombie. The power unleashed by the two of them shattered the training room into pieces, turning most of the Guan family's house into ruins. During this process, Guan Diren attempted to leap into the air to escape, but the black-haired zombie was incredibly quick, using its own black hair to entangle Guan Diren and drag him back every time. In the end, the notorious tyrant of West City was actually killed on the spot by the black-haired zombie. Ding Ziyu and the others hid at a distance, trembling with fear. They were afraid that Guan Diren would abandon the zombie and come over to crush them, but they were even more afraid that the black-haired zombie would come over and easily eliminate them both. Fortunately, the black-haired zombie had fixated on Guandiran, leaving him no chance to escape, and naturally, he had no opportunity to free himself to eliminate the two of them. Perhaps due to Guandiran's many misdeeds, when he died, the Guan family members scattered in a rush, taking away all the valuables they could carry. Seeing that everyone else had left, Ding Ziyu dared not move. He was still wearing the smart bracelet left by Guandiran, which had to be unlocked with Guandiran's fingerprint, but the black-haired zombie stood motionless beside him, and Ding Ziyu simply did not dare to approach. Will Guandiran turn into a zombie? Ding Ziyu asked, following the trope from movies where those killed by zombies usually end up becoming zombies themselves. Was it guarding Guandiran, waiting for him to rise? The conditions for becoming a zombie are extremely harsh. Without a special environment, it's almost impossible to complete this transformation. However, the corpse poison of zombies is very potent. Those killed by them will carry strong corpse poison, and ordinary people need to be especially careful. But that corpse poison has no effect on you. Your cultivation of the diamond-glazed body is its natural nemesis. The response from the Eye of Truth relieved Ding Ziyu. If it were like in the movies, Daning City would soon become a zombie territory. Then why doesn't it leave? It should be absorbing the corpse energy emanating from Guandiran's body. If you scare it off with a talisman, it will probably leave. Ding Ziyu indeed still held the yellow talisman he had peeled off the zombie's head. He didn't know how powerful it was, but as long as it could subdue the black-haired zombie, that was enough. When Ding Ziyu raised the talisman, the black-haired zombie indeed reacted, as if it had caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu boldly took a few steps forward. As a result, the black-haired zombie suddenly jumped up and vanished into the darkness at an incredible speed. Damn, that was terrifying. Ding Ziyu let out a long breath and quickly ran to Guandiran's body, soon unlocking the smart bracelet with his finger. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed he was still wearing a ring. Ding Ziyu's heart stirred. He knew this must be Guandiran's space ring, so he took it off without hesitation. Hurry up and go. Ding Ziyu pulled Long Xiaoye and quickly ran into the night. However, after running just a few steps, they were stopped by a man in black. You too, come with me, the man in black said rudely. Who are you? Why should we go with you? Ding Ziyu was immediately on edge. This night had been quite miserable. First, he was chased by the Zhou family, then taken back home by a bully from the West City. Just when he finally managed to escape, he encountered this man in black. You don't need to know who I am. Just know that I am stronger than you, the man in black said, suddenly lifting off the ground, showcasing the strength of a martial saint. No matter which level of martial saint he was, he could easily crush Ding Ziyu, let alone Long Xiaoye. Ding Ziyu's face turned grim. He was worried about encountering someone like Guandiran again. He couldn't be this lucky every time. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person and won't harm you. On the contrary, following me will save you a lot of trouble. The man in black noticed Ding Ziyu's concerns and explained a bit. Whether the two believed him or not, it was certainly better than being forcibly taken back. With no other choice, they had to follow the man in black. Oh no, my little Cheng hasn't come back yet. After walking for a while, Long Xiaoye suddenly realized, in her haste to leave, she had forgotten about the matter of the blue bird. Don't worry, your little Cheng has already been taken back by the leader. It will be fine, the man in black quickly replied. Ding Ziyu suddenly realized that this person had come to find them, most likely because of that blue bird. Could it be that their so-called leader had also recognized the origins of the blue bird? What sect are you from? Can you tell us about it? Ding Ziyu wanted to inquire about the information. In Daning City, any organization with some strength could be investigated. Whether these organizations were good or bad, there were corresponding evaluations. I can't tell you for now, but you'll know in due time. The man in black quickened his pace, seemingly unconcerned about whether the two would follow. Long Xiaoye looked anxious. She valued Xiao Cheng greatly and felt compelled to follow, regardless of the danger. Ding Ziyu's mind raced several times before he ultimately decided to follow. Long Xiaoye had helped him a few times, and if he left now, it would be too heartless. Of course, the key factor was that the man in black showed no malice, which led Ding Ziyu to decide to see what was going on. After all, he had nowhere else to go. The two followed the man in black through streets and alleys, and after nearly half an hour, they finally entered an underground building. Ding Ziyu could only roughly determine that they were still in the West District, but the exact location was unknown. For the directionally challenged Long Xiaoye, she was already dizzy. The underground building appeared very advanced, constructed entirely of metal, with electronic eyes scanning and even requiring a dynamic password to open. Once the door opened, they were greeted by bright lights in various pavilions and towers, all exquisitely crafted. It was filled with a strong classical flavor. In this era, it was rare for anyone to spend resources on such things. After all, a slight mishap could easily turn it into ruins. After passing through several corridors, they finally arrived outside a grand hall shaped like a coiling dragon. The main entrance of the hall bore 3 large, flamboyant characters, Cheng Tianjiao. This name was quite imposing. Without some strength or skill, who would dare to take on the name of Cheng Tian? Even the formidable Blind Box Management Bureau didn't have a name as powerful as Cheng Tianjiao. Deacon Wang is back. The leader has been waiting for her for a long time. A man in his 30s stepped forward and respectfully addressed the man in black. Ding Ziyu observed Deacon Wang and noticed 2 silver threads on the cuffs of his clothing, resembling some sort of uniform. In contrast, the man in gray wore a gray outfit with 4 white lines on his cuffs. It seemed that Cheng Tianjiao was a highly hierarchical organization. However, Ding Ziyu had never heard of Cheng Tianjiao before. There was no mention of it online either. Take him down to rest. I'll take this girl to meet the leader. Deacon Wang pointed at Ding Ziyu, revealing that the person he was looking for was actually Long Xiaoye, and he was merely an afterthought. Brother looks like a low-level martial artist. Just come with me. The gray-clad man glanced at Ding Ziyu and said casually. Ding Ziyu didn't move but turned his gaze to Long Xiaoye. At that moment, Long Xiaoye looked helplessly at Ding Ziyu. She was genuinely scared and hoped Ding Ziyu would accompany her to meet the mysterious leader. Don't worry, the leader is incredibly powerful. Would they need to use any means to harm you? Deacon Wang urged as he noticed Long Xiaoye's hesitation. Can he come with me to meet the leader? Long Xiaoye still felt afraid. Everything here was particularly unfamiliar to her. Only Ding Ziyu felt somewhat familiar, so she instinctively regarded him as her support. Deacon Wan's expression darkened, and he looked ready to explode with anger. It seemed he was very wary of the leader and dared not take Ding Ziyu without permission. At that moment, an extremely powerful mental force swept over. When it brushed against Ding Ziyu, he couldn't help but shiver. Oh, this little guy is quite interesting. Let him come along, a melodious voice came through, carrying a hint of authority. Yes, leader. Although Deacon Wang had not seen the person, he naturally bowed in respect. Let's go, you can come in with us. As the 3 of them walked in, the Eye of Truth immediately became unsettled. This Lord of the Celestial Heaven is quite powerful. When we go over, please don't communicate with me. I'm worried she might see through your situation at a glance. Really? Even you're scared? Just how strong is this Lord of the Celestial Heaven? Ding Ziyu didn't expect the Eye of Truth to show fear. Previously, when Steward Wang mentioned that the Lord had heavenly strength, Ding Ziyu thought he was exaggerating. Normally, a martial saint at the 8th stage or above would already be incredibly powerful. Ding Ziyu guessed that this so-called Lord might be at that level. What realm do you think this Lord of the Celestial Heaven is in? Ding Ziyu asked, feeling a bit uneasy. I don't know. Anyway, during my peak, I probably wouldn't dare to provoke someone like that. The Eye of Truth didn't elaborate, but given the gravity of the statement, one could imagine just how strong this Lord was. Once the 3 entered the main hall, the Eye of Truth fell silent, unwilling to say another word. Ding Ziyu also realized the seriousness of the situation and stopped trying to engage in conversation. Inside the hall, there were actually 2 rows of people in white robes sitting cross-legged, not many, perhaps around 10. They wore white garments, and their cuffs were embroidered with varying amounts of golden threads. Clearly, their status was much higher than that of Steward Wang. At the top of the hall sat a woman in colorful attire, but around her was a flowing white mist, making it impossible for Ding Ziyu to see her body or face clearly. The sense of mystery was quite strong. However, the little blue bird, Long Xiaoye's companion, was flitting around her happily. Little girl, what is your name? The Lord's voice rang out again. My name is Long Xiaoye. Can you return my little Qing to me, Lord? Long Xiaoye said boldly. She didn't know who this Lord was, but she was very protective of her little bird. Of course, I can return it to you. It was yours to begin with. Do you know the origins of little Qing? The Lord asked kindly, not angered by Long Xiaoye's words. I don't know. I just know it's very obedient and smart. Oh, right, it can fight too. And it's quite formidable. Long Xiaoye recalled how little Qing had dealt with that black gold rat, blinding it in just a few moves. Hee, you are quite naive. The fact that little Qing is willing to recognize you as its master shows that you have great fortune. Would you be willing to become my disciple? As soon as the Lord of the Celestial Heaven said this, the 2 rows of people in white immediately opened their eyes and turned to look at Long Xiaoye, as if this was a significant matter. What can I learn by becoming your disciple? Long Xiaoye asked, looking confused. Ding Ziyu felt a bit anxious for her. If Long Xiaoye had such a powerful backing, who would dare bully her in the future? Even if she remained innocent, her life would surely be protected. I have many things I can teach. You can learn whatever you want, as long as you can grasp it. The Lord of the Celestial Heaven smiled, seemingly very pleased. With a gentle gesture of her hand in the air, a beam of white light shot forth and directly entered Long Xiaoya's forehead. Take your time to comprehend it. Only when you have mastered it can you become my official disciple. Until then, you can only be considered my registered disciple. The Lord of the Celestial Heaven seemed to have imparted something extraordinary to Long Xiaoya. Congratulations to the Lord for accepting a new registered disciple. All the people in white stood up and bowed to the Lord. Their gazes towards Long Xiaoya became much more fervent. From this moment on, Long Xiaoya's identity had fundamentally changed. Within the Celestial Heaven sect, her status was now quite high. Long Xiaoya stood there in a daze, clearly unable to digest so much information at once. Seeing the expressions of everyone, she revealed a hint of shyness. Young man, who are you, and what is your relationship with Xiaoye? The lord of the Changtian sect finally turned his gaze to Ding Ziyu. Report to master. Sect leader, his name is Ding Ziyu, he is my uncle, Long Xiaoya hurriedly answered, somewhat incoherently. You girl, just be honest, from now on, call me master. The lord of the Changtian sect reproached Long Xiaoya, though his affection was evident in his words. Ding Ziyu didn't know what to say, he knew Long Xiaoya more by coincidence. Since Long Xiaoya had no ill intentions, their interactions were quite pleasant. Ding Ziyu wanted to explain a few things, but just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the lord of the Changtian sect. I see you have a deep connection with Buddhism and some ties to our sect. Would you be willing to join us? What benefits are there to joining you? Ding Ziyu asked directly. He understood that he could not be compared to Long Xiaoya. At most, he was just an inconspicuous minor character. You brat, asking for benefits without any contribution. The lord of the Changtian sect's tone was displeased, but after glancing at Long Xiaoya, his tone softened considerably. Our sect possesses a collection of Buddhist teachings. If you join, you may practice them. As for how much you can learn, that depends on your abilities. If you are unwilling, then leave. The lord of the Changtian sect was quite indifferent. It was likely that if it weren't for Long Xiaoya's acquaintance with Ding Ziyu, he would have been dismissed the moment he asked for benefits. Hearing this, Ding Ziyu felt nothing in particular, but the Eye of Truth was somewhat excited, unable to resist stimulating Ding Ziyu with its mental power. However, this slight movement caught the lord of the Changtian sect's attention. You have some fortune, young man. If you join our sect, I can directly grant you the status of a black-clad steward. As soon as the lord of the Changtian sect finished speaking, the white-clad experts all turned to look at Ding Ziyu. Clearly, the sect leader's regard for Ding Ziyu had increased a few notches. The steward Wang was even more astonished. With his strength at the fourth stage of the martial saint, he barely qualified as a second-level steward. This kid, clearly just a minor martial artist, what merit did he have to be valued so highly by the sect leader? Ding Ziyu felt nothing particularly special about it. Whether black-clad or white-clad, they were all just followers of the Changtian sect. Perhaps that collection of Buddhist teachings would be significant for him, but was it really that important? With the ability of the Eye of Truth, he could obtain unexpected treasures at any time in the blind box market. After joining your sect, can I come and go freely? Ding Ziyu asked another question. No. All members who join our sect must strictly follow our sect's rules. Without our arrangements, you cannot come and go freely. Steward Wang answered Ding Ziyu's question first. No one else contradicted him, tacitly agreeing. Then I'm sorry, I don't wish to join the Changtian sect. Please escort me out. Ding Ziyu outright refused. He still needed to find his grandfather. If he couldn't leave, how could he find anyone? He would have no chance to pick up bargains in the blind box market either. Ding Ziyu's response left everyone stunned. With such generous conditions offered by the sect leader, they had expected him to agree, but he instead refused. Very well, Steward Wang, you take him out, the lord of the Changtian sect said coldly, and everyone else lowered their eyes, no longer looking at him. Please follow me. Steward Wang's tone had also turned as cold as before. When Ding Ziyu emerged from the underground building, a mass of black mist appeared before him. After walking forward for more than 10 steps, even the building had vanished from sight. Is it really this magical? Ding Ziyu found it astonishing and stepped back, but he still couldn't find the previous entrance. Stop looking, this should be the legendary heavenly secret concealment technique. With your level, even if it's right in front of you, you won't be able to find it. The True Eye immediately dispelled Ding Ziyu's thoughts of continuing to probe. Aren't you the True Eye? Can you find it? I dare not search. If I anger that leader, she could easily wipe me out. You really missed a great opportunity. The Buddhist teachings collected by the leader of the Changtian sect are certainly not ordinary goods. To give up such a good chance is just foolish. The True Eye turned its thoughts and began to sigh with some excitement. In fact, it wasn't just the Buddhist teachings collected by Changtian. joining the Chang Tian sect meant having a powerful backing. What were families like the Zhou family or the tyrants of the West City in the eyes of the Chang Tian sect? Any one of those white-clad individuals could easily take them down. Opportunities can be sought again later, but once Grandpa is gone, he is truly gone. Ding Ziyu's thoughts were quite simple. To put it nicely, it was called persistence. To put it bluntly, it was stubbornness. Who knows where your grandpa went? Why not go back to your old house and take a look? What if he returned there alone? The True Eye proposed a hypothesis. This wasn't impossible. After Ding Shichen disappeared, there was indeed a possibility he had quietly returned home. Listening to the True Eye's analysis, Ding Ziyu also felt there was a chance, so he excitedly ran home. After 5 in the morning, Ding Ziyu finally returned to his home. However, it had become a dilapidated mess, clearly having been deliberately vandalized. Not to mention the things inside, even the windows were all broken. There was no one at home. Instead, a wild cat was darting around in his old house. He hadn't expected that just a few days could lead to such a state. Ding Ziyu felt both heartbroken and confused, not knowing where to search for his grandpa's whereabouts. Let's rest for a bit and talk when it gets light. Didn't you get that Guan Dirun spatial ring? See if there's anything good inside. The True Eye noticed Ding Ziyu's low spirits and quickly shifted his attention. Speaking of this, Ding Ziyu's mood indeed improved a lot. He took out the spatial ring, concentrated his mental energy, and soon saw the items inside. The first thing he saw was a large pile of dragon coins, and there were quite a few. Initial estimates suggested at least over 1 million. Next to the dragon coins were 2 dragon cards, but Ding Ziyu didn't have the secret code and didn't know if these dragon cards were anonymous, so no matter how much money was in there, he had no chance of getting it. Besides the dragon coins, there were also 2 peculiar blind boxes. One was surprisingly a red, white, and blue tricolor blind box, which was quite rare. The other was an irregular blind box that shimmered with golden light. In addition to these, there were also 2 secret techniques and some daily necessities, all of which looked quite valuable. Ding Ziyu was particularly interested in the blind boxes and took them out first. He brought the tricolor blind box in front of his eyes. Focusing intently, he found that inside was actually a pool of water. That's right, a pool, and it looked bottomless. This blind box contains a spiritual spring. Long-term consumption is extremely beneficial for your body. Spiritual spring? How does this work? Will I fall directly into it when I open it? Or will it turn the ground into a deep pool? Or will I just pour out the entire pool of water? Ding Ziyu was stunned. The consequences of opening this blind box were truly hard to estimate. Even though he knew what was inside, he felt somewhat helpless. I can't be sure, but it should roughly turn into a deep pool on the spot. If you can get a fairy mansion, placing it in there would be best. The True Eye thought for a moment and suggested something Ding Ziyu had never even considered. What is a fairy mansion? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. Well, it's like the territory within the Chang Tian sect. It's a fairy mansion. It can move at any time, appearing in any place you least expect. The True Eye's words left Ding Ziyu speechless. No wonder everything he saw within the Chang Tian sect was so peculiar. It turned out to be for this reason. The Immortal Mansion also uses electronic alloy doors and even dynamic passwords? Ding Ziyu recalled the scene when Steward Wang opened the door. It was clearly a product of technology. Those are all illusions, with heavenly mechanisms concealing the truth. The entrance to the Immortal Mansion can change into any form they desire. Upon hearing this from the True Eye, Ding Ziyu felt there was no need to ask further. These things were beyond his knowledge, and asking would be pointless. It turned out that many things couldn't be found online. The 3-color blind box had to be set aside for now. It wouldn't be possible to open it anytime soon. Ding Ziyu then looked at another golden anomalous blind box, and inside was actually a kitchen knife. However, this knife was quite large, too big to fit in a room. Wow! I've heard of a 40-meter cleaver, but I've never seen a kitchen knife over 10 meters long. Ding Ziyu couldn't help but comment, wondering who would use such a knife. I didn't expect to open it. This kitchen knife should have been used by the culinary god back in the day. Although it doesn't have any magical powers or strange attributes, it is particularly heavy and extremely sharp. Its weight is about 1,500 pounds. The True Eye chuckled, clearly thinking of something amusing. Ding Ziyu was somewhat speechless. With his current strength, he could barely lift this kitchen knife, but its size made it impractical to use. At this point, the benefits of consuming the diamond relic had finally manifested. Ding Ziyu's strength had reached the 7th stage of a martial artist and was rapidly approaching the 8th stage. The greatest benefit was that his diamond-glazed body had shown significant improvement, with much stronger bone density, transitioning towards a bronze body. It's time to go to the official martial arts hall to test my martial artist rank. Ding Ziyu put everything away. He planned to utilize the Blind Box Management Bureau's coverage capabilities to search for his grandfather. After all, they were an official organization, and the entire Dining city was under their management. With his middle-aged appearance, it would be hard for anyone to recognize his true identity. At that time, he would just need to change his name, and perhaps he could join the Blind Box Management Bureau. In the morning, there weren't many people testing their ranks at the official martial arts hall. Ding Ziyu paid the testing fee and quickly arrived at the strength testing machine. He threw a punch with all his might, and indeed, his strength reached 785 kilograms, not far from becoming an 8th-stage martial artist. Ding Ziyu chose the name Ding Etian for himself, simple and easy to remember. He then received the official badge for a 7th-stage martial artist and registered the name Ding Etian in the official system. From now on, Ding Ziyu had an officially recognized identity. Those who weren't even martial artists lacked any legal identity. So many inexplicable deaths went unnoticed. Holding his new identity, Ding Ziyu went directly to the Blind Box Management Bureau. The place was indeed vast, with a constant stream of people entering. "Are you still hiring here?" Ding Ziyu wasn't sure what the procedure was, so he just approached a workstation and inquired. A 7th-stage martial artist? You can go to workstation number 3 on the right. Martial artists above the 7th stage are exempt from testing, the staff member said, glancing at Ding Ziyu's identity badge, a slight smile appearing on their face. The Blind Box Management Bureau required testing for 5th-stage martial artists. Only after passing through comparison and competition could they qualify to enter the bureau. For martial artists above the 7th stage, their strength was already significantly greater, so the process was naturally less cumbersome. Ding Etian, 32 years old, a 7th-tier martial artist, awakened for a month, rated as excellent. The staff member entered Ding Ziyu's information while reciting it aloud. Regarding the awakening time, the martial arts hall also required testing, especially for martial artists who were getting certified for the first time. Relevant tests had to be conducted and recorded. Ding Ziyu's age was relatively on the older side, but achieving the strength of a 7th-tier martial artist within the first month of awakening was quite impressive, hence the excellent rating. "Brother Ding, come with me, I'll take you to the management center to check in," the staff member said enthusiastically. It was rare for her to encounter an excellent martial artist in a month, so she regarded Ding Ziyu with special attention. The key was that this guy looked quite handsome, exuding the charm of a mature man. If it were an ordinary person, she wouldn't have bothered. Before long, Ding Ziyu followed the attractive woman into another building. The number of people here was noticeably fewer. It should be the core area of the Blind Box Management Bureau. The two quickly entered a sizable office, where many people greeted the woman with smiles and cast curious glances at Ding Ziyu. "Captain Chen, I've brought you an excellent martial artist today. You must thank me properly," the woman said playfully in front of a burly man. "Sure, see, if you want to rob me, just say it outright, no need for excuses." At his age, he can be considered an excellent martial artist? Captain Chen clearly had some doubts. There were indeed many martial artists who awakened their powers after middle age, and many had practiced for years with little progress. Captain Chen's skepticism was understandable. "Captain Chen, this is the official result just tested. There must be a record in the system. If you don't believe it, you can check it yourself," Shirsi said, handing Ding Ziyu's ID badge to Captain Chen, her expression showing clear displeasure. Captain Chen was half convinced, opened the work system to check, and his eyes widened in surprise. Hey, he actually reached the 7th tier within a month, not far from the 8th tier. Not bad, not bad. This must be excellent. "Shirsi, I misjudged you. I'll treat you tonight," Captain Chen said happily, his expression towards Ding Ziyu becoming much more animated. "Brother Ding, come sit over here. I am Chen Rulin, captain of the 18th team, and from now on, you will be one of us," Captain Chen said politely, pulling out a chair for Ding Ziyu to sit down. "Captain Chen is too kind. I hope you will take good care of me in the future," Ding Ziyu replied as he took a seat. The Blind Box Management Bureau was indeed quite large. Looking at the queue, there were at least A and B teams ahead, and who knows how many teams under each designation. Our 18th team has 3 small groups, each with a standard member count of 10. The first group is currently short-staffed, so you will join the first group. Your group leader will inform you of the specific tasks later. Captain Chen quickly arranged for Ding Ziyu to join the work team. "Gao Xinyu, come over to take the new member." Show Ding Etian around to familiarize him with the basic processes, Captain Chen called out, and a beautiful woman stood up from a corner of the office. Ding Ziyu glanced over and found that she was even more beautiful than Shirsi, standing about 175 centimeters tall with long legs. "What's wrong? Never seen such a standard beauty?" Gao Xinyu approached, jokingly saying to Ding Ziyu, "From now on, you are my person, we have plenty of time to look." Team leader Gao is indeed very beautiful. "I hope you will take good care of me in the future." Ding Ziyu smiled slightly. He glanced at the rank insignia of this team leader, and to his surprise, she was a 10th tier martial artist. She could be quite formidable when she wanted to be. Hee hee, looks like you know how to talk. Gao Xinyu smiled back and then asked, are you planning to stay at the bureau, or will you go home? Of course, I'll stay at the bureau. Do they provide meals there? Ding Ziyu had no place to stay at the moment. Staying at the bureau would definitely be much better, at least it was guaranteed to be safe. They provide 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner, and you have to take care of lunch yourself. Come on, I'll take you to the dormitory at the bureau. As Gao Xinyu spoke, she started walking. Our work consists of patrolling one day and sitting in the office the next. Unless there are special circumstances, we work 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. You can't leave your post for personal matters during work hours, but you're free outside of that. Today, it's our team's turn to sit in the office, and since you're new, you don't have to work today. Just get your living arrangements sorted out first. These things were actually quite simple, and Ding Ziyu understood after a brief introduction. The dormitory at the bureau was very basic, just a single room with amenities. For a single man like Ding Ziyu, it was more than enough. Gao Xinyu helped him get bedding, blankets, and the bureau's professional uniform, and after a bit of tidying up, it was basically ready for him to move in. This row of dormitories is all for our Team 18. I live in the one at the very end. If you have any questions, you can come find me later. Gao Xinyu pointed to the end of the row of dormitories and said a few more words before leaving. Ding Ziyu knew she was still on duty and didn't want to delay her, so he started organizing everything in the room himself. Just as he finished tidying up and was about to practice a bit, a sharp alarm sounded outside. Before Ding Ziyu could figure out what was happening, Captain Chen rushed in with a group of people, including Gao Xinyu, the leader of the first group. Come with us quickly, there's a big problem in the West City. Gao Xinyu called out to Ding Ziyu and quickened her pace to run outside. Once Ding Ziyu and the others got into the armored vehicle, it sped off towards the West City with a loud siren. Captain Gao, what exactly happened over there? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. I heard that a huge swarm of ants came out of a blind box, Gao Xinyu said with a serious expression. Is it really necessary to exaggerate about a swarm of ants? Ding Ziyu was a bit confused, clearly skeptical about the news. You'll know when we get there. Gao Xinyu didn't explain in detail because she wasn't particularly clear on the specifics either. Several teams from the Blind Box Bureau had already gone over, including some martial arts masters. The armored vehicle crashed through the streets, almost flying, and in just over 10 minutes, they arrived at the West City. When Ding Ziyu and the others got out of the vehicle, they immediately felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. All around them, battles were taking place, not only involving people from the Blind Box Bureau but also many martial artists from various schools. The streets were filled with ants, each one the size of a small pig, weighing at least dozens of pounds and about a meter long, and there were a staggering number of them. Weak martial artists who charged in would find themselves losing limbs if bitten, or at the very least, losing a chunk of flesh. Among the swarm, there were a few particularly large ants, as robust as calves. Their bodies displayed a black-red color, faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen. These big ants were incredibly fierce, and many of the Blind Box Bureau personnel didn't dare to confront them directly. They could easily demolish a building and hurl stones weighing hundreds or even thousands of pounds at people. Wherever these ants went, the city instantly turned into ruins. No matter the buildings or streets, not a single piece of ground was left intact. Even more alarming was that these ants not only had a particularly strong aggression but also an enormous appetite. Whether it was fruits, vegetables, walking animals, or humans, everything was their food. This is the super fire ant, not only incredibly strong but also extremely aggressive, and it has a very high reproductive capacity. You all have a big problem. If you can't deal with them, the entire city of Danning could become their nest. The Eye of Truth quickly relayed the relevant information back. What the hell? Ants have become this fierce. Do they have any weaknesses? Ding Ziyu felt a bit of a chill at the news. He had just joined the Blind Box Management Bureau, and there were many things he hadn't had the chance to address. How could such a huge problem arise so suddenly? Yes, fire ants are afraid of the cold. Using ice-type secret techniques to attack them is very effective. Ice-type secret techniques? Ding Ziyu was unsure if there were any experts in this area within the Blind Box Management Bureau. But with so many super fire ants, even if a few people knew how to use them, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it all. He saw quite a few people using flamethrowers against the ants, trying to burn them, but the results were not very good. Only the weakest ants could be easily burned. Slightly stronger ones could withstand the flames from the flamethrowers and charge at the users, easily taking them down. In the short time since they got out of the car, many ants had already rushed towards them. The people in front had already started to take action. What weapon are you using? These ants have very strong defenses, especially those big ones. Ordinary weapons probably won't hurt them, Gao Xinyu asked Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu was taken aback. He really didn't have any decent weapons on hand. That kitchen knife might work, but it was a bit too big. He would probably tire himself out just trying to use it. Thinking of what the Eye of Truth had said, Ding Ziyu began to look around. Soon, he noticed a shop that had several liquid nitrogen tanks. Wasn't the nitrogen released from these tanks an ice-type attack? Ding Ziyu quickly ran over, dragging one tank with each hand, and hurried back. What are you doing with that? Be careful not to blow yourself up, Gao Xinyu asked, puzzled. She could see how powerful those ants were. Despite the thick and sturdy nitrogen tanks, with their attack power, they could easily tear them apart, quite ferocious. I just want to use this to blow them up and see if they can withstand it, Ding Ziyu said, not mentioning that fire ants were afraid of the cold. This explanation was reasonable enough. After all, an explosion from a nitrogen tank was still quite fierce. Oh, then be careful not to blow yourself up. Gao Xinyu acknowledged Ding Ziyu's reasoning. Regardless of whether it would work, it wouldn't hurt to try. Ding Ziyu, dragging the hundreds of pounds of nitrogen tanks, ran quickly. As he approached the swarm of ants, he lifted the nitrogen tank with both hands and hurled it into the midst of the ants. With a loud clang, the nitrogen tank struck a fire ant, producing a significant metallic crash. However, the damage it caused to the ants was almost negligible. The ant that was hit immediately retaliated, its two large feet stabbing forward, and the hard metal tank was surprisingly as fragile as tofu, easily sliced open. Boom! The nitrogen tank exploded, releasing a cloud of white mist that enveloped the fire ants within a radius of several meters. The ants that had attacked the tank were blown into several pieces. Those larger ants affected by the white mist quickly froze in place, unable to move. The Eye of Truth was indeed correct. The nitrogen tank Ding Ziyu threw killed more than a dozen fire ants in one go, far more efficient than using weapons. Hey, these ants are afraid of nitrogen. Quickly bring over all the nitrogen tanks around. Before Ding Ziyu could finish speaking, Captain Chen had already discovered this secret. As soon as he spoke, many team members sprang into action. Ding Ziyu threw another nitrogen tank out, taking down more than 10 fire ants, and the pressure on their site eased immediately. Hey, brother, I didn't expect you to be a lucky charm. Just casually tossing out a nitrogen tank, and you found a way to deal with these ants. Gao Xinyu gave Ding Ziyu a thumbs up. Nitrogen tanks weren't rare. If you searched the city, you could still find plenty. Before long, several members of Team 18 brought dozens of nitrogen tanks, continuously hurling them at the fire ants, instantly clearing a large area. The once surging fire ants began to flee in other directions. Quickly report this news up the chain. Using nitrogen can deal with these troublesome big ants. Captain Chen immediately spread this important information. At that moment, warriors in several directions were fiercely battling the fire ants and were being pushed back by the massive ant swarm. The destruction caused by the super fire ants was severe. If they were allowed to develop further, the entire West District would likely be ruined. After receiving the news, the Blind Box Management Bureau quickly relayed this important information to all teams. Thus, a citywide search for nitrogen tanks was rapidly launched. In less than half an hour, a large number of nitrogen tanks were gathered in the West District. Ding Ziyu and the others just needed to throw the nitrogen tanks into the ant swarm, and many fire ants died under the chilling attack of the nitrogen. Those big fire ants have inner Dan in their bellies. Take action quickly while no one is paying attention, the Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu. Throwing bottles was such a simple task that someone else could do it. His absence wouldn't reduce their combat power significantly. Ding Ziyu looked back and saw a large area behind him filled with the corpses of fire ants, with at least a dozen of the larger ones. Their bodies had been frozen into several pieces. Ding Ziyu walked over to the nearest big ant and punched down, instantly shattering the fire ant's belly into fragments. A quick glance revealed a fire-red inner Dan the size of an egg, requiring hardly any effort. This inner Dan is good. It should help me enhance my strength. Ding Ziyu felt that the inner Dan from the fire ant matched well with his practice of the diamond-glazed body. With the Eye of Truth suppressing the violent power of the inner Dan, his strength would surely rise steadily. Ding Ziyu acted quickly. Within a few minutes, he had collected 15 inner dawn. Then he joined in again, continuing to throw nitrogen tanks at the fire ants. Fortunately, these fire ants really weren't very intelligent. After being attacked, they would destroy everything that attacked them. If it weren't for that, it wouldn't be easy to make them disappear. After a busy half-day, the swarm of fire ants that had appeared was finally eliminated. As for whether a few fire ants might be hiding in some corner or underground, that remained unknown. In any case, Ding Ziyu had made a huge haul, obtaining 57 inner dawn. With these to assist him, he felt he could even directly elevate his rank to the 10th level. Of course, it would be even better if he could cultivate the diamond-glazed body to the bronze level. After the team was called back, Team 18 received commendation from the Blind Box Management Bureau for being the first to find a solution to the fire ants. Not only did each member receive a reward of 10,000 dragon coins, but they also got an opportunity to learn a secret technique. Everyone in Team 18 was excitedly shouting, although they had set out later, they had found a way to deal with the fire ants without any casualties. Only a few people were injured, and it wasn't serious. In other teams, the casualties from this battle were significant. It was said that more than half of the personnel from the first two teams that went over had been lost, with several 10th level warriors dead. This shows just how fierce the fire ants were. If it weren't for Ding Ziyu on Team 18, they would have likely paid a hefty price. Tonight, the whole team is having a dinner, and the expenses will be covered by the team, Captain Chen happily announced. Spending a little money on a meal was nothing. What made him happiest was that he had another opportunity to learn a secret technique. The variety of secret techniques in the Blind Box Management Bureau was vast, and many were extremely precious, far beyond the common goods outside. Without making significant contributions, it was not easy to earn a chance to learn a secret technique. Ultimately, in this day and age, having strength was what truly mattered. Everything else was secondary. The dinner that night was lively, with all members of Team 18 present, filling 2 large tables. We managed to get through this crisis successfully and received commendation from the Bureau. First, we must sincerely thank our new brother, Ding Etian. If he hadn't accidentally discovered that the nitrogen tanks could kill those giant ants, not only would we not have this dinner, but many brothers would have likely perished, Captain Chen said seriously, glancing at the casualty reports from other teams, where many had lost more than half their members. Team 18 was undoubtedly lucky, and Captain Chen specifically thanked Ding Ziyu, with no complaints at all. As he finished speaking, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted, leaving Ding Ziyu blushing, somewhat unaccustomed to such attention. Captain Chen, this award was just luck. The brothers worked hard too. Ding Ziyu didn't dare to take all the credit. After all, he was just a newcomer. He would likely need to rely on his teammates many more times in the future. Ding brother, don't be modest. In this day and age, luck is also very important. Those who are unlucky don't live long. Just think about the person who brought those giant ants here today and the people around him, how unjustly they died. Captain Chen's words hit the mark. By the way, we also received a chance to learn a secret technique. This opportunity is rare, so everyone must seize it well. Learning a secret technique will fundamentally enhance our combat power. Everyone should consider what kind of secret technique they are most compatible with. The Bureau can't let us try every single one, he continued. I estimate that each person won't be able to try more than 3 techniques, so before speaking up, you must consider your own situation carefully. You can't choose blindly. If none of the 3 are compatible, then this opportunity will be wasted. Captain Chen understood the Bureau's reward mechanism, which is why he reminded everyone in advance. After a martial artist awakens their power and gradually improves their rank, they will have some insight into their training direction and what kind of secret techniques they can resonate with. Having a chance to choose 3 from 1 is already quite good. Whether one can seize it truly depends on their luck and the accuracy of their choices. Captain, I actually have a secret technique that I opened from a blind box. However, I am not compatible with it. If any brothers are interested, you can give it a try, Ding Ziyu said, holding 2 secret techniques he obtained from Guan Dirin's spatial ring. After being assessed by the Eye of Truth, one was of relatively high value but incompatible with Ding Ziyu. The other was a very ordinary technique, which the Eye of Truth deemed to have no training value. The one Ding Ziyu was preparing to present was this ordinary technique, named Mountain Opening Fist. What the Eye of Truth looked down upon might not be bad for ordinary martial artists. Ding Ziyu felt that the vast majority of martial artists who focused on strength should be able to resonate with this Mountain Opening Fist, including himself. It was just that the Eye of Truth believed Ding Ziyu shouldn't waste time on such a worthless technique. Ding brother, you're willing to share such a good thing? If you auction it off, it should sell for at least several tens of thousands of dragon coins, right? Gao Xinyu saw Ding Ziyu really take it out and quickly reminded him kindly, it's fine, I'm new here too, and I'll be relying on my brother's time a lot in the future. Consider this a greeting gift for everyone. Ding Ziyu truly didn't lack that little bit of money now. Once he got familiar with the people from the Management Bureau, would he still worry about not getting money in the future? Everyone saw Ding Ziyu act so generously, and their goodwill towards him immediately increased. A person who was lucky and generous in their actions would surely be very popular. Now, a circle of people gathered around, and after testing one by one, they found that nearly half of them could resonate with this Kaishan fist technique. It really was a huge benefit for Team 18. Brothers, listen to me. Captain Chen pressed down on the excited team members and said solemnly, Brother Ding is quite righteous, but we can't let him suffer too much. This book of Kaishan fist technique will be placed in Team 18's public account. As long as you can resonate with it, any member of Team 18 can access it. However, those who learn this secret technique must pay Brother Ding 5,000 dragon coins. Learning a secret technique for 5,000 dragon coins, this is a good deal, right? Once Captain Chen said this, all the team members started cheering. For the members of the Blind Box Management Bureau, 5,000 dragon coins wasn't a huge expense. If it could lead to learning a secret technique, it was a great bargain. This way, those who couldn't resonate with it would feel a bit better. After all, they didn't learn it and didn't have to pay. For Ding Ziyu, it was even more profitable. Now, with more than 10 people resonating with this secret technique, each paying 5,000, he had already recouped his costs. But Team 18 couldn't always have these people. It was likely that some would fall during missions, and naturally, new members would join in the future. For Ding Ziyu, this seemingly ordinary secret technique, which he didn't think much of, could bring long-term benefits. Why not take advantage of it? Brother Ding, do you have any objections to this arrangement? Captain Chan asked Ding Ziyu. I'll follow the captain's arrangements. However, this amount is a bit too much. Let's put half of the earnings from this secret technique into our team's public account. In the future, if any brother has a secret technique they don't need, they can also bring it out, and it can be considered a benefit for Team 18. Ding Ziyu was quite adept at dealing with people, a principle his grandfather often reminded him of. A person shouldn't take all the benefits for themselves, otherwise, it would be easy to attract jealousy. Hey, Brother Ding is straightforward enough, let's do it your way. Who knows, maybe in the future, our Team 18 can acquire many secret techniques and become the strongest team in the Ningqing Blind Box Management Bureau. Captain Chen envisioned that if his team had multiple secret techniques at their disposal, the captain's strength would surely grow stronger over time. As the saying goes, the tide washes away the sand. Warriors who learned these secret techniques would become stronger, and their chances of surviving missions would increase. Ding Ziyu's actions marked a good start for Team 18. The gathering ended on a cheerful note, and the camaraderie among the team members improved significantly. Especially for Ding Ziyu, the newcomer, they all had a good impression of him. On the way back, the team leader Gao Xinyu kept chatting enthusiastically with Ding Ziyu. Even Captain Chen joked about how Gao Xinyu seemed to have an interest in Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu, however, was so startled that he fled in a panic. Despite his 30-something appearance, he was still a pure-hearted young man inside. He found it hard to handle a mature and generous woman like Gao Xinyu, who dared to joke around so openly. After returning to the dormitory, Ding Ziyu quickly calmed down. It was time to focus on improving his strength. Don't rush to elevate your rank. In reality, the rank you set up is quite rubbish, only focusing on enhancing a warrior's power without truly unleashing the corresponding combat effectiveness. The Eye of Truth scoffed at this. How can I cultivate without raising my rank? What about all those inner Dan? Ding Ziyu was actually quite at a loss about how to cultivate. Even though he was already a 7th-tier warrior, he still felt quite confused about the true warrior system. If it weren't for the assistance of the Eye of Truth, he might not have found a direction for his cultivation. Who says they can't be used? Focus your main energy on the diamond-glazed body, and combine it with the ordinary body bone tempering technique. Emphasize strengthening your body, and as for that rank, it will naturally improve as your diamond-glazed body increases. The Eye of Truth had long been planning a cultivation route with Ding Ziyu. Of course, it would be even better if he could obtain a powerful secret technique that suited him. Are you saying to treat these inner Dan as nourishment for cultivating the diamond-glazed body? Don't you need those Buddhist sacred bones for them to be effective? Ding Ziyu asked in detail. In fact, his strength had mostly increased by using Buddhist and Taoist items, such as the formless sacred bone, diamond relic, and so on. Compared to these items, the inner Dan of the Iron Fire Ant seemed to be of a much lower grade. The Super Iron Fire Ant inner Dan is also a very good material for body refining. Just look at those Super Iron Fire Ants with inner Dan. Even a 10th-tier warrior charging at them won't gain much advantage, the Eye of Truth pointed out. Ding Ziyu recalled that this was indeed the case. Ordinary Iron Fire Ants could make warriors below the 6th tier very uncomfortable. Those Iron Fire Ants the size of small calves were quite fierce. Even the 10th-tier warrior Gao Xinyu was easily forced back when she charged at them. Fully operate the diamond-glazed body, and I'll help you digest those Super Iron Fire Ant inner Dan. The Eye of Truth was quite proactive, hoping he could grow stronger quickly. Ding Ziyu took out all the inner Dan, swallowing them one by one. If he followed his previous method, his strength would surely rise again. However, as the secret technique of the diamond-glazed body operated, the special energy extracted from those inner Dan began to gather in Ding Ziyu's bones. If Ding Ziyu could see it, he would notice that the density of his bones was continuously increasing, becoming very compact. At the same time, his bones were also transforming towards a bronze body, and the speed was quite fast. By the time he was cultivating until dawn, the Super Iron Fire Ant inner Dan in Ding Ziyu's hands had been mostly consumed. Just a few minutes ago, all his bones had completed a transformation, officially breaking through from an ordinary body to a bronze body. However, the strength of his skin still needed improvement. The diamond-glazed body was cultivated from the inside out, with the bones being strengthened first, followed by the internal organs, muscles, and skin. Now that Ding Ziyu had switched to the ordinary body bone tempering technique, which was the exact opposite, it was an external to internal cultivation method. So, the remaining few inner Dan were used to strengthen his skin. Once all the inner Dan had been absorbed by Ding Ziyu, he stopped cultivating. He stood up, easily waved his fist, and a series of sonic booms erupted. This immediately brought a satisfied smile to Ding Ziyu's face. In terms of strength, he had indeed broken through. Although he hadn't tested it, Ding Ziyu was sure he was at least above the 8th tier, and by quite a margin. Normal warriors, while meeting the explosive power requirements of their rank, did not have the ability to sustain output for long periods. It was like a person working, one couldn't remain in a state of extreme exertion for long. Ding Ziyu's situation, however, was quite different. He could maintain stable output even while exerting high-intensity explosive power. If a warrior of the same rank competed with him in strength, it wouldn't take long before they would inevitably be defeated. This was the benefit of having a strong body. Fundamentally, he was much stronger than others. It's a pity that the heaven-blocking staff can't be cultivated yet. I still need to find a suitable secret technique for myself, Ding Ziyu said, somewhat dissatisfied. In his opinion, he should directly practice the mountain opening fist technique, but the Eye of Truth wouldn't allow him to learn it, believing it was a waste of time. With my current strength, I should be able to use the chef god's kitchen knife, right? Ding Ziyu was still somewhat tempted. A kitchen knife this big would definitely be impressive. After all, who wouldn't want to show off a little when they're young? Perhaps tomorrow you'll be able to choose a technique that suits you, the Eye of Truth comforted Ding Ziyu. Who knows? I hope the Blind Box Management Bureau is better than that martial arts hall in South City, Ding Ziyu said, feeling both anticipation and worry. Early the next morning, all the members of Team B18 had gathered. Originally, they were supposed to go out on patrol today, but since they had worked yesterday, adjustments were made. Brother Ding, thank you. After practicing the mountain opening fist technique, I feel my combat power has significantly increased. I can better unleash my strength now. A team member came over, sincerely thanking Ding Ziyu. You're too polite, brother. It's your talent that allowed you to make such good progress overnight, Ding Ziyu replied, not taking credit, as he had not only received payment but also done a favor for the whole team. Surprisingly, 5 or 6 people had made breakthroughs after just one night of practice. Ding Ziyu couldn't help but marvel at how this so-called fist technique was indeed quite common. Is everyone here? Let's go to the secret technique hall to collect our rewards, Captain Shin said, glancing at everyone before leading the way. Before long, they arrived at a building with very tight security. Not only was it built particularly solidly, but it also had a martial saint-level expert stationed there. Director Liu, we're here to collect our secret techniques, Captain Chen said with a beaming smile as he stepped forward. I knew you little brats couldn't wait. The catalog is ready for you. As usual, each person can only choose 3 secret techniques. Whether they fit you depends on your luck, Director Liu said, stepping aside to let them in. The members of Team B18 took out their identity cards to verify their entry. Ding Ziyu followed a group inside and immediately saw a large screen displaying numerous names of secret techniques, totaling over 100. The Blind Box Management Bureau was indeed extraordinary. The collection of secret techniques was far beyond what those local martial arts halls could compare to. Diamond Strength Fist, Flowing Flower Flying Rain Sword Technique, Finger God Technique, Crosswater Cutting Knife Technique. Ding Ziyu glanced over, feeling dazzled by the sheer number of names. First, ignore those flashy names. Don't be fooled by how impressive they sound. Most of them are just for show, the Eye of Truth warned Ding Ziyu, advising him not to be blinded by those names. How do I distinguish the good from the bad just by the names? I can only read them out one by one and see if there's any technique you're familiar with, Ding Ziyu said, feeling overwhelmed by the grandeur of the names. Sigh, look at you, so inexperienced. If you had learned that Buddhist technique at Chengtian Academy, you would definitely achieve great things, the Eye of Truth lamented, regretting Ding Ziyu's choices. Such opportunities were rare, and missing out might mean never encountering them again. Ding Ziyu didn't want to waste time on useless talk and began reading the names of the secret techniques one by one. Stop, stop, stop. Note down that Golden Zen Buddha finger first, it seems promising. After Ding Ziyu silently recited over 50 secret techniques, the Eye of Truth finally spoke up. However, this name wasn't as impressive as the previous ones. Instead, it sounded very balanced and peaceful. Ding Ziyu wrote down this technique on paper and continued reading. After about 2 or 3 minutes, prompted by the Eye of Truth, he recorded another technique, Mystical Void Technique. From the name alone, one cannot discern anything. It's unclear which aspect of secret arts it pertains to. In any case, the Eye of Truth prompted him to take note, so he recorded it. Afterward, Ding Ziyu finished reading all the secret arts, and the Eye of Truth remains silent. You only picked 2 out of over 100 secret arts? Aren't you being a bit too picky? Just look at those grandiose names. Isn't there one that catches your eye? Ding Ziyu was somewhat speechless. In his view, he could easily find many impressive-looking secret arts just by randomly selecting. The Eye of Truth seemed completely uninterested in these impressive-sounding names. You don't understand. In the past, those big figures often chose very low-key names for their secret arts. The purpose was to catch the enemy off guard during a confrontation. If you give it a flashy name, anyone can see what it is. Won't others be on guard against you? The Eye of Truth had its own reasoning. According to it, true experts were quite low-key. Only those who were half-baked tended to flaunt their abilities, afraid that others wouldn't know what powerful secret arts they possessed. Yet, the more such people there were, the less impressive their secret arts turned out to be. What if a truly impressive person just likes to give their arts impressive names? Ding Ziyu was somewhat unconvinced. Everyone has different thoughts, even powerful figures can enjoy showing off. Nonsense. If there really were those loud names with strong attack power, would I not know about them? With this statement, the Eye of Truth completely silenced Ding Ziyu. Given its knowledge, perhaps what it said made some sense. At that moment, Gao Xinyu leaned over, glanced at the 2 secret arts Ding Ziyu had chosen, and curiously asked, "You've only picked 2 after such a long time? They seem rather unimpressive. Are these secret arts really useful? Hurry up, there are only a few minutes left. I don't know how to choose, I just guessed. If it doesn't fit, there's nothing I can do." Ding Ziyu naturally wouldn't tell the truth. To complete the 3 secret arts, he chose another one with Buddhist elements, the Vajra-subduing demon fist, and then submitted his selected secret arts along with everyone else. Looking at the other team members, almost all had chosen those that seemed very prestigious, the kind that sounded incredibly impressive just by their names. Some good people even chose the same secret arts, as the compatibility test would be done one by one. The secret arts Ding Ziyu submitted were not chosen by anyone else, so his compatibility test was called up quickly. Ding Ziyu first tested the Golden Zen Buddha finger, and the result came out in less than a minute. Its compatibility was quite high, almost ready for him to start practicing directly. Then he tried the mysterious no technique, which took 3 minutes but also showed good compatibility. What surprised Ding Ziyu was that the Vajra-subduing demon fist, which had obvious Buddhist characteristics, turned out to be incompatible with him, which he found quite strange. Given his situation, it should be quite rare for him not to be compatible with any Buddhist secret arts. He wondered if this Vajra-subduing demon fist was a subpar item. It did, however, indirectly confirm some of the Eye of Truth's statements. Those with impressive names generally had little substance. Which one should I choose? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth, eager to learn both secret arts. But there was only one reward, which was unavoidable. Given your situation, what you lack most now are technique-type secret arts. Choosing the Golden Zen Buddha finger will be the most beneficial for you. This secret art is also very intuitive. It's clear at a glance that it's a Buddhist finger technique. As for the mysterious no technique, I actually don't know what kind of secret art it is. I'm just going by feeling, and it should be a good thing. The Eye of Truth's words were essentially meaningless. Ding Ziyu pondered for a long time and ultimately decided to study Golden Zen Buddha finger. After all, the gamble of mysterious no technique was a bit too risky. If he didn't get what he wanted, it would be a huge loss. Kid, seeing you so conflicted, you could actually choose both secret techniques. But according to the regulations of the Management Bureau, you have to spend 200,000 dragon coins on one of them. Director Lu couldn't help but add when he saw Ding Ziyu's troubled expression. 200,000 dragon coins? Is it really that expensive? Upon hearing the price, Ding Ziyu felt a bit overwhelmed. The secret techniques auctioned outside could generally be obtained for under 100,000. The Blind Box Management Bureau actually wanted 200,000, and that was the price for internal staff. It was indeed a bit steep. Don't compare those outside secret techniques with ours at the Blind Box Management Bureau. The techniques here are all drawn from the blind boxes. Each one is genuine. As long as you can resonate with it, you can cultivate it. Director Lu saw through Ding Ziyu's hesitation. 200,000 dragon coins was indeed not a small amount. Many team leaders might not be able to come up with it. After all, their expenses were also high, and by the end of the month, there wouldn't be much left. The key was that in such a living environment, how many people were willing to save money? What if one day luck ran out and they suddenly died? Who would spend that money then? So, the vast majority of people were typical of the white moonlight type. Director Lu also saw that Ding Ziyu was in his 30s and estimated he might have some savings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to remind him. 200,000 it is, I'll buy it. Ding Ziyu gritted his teeth and decided to take out 200,000 dragon coins. After all, that money had come from Guandiran. Since the Eye of Truth said that mysterious no technique was worth a gamble, he might as well take a chance. What if a bicycle turned into a motorcycle? Good, you go pay first. The imprint copies of the 2 secret techniques can only be kept for a month. You must memorize all the content within that time, because after a month, the imprint copies will self-destruct, and whether you can learn it depends on your own ability. Since he didn't have to patrol that day, Ding Ziyu returned to his workstation after receiving the 2 secret technique imprints. Worried that he wouldn't be able to memorize both techniques in a month, Ding Ziyu immediately began to study. He also had the Eye of Truth participate to help strengthen his memory. This Golden Zen Buddha finger is very suitable for you right now. It can perfectly unleash the power of the diamond-glazed body. The Eye of Truth made an accurate judgment after understanding part of the content. This secret technique was divided into 2 main parts. The first part discussed how to enhance one's finger strength. This was quite easy for Ding Ziyu to grasp because it had a similar essence to the diamond-glazed body. With diligent practice, he should be able to get the hang of it quickly. As for how long it would take to meet the requirements of this secret technique, that depended on personal talent and the degree of hard work and cultivation. Anyway, after understanding the first half, Ding Ziyu was very confident in himself. The second part was about how to use one's finger strength. From the simplest grip to gradually concentrating all power on a few fingers, including the 2-finger Zen and 1-finger Zen widely used in Buddhism, all originated from this secret technique. According to the technique, if one cultivated it to a profound level, one could concentrate all their strength on a single finger, making it easy to pierce through gold and iron with just 1 finger. However, to reach such a level, one must be strong enough, otherwise, it would be impossible. The diamond-glazed body was the foundation for cultivating this secret technique, and it was clear that Ding Ziyu had made the right choice. No wonder he could resonate with this secret technique almost without spending much time. It wasn't without reason. After understanding Golden Zen Buddha finger, Ding Ziyu opened the mysterious no technique. At this point, Ding Ziyu was truly stunned. The characters above are all familiar to him, but when combined, he still doesn't know what they mean. What exactly is this Xian Wushu about? Ding Ziyu could only seek help from the Eye of Truth. However, this time the Eye of Truth did not respond to his question in a timely manner. After several minutes, the Eye of Truth finally came to its senses. I didn't expect it. I really didn't. This Xian Wushu is actually a simplified version of the supreme secret technique of Buddhism, Suhushu. You really have good luck. You've stumbled upon a treasure. What is Suhushu? It sounds impressive, being a supreme secret technique and all. Ding Ziyu looked bewildered, having never heard of anything related to it. Perhaps in the entire Blind Box Management Bureau, no one recognized the value of Xian Wushu, otherwise, it wouldn't have been placed among these ordinary secret techniques. Suhushu is known as the supreme secret technique of Buddhism, which teaches how to cultivate the heart and mind of the Buddhist path. To put it this way, some of the most common Buddhist verses are, Bodhi has no tree, the bright mirror is not a platform, originally there is nothing, where can dust alight? This is the description of the state of mind in Suhushu. It is a required practice for holy monks of Buddhism. Only with a clear mind can one reach the highest state. You obtaining this Xian Wushu is truly a great opportunity. If you lay a good foundation now, it will be much easier to cultivate Suhushu later, and you'll easily be able to get started. Ding Ziyu listened to the Eye of Truth's explanation, feeling somewhat lost, as if it were very profound and scholarly. But he couldn't quite grasp the specifics. If this continues, won't I just end up being a monk? Ding Ziyu still felt somewhat reluctant. He hadn't even married yet. How could he easily become a monk? What do you know? Without the trials of the mundane world, how could one easily become a true practitioner of Buddhism? Buddhism emphasizes following the flow of fate. You just need to act according to your heart. As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. As long as there is a Buddha in your heart, even if you are amidst the vast mundane world, there will be no trace of dust. The Eye of Truth was simply regurgitating what it had just seen in Xian Wushu. In any case, it was more than enough to impress Ding Ziyu. Upon hearing that he didn't have to become a monk, Ding Ziyu felt relieved. As for the rest, it wasn't important for now. Besides, if Suhushu was truly the supreme secret technique of Buddhism, how could it be so easily obtained? What he needed to do now was to strengthen himself as quickly as possible, whether it was Taoism or Buddhism. As long as it was useful to him, that was enough. After glancing through the 2 secret techniques, Ding Ziyu put them away. With the Eye of Truth's assistance, it shouldn't take long for him to memorize these 2 techniques. As for cultivation, that was something for his free time. Right now was a time for action, easily disturbed, and not suitable for cultivation. Ding Ziyu glanced at the others. They were actually quite similar to him. After obtaining the secret techniques they wanted, most of them just took a cursory look before putting them away. Team leader Gao, may I ask you a question? Ding Ziyu casually approached Gao Xingyu. What do you want to know? Gao Xingyu had a very good attitude. In fact, every new member had many questions. She was already used to it. Does our management bureau go out to capture criminals, like those who are wanted? Ding Ziyu asked. Criminals? In this day and age, as long as it's not something extremely heinous, who really cares about those trivial matters? Such things are usually handled by the A-team, but they rarely get involved. Most of the time, wanted notices are just for show. If a victim is willing to pay, we put out some announcements, but whether or not we actually catch the wanted person is hard to say. The most important factor in this is actually profit. Gao Xingyu spoke very frankly. The current society has been rebuilt in the wake of the collapse of the original order, and many things have not truly been implemented. Take the so-called crime, for instance. As long as the perpetrator does not commit a heinous act that incites public outrage, who would care? As long as you want to open a blind box, anyone could accidentally commit a crime. Uncovering a dangerous item can easily harm others. Ding Ziyu and his grandfather were wanted, merely because the Zhou family paid the authorities to take action. In fact, the people at the Blind Box Management Bureau hardly cared about such matters, unless a team leader happened to be from the Zhou family. Ding Ziyu understood that both he and his grandfather were insignificant figures, having only taken down a spoiled scion of the Zhou family. It was hardly a big deal. Unless they had significant interests related to the Blind Box Management Bureau, they wouldn't bother to arrest people over such trivial matters. Can the Bureau help find someone? Ding Ziyu asked again. He genuinely wanted to find his grandfather. He wanted to see him alive or dead. Are you looking for your family? Gao Xingyu looked at Ding Ziyu in surprise. Given his situation, he should be able to protect his family as long as he didn't encounter a formidable enemy. However, in these times of frequent accidents, even they could be in danger at any moment. Once someone goes missing, it is very difficult to find them again. The Bureau can certainly help find people, but the cost is very high, and there's no guarantee that you will find the person you're looking for. If you really want to find your family, I suggest you reach out to new media to help spread the word. It would be much more effective than having the blind box management look for someone. Additionally, you could enlist the help of professional search organizations, which would save you a lot of money. Gao Xingyu was genuinely thinking of Ding Ziyu, pointing him toward a clear path. Thank you, beautiful Gao. I know what to do now. Ding Ziyu's social experience was indeed lacking. He had never encountered such a situation and naturally didn't know how to proceed. Seeking help from new media was unlikely, not because Ding Ziyu was unwilling to spend the money, but because spreading the news could very well draw the attention of the massive Zhou family. A reliable method would be to find those professional search organizations. Perhaps their efficiency would be higher. If you're really in a hurry, you should go handle it yourself. Today's shift should be light. If anything comes up, I can cover for you. Seeing Ding Ziyu's furrowed brow, Gao Xingyu knew he must have something on his mind. At just over 30, it was quite normal to have elderly parents and young children, and for a family member to go missing was not uncommon. Thank you, Team Leader Gao, I'll take my leave now. Ding Ziyu was not being polite. He soon exited the bureau. There were actually quite a few professional search organizations in Danning City. In these times, people go missing all the time, and helping to find them was a booming industry. Ding Ziyu casually searched online and was immediately bombarded with a plethora of search organizations, which was somewhat overwhelming. Ding Ziyu spent 150,000 dragon coins to commission 3 search organizations to help find his grandfather. He hoped they could expand the search area a bit. Perhaps there would be some results. However, as Ding Ziyu left the 3rd search organization, he was targeted by someone with ulterior motives. It turned out that there was a member of the Zhou family in that organization, who was also closely related to the deceased Zhou Yucheng. He was aware that the Zhou family had offered a bounty for Ding Shichen, and thought the matter had passed, only to find someone was now looking for Ding Shichen. This person did not recognize Ding Ziyu, but since Ding Ziyu was willing to pay to find someone, it was clear that this person had some connection to Ding Shichen. After Ding Ziyu left, this individual immediately relayed the news back to the Zhou family. On the street, Ding Ziyu was soon blocked by several martial artists. It seemed that the specially made attire of the Zhou family allowed Ding Ziyu to immediately understand the identity of the newcomers. "Brother, please show your identification badge," a 9th-tier martial artist approached and said rudely. Ding Ziyu had changed out of the Blind Box Management Bureau's uniform when he left, only carrying the emblem representing his status as a 7th-tier martial artist to avoid trouble. "What identity do you have? On what grounds are you checking my identification badge?" Seeing the unfriendly demeanor of the newcomer, Ding Ziyu had no intention of being polite. He was now an official staff member of the Blind Box Management Bureau, and it was supposed to be him checking others, yet here he was being interrogated instead. "Me? I'm Xu Tao, captain of the Zhou family's 3rd guard team." "You'd better be sensible. or don't blame us for being rude. A dog of the Zhou family, and you've become so arrogant. Show me your identification badges, your behavior is outrageous, and I, representing the Blind Box Management Bureau, officially arrest you. Ding Ziyu waved his Blind Box Management Bureau work badge, instantly intimidating these guys. Many people around looked over. The prestige of the Blind Box Management Bureau was still very high. If Ding Ziyu shouted, perhaps a master would be willing to help. Zhu Tao was also taken aback. He truly did not expect this guy to be a staff member of the Blind Box Management Bureau. If they had known this earlier, they wouldn't have dared to block him so easily. Your identification badge must be fake, right? Who knows where you got that badge from? Zhu Tao reacted quickly, directly denying Ding Ziyu's identity. If Ding Ziyu gained the upper hand, this matter would become troublesome. No matter how powerful the Zhou family was, they could not compare to the Blind Box Management Bureau. So he turned the tables, pushing Ding Ziyu into an unfavorable position. Impersonating a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau was a serious crime. Anyway, they had the numbers, and their levels were higher than this guy's. As long as they subdued him, it would be a matter of a single word from him. Ding Ziyu was too lazy to argue with him, raising his hand and throwing a punch. Although there were several people from the Zhou family surrounding him, the only real threat was Zhu Tao. His actual level was only one tier higher than Ding Ziyu's, not significantly stronger. A mere 7th tier martial artist dares to strike? Seeking death. Zhu Tao looked down on him. From the perspective of levels, he was 2 tiers above his opponent, so what was there to worry about? What he feared was that Ding Ziyu wouldn't strike and would instead use his identity to argue. Although he claimed Ding Ziyu's identity was fake, he still felt guilty. If he could capture his opponent, he could destroy his identification badge later, making many things easier. Zhu Tao was very confident and directly reached for Ding Ziyu's fist. However, what he did not expect was that the power behind Ding Ziyu's punch far exceeded his estimation. Crack! A light sound echoed, and Zhu Tao felt a sharp pain in his hand, almost having his fist broken by Ding Ziyu's punch. Brothers, let's go together. Zhu Tao retreated 3 steps. He needed to catch his breath and had to let others step in front. Several Zhou family guards immediately rushed forward. Some attacked Ding Ziyu from behind, while others launched side attacks. The sound of fists whooshing through the air was loud, and their strength was at least 5th tier or above, quite formidable. Ding Ziyu reacted quickly, spinning around with a swinging punch that was not only powerful but also incredibly fast. At this moment, the benefits of his diamond-glazed body became apparent. When their fists collided with his, it felt like hitting white refined gold steel. One person's arm was broken, and 2 others grimaced in pain. Clearly, they had initiated the sneak attack, yet they were the ones suffering losses. Ding Ziyu knocked back several lackeys with a punch and then turned to charge at Zhu Tao. This time, he was using all his strength. The sound of his fist cutting through the air was incredibly strong, the air rippling, and the power was astonishing. Seeing Ding Ziyu so fierce, Zhu Tao instinctively wanted to dodge. He knew very well that he couldn't take that punch. However, his speed was simply not enough to evade Ding Ziyu's attack, and in a moment of panic, he had to turn around and brace himself. Zhu Tao's strength was already not much of an advantage, and in such a hurried situation, it was even harder to exert force. Ding Ziyu landed another punch on his arm, and an excruciating pain shot through him, making his entire arm feel somewhat unresponsive. This was the disadvantage of not having strong bones. In contrast, Ding Ziyu felt no pain at all. Seizing the opportunity, he knocked Zhu Tao down to the ground with a few punches. Ding Ziyu took out the standard smart wristband from the Blind Box Management Bureau and directly locked Zhu Tao up. At this point, the onlookers finally reacted. It turned out that this person was indeed a staff member of the Blind Box Management Bureau, and the Zhou family had quite a nerve to dare to attack them in broad daylight. Ding Ziyu had originally planned to stroll around the blind box market, but that was no longer possible. He directly escorted a few people back to the bureau. What's going on? You went out and brought back a few troublemakers? Captain Chen hurried over when he saw Ding Ziyu return with several people in tow. He recognized at a glance that these were members of the Zhou family. They openly attacked a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau on the street. Even after I revealed my identity, they still attacked me. Such people cannot be coddled. Ding Ziyu's reasoning was very legitimate and sufficient. No, we thought he was impersonating a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau. After all, he wasn't in uniform. It was really a misunderstanding, Zhu Tao quickly explained. To be honest, this matter wasn't that serious, and the deeper issues were not something Ding Ziyu would mention, nor would Zhu Tao dare to bring them up. You say it's a misunderstanding? A few of you ambushed me without holding back, and now you know it's a misunderstanding? Everyone squat down, and don't speak unless I allow it. Ding Ziyu kicked each of them, not too hard, but enough to make them uncomfortable. This was the internal area of the bureau. No matter how arrogant the Zhou family was, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Captain Chen did not stop Ding Ziyu's actions, and after he finished kicking, he pulled Ding Ziyu aside. Ding brother, this matter isn't that serious. They did attack you, but you dealt with them, so it's basically over. If you're still not satisfied, you can fine them, but that's about all we can do, Captain Chen said in a lowered voice. Ding Ziyu also knew that it wouldn't be easy to deal with them openly. Captain Chen's initiative to communicate with him was likely due to some concerns about the Zhou family. After all, they had people in the Blind Box Management Bureau as well. Just then, before the two could finish their conversation, a man in his 40s or 50s walked over. Xiao Chen, I heard that your team captured a few members of the Zhou family's guard. What's going on? Captain Zhou, we've basically clarified the situation. It was a misunderstanding, Captain Chen said, clearly lacking confidence upon seeing the newcomer. Oh, so it was a misunderstanding. But why did you still injure them? Zhou Ju glanced at Zhu Tao and the others, his face showing displeasure. By the time Zhu Tao and the others were captured, the Zhou family had already relayed the news to him. Zhou Ju was the captain of the action team at the Blind Box Management Bureau, a mid-level official. It was most appropriate for him to handle this matter. Hearing Zhou Ju speak, Captain Chen finally noticed that the Zhou family guards had injuries, especially Zhu Tao, whose arm clearly showed signs of a fracture. This guy was a 9th-tier martial artist, yet he was injured by a 7th-tier martial artist. That was quite pathetic. At the same time, Captain Chen looked at Ding Ziyu with newfound respect, not expecting this guy to not only have excellent talent but also strong strength. The most crucial thing is that Ding Ziyu is very good at dealing with people. He has only been here for a day and has already gained the recognition of most of the team. They can't even take a single move. Can you blame me for that? If you don't have the strength, don't act recklessly. Otherwise, if you get beaten up, you'll have to pay for it, Ding Ziyu said coldly. He didn't recognize this Captain Zhou and didn't want to bother with him. After all, he wasn't his direct subordinate, so it wasn't his concern. Shameful. Zhou Ju felt embarrassed when he heard that Ding Ziyu's group was injured in a single move. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll take these few with me. In the future, keep your eyes open and don't provoke just anyone, you'll end up suffering. Zhou Ju scolded Zhu Tao and the others as he walked away. But only a clever person would know that these words were meant for Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu frowned, realizing that his conflict with the Zhou family was deepening. The Zhou family would definitely come looking for trouble in the future. It seemed he had to take the initiative. Second Master, what is that kid's background? He's spending money to find Ding Shichen, the old man who killed young Master Zhou Yucheng. We rushed over as soon as we got the news. I didn't expect this guy to be a bit tricky. Useless. You can't even handle a 7th-tier martial artist, and instead, he got caught by the Management Bureau. I've checked. This kid is called Ding Yitian, and he probably has a family connection to Ding Shichen. For now, don't worry about this matter. Find an opportunity to deal with him later, Zhou Ju said with a dark face. Zhou Yuqing was a descendant of the Zhou family under his bloodline, and he had originally planned to cultivate him, but unexpectedly, he was killed. The wanted order from the Management Bureau was also something he helped with. It was just that they hadn't caught the person. He didn't expect a relative of the Ding family to end up working at the Blind Box Management Bureau. Ding Ziyu was unaware that Captain Zhou had murderous intentions towards him. He felt a bit displeased, so after greeting Gao Xingyu, he left work early. The Zhou family must find a way to deal with them. Ding Ziyu decided to visit the largest blind box market in Danning City to see if he could find something useful. The blind box market was quite spacious, and even at noon, it was still bustling. As Ding Ziyu walked through, he felt dazzled. This blind box has a little chick. Ugh, that blind box actually has a woman's corpse. The Eye of Truth reported to Ding Ziyu all the way. A corpse? How long has it been there? Won't it rot if it's placed in a blind box? Ding Ziyu was a bit curious. Although it wasn't surprising to find all sorts of strange things in blind boxes, he was still somewhat taken aback. That's a mummified corpse. It should have died a long time ago. The Eye of Truth didn't pay much attention, but when Ding Ziyu inquired, it added, no, this corpse should have been poisoned by a special toxin. The toxicity is extremely strong and shouldn't be touched lightly. What kind of poison is that strong? Are you afraid? Ding Ziyu asked, intrigued. It should be a peculiar poison pill, highly dispersive. If exposed to the air, it can easily poison and kill those nearby. A poison that can spread in the air? How fierce must that be? Ding Ziyu thought for a moment. He had never heard of such a poison. If it were in powder form, it would make sense. But since the Eye of Truth said it was a pill poison, wasn't that in pill form? Can the toxicity from the corpse still spread out? Ding Ziyu asked in detail. The corpse is well preserved, and the toxicity hasn't diminished much. If taken out, it should be able to poison a lot of people, the Eye of Truth answered seriously. Ding Ziyu immediately made a decision to buy this blind box. As long as he prepared well and opened the corpse, throwing it at the Zhou family would definitely have unexpected effects. Thinking that since he had already formed a deadly feud with the Zhou family, if he didn't take action against them, they would find a way to eliminate him. In this day and age, there's no such thing as innocence, it's just a matter of differing positions. A white light blind box wasn't worth much, so Ding Ziyu casually bought it and continued to look further. This time, he walked for quite a while without finding anything of interest until he spotted a deep blue box, finally seeing something a bit intriguing. This blind box contains a crimson-scaled giant python. Its strength is quite formidable. Without the power of a martial saint or above, it can't be stopped. The Eye of Truth revealed the big fellow inside the blind box. How can I release it without being attacked? Ding Ziyu had already made up his mind to place this crimson-scaled giant python in the Zhou family, letting it frolic for a while. This is a bit difficult. It's best to have someone else open it. The Eye of Truth didn't provide any effective solutions. Normally, the person who opens the blind box is the first beneficiary. If luck is bad, they become the first victim. Whoever opens this blind box will be the first to be attacked by the crimson-scaled giant python. Ding Ziyu felt a bit of a headache. Not many people who were not desperate were willing to open blind boxes casually, because many times, opening a blind box is a matter of life and death. Doing so without any preparation is a suicidal act. If it weren't for this, there wouldn't be such a large blind box market. However, human gambling instincts are always strong. There are always those who believe their luck is better than others, which isn't much different from gambling. To defy fate and change one's destiny, one must have the courage to fight. Only with a determination to face death can one possibly be reborn in adversity and change their fate. Forget it. I'll buy it first and talk later. Ding Ziyu haggled and finally bought the blind box for 8,000 dragon coins. With matters on his mind, he had no interest in wandering around the blind box market, so he quickly left. Ding Ziyu searched the streets for targets, wanting to find those with a strong gambling tendency. He was willing to pay a price for it. However, after looking for several people, he had no success. Either they asked for too much, wanting money without even opening the box, or they immediately backed out upon hearing the location where the box was to be opened. Ding Ziyu certainly wouldn't say he was going to open the box at the Zhou family. If he did, those guys would probably run away even faster. Is it really only possible to take the risk and open the box myself? If not, just leave it for now and plan when the opportunity arises. The Eye of Truth didn't want Ding Ziyu to take risks. Although it didn't mind him dealing with the Zhou family, if the cost was too high, it wouldn't be worth it. The Zhou family should have a dedicated blind box storage warehouse. Why not find an opportunity to place this blind box in there? Ding Ziyu recalled the situation of the Zhou family. They indeed had a blind box warehouse. The warehouse was mostly filled with special blind boxes that had been scavenged, which could be considered a unique investment. If something good were to be opened, the family would benefit as well. How can you blend into the Zhou family's blind box warehouse? Their guards are quite strict. Isn't there a corpse? If we open that corpse and throw it not far from the warehouse, perhaps those guarding the warehouse will fall for it. Ding Ziyu's mind was racing. Toxins can only take effect when people are unprepared. In this day and age, there are plenty of anti-poison measures. Just finding a random gas mask can be very effective. Since you want to do it, then go ahead. This deep blue blind box has some value. Perhaps someone from the Zhou family would be willing to open it. After buying the necessary items, Ding Ziyu began heading towards the northwest city. With the experience from last time, getting into the Zhou family was actually quite simple, as long as he wasn't recognized. Ding Ziyu found a makeup expert to make some changes to his face shape. After some fuss, his appearance quickly transformed. For anyone who wasn't particularly familiar with him, it would be very difficult to recognize him. By evening, Ding Ziyu jumped into the garden he had used last time. With his growing strength, the wall posed no challenge for him, and he easily leaped over it. Reaching the back of the blind box warehouse, Ding Ziyu took out a gas mask and put it on his head, then pulled out the corpse and tossed it behind the warehouse. The lighting in this area was dim, making it hard to be discovered, but Ding Ziyu still needed to find a way to trick the guards watching the warehouse. Thus, Ding Ziyu punched a tree about the size of a bowl, breaking it, and quickly left. There were 4 guards watching the blind box warehouse today, all members of the Zhou family's guard team. The noise from behind the warehouse immediately caught their attention. Could someone be up to something back there? Let 2 of you go check it out, the squad leader said, becoming alert. In the past, there had been attempts to break into the blind box warehouse, and this was not something to be taken lightly. The warehouse contained special blind boxes that could fetch a good price if sold. However, the 2 guards sent out took a long time to return, as if they had vanished. What's going on? There's no noise. What are those 2 doing? The squad leader grew anxious and personally headed toward the back of the warehouse. He met the same fate. going and not returning. Ding Ziyu watched from a distance and, seeing this situation, boldly walked over. "Stop! This is the blind box warehouse. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach," the guard shouted when Ding Ziyu was still over 10 meters away. "Brother, something happened to those guys behind the warehouse. Are you sure you don't want to take a look?" Ding Ziyu lowered his voice. The guard was startled. "Then we definitely can't go. Let's wait for others to come." This guard was quite sharp and remained unmoved. Taking advantage of the guard's distraction, Ding Ziyu suddenly dashed forward and easily snapped the man's neck. With his current strength, this was a simple task. Ding Ziyu dragged the guard to the back of the warehouse, changed out of the guard's clothes, and put them on himself, discarding the corpse nearby. He found a card on the squad leader, which should be the key to the warehouse's smart lock. Just as he was about to leave, he discovered that the squad leader was not dead yet and still had a breath left. Opening the blind box required a living person. Tools wouldn't work. "Hey, isn't the person to open the box here?" Ding Ziyu thought with joy, quickly moving the squad leader further away to avoid the continued effects of the poison. He then took out the deep blue blind box, placing the squad leader's hand above the lid, waiting for it to naturally fall. At the moment of release, Ding Ziyu exerted all his strength and ran forward quickly to avoid being eaten by the approaching red-scaled giant python. He had just taken 3 steps when a loud commotion erupted behind him, as if something massive had fallen from the sky. Ding Ziyu ran fast, not daring to look back. When he reached the warehouse door, he immediately used the access card to open it and rushed inside without a second thought. In just a short time, a tremendous noise came from outside, as if a heavy truck had passed by. "Damn, this is really dangerous. My strength is insufficient. I should do this less in the future," Ding Ziyu sighed in relief, turning his gaze to the inside of the warehouse. There weren't many blind boxes inside, maybe a few dozen. However, most of them were special blind boxes, some with peculiar shapes and others with strange colors. Ding Ziyu quickly scanned the area and soon picked out several high-value blind boxes, placing them into his spatial ring. When he ran out of the blind box warehouse, he saw chaos erupting in the distance. A giant python, over 20 meters long and about a meter in diameter, was relentlessly attacking the crowd that approached it. This creature, with its striking red scales, occasionally erupted in flames, easily igniting everything around it. "Well, let them fight it out. I won't get involved." Ding Ziyu decided to slip away amidst the chaos. He had no intention of sticking around for this mess. Given the ferocity of the red-scaled giant python, it was impossible for the Zhou family to get through this ordeal without some losses. In just this short time, Ding Ziyu had already seen it take down several guards. It seemed this creature had been hungry for too long, attacking anyone it saw, devouring them with a crunch, hardly chewing at all. The Zhou family was already in a panic, urgently calling for experts to come to their aid. Just as Ding Ziyu was leaving, a figure in red rushed over from a distance, the vibrant dragon embroidered on their attire catching the eye. As soon as this person arrived, they delivered a fierce punch to the red-scaled giant python, causing its head to tilt dangerously, nearly crashing to the ground. "What the hell? The Zhou family has such a fierce fighter." Ding Ziyu couldn't help but take a closer look. This person seemed even more formidable than the local tyrant of Shicheng. This person has the strength of a martial saint at the 7th stage. They probably can't kill that red-scaled giant python, but they might be able to drive it away. The Eye of Truth made its final assessment. Ding Ziyu felt a bit frustrated. He hadn't expected the Zhou family to have such hidden talents. This family truly had depths that were hard to fathom, with quite a few experts among them. Since they have such strong fighters, why didn't Wang Yang dare to confront Guan Diren that night? Ding Ziyu recalled the events of that night. He couldn't make sense of this question, so he decided not to dwell on it. He had schemed to cause some trouble for the Zhou family, but it seemed he had failed. Fortunately, this trip wasn't entirely fruitless. He had obtained several decent blind boxes, and once he returned, he could slowly open them, likely reaping a significant fortune. Back at the Blind Box Management Bureau, he happened to run into Gao Xinyu. "There will be a major operation tomorrow. Make sure to rest well tonight," Gao Xinyu said hurriedly upon seeing Ding Ziyu. "What operation?" Ding Ziyu quickly inquired. "Well, that's a secret for now, to avoid leaks. You'll know when we get to the location." Gao Xinyu did not disclose the specifics of the operation. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu didn't press further and returned to his single dormitory. Since it's a major operation, there will definitely be risks. I should quickly open these blind boxes to see if there's anything useful. Ding Ziyu took out the blind boxes he had collected, a total of 7. This blind box contains a piece of red essence gold, which is excellent for forging weapons. Ding Ziyu opened a long rectangular blind box, revealing a square piece of metal about the thickness of an arm and roughly a meter long. "How do you use this red essence gold? Do I forge it directly?" or do I need to add some other metal? Ding Ziyu was not familiar with this aspect. However, he indeed needed a reliable weapon. When out on missions, one could never predict what dangers might arise. It wasn't feasible to solve every problem with just his fists. The hardness of red essence gold is great, but it is brittle. Using it alone to make weapons doesn't yield good results. If you combine it with high cotton iron, the forged weapon will be quite impressive. What is high cotton iron? Is it better than the manganese steel and silicon steel we use? Ding Ziyu heard yet another new term. However, the true eye still doesn't understand many things in the present world, so Ding Ziyu thought perhaps he could use something else as a substitute. The toughness of high manganese steel is excellent, and it has a good self-recovery ability. However, its hardness is insufficient, and adding crimson gold would perfectly complement its advantages. Do the two materials you mentioned have self-repair capabilities? The true eye asked in confusion. What the heck is self-repair? Is it the legendary memory metal? Ding Ziyu had seen some descriptions online but didn't know if they were true or where to find them. Crimson gold is very precious. Let's put it away for now. When we find suitable metals later, we can forge a weapon. The true eye was caught off guard by Ding Ziyu. The world it existed in was vastly different from the current one. Yet, the two worlds overlapped, and almost everything that came out of the blind boxes was from that world. At least so far, no one had mentioned obtaining modern technological products from a blind box. After putting away the crimson gold, Ding Ziyu opened the next blind box and pulled out a shiny white pill. This is the Mingyu Dan, worth neither too much nor too little, just right for you to use now. It can enhance your mental strength, which will be very beneficial whether you open blind boxes in the future or practice mental secret arts. Are there mental secret arts too? I haven't heard of them, Ding Ziyu said. All the secret arts he had heard of were used to increase physical combat power. Of course, there are mental secret arts. In fact, my ability can also be considered a type of mental secret art. However, my ability is a racial talent that ordinary people cannot learn, the true eye boasted a bit. Its ability was indeed quite impressive, especially in this era of blind boxes, where its effects were powerful. What exactly are you? Just one eyeball is this big? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. He had long wanted to know about this but had never found the right opportunity to ask. You don't need to worry about that. The true eye paused and didn't reveal the information Ding Ziyu wanted to hear. Just eat that Mingyu Dan. Once your mental strength increases, you'll be able to check blind boxes much faster, and I can save some effort. The true eye quickly changed the subject, no longer mentioning its race. Finish opening these blind boxes before eating. It's just right for practicing for a night. Ding Ziyu still recognized the true eye's help. Without it, he would have probably died several times already. Of course, the blind boxes obtained for free were truly delightful. Ding Ziyu found it hard to sleep without opening the contents inside. Among the remaining 5 blind boxes, Ding Ziyu opened a very beautiful beast skin, which he believed could fetch a good price at the auction house. In addition, there was a set of peculiar inner armor. When Ding Ziyu put it on, he discovered it could automatically adjust its size to fit his body. This set of inner armor is actually a low-grade spiritual treasure. Wearing it, it's hard for martial artists below the 3rd stage of martial saint to injure you. The true eye had already noticed the items in the blind boxes when they were in the Zhou family's warehouse. However, due to time constraints, it hadn't explained anything, only letting Ding Ziyu take the good stuff and run. Although the items from the remaining 3 blind boxes were not highly practical, they were all valuable. Ding Ziyu decided to take the time to sell these items at the auction house. Next, Ding Ziyu decisively swallowed the Mingyu Dan and began to cultivate under the guidance of the true eye. A night passed. Ding Ziyu didn't sleep, but his mental state was surprisingly good. He felt radiant, as if he were glowing. He noticed that he had indeed become much more sensitive to the things around him. Many things could be understood just by glancing at them with the corner of his eye. Your mental strength has at least doubled compared to before. This Mingyu Dan is truly an incredible treasure for you. The Eye of Truth reached a conclusive measurement. If one could obtain a book on mental secret arts, wouldn't that be quite impressive? By the way, I heard online that hypnosis is very magical. I wonder if that counts as a mental secret art. Ding Ziyu recalled this. There were many posts about hypnosis online, even detailing how to undergo hypnosis. Although it was highly praised, it was unclear if anyone had truly learned it. What kind of secret art is that? At most, it can only be considered a trick to fool people. Those with slightly stronger willpower can't be hypnotized, the Eye of Truth scoffed. However, Ding Ziyu was quite interested. Perhaps learning this hypnosis technique would be a good choice in the absence of mental secret arts. What if he actually learned it? Oh, Ding Ziyu, you seem to have become more handsome again. During breakfast, Gao Xinyu brought a bowl of porridge and sat down opposite Ding Ziyu. Really? You better not fall for me. I already have a wife, Ding Ziyu joked, making a proud expression at Gao Xinyu. Can't you stop bragging? Your identity card clearly states that you're an old bachelor, acting like you're in high demand. Gao Xinyu couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Is that so? How do you know that isn't a bait I set? Just to target women like you who haven't seen much of the world. Ding Ziyu suddenly became much more eloquent, not sure if it was related to his increase in mental strength. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to joke so boldly with a beauty. Gao Xinyu was amused, having never seen a man openly admit to setting a bait. After a simple breakfast, the members of Team B18 quickly gathered. Captain Chen personally led the team onto an assault vehicle, swiftly departing from the Blind Box Management Bureau. Today, we have 3 teams together, organizing a joint operation. The main goal is to crack down on a very evil organization called the Red Dragon Society. They often support minors for certain wicked experiments. Currently, we have gathered concrete evidence against the Red Dragon Society. Today's mission is to wipe them out completely, Captain Chen explained to the team on the way. During this process, he also presented numerous collected photos and evidence of their actions against minors. Ding Ziyu's brows furrowed upon seeing these items. The clothing was too familiar. He had seen it yesterday evening at the Zhou family. The expert who came out to deal with the crimson-scaled python was indeed dressed in red, with a dragon embroidered on his clothes. Such a flashy outfit was hard to forget. How could the Red Dragon Society's people be at the Zhou family, even helping them deal with the crimson-scaled python? What was their relationship? Could it be that the Zhou family was the backing of the Red Dragon Society, or even a direct participant? Ding Ziyu, have you seen them recently? Captain Chen immediately inquired upon noticing Ding Ziyu's expression. I saw them just yesterday. That person's strength is quite formidable, at the martial saint level. If he's there, we might not even be able to capture anyone, let alone retreat safely, Ding Ziyu replied honestly. The Eye of Truth assessed that the person's strength was not lower than the 7th stage of martial saint. Even the crimson-scaled python couldn't handle him. Who among Team B18 could be his match? A martial saint level expert? About how many stages? We have 2 martial saints leading our side. We might not be afraid of him. Captain Chen's expression grew serious. Fortunately, the captains of the other 2 teams had also reached the martial saint level, namely Team A13 and Team B7. It should be the 7th stage. How many stages are our martial saints? Ding Ziyu answered honestly. As soon as he spoke, the entire armored vehicle fell into silence. What level was a 7th section martial saint? Even several deputy directors of the Management Bureau had not reached the strength of a 7th section martial saint, let alone the captains of the work teams under them. Are you sure it's real? Damn, this might be a trap aimed at us. Captain Chen cursed. His expression changed instantly. Stop the vehicle. Hurry and relay this information back. Immediately notify the other 2 teams. Captain Chen shouted, and the armored vehicle screeched to a halt by the roadside. The sudden stop nearly caused several people to crash into the vehicle. Who arranged this combat mission? Ding Ziyu looked at Gao Xinyu. Captain Chen should know better. Do you suspect someone is deliberately setting us up? Gao Xinyu immediately understood what Ding Ziyu meant. After Captain Chen reported the news, he returned with a dark expression. The Bureau wants us to continue to the Red Dragon Society because the other 2 teams have already engaged in battle with them. What the hell kind of order is this? Knowing the opponent has a 7th section martial saint, they still want us to go to our deaths? Who issued this order? Zhao Zhang, the leader of the second group, immediately began to curse. Among their team, the strongest was only a 10-section martial artist. What was the point of going to rescue? If even 1 or 2 martial saints showed up, their entire team would be doomed. This is Captain Zhou's order. We must go to the Red Dragon Society to support the other 2 teams. Captain Chen's expression was also grim. Upon hearing it was an order from Zhou Ju, Ding Ziyu immediately understood that this operation might very well be aimed at them. Zhou was indeed ruthless. Knowing there were experts on the other side, he still insisted that Team B18 go to the Red Dragon Society. Let's drive over and just observe from the periphery. Whoever wants to die can go ahead. Captain Chen thought for a moment and came up with a compromise. As long as they reached the vicinity of the Red Dragon Society, it would count as completing the mission. The Red Dragon Society was located on the outskirts of Danning City, with towering city walls behind them. Beyond the city walls lay a dangerous wilderness. It was said that without the strength of a martial saint, it was best not to leave the city, otherwise, the chance of returning alive was less than half. Despite the harsh living conditions for humanity, internal strife continued unabated. This was humanity's inherent flaw. Before extinction, there was always a need to distinguish between high and low, rich and poor. For trivial matters, they would scheme against each other, feeling uncomfortable unless they had eliminated their rivals. The Red Dragon Society covered a considerable area, comparable to a medium-sized residential community from before. The 2 teams that had arrived earlier were indeed already engaged in a fierce battle. Several buildings had been severely damaged, and the destructive power of martial saints was indeed formidable. Solid walls could be easily breached with just a few punches, and anything in hand became a fierce weapon. The Red Dragon Society had clearly gained the upper hand, with 2 martial saints from the Management Bureau being suppressed in the fight. Forget about capturing them, it would be good enough to leave alive. Fortunately, the expert they had seen yesterday had not appeared. Perhaps such a level of battle did not interest that person at all. There are people from the Blind Box Management Bureau coming over there. Everyone rush over and take care of them. The Red Dragon Society members were sharp-eyed and spotted Team 18's armored vehicle in the distance. In an instant, dozens of red-clad martial artists charged over, led by a martial saint-level expert. Using a martial saint's strength against these martial artists was indeed a bit unfair. Accelerate the armored vehicle and ram that guy. Captain Chen knew they couldn't avoid it and could only charge forward. The armored vehicle of the Blind Box Management Bureau was not an ordinary vehicle. The front and sides were equipped with ramming angles. The armored vehicles from years ago were not as sturdy or useful as this armored vehicle. The distance between the 2 sides was already significant, and the speed of the assault vehicle quickly soared to 100, charging towards the members of the Red Dragon Society with an unstoppable momentum. After more than 10 seconds, a series of loud crashes echoed, and several members of the Red Dragon Society who failed to dodge were killed at the front of the assault vehicle. However, at that moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the roof of the vehicle, followed by the sharp sound of metal tearing. A large blade easily pierced through the roof of the assault vehicle, slicing it in half as if it were cutting meat. Damn! That martial saint has an ancient martial divine weapon. This is bad. Several team members exclaimed in shock. The sturdiness of the assault vehicle could not be breached by ordinary weapons. Only ancient martial divine weapons possessed such powerful cutting ability. After slicing through the roof of the assault vehicle, the martial saint leaped up and struck down fiercely with the blade. The solid assault vehicle was directly cleaved in 2 by this blow, and the entire vehicle frame collapsed. Ding Ziyu quickly followed Gao Xinyu and rushed out from the wreckage. 2 team members had already died under the attack of the Red Dragon Society, and another had a leg severed. That guy's blade is too sharp, ordinary metal can't withstand it. Our Team 18 is probably done for today, Gao Xinyu said with a serious expression. If only they had listened to Zhao Zhang and not come. Unexpectedly, Captain Chen's plan still couldn't evade the attack from the Red Dragon Society. In an instant, 2 team members had sacrificed, and Captain Chen's eyes turned red. He drew a long sword and charged forward. A mere martial artist dares to come and seek death. The martial saint looked disdainfully at Captain Chen, quickly flipping the large blade in his hand and slashing horizontally at him. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Captain Chen's long sword was easily severed. A chunk of flesh was also sliced off his arm, blood spraying everywhere. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been bisected by that large blade. However, the martial saint did not pursue Captain Chen. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Ding Ziyu. After hesitating for a second, he immediately charged over. Damn it, that old bastard Zhou was really targeting me on purpose, Ding Ziyu cursed loudly, his figure quickly darting to evade the opponent's attack. Your speed and strength are no match for him. Running is useless, the Eye of Truth warned, as Ding Ziyu could really be killed by this person if things continued like this. It seems I can only take out that kitchen knife. It can serve as a shield too, Ding Ziyu thought, disregarding everything else, and immediately took out the golden anomalous blind box. Kid, you think you can stop me with a blind box? Dream on. The martial saint paused slightly upon seeing Ding Ziyu's actions. This was clearly a special blind box. If something dangerous came out, it would be enough to give him a headache. Ding Ziyu didn't think too much and opened the blind box. As the golden light dissipated, a giant kitchen knife appeared in Ding Ziyu's hand. Rather than saying Ding Ziyu was holding this kitchen knife, it was more accurate to say he was hanging onto the handle of this giant knife. Damn, what a huge kitchen knife. Can this thing block that martial saint's ancient martial divine weapon? Many people gasped. It was indeed the first time they had seen such a large kitchen knife. A broken kitchen knife? Let's see how I deal with you, the Red Dragon martial saint said, feeling reassured when Ding Ziyu didn't summon anything dangerous. After a shout, he raised the large blade and swung it at Ding Ziyu. The sharp blade produced a series of sonic booms, and the flashing blade light sent chills down people's spines. Ding Ziyu pressed down hard on the knife handle, and the kitchen knife immediately lifted up, acting like a massive shield, firmly blocking in front of him. Ding! A sharp metallic clash rang out, and Ding Ziyu felt a tremendous force transmitted from the blade, pushing him and the kitchen knife several meters back. The hard cement floor was gouged with a deep mark. What immense power! Yet, Ding Ziyu was completely unscathed. That incredibly sharp ancient martial weapon had not harmed the large kitchen knife at all, but instead had only chipped a small notch in its blade. Damn it! I didn't expect your kitchen knife to be an ancient martial weapon too. You destroyed my big knife, so I'll use this kitchen knife to pay with my life. The warrior was furious, feeling a deep sense of loss. In countless battles before, his big knife had been invincible. When had he ever suffered such a loss? He simply put away his ancient martial weapon and swung his fist at Ding Ziyu's kitchen knife. He intended to defeat Ding Ziyu with pure strength. Ding Ziyu was not someone to be trifled with. With that large shield in hand, he was not afraid of the opponent's brute force. Seeing the opponent's fist coming, Ding Ziyu spun on the ground, exerting force to press down on the knife handle, positioning the sharp edge of the kitchen knife against the opponent's fist. As long as he wasn't afraid of having his fist sliced in half, he could let it come. The martial saint of the Red Dragon Society truly did not dare to strike the blade of this giant kitchen knife with his fist. In a panic, he could only change direction and sweep horizontally, striking the body of the knife instead. The result, however, was utterly useless. The knife body was incredibly sturdy, and tons of force crashed against it without any deformation, merely causing Ding Ziyu to slightly adjust its angle. Ding Ziyu pushed off the ground, and the kitchen knife swung back around, always keeping its edge facing the opponent, not giving him a chance to approach easily. The martial saint was infuriated, adjusting his angle multiple times but failing to land a hit on Ding Ziyu. Instead, he ended up with several cuts from the large kitchen knife. Ding Ziyu grew more skilled with each use. He had never thought that this giant kitchen knife could also serve as a shield. No matter from which angle the opponent attacked, he could always block with the kitchen knife in front of him. When he was having fun, Ding Ziyu could even lift this giant kitchen knife for simple, brutal slashes. Not to mention those houses, even the hard ground could be easily chopped into huge gashes. The warrior was deeply frustrated, not expecting Ding Ziyu to be so difficult to deal with. After multiple failed attacks, he once again leaped into the air, hoping to use his aerial advantage against Ding Ziyu. Little did he know, Ding Ziyu was completely unafraid. He flipped the knife, blade facing up, waiting for the opponent to come down. The kitchen knife was becoming increasingly familiar in his hands, swinging back and forth with an imposing presence. No matter what came his way, a single slash would generally cut it in half. Its sharpness was far superior to the big knife the martial saint had drawn. The key was that Ding Ziyu had plenty of follow-through. This heavy kitchen knife seemed to pose no burden in his hands. He swung it left and right, appearing quite formidable. Several members of the Red Dragon Society were caught off guard and were sliced in half by the kitchen knife, legs severed, hands chopped, with no exceptions. With this kitchen knife, Ding Ziyu actually managed to fend off the martial saint's attacks, truly earning people's respect. Several members of Team 18 were saved by Ding Ziyu, gaining a new understanding of his combat power. A 7th-tier warrior, actually fighting the martial saint to a standstill, can you believe it? At that moment, a new expert from the Blind Box Management Bureau finally arrived. This person glanced at Ding Ziyu in surprise before attacking the martial saint. Ding Ziyu felt a sense of relief. He had finally survived. The chef's kitchen knife is indeed impressive. It can save your life at a critical moment. You should practice this knife technique when you have time. It might serve unexpected purposes. The Eye of Truth was clearly very satisfied with the kitchen knife. What can I practice with this thing? At most, it's just mindless hacking, Ding Ziyu replied helplessly. If anyone had a suitable weapon, who would still use this heavy, cumbersome thing? Don't you have a saying that's quite popular? No matter how high your skills, you still fear the kitchen knife. As long as you have enough strength, even a reckless hacking method can instill fear in others. Ding Ziyu pondered for a moment and agreed. Having something is better than having nothing. The key was that this kitchen knife was sturdy and durable, and it was also extremely sharp, which was its greatest advantage. The martial saint from the Blind Box Management Bureau clearly had a much higher level of skill. As soon as he made his move, he forced his opponent to retreat repeatedly. The two were clearly not on the same level of martial artists. Follow me to kill and eliminate these scum of the Red Dragon Society. The martial saint charged forward, his killing intent inspiring the other action team members. Captain Chen and the others called out and followed suit. Hurry up! This person is the commander of our Danning City Management Bureau's action team, and his combat power is exceptionally strong. With him here, the Red Dragon Society is definitely doomed today. Gao Xingyu also called to her team members. These people had immense confidence in the upper echelons of the Bureau. As long as Ding Ziyu remained vigilant, the absence of that 7th-tier martial saint meant they could charge in without knowing if they would encounter even greater trouble. However, everyone had already rushed in, and he couldn't lag behind. Ding Ziyu reluctantly dragged the kitchen knife forward, leaving a deep cut in the ground. Ha ha ha, Chu Chungfeng, I have been silent for so long, and I finally waited for you. Prepare to die. Today, everyone here will die. A mad voice came from ahead, and the next moment, its owner soared into the air. It was the person Ding Ziyu had seen at the Zhou family yesterday. What surprised Ding Ziyu even more was that a giant python suddenly emerged from the ground. It was the crimson-scaled giant python he had tried every means to release yesterday, but unexpectedly, it had been tamed by that red-clad martial saint. If it were just that 7th-tier martial saint, Ding Ziyu, and the others might still have a glimmer of hope. But with the addition of that crimson-scaled giant python, the people from the Blind Box Management Bureau had no chance at all. Ling Xiaoke, I didn't expect you, old ghost, to still be alive and to have created the Red Dragon Society. Xu Chengfeng and that 7th-tier martial saint turned out to be old acquaintances, and it seemed that there had been past grievances between them. The Red Dragon Society is not something I founded. I am merely an elder of the Red Dragon Society. If the society leader were here, you people would be easily wiped out. Ling Xiaoke said disdainfully. Damn, is the Red Dragon Society really that strong? The elders are all 7th-tier martial saints. What level must the society leader be? Ding Ziyu thought it was terrifying. This time, it seemed he was really doomed. This is indeed a bit troublesome. I wonder how many people will survive to return. The Eye of Truth also began to worry. In the face of absolute power, they didn't even have the qualification to escape. In the time it took to speak, the crimson-scaled giant python had already swallowed several people whole. Its tail could casually sweep away the surrounding buildings. Even a 10th-tier martial artist would be no match for it. They would either be struck dead by its tail or directly devoured. Just this one crimson-scaled giant python had caused heavy losses to the action team of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Ling Xiaoke had also firmly suppressed Zhu Chengfeng. If no other experts from the Blind Box Management Bureau came to support, these people would truly die here, with none able to escape. Relying on the kitchen knife in his hand, Ding Ziyu managed to block 2 of the crimson-scaled giant python's sweeping attacks, feeling as if he had been hit by a speeding car, which was extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for his diamond-glazed body having already broken through, just these 2 impacts could have cost him his life. Ding Etienne, with our strength, we can't possibly stop that snake. Gao Sinyu's face was particularly tense. Blood had already spilled from the corner of her mouth, indicating she had also sustained serious injuries. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and run. Ding Ziyu had no intention of sacrificing himself for the Blind Box Management Bureau. If he couldn't defeat the enemy, he naturally had to escape at the first opportunity. I'm afraid there's no way to run now. Look over there. Gao Sinyu pointed into the distance, where several unusually large iron fire ants had already revealed themselves. So the super iron fire dragon from yesterday was also created by the Red Dragon Society. Ding Ziyu understood immediately. The Red Dragon Society was indeed terrifying, their strength simply unfathomable. Previously, they could still get nitrogen tanks to deal with these iron fire ants, but now where could they find nitrogen tanks? The Red Dragon Society had learned their lesson and had long confiscated all the nitrogen tanks in the vicinity. We're doomed, this time we're really doomed. Although Ding Ziyu said this, he was still trying to run away. The kitchen knife in his hand carved a deep mark on the ground. He was prepared to gamble on the sharpness of the knife. If he could take down those super iron fires, he might have a chance to escape. As for the battle in the central area, he had no right to participate, nor could he afford to. The best strategy was to retreat. Before Ding Ziyu could take the initiative to attack, a giant ant over 3 meters long was already charging at him, waving its pincers. This creature was a true powerhouse, capable of easily lifting 5 times its own weight. In terms of strength, this super iron fire ant was at least comparable to a 3rd-tier martial saint. Ding Ziyu swung his kitchen knife, but the giant ant nimbly dodged it. As it lifted its body, it collided with the blade. A tremendous force traveled along the knife, causing Ding Ziyu to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. This super iron fire ant was not only powerful but also quite intelligent, actually understanding how to evade human attacks, which was far beyond Ding Ziyu's expectations. Ding Ziyu could only drag the kitchen knife and retreat repeatedly, while the giant ant relentlessly pursued him, striking again and again. Not far behind Ding Ziyu, the red-scaled giant python was wreaking havoc, and several staff members from the Blind Box Management Bureau had already been swallowed. The commotion was astonishing, shaking half of Danning City. However, strangely, the Blind Box Management Bureau had not sent anyone for rescue, which made Ding Ziyu and the others feel utterly despondent. Ding Kid, a savior is coming. On the northern high-rise, a master has arrived, someone with a connection to you. If this person intervenes, they will surely save your life, the Eye of Truth shouted, as if grasping at a lifeline. Ding Ziyu looked towards the northern high-rise, but it was empty, there was no sign of any master. Nevertheless, Ding Ziyu chose to believe in the Eye of Truth. After all, its abilities were far superior to his own. Senior, please lend a hand, I would be eternally grateful. Ding Ziyu threw away the kitchen knife and deeply bowed towards the northern high-rise. It wouldn't hurt to show respect, and who knows, it might be useful. There were indeed 2 people standing on the northern building, to be precise, 2 very beautiful women. Master, why don't you help him? He saved my life. Long Xiaoye looked at her master with a pitiful expression. The commotion here was indeed quite large. the Lord of the Celestial Teachings had brought her disciple out to broaden her horizons, but unexpectedly, her whereabouts had been uncovered by the Eye of Truth. Forget it. You have some unexplainable connection with this kid, so I will help him once more. That red-scaled giant python is quite good, just right for you as a mount, the Lord of the Celestial Teachings said indifferently. After deciding to help Ding Ziyu, she no longer concealed her form. With a slight movement, she floated down from the rooftop like a celestial being. With a flick of her finger, a large hole immediately appeared in the belly of the ferocious super iron fire ant. It twitched a couple of times on the ground before becoming still. Who dares to interfere with the affairs of my Red Dragon Society? Ling Xiaoke shouted in anger. Considering this is your first offense, I will show you a slight punishment. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings flicked a finger again, and a bloody hole suddenly appeared on the shoulder of the previously imposing Ling Xiaoke, causing his face to turn deathly pale. The newcomer was too terrifying. He didn't even know what means the other party had used, and he was easily injured, and quite severely at that. Such a person, if they wanted to kill him, could do so with no effort at all. Little Red Scale, stop messing around in there, come with me. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings flew to the head of the red scale giant python, and with a gentle wave of his sleeve, the once ferocious red scale giant python instantly became incredibly docile. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings stood lightly on the head of the red scale giant python, which now behaved like a well-trained pet. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Ding Ziyu hurriedly stepped forward to bow, realizing that if it weren't for this great figure's appearance today, he would likely be dead. No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thanks Xiaoye. It was her who wanted to save you, the Lord of the Celestial Teachings replied nonchalantly. In a moment, Long Xiaoye ran down from upstairs. Uncle, have you joined the Blind Box Management Bureau? Long Xiaoye looked at the uniform on Ding Ziyu and asked a very naive question. Xiaoye, thank you for saving me. Ding Ziyu expressed his gratitude again, knowing that even though he hadn't joined the Celestial Teachings, it was still necessary to maintain a good relationship with them. Such a powerful ally was not something an ordinary person could easily reach. Xiaoye, come up. We should leave. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings had no interest in listening to their small talk. A colorful ribbon flew from her hand, effortlessly pulling Long Xiaoye onto the head of the red-scale giant python. Long Xiaoye waved goodbye to Ding Ziyu, and the two, along with the snake, quickly departed. Old bastard, I'll let you off for now. This Red Dragon Society will eventually be destroyed. The foundation of the Blind Box Management Bureau is not something a small Red Dragon Society like yours can compare to, Zhu Chengfeng declared harshly before leading the remaining team members to retreat. This time, the people of the Red Dragon Society did not dare to stop the Blind Box Management Bureau from leaving, as they could not figure out the background of the Lord of the Celestial Teachings. The means she displayed were too extraordinary. Even a martial saint seemed no different from a child in her presence. A powerful figure like Ling Xiaoke, after being injured, didn't even dare to utter a harsh word. If he were to be ungrateful, he could very well be killed in an instant. What's the background of that female senior? What is your relationship with her? On the way back, Zhu Chengfeng approached Ding Ziyu. Although the Blind Box Management Bureau had a solid foundation, they were particularly cautious when encountering such powerful figures. A major character had emerged from Danning City, and they could not afford to be careless. I'm not very clear about her background either. Perhaps she's another major figure that came out of a blind box. I only know her disciple. I don't know anything else. Ding Ziyu naturally wouldn't tell the truth, as angering this person could lead to dire consequences for him. However, his speculation was not without reason. This Lord of the Celestial Teachings could very well be a big shot that emerged from a blind box. Even her white-clad experts might not be natives of this world. Zhu Chengfeng stared at Ding Ziyu for a while, seemingly trying to see if he was lying in front of him. However, Ding Ziyu remained relatively calm and was not intimidated by the other party's aura. By the way, that kitchen knife of yours looks quite good too. Did it also come from a blind box? Zhu Chengfeng changed the subject. He had seen Ding Ziyu's performance during the battle and couldn't possibly ignore that kitchen knife. At the same time, Zhu Chengfeng thought of another issue. Ding Ziyu had a spatial ring, and it was not a small one. You don't need to worry. The Blind Box Management Bureau is not as unruly as you imagine. They are quite respectful of personal belongings. Zhu Chengfeng saw through Ding Ziyu's thoughts at a glance and quickly reassured him. Ding Ziyu also knew that unless he kept carrying that huge kitchen knife, he couldn't hide the fact that he had a space ring. Fortunately, although this item was expensive, it wasn't particularly attractive to martial saints. As long as one had money, it was quite easy to obtain. Ding Ziyu simply took out the kitchen knife and let Zhu Chengfeng and the staff of the bureau admire it together. This kitchen knife can actually restrain ancient martial divine weapons. Its quality is exceptional. It's just a bit too large to be used as a conventional weapon, Zhu Chengfeng concluded after studying it for a while. The image of a martial saint wielding a kitchen knife to attack someone was quite amusing to think about. The other team members were also curious, touching and examining it. Once the novelty wore off, everyone's attention returned from the kitchen knife. Ding Ziyu took the opportunity to put it away and stopped showcasing it. Senior Zhu, our operation this time might be a trap. It's likely that someone from the bureau has betrayed us. Ding Ziyu quickly shifted the topic. He couldn't care less about that, he needed to vent. This operation was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for the fact that the Lord of the Celestial Church brought Long Xiaoye to watch the excitement, they all might have died here. Since someone wanted to harm him, why not expose the person behind it? Is there someone in the bureau closely related to the Red Dragon Society? Xu Chengfeng's eyebrows immediately shot up. He had almost suffered a huge loss this time. If even he could be framed, the situation was serious. Yesterday evening, the Zhou family was very lively. It was all caused by that snake. As a result, that snake was subdued by Ling Xiaoke, and I saw Ling Xiaoke come out of the Zhou family. At that time, I didn't know about the Red Dragon Society, so I didn't pay much attention. Ding Ziyu decided to push the Zhou family to the opposite side of the Blind Box Bureau. Since they were enemies anyway, why not use the people from the Blind Box Bureau to deal with them? What? Is that still going on? Zhu Chengfeng was clearly shocked. The Zhou family in Danning City was a powerful family, and even the Blind Box Bureau had to give them some face. In fact, there were quite a few members of the Zhou family within the bureau, so this matter was difficult to define, and the implications were vast, with serious consequences. Are you sure? Xu Chengfeng asked repeatedly. Absolutely sure. The Zhou family has a close relationship with Ling Xiaoke. It's possible that this Red Dragon Society was created by the Zhou family, Ding Ziyu boldly speculated. If his premise was valid, making such a judgment was not without reason. Ling Xiaoke himself had said that he was not the leader of the Red Dragon Society, which clearly indicated that there was someone else behind this brutal organization. Don't spread this news yet. Everyone who knows should keep their mouths shut. I will communicate with the director about what to do specifically. Zhu Chengfeng immediately issued a gag order to all the staff around him. After returning to the bureau, all teams began to get busy. The casualties from this operation were significant, so they naturally needed to replenish personnel promptly. Ding Ziyu was then called to the director's office by Zhu Chengfeng. There were actually 3 people inside, one of whom was Deputy Director Yang, whom Ding Ziyu had met before. Zhu Chengfeng recounted Ding Ziyu's suspicions, and the 3 directors immediately fell into deep thought. Clearly, they were also digesting this important news. Danning City is getting more and more chaotic. We might not be able to manage it anymore, Deputy Director Yang sighed. Xiao Ding, you really don't know the background of that woman? Director Chen seemed more concerned about the issue of the Lord of the Celestial Church. Such a powerful figure was beyond the normal scope of management. Even if they all acted, they probably wouldn't be able to match her strength. I don't know. Her background is very mysterious, and her strength is difficult to estimate. Fortunately, she didn't seem to like interacting with others and had no intention of causing chaos, otherwise, the city of Daming would probably have long been under her control. Ding Ziyu certainly did not speak carelessly. With the strength of the Chang Tian sect, let alone the sect leader, any white-clad disciple under her command could easily sweep through the entire Daming city. I hope what you said is true. If there's a chance, you can try to make contact with them and see if we can collaborate with the Blind Box Management Bureau. I believe with our strength, she might be interested, Director Chen said after some thought. What else could Ding Ziyu say? He could only mechanically nod, indicating that he had noted Director Chen's order. Next, they discussed the Zhou family's situation. If it were just a few traitors, it would be relatively easy to handle. However, if the Zhou family was too deeply involved with the Red Dragon Society, or if the Red Dragon Society was actually an external organization created by the Zhou family, then the problem would be much more serious. Ding Ziyu was eager to implicate the Zhou family, as that would allow him to use the Bureau's power to deal with them. Director Chen asked very detailed questions, and Ding Ziyu shared everything he had seen and thought. Regardless of whether it would be effective, he was determined to place the blame on the Zhou family. What if the Blind Box Management Bureau decided to take action against them? Director Chen did not seem to doubt Ding Ziyu's words, clearly unaware of the grievances between Ding Ziyu and the Zhou family. After staying in the director's office for a while, Ding Ziyu returned to Team B18. This time, several teams had suffered significant losses. Team B18 had also lost 7 members, 3 of whom were eaten by the Crimson Scale Giant Python, while the other 4 died at the hands of that martial saint. Ding Etienne, I see your combat ability is quite impressive. How about you become the vice-captain of the first team? Gao Xingyu asked Ding Ziyu for his opinion. She had been watching his performance today. He was able to block attacks from a martial saint expert with just a kitchen knife, demonstrating considerable combat strength. Coincidentally, the vice captain of the first team had already died, so Gao Xinyu thought of Ding Ziyu first. This doesn't seem appropriate, does it? I'm still just a novice. Ding Ziyu actually didn't want to be a team leader. His purpose in coming to the Blind Box Management Bureau was simple: to use its network to find his grandfather. What novice or veteran? If you become a martial saint, you could be the captain on your first day, Gao Xinyu said straightforwardly. Can I think about it first? Ding Ziyu did not agree immediately. It wasn't that he was worried about anything, he just had other thoughts. Gao Xinyu and Captain Chen had treated him well, so it wouldn't be good to refuse too obviously. Alright, take your time to consider, Gao Xinyu said, a little disappointed. She valued Ding Ziyu not only for his combat ability but also because he had a spatial ring. This item was very convenient and could bring great benefits during missions. So far, he was the only one in Team B18 with a spatial ring. Brother Ding, can you sell your spatial ring to our Team 18? Captain Chen asked directly. I know this item is very valuable. The team can offer 5 million dragon coins for the spatial ring you have. However, the team doesn't have that much money, so we can use an installment payment method. Until it's fully paid off, the spatial ring will remain yours to use first. The team will only use it when we really need it to store supplies. The conditions offered by Captain Chen were not particularly good. However, Ding Ziyu was somewhat tempted. He had 2 spatial rings, one taken from the belly of a flame demon wolf and the other obtained from Guandiren. Comparatively, the one from Guandiren was smaller. It was just right to sell, and it could also eliminate others' covetous thoughts. As for the money, 5 million dragon coins was not a small amount. However, he had no idea how long it would take to pay it off with the installment plan. Anyway, Ding Ziyu didn't know how much money was actually in the account of Team 18. It can be sold to the team, but I still need to keep my big kitchen knife in there. If anyone wants to use it, they can. Thinking about his priority usage rights, Ding Ziyu pondered for a moment and agreed to Captain Chen. That kitchen knife was too eye-catching. If he didn't keep it in the team, wouldn't it tell others that he still had a spatial ring? Ding Ziyu wasn't a fool and naturally wouldn't do something so stupid. No problem, that kitchen knife can block ancient martial arts weapons. It's quite an impressive weapon. You're really lucky. You can get your hands on anything. Captain Chen smiled upon hearing Ding Ziyu's words. Ding Ziyu immediately took out the spatial ring and handed it to Captain Chen. Although he had priority usage rights, it was still better to hand it over. The money in the team's account isn't much. I'll transfer you 2 million dragon coins first. After that, I'll give you 300,000 dragon coins every month, and it will be settled in 10 months. Captain Chen took the spatial ring, his face showing some excitement, and immediately operated the account to transfer 2 million dragon coins to Ding Ziyu's anonymous card. Ding Ziyu was secretly astonished. He didn't expect the Blind Box Management Bureau to be so wealthy. A small team's account could easily transfer out 2 million dragon coins. He had previously underestimated them. With this, Ding Ziyu not only eliminated the hidden dangers on him but also received a large sum of money. At least he wouldn't have to worry about food and expenses anymore. Just as the transaction was completed, someone came to inquire about the spatial ring. It seemed there were quite a few people eyeing this item. They just hadn't found the opportunity to talk to Ding Ziyu before. Ding Ziyu pointed to Captain Chen, passing this hot potato to him. Anyway, so many people saw him hand over the spatial ring, so this matter wouldn't fall on him. As for the spatial ring he would definitely have to be more low-key in the future and absolutely couldn't reveal it easily in front of others to avoid unnecessary trouble. Once the spatial ring was in Team 18's account, the number of people wanting to make a move on it decreased significantly. Ding Ziyu finally relaxed. The following time was spent entirely on cultivation. Today's events served as a wake-up call. His strength was still insufficient, and he needed to work hard to improve. Otherwise, if he encountered a powerful enemy, he would truly be facing a dead end. In the afternoon, Ding Ziyu received a message that a search agency he had commissioned reportedly found clues about Ding Shichen. Ding Ziyu immediately became excited, quickly asking Gao Xinyu for leave and rushing to the location of the search agency. Sir, based on the information you provided, we conducted a thorough investigation of the underground boxing arena and its surroundings. We can preliminarily confirm that Ding Shichen did not disappear by chance. The staff member of the search agency said very seriously to Ding Ziyu. Not by chance? So it was intentional? Ding Ziyu suddenly became tense. If it involved a certain organization, his grandfather was likely in grave danger. Based on our judgment, it is highly likely related to the Nine Hawks Society. According to reliable information, the Nine Hawks Society has long had cases of missing persons. However, in today's society, Such cases of missing persons hardly attract anyone's attention. As long as they aren't close relatives, who cares about the lives of others? The staff's words left Ding Ziyu feeling somewhat desperate. If this matter was indeed the doing of the Nine Hawks Society, what could he do? With his own strength, he definitely couldn't match the Nine Hawks Society. Even a casual martial saint from there could easily take his life. Do you know where those missing persons have gone? Or is there any unusual situation with the Nine Hawks Society? Ding Ziyu was unwilling to give up. Concerning his grandfather's life and death, he had to get to the bottom of this. What kind of place is the Nine Owls Society? You should be quite clear about that. If you want to pursue this further, you must pay more, no less than 500,000 dragon coins. The other party did not answer Ding Ziyu's question but instead directly asked for more money, which made Ding Ziyu feel somewhat comfortable. The Nine Owls Society was indeed not to be trifled with. But you can't just demand 500,000 dragon coins without saying anything, right? After all, that's not a small sum. If I give you 500,000 dragon coins, what can you achieve? Although Ding Ziyu was very concerned about his grandfather's whereabouts, he didn't want to be taken advantage of. At the very least, we can find out the specific whereabouts of this person. As for whether they are alive or dead, we cannot guarantee. The search agency finally gave a certain promise, but whether they could fulfill it remained unknown. How about this? I can give you 500,000 dragon coins, but you must immediately start the investigation, and I want to participate directly. Ding Ziyu didn't want to wait any longer. He couldn't afford to wait even a day. Alright, as long as you pay, we can arrange for the relevant personnel to act immediately. Seeing Ding Ziyu's determination, the other party understood his feelings. Ding Ziyu directly transferred 500,000 dragon coins to them. The search agency immediately dispatched two men in plain clothes, disguised themselves, and after making the necessary disguises for Ding Ziyu, they immediately set off. Don't make a sound, just follow us, one of them warned Ding Ziyu. The three of them headed straight for the underground boxing gym of the Nine Owls Society. However, this time they did not enter through the front but came to a back door. A person dressed in ordinary attire opened the door for the three of them, and Ding Ziyu clearly saw the two men whispering to each other, with the agency's person handing over some money. After sizing up the three of them, the man let them in. In a bit, we need to send a batch of supplies over. You must follow my arrangements, or don't blame me for being ruthless if something goes wrong, the man said sternly, showing no respect for Ding Ziyu and the others. Don't worry, brother, we won't joke with our lives. The three of them hid in a room, and after about 10 minutes, two large boxes were pushed in. From a distance, a foul smell could be detected. You will stay inside these boxes. They are filled with various garbage, and usually, no one will open them. As long as you don't make a noise, you should be able to pass through easily. Ding Ziyu had no choice. The three of them had their own thoughts but still climbed into the boxes. After a short while, the boxes began to move, clearly heading to where they were supposed to go. Ding Ziyu endured the strong stench, swaying inside the box as they moved for about half an hour before finally stopping. Garbage collector, why is it your turn again today? Yeah, there has been more garbage lately, so they sent me again. The voices of two people could be heard outside the box. You didn't bring anything in, did you? Don't worry, how could I be reckless? Besides, it's always easy to get in and hard to get out here. It doesn't matter what I bring in. That's good. I trust you understand the reasons, so I won't question you further. The conversation outside seemed to touch on nothing significant, but Ding Ziyu knew he had narrowly escaped a disaster. The place they had arrived at was certainly not ordinary, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so meticulous. A few minutes later, the box began to move again. Ding Ziyu felt as if the box had passed through some inexplicable thing, and even the foul smell inside the box became much thinner, replaced by a pleasant scent. After moving a few more miles, the box finally stopped. Alright, I've brought you in. As for what you do inside, it has nothing to do with me, the person in charge of the boxes seriously warned Ding Ziyu and the others. Clearly, he only cared about bringing people in for the money. As for what the three of them did inside, or whether they are alive or dead, it wouldn't matter. Ding Ziyu emerged from the box, feeling the fresh air outside, and his spirits lifted considerably. Looking up, he saw a lush green landscape. The environment appeared quite beautiful. This should be a small sacred place. Strange, how is it connected to the real world? The eye of truth immediately discerned the origin of this place. What is a small sacred place? Ding Ziyu asked, looking bewildered. His understanding of this aspect was indeed too limited. It's a small space created by humans. Usually only powerful figures can reside here and have absolute control over it. With this explanation from the eye of truth, Ding Ziyu began to understand. This was akin to a dungeon in certain games. Only this dungeon had transformed from illusion to reality. No wonder the Nine Hawks were so formidable, mastering such things. How could they not produce powerful figures? Such a magical place, How could they possibly let people in easily? Don't you feel there's something strange about this place? Ding Ziyu was no fool. The so-called small sacred place was likely very important to the Nine Hawks. Their easy entry was quite unscientific. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance, filled with evident pain. No way, there's actually a barbaric dragon locked up here. Ding kid, your troubles might be a bit serious. The Eye of Truth reacted immediately. What is a barbaric dragon? Is it a real dragon? Ding Ziyu was unfamiliar with this creature. After all, there were already plenty of strange beings in this world. Seeing strange things was no longer surprising. A barbaric dragon is not a true dragon, it merely has some dragon blood. This beast is quite brutal, and it loves to devour all kinds of creatures. I guess you got in easily because the Nine Hawks did it on purpose, just to let you in as food for the barbaric dragon. The Eye of Truth's words were somewhat frightening. If his judgment was correct, the possibility was quite high. Including those who had gone missing before, as well as Ding Ziyu's grandfather, Ding Shichen, they were all likely to become food for that barbaric dragon. We need to leave quickly, this place is not safe. The search team seemed unaware of the crisis they were facing. They were only worried about being discovered by the experts of the Nine Hawks. This area is quite large, why don't we split up? Perhaps we can search a larger area. Ding Ziyu found a reason, he didn't want to follow others. In this day and age, only oneself is the most reliable. Following others could easily lead to trouble. Seeing Ding Ziyu's resolute attitude, the others said nothing more, just briefly instructed him before quickly leaving. Ding Ziyu also quickened his pace, running towards the source of the sound. He wanted to see what the legendary barbaric dragon looked like. After a few minutes, the sound of the barbaric dragon came again, serving as a good guide. Following that sound, Ding Ziyu chased after it. He hardly encountered anyone along the way. Further away, a middle-aged martial artist of unknown strength was watching the direction Ding Ziyu and the others were coming from, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. More people are coming to their deaths. Sigh, I wonder when I can recapture this ferocious beast. An old man suddenly appeared behind him, sighing softly. What's the rush? It can't run away anyway. By the way, how's that potion of yours coming along? Any progress? The middle-aged man asked without turning his head. There has been progress, but the stability is currently very poor. I can't guarantee the effect. Recently, several test subjects had issues, indicating that we still haven't fully understood the potion's formula. The old man replied respectfully. All right, you continue with the experiments. It is estimated that during this time, more people will be let in. The exit must be controlled. We cannot allow those inside to escape easily. After the middle-aged man gave a few reminders, he vanished from in front of the old man in a flash. His speed was so great that even a 10th-level martial saint might not be able to achieve it. Ding Ziyu was unaware that every move he made was under someone else's control. He continued to approach the source of the enormous roar. About 10 minutes later, a dense thicket of plants appeared ahead. These plants looked strange, with each leaf resembling a sword, and the edges had very sharp little serrations. If they were to cut into a person, they could easily inflict deep wounds. This is green sword bamboo, usually used for making fences or enclosing walls. It doesn't grow in ordinary places. The Eye of Truth immediately recognized the origin of these plants. For martial artists lacking strength, it's best not to go in. Just the green sword bamboo can easily cost someone their life. Are you saying I can only look for an entrance or exit? Ding Ziyu had originally planned to sneak through the thicket of plants. If he followed someone else's entrance or exit, he would easily expose himself. Your bronze body has already reached a small level of mastery. You should be able to withstand the green sword bamboo, but your clothes will likely suffer, the Eye of Truth said slowly. Although Ding Ziyu's strength was not very strong, the body refining technique he practiced was quite extraordinary. The diamond-glazed body refined the muscles and bones, while the ordinary body tempering technique greatly enhanced the toughness of the skin. The combination of the two had brought him to his current level. Ding Ziyu decided to give it a try. His clothes weren't worth much, and if they were ruined, he could just change into another set. He pushed aside the leaves of the green sword bamboo and carefully squeezed through. The serrations on the sword-like leaves easily tore his clothes. However, when these serrations touched his skin, they only caused a slight itch and did not actually cut into him. The Eye of Truth's judgment was clearly reliable. With the toughness of his skin, the green sword bamboo couldn't harm him. The fence made of green sword bamboo was about 4 to 5 meters thick. Ding Ziyu cautiously pushed forward and after a while, he finally saw what was inside. Instead of the fierce dragon he had expected, he saw several rows of houses. All these houses were built from a white material that looked somewhat like stone, but not quite. Those houses are made of white starstone. This type of stone is very sturdy and suitable for carving formations. It seems this small holy place is indeed remarkable. The Eye of Truth revealed some information that Ding Ziyu was completely unfamiliar with. He speculated that this might very well be the lair of the Nine Hawks Society, and he had no idea how many powerful experts resided in those houses. Just as Ding Ziyu was pondering this, he saw a martial artist appear in his line of sight, carrying 2 people. It was the 2 guys who had come with him. Ding Ziyu was secretly shocked. The strength of those 2 was not bad, one being a 9th level martial artist and the other a 7th level. From their appearance, it seemed they had been captured without having fought back at all. Report to the chief steward, we only caught 2 people, and the other guy has no idea where he ran off to, the martial artist said respectfully as he arrived outside the houses. The place is this big, as long as that kid hasn't left, we will find him. Continue searching, an old voice came from inside the house. Ding Ziyu understood clearly this time. He had fallen into someone else's surveillance as soon as he entered. If he had confronted those 2, he would likely have been captured as well. Fortunately, Ding Ziyu had some skills and had managed to hide in the thicket of green sword bamboo, otherwise, he might not have escaped the search. By the way, the alchemy room is short on people, let's send these 2 over there. The voice of the chief steward echoed again. The warrior responded and carried the person towards another building. Ding Ziyu hid in the bamboo forest, keeping a close watch on the man's direction. After he finally entered a building, Ding Ziyu withdrew his gaze. Estimating the distance, Ding Ziyu figured that the alchemy room was about 200 meters away from where he was. He decided to circle around the green sword bamboo forest to see what the alchemy room was like. Ding Ziyu was suspicious that his grandfather might also be in that alchemy room. After about half an hour, Ding Ziyu cautiously arrived outside the alchemy room. It was relatively quiet here, and Ding Ziyu hid behind the building, concentrating his mental energy, trying to see through the White House. However, after several attempts, he failed. The White Star Stone can block others probing. If I were at my peak, I could easily see through it. But now, that's not possible. If I want to know what's inside, I can only go in. There must be someone inside. If I go in, won't I be exposed immediately? Ding Ziyu's concerns were not unfounded. With his strength, even a random steward from the Nine Hawks Society could easily capture him. Then there's no other way. You can only wait until the people inside leave before you have a chance. The Eye of Truth also indicated it couldn't help Ding Ziyu. At that moment, a series of screams came from the building. Ding Ziyu immediately recognized it as one of the people from the search team. He didn't expect that they had just been sent in for a short time and were already subjected to inhumane torture. He had no idea what the Nine Hawks Society was doing to them to elicit such painful screams. The screams lasted for a while before gradually weakening, eventually falling silent. Before long, a man dressed in white emerged from the building, looking quite excited. Hee, I succeeded in my research. This potion has reached the target. The man in white chattered excitedly as he walked away, not even bothering to close the door behind him. Ding Ziyu felt a surge of joy. This was a good opportunity. Seeing that no one was around, he quickly darted out from the green sword bamboo forest and rushed into the building. Upon entering, he saw various bottles and jars, unsure of what they contained. The 2 people who had come with him were lying motionless on a platform. Ding Ziyu reached out to check their noses and found they were still breathing, not dead. He tried to push them a few times, but there was no response. They were likely anesthetized by some drug or unable to wake up for some other reason. Without any ideas on how to save them, Ding Ziyu had to choose to give up. After all, he couldn't ensure his own safety, let alone worry about others. There were no extra people in this building. Initially thinking his grandfather might be here, Ding Ziyu felt a bit disappointed. As he looked around, he noticed a set of clothes hanging on the wall. Judging by the style, they were similar to those worn by the people inside. They should be the work uniforms of the Nine Hawks Society members. An idea struck Ding Ziyu, and he quickly changed out of his tattered clothes, stashing them in his space ring, then put on the clothes from the wall, which fit surprisingly well. After changing, Ding Ziyu boldly walked out. He planned to explore around and see if he could find any useful clues. Perhaps the clothes really worked, although there were people in the distance who saw Ding Ziyu come out of the room. They merely glanced at him before shifting their gaze away. Ding Ziyu felt a surge of joy. He hadn't expected the outfit to be so effective. He had easily slipped past unnoticed. The white houses were lined up one after another, mostly with closed doors, and Ding Ziyu didn't dare to barge in randomly. He only approached the few houses with open doors, carefully peeking inside. As a result, naturally, nothing was seen. Just as Ding Ziyu approached a section of the green sword bamboo fence, he heard quite a commotion coming from the front. The barbarian dragon should be locked inside. I can go take a look. This time, Ding Ziyu did not venture into the green sword bamboo forest but walked along the path ahead. After walking about 100 or 200 meters, he finally came across an opening. At the opening stood a sturdy gate, which might have been used to prevent the barbarian dragon from escaping. However, it was clear that someone was guarding the opening, and as soon as Ding Ziyu walked past, he was noticed. "Are you here to check the sanitation, esteemed steward?" The guard surprisingly greeted Ding Ziyu and mistook his identity. Without needing to say anything, Ding Ziyu knew it was due to the clothes he was wearing. Have you finished your work?" Ding Ziyu lowered his voice and responded casually. "It's all done. Would you like to go take a look, esteemed steward?" The guard enthusiastically opened the gate for Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu nodded slightly and then naturally walked through the gate. The situation inside was quite different, with a faint stench lingering in the air. However, the ground was very clean, clearly just swept. "You all stay here and keep an eye on the gate. I'll just take a quick look around." Ding Ziyu did not want anyone following him. He instinctively felt that things were definitely not simple inside, and it was best for him to act according to the situation. "Understood. Esteemed steward, please inspect carefully. If anything is not in order, we can arrange for those people to clean it up later." The guard responded while returning to his post. "That barbarian dragon is so powerful, it can't possibly be blocked by mere greensword bamboo, right?" Ding Ziyu had some doubts. So far, he had not seen what the barbarian dragon looked like or where it was trapped. The greensword bamboo is definitely used to block people. The barbarian dragon has a violent temperament. It must be locked in a very secure place, otherwise, it would have escaped long ago. The area inside was not small either. After walking for a while, Ding Ziyu finally discovered a new building, still made of white starstone, but there were not as many as outside, just 3 rooms. The doors of the 3 rooms were all open, and from the farthest room, he could hear a stream of curses. "You bunch of pigs, if you don't behave, I'll feed you to the barbarian dragon," someone shouted loudly, and it was quite clear even from a distance. Then came the sound of whips cracking from inside the room. Ding Ziyu did not dare to enter that room easily. After thinking for a second, he entered another room. This room was empty, only filled with various cleaning tools, clearly just a tool shed. Ding Ziyu moved quickly and stepped into another room. This one was a multi-person bedroom, with all the bedding thrown on the floor. They probably slept directly on the ground, and a foul smell wafted in the air, making the environment quite harsh. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to leave, he noticed someone lying in the corner. The person was wrapped up in a quilt, with even their head concealed. If it weren't for the slight trembling of the bedding, he wouldn't have dared to confirm it was a living person. "What are you doing here? Get up, I have questions for you." Ding Ziyu walked over and tugged at the quilt covering the person. The person inside shivered, and upon hearing Ding Ziyu's voice, immediately threw off the quilt and sat up. It turned out to be Ding Shichen. He had a noticeable wound on his body, hastily bandaged. Blood was seeping through the bandage. "Ding Zi, how did you find this place? Hurry and leave, this is the lair of the Nine Hawks Society, and there are many experts inside," Ding Shichen said urgently. "I know. Were you captured by them?" Seeing his grandfather's condition, Ding Ziyu felt a deep pang of heartache, and his disgust for the Nine Hawks Society rose several levels. "I was tricked into this place. It only allows entry, not exit. If you don't do well, you'll get beaten, and many have been thrown down to feed that ferocious beast." Ding Shichen didn't elaborate, but anyone with a bit of sense could understand his predicament. "You mean the barbarian dragon, right? Where is it kept?" Ding Ziyu suddenly had a new idea. With his own strength, he certainly couldn't deal with the Nine Fiends Society. He wanted to take his grandfather away, but that was no easy task. If he could release that barbarian dragon, it would surely cause great chaos, and wouldn't that give him a chance? "It's locked in a deep pit, that beast is very fierce, so don't go near it." Ding Shichen seemed to guess Ding Ziyu's thoughts and immediately stopped his reckless behavior. "Do you have a way to leave this place?" Ding Ziyu asked. If Ding Shichen had a way, perhaps they could give it a try. "No, although I've been here for several days, I'm not familiar with the situation inside. We are not allowed to move around. In that case, we can only find a way to release that barbarian dragon." Ding Ziyu made up his mind. His grandfather had to be saved. Staying here for a long time, even if he wasn't fed to the barbarian dragon, he could still be beaten to death by others. Why don't these people resist? Even if they can't win, they could at least try to change their situation by opening blind boxes, right? Ding Ziyu was somewhat puzzled. How could they still obediently let themselves be manipulated after being bullied to this extent? It is said that prayers here can't summon blind boxes. They should be cut off from the heavens, and even the heavens can't help us. Ding Shichen's words left Ding Ziyu speechless. So this little holy place couldn't communicate with the heavens at all. There really was no good solution. Ding Ziyu chatted with his grandfather for a few moments before sneaking out of the room. The voice of the person lecturing inside continued. It was probably a small manager seizing the opportunity to showcase his authority and vent his frustrations. There were still no people moving around, and Ding Ziyu followed the stench deeper in, estimating that the smell came from where the barbarian dragon was kept. Not far along, Ding Ziyu discovered a large enclosure ahead, inside of which were several pigs, cows, and sheep. He couldn't tell if these were meant for people or for the barbarian dragon. The stench here was also quite severe, and Ding Ziyu felt misled. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the terrain ahead seemed to change, as if a section of land had suddenly sunk. Without getting closer, he couldn't see what was going on. That must be the deep pit where the barbarian dragon is kept. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to head that way, he was called back by the Eye of Truth. There are martial saints guarding over there, you mustn't go. No way, even locked in a deep pit, they still don't feel secure and have experts watching? Ding Ziyu felt a bit frustrated. After all, it was still his own weakness that caused the trouble. Otherwise, he could just take people away directly. Perhaps we can lure that person away. Ding Ziyu looked at the pigs, cows, and sheep that were locked up and suddenly came up with a plan. We can give it a try. Whether it works or not depends on luck. The Eye of Truth didn't hold out much hope. Those cleaning servants could solve this small problem. Regardless of whether it would work, Ding Ziyu ran over and quickly opened all the enclosures. The pigs, cows, and sheep that had been in the enclosures immediately bolted out like mad, clearly terrified of the barbarian dragon's roar. They just hadn't had the chance to escape. In an instant, the animals running around created chaos, and everything around was thrown into disarray, with various cries echoing far and wide. Ding Ziyu found a hidden spot to hide and quietly observed the unfolding situation. Before long, the servants rushed out and began to chase in all directions, while the small steward who had been scolding them joined the crowd pursuing the beasts. Ding Ziyu did not move, his attention was focused somewhere, hoping that the expert hiding there would come out. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the scattered beasts had not been caught, and instead, they were running more chaotically. These fools can't even handle such a small matter, a martial saint expert finally cursed as he ran out from the deep pit. To Ding Ziyu's surprise, the guy who had run out from the alchemy room was actually following behind him. Deacon Wang, don't rush off. The experimental results aren't out yet. The man in white called after him. What's the rush? Didn't you say the potion was refined? That barbarian dragon probably won't wake up anytime soon. We need to catch these beasts first. What if the barbarian dragon wakes up and needs to eat? Deacon Wang did not stop his pace and quickly headed in the direction of the beasts. The man in white glanced at the deep pit and ultimately followed him. It was clear he was still a bit uneasy and didn't dare to stay in that dangerous place. Seeing the two leave, Ding Ziyu immediately ran out from his hiding spot and rushed towards the deep pit as fast as he could. When he arrived, he found it was a circular deep pit with a diameter of over 30 meters. There was a spiraling path leading down the pit, which looked dark and endless. As he approached, a foul odor wafted up from below, and Ding Ziyu quickly covered his nose. Actually, any dragon-like creature is very clean. Although the barbarian dragon isn't a true dragon, it can't stand such an environment. Keeping it in such a harsh condition will eventually lead to problems. The Eye of Truth understood this creature's habits well. Why are they keeping this guy? What kind of research are they conducting? Ding Ziyu did not understand why the Nine Fiends Society would do this. The bloodline of the barbarian dragon can stimulate a person's body, which is particularly beneficial for body-refining martial artists. It's likely that the higher-ups of the Nine Fiends Society have discovered this secret, which is why they are raising it here. Although the barbarian dragon is irritable and easily angered, its intelligence is not low. How could it be willing to let people confine it in this small deep pit? Moreover, these people want to draw its blood. Given the chance, this guy will definitely struggle fiercely. As Ding Ziyu communicated with the Eye of Truth, he quickly ran downwards. After descending about 4 or 5 meters, he finally reached the end of the path. There was actually a huge metal cover sealing off the entire deep pit. However, the cover had many ventilation holes, spaced at least 20 centimeters apart. The cover was locked in the middle, with a massive metal bolt securing it. Without opening it, even the strongest barbarian dragon would find it hard to escape. Through the ventilation holes, Ding Ziyu could clearly see a gigantic dinosaur-like creature hiding below, its size even larger than the strongest Tyrannosaurus rex, with very sturdy limbs. Its mouth was similar to that of a T-Rex, but it had a pair of horns on its head, which was a clear distinction from dinosaur features. At that moment, this giant was quietly lying on the ground, at least 30 meters below the height of the cover. I need to think of a way to wake it up, otherwise, opening that metal bolt would be useless. When that expert returns, it will just be locked up again. Ding Ziyu knew that the barbarian dragon must have been anesthetized by the potion developed by the man in white. It was indeed not an easy task to anesthetize such a massive creature. No need to wake it up, this guy is playing dead. It just wants to ambush anyone who gets close, the Eye of Truth saw through the barbarian dragon's ruse. Damn, this guy can even do that. Ding Ziyu truly did not expect it. Man Long, I'm opening the lid for you. Whether you can run out or not depends on your own ability. Ding Ziyu shouted at Man Long, not caring whether it could understand him. Just as his words faded, the feigning Man Long suddenly flipped over and stood up, startling Ding Ziyu. When it raised its head, it was only a few meters away from the heavy metal lid, its massive size truly surprising Ding Ziyu. Its plate-sized eyes fixed intently on Ding Ziyu, as if confirming whether what he said was true. Ding Ziyu hurried to move the metal bolt. This thing weighed at least 1,000 or 2 pounds and was stuck tightly. With great effort, he finally managed to free it from the slot. Man Long, I've opened the lid for you. Whether you can get out or not depends on your own ability. This was all Ding Ziyu could do. The pit was too deep, and with his strength, it was impossible to get Man Long out. Everything depended on it. Ding Ziyu ran up the path along the pit wall. This time he was running at full speed, his pace significantly increasing. Just halfway up, a loud bang echoed from the bottom of the pit, followed by a heavy impact. The entire pit shook violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Ding Ziyu instinctively glanced down and saw that the thick metal lid had actually been knocked open halfway by Man Long, the other half hanging precariously on the pit wall, swaying dangerously. The strength of that creature was truly unimaginable. Ding Ziyu guessed that even a 10th level martial saint might not be able to subdue it. Ding Ziyu accelerated again, rushing towards the pit's mouth. He was worried that if Man Long got out, it would first treat him as a snack. The loud noises continued below, and by the time Ding Ziyu burst out of the pit, Man Long had already charged up to the lid. This creature was venting its anger on the lid that had imprisoned it, with half of it stomped into the bottom of the pit, the rumbling sound echoing far away. With still dozens of meters in height, can it really get out? Ding Ziyu felt a bit anxious. The depth of this pit was indeed unfriendly, especially for a creature as large as Man Long. Forget about it, hurry and leave, that expert has returned. The Eye of Truth had already sensed danger. If Man Long made such a commotion and that person couldn't sense it, they must be a martial saint level expert. Ding Ziyu's heart stirred as he bypassed the deep pit and chased after those beasts. Although he had joined in abruptly, he felt no sense of incongruity. Damn it, how did that beast break free after just a moment of leaving? Wasn't your anesthetic supposed to work? The martial saint expert flew in swiftly. The man in white followed closely behind, looking helpless as he said, I don't know, maybe Man Long has a higher tolerance than other beasts and needs a larger dose to be effective. Stop talking nonsense and quickly call for an expert. With my strength, I might not be able to stop it. The martial saint was very anxious. As he flew to the top of the pit, a massive stone weighing thousands of pounds suddenly appeared beside him and was directly hurled into the pit. Roar! A powerful roar suddenly erupted from the deep pit. Ding Ziyu was taken aback to see that the huge stone actually flew out of the pit at an even faster speed. Beast, you have some guts. The martial saint expert was not hit by the giant stone, or rather, the upward force of the stone had mostly been exhausted by the time it shot out of the pit. The martial saint expert then stomped down hard on the stone, sending it crashing down at an even faster speed. This strike caused a series of thunderous booms from within the deep pit, and after a few seconds, there was no more sound. Just when Ding Ziyu thought Man Long had been crushed or had fallen to the bottom of the pit, a massive head suddenly emerged from the pit. Before the martial saint could launch an attack, the barbarian dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a flame that stretched 4 to 5 meters long, the extreme heat roasting everything around it, filling the air with a charred smell. The martial saint quickly rolled away to a safe distance, narrowly avoiding the flames spewed by the barbarian dragon. We're doomed. This beast has escaped, and trying to confine it again will be incredibly difficult, the martial saint said, his face grim, clearly aware of the barbarian dragon's ferocity. As soon as he finished speaking, the barbarian dragon crawled out of the deep pit. From his elevated position earlier, Ding Ziyu hadn't seen it clearly. Now on the ground, he realized just how fierce this creature was, definitely a part of the Super Monster series. Roar! Roar! The barbarian dragon raised its neck and let out a long, piercing roar, as if venting its pent-up rage. After being confined for so long, it had finally escaped from that damned pit. In the next moment, the barbarian dragon unleashed an even more ferocious flame, igniting the surrounding plants. The animals that had just returned to the enclosure were once again terrified, scattering in all directions, even breaking through the fence. It was evident how frightened these creatures were of the barbarian dragon. Ding Ziyu lost his interest in watching the spectacle. Chaos was erupting everywhere, and it was the perfect time to rescue his grandfather. He dashed past several panicked cows and sheep, quickly rushing into the previous building. Grandpa, I've released the barbarian dragon. That expert is fighting it, we need to leave now. Ding Ziyu had no desire to stay any longer. The experts from the Nine Hawks Association would surely arrive soon, and whether they could suppress the barbarian dragon again or not, staying here was not a good option. Ding Shichen's face flushed, struggling to stand but finding it difficult. His injuries were far worse than Ding Ziyu had anticipated. "This is a healing pill, you need to take it quickly," Ding Ziyu said, pulling out the stinky blood-condensing pill. He had tested its effects. Although it smelled terrible, it was indeed very effective for healing. Seeing the dark, foul-smelling pill, Ding Shichen instinctively recoiled. However, he trusted that his grandson wouldn't joke about such matters. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he swallowed the stinky blood-condensing pill in one go. In the next moment, a gentle power flowed through his body, and the effects of the blood-condensing pill began to take effect. While it didn't restore him to his original state immediately, he felt significantly better. Ding Ziyu's face lit up with joy. He estimated that in another 10 to 20 minutes, Ding Shichen would be able to move freely. "Grandpa, I'll carry you," Ding Ziyu said, crouching down, ready to take his grandfather away from this perilous situation. The commotion outside was growing louder, and it might soon reach this building. Even though these houses were built from white star stone, they likely wouldn't withstand the barbarian dragon's onslaught. In fact, the martial artist was currently in a dire situation, being battered by the barbarian dragon. If it weren't for his aerial advantage, survival would be questionable. The barbarian dragon's strength was indeed overwhelming, and its fire attack capabilities were exceptional. The martial saint, already a 7th tier expert, still dared not take the barbarian dragon's attacks head-on. At this moment, the barbarian dragon fully unfurled its body, exceeding 50 meters in length and about 20 meters in height. Its muscles were incredibly sinewy, brimming with explosive power. Ding Ziyu, carrying his grandfather, was also particularly shocked by this scene. The ferocity of the barbarian dragon far exceeded his expectations. However, everything before him was not what he needed to focus on. The priority was how to escape from this small sacred land. Just then, several more martial saints flew in. Their target was naturally the barbarian dragon, showing little concern for the people on the ground. Ding Ziyu glanced towards the distant gate and noticed that there were still guards stationed there. It would be impossible to sneak past with his grandfather on his back. "Grandpa, are you feeling any better? Wait for me here for a moment, I'll go open the door." Ding Ziyu set his grandfather down at the corner. His clothes were similar to those of the servants, and under normal circumstances, no one should give Ding Shichen a hard time. After placing his grandfather down, Ding Ziyu quickly walked towards the gate. The guards were still the same few from before, but they were very nervous, knowing that the barbaric dragon had already escaped. Staying here was extremely dangerous. If a fight broke out nearby, their lives would likely be in jeopardy. "Master Steward, how is it inside?" one of the guards asked anxiously upon seeing Ding Ziyu approach. "It's quite troublesome. Several masters have gone in, but they still can't stop that barbaric dragon. You should evacuate first. I can guard this place." Ding Ziyu told a colossal lie. If these guards left on their own, that would be fine. If they didn't, he would have to take action himself. "Really? Thank you so much, Master Steward." The guards, already anxious, wanted to run but were afraid of punishment. Now that the Master Steward had spoken, what were they waiting for? The guards opened the gate and fled as quickly as they could. A smile appeared on Ding Ziyu's face. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. As long as they could leave this place, their chances of escaping the small sacred land would increase significantly. In just that short time, Ding Shichen's injuries had improved considerably, and he could move normally. Without waiting for Ding Ziyu to carry him, he walked over on his own. After the two exited the gate, Ding Ziyu closed it again and led his grandfather to run towards the outskirts. Fortunately, they were both wearing the Nine Hawks Association's clothes, which did not attract anyone's attention. On the way, Ding Ziyu noticed that many people were heading towards the barbaric dragon. Clearly, the group of martial saints that had gone earlier had not subdued it. The two successfully escaped to the outskirts but found they could not locate the path they had taken. "What's going on? Where's the original path?" Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. "There's a protective formation within this small sacred land, and it has already been activated. With your strength, it's best not to wander around. Find a place to hide for now." The Eye of Truth's words surprised Ding Ziyu. It turned out that the legendary formation truly existed, and he had encountered it. However, Ding Ziyu understood that this protective formation was definitely not meant to deal with him. With his current strength, he wasn't significant enough for the Nine Hawks Association to take such precautions. Ding Ziyu looked around and found a thicket to hide in. Since they couldn't leave for the time being, they would have to wait patiently. The commotion inside grew louder, and the roar of the barbaric dragon could be heard clearly from a distance. Besides the roars, there were also booming sounds of fighting, shaking the surroundings. The Nine Hawks Association is probably in trouble this time. Even if all their masters come out, they might not be able to subdue that barbaric dragon, the Eye of Truth concluded. What level of beast is the barbaric dragon? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. Before encountering the Celestial Church, he had thought that a 10th-tier martial saint was the pinnacle of humanity. But the masters within the Celestial Church were clearly on a much higher level. Just look at that red-scaled giant python. The leader of the Celestial Church didn't even need to lift a finger to subdue it easily. The level of this barbaric dragon was clearly much higher. Not only was it incredibly strong, but it could also attack with flames. Even multiple martial saints attacking together couldn't catch it, which showed how formidable it was. The barbaric dragon has the potential to become a spirit beast. Its upper limit is very high. If it undergoes a bloodline transformation, it could even unleash 1% of true dragon power. This barbaric dragon is still in its juvenile form and hasn't reached maturity. Otherwise, even all the masters of the Nine Hawks Association combined wouldn't stand a chance against it. Do dragons really exist in this world? Ding Ziyu asked, very curious. The Eye of Truth held the barbaric dragon in very high regard. Even a trace of dragon blood was so powerful. The true dragon did not know how powerful it would become. You probably don't have any here for now, but who can say if there will be in the future? The arrival of blind boxes has completely changed your way of life and the direction of your future. There must be very important reasons behind this. What reasons? Do you know? Ding Ziyu perked up at this. There are actually many explanations online regarding this direction. There are all sorts of bizarre speculations, but none are reliable. I don't know. If I knew these things, I wouldn't have been taken out by others. The words of the true I left Ding Ziyu very disappointed. He had originally thought he could uncover some truths. It turned out he had overthought it. Perhaps the Lord of the Celestial Heaven might know something, but she may not be willing to tell others. The true I pointed Ding Ziyu towards a clear path. However, Ding Ziyu understood that in the eyes of the Lord of the Celestial Heaven, he was nothing at all. At best, he was just a slightly larger ant. Why would such important news be shared with him? In just a moment, Ding Ziyu suddenly noticed powerful martial saints flying around in a panic in the distance. No way! Are so many experts being driven to flee by that barbaric dragon? Ding Ziyu's perception of the barbaric dragon was refreshed. A juvenile creature was already this powerful. If it matured, wouldn't it easily crush a large number of experts? If such a ferocious being were to enter the outside world, would there still be space for humanity to survive? Most humans would likely become its food. Fortunately, the barbaric dragon could not fly. If it could, it would be even more uncontrollable. Just as Ding Ziyu was lost in thought, the barbaric dragon charged out. Even from a distance, its body was clearly visible. This creature rampaged through everything. Ordinary trees were nothing, and even the green sword bamboo was insignificant before it. Large areas were ignited by the flames spewed from the barbaric dragon. Whenever someone appeared, it would chase after them. Ordinary martial artists were utterly insignificant before it. One bite, and they became its snack. A few powerful martial saints hovered above it, now at a loss, unable to come up with any useful methods to deal with it. Why don't we get some heavy weapons and blow this thing up? One martial saint suggested decisively. There were still some powerful firearms around, but they were mostly in the hands of the Blind Box Management Bureau, making it difficult for ordinary forces to obtain them. It's not that simple. If we can't control it within a very small range, heavy weapons will be hard to use. An elder stared at the barbaric dragon on the ground, troubled. If they could truly control it within a small range, why would they need to kill it? The protective formation cannot be casually damaged at this time. Without the Lord's orders, no one dares to act recklessly. Then what do? We can't fight it, and we can't kill it. Will there still be a place for the small holy land in the future? Many martial saints were worried about this. Such a good place, how could they easily give it up? This small holy land was the foundation of the Nine Hawks Society. Without it, their strength would definitely be halved. Let's wait a bit longer. The Lord will be back soon. Let's see if the Lord has a way to deal with this beast. The elder was the chief steward of the Nine Hawks Society, a martial saint of the 8th rank. With such strength, he was already a formidable figure outside. Even the Blind Box Management Bureau had to give him some face. Unexpectedly, he was just a chief steward in the Nine Hawks Society. The barbaric dragon couldn't do anything to the flying martial artists and could only vent its anger on the things on the ground. This creature charged around wildly, trampling anything it encountered. Perhaps it would spew out scorching flames, burning everything to a pulp. Ding Ziyu and his companion had to move multiple times to avoid being caught in the dragon's rampage. Fortunately, the experts in the sky did not notice them. In fact, the lower-level members of the 9th Society were also hiding from the man long, just like them. No one would pay attention to these two insignificant figures. About half an hour later, a figure flew in from a distance, moving much faster than an ordinary martial artist. It's the president. The president is back. maybe he has a way to deal with this beast, one of the stewards said happily. What happened? Wasn't it locked up well? How did it escape? The president of the 9th Society looked very displeased. He had only been gone for less than a day, and he didn't expect such a big blunder to occur. I'm sorry, the cattle and sheep that were locked up got out. I only left for a short while, and I didn't expect that beast to break free. The expert responsible for watching the Manlong lowered his head and hurriedly explained. Until now, they still didn't know that someone had tampered with it. They thought the Manlong had knocked off the metal cover. Foolish. If those beasts escape, we can chase them down. How could you let something small cause such a big loss? Don't you know how fierce the Manlong is? You underestimated this creature. Now that it's out, we really have no way to deal with it. The president of the 9th Society frowned and scolded his subordinates a few times, but that was it. After all, the Manlong had already escaped. Even if he killed someone, it wouldn't change the fact. President, can't you subdue this beast with your strength? The chief steward asked somewhat unwillingly. Everyone had placed their hopes on him, but they didn't expect that the return of the president would lead to such a result. I can't defeat it either. This creature is not stupid, and its combat power is terrifying. However, it is of great benefit to us, so let's temporarily trap it in this small sacred land. Withdraw the people, and when we think of a way later, we can deal with it then. The president of the 9th Society made the final decision. As long as the small sacred land was still under their control, no matter how the Manlong struggled inside, it couldn't escape their grasp. The strength of the president of the 9th Society was built upon the blood of the Manlong, so he would not easily give up on it. He still wanted to use the blood of the Manlong to reach a higher level and cultivate a group of experts. We are all leaving, but what about those subordinates? The chief steward asked. These martial saints could leave, but the subordinates would definitely not be allowed to go. With so many people, if they went out, they could very likely leak the secrets of the small sacred land. This was the core secret of the 9th Society, so the subordinates inside could never be let out. Let them stay inside. Whether they can survive depends on their own luck. The president of the 9th Society didn't care about the lives of these people. They were just ordinary martial artists. As long as he wanted, he could recruit a new batch at any time. That's fine, leaving them inside is just right to serve as food for the Manlong. It probably won't starve to death in the short term. A group of martial saints reached a consensus. Let's go. In the next 3 days, we will release some animals inside. We can't let the Manlong starve to death. The president of the 9th Society made the final decision. Thus, the martial saints in the sky quickly disappeared. Ding Ziyu did not hear the conversation among these martial saints, but seeing them leave, he felt relieved. What should I do now? Where can I find an exit? Ding Ziyu could only place his hopes on the Eye of Truth. Don't worry, the protective array is dissipating. It seems to have been closed. Those martial saints are leaving this small sacred land, which is a good opportunity for you, the Eye of Truth said excitedly. What good opportunity? I just want to escape from here as soon as possible. Ding Ziyu clearly did not understand the meaning of the Eye of Truth. Don't you want to take this small sacred land for yourself? What? Take this small sacred land for myself? With my strength, how could I possibly control such a large territory? Ding Ziyu instinctively felt that there was no possibility in this matter. Even without the participation of those martial saints, the small sacred land still had so many martial artists, and that group of martial saints couldn't handle the barbaric dragon. With his strength, how could he have a chance to control this small sacred land? This small sacred land must have a core. I guess the Nine Fiends Association doesn't have control over the core of this small sacred land, otherwise, how could they deal with this barbaric dragon? As long as you find the core of this small sacred land and refine it, everything in the small sacred land will be under your control. Dealing with that barbaric dragon will be no problem at all. The Eye of Truth encouraged Ding Ziyu, and as he said, it was indeed a great opportunity. Just right, Ding Ziyu still had a spiritual pond in his hands. If he could master this small sacred land, he could place that spiritual pond here. In the future, the speed of his cultivation would be unimaginable. How do I find the core of this small sacred land? Ding Ziyu was moved. This was the core asset of the Nine Fiends Association. If he could seize it, it would be hard not to prosper in the future. Of course, this had to be done very secretly, without letting the martial saints of the Nine Fiends Association notice. Don't worry, with me here, how could we not find the core of this small sacred land? The Eye of Truth was very confident. His greatest ability was to see through illusions. It wasn't easy to block his perception. Before long, the previous protective formation had completely dissipated, and everything around became real again. At least Ding Ziyu could discern a general direction. Now follow my guidance, and every step must be precise. Walk 500 steps to the left, and no matter what you encounter, do not change direction, the Eye of Truth said solemnly. Will there be any danger on this path? Can I bring my grandfather alone? Ding Ziyu had to consider this question. He wasn't at ease leaving his grandfather behind. What if he got captured again, or if the barbaric dragon came running over? That wouldn't be safe at all. Basically, they are concealed formation gates. There shouldn't be too much danger. After hearing the Eye of Truth's answer, Ding Ziyu immediately took his grandfather and walked in the direction he indicated, counting his steps as he went. However, after walking 100 or 200 steps, Ding Ziyu found that there was no path ahead. Blocking his way was a large stone, and when he touched it, it felt very real, not an illusion. How do we get past this? Should we go around? Ding Ziyu had never experienced such a strange situation and didn't know what to do. You can't go around, that would deviate from the route. Just try it. If it doesn't work, adjust your angle slightly. There will definitely be a passage. The Eye of Truth disagreed with Ding Ziyu going around. It seemed that reaching the core of the small sacred land was not simple. If the entire stone was an illusory existence, the people of the Nine Fiends Association couldn't have stayed inside for so long without noticing anything. Ding Ziyu was half convinced and resolutely walked towards the stone in the direction he came from, but he hit a wall. Fortunately, he wasn't walking fast, otherwise, he might have smashed his nose. After one failure, Ding Ziyu did not give up. He adjusted his angle as the Eye of Truth suggested, and when he approached the stone wall for the third time, his foot suddenly stepped in, and upon closer inspection, it seemed as if his foot had sunk into the stone. Hey, this is really a bit magical. Ding Ziyu walked further, and his whole person easily merged into the stone. However, he didn't feel like he had entered the stone. What appeared before his eyes was still the natural grass and trees, everything unchanged. Ding Ziyu turned back, brought his grandfather in, and then continued forward. When he completed the 500 steps, the scene ahead changed again. The places that had been severely damaged by the barbaric dragon were gone. The environment that appeared before him was intact. Ding Ziyu understood that the things seen by the Eye of Truth were indeed much stronger than what he could perceive. Without its guidance, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to find the core of this small sacred land, including those from the Nine Hawks Society. Could this small sacred land also have been opened from a blind box? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. Who knows? It's likely, the Eye of Truth replied uncertainly. In this world, it was not surprising for anything to appear, such as the immortal mansion of the Chang Tian sect, and how those high-level figures of the Chang Tian sect came to be. Following the Eye of Truth's instructions, Ding Ziyu moved forward again. Sometimes he advanced a distance, then retreated dozens of steps, or wandered around. In any case, Ding Ziyu couldn't make sense of it. After struggling for nearly half an hour, Ding Ziyu finally discovered new buildings. These structures were still made of white star stone, but compared to the previous ones, they were much taller and quite imposing. This should be the core of the small sacred land. I wonder if a certain enlightened master resides inside, Ding Ziyu asked whimsically. It was normal for such a good place to have a master present. Not likely. If there were really one, how could the Nine Hawks Society be messing around inside? They would have been eliminated long ago, the Eye of Truth replied, also uncertain. The white star stone blocked its probing, and only by entering could the truth be known. Ding Ziyu boldly ventured inside. The tall building looked like a palace. The white stone made it appear even more sacred, exuding a sense of grandeur. Upon entering the main hall, everything inside was empty, as if nothing existed. This left Ding Ziyu slightly disappointed, but also somewhat relieved. If there were truly some precious treasures left inside, the possibility of an enlightened master existing would increase significantly. The hall was vast, and upon entering, it was even more shocking than it appeared from the outside. Many areas inside lacked even a single pillar, defying normal mechanical standards. It was hard to understand how this hall was constructed. In the center of the hall, there was a distinct path, about 3 meters wide, leading deep into the hall, resembling an ancient royal palace, dignified and solemn, with a sense of oppression. Ding Ziyu walked forward for several hundred meters, and finally, there was a new change ahead. A high platform appeared, resembling an altar. Above the platform, there was a slowly rotating transparent orb, about 10 centimeters in diameter. That is the boundary pearl, the core of this small sacred land, the Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu. How do I get this boundary pearl? Can I just take it? Ding Ziyu looked confused. He had never seen such a fantastical object before. It's not that easy to take. You first need to find a way to refine it and imprint your exclusive mark on it. The Eye of Truth dispelled Ding Ziyu's ridiculous idea. Refine it? How do I refine it? Ding Ziyu felt helpless, lacking the knowledge to support such an action. Concentrate your mental energy and see if you can merge it into the boundary pearl. In other words, just stare at it, keeping your mind highly focused. As long as you can complete this first step, you just need to follow the corresponding instructions afterward. Ding Ziyu could only act according to the Eye of Truth's thoughts. He calmed his emotions as he usually did during cultivation, fixing his gaze tightly on the slowly rotating boundary pearl, concentrating all his attention on it. About a quarter of an hour later, a new change suddenly appeared before Ding Ziyu's eyes. It was as if he had entered a mysterious space, and everything around him transformed. Move forward, a strange voice echoed in his mind, feeling just like the Eye of Truth was speaking to him. Guided by this voice, Ding Ziyu walked up slowly and steadily. At that moment, a concave handprint appeared ahead. Place your hand on it, and the recognition process will be completed automatically, the voice echoed again. Ding Ziyu hesitated for a moment but ultimately placed his hand on it. The instant he did, a slight stinging sensation coursed through his palm, as if something sharp had pierced it. In the next moment, the handprint emitted a series of red lights. It was unclear whether it absorbed Ding Ziyu's blood or if the handprint was meant to glow red. The red light spread out like threads, resembling a spider web, continuously extending into the distance. After a few minutes, it finally stopped, and suddenly the red light surged. Ding Ziyu felt a loud buzz in his head, and he fainted. He didn't know how long it had been, but Ding Ziyu slowly regained consciousness. Looking up, he saw the boundary pearl still slowly rotating above the altar, while he sat on the ground. The scenes that had appeared earlier had long since vanished, leaving him uncertain whether they were real or illusory. Did I successfully refine it? Ding Ziyu could only ask the Eye of Truth, as he had no certainty in his heart. Take a closer look at the boundary pearl and see if there are any changes. The Eye of Truth did not directly answer Ding Ziyu's question. Ding Ziyu stood up and focused again on the boundary pearl. This time, before he could fully immerse himself, images began to appear on the originally transparent pearl, giving him a very familiar feeling. No way, I can see the situation inside the small sacred land from the boundary pearl. Ding Ziyu finally understood that the images presented in the boundary pearl were scenes from the small sacred land. That's right. The fact that you can easily see the scenes from the small sacred land means you have refined the boundary pearl, and this small sacred land is now under your control. The Eye of Truth's response filled Ding Ziyu with inexplicable joy. So, this small sacred land belongs to me now? Ding Ziyu felt quite excited. It should be. Now you should be able to command the small sacred land to operate according to your will, or you can see any corner of the small sacred land you wish. Really? What can I make the small sacred land do? Ding Ziyu found it hard to believe. Everything had come too suddenly and too easily. Boundary Pearl, can you take me to that mini barbarian dragon? Ding Ziyu spoke to the Boundary Pearl, not caring whether it could understand him. In less than a second, the scene within the Boundary Pearl changed, and a mini barbarian dragon appeared inside. This creature was chasing after the members of the Nine Owl Society, seemingly intent on devouring them. The remaining members of the Nine Owl Society fled for their lives, darting in different directions, hoping to evade the dragon's pursuit, but their speed was no match for the dragon. One person, slightly slower, was caught by the dragon and swallowed whole in 2 bites. Ding Ziyu watched for a while, losing interest. He felt no sympathy for these individuals. They were basically the minions of the Nine Owl Society, which didn't even value them, so he had no obligation to play the saint. Boundary Pearl, where are the entrances and exits of the small sacred land? Ding Ziyu continued to ask. He didn't want to stay inside for long. There were many things waiting for him outside. For instance, staying in this small sacred land would prevent him from obtaining blind boxes, and praying would be useless. His special ability's greatest benefit was to open blind boxes. If he stayed here, wouldn't that be a waste? However, this time the Boundary Pearl did not change the scene, leaving Ding Ziyu puzzled, unsure whether it had not understood his command or if there was simply no exit at all. You have mastered the small sacred land. Theoretically, any place within the small sacred land can serve as an entrance or exit, so the Boundary Pearl did not change. The explanation from the Eye of Truth left Ding Ziyu quite astonished. It was simply too miraculous. Jeju, please open an exit for me immediately. To verify his thoughts, Ding Ziyu gave the order right away. In the next moment, a white light slowly appeared before him in the grand hall, and after a few seconds, it coalesced into a portal. Ding Ziyu focused his gaze and immediately saw the scene outside, even catching sight of distant buildings. This is fantastic. Doesn't that mean I can easily enter and exit the small sacred land without being restricted by the 9CS Society? Ding Ziyu was still quite worried about the experts from the 9CS Society. The previous exits must have been guarded by their masters. Even without bringing his grandfather, it would be difficult for him to leave. By the way, if I leave the small sacred land, how do I control it? Ding Ziyu asked a very practical question. Since he had already refined the small sacred land, there was no reason to return it to the 9CS Society. If he controlled everything inside, Wouldn't that mean he had a solid rear guard? This was 1,000 times better than any spatial ring. You can directly communicate with the Jeju and absorb it into your body. You can easily take this small sacred land with you. Its usage should be similar to that of a celestial mansion, the Eye of Truth earnestly instructed Ding Ziyu, as these concepts were completely foreign to him. Ding Ziyu tried it out, silently reciting in his heart, and soon the Jeju on the altar flew down, gently landing in his palm. In the next moment, the Jeju quickly shrank, finally becoming as small as a grain of sand, disappearing into his palm. Ding Ziyu's body showed no signs of abnormality. He still stood in the grand hall supported by the white starstone. The portal that had appeared earlier did not vanish. As long as you walk through that door, the small sacred land will disappear from its original location, and the people from the 9CS Society will no longer be able to find where it exists. Is it really that magical? So this small sacred land has become a space I can carry with me? Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. If he could operate it this way, he had truly gained a tremendous opportunity. That's about the gist of it. In fact, whether it's a celestial mansion or a small sacred land, they are all things refined by those powerful beings. They are mainly used as temporary cultivation caves, which are safe and reliable. You obtaining this small sacred land is indeed a great fortune, the Eye of Truth explained very seriously. He felt a bit excited inside. After all, this was a small sacred land, not something just anyone could obtain. Even he had never had a small sacred land before, so it could be said that Ding Ziyu truly had immense luck. By the way, I need to drive that troublesome creature out first. If I let it wreak havoc in my small sacred land, wouldn't it just destroy everything? Ding Ziyu recalled the barbaric dragon and quickly released the Jeju. The entire process was very convenient and quick, with no issues arising. This barbaric dragon is of great use to you. Just keep it contained in one area. Now, everything within the small sacred land is under your control, and achieving this is actually quite easy. If you let it escape, it will be difficult to catch it again. The Eye of Truth did not agree with Ding Ziyu's approach. Considering the high-ranking members of the 9CS Society, they were reluctant to go all out against the barbaric dragon. Letting it go would indeed be a waste. If it stays, won't I have to feed it every day? Thinking of the dragon's enormous appetite, Ding Ziyu felt it would be quite troublesome. Feeding it to satisfaction was no easy task. Don't you have a spirit pond? Placing it in the small sacred land would be better than any food. In the future, as long as you raise some animals in there, it should be enough to maintain the ecological operation of the small sacred land. The Eye of Truth was truly worried. However, there was no other way. After all, Ding Ziyu was a complete novice in cultivation, and far too many things were unfamiliar to him. It indeed requires a long process to learn. Ding Ziyu certainly knew about that bottomless spiritual pool, but without resolving the internal matters of the small sacred land, he didn't dare to casually bring it out. Let's first confine this barbarian dragon. Its destructive power is truly too strong, Ding Ziyu murmured. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw new changes occurring within the boundary pearl. The rampaging barbarian dragon found its surroundings transformed, and instantly, 4 high walls rose up, confining it within a small area. No matter how the barbarian dragon roared and charged, it could not break through those walls that had risen in an instant. At this point, Ding Ziyu finally understood that the small sacred land was truly formidable. Such a powerful barbarian dragon was instantly controlled, and no matter how strong it was, it couldn't escape. If the 9 hawks bring those experts in, can't I use the same method to control them? Ding Ziyu had a bold idea. At least after he had taken control of the small sacred land, he no longer had to fear those powerful experts so much. Just 4 walls probably won't be enough. I need to add a lid. Humans are much more cunning than barbarian dragons. They aren't so easy to control. The Eye of Truth disagreed with Ding Ziyu's thoughts. Although he had indeed gained significant power after acquiring this small sacred land, it was still not his own strength, and there might be some oversight. By the way, keeping the barbarian dragon confined in such a small space for a long time probably won't work either. I estimate it would die after a while. Ding Ziyu was projecting his own feelings. If he were kept in a small space surrounded by walls for a long time, he would either die or go insane. It should be possible to expand the range and confine it to a certain area. Ding Ziyu tried to communicate with the boundary pearl, operating according to the method given by the Eye of Truth. Sure enough, after a while, the 4 walls disappeared. The barbarian dragon regained its freedom. It seemed frightened, running off into the distance. However, no matter how it ran, it was still within a limited range, not even realizing it itself. Only Ding Ziyu, through the boundary pearl, knew the truth of the situation. One had to admit, the small sacred land was indeed a good thing. Its methods were astonishing, and Ding Ziyu had no idea how it accomplished them. Boundary Pearl, can you move the main hall to a beautiful natural environment? Ding Ziyu didn't want such a depressing atmosphere. The grand hall before him seemed too solemn and heavy. If it were placed in a warm spring environment, it would surely be much better. After Ding Ziyu's request, the Boundary Pearl seemed to quickly grasp his intention. A few minutes later, the hall underwent a tremendous transformation, turning into a cozy thatched cottage. The original tall palace disappeared, the opulence vanished, and even the high altar shrank down to a niche, appearing delicate and exquisite. Pushing open the cottage door, the outside scenery was beautiful, with flowers blooming everywhere. It was indeed a wonderful season of spring and splendid views. This is amazing. Ding Ziyu genuinely fell in love with this small sacred land. From now on, this would be his territory, where all secrets could be kept. Everything within the small sacred land was under his control. For instance, regarding those left behind by the 9 hawks, Ding Ziyu could check through the Boundary Pearl where each person was and what they were doing. The previous houses within the Green Sword Bamboo also appeared, with a few people still inside. The 2 individuals from the search organization also awakened, looking around in confusion, their faces filled with fear and unease. Forget it, let these 2 go. Ding Ziyu felt a moment of compassion. After all, these 2 had brought him in. Without their help, he wouldn't have found this small sacred land, nor would he have been able to save his grandfather. Jeju, can you silently send these 2 out? Ding Ziyu inquired. The next moment, the door of the house transformed into a portal leading to a small sacred place, leaving no trace behind. As long as the 2 stepped through that door, they could return to the normal world. Although Ding Ziyu was somewhat amazed by Jeju's magical operation, he was no longer surprised. The 2 observed the room for a while and finally decided to step outside to take a look. As soon as they exited, they found themselves in a completely different environment. They turned back in astonishment, but saw nothing. The door had vanished as if it had never existed. Setting aside their surprise, Ding Ziyu was already contemplating where to place the spirit pond. This thing would greatly benefit the entire sacred place, so it needed to be done carefully. Ding Ziyu decided to set the spirit pond at the edge of a grassy area, where the environment was beautiful and there was a lack of water source. When Ding Ziyu opened the blind box, he also fell into the spirit pond with a splash. Fortunately, he could swim and was mentally prepared, otherwise, he would have drowned. The clear pond water was refreshing, bringing a sense of joy. Ding Ziyu felt all his pores naturally open, accepting the wash of spiritual energy. Streams of rich spiritual energy surged into Ding Ziyu's body, and the refreshing sensation made him feel as if he were flying. So this is the spirit pond, it's simply wonderful. Ding Ziyu took a sip of the spring water, which had a faint sweetness and was incredibly delicious. Hurry and activate the diamond-glazed body. Receiving spiritual energy for the first time will bring great benefits. Not only will it solidify your foundation, but it will also enhance your strength. The Eye of Truth quickly reminded Ding Ziyu, urging him not to get too comfortable and miss the opportunity. Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. He had encountered too many experts recently and always felt his strength was too weak. Wasn't this the opportunity he had been waiting for? The diamond-glazed body activated, and the absorption of spiritual energy accelerated significantly. A large amount of spiritual energy entered his body, washing away impurities and improving his physique. At the same time, his realm was rapidly increasing. With layer upon layer of breakthroughs, there were almost no obstacles, and he quickly reached the 9th stage of a martial artist, continuing to rise swiftly. This kind of improvement was undoubtedly exhilarating. Ding Ziyu wished he could instantly reach the level of a martial saint. Seeing others flying in the sky, it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. The key was that after becoming a martial saint, his survival ability in the face of danger would increase significantly. For example, the martial saint deacons of the 9 hawks would likely perish under the attacks of the barbarian dragon if they couldn't fly. Ding Ziyu immersed himself in cultivation, not knowing how much time had passed. His realm finally stopped after reaching the 10th stage of a martial artist. It seemed that directly entering the martial saint level still required a long process. It wasn't as simple as he had imagined. It's time to obtain some blood from the barbarian dragon to enhance your body. The Eye of Truth was not satisfied with Ding Ziyu's current state. That guy is so fierce, how can I take blood? Ding Ziyu was a bit speechless. Even if he had reached the 10th stage of a martial artist, he was still insignificant compared to the barbarian dragon. You can try to communicate with it. With your current state, a single drop of blood will be enough, the Eye of Truth suggested. Although the barbarian dragon has a bad temper, it is actually very intelligent. As long as you promise it some benefits, it won't refuse. For example, the spirit pond you just set up. The water inside is rich in spiritual energy. As the Eye of Truth spoke, Ding Ziyu already understood how to proceed. The spirit pond water was indeed excellent. Even the faint aura it emitted had a noticeable effect on the surrounding plants. not to mention drinking it directly. This wild dragon is still a juvenile, with a certain potential for growth. If you can find a way to subdue it, it will definitely be a great help to you. It can easily ensure your personal safety at this stage. The Eye of Truth understood Ding Ziyu's thoughts and offered him advice. Indeed, with the strength of the wild dragon, even a master at the 10th stage of martial arts would be unable to deal with it. If Ding Ziyu could subdue it, it would surely become an excellent ally. However, figuring out how to subdue it was not an easy task. Just having the spirit pond water might not be enough. The main issue was that Ding Ziyu's own strength was insufficient to confront this creature directly. He could only rely on the boundary pearl to control it. With its volatile temperament, could it really be subdued by Ding Ziyu? It seemed highly unlikely. I'll try my best, Ding Ziyu thought for a moment and decided to give it a shot. If he had a powerful wild dragon, would he still fear the Zhou family? Just releasing this creature could probably flatten the Zhou family's territory. He would have a strong card to play in Daming City. Ding Ziyu directly found a large barrel, filled it to the brim, and placed it in his spatial ring. Then he had the boundary pearl gather again, controlling the wild dragon within a small area. The wild dragon, which had just gained its freedom, was furious when it found itself trapped in an enclosed space with 4 walls. It charged around, unleashing its full power, and spewed flames that blackened the walls. Yet, even in such a state, it could not escape its predicament. Ding Ziyu approached above the wild dragon, observing its condition, which had calmed down a little, becoming less agitated. Wild dragon, can you hear me? Ding Ziyu called from above. Roar! The wild dragon suddenly lifted its head, responding to Ding Ziyu with a roar. Clearly, it was very dissatisfied with its current situation. Your attitude won't do. I was planning to rescue you, but now I can't be bothered. Ding Ziyu employed a strategy of feigned indifference, hoping the wild dragon wasn't foolish enough to fall for it. Sure enough, after hearing Ding Ziyu's words, the wild dragon's agitation calmed down considerably. It raised its head, wanting to express its intentions, but for a moment, it didn't know how to convey them. It could only look at Ding Ziyu with a pitiful gaze. If you are willing to submit to me and follow my arrangements, I will let you go. Ding Ziyu boldly tested the waters, unsure if the creature could understand his meaning. However, as soon as he said this, the wild dragon below began to charge again. Clearly, its emotions were very stirred up, unwilling to submit to a mere human. Ding Ziyu did not rush it. He knew this would require a process. If it were that easy to subdue, the 9 crows would not have kept it for so long without taming it. After a while of thrashing about, the wild dragon seemed to tire and gradually stopped. So, what do you think? Have you thought it over? If you refuse to submit to me, you will have to live in this environment and receive no food. Ding Ziyu threatened the creature from a different angle. Given its large size, it surely had a big appetite. Previously, the 9 crows had prepared plenty of pigs, cows, and sheep for it. He wondered if it could endure a few days without food. This time, the wild dragon only roared a few times before calming down. It seemed this creature could think, at least upon hearing there would be no food and being confined in this small space every day, it felt fear. It was like locking a person in a small dark room, unable to stretch out, and not being fed. No matter how tough the bones, how long could they withstand that? Moreover, this wild dragon might not have such a strong will. Seeing the wild dragon's reaction, Ding Ziyu felt it was time to stoke the fire. He took out the spirit pond water and poured some down. The spirit spring water fell perfectly onto the back of the barbaric dragon, instantly releasing a surge of spiritual energy that filled the entire small space. The barbaric dragon perked up and let out a cheerful roar. Clearly, it was quite sensitive to spiritual energy, having not encountered it for a long time. If you submit to me, there will be plenty of spirit spring water in the future. Ding Ziyu threw out the bait again. As long as the benefits were substantial enough, would this creature really refuse to submit? This time, the barbaric dragon did not react with agitation. It began to move slowly at the bottom of the pit. Although this creature was clever, it still had a significant gap in wisdom compared to humans. Ding Ziyu pulled back and forth, first threatening, then enticing. Such tactics were naturally unfamiliar to it. The key was that the spirit spring water was extremely beneficial to it, far beyond what ordinary meat could compare to. To obtain that rare spiritual energy, it decided to submit to Ding Ziyu. After observing for a while and seeing the barbaric dragon stabilize its emotions, Ding Ziyu continued to communicate with it, directing it to perform some simple actions to confirm that it was indeed listening to him, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Ding Ziyu decisively poured an entire bucket of spirit spring water down. At this, the barbaric dragon let out a joyful hiss, a stark contrast to its previous state. Jeju, lower the walls a bit. I want to talk to the barbaric dragon. Ding Ziyu planned to face the barbaric dragon directly. Although there were some risks involved, he decided to give it a try. At Ding Ziyu's request, the walls surrounding the barbaric dragon quickly lowered until he could easily see its full form, and then it stopped. Lower it a bit more. Ding Ziyu felt that this was still not enough. He was still in a superior position, and perhaps it would be better to be on equal footing for better interaction. Jeju paused for a moment, then lowered the height again until the dragon's head could easily be seen, and then it stopped. The barbaric dragon's eyes widened at this change. It understood that everything around it was clearly under Ding Ziyu's control. If it resisted, it could be controlled again at any moment. Ding Ziyu boldly reached out and touched the dragon's head. Generally speaking, such actions help to soothe an animal's emotions. This time, the barbaric dragon did not roar but instead gently exhaled, slowly closing its eyes, looking quite content. Ding Ziyu was very pleased. He hadn't expected that with just a carrot-and-stick approach, he could easily subdue this temperamental giant. He wondered how Jiao Shao had managed to deal with it without subduing it all this time. Ding Ziyu guessed it might have a lot to do with the spirit spring water. Later, when Ding Ziyu proposed to take a drop of its blood, the barbaric dragon readily forced out a large drop of blood from its body, filling an entire cup. One had to say, this creature had no accurate concept of a drop. Ding Ziyu decisively released his restrictions on the barbaric dragon, allowing it to stay in this area while he finished his business before coming back to find it. Back in the small thatched cottage, Ding Ziyu looked at the cup of barbaric dragon's blood and found himself in a bit of a dilemma. How should I use this? The simplest way is to swallow it directly, but the effect won't be very good. If you want to maximize the benefits of the barbaric dragon's blood, you should use an injection method to directly input it into your body. This method is very effective, but there are compatibility issues. The process might not be very comfortable. You should consider how to proceed. The Eye of Truth had explained it very clearly. Swallowing it mainly relies on the digestive system for absorption, which is relatively simple. However, swallowing this barbaric dragon might not taste very good. Whether one could actually swallow it was another matter. Inputting it into the body would eliminate that concern, but Ding Ziyu had no fork or syringe-like items on hand, so he needed to store the barbaric dragon's blood. Once the issue of the small sacred land was resolved, it would be simple. Jeju, can you help me preserve this blood? Ding Ziyu was worried that if he took too long, it would solidify. Wasn't there a ready-made syringe in that house before? Just go get it. The memory ability of the true eye kicked in. At that time, Ding Ziyu was too focused on finding his grandfather to pay attention to these small details. The spiritual essence of the barbarian dragon's blood dissipates quickly. If left for too long, it becomes no different from ordinary blood. The true eye urged Ding Ziyu to act quickly. With the help of Jeju, Ding Ziyu obtained a syringe in a very short time, all brand new and unused. How much barbarian dragon blood do I need to inject? Ding Ziyu looked at the full cup and felt a bit apprehensive. He understood some modern knowledge and knew that blood type matching was important. The barbarian dragon and humans were not the same species. Forcibly injecting its blood into his body was actually a very dangerous thing. No wonder the true eye mentioned compatibility and that the process wouldn't be very comfortable. If he acted recklessly, he would surely suffer. With your body, one syringe is enough. I estimate you wouldn't be able to handle more. The true eye made this judgment based on Ding Ziyu's physical condition. He was now a 10th tier martial artist and definitely stronger than an ordinary 10th tier martial artist. Is this a medium-sized syringe? Is your drop of blood this much? Ding Ziyu was somewhat speechless. It seemed that this drop was not a very accurate unit of measurement. Ding Ziyu inserted the syringe into the cup and drew it back, leaving only a little at the bottom of the cup. That's about right. The rest can be used for your grandfather. Good things shouldn't be wasted. The true eye appeared quite frugal. During this time, Ding Shichen had not interfered with his grandson's actions. He understood that his grandson had grown up and that he had more secrets. Especially after seeing him easily change the appearance of the small sacred land, Ding Shichen realized that this child no longer needed his care. The environment within the small sacred land was still better than the outside world, and with the help of the spiritual spring water, Ding Shichen's injuries had completely healed. Grandpa, this barbarian dragon blood can enhance your strength. The true eye said you can use it too. Ding Ziyu handed the remaining blood to his grandfather and explained how to use it. Then, with his grandfather's help, Ding Ziyu inserted the needle into his vein and slowly pushed the barbarian dragon blood into his body. As the barbarian dragon blood entered his body, Ding Ziyu immediately felt a burning pain in his veins. At first, he could grit his teeth and endure it, but the burning sensation grew stronger and rushed quickly toward his heart, then spread to his limbs and every part of his body. A few minutes later, flames erupted from Ding Ziyu's body, burning his clothes. Ding Zi, are you okay? Ding Shichen was very worried when he saw his grandson's condition. He didn't expect such a small cup of blood to have such immense power. I'm fine, I can hold on. Ding Ziyu could only fully operate the diamond-glazed body and the ordinary body refining technique to alleviate his pain. He had long known that the words of the true I were exaggerated, but he didn't expect the exaggeration to be this severe. Was this not very comfortable? This was completely a matter of life and death. The barbarian dragon's blood was undoubtedly very domineering. Like its violent nature, its blood also had this trait. Ding Ziyu could only rely on his strength and the secret techniques he had cultivated to suppress it with all his might. Fortunately, his foundation was quite solid, with the Wusheng sacred bone as a base and the diamond relic body forged behind it. After enduring the initial wave of the most unbearable burning, the feeling of pain finally began to subside. About half an hour later, all discomfort had disappeared. Ding Ziyu's skin had changed a lot and was beginning to recover quickly, returning to his original appearance. The middle-aged man's features finally disappeared, and he once again became a young and handsome guy. His muscles, though not very developed, were filled with explosive power. Ding Ziyu casually threw a punch, and surprisingly, it produced a strong sonic boom. My strength should have reached the level of a first-stage martial saint, right? Ding Ziyu roughly estimated that his strength had at least doubled, definitely capable of delivering 2,000 kilograms of force. According to the standards of a martial saint, 2,000 kilograms of strength would qualify as a first-stage martial saint. However, to become a martial saint, there was another criterion, the ability to fly. Yet, Ding Ziyu clearly could not do that. He tried several times but could not find the sensation of flying. Your strength has indeed increased a lot, but it has not yet reached the level of flight. The foundation has been laid. Keep working hard. The Eye of Truth did not elaborate on Ding Ziyu's situation. Clearly, it was still not appropriate for him to know too much at this stage. During the time Ding Ziyu was struggling, Ding Shichen chose to drink the remaining bit of barbarian dragon's blood. His reaction was much easier, just a slight stomachache, and within a quarter of an hour, the discomfort disappeared. Although it was only a small amount of barbarian dragon's blood, it still pushed Ding Shichen's realm to the 7th stage of a warrior. His strength had increased significantly. Finally, I can go out. Ding Ziyu stretched lazily, feeling particularly refreshed. This outing not only allowed him to find his grandfather but also brought unprecedented gains. With the world bead in hand, he could easily enter and exit the small sacred land from anywhere and keep the small sacred land by his side without worrying about being discovered by others. When Ding Ziyu left the small sacred land, the big boss of the Nine Hawks Society, who was responsible for guarding it, suddenly panicked. The small sacred land had inexplicably disappeared before his eyes, and he could no longer find the stable entrance and exit. By the time Ding Ziyu returned to the Blind Box Management Bureau, it was already late at night, and no one noticed the change in his appearance. However, Ding Ziyu understood that it was necessary for him to learn some simple makeup techniques, otherwise, the change in his looks was too obvious. The key was that his current appearance was very close to the one on the wanted poster. Regardless of whether others cared, the Zhou family would most likely notice. Moreover, Zhou Ju was still the captain of the Blind Box Management Bureau. If he discovered such a significant change in Ding Ziyu's appearance, he would definitely make a big deal out of it, and it was even possible that he would bring up the wanted poster. Fortunately, modern makeup techniques were quite impressive, and it wasn't difficult to make someone look a bit older. Ding Ziyu fiddled with his face in front of the mirror for a while and finally found some feeling. However, the makeup turned out a bit off, and he didn't look as handsome as before. The next day at work, many people stared at Ding Ziyu, especially Gao Xinyu, who immediately noticed Ding Ziyu's clumsy makeup skills. Have you run into trouble? Gao Xinyu was still very concerned about Ding Ziyu. Usually, when someone makes an effort to change their appearance, it often means they want to avoid trouble. It's not a big deal, Ding Ziyu smiled. Do we need to go out on patrol today? Ding Ziyu asked. Not for a while, the task hasn't come down yet. We'll all go out together when it does, Gao Xinyu said while staring at Ding Ziyu, then added, how about I help you adjust it? The traces are too obvious. Is it that obvious? Can you help me make it more low-key? Sigh, being too handsome is also a burden. I don't know how many people I might attract. Ding Ziyu cracked a cold joke, which made Gao Xinyu laugh. However, after she removed the messy makeup from Ding Ziyu's face, she was indeed stunned for a few seconds. This face was quite handsome, very unique, and appeared particularly youthful. Did you eat a youth rejuvenating pill? Gao Xinyu asked with a smile. Although such a thing had never been heard of in this world, what couldn't be found in a blind box? Women love beauty by nature, and they naturally want to maintain their youth and beauty. Something like that. I opened a blind box, fell into a puddle, and choked on a few mouthfuls of water, and that's how I ended up like this, Ding Ziyu replied half-truthfully. He certainly wouldn't mention the matter of the spirit pool, nor would he bring up the little sacred land to Gao Xinyu. Hey, you really have good luck. If I had known, I would have gone out with you yesterday. Gao Xinyu didn't associate it with anything else, which made Ding Ziyu feel a bit relieved. With Gao Sinyu's help, Ding Ziyu's appearance finally returned to something like it was before, just slightly more handsome and composed. Not long after, the patrol task was assigned. Since the new patrol car hadn't been arranged, they could only patrol on foot today. A few of them walking down the street were still very eye-catching. The uniforms attracted too much attention. Just as they had been patrolling for less than an hour, a young man rushed over in a panic. "Report to the administrators, there's a big hole in that alley with a strong swallowing ability," the young man said as he ran over. "What big hole? Did you open it from a blind box?" Gao Xinyu stepped forward to inquire. No, that big hole just suddenly appeared on a wall, and if we don't find a way to deal with it, something big is going to happen." "How could a hole suddenly appear on a wall? Answer honestly, did you have a problem with your blind box?" Gao Sinyu's face turned serious as she questioned him. In this world, 99% of the strange occurrences seem to come from blind boxes. Normally, as long as the person who opened the blind box didn't die, they would receive some useful related information. "Actually, it was my girlfriend who opened it, but she has already been sucked into that big hole," the young man finally told the truth. In just a short while, Ding Ziyu and the others had arrived at the stone wall. It was just an ordinary wall, but at that moment, a black hole about 1 meter in diameter had appeared on it. Nothing could be seen inside, but if anything got close, it would be sucked in instantly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ding Ziyu picked up a stone and gently tossed it towards the bottom of the hole. As soon as the stone hit the ground, it jumped up and with a whoosh, it leaped into the big hole and vanished. It felt as if there was a super vacuum cleaner inside, yet there was no flowing wind outside the hole, which was quite strange. "This is a magical trap. Once you get close, you'll be sucked away. Where it sends you is unknown, it's random." The eye of truth quickly saw through the truth. "A magical trap? How do we break it? Is there danger for those who get sucked in?" Ding Ziyu hurriedly asked. "Your mental strength isn't strong enough to break it. As for whether those who get sucked in will be in danger, it depends on their luck. If they're sent to a dangerous place, their lives could be at risk. This thing is just a random teleportation portal." Ding Ziyu suddenly thought of certain game settings. This big hole was no different from that. You could understand it that way, but you'd better not get close, otherwise, life and death are unpredictable, the Eye of Truth warned, indicating that the danger level of this black hole was quite high. In just a moment, a team member had already approached the black hole. When he walked within about 2 meters of the large hole, his body suddenly stumbled and he fell directly toward it. "Grab him!" The nearest team member lunged forward and caught his legs, but the immense suction force was still at work, pulling him toward the dark hole. Soon, a scene reminiscent of monkeys trying to fetch the moon unfolded. A few people clung to one another, desperately trying to pull him back. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't bring him back. Instead, they were slowly being drawn into the dark hole. Ding Ziyu initially didn't want to intervene, but seeing everyone rushing in, he felt it was unreasonable not to lend a hand. Moreover, his strength had significantly increased, and he thought he could pull a few people back with his own power. However, he soon realized he was overestimating himself. In the face of the strange suction of the hole, even his strength, comparable to that of a martial saint, was utterly insufficient. In the end, the entire group was sucked in. Ding Ziyu felt a darkness before his eyes, as if his mind had lost consciousness. However, this process lasted only a few seconds before returning to normal. Ding Ziyu felt a sudden brightness and was thrown out, landing heavily on the ground. Fortunately, he was tough and didn't suffer any major injuries. He quickly stood up after brushing off the grass clippings on his clothes. Only Gao Xinyu remained by his side. The other 4 had vanished without a trace. He had no idea where they had been transported to. "Team leader, wake up!" Ding Ziyu noticed that Gao Xinyu was still unconscious. Clearly, her mental strength and physical defenses were not as strong as his. He shook her several times with no response, and finally splashed a cup of water on her face, which roused her. "Where is this? Where are the others?" Gao Xinyu moved her limbs a bit, feeling fine and uninjured, though her head was a bit foggy, clearly a result of the impact during the transport. "I don't know where they are. I guess you let go during the transport, and they were sent to another place," Ding Ziyu reasoned, arriving at a conclusion close to the truth. He and Gao Xinyu had been transported to one location because he had been holding onto her feet and hadn't let go easily. The impact during the transport was also very brief. Otherwise, everyone might have ended up in different places. "Do you think it's possible we were transported to the wilderness?" Ding Ziyu surveyed the surroundings. The vegetation was lush, and everywhere was a scene of pristine nature. Such a place would definitely not exist within the city. Nowadays, cities were concentrated, and there wouldn't be large ecological parks or anything like that. The key is to figure out our location. Otherwise, even if we know we're in the wilderness, we won't know how to get back to Danning City. Gao Xinyu moved her body, and her mental state finally improved a bit. Do you have any positioning tools? Ding Ziyu pulled out his phone, which he usually used to go online, only to find there was no signal at all. It had essentially lost its function. With the arrival of the blind box era, many modern technologies had malfunctioned, especially satellites, which seemed to have vanished all at once. The development of technology had been greatly restricted, and there were very few people focused on researching this area. The oldest batch of researchers had long since passed away. So now, while many technological products were still in use, they were not as advanced as one might imagine. Otherwise, if satellite positioning were available, they should be able to determine their location quickly. I only have an old compass, which doesn't seem to offer much help. For now, we can only assume we're still in the vicinity of Danning City and make corresponding judgments. Gao Xinyu took out a somewhat old-looking watch, which indeed had a compass. However, the compass was spinning wildly, clearly affected by some magnetic field interference. We walked a distance, moving away a bit before using it. This place is mostly affected by that black hole. Ding Ziyu thought this was the reason the compass was spinning wildly. The two surveyed the terrain and tried to head towards a relatively open area. In the wilderness, the clearer the line of sight, the more complete the surroundings seemed. Running towards the densely forested areas was definitely a suicidal act. After walking over 100 meters, the compass indeed returned to normal. Let's head east and try to find a relatively high place to see if we can determine our location. Gao Xinyu finally made a decision. However, they hadn't walked far when suddenly a huge roar echoed from nearby. As soon as the sound emerged, the surrounding leaves trembled violently. Damn! There are ancient beasts in this place. We're in trouble now. Gao Xinyu's face suddenly turned grim. Over the years, the native species on Blue Star had undergone significant changes, becoming much stronger. But those could only be considered the new generation. Although powerful, they were still within an acceptable range. The ferocious creatures that emerged from blind boxes were truly terrifying. Many of these species had never been seen by humans, so they were collectively referred to as ancient exotic beasts. Most of these creatures had broken out from the city. Even numerous martial saints couldn't take them down, only allowing them to escape the city and dominate a territory. As they spoke, a massive beast charged out from the forest, easily snapping trees thicker than a bull in its path. It stood nearly 20 meters tall, resembling an oversized camel, but its mouth was like that of a wild boar, with long tusks protruding, clearly not something to be trifled with. This is a giant rock pig, an omnivorous animal, with combat power at least equivalent to a 7-segment martial saint. The Eye of Truth quickly reported the origins of this ferocious creature. 7-segment martial saint? What can we do against that? Ding Ziyu felt a pang of despair. Both he and Gao Xinyu were at the 10th segment of martial artists. Although his strength was equivalent to a 1st-segment martial saint, it was on a completely different level compared to the giant rock pig. If he were alone, Ding Ziyu would have dashed into the small sacred land to avoid this beast. But Gao Xinyu was right beside him. Could he just leave her behind? As for bringing Gao Xinyu into his small sacred land, Ding Ziyu was unwilling. Their level of trust hadn't reached that point yet. You run quickly, I'll draw its attention. Ding Ziyu thought of a plan to release the barbarian dragon. Of course, he couldn't do it in front of Gao Xinyu, so he urged her to run ahead. No way, your realm is even lower than mine. If anyone should draw it, it should be me. Gao Xinyu decisively rejected Ding Ziyu's arrangement, surprising him a bit. I'm a man, I have a better chance of handling this. Ding Ziyu offered a rather flimsy reason. I'm the team leader, you must follow my orders. Hurry and go. Gao Xinyu pushed Ding Ziyu and resolutely stood in front of him. Sigh, this foolish woman, Ding Ziyu lamented and immediately took off running. He understood that if he didn't release the barbarian dragon in time, they would truly be in danger. Neither he nor Gao Xinyu could withstand the giant rock pig's attack. However, instead of running towards an open area, Ding Ziyu headed straight for the nearest forest. Once he entered the woods, he could release the barbarian dragon. At that point, he could come up with any excuse to deceive Gao Xinyu. In a state of urgency, Ding Ziyu ran quickly, and in less than a minute, he had plunged into the forest. Just as he was about to communicate with the barbarian dragon, he was stopped by the Eye of Truth. Look outside quickly, that girl is not simple, even I underestimated her, the Eye of Truth said in surprise. Under normal circumstances, it was hard for anything to obstruct his observation, but unexpectedly, Gao Xinyu also had a great secret. Ding Ziyu turned around and saw that Gao Xinyu was already engaged in battle with the giant rock pig. Given her true realm as a 10th-tier martial artist, she might not even withstand a single charge from the giant rock pig. Yet Ding Ziyu clearly saw Gao Xinyu strike out with her palm, surprisingly pushing the massive giant rock pig back several steps. A faint blue energy was swirling around her palm, and when she punched, this energy automatically dispersed, directly repelling the giant rock pig. I didn't expect this woman to hide so deeply, reaching the strength of a high-tier martial saint. Ding Ziyu was quite astonished. If it weren't for this incident, he would never have known Gao Sinyu's true capabilities. Even the Eye of Truth couldn't see through her, indicating that she also had a significant secret. Her realm hasn't reached Martial Saint, rather, there is something special about her that is aiding her. The Eye of Truth corrected Ding Ziyu's judgment. No wonder she let you go first. She probably has some confidence in her own strength. She is both protecting you and trying not to expose her secret. This woman isn't bad-hearted. She can be a friend. The Eye of Truth sincerely evaluated Gao Xingyu. Ding Ziyu nodded, agreeing with the Eye of Truth's statement. Everyone might have their own secrets, just like Ding Ziyu, who also didn't wish to reveal his. Gao Xinyu's willingness to face danger alone and let Ding Ziyu leave was something he felt grateful for. The battle in the distance didn't seem very intense, as the faint blue energy in Gao Xinyu's hands kept the giant rock pig firmly restrained. Each time it charged, it was pushed back repeatedly, gaining no advantage at all. After several collisions, the ancient beast finally showed signs of retreat. Realizing it couldn't defeat its opponent, it began to consider fleeing. When Gao Xinyu repelled it for the 7th time, the giant rock pig finally turned and ran, no longer displaying its previous arrogance. Gao Xinyu stood there, watching the departing giant rock pig, not pursuing it. As the giant rock pig moved further away, the woman slowly collapsed onto the grass, fainting. Sigh, this stubborn woman, Ding Ziyu sighed and rushed over. He had thought Gao Xinyu's strength was terrifying, but it turned out she was also fighting hard, likely having exerted all her strength in the battle against the giant rock pig. If that beast had persisted a little longer, Gao Xinyu would have surely been the one to fail. Ding Ziyu approached and checked on Gao Xinyu's condition, finding that she wasn't injured, which finally relieved him. She must have exhausted herself too much. Get her a cup of spirit spring water, and she'll recover quickly, the Eye of Truth suggested. After all, in such a special environment, having one more expert meant a greater chance of survival. Gao Xinyu had earned Ding Ziyu's trust through her actions, so giving her a cup of spirit spring water was no problem at all. By the way, you can let the barbarian dragon out to hunt that giant rock pig. A powerful creature like the barbarian dragon should maintain its wildness. Ordinary pigs, cows, and sheep are too weak for it. What if it runs out and doesn't come back? Ding Ziyu expressed a small concern. It won't. With the spirit spring water, your little sanctuary is much stronger than the outside world. The barbarian dragon isn't stupid, it will definitely want to return. The Eye of Truth was quite confident. Ding Ziyu was all about listening to advice, as his own knowledge was limited, so he paid attention to the guidance of his seniors. He quickly entered the little sanctuary, fetched the spirit spring water, and then approached the barbarian dragon. The creature merely waved its tail casually upon seeing Ding Ziyu, showing no particular affection. Of course, it didn't get angry, as if it didn't even see Ding Ziyu. Manlong, are you interested in going outside the small sacred land to hunt? Ding Ziyu leaned in and patted the giant's leg, which was as sturdy as a massive pillar. The key was that this creature had extraordinary strength and speed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe it. Huff! Manlong exhaled a gust of air, nearly knocking Ding Ziyu off his feet. Then its large head stretched out in front of Ding Ziyu, its eyes blinking and staring at him, seemingly waiting for his next words. Your breath is quite foul, didn't you know? Ding Ziyu could hardly stand the stench that Manlong emitted. Manlong didn't seem offended. Instead, it gently nudged Ding Ziyu with its head. Don't move around. I'll let you out right now. Ding Ziyu immediately communicated with the boundary pearl and opened a large door for Manlong. After carefully surveying the situation outside, Manlong suddenly darted out. Its size and speed startled Ding Ziyu. There's a giant rock pig in the distant forest, about a third of your size. Hurry and catch it. Ding Ziyu pointed in the direction the giant rock pig had gone. The rest was up to it to handle. Manlong sniffed the air and immediately dashed into the forest with a joyful stride. In an instant, rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and withered grass, shrubs, and saplings were all caught in the chaos. Ding Ziyu began to doubt whether it was right to let it out. After Manlong ran far away, Ding Ziyu took out the spirit pond water and fed it to Gao Xinyu. The woman was quite cooperative, drinking the water down smoothly. About 10 minutes later, Gao Xinyu woke up. I feel like I drank something really delicious in my dream. Was it you who gave it to me? Gao Xinyu asked immediately. She trusted her instincts and understood her body's condition. Without something special, she wouldn't have woken up so quickly. It's nothing, just a bottle of water, Ding Ziyu casually explained. What kind of water is so delicious? Is there more? Gao Xinyu quickly pressed for more information, thinking that if she had some on hand, it would be very helpful. It came from a blind box. It's said to be the bathwater of some immortal, Ding Ziyu said half-jokingly. The spirit pond water did come from a blind box, but the immortal who bathed was himself. Bathwater? Gao Xinyu suddenly felt unwell, wanting to vomit but unable to. Just kidding. There's no bathwater that tastes this good. It's said to be a kind of spiritual spring water, and I don't have much left. Ding Ziyu couldn't bear to tease her any longer. Why are you like this? I didn't expect you to enjoy joking around. Gao Xinyu shot Ding Ziyu a glare, which helped cover up the awkwardness of the moment. Team leader, you really are impressive to have driven that ancient beast away. Ding Ziyu brought up a topic that wasn't relevant. This was just an accident. If you hadn't been here, I might have been in big trouble. Gao Xinyu hesitated for a moment but still answered Ding Ziyu's question. Ding Ziyu looked at her seriously and didn't press further. He was worried that if he asked anything more, Gao Xinyu might not know how to respond. At that moment, a roar from a giant beast echoed from the distant forest, followed by a tremendous commotion that shook the ground. A horde of wild beasts rushed out of the forest, fleeing for their lives. What's going on? Is another ancient beast coming? Gao Xinyu became tense again. One giant rock pig had already exhausted her. If another one came, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, she wouldn't be able to handle it. I don't know, but from the noise and sounds, it seems like 2 giant beasts are fighting. Ding Ziyu thought clearly, knowing it was Manlong attacking the giant rock pig. It probably won't take long for the barbarian dragon to take down that giant rock pig. It would be enough for it to eat for many days. Then why not hurry up and run? If it finishes soon, it might just unleash its fury on us, Gao Xinyu said anxiously, glancing at the wild beasts that were fleeing in all directions. They were too busy escaping to attack the 2 of them, which showed just how formidable the giant beasts in the forest were. Let's run to that mountain over there. Ding Ziyu pointed to the nearest peak, and the 2 immediately took off. However, Ding Ziyu had only run a short distance before stopping, a pained expression on his face. What's wrong? Did you twist your ankle? Gao Xinyu turned back and asked hurriedly. No, my stomach hurts. I probably ate something bad. Why don't you go ahead first? I'll catch up with you in a bit, Ding Ziyu said, clutching his stomach, looking quite troubled. Seeing him like this, Gao Xinyu didn't say much more and had to move on alone. But she still reminded Ding Ziyu, you need to move quickly and be sure to stay safe. Don't worry, I'll find you after I sort this out. Ding Ziyu waved at her and pretended to move into the woods. Once Gao Xinyu's figure disappeared, he changed direction and rushed toward the place where the barbarian dragon was fighting. By this time, the battle in the distance was gradually coming to an end. The barbarian dragon was far stronger than the giant rock pig. When Ding Ziyu arrived, the giant rock pig was already lying in a pool of blood. The barbarian dragon had crushed its head and was quickly tearing into its body. Drag its corpse in here, and we'll take our time with it in the small sacred ground. Ding Ziyu didn't have time to wait for it. The barbarian dragon looked at Ding Ziyu and obediently dragged the giant rock pig's corpse into the small sacred ground. Just as the Eye of Truth had estimated, the environment in the small sacred ground was much better. The barbarian dragon wasn't foolish and naturally wouldn't linger in the wilderness. Seeing the barbarian dragon return to the small sacred ground, Ding Ziyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, the barbarian dragon took the initiative to extract the giant rock pig's inner core and tossed it beside Ding Ziyu. The look in its eyes was very clear. This thing was of little use to it, but it would be greatly beneficial to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu didn't stand on ceremony, patting the barbarian dragon's body as he accepted its gift. He also cut off a large piece of lean meat from the giant rock pig to serve as food for the time being. By the time Ding Ziyu found that small mountain peak, it was already more than half an hour later. Gao Xinyu was pacing back and forth on the mountaintop, looking quite anxious and restless. Why did it take you so long to go to the bathroom? I thought something had happened to you, Gao Xinyu complained as she saw Ding Ziyu approach. A bit constipated, but I'm here now. Ding Ziyu lied again. Where do we go from here? Have you found a direction? Ding Ziyu looked around. To him, everything seemed pretty much the same. He couldn't discern the terrain at all. Do you see that lake over there? I heard there's a lake just north of Danning City. If we weren't too far from Danning City when we were teleported, we could go around that lake and head south, and we should be able to return to Danning City. Gao Xinyu pointed to the distant water surface. In truth, she wasn't very sure either. She was just hoping for a stroke of luck. If that lake had nothing to do with Danning City, who knew where they would end up? But neither of them had any better ideas, so they decided to take a chance. Team leader, do you think there might be more people teleported out by that big black hole? Maybe we'll get lucky and find other team members, Ding Ziyu suddenly asked. His idea wasn't without reason. Their group disappearing would definitely be reported to the Blind Box Management Bureau, and new bureau members would come to investigate. Who knows? If it's random teleportation, even if there are more people, they might not gather together. Gao Xinyu pouted, clearly not in the mood to discuss this. The trouble they encountered was indeed significant. If word spread to distant places, who knew if they could ever return to Danning City? The two walked at a decent pace, but there were no paths to follow in the wilderness, only the trails made by wild beasts. From the mountaintop, The lake seemed not too far away, but once they started walking, it became clear that it would take a while to reach it. They walked for nearly 2 hours before finally seeing the lake, which was indeed quite large, stretching out endlessly in the distance. Gao Zhu, are you hungry? I'm starting to feel a bit hungry, Ding Ziyu admitted, genuinely feeling the pangs of hunger. After all the commotion, it was already noon. The key was that they couldn't return to the city anytime soon. How could they go without food? They weren't at the point where they could skip meals. Even if they were martial arts masters, they still needed to eat, just perhaps a little less. I'm a bit hungry too. We've used up quite a bit of energy on this journey, Gao Xinyu said, her lips slightly cracked, indicating that she was not only hungry but also thirsty. You go get some water, I'll prepare something to eat. Ding Ziyu planned to make a barbecue. Over the years, he had relied on his grandfather, and there was hardly anything in daily life that could stump him. On the contrary, Gao Xinyu seemed a bit delicate, likely not having spent much time in the kitchen. Ding Ziyu moved quickly. By the time Gao Xinyu returned with water, he had already built up a fire and skewered 2 large pieces of wild boar meat, each bigger than his palm, roasting them over the flames. Where did you get the meat? Gao Xinyu asked curiously. I saw a wild beast dead in the forest earlier. The body was still fresh, so I took some meat. I don't know how long we'll be stuck in this wilderness, but we can't go without food, Ding Ziyu boasted. But it wasn't entirely a lie. Gao Xinyu remained silent, sitting quietly to the side, staring at him as he roasted the meat, looking genuinely hungry. The two fell into an awkward silence for a moment. Just as the meat was almost done, Gao Xinyu finally broke the silence. Is this meat from that ancient beast? How did you kill it? Gao Xinyu asked slowly. Ding Ziyu's hand involuntarily trembled. He hadn't expected her to recognize the origin of the meat, clearly underestimating this woman. I have some special abilities. I can basically identify anything I've seen before. That ancient beast was unique. I could smell its scent, Gao Xinyu explained involuntarily as Ding Ziyu looked at her. Recalling the time Ding Ziyu had disappeared earlier, even Gao Xinyu, no matter how naive, could guess what he had been up to. Everyone has their own secrets. Surviving in this chaotic world isn't easy. Ding Ziyu didn't want to explain much. Although Gao Xinyu had been very understanding, so far, they were still just colleagues. Alright, your roasting skills look good. I really am hungry. Gao Xinyu quickly changed the subject, cleverly hiding her disappointment. She knew very well that even within the Blind Box Management Bureau, the personnel were diverse and varied in quality. Without a deep bond, who would easily share their secrets with others? Are we going to spend the night in the wilderness tonight? I've heard the nights here can be terrifying, Ding Ziyu said, cutting a large piece of roasted meat and handing it to Gao Xinyu. If we could leave, that would be best. Let's speed up this afternoon and hope we can find our way back. Gao Xinyu glanced at Ding Ziyu, noticing he wasn't probing her intentions. Given his ability to defeat the ancient beast, he should have strong survival skills. Yet the expression on Ding Ziyu's face seemed genuine. After eating some roasted meat and drinking some boiled water, the two continued on their journey. However, what they didn't expect was that this lake, which didn't seem very large from a distance, was truly vast when they took the long way around. Along the journey, they encountered various wild beast attacks, but fortunately, both of them had decent self-defense skills, so nothing major happened. Ding Ziyu's displayed strength also made Gao Xinyu look at him with new eyes. He was no longer the same as when he first entered the Blind Box Management Bureau. His combat ability was much stronger than hers, the team leader. As the sun was about to set, the two finally circled around the lake, but the anticipated Danning City was still nowhere in sight. Gao Xinyu confirmed their position multiple times, but in the end, she was somewhat hesitant to be too certain. If they weren't teleported near Danning City, who knew where they would end up? It seems we won't be able to return to Danning City today, Gao Xinyu said somewhat dejectedly. Do you have something important to do? Ding Ziyu could tell that Gao Xinyu wasn't afraid of staying in the wilderness, but rather had other concerns on her mind. After today, I can pray for a new blind box. I want to find a safe place to do it, Gao Xinyu said with some worry. Praying for a blind box shouldn't be dangerous, right? As long as you don't open it, it should be fine, Ding Ziyu judged based on his own experience. He had seen many people's prayer processes online, and nothing dangerous had happened. My situation is a bit special. Strange things always happen during my prayers. Gao Xinyu did not hide her situation this time. Strange things happen? Can you tell me about it? Ding Ziyu became interested. The first time I prayed for a blind box, a nearby building inexplicably tilted. If people hadn't escaped quickly, I don't know how many would have died. The second time I prayed, it attracted thunder and lightning from the sky, almost striking me dead. Gao Xinyu recounted several unusual events in one go. If one incident occurs, you could say it's a coincidence, but if it happens every time, there must be a problem. Why does this happen to you? Is that how your special abilities come about? Ding Ziyu was curious, Clearly, he had encountered another very special person. Some are opened from the blind box, while others directly descended upon me during the prayer process. Gao Xinyu's strange abilities were not limited to just one. It seemed she was also someone destined to be a protagonist, more special than many others. Since there's danger, why not pray after we return to the city? A few days' delay won't matter, Ding Ziyu said, not wanting anything unusual to happen. If something big went wrong, aside from escaping to a small sanctuary, he seemed to have no good options. Fortunately, praying for a blind box didn't require a specific timing. As long as it was over a month, a few days' delay was no problem. It would just push back the next prayer time. No, my situation is very special. If I miss the timing, not only will I not get good things, but I will also attract trouble. Unless I stop praying for blind boxes altogether, Gao Xinyu said very seriously. She had indeed delayed her prayers before, and each time it had led to greater trouble, which was how she gradually figured out some patterns. How can there be such a strange phenomenon? Does this woman have some special background? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth in his mind. Clearly, Gao Xinyu's situation seemed even more special than his. Such people have existed before. Fortune accompanies misfortune. Each time they overcome misfortune, they become stronger. This woman's potential is extremely high. She might be even more formidable than Long Xiaoye. The Eye of Truth's evaluation of Gao Xinyu surprised Ding Ziyu. If you can subdue her, she will definitely become a huge asset for you in the future, the Eye of Truth hurriedly added, fearing Ding Ziyu didn't understand its meaning. Subdue? What do you mean? Do I have to marry her? Ding Ziyu's first thought was this. But he didn't have such thoughts in his heart, even though Gao Xinyu was very beautiful and had a great figure. However, Ding Ziyu felt nothing for her. Perhaps it was because Gao Xinyu's displayed strength was quite fierce, not the type Ding Ziyu liked. It's not impossible, this method is generally feasible. Of course, if you have another way to make her follow you wholeheartedly, that would also be completely viable. What if I get affected by her bad luck too? Ding Ziyu dared not think too positively. Gao Xinyu's bad luck was something most people couldn't bear. Then congratulations, you also possess the same great fortune. But the probability of such a thing happening is extremely low, so don't daydream. Ding Ziyu chuckled dryly a couple of times, ending the conversation with the Eye of Truth. Yet his mind began to ponder how to make Gao Xinyu his own. Unfortunately, with his pitifully little experience dealing with women, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. Do you have any good methods? Ding Ziyu tried to ask the Eye of Truth for advice. Don't ask me. I'm not of the human race, and I'm not interested in your complex human emotions. If it were our kind, if we liked someone, we would just start fighting. If you win, she becomes yours. If you lose, either you walk away or lose your life. The Eye of Truth's method was straightforward and brutal, indeed not something he could reference. Ding Ziyu fell silent. To make someone follow you wholeheartedly, the best way is to make them submit to you. But how to make someone submit is a big problem. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time, Ding Ziyu said without thinking. Gao Xinyu glanced at him, nodded helplessly, and said, that's all we can do. Ding Ziyu suddenly realized that his response to the Eye of Truth was also an answer to Gao Xinyu. Fortunately, his communication speed with the Eye of Truth was extremely fast, so it didn't raise Gao Xinyu's suspicions. Spending the night in the wilderness was indeed very dangerous. The two of them found a cliff wall and worked hard to build a shelter. The stones they used to build the wall were all several hundred pounds. In normal times, this would have been a very sturdy shelter. But in the current wilderness, it didn't provide much sense of security. A large wild beast or fierce creature could easily crash through the wall they had built. To ensure safety, they still had to rely on their own strength. Such a shelter could only provide psychological comfort. They built a roaring fire in the middle of the shelter, hastily ate something, and then sat down to rest quietly. It was unclear how long had passed when Gao Xinyu nudged Ding Ziyu and pointed at the moon in the sky. It's already midnight, soon it will be dawn. Gao Xinyu was both excited and a bit worried. You can pray, I will protect your safety. Ding Ziyu decided to help her. At least their relationship was decent, and maintaining this foundation might be useful in the future. Thank you, Gao Xinyu replied. Then she began to seriously tidy up her appearance, from her clothes to her grooming, with great care. Clearly, everyone placed great importance on the prayer blind box. After preparing everything, Gao Xinyu knelt on the ground, sincerely raised her hands, clasped them together, and slowly bowed down to the ground. The entire process was quite solemn and sincere, making Ding Ziyu somewhat doubt whether her special circumstances had any connection to this ritual. In fact, there were many discussions about such matters online. Although everyone knew that one must be sufficiently sincere when praying for a blind box, it wasn't enough to just be sincere to receive preferential treatment. Otherwise, why would there be so many dangerous blind boxes? Gao Xinyu's prayer did not immediately bring down a blind box from the sky. Instead, it made the atmosphere around them somewhat strange. Ding Ziyu couldn't quite describe his feelings. In any case, strange sounds echoed throughout the surrounding mountains and forests. Thud! A snake, 4 to 5 meters long and as thick as a bull, fell from the cliff, startling Ding Ziyu. However, after landing, the snake did not attack them. Instead, it quickly coiled up, extending its long head to stare at Gao Xinyu, completely ignoring Ding Ziyu beside her. Soon after, several pairs of glowing green eyes approached from a distance. Ding Ziyu looked and saw enormous ferocious wolves, incredibly robust wild boars, and majestic tigers. A glance made it seem like a wild animal conference at the zoo. What was most peculiar was that these fierce creatures, which would normally never gather together, were now harmoniously surrounding them, as if they were waiting for something. Their gazes were all fixed on Gao Xinyu, shimmering with a soft green light. Ding Ziyu felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. If it were just 1 or 2 wild beasts, he wouldn't be too worried. But with so many beasts eyeing them, even one could easily crash through the stone wall they had built. Gao Xinyu was clearly in no condition to fight, so everything depended on him. Faced with such a serious threat, could he really hold his ground? Ding Ziyu asked himself, feeling quite strained. This group of fierce creatures was definitely not easy to deal with. If they all attacked Gao Xinyu at once, his only safe option would be to take her into the small sanctuary. But entering the small sanctuary would surely interrupt her prayer process, cutting off her connection with the heavens. So he had to wait until the blind box descended before making any plans. Fortunately, these beasts were only fixated on her and had no intention of attacking. They were probably waiting for the moment the blind box would arrive. This woman is just too strange, Ding Ziyu sighed. He used to think Long Xiaoye was a peculiar one, but he never expected there would be someone even more bizarre than her. When Gao Xinyu knelt down for the 7th time, a sudden change appeared in the sky, a long blue light flashing down. It looked like a bolt of lightning, but different from lightning. It was not blinding but rather a soft blue, very captivating. Isn't this the special ability she demonstrated today? What kind of power is it? Ding Ziyu recognized it at once but still couldn't understand what kind of energy it was. This should be a very special blessing, something ordinary people cannot receive. The voice of the Eye of Truth revealed a hint of envy. Then doesn't that mean she doesn't need to cultivate? She can just wait for the heavens to bestow blessings every day, and her strength will increase rapidly? Ding Ziyu felt a mix of envy and resentment. People really can't be compared. Others work hard to cultivate, and it's still difficult to improve their strength. But she, on the other hand, directly received the heavens' gifts. One could only say that Gao Xinyu was more like the protagonist between heaven and earth, while he was just a bit luckier. The blue light descending from the sky quickly landed on Gao Xinyu's head and rapidly entered her body. In the next moment, her body was enveloped in a brilliant blue light, with countless blue rays spilling out from her. The surrounding beasts all let out low growls, quickly moving closer to the shelter. It was clear that the blue light spilling out was beneficial to them. Perhaps these beasts were drawn to it. But how could they know that blue light was descending? Was this an instinct inherent to wild beasts, ingrained in their very bones? Can I absorb this blue light? Ding Ziyu curiously asked. Although he was so close to Gao Xinyu, he did not feel anything special about the blue light. It probably doesn't suit you. Otherwise, the moment the blessing descended, your body should have reacted. The words of the Eye of Truth struck Ding Ziyu hard. It turned out he was even inferior to those beasts. Sigh, it seems I can only cultivate honestly. Ding Ziyu sighed. Such things could not be envied. Roar! A white giant tiger let out a low growl, clearly warning the surrounding beasts not to come closer. It then stepped forward steadily, slowly approaching. The strength of this giant tiger was definitely not any less than the giant rock pig he had encountered before. Just its low roar had many beasts frozen in place, not daring to take a step forward. Gao Xinyu was also affected by this roar. Although her eyes were closed, her eyelashes visibly trembled, and her bowing motion paused slightly. Fortunately, the pause was not long. She soon resumed her worship. How long is this prayer process going to take? Ding Ziyu felt a bit worried. The anomaly had already appeared. The blessing was completed. So why was the blind box still not coming down? This was clearly different from his prayer. I don't know. Everyone's situation might be different. Until the blind box descends, you must try to protect her. What about that white tiger's strength? Ding Ziyu's anxiety grew as he saw the white giant tiger slowly approaching. It's also around the 7th stage of Martial Saint, but its combat power is definitely much stronger than that giant rock pig. Even if you release the barbarian dragon, it won't be easy to kill it. The judgment of the Eye of Truth put Ding Ziyu in a difficult position. He was already communicating with the Realm Pearl. Once the white giant tiger attacked, he would directly bring Gao Xinyu into the small sacred land. He no longer cared about exposing his secret. Saving her was the priority. He had to protect this woman, as he might need her to protect himself in the future. In these times, danger could strike at any moment, and having more friends was always a good thing. Fortunately, the deterrent power of the white giant tiger was strong enough. Although other animals were unwilling, they could only slowly move forward behind it, and the movement was very slight, fearing the white tiger would attack them. At this moment, the white tiger had reached outside the shelter, its massive head stretching forward, as large as the front of a blind box management bureau's armored vehicle, very intimidating. Ding Ziyu wanted to take action, but he did not move easily. Instead, he focused all his attention on Gao Xinyu. The white giant tiger slightly opened its mouth, gently inhaling, drawing in the blue light that was spilling out. Then it squinted its eyes, looking very pleased. Ding Ziyu was extremely worried, fearing that this creature would open its mouth wide and swallow both him and Gao Xinyu. Looking at its enormous mouth, it would be incredibly easy to swallow two people. Just then, Gao Xinyu finally completed her 3 kneels and 9 bows, and a very bright red light quickly descended from the sky. It seemed this blind box was not simple, at least it was not an ordinary blind box, and he had no idea what good things might be inside. While Ding Ziyu was pondering, the white giant tiger suddenly raised its head and lunged at the red light. This creature actually dared to snatch Gao Xinyu's blind box. He had no idea what it was thinking. Before the blind box reached its owner's hands, no one could snatch it, and the white tiger clearly did not understand this principle. The red light easily passed through its mouth and finally landed steadily beside Gao Xinyu. The white giant tiger missed its bite and immediately became furious, lowering its head to bite at Gao Xinyu. It was aiming to bite both the person and the blind box. "Beast, shut up!" Ding Ziyu roared, raising his fist and smashing it towards the white tiger's nose. Generally speaking, a beast's nose is a relatively weak spot. The white tiger has a huge nose, and it's not difficult to hit it. Ding Ziyu was very worried. If he was even slightly slow, Gao Xinyu would be gone. Bang! Ding Ziyu's fist was heavy, smashing directly into the white tiger's nose, but it only served to provide minimal resistance. This creature was too powerful. Its immense strength was absolutely beyond what Ding Ziyu could contend with. The brief moment he managed to buy was already his limit. In an instant, Ding Ziyu dragged Gao Xinyu and swiftly entered the small sacred land. The blind box followed closely, narrowly escaping the white tiger's jaws. The two people vanished into thin air, infuriating the white tiger. With a swipe of its massive paw, it shattered the shelter Ding Ziyu had built, even leaving a claw mark in the hard rock that was a meter deep. However, such an attack had no effect. The two had disappeared, which made the white tiger extremely furious, and it immediately began to slaughter the surrounding beasts. The entire forest shook, and various animals scattered in a frantic escape, moving much faster than when they had arrived. Despite this, many beasts still suffered. Some were crushed to death by the white tiger, while others were bitten to death. In an instant, the stench of blood filled the entire forest. Ding Ziyu was unaware of the situation outside. It was already a stroke of luck to have evaded the white tiger's attack. Where is this? Why did it suddenly turn to daytime? Gao Xinyu finally regained consciousness and was very surprised by the environment before her. This is my special space. It has another name, called the Small Sacred Land. Ding Ziyu had no intention of hiding it from Gao Xinyu any longer, since she was already inside. What else could he do? Special space, small sacred land? Gao Xinyu clearly did not understand these terms and looked puzzled. It's similar to a spatial ring, but this space is very large and can sustain living beings or animals. Ah, this is too amazing. You have such a magical thing in your hand, and you even let me in. You won't kill me to keep it a secret, will you? Gao Xinyu was genuinely shocked. Such a thing was worth many times more than a spatial ring. Many people would kill for a spatial ring, let alone something like this. Such a secret would not be easily shared, even with very close individuals. The two were merely colleagues, and Gao Xinyu knew that Ding Ziyu was wary of her. She was no different. Now, Ding Ziyu had brought her into the small sacred land to save her, and the best way to keep this secret was to ensure she would never speak of it. I find it hard to muster the resolve to kill you. Why don't you just submit to me? Ding Ziyu said slowly, not because he lacked determination, but because Gao Xinyu was genuinely useful to him. Upon hearing this, Gao Xinyu was at a loss for how to respond. She didn't know whether Ding Ziyu was serious or not, but thinking about how he could kill the ancient beast made her feel uneasy. Why should I submit to you? Do you have a powerful organization behind you? Or some grand goal? Gao Xinyu retorted seriously. In this chaotic world, simply living well was the greatest goal. Ding Ziyu didn't have any grand aspirations. He didn't want to build a superpower or pursue unrealistic things. If he had to have a goal, it would be to deal with the Zhou family. The purpose of this was also to ensure survival. I have no organization, nor do I have grand goals. If you have one, perhaps I can help you achieve it, Ding Ziyu replied casually, lacking the expected dominance. You're speaking a bit too soon. Do you know what my identity and background are? Do you know what I want to do? Gao Xinyu countered, her emotions slightly stirred. What you said doesn't matter. If you submit to me, you will be mine. No matter what difficulties arise, I will do my best to help you. Ding Ziyu felt he had made his point clear. His attitude was sufficiently straightforward. It all depended on whether Gao Xinyu could take it to heart. Gao Xinyu stared at Ding Ziyu for a long while, confirming that he was not joking in the slightest. She also understood that she had encountered Ding Ziyu's core secret, and if she maintained her indifferent attitude, it could truly provoke his murderous intent. If the roles were reversed, could she allow him to live? Gao Xinyu herself had no answer. At least, she couldn't be sure of what she would do. Are you really willing to help me unconditionally? Gao Xinyu finally spoke. As long as it's within my capability, I will definitely help you unconditionally, Ding Ziyu replied earnestly. Thinking of the words of the Eye of Truth, he decided to take a gamble. Alright, from now on, I am your person, and you can't go back on your word. Gao Xinyu finally revealed a sweet smile, like the spring thawing, rippling a pool of spring water. Ding Ziyu stared in a daze. At that moment, Gao Xinyu was undoubtedly very beautiful, different from the usual times he saw her. Or rather, many of Gao Xinyu's expressions during normal times were feigned, not truly heartfelt. At this moment, her smile seemed very genuine. Why do I feel like I've fallen into your trap? Ding Ziyu teased with a strange expression. Although he wanted to win over Gao Xinyu, could it be that he was the one being captured by her? How could that be? You will be my support in the future. I have to listen to you. Gao Xinyu laughed even more happily. She realized that Ding Ziyu was not the cunning type. Instead, he seemed more like a straightforward young man. How old are you, really? Recalling the changes in Ding Ziyu's appearance, Gao Xinyu asked back casually. I just turned 18, not even a month ago. Ding Ziyu finally told the truth. The way I looked before was just a side effect of using an item. I only just recovered recently. So your identity is that wanted Ding Ziyu? Gao Xinyu was not foolish and quickly pieced things together. She had seen the wanted notice but hadn't paid much attention to it. That's me. This is also due to the conflict between me and the Zhou family. Ding Ziyu straightforwardly shared the conflict he had with the Zhou family. Without this conflict, perhaps his life would have been much calmer. After awakening his powers, his biggest goal was to become a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Although he had achieved that goal now, his perception of the Bureau had changed significantly. Especially regarding this world, he had gained a deeper understanding. The Blind Box Management Bureau was certainly not as upright and beautiful as he had imagined. Many of the things they did were purposeful. They didn't care much about the lives and deaths of the common people. This social system is not as simple as it seems. You will encounter more bizarre things in the future. Protecting yourself and living well is indeed not an easy task, Gao Xinyu said after hearing about his conflict with the Zhou family, feeling that such conflicts were quite normal. Because similar conflicts were happening all the time, even if the Blind Box Management Bureau wanted to intervene, they would be powerless. Ultimately, it still depended on one's own strength to protect oneself. Given your current situation, your talent and potential are at least extraordinary. Awakening your powers at 18 and reaching the martial saint level in a very short time is quite rare. Gao Xinyu genuinely began to see potential in Ding Ziyu. With strong personal strength and rapid improvement, along with such good protective means and incredible treasures in hand, if he couldn't develop from this, it would truly be a waste of life. I haven't reached the level of a martial saint. I'm just like you, a 10th tier martial artist. It wasn't me who killed that giant rock pig, but rather a primal ancient beast in this small sacred land, known as the primal dragon. Ding Ziyu decided to share this with Gao Xinyu since she was already here. Under Ding Ziyu's guidance, Gao Xinyu soon saw the massive primal dragon. The creature was in the midst of eating and merely glanced at Ding Ziyu without any intention of stopping. It's so strong. How did you tame it? Gao Xinyu was both frightened and pleasantly surprised to see that the primal dragon was much more powerful than the giant rock pig. This small sacred land is under my control. Taming a primal ancient beast isn't that difficult. Ding Ziyu quickly communicated with the realm pearl, causing the surrounding plants to grow rapidly. Within seconds, they ensnared Gao Xinyu. Some plants even sprouted sharp thorns, and if Ding Ziyu wished, he could easily kill Gao Xinyu. Gao Xinyu's expression changed drastically. If she had previously underestimated Ding Ziyu, she now fully understood. Once inside this small sacred land, he was the king, able to control everything, including her life and death. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Ding Ziyu waved his hand, and the plants retracted, returning to their original charming forms. It seems you really can help me in the future. After a while, I will leave Danning City. Would you be willing to go with me to another place? Gao Xinyu was genuinely moved this time. Her earlier words had indeed been somewhat dismissive. Whether it was about submission or allegiance, such unbinding words were not something anyone could guarantee. It was Ding Ziyu's displayed strength and his background that truly captivated her. "Aren't you from Danning City?" Ding Ziyu was unaware of other cities. He had lived in Danning City his entire life and knew nothing of places farther away. "No, I come from Tianyuan City. I came to Danning City to investigate something. I had made some progress, but unexpectedly got transported to the wilderness and almost lost my life." Gao Xinyu briefly recounted her background. This was the first time she had shared her story with someone else. She truly considered Ding Ziyu an ally to confide in him. Ding Ziyu had seen the name Tianyuan City online and knew it was a city to the north, far from Danning City. "Forget it, let's think about how to get back to Danning City. I wonder if the white tiger outside has left yet." Seeing Ding Ziyu's lack of reaction, Gao Xinyu lost interest in continuing the conversation. Resolving the immediate trouble was the most important thing. What she didn't realize was that Ding Ziyu's lack of response was due to the blind box she had just prayed for. This blind box contains a teleportation scroll. As long as there are clear coordinates, it can transport people there. The Eye of Truth directly revealed the contents of the blind box. This was truly something tailor-made for them. One had to admit that Gao Xinyu was indeed favored by the heavens. Otherwise, how could such a useful item have been bestowed upon her? How many people can this thing teleport? Ding Ziyu was very curious, feeling as if they had brought something from a game into reality, lacking any sense of authenticity. "I don't know. Usually, as long as this kind of thing is unfolded, the range of energy from the scroll should allow for teleportation. This includes not just people but also corresponding items." With the Eye of Truth saying this, Ding Ziyu felt reassured. If it could only transport one person, he would have to leave Gao Xinyu in the small sacred land, and he wasn't sure if she would agree. After a brief exchange, Ding Ziyu finally came back to his senses. "Open your blind box, there might be something we need inside," Ding Ziyu said directly. "How do you know it's useful for us? Can you see through the blind box?" Gao Xinyu suddenly grasped the main point of Ding Ziyu's words. "It's not that I can see through it, it's just that I have this strange feeling in my gut." Ding Ziyu told a small lie, a situation many people had experienced, so it didn't seem particularly special. If he really said he could see through the blind box, perhaps Gao Xinyu would value him more, but it could also bring a lot of trouble. "Actually, I have that feeling too. I hope it's useful for us." Gao Xinyu nodded, acknowledging Ding Ziyu's statement. Without hesitation, she opened the red box. When she got the teleportation scroll, she was so surprised that her mouth fell open. How can there be such a magical thing? When Gao Xinyu obtained the teleportation scroll, she received relevant information. This was a natural privilege for every box opener. "What is it?" Ding Ziyu pretended to be clueless. "It's a teleportation scroll. With this, we can go back directly to Danning City." Gao Xinyu didn't hide her thoughts from Ding Ziyu at all. "So amazing. Do you know how to use it?" "It's simple. Just input the corresponding coordinates, and the scroll will unfold, and we can go back." Gao Xinyu naturally knew the coordinates for Danning City. It wasn't a secret. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry back." Ding Ziyu also didn't want to stay in this wilderness, as unexpected things could happen at any moment. Gao Xinyu nodded, and just as she was about to operate it, she paused again. "It must be used in the same space, otherwise, it will just waste its ability." "Don't worry, I'll check the situation outside." Ding Ziyu manipulated the interface pearl and quickly saw the outside situation. It was already a mess outside. All the beasts had fled, and the white tiger had also disappeared, not knowing if it had chased those beasts and gone elsewhere. The two returned to the cliff's edge, and Gao Xinyu immediately started operating, inputting the coordinates for Danning City, then slowly unfolding the scroll. A white light rose from the scroll, enveloping both of them, and after a few breaths, they vanished into thin air. When their figures reappeared, they were already back in Danning City. The whole process lasted about 2 minutes. At this early morning hour, very few people were active outside, and their appearance did not attract anyone's attention. Upon returning to the Blind Box Management Bureau, the two immediately went to report to Captain Chen about today's events and to see if the other team members had returned. However, when they entered the office, they found that the entire Team B-18 was absent. Not even a duty officer was present. Maybe they all went back to rest, Ding Ziyu comforted himself. At this time, it made sense to go back and rest. Not necessarily. They might still be over there, or they could have been teleported to another place by that black hole. Gao Xinyu shook her head, offering a different answer. Then I'll contact Captain Chen to see if I can find him. Ding Ziyu took out his phone and started dialing. The result was a busy signal, and finally, it indicated that Captain Chen was out of the service area. It was clear that after Gao Xinyu and the others had an incident, the members of Team B-18 had gone over. They probably faced the same problem. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe someone is guarding over there, Gao Xinyu suggested. The two hurried over that night, and when they arrived, they found that the area had already been sealed off. Currently, over 100 people have been swallowed by that black hole, and no one is allowed to approach, a staff member advised, clearly unaware that the two had also been teleported by the black hole. This big black hole itself isn't dangerous, it just randomly teleports people to other places. If we're lucky, we can return soon, Gao Xinyu said quickly. How do you know this? The staff member asked urgently. We were also teleported out and just got back, she replied. Really? That's great. Wait a moment, I'll contact the director, the staff member said, very pleased. If so many people had been swallowed and they were all still alive, the losses would be much smaller. However, just as the staff member got through the call, the director did not answer. How could this happen? Didn't they say this phone could be reached 24 hours a day? Why isn't anyone answering? The staff member wondered. At that moment, a deep rumbling sound came from afar, like a muffled thunder in the sky. Although the sound was not loud, it traveled far. Soon, the entire ground began to tremble. That noise is coming from the Blind Box Management Bureau. Something must be happening. Ding Ziyu suddenly realized. Could someone be attacking the Blind Box Management Bureau at this time? Who would have the guts to do that? The staff member also sensed something was wrong. Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu exchanged glances, both showing signs of confusion. The possibility was very high. Such a commotion must have been caused by a powerful expert. The Blind Box Management Bureau had clear regulations. No personnel were allowed to open blind boxes privately within the bureau. They could only be opened in designated areas. This meant it could be ruled out that the noise was from opening blind boxes. After all, who would choose to open a blind box at this time? Even if someone wanted to, the relevant areas were already closed. From the sound, at least it's experts above the martial saint level, possibly even high-ranking martial saints with great power. We small fries should stay out of it, the staff member said, showing self-awareness. His words were also a warning to Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu. In such situations, self-preservation was the best choice. No, I have to go back, Gao Xinyu said decisively. Why must you go back? Ding Ziyu countered. Given her strength, returning wouldn't make much of a difference. I'm not going to participate in the battle. I have something important in my dormitory, Gao Xinyu quickly explained to avoid any misunderstanding from Ding Ziyu. Alright then, hurry back to get it, Ding Ziyu sighed in relief. He didn't want to get involved in such high-level battles. This wasn't about loyalty to the Blind Box Management Bureau, but rather a matter of capability. The Bureau had never forced anyone, do as much as you are capable of. When the two returned to the Blind Box Management Bureau, they saw several figures flying in the air from a distance, moving at incredible speed. Each collision produced a tremendous noise, accompanied by strong shockwaves. Many buildings within the Bureau had been flattened, and everything was in disarray. To their surprise, besides the aerial battle, there were also many people fighting on the ground. What's going on? Is someone trying to overthrow the Blind Box Management Bureau's dominance? Gao Xinyu was astonished. Perhaps the Blind Box Management Bureau was not the strongest force in Danning City, but it was at least among the strongest. What organization would deliberately target the Blind Box Management Bureau? Moreover, if they took down the bureau in Danning City, wouldn't they worry about a counterattack? The Blind Box Management Bureau's strength was not just what was visible. The resources they controlled and the number of experts under them were unknown. Don't worry about them. Hurry and get your things. Grab it and leave. Ding Ziyu didn't want to get involved in such matters, as he didn't feel a strong sense of belonging to the Blind Box Management Bureau anyway. It's a bit troublesome. There's fighting happening in the dormitory area too, Gao Xinyu said, starting to feel anxious. The two of them bypassed some areas of fighting and quickly approached the dormitory zone. However, just as they got closer, they were spotted. There are still two guys here. Don't let them get away. A man in gray shouted, pointing at Ding Ziyu and rushing forward with a large knife in hand. Get lost. I don't want to meddle in your business. Don't provoke us. Ding Ziyu decisively stood in front and turned to Gao Xinyu, saying, hurry up and get your things, grab them and leave. This kid is quite bold. Anyone wearing this outfit should die. The man in gray did not back down but instead quickened his pace towards them. Before he even reached them, he raised the large knife high and swung it down. This guy has the strength of a 9th-level martial artist. You need to be careful, the Eye of Truth quickly reminded Ding Ziyu. A 9th-level martial artist is not particularly frightening. The key is that the opponent has a weapon, while Ding Ziyu is unarmed, which puts him at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Ding Ziyu was also quick. Facing the gray-clad man's charge, he knew reasoning would be useless. Since these people were targeting the Blind Box Management Bureau, they certainly wouldn't let him off easily. Instead of retreating, Ding Ziyu charged forward. Just as the opponent's large knife was about to strike him, he quickly sidestepped to avoid it. The knife, accompanied by a powerful whoosh, struck the ground. Ding Ziyu seized the opportunity and directly collided with the man. His physical strength was much greater than that of an ordinary person, and he simply treated himself as a human weapon. It was efficient and quick, leaving no chance for the opponent to use his weapon. Such a fierce approach was something the grey-clad man had never seen before. He wanted to withdraw his knife and turn around, but it was already too late. He could only lift his leg to kick Ding Ziyu. This man's strength was indeed considerable, but when he kicked Ding Ziyu, it felt like kicking a particularly thick wall, unable to shake him at all. On the contrary, Ding Ziyu's impact did not diminish at all, directly knocking the guy back several steps, causing him to lose grip on the large knife, which fell to the ground. Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. It was the perfect moment to strike. He accelerated forward and swung a powerful blow at the opponent's head. With Ding Ziyu's current strength, if this punch landed, the man would probably not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, the guy's reaction was not slow. He quickly raised both hands to protect his face. Crack! Ding Ziyu's fist smashed into the man's arm, and the tremendous force sent him flying, landing at least 3 meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. Trash! You dare to be arrogant with such strength. Ding Ziyu cursed, casually picking up the large knife. It looked good, and it could be useful for the time being. The grey-clad man trembled in pain. Seeing that Ding Ziyu did not come to kill him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Ziyu was not feeling merciful. He was watching Gao Xinyu in the distance. Another person had appeared there, blocking her path. It seemed that there were indeed quite a few people attacking the Blind Box Management Bureau this time. They were intent on eliminating the Blind Box Management Bureau in Danning City. Just as Ding Ziyu turned his head, the grey-clad man on the ground suddenly reached out and pulled a gun from his clothes. Although fewer people used firearms these days, some still did. After all, these weapons were quite useful against low-level martial artists or ordinary people. Ding Ziyu was no fool. The moment the opponent made a move, he swiftly threw the large knife in his hand. The knife sliced through the air like lightning, instantly piercing the grey-clad man's chest and cutting his gun in half. Wow, this knife is of good quality. Ding Ziyu was somewhat surprised by the result. He hadn't expected it to be such a good knife, capable of easily severing the opponent's gun. Next time, you should be more careful and not capsize in the gutter, the Eye of Truth warned. Although Ding Ziyu's body was strong, it wasn't invulnerable. He would need to improve a level or two to withstand the attacks of firearms. Ding Ziyu had no time to heed the Eye of Truth's warning and charged towards Gao Xinyu with his knife in hand. He noticed that the guy blocking Gao Xinyu was quite powerful, steadily gaining the upper hand. If this continued, it would likely attract more enemies. Get out of the way, let me deal with him, Ding Ziyu shouted as he rushed forward, swiftly positioning himself in front of Gao Xinyu. He wielded his large knife without any technique, simply hacking away wildly. Kid, you've got some strength, but your knife skills are utterly pathetic. The old man opposite him easily dodged Ding Ziyu's attacks, clearly skilled in some decent secret techniques. Don't worry about my knife skills. If I can chop you down, that's good enough, Ding Ziyu replied, adopting a desperate stance, his large knife slicing through the air with ferocity, relying solely on his brute strength. Although his technique was poor, the power behind his strikes was impressive, and the old man was forced to retreat several times when he attempted to counterattack. It seems I need to show some real skills. You really think I can't handle you? The old man suddenly leaped into the air, surprisingly employing a technique to fly. Ding Ziyu hadn't expected this guy to be a martial arts master of the saint level. On the ground, Ding Ziyu could rely on his brute force to attack his opponent, but now that the old man was in the air, he was at a loss. However, the old man pulled out a whip with a cold gleam and barbed tips, which, when shaken, extended to over 2 zhang. Kid, let you taste my serpent iron whip. As the old man spoke, the whip suddenly straightened and lunged towards Ding Ziyu's head. The whip looked exceptionally sharp. If it struck his head, it would likely create a large hole. Fortunately, Ding Ziyu was quick on his feet and managed to retreat just in time to avoid the old man's attack. The old man's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Ding Ziyu to not only possess great strength but also be quite agile, his speed exceeding his expectations. If it were any other martial artist, they could have easily dealt with him with a casual strike. Kid, why not become my disciple? I'll teach you some practical techniques. Following the Blind Box Management Bureau has no future. It will only waste your talent. The old man surprisingly had the idea of recruiting Ding Ziyu, which was quite peculiar. Aren't you guys just as bad? Following you will lead to a bright future? Ding Ziyu was not easily swayed by others' persuasion. The Nine Owls Society was a perfect example. Who could guarantee that those attacking the Blind Box Management Bureau tonight were good people? You little brat, you're asking for it. Let's see if I don't whip you to death today." The old man's anger flared, and the serpent iron whip in his hand became as agile as a snake. It struck, swept, pulled, and coiled, with moves so strange that they were hard to defend against. Ding Ziyu was already at a disadvantage. On the ground, he couldn't hit his opponent and had no advantage in agility, quickly falling into a predicament. If it weren't for his decent speed, he would have been injured by the old man's whip long ago. Damn it, what to do? I really can't win. Ding Ziyu was already considering his options. The best solution would be to hide in the little sacred land, but Gao Xinyu hadn't returned yet. If he ran away, what would happen to Gao Xinyu? Just then, Gao Xinyu hurriedly ran back, carrying a long rectangular box on her back, which was very eye-catching. Seeing Ding Ziyu dodging left and right, Gao Xinyu immediately rushed up, striking with her palm to unleash a blue light that sent the old man's serpent iron whip flying. Wow, this girl is quite special. I didn't expect there to be such talent in the Blind Box Management Bureau. Not bad, not bad. The old man became excited again. It seems that Gao Xinyu's talent has made him even more appealing. Just then, a group of people rushed in, and to everyone's surprise, each one of them was a master at the martial saint level. Ding Ziyu took a glance and immediately recognized several of them. They were actually members of the Nine Fiends Society. Get out of the way. The leader swept an eye over the old man and said rudely, "What? Do you Nine Fiends Society also want to sweep everything away?" The old man showed no fear and immediately revealed the identity of the intruders. Looking for death. The chief steward of the Nine Fiends Society shouted angrily and swung his palm towards him. Despite the distance, a faint red wind shot out from his palm, exuding a very domineering aura. The old man's expression changed, and he hurriedly fled at the fastest speed. It was clear that his strength was far inferior to that of the chief steward of the Nine Fiends Society, and he didn't dare to take even one move. Trash! The chief steward of the Nine Fiends Society couldn't be bothered to chase after that man and instead turned his gaze to Ding Ziyu and his companion. "You two, come here and lead the way for us." The chief steward pointed at Ding Ziyu and his companion. "Senior, the management bureau is right in front of us, you can just go in by yourselves." Ding Ziyu didn't want to lead these people. That would be like sending sheep into a tiger's den. "Shut up, speak again and I'll be careful to slap you." A steward glared at Ding Ziyu, clearly ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Ding Ziyu glanced at Gao Xinyu, actually hinting for her to come closer, so he could take her into the small sacred land if necessary. At this moment, the only way to escape was through this method. Following the Nine Fiends Society into the Management Bureau would definitely lead to trouble. Fortunately, Gao Xinyu understood his meaning immediately. Just as she was about to move, a voice shouted from a distance, "Stand still, is the Nine Fiends Society really that impressive?" A martial saint dressed in red quickly flew over. He spoke from a distance, and by the time he finished, he was already in front of them. "Ha, people from the Red Dragon Society? I didn't expect all the monsters to come out tonight. What, do you also want a share of the pie?" The chief steward frowned upon seeing the newcomer. Clearly, he knew this person was formidable. Some things are not just under your watch, many people are keeping an eye on them. No one can easily monopolize the items in the Blind Box Management Bureau, the red-clad martial saint said coldly. At this moment, another group of red-clad people approached, and their numbers were not fewer than those of the Nine Fiends Society. "Ha, it seems tonight is truly lively. I, Lu Jifeng, have meticulously set this trap, and it has opened a convenient door for you. Since everyone wants a share, let's work together to eliminate a few old ghosts from the Blind Box Management Bureau first. If we don't get rid of these old ghosts, no one can get that thing." Lu Jifeng's voice was loud, unafraid of being overheard. Looking at this very young master, Ding Ziyu recalled many rumors. This Lu Jifeng was not a simple character. Several years ago, he had already been hailed as the top master among the younger generation in Danning City. There were quite a few rumors about him, and he never expected to see the real person tonight. Even more surprising was that this person was so audacious, daring to take action against the Blind Box Management Bureau. As Lu Jifeng approached, the previously tense factions fell silent. Clearly, they all held some fear of this person and did not dare to offend him easily. The item hasn't even been secured, and everyone is already fighting among themselves. Such behavior is no different from that of fools. Do you know why those old immortals in the Blind Box Management Bureau have yet to show themselves? They are just waiting for us to fight it out, to the death, and then they will come out to clean up the mess. Lu Jifeng said with a serious face, but his mind was indeed very clear. Whether it was the Nine Fiends Society or the Red Dragon Society, their strength was quite impressive, and Lu Jifeng himself had brought many powerful masters. If the three parties were to fight fiercely, it would likely result in a situation where all three would suffer. It would be like the clam and the fish fighting, with the fishermen benefiting. "Alright, let's join forces and attack the Blind Box Management Bureau." That thing is most likely kept in the Secret Arts Pavilion. The defenses of this pavilion are extremely tight, and I've heard that there are some powerful formations inscribed there, though I don't know if that's true." A high-ranking martial saint from the Red Dragon Society immediately agreed with Lu Jifeng's proposal. The Secret Arts Pavilion really does have powerful formations inscribed, but they usually don't activate. Otherwise, with my strength, I would have already charged in without needing to team up with you, Lu Jifeng said bluntly. If those formations are too powerful, how can we open them? Someone from the Nine Hawks Society asked. They had once possessed a small sacred ground and were not unfamiliar with formations. However, their small sacred ground had mysteriously been lost, and they didn't even know how it happened. It's said that the identities of the members of the Blind Box Management Bureau are all recorded, so perhaps we can use them to open the formations. An elder under Lu Jifeng returned. He pointed to Ding Ziyu and the other person standing a bit further away, indicating that the idea was aimed at them. Damn! With so many people in the Blind Box Management Bureau, can't you find someone else? Ding Ziyu thought to himself, feeling a surge of fear. Faced with this group of powerful martial saints, he truly felt overwhelmed. Just them? Are they qualified? Lu Jifeng glanced at Ding Ziyu and the other person, his expression quite indifferent. He even seemed a bit skeptical of what his subordinate said. After all, the two were merely martial artists and had little say within the Blind Box Management Bureau. I've already checked. They recently entered the Secret Arts Pavilion. It's said that members who enter the pavilion have their records cleared once a week, and to enter again, they must reapply. Their records should not have been cleared yet, so the possibility of them being able to open the pavilion is very high. We've already tried several others. Anyone who hasn't entered the pavilion recently will be killed instantly upon contact with the formation. Only these two have a glimmer of hope. The elder spoke confidently, completely disregarding Ding Ziyu and the other person's feelings. Now Ding Ziyu finally understood why this old man had never taken lethal action against them, even saying he wanted to take him as a disciple. It was all to use them to attempt to open the formations of the Secret Arts Pavilion. The old fellow's intentions were indeed quite sinister, and his schemes were deep enough that someone with a slightly less sharp mind might be easily fooled by him. Oh, I see. Are you two willing to help us enter the Secret Arts Pavilion? Lu Jifeng's gaze swept over, and although he wore a smile, it still made Ding Ziyu and the other feel a chill. The gap in strength between them was too great, creating an immense pressure. Ding Ziyu even felt that he wouldn't be able to instantly escape into the small sacred ground in front of this person. Even if he did, this person might very well follow him in, leaving him still unsafe and possibly inviting danger into his home. We don't know how to enter the Secret Arts Pavilion, nor do we know anything about the formations. Ding Ziyu could only pretend to be clueless. Not knowing is fine. We will teach you how to operate it when the time comes. Lu Jifeng finally showed a hint of a smile, and for now, it seemed that the two were not in danger. Alright, we will do our best to cooperate. Ding Ziyu dared not easily oppose, trying to stabilize these people with words, planning to escape when the opportunity arose. What's the situation outside? Have those peripheral members been cleared out? The leader of the Nine Hawks Society stared at Lu Jifeng and asked. Those people are just small fry, not worth mentioning. With me, Lu, personally taking action, they've long been sent to hell, Lu Jifeng said casually. Ding Ziyu could never have imagined that while fierce battles were still raging outside, those martial saints had been slaughtered by Lu Jifeng in such a short time. No wonder they had been talking here for so long without anyone from the Blind Box Management Bureau showing up. It turned out they had all been killed. Now it seemed that only a few powerful members were hiding in the Secret Arts Pavilion, unwilling to come out. If Lu Jifeng and the others wanted to obtain the items, they would have to storm the Secret Arts Pavilion. Alright, let's head to the Secret Arts Pavilion now. Those old-timers hiding inside are not weak. We must work together to ensure we aren't picked off one by one. The leader of the Nine Seas Society was well aware that the Blind Box Management Bureau had experts stationed there. Although this was just a branch in Danning City, it still concealed many skilled fighters, who would not reveal themselves until the critical moment. By the way, where's your leader? Why hasn't he shown up yet? You don't think your strength is enough to stand on equal footing with us, do you? Lu Jifeng glanced at the martial saint leading the Red Dragon Society, who was Ling Xiaoke, a 7-segment martial saint. This person was indeed strong, but compared to Lu Jifeng and the leader of the Nine Seas Society, his strength was clearly insufficient, and he truly lacked the qualifications to be compared with them. Our leader will be here soon, Ling Xiaoke said awkwardly, twitching his mouth. In the past, he was the one who looked down on others, but today he was the one being looked down upon. The key was that he really had no temper to refute. These two were clearly experts surpassing the 10-segment martial saints, and it would be incredibly easy for them to deal with him. Why are you two in such a hurry? I'm here now, a voice came from afar, and by the time the person finished speaking, he had already appeared before everyone. This person was also dressed in red, but his attire was embroidered with 9 golden dragons, similar to the dragon robes worn by emperors in ancient times. However, he wore a mask, not revealing his true face. Ding Ziyu took a glance at this person and could easily see the appearance behind the mask. He could hardly believe that this person was actually Zhou Zhengang, the head of the Zhou family. Ding Ziyu had never seen Zhou Zhengang in person, but there were plenty of his photos online, as this head of the Zhou family was not a low-key character. Previously, there had been suspicions about the Red Dragon Society having intricate ties with the Zhou family, and it was now very clear. This Red Dragon Society was indeed a black organization established by the Zhou family, specializing in unsavory dealings. I dislike people like you who hide and show themselves only when convenient. You have no sense of responsibility. If your strength isn't sufficient in the end, the Red Dragon Society will automatically withdraw, Lu Jifeng said, glancing at the leader of the Red Dragon Society, without any courtesy. Although this person acted domineeringly and audaciously, in terms of character, he was still more straightforward than the cunning and treacherous figures of the Zhou family. At least in Ding Ziyu's view, he found it easier to accept Lu Jifeng, even though this guy was probably also a ruthless character who wouldn't blink at killing. Everyone has their own style of doing things and their own choices. Why should you force me, brother Lu? As for strength, just watch closely. Since I can become the leader of the Red Dragon Society, I am certainly not an ordinary martial artist, the masked man said confidently. After the 3 big shots exchanged a few words, they began to make arrangements. A large number of people from the Blind Box Management Bureau have already been teleported away, and the remaining small fry have basically been cleared out. Only a few formidable old fellows are hiding in the Secret Arts Pavilion and won't come out. You too must have seen that the Blind Box Management Bureau doesn't care about the lives of small characters like you, so there's no need to risk your lives for them. Just cooperate with us well, and once we open the Secret Arts Pavilion, I might even share some benefits with you, Lu Jifeng said to Ding Ziyu and the other person. Although Ding Ziyu knew he was trying to sow discord, he had to admit that this guy had a point. Previously, Lu Jifeng's people were killing those team members outside the Blind Box Management Bureau, likely with identities similar to Ding Ziyu and the others. However, the core members of the Blind Box Management Bureau stubbornly did not intervene to stop them, allowing them to eliminate these peripheral members. If it weren't for the remaining elder who believed that Ding Ziyu and his companions still had some value and could help them open the Secret Arts Pavilion, the two would probably face the same fate. Whatever the senior arranges, we will do it. Faced with this group of powerful individuals, Ding Ziyu, even if he wanted to oppose, had no right to do so. What could he say? He could only silently nod, indicating his willingness to cooperate with them. As for whether they could open the Secret Arts Pavilion, Ding Ziyu did not hold out much hope. He only hoped to survive this incident. Had he known returning would be like this, Ding Ziyu would have been too lazy to urge Gao Xinyu to use the teleportation scroll. Wasn't this just coming back to seek suffering? Alright, everyone move forward and surround the Secret Arts Pavilion. I don't believe these old geezers can stay cooped up in this turtle shell for a lifetime, the leader of the 9CS Society shouted as well. A large group of people, divided into 3 factions, marched towards the Secret Arts Pavilion. Although the location of the Secret Arts Pavilion had not changed, it appeared somewhat different from what they had seen before. The entire building seemed to have become a bit hazy, as if surrounded by a layer of mist. This Secret Arts Pavilion indeed has a magical formation. I wonder how powerful this formation is, Lu Jifeng said, staring at the pavilion. In fact, he had come to check it out earlier. He had tried a little but found no way to open the magical formation. That was why he turned to attack the peripheral members of the Blind Box Management Bureau, hoping to provoke those old geezers into coming out on their own. It was clear that Lu Jifeng had miscalculated. His method had not worked. Those core figures would rather let the peripheral members die than come out. Either they truly did not care about the lives of these peripheral members, or the item inside was too important to risk losing, no matter how many people died. Why don't you send someone to try it first? Lu Jifeng looked at the 9CS Society and the Red Dragon Society, appearing to consider their interests. Try it, then. What's the big deal? Ling Shoka truly did not believe that this hazy mist could stop everyone. You, go up and test it out. Ling Shoka pointed at 2 disciples dressed in red, speaking rather rudely. Their strength seemed to be at the 7th stage of martial arts, which wasn't weak. Even if there was real danger, they could likely hold on for a few seconds. The 2 martial artists were not particularly afraid and boldly stepped forward, quickly entering the mist. However, strange things soon occurred. As the 2 entered the mist, their bodies quickly became hazy. It wasn't that the mist obscured their bodies, but rather that their bodies seemed to lose something all at once, becoming less real. Although everyone could see them, their bodies became increasingly transparent, and after a few minutes, they collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of dry bones. What on earth is that mist? It's too vicious. Many martial artists began to worry. It was evident that the magical formation's attack power outside the secret arts pavilion was extremely strong. Ordinary martial artists who approached would be sent to their deaths without even a chance to resist. I don't know what it is. I've never seen it before. A member of the 9th Society involuntarily took 2 steps back, clearly not wanting to get involved with that mist. What do we do now? It seems we can only let them go up. Perhaps their identities can gain the formation's recognition? Several martial saints turned their gazes towards Ding Ziyu and his companion. After all, the two were from the Blind Box Management Bureau. Even if they died, it had nothing to do with them. Ding Ziyu felt a bitter pang in his heart. These big shots were too afraid to take risks themselves. Sending him and Gao Xinyu up instead, what difference would it make? True Eye, can you recognize what that thing is? What kind of formation could have such power? Ding Ziyu could only seek help from it. It should be something like bony rotting sand, a powerful toxic mist sealed within the formation. As soon as you come into contact with it, you'll die quickly. The True Eye provided an answer that wasn't particularly certain, yet it made Ding Ziyu's scalp tingle. Ding Ziyu had never heard of such a thing and hurriedly asked, "Is there a way to suppress this toxic mist?" It's hard to say. However, the blue energy that Gao Xinyu cultivates has strong isolation capabilities. Perhaps it can be tried. As long as you can block it, you can immediately escape into the small sacred land, and there might still be a glimmer of hope. This was the best solution the True Eye could offer. If it was wrong in its judgment, and Gao Xinyu's blue energy didn't work, the two of them would basically be done for. Just after Ding Ziyu consulted the True Eye, several martial saints approached them. "Hurry up and go in by yourselves. Don't force us to throw you in," Ling Shoka said to Ding Ziyu, a sinister smile on his face. He seemed to have recognized Ding Ziyu's background. But in this situation, who would really care about who they were? It didn't matter at all. Wait, what is the relationship between those two? Are they a couple? Zhou Zhengang suddenly asked. Probably not. They should be part of the same action team, Ling Xiaoke replied uncertainly. His gaze swept back and forth between the two, as if trying to discern something. Not necessarily. These two are a handsome man and a beautiful woman, quite a match. Their relationship must be special if they can be together. An elder under Lu Jifeng offered a different opinion. Ding Ziyu secretly cursed. At this point, why did it matter what relationship he had with her? Keep that woman here for a while. Let him go first to prevent him from pulling any tricks. Zhou Zhengang suggested a malicious idea, intending to separate the two. Ding Ziyu's expression suddenly turned very ugly. He hadn't even found a chance to speak with Gao Xinyu yet. If they were separated, he would have to escape alone. But whether Gao Xinyu could rely on her special abilities to survive this ordeal was uncertain. As for what good things were in the secret technique hall, Ding Ziyu had no interest at all. "You, go in alone. If you dare to pull any tricks, I'll kill this girl." Ling Shoka glared at Ding Ziyu fiercely. "You go, I'm fine," Gao Xinyu said, seeing Ding Ziyu in a difficult position, understanding that he wanted to save her too. But now, others were giving them no chance to escape, and she had no way out either. Fortunately, Gao Xinyu did know a bit about the secrets of the secret technique hall and felt she still had a good chance of surviving. "That mist is very dangerous. You must be careful and make good use of your abilities." Ding Ziyu could only say this much, believing Gao Xinyu would understand what he meant. Gao Xinyu nodded. Normally, this should have been her saying this to Ding Ziyu. Looking at how these two are so affectionate, their relationship is indeed not simple. Zhou Zhengang noticed some signs. After all, in this world, it was quite normal for men and women to have some kind of relationship. Ding Ziyu didn't want to say more to avoid saying too much and losing everything. He began to slowly walk towards the secret technique hall, while in his heart, he communicated with the boundary pearl, asking it to open an exit for him before he came into contact with the toxic mist, so he could safely enter. However, at that moment, the leader of the Nine Hawks Society suddenly spoke. "This kid is a bit strange. Let that girl go in first." "You too. Why are you talking so much nonsense? One idea after another, is it interesting?" Lu Jifeng glanced at the Nine Show Society and then at Zhou Zhengang, unsure of what these two were up to. To him, they seemed quite similar. Whether they could break the formation surrounding the secret technique pavilion was still uncertain. What was the point of all this fuss? "That kid has a bit of a connection with our Nine Show Society, and I want to ask him a few questions." The leader of the Nine Show Society remained unfazed. In fact, he didn't know Ding Ziyu, but one of his subordinates, a martial saint steward, recognized him. The inexplicable disappearance of the entrance to the small sacred land had infuriated the big shots of the Nine Show Society. They had conducted numerous investigations and had indeed traced it back to that missing person organization. Ding Ziyu had appeared in the small sacred land, which was not a big secret. When the high-ranking members of the Nine Show Society left the small sacred land, they had left all their lower-level personnel behind. How did Ding Ziyu manage to escape? At least the high-ranking members of the Nine-Show Society had not found the reason. Perhaps there were other exits from the small sacred land that Ding Ziyu inadvertently found and escaped from, leading to the disappearance of the original entrance. This was the hypothesis the high-ranking members of the Nine-Show Society had made earlier, and it was also the reason they suddenly wanted to keep Ding Ziyu. Compared to the treasures they had not yet obtained, the small sacred land was of greater importance to the Nine-Show Society, as it was their foundation. Therefore, they had to ensure Ding Ziyu's safety first. Little did they know, the small sacred land had already been completely mastered by Ding Ziyu, becoming his personal possession. The Nine-Show Society had no chance of reclaiming it. Speak quickly, or let it out if you have to. Lu Jifeng was clearly getting impatient. Don't rush, let that girl try first. The leader of the Nine-Show Society did not intend to question him in front of everyone. He was worried that the matter of the small sacred land would be discovered by these people. Such things could not guarantee that they wouldn't try to seize it. Alright, you there, go ahead. Lu Jifeng, uninterested in the leader's intentions, quickly directed Gao Xinyu to proceed. Ding Ziyu looked at her, nodded slightly, and raised his hand to make a circular motion. He just wanted her to understand the blue energy wrapped around her hand. Gao Xinyu naturally understood what he meant, so she lifted her leg and walked forward. Everyone's gaze turned to Gao Xinyu. In a short distance, she became the focus of all. As Gao Xinyu approached the hazy mist, a surge of blue energy suddenly enveloped her body, and she slowly walked into the mist. Her figure did not fade as quickly as the two who had entered before. She remained very real, seemingly unaffected. In everyone's sight, Gao Xinyu stopped and surprisingly took the box off her back, preparing to open it. This girl is not simple. She seems to know how to deal with this mist. Lu Jifeng immediately sensed something. Even Ding Ziyu began to have doubts. Gao Xinyu had said she came from another city. Did she have important matters in Danning City that were the same as their purpose? The Blind Box Management Bureau had been attacked. Given her strength, she had no need to return, yet she insisted on coming back to get something. Was that something meant to deal with the formation of the secret technique pavilion? Ding Ziyu's mind was racing, but no one could answer his questions. Kid, what is that blue energy on the girl? The leader of the Nine-Show Society instead asked. I don't know, it should be a special secret technique she cultivated, Ding Ziyu answered honestly, as there was no need to fabricate a lie. In front of these big shots, even trying to concoct a lie to deceive them was not an easy task. The Nine Owls Association glanced at Ding Ziyu, as if trying to see if he was deceiving them. Ding Ziyu's expression was calm, showing no signs of hiding the truth. At that moment, Gao Xinyu, enveloped in the poisonous mist, surprisingly took out a suit of armor-like clothing from the box and quickly put it on. Once she donned the outfit, the blue energy that had been wrapping around her receded. The highly corrosive poisonous mist actually retreated upon encountering the armor. Gao Xinyu moved her limbs a bit, glanced back at Ding Ziyu, and then swiftly walked deeper into the mist. Her figure soon vanished into the hazy fog, but the mist itself did not dissipate, it remained unchanged. What's going on? Can someone explain? The group of martial saints was instantly dumbfounded. They had been contemplating how to use Gao Xinyu to open the formation for them, but the situation was far from what they had imagined. It seems she is very familiar with everything in this secret technique hall and had prepared in advance. Zhou Zhengang finally reacted. Kid, which faction does this girl belong to? How does she know how to deal with the formation in front of us? Zhou Zhengang glared at Ding Ziyu, speaking fiercely. I don't know either. You don't really think I'm close to her, do you? Ding Ziyu replied helplessly. He genuinely had no idea Gao Xinyu had such a trick up her sleeve and had underestimated her. What do we do now? Should we send someone in again? Ling Xiaoke fixed his gaze on Ding Ziyu, now pinning their hopes on him. No, sending more people in is pointless. I think we should use thermal weapons, perhaps that could solve the problem at hand. The leader of the Nine Owls Association immediately rejected Zhou Xinggang's suggestion. It wasn't that he wanted to protect Ding Ziyu, but rather he wanted to trace the whereabouts of the small sacred land through him. Even if there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance, he wouldn't let it slip by. In the current situation, he absolutely did not support sending Ding Ziyu to his death. Thermal weapons would be useful? Would I still be waiting here if they were? Lu Jifeng said coldly. At present, the most formidable aspect of this formation is the highly corrosive mist in front of us. Theoretically, anything corrosive is likely toxic. We might be able to use incendiary bombs to ignite the mist, which could force a few old geezers out from inside. The leader of the Nine Owls Association had been observing the changes in the mist, which was locked within the formation, posing the greatest threat to those who entered. The leader of the Nine Owls makes a valid point. It might be worth a try. But who has incendiary bombs? Zhou Zhengang agreed with the leader's idea. For these martial saints, ordinary thermal weapons were beneath their notice. Now that they wanted to use them, they found themselves empty-handed. "I have some, old Kai, have someone fetch them quickly," Lu Jifeng said readily. Although this guy had a high realm and was very strong, he was also quite interested in thermal weapons and had indeed collected quite a few. About 10 minutes later, old Kai returned. He took out several shoulder-mounted rocket launchers from his spatial ring and calmly loaded them with ammunition. "These are all incendiary bombs, let's attack together." It might have unexpected effects. Lu Jifeng distributed the extra weapons to everyone. These items were small and not particularly precious, so they could be used freely. Thus, several martial saints set up the rocket launchers, aiming them at the secret technique hall and opened fire. When the rockets struck the formation, they exploded, sending up a burst of red flames that rapidly spread outward. Indeed effective. As long as the mist is burned away, what power does this formation still hold? Many martial saints were overjoyed, finally finding a way to resolve the issue with the secret arts pavilion. The formation was broken so easily? Is it really that simple? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth in his mind. He was still a bit worried about Gao Xinyu. What if the fire spread to her? Could her armor-like clothing withstand the flames? If it were a formation set up by masters from our time, it would be a dream to think a big fire could solve it. But in your era, there are so many strange things, who knows if there's something special about it? The Eye of Truth was surprisingly uncertain, clearly not having much faith in the things of the current era. The fire burned very quickly, almost immediately surrounding the entire secret arts pavilion. The fierce flames lit up half the sky, shocking the entire city of Danning. The fire continued for nearly half an hour before it slowly began to die down. At this point, the secret arts pavilion was charred black and clearly visible. The most astonishing thing was that the pavilion had not been destroyed by the fire. It still stood in place, albeit looking rather unsightly. Ding Ziyu searched around but did not see Gao Xinyu, feeling a bit anxious. Fortunately, there were no corpses on the ground, nor was there any sign of her armor. He had no idea where she had hidden. The only thing he could confirm was that she was still alive and had not been burned to death. "Everyone, can we enter the formation now?" Zhou Zhenggang asked anxiously. Although the ground was still emitting smoke, indicating a very high temperature, most of their group were martial saints, capable of flying over without caring about the ground's temperature. "All right, let's all go in together. Even if something unexpected happens, we can help each other," Lu Jifeng immediately spoke up. Under his leadership, a group of martial saints took to the air, preparing to enter the formation. "Old Kai, assign someone to keep an eye on this kid. I have questions for him later," the leader of the Nine Hawks Society said as he left, handing Ding Ziyu over to an old man. The martial artists from the Nine Hawks Society were all at least martial saints, theoretically capable of easily watching over Ding Ziyu. However, for some unknown reason, the old man personally stayed behind. With his strength, Ding Ziyu wouldn't dare to pull any tricks in front of him. "Don't worry, I won't run away," Ding Ziyu said with an awkward smile. He certainly wouldn't escape easily without being completely sure. "If you want to run, you better be able to," Old Kai scoffed, not even glancing at Ding Ziyu, instead focusing his attention on the leader of the Nine Hawks Society. In the blink of an eye, a group of martial saints had already flown into the formation. This time, without the interference of mist, everyone was in good condition, with no abnormalities appearing. The crowd, who had been somewhat worried, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They all quickened their pace, rushing towards the secret arts pavilion. However, during this process, the ground suddenly emitted streams of red mist. Several nearby martial saints were quickly enveloped by the red mist. "Damn it, it's poisonous mist again. This stuff itches like crazy when it touches you," one of the afflicted martial saints shouted, large red spots appearing on his body. He felt an intense itch on his skin, and as he scratched, a large amount of blood began to flow out, deepening the level of poisoning. "Damn, this is too vicious. Hurry and retreat to burn it again." Several leaders were dumbfounded, not expecting that after all this burning, they would still be affected. The leader of the Nine Hawks Society and a few other powerful martial artists were much faster and managed to retreat in time. Just then, the doors of the Secret Arts Pavilion suddenly swung open, and two martial saints clad in silver rushed out. Their entire bodies were wrapped in silver clothing, and even their eyes were not visible. The red mist automatically receded upon encountering the clothing, as if it were avoiding any offense. Although the two masters did not even reveal their eyes, they accurately located the martial saints tainted by the red mist. A silver flash passed by, and a martial saint from the Red Dragon Society was slain on the spot, the speed remarkably swift, without any hesitation. "Damn it, they took the opportunity to come out and harvest us." Zhou Zhenggang was furious. Having just retreated, he saw his disciple killed, and his heart burned with anger. He wanted to rush back in but feared being tainted by the red mist himself. Looking at the masters from the Blind Box Management Bureau, who had not even revealed their eyes, one could imagine how formidable that red mist was. The two acted swiftly, consecutively killing several martial saints, almost all with a single strike. When the members of the Nine Hawks Society took out rockets to ignite a fire to burn the red toxic mist, an unexpected event occurred. The red mist surprisingly would not catch fire. Everyone watched helplessly as the people from the Blind Box Management Bureau slaughtered over a dozen martial saints, then swaggered back into the Secret Arts Pavilion, slamming the door shut with a bang. Lu Jifeng and the other big shots had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot, unsure how to respond to the situation before them. Charging in was not an option, and giving up was even less possible. They had painstakingly guarded this place and lost so many subordinates, how could they possibly give up? What material is that silver clothing the two guys are wearing made of? How can it easily block the red mist? Zhou Zhanggang asked. The Red Dragon Society had lost relatively fewer martial saints, but 3 had still died. If they could find a way to deal with that mist, those deaths would not be in vain. Who knows? It might have come from a blind box. There are too many strange things these days. The Nine Hawks Society leader's answer was clearly unsatisfactory. It must be a very special material. Didn't you see only 2 of them come out? If there were more, our people would probably be wiped out, Lu Jifeng said with a serious face. The number of remaining masters from all sides had significantly decreased. All were quick martial saints who had not been tainted by the red mist. Everyone, look! The red mist is dissipating on its own. Someone noticed a new change outside the Secret Arts Pavilion. The red mist, which had seemed so formidable before, was rapidly dispersing and soon disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. Could it be another trap set by a few old-timers, deliberately luring us into the formation? Zhou Zhanggang, valuing his life, proposed this hypothesis. Who knows? Those old-timers are quite devious. It's normal for them to come up with something. The Nine Hawks Society leader was also staring intently at the Secret Arts Pavilion, but he remained calm, showing no desire to test it. Just then, several night owls flew in from a distance, directly entering the formation. They flitted around in the formation, still thriving and flapping about. Is it safe now? Lu Jifeng's eyes widened. The few night owls provided a good example for them. Don't rush, let's wait and see. The Nine Hawks Society leader remained composed. With things having come to this point, he was not afraid of wasting a little more time. The formation of the Secret Arts Pavilion seemed to have a trapping effect. After several night owls flew in, they flitted around but could not fly out, as if something was holding them back. This must be a new trick of the formation. If we go in, we might also get trapped and unable to come out. These birds have paved the way for us. What good is just trapping? If they can't even kill a few birds, it's hardly worth mentioning for us. Lu Jifeng's patience was gradually wearing thin. Waiting indefinitely is not a solution. They have paid such a high price. If they do not enter the formation, how can they obtain what they desire? Let that kid go in and give it a try. Zhou Zhanggang pointed at Ding Ziyu. The leader of the Nine Owl Society was about to refuse, but then changed his mind. He also thought that there was no real danger now and could let Ding Ziyu enter the formation to test it out. After all, the person was right under his nose. How could he run away? Just go in. There shouldn't be any problems, the leader of the Nine Owls said calmly to Ding Ziyu. When it came down to it, Ding Ziyu had no good options. Of course, he had long wanted to break free from the control of the Nine Owls leader, and now was indeed a good opportunity. If he encountered trouble, he could immediately hide in the small sacred land, not fearing other experts rushing in. Why can't those birds fly out? Is it dangerous for me to go in? Ding Ziyu asked the True Eye as he moved forward. Given his abilities, he should have been able to see quite a bit. Many formations have the effect of trapping enemies. This is not uncommon. As long as you don't get caught in that powerful poisonous mist from before, there shouldn't be any major issues. The True Eye's suggestion was bolder this time. Once Ding Ziyu entered the formation, the scenery before him suddenly changed, as if he had been placed in a vast wilderness. The secret technique hall, which had been very clear from the outside, had vanished. No wonder those night owls were flapping around. They were probably also confused and couldn't find their way out. Ding Ziyu wanted to look outside the formation but couldn't see anything. Instead, the people outside could see Ding Ziyu's situation very clearly. Stop dawdling and hurry inside, Zhou Zhanggang shouted loudly from outside. But Ding Ziyu inside the formation couldn't hear a thing. He also began to move around aimlessly within the formation, feeling as if he were truly walking in the wilderness, which oddly gave him a sense of tranquility. Can't you see through the illusion before you? Ding Ziyu realized he was being misled by the formation. Under normal circumstances, the True Eye should be very adept at dealing with such situations. Of course I can, but there's no need. You're not in danger right now, just think of it as a walk. The True Eye's response left Ding Ziyu feeling somewhat frustrated. Is he just going to lie down and accept it? There shouldn't be any major danger, send more people in. Outside the formation, Lu Jifeng was a bit anxious. They still had several subordinates with relatively low strength who could also be sent in to test the waters. Soon, more than 10 martial saints and below entered the formation. Their situation was similar to Ding Ziyu's. After entering, they quickly found that the scenery before them had changed. No matter how the people outside shouted or commanded, they were completely oblivious. What was even more surprising was that each of them saw a different scene. On the wilderness where Ding Ziyu was, a group of ferocious beasts suddenly appeared, baring their teeth and pouncing at him, their sharp claws capable of tearing a person to shreds. This is an illusion you created. These ferocious beasts are transformed from the martial artists who just entered. Of course, you are also a ferocious creature in their world. In simple terms, the illusion presented by the formation can easily cause people to get lost within it. The True Eye quickly warned Ding Ziyu not to be fooled. If we don't attack them, will they attack me? Ding Ziyu retreated. He didn't want to fight those ferocious creatures. They probably will. After all, in their eyes, you are also a fierce beast, capable of attacking at any moment. Hearing this, Ding Ziyu kept retreating, unwilling to engage in a pointless struggle with those martial artists who had lost their minds. After running to a distance, he stopped. He then saw those ferocious creatures starting to attack each other, fighting to the death. Outside the formation, the three big shots were almost stunned. These people were fine outside, so why did they start acting wildly as soon as they entered the formation? It must be a problem with the formation itself. They are experiencing severe hallucinations. The leader of the Nine Xie Association realized the essence of the matter. What should we do now? If we don't go in to save them, they might end up fighting each other to death. Zhou Zhengang also became anxious. With our strength, we shouldn't be easily deceived by hallucinations. How about we enter the formation and bring them out? Lu Jifeng was quite confident in his abilities. No, what if the three of us also get lost? Just in case, I think one person should go in first to assess the situation. Zhou Zhengang disagreed with entering together. Both the leader of the Nine Xie Association and Lu Jifeng were exceptionally strong martial artists. If they lost their minds inside the formation and started fighting, it would likely result in mutual destruction. By then, the old fellows from the Blind Box Management Bureau could easily come out and deal with them. My suggestion is to choose a skilled person to enter the formation and tie a rope around them. If something goes wrong, we can pull the rope and, with the help of those outside, bring the person back. The leader of the Nine Xie Association proposed a practical solution. Alright, let's go with your plan. Who among you is willing to go in? If no one else, then I will go. Lu Jifeng took the initiative, wanting to rescue his people as soon as possible. If they delayed any longer, those who had just entered the formation would likely not survive. This time, no one opposed Lu Jifeng. Neither Zhou Zhengang nor the leader of the Nine Xie Association wanted to take that risk. Having someone else go in for them was certainly the best option. They quickly found a long electric wire and helped tie it around Lu Jifeng. Lu Jifeng wasted no time and directly walked into the formation. Just as he had predicted, the hallucinatory effects of the formation had no effect on a master like Lu Jifeng. He remained clear-headed and could see clearly the desperate battles occurring among the others. Several people were already injured, yet they continued to fight recklessly, showing no signs of letting up. This formation is truly not simple. Even in such a ruined state, it can still threaten the martial artists who enter. Lu Jifeng pulled the electric wire twice as per their previous agreement and then untied it. After that, he swiftly knocked down one martial artist after another and tossed them out of the formation. As soon as they exited the formation, many people immediately regained their senses. What just happened to me? Why am I injured? Who did this? A martial artist from the Red Dragon Association said angrily. Shut up, useless fool. If it weren't for Senior Lu going in to save you, you would have been fighting each other to death without even knowing what was going on. Zhou Zhengang scolded his subordinate angrily. Soon, all the martial artists who had just entered were thrown out. Only Lu Jifeng and Ding Ziyu remained inside, showing no signs of coming out. How come you weren't affected by the hallucinations? Lu Jifeng quickly found Ding Ziyu and was surprised to see that he hadn't participated in the fighting. Everyone's situation is different. Didn't you also remain unaffected? Ding Ziyu offered a very ordinary reason, but it was valid. You really are a bit strange. Why did the leader of the Nine Xie Association suddenly protect you? It can't be because of some special talent of yours, right? Lu Jifeng asked Ding Ziyu seriously. If he hadn't wanted to know this situation, he might have thrown Ding Ziyu out as well. It's just luck. It's not any impressive skill. Ding Ziyu certainly wasn't willing to say much, although he had already guessed the main reason the leader of the Nine Xie Association sought him out. Don't try to play tricks with me. Don't think I can't see through it. The leader of the Nine Fiends Society didn't care about your life or death at first. It was only after someone relayed a message to him that he changed his attitude. With Lu Jifeng's strength, he was definitely observant and perceptive. How could the small tricks of the Nine Fiends Society escape his notice? However, in front of so many people, it wasn't appropriate for him to question Ding Ziyu, and now he finally had the opportunity. He hopes that I can help him at a critical moment and find a way to open the Secret Arts Pavilion. Ding Ziyu could only make up a story. The Nine Fiends Society was interested in the little sacred land because they had stayed there before. Ding Ziyu understood that he was merely a suspect. If he refused to cooperate, the leader of the Nine Fiends Society probably wouldn't have any good way to deal with him. After all, they had their weaknesses, and Ding Ziyu could fully exploit this to seek a space for survival. But who was Lu Jifeng? If he knew the real situation, he would likely take drastic measures against him. The temptation of the little sacred land might be even more valuable than the treasures of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Really? Lu Jifeng asked, half convinced. The key was that, given the current situation, Ding Ziyu probably wouldn't be able to play any significant role. For example, Gao Xinyu, who had left earlier, was nowhere to be found now. In any case, there was no sign of life or death. Really, you see, after he thought I was useless, didn't he let me into the formation? Ding Ziyu quickly fabricated another reason, making it seem quite plausible. At least Lu Jifeng's reaction indeed left him somewhat puzzled. So can you really open the Secret Arts Pavilion? Or can you solve the current formation? Lu Jifeng asked, still skeptical. I don't know. I haven't found a solution yet. It might take some more time. Ding Ziyu didn't want to go out, at least not back to the side of the leader of the Nine Fiends Society. More time? Don't think you can play tricks in front of us. Hurry up and find a way, or don't blame me for being rude. Lu Jifeng's attitude suddenly turned hostile. Clearly, Ding Ziyu's answer did not satisfy him. Although he couldn't find any flaws, he instinctively felt that Ding Ziyu was not being honest and that he was withholding some truths. Ding Ziyu felt quite helpless. He didn't understand formations at all, nor did he know how to solve them. At this moment, he could only seek help from the Eye of Truth. If he had known this, he would have hidden in the little sacred land the moment he entered the formation. Who would have thought that a moment of hesitation would allow someone as formidable as Lu Jifeng to rush in? Actually, it's not that difficult to destroy this formation because many of the materials used to set it up are subpar or even substitutes. The key is that there is no one to preside over this formation, so it's not hard to break it. The Eye of Truth understood Ding Ziyu's predicament. In its world, various powerful formations emerged endlessly, presided over by formidable experts, and were extremely lethal. However, the situation in the current world was completely different. People who understood formations were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Setting up a formation required gathering various materials, which was a significant challenge. Such formations were indeed effective against those who knew nothing. But for the Eye of Truth, such formations posed no difficulty. Don't talk about things I don't understand, just tell me how to solve it. Ding Ziyu quickly pressed for an answer. The pillars on either side of the main door of the Secret Arts Pavilion are one of the focal points of this formation. As long as those two pillars are destroyed, even if the formation retains some ability, it will be very limited. The Eye of Truth immediately provided a solution. However, with Ding Ziyu's strength, he truly couldn't see where the main door of the Secret Arts Pavilion was. Like everyone else, he was still trapped in an illusion. If it weren't for Lu Jifeng's overwhelming strength, which could suppress the illusions around him, he might not even recognize the other party. However, those two pillars are likely to have a certain level of aggression. With your strength, it's best not to touch them. It's better to let them handle it, the Eye of Truth added. Ding Ziyu was too lazy to think much and directly relayed the Eye of Truth's words to Lu Jifeng. After all, this was a battle of wits among those big shots. Why should he worry? Really? You better not be lying to me. Lu Jifeng's face lit up upon hearing the news. If they could really deal with the formation in front of them, no matter how solid the Secret Arts Pavilion was, it was just a building. How could it withstand their attack? Don't worry, my life is still in your hands, so I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. Ding Ziyu feigned a timid and fearful expression. Lu Jifeng glanced at him a few times and decisively walked towards the entrance of the Secret Arts Pavilion. Although the formation's effects were still in play, Lu Jifeng was completely unaffected. His gaze firmly locked on the pillars on either side of the door, ignoring any bizarre illusions that appeared. When he was 2 meters away from the entrance, Lu Jifeng stopped. He drew a long sword and swung it down. Bang! The pillars on either side of the door erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, causing Lu Jifeng to stagger back several steps. His expression was quite grim, clearly indicating that the explosion's power was significant, and he was affected. However, at the moment of the explosion, the surrounding illusions noticeably paused for a moment, clearly confirming that Ding Ziyu was right. As long as they blew up these two pillars, the the formation outside the Secret Arts Pavilion would definitely collapse. Lu Jifeng had only made a tentative strike earlier, not using much force. 1. To see if Ding Ziyu was lying to him, and 2. To test the pillar's counterattack strength. The sparks from the earlier explosion had splattered onto him, causing some pain. But for Lu Jifeng, it was nothing much. This time, he stepped back another meter, letting the long sword fly from his hand like a thrown spear, aiming at one of the pillars. Boom! The left pillar of the Secret Arts Pavilion exploded, shattering the long sword into several pieces. But that pillar was also destroyed, and the illusions within the formation weakened significantly. Lu Jifeng was overjoyed. This time he was well prepared, and the explosion from the pillar did not affect him. He could clearly feel the change in the formation. Ding Ziyu's method was indeed correct. Lu Jifeng repeated the action, blowing up the right pillar as well. Consequently, the illusions within the formation basically vanished, restoring the scene to reality. Even Ding Ziyu could see clearly that the previous illusions had disappeared. The formation has been broken, everyone, come over. Lu Jifeng shouted. Zhou Zhengang and the leader of the Nine Hawks Association rushed in immediately. They could see clearly from outside that the formation in front of them was indeed no longer functional. Just as everyone was preparing to attack the Secret Arts Pavilion, the main door suddenly opened, and 5 old men walked out from inside. Ding Ziyu did not recognize any of them, but they were likely of a higher status than the head of the Blind Box Management Bureau. I thought you would all hide in your turtle shell and not come out? Why are you out now? Lu Jifeng said with a mocking expression upon seeing the men. If it weren't for your luck in breaking the formation, do you really think you could threaten us? Xu Ming said coldly. With your ragtag group, do you really think you can threaten us at the Blind Box Management Bureau? You overestimate yourselves. Stop talking nonsense, hand over the items, and we'll leave immediately, Lu Jifeng said bluntly. Their goal was not to make enemies with the Blind Box Management Bureau. Although this enmity had already been established, and many had been killed, the outer members were numerous enough that the Blind Box Management Bureau wouldn't care at all. If we kill these core high-level figures, the situation will be completely different. Therefore, Lu Jifeng did not strike directly. If he could obtain what he wanted without bloodshed, why fight? It's beautiful to want something. If you want it, then let's see the real skill under your hands. Xu Ming stood at the front, and several old fellows had already taken their positions, ready for a fight. Then let's fight until they bring it out. Lu Jifeng immediately charged forward, swinging his fist at Xu Ming. The powerful force actually caused the air to explode, producing a very intense sound of air bursting. This person's strength has indeed surpassed the realm of a martial saint. In your world, he is already very powerful. The Eye of Truth provided an honest evaluation. This was already another formidable figure besides the leader of the Nine Scourge Society. Of course, the leader of the Celestial Church didn't count. She and her subordinates were not from this world. A martial saint at the 10th stage possesses pure strength exceeding 1,000 tons. How terrifying is that? A typical house could be easily collapsed with a single punch. Lu Jifeng had clearly surpassed the level of a martial saint. With one punch, the air burst. The shockwave produced made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The elder from the Blind Box Management Bureau appeared strong but did not dare to take Lu Jifeng's attack head-on. When he dodged, the door of the secret arts hall behind him was smashed through by the powerful punch's wind. This is too terrifying. I need to get away quickly. Ding Ziyu was very self-aware. With a figure of this level making a move, even the aftermath of the battle could easily take his life. The Lu surname is indeed strong. I am no match for him. Third brother, you should go up. Xu Ming quickly withdrew from the fight, showing no signs of embarrassment. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder stepped forward. It was clear that this was the third brother Xu Ming mentioned. You are already a master who has surpassed the martial saint level. Why are you still obsessed with external objects? Don't you know that to reach a higher level, external objects cannot help you at all? Third brother said slowly, looking at Lu Jifeng. Don't try to fool me. If that thing is truly useless, why would you go to such lengths to keep it? Sacrificing so many people just to protect its integrity, Lu Jifeng said with a serious face, not easily swayed. Before launching his attack, he had done a lot of work. He had thoroughly investigated the origin of this treasure and its potential future uses. Otherwise, he would be a fool to engage in such a thankless task. How about this? Before we start fighting, I'll show you the item. If you really think it's necessary to fight for it, we can still battle afterward. Third brother proposed a surprising decision. If they were truly willing to take it out, why go through so many tricks beforehand? Just take it out directly, right? Although Ding Ziyu did not know what the item was, he sensed something was off. Third brother's words were definitely not trustworthy. Third brother, this is something from the Blind Box Management Bureau. How can we let them see it? What if they snatch it away? Xu Ming nervously opposed. However, Ding Ziyu's first impression was that this person was acting and not being genuine. It's fine, I believe these masters should know how to handle things appropriately. Third brother appeared very calm. What kind of appropriateness? If they had any sense, they wouldn't come to the Blind Box Management Bureau to kill and set fires. The Eye of Truth bluntly exposed third brother's lie. Unfortunately, only Ding Ziyu could hear this. If you had done this earlier, it would have been fine. Hurry up and take out the item so we can see it. Lu Jifeng thought the old ghosts were scared by his strong methods. The next moment, third brother produced a round pearl about 5 inches in diameter, pale moonwhite in color. The orb emitted a faint holy light, carrying a distinct aura of martial sanctity. This is the Moon Saint Pearl you all are talking about. It does have some benefits for cultivation, but not as significant as you might imagine. If anyone is interested, you can hold it and experience it for yourselves. You'll surely figure out its usefulness, said Brother San generously. You're not trying to trick us with a fake, are you? Lu Jifeng clearly didn't fully trust Brother San's words, and even when he presented the real item, doubt lingered. How could that be? The Moon Saint Pearl is very special. With our strength, we can't even make a fake, Brother San exaggeratedly replied. He then gently tossed the Moon Saint Pearl into Lu Jifeng's hands. Lu Jifeng, half convinced, began to examine the Moon Saint Pearl closely, unsure if he truly understood it or not. So, is the Moon Saint Pearl real? Ding Ziyu was also curious. It was his first time seeing such an item. Fake, it just carries a bit of the Moon Saint Pearl's aura. To be precise, this should be the Moon Soul Pearl, which is worth 100,000 miles less than the Moon Saint Pearl, the Eye of Truth stated, revealing the item's authenticity in a single sentence. What's the difference between the Moon Saint Pearl and the Moon Soul Pearl, and what are their specific functions? Let me put it this way, the Moon Saint Pearl can help martial artists enhance their understanding of secret techniques. If Gao Xinyu were to cultivate with the help of the Moon Saint Pearl, her strength would skyrocket, bringing immense benefits. The Moon Soul Pearl is merely a pearl for storing spiritual energy. Once used, it's gone. The value of the two is like heaven and earth. With this explanation from the Eye of Truth, Ding Ziyu finally understood why Gao Xinyu was so intent on acquiring the Moon Saint Pearl. Can they tell the difference between the Moon Saint Pearl and the Moon Soul Pearl? Ding Ziyu glanced at Lu Jifeng, who clearly hadn't realized right away that this item was a fake. Or perhaps they had never seen a real Moon Saint Pearl, and Brother San's deception had truly fooled them. Could you all appraise it and see what the situation is? Lu Jifeng handed the Moon Soul Pearl to Zhou Zhengang while he took out his device to search online. However, it was difficult to find real information about these items online. Even if there were some explanations, they were vague, and those explaining might not truly understand the item. Zhou Zhengang clearly didn't recognize it either, and eventually handed the orb to the leader of the Nine Hawks Society. The leader examined it for a few minutes and suddenly spoke up. It said that the Moon Saint Pearl has a rich divine light. Why doesn't yours? Who told you that? I had no idea. When we got it, it was always like this. Without the higher-ups' consent, no one would dare to use it, Brother San replied, looking completely bewildered, as if he truly knew nothing. Really? Could it be that you were also deceived? Why not open the secret technique pavilion and let us take a look? The leader of the Nine Hawks Society made a rather outrageous request. Impossible. You're not members of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Why should you be allowed into our secret technique pavilion? Xu Ming quickly interjected in opposition. Why must it be that only members of the Blind Box Management Bureau can see it? If we break the secret technique pavilion, can't we just go in and take a look? The leader of the Nine Hawks Society said ominously. I've already shown you the item. Why are you still so stubborn? Do you really think you have us in the Blind Box Management Bureau at your mercy? Brother San was also angry, and the atmosphere was tense, suggesting a potential conflict. How about this? I'll go in alone to take a look. That shouldn't be a problem, right? I used to be a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau, and I'm sure you all know that, Lu Jifeng said, recalling that he had indeed been a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau for quite some time. But later, in pursuit of martial arts, he withdrew. No, since you chose to leave, you are no longer a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau. There are many items in the Secret Technique Pavilion, and the stakes are high, outsiders cannot enter. Brother San's attitude was very firm, showing no signs of compromise. His stance directly influenced others. They were already dissatisfied with Lu Jifeng and the others' actions. If it weren't for these people's strong abilities, they wouldn't even be able to speak to them properly. If that's the case, then we can only go to war. Speaking with our fists is the right way. Lu Jifeng's expression also turned cold. Don't be anxious. How about we send one of your people in to take a look? Let him live stream the whole process, and that should solve the problem. The leader of the Nine Phoenix Society proposed a new method. He turned his gaze to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu was originally a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau, so letting him in was, in principle, acceptable. As for the live streaming equipment, there was no issue at all. Although the focus was not on developing technology now, these products had matured hundreds of years ago and were very easy to use. The leader of the Nine Phoenix Society's suggestion was very practical, and even Brother San and the others found it hard to oppose. If you let your own people in to take a look, what else could you say? If they disagreed with this, there would definitely be a problem. I can live stream directly for you, there's no need to use someone else's hands. Brother San did not want Ding Ziyu to get involved. That's not acceptable, you are too cunning. I don't trust you, Lu Jifeng directly opposed. A few old fellows were all seasoned characters, any little trick could potentially fool them. Although Ding Ziyu was a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau, he didn't seem very experienced, making him much more trustworthy in comparison. Kid, as a member of the Blind Box Management Bureau, you actually betray your own and help them attack the Bureau? Xu Ming looked at Ding Ziyu and questioned him rudely. I didn't help them, I was just coerced by them. With no other choice, Ding Ziyu hurriedly said. He wasn't afraid of Xu Ming. He just felt he hadn't done those things and didn't want to take the blame. Then how will they believe you? Xu Ming continued to question. It's not that they believe me, but I'm the only one left here. The others are not members of the Bureau and have no room for choice. Ding Ziyu expressed his helplessness. You don't need to fear his threats. At worst, you can just withdraw from the Blind Box Management Bureau. I see you have good talent. If you follow me, you might achieve even greater accomplishments. Lu Jifeng stepped forward to paint a bright future for Ding Ziyu. He could make the old fellows wary, so there was definitely no issue with his strength. But whether this was true or not, no one could be certain. Alright, don't make things difficult for a junior. Just let him in. As long as he live streams the whole process, it will prove you are not lying. The leader of the Nine Phoenix Society stepped in, interrupting the conversation. The big shots from both sides pulled back and forth, ultimately agreeing to this plan. Let Ding Ziyu live stream the entire process, entering the secret technique pavilion to help them verify the truth. During the live stream, you cannot go in front of him, cannot approach him, and definitely cannot intentionally block the live stream camera. If we find any issues, we will come in directly, Lu Jifeng demanded strongly. His requests were reasonable. As long as Ding Ziyu held the phone and moved the camera back and forth, it would be difficult for the old fellows to pull any tricks. Thus, Ding Ziyu quickly opened the live stream, inviting the big shots in. He began to walk in while holding the camera. The entire process was accompanied by Brother San and Xu Ming, while the others stood outside, preventing Lu Jifeng and the others from entering. Brother San's authority was indeed very high. Although he walked behind, Ding Ziyu still moved smoothly. The phone camera captured the path and items along the way. Lu Jifeng and others occasionally directed him to turn the camera to check the surroundings and the positions of the two brothers. Xu Ming took this opportunity to constantly make faces at Ding Ziyu, clearly hoping that Ding Ziyu would follow his arrangements and not fully comply with Lu Jifeng and the others' orders. Ding Ziyu smiled awkwardly, neither agreeing nor opposing. The reason he was willing to come in was that he had his own purpose. First, he wanted to see where Gao Xinyu had gone, whether she had been captured by a few old men. Additionally, he wanted to see if the Moon Saint Pearl really existed in the Secret Arts Pavilion. If that third brother puts the Moon Saint Pearl in his spatial ring, no matter how we search, we won't be able to find it, Ding Ziyu pondered, reasoning that such a simple logical flaw couldn't have escaped Lu Jifeng and the others. Normally, it shouldn't be possible. The Moon Saint Pearl is very precious and is a public item of the Blind Box Management Bureau. It can't be privately collected by the third brother. More importantly, the aura of the Moon Saint Pearl is very special. An ordinary spatial ring can't hide it. Otherwise, do you think Lu Jifeng and the others are that easy to deceive? With this explanation from the Eye of Truth, Ding Ziyu understood immediately. What if it's in my small sanctum? Can it be seen through? Ding Ziyu proposed a new hypothesis. It can't be seen through. The small sanctum is not comparable to an ordinary spatial ring. Its level is much higher. An ordinary spatial ring can't even hold living things. After their brief exchange, Ding Ziyu had already entered the internal treasury of the Secret Arts Pavilion under the command of the third brother. There were indeed many treasures inside, various items categorized and displayed on the shelves. These items might not mean much to top martial saints, but for ordinary martial artists, almost everything was a rare gem. The Eye of Truth was also very happy, occasionally explaining the good things Ding Ziyu saw. Unfortunately, these items could only be looked at, not taken. It was merely a feast for the eyes. As he walked to the back, Ding Ziyu saw a row of special blind boxes. Either they were tricolored or had unique shapes. In short, each was a rare variety that was hard to find in the market. The entire treasury was about 200 square meters, and there were quite a few items. However, after walking around a few times, he still hadn't seen the so-called Moon Saint Pearl. No, I remember there is a secret room in this treasury. Open the secret room for me to take a look, Lu Jifeng commanded again through his phone. What secret room? That place has long been abandoned, Zhu Ming pointed to a wall, where there were indeed some traces left, easily noticeable. Impossible. Old man, don't try to fool me. Kid, turn left. On the third shelf, there's a bottle that is the mechanism to open the secret room. Lu Jifeng was indeed very clear about the situation inside, which made Zhu Ming a bit embarrassed. No wonder he could accept this plan. It turned out he was already mentally prepared. Ding Ziyu noticed that Zhu Ming's expression suddenly became quite unpleasant, shaking his head at him, clearly not wanting Ding Ziyu to find that bottle mechanism. The big shots were calculating against each other, making it difficult for Ding Ziyu, as no matter which side he helped, he would offend the other. The key was that if he didn't comply, Lu Jifeng and the others might forcibly break in. This meant that if he helped Zhu Ming, the secret arts pavilion of the Blind Box Management Bureau would still be impacted by these experts. Ding Ziyu understood that Lu Jifeng and the others were still the dominant side. Otherwise, the old men of the Blind Box Management Bureau wouldn't sit idly by while other members were killed, nor would they hide like turtles in the secret arts pavilion. Previously, they had wanted to use the power of the formation to keep Lu Jifeng and the others out, but now that the formation was destroyed, they intended to deceive these big shots. They didn't consider that if Lu Jifeng and the others were that easy to deceive, they wouldn't resort to such a desperate measure. If it weren't for the fact that the Blind Box Management Bureau had a significant background, they might have directly resorted to murder. After pondering for a few seconds, Ding Ziyu still walked over to the third row of shelves. In fact, he was a bit curious and wanted to see what kind of treasures were stored in the secret room of the Mystic Arts Pavilion. Each row of shelves held quite a few good items, including many bottles. Ding Ziyu glanced over and immediately spotted a shiny, beautiful bottle. It was clear that someone had often touched or wiped it, otherwise, it wouldn't be so clean. Seeing Ding Ziyu's gaze, Zhu Ming shook his head repeatedly, but Ding Ziyu remained unmoved. At that moment, Zhu Ming suddenly darted over, blocking the live stream camera, glaring at him with a fierce expression, as if he were about to kill. This was clearly a sign of escalating tension. If Ding Ziyu insisted on opening that secret room, he couldn't guarantee that Zhu Ming wouldn't take action against him. However, Ding Ziyu was not a weak-willed person. If Zhu Ming had been more polite and asked nicely, it might have genuinely put Ding Ziyu in a difficult position. But Zhu Ming's current attitude only annoyed him. The way these people treated the members of the bureau had already made Ding Ziyu feel disgusted. They disregarded the lives of the lower-level staff for the sake of the Moon Saint Pearl, and Ding Ziyu happened to be one of those lower-level staff members in the Blind Box Management Bureau. Zhu Ming's actions immediately provoked the anger of Lu Jifeng and others, with several big shots threatening Zhu Ming in the livestream that if he continued to obstruct Ding Ziyu, they would rush in immediately. There were still 3 experts outside the Mystic Arts Pavilion, but with their strength, they would likely be unable to stop Lu Jifeng and the others. Zhu Ming's face turned extremely ugly, and his gaze towards Ding Ziyu became increasingly fierce. However, the more he acted this way, the less Ding Ziyu was inclined to accommodate him. He directly approached the bottle, fiddled with it a few times, and found the mechanism to open it. As Ding Ziyu turned the bottle, a door immediately opened in one of the walls, but it was not the place Lu Jifeng had mentioned, it was on the opposite side. Ding Ziyu held his phone and walked straight towards the secret room. TSK, the items in this secret room are quite valuable. The voice of the True Eye came through before he even stepped inside. If you manage to get your hands on these items, your strength will definitely grow significantly, the True Eye tempted Ding Ziyu. However, with Zhu Ming and Sangu following closely behind him, even if he had any thoughts, he didn't dare to act recklessly. The secret room wasn't very large. Ding Ziyu held up his phone and turned around, but he really didn't see the so-called Moon Saint Pearl. This surprised Ding Ziyu. Was Zhu Ming's earlier obstruction just an act? However, when Ding Ziyu looked at Sangu, he found that their expressions were similar to his, all showing disbelief. There is a trace of the Moon Saint Pearl's aura here. It must have been taken by someone, the True Eye reminded Ding Ziyu in time. Ding Ziyu's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of Gao Xinyu. After the old man from the Blind Box Management Bureau came out, only Gao Xinyu had the opportunity to act. If she had taken the Moon Saint Pearl at this moment, it would indeed make sense. However, they had come in without seeing Gao Xinyu's figure, and they didn't know where she had been hiding to stealthily take the Moon Saint Pearl. Someone must have infiltrated and taken our treasure. Zhu Ming's face turned very ugly. If they weren't following Ding Ziyu, they might have suspected him. Don't worry, this person won't get away, Sangu said with a serious face. He then pointed at Ding Ziyu, indicating for him to leave. Ding Ziyu didn't say much and exited the secret room with the item in hand. However, Zhu Ming and Sangu did not come out. They began to inspect the room. Clearly, the sudden loss of the Moon Saint Pearl was a significant matter for them. Hurry up and get those blind boxes, there are good things inside. The Eye of Truth immediately urged Ding Ziyu. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him, making it the perfect time to act. Ding Ziyu quickly turned off his phone and hurried over to the shelf where the blind boxes were placed. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the blind boxes into his spatial ring. Seeing that Zhu Ming and Sangu had not yet come out, when San ran towards the items that the Eye of Truth had previously marked, taking them without hesitation. After experiencing such great danger, he finally had quite a harvest. Ding Ziyu swept away a large number of items until the spatial ring could no longer hold anymore, and only then did he stop. He immediately communicated with the boundary pearl, opened the door to the small sacred land, and disappeared directly into the treasury of the Secret Arts Museum. Eye of Truth, can you locate Gao Xinyu? Once Ding Ziyu was safe, he immediately began to worry about Gao Xinyu. Her armor is very special and should have strong concealment abilities. However, the Moon Sacred Pearl is quite unique. If she doesn't escape in time, she could very well be tracked down. The concerns of the Eye of Truth were justified. The spatial ring couldn't conceal the pure spiritual power of the Moon Sacred Pearl, and an extra set of armor wouldn't make much difference. Then hurry up and find her, and bring her to the small sacred land. Ding Ziyu was somewhat anxious. He didn't care about the lives of others, but he had to protect Gao Xinyu. I can't sense her from here. You need to go out from the small sacred land, the Eye of Truth said helplessly. Ding Ziyu quickly ran out of the small sacred land and then had the Eye of Truth search for Gao Xinyu's location. The sensing ability of the Eye of Truth was very powerful, and with the spiritual aura of the Moon Sacred Pearl as a guide, it became even easier to find her. She's hiding in the corner of the display rack on the right. Hurry over. The Eye of Truth found Gao Xinyu's hiding place in just a few breaths. Without a second thought, Ding Ziyu ran over. Gao Xinyu's armor did have some concealment ability, but it wasn't as powerful as imagined. The main reason was that the treasure museum was too large, and everyone's attention was not on her, which allowed her to hide easily. Seeing Ding Ziyu running towards her, Gao Xinyu felt a surge of joy. With his small sacred land, escaping the Secret Arts Museum became much simpler. Gao Xinyu didn't care how he got in or how he found her. As soon as Ding Ziyu reached her, she immediately removed the concealment of her armor. The special aura of the Moon Sacred Pearl instantly radiated out. Zhu Ming and Sangu searched the dark room for a while and found nothing unusual. Just as they walked out of the dark room, they immediately sensed the aura of the Moon Sacred Pearl. However, when the two quickly approached, they found that the Moon Sacred Pearl had already disappeared. Not only was the Moon Sacred Pearl gone, but Ding Ziyu was also missing. Damn it, that kid must have used some concealment method. Hurry and close the treasury, don't let him escape. Zhu Ming believed that all of this was Ding Ziyu's doing. No matter what methods Ding Ziyu had, normally, it would be impossible for him to escape the Secret Arts Museum in such a short time. Therefore, Zhu Ming's immediate suggestion to close the treasury was quite reasonable. As long as they locked him inside the treasure museum, no matter what methods Ding Ziyu had, they should be able to find him. Ding Ziyu was certainly not a fool. He also understood the characteristics of the small sacred land. In an open space, it could appear in any corner within a large range. But if trapped in a very small enclosed space, escaping would be extremely difficult. Although life in the small sacred land was safe, it lacked necessary living supplies. Neither Ding Ziyu nor the other person had reached the level of being able to fast. They had to eat. This meant that if they stayed in the small sacred land, they might survive for a while, but it was absolutely impossible to stay inside for a long time without coming out. Unless they could prepare enough food, they could only sustain themselves for a longer period. Upon entering the small sacred land, Ding Ziyu began to communicate with the boundary pearl. It could control the small sacred land and quickly leave the treasury. Of course, it would be even better if they could leave the Secret Arts Museum. The boundary pearl's speed of action was indeed very fast, managing to escape just before the treasury closed. However, they were still within the Secret Arts Museum and could not leave immediately. This was because the main door of the museum had also been closed at the first opportunity. But Ding Ziyu was not worried about this. From the images transmitted by the boundary pearl, he could clearly see the figures of Lu Jifeng and others. This indicated that members of the three major forces had already entered. As long as they left the Secret Arts Museum, the small sacred land could follow them out. This was its special ability, spatial movement. Warriors with insufficient strength could not perceive it at all. Inside the Secret Arts Museum, chaos had already erupted. Anyone who wasn't a fool could see that something was amiss with Zhu Ming's reaction. When Zhu Ming blocked Ding Ziyu's view earlier, they had already found an excuse to rush in. Including the Jiao Shao Society and Zhou Zhengang, the core figures of the three major forces had all entered the Secret Arts Museum. Open the treasury. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude, Lu Jifeng threatened Zhu Ming angrily. The two sides had once again torn off their masks, and a battle could break out at any moment. Impossible. The moon sacred pearl was stolen by that kid. He has special hiding methods. If he opens the treasury, he could very well escape from inside, the third brother bluntly stated. Since the moon sacred pearl was no longer in their hands, it didn't matter much whether he said it or not. Is that really possible? That kid entered the darkroom before and didn't find the so-called moon sacred pearl. I think you are clearly lying and trying to concoct a story to deceive us. Zhou Zhengang did not believe them at all. I can swear by my Dao heart that if the moon sacred pearl is still in our hands, our martial arts will make no further progress. The third brother indeed made a solemn vow on the spot. Such words held no binding power for ordinary people, but for martial arts experts, it was a serious oath. If he lied, unexpected problems could arise during future advancements. Wasn't that kid with you? Right under your noses. How could he possibly steal the moon sacred pearl? Lu Jifeng also found it hard to believe that it was Ding Ziyu's doing. After all, they were all very clear about the situation at that time. With Ding Ziyu's strength, it was impossible to accomplish such a significant feat under Zhu Ming and the third brother's watch. Wasn't there a little girl with him before? Could it be that she did it? Zhou Zhengang immediately reminded them, as many had almost forgotten Gao Xinyu. However, her armor was indeed quite extraordinary, easily blocking the poisonous mist of the Secret Arts Museum's formation, and she had not perished in the Great Fire, which easily raised suspicions. After Zhou Zhenggang's reminder, many people recalled Gao Xinyu. These two are both from your Blind Box Management Bureau. Perhaps they have long been eyeing the moon sacred pearl. This is a loophole of your own making. The leader of the Jiu Shao Society also spoke up. However, he was thinking further. If it were merely Gao Xinyu's armor, how could it possibly hide two people? Even if Ding Ziyu possessed the legendary shrinking skill, it would be difficult to conceal himself within that armor. Moreover, there was the powerful and special moon sacred pearl. No matter how large the treasury was, it was unlikely to hide two people. After pondering for a few seconds, the leader of the Jiu Shao Society immediately thought of his own small sacred land. If they entered the small sacred land, it would indeed be extremely difficult to find them. However, the leader of the Jiu Shao Society did not fully understand the characteristics of the small sacred land. They had only found the place to activate the protective formation and had not located the core boundary pearl that could control the small sacred land. The leader of the Jiu Shao Society did not want to reveal everything he knew. He even secretly decided to create an opportunity for Ding Ziyu to escape. As long as he can find Ding Ziyu, all the treasures will belong to him. How could such good fortune be allowed to be known by others? The situation may not be as complicated as you think. As long as we station someone at the entrance of the treasury, I don't believe they can escape from inside. After realizing this, the leader of the Nine Fiends Society immediately began to devise a bad plan. Although he didn't know how the small sacred land operated, he understood that once the treasury was opened, Ding Ziyu and his companion would definitely be able to escape. Right. Have you been keeping the treasury closed, hoping to starve them to death inside? There are plenty of valuable items in the treasury. Aren't you afraid they will take everything? Zhou Zhengang chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Sangu and Zhu Ming felt a bit anxious. The items in the treasury were all important assets of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Losing a few might be bearable, but if the losses were too great, it would be troublesome. In the end, Zhu Ming reluctantly opened the treasury. They indeed found that a large number of items were missing, all of which were of extremely high value, including those special blind boxes that had been painstakingly collected, all gone. Damn it! This kid is too bold, stealing so many of our things. We must find them. Zhu Ming was furious. If Ding Ziyu were by his side, he would probably eliminate him on the spot. Seeing the vast number of treasures missing from the treasury, Zhu Ming and the others felt a sense of despair. They had thought this kid was quite honest, but they never expected him to be so ruthless. Had they known this would happen, they would never have let Ding Ziyu into the treasury. This kid has quite the sharp eye. Almost everything he took is valuable. Lu Jifeng, on the other hand, was making sarcastic remarks. After all, the lost items weren't his, so he didn't feel a bit of regret. The leader of the Nine Fiends Society, however, was secretly pleased, pondering that once he found Ding Ziyu, all these items would be his. Several old fellows from the Blind Box Management Bureau entered, searching everywhere in the treasury for the figures of Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find a trace of the two. They had hidden themselves in the small sacred land and were no longer in the treasury. No matter how capable they were, they wouldn't be able to find the two. Moreover, these people truly lacked the ability to do so. Those who could manipulate space were mostly experts from other worlds. The martial artists of the native world had not yet reached that level. Don't waste your effort. That kid has most likely already run away, the leader of the Nine Fiends Society said lazily. During the search, he hadn't put his heart into it. He was already quite certain that Ding Ziyu had escaped to his small sacred land. Unless they could find the entrance to the small sacred land, it would be useless to say anything. However, the leader of the Nine Fiends Society had no effective way to find the entrance. Of course, in this situation, even if he had a method, he wouldn't reveal it. This secret was known only to him and the Nine Fiends Society. He would never tell anyone else. Impossible. That kid hasn't even reached the martial saint level. What means could he use to escape so easily? Besides, we closed the door to the secret arts pavilion at the first opportunity. That kid must still be inside the pavilion. Sangu did not believe the leader's judgment. He was thinking from the perspective of strength. Given Ding Ziyu's power, it was indeed impossible for him to escape under the watchful eyes of so many experts. The only reasonable explanation was that he had found a place to hide. Expand the search area and search the entire secret arts pavilion. I don't believe this kid can fly or teleport. Besides, they are carrying the Moon Saint Pearl. Its aura can't be hidden by a spatial ring. Where could the two of them possibly escape to? Shu Ming said fiercely. After the agreement of several old fellows, everyone decisively expanded the search area, moving from inside the treasury to outside, then covering the entire secret arts pavilion. Ding Ziyu and the others were inside the small sacred land, using the boundary pearl to clearly see the situation outside. Watching those old fellows searching seriously, Ding Ziyu even felt like laughing. Hey, when can we go out? We won't have to keep hiding in your little sacred land, right? Gao Xinyu was watching beside him, but her mood was not so relaxed. What's the rush? When we can go out, we will naturally go out, Ding Ziyu said cheerfully. This trip had been a huge gain for him. Although the biggest benefit was in Gao Xinyu's hands, he had also obtained quite a bit. By the way, how did you know so early that there was a Moon Saint Pearl in the Blind Box Management Bureau? Ding Ziyu knew that Gao Xinyu had come from a northern city. Various signs indicated that her goal was the Moon Saint Pearl, and she had made meticulous arrangements and preparations. Otherwise, with her strength, it would have been impossible to easily enter the formation, let alone sneak into the treasury. Actually, there are quite a few people who know this news, but it's not so simple to have ideas about the Blind Box Management Bureau. I was able to get the Moon Saint Pearl also thanks to your power. Without the three major forces pressuring those old fellows, it would have been very difficult for me to obtain the Moon Saint Pearl. Gao Xinyu was absolutely right. Without experts like Lu Jifeng restraining the third brother and others, no matter how well Gao Xinyu prepared, the possibility of entering the treasury would have been almost zero. I've helped you get such a big benefit, you should sincerely submit to me now, right? Ding Ziyu brought up the old matter again. Gao Xinyu just smiled, neither admitting nor opposing. She found Ding Ziyu somewhat inscrutable. The more things he had, the less secure she felt. However, the strength and potential Ding Ziyu displayed still made Gao Xinyu very optimistic. Perhaps after some time, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds, and he would soon catch up to those old fellows. By the way, what level can this Moon Saint Pearl help you cultivate to? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. At least surpassing the martial saint is not a problem, Gao Xinyu said confidently. She knew that the special energy contained in the Moon Saint Pearl was quite compatible with the secret techniques she practiced, making it a perfect treasure tailored for her. With the assistance of the Moon Saint Pearl, her realm and strength could be rapidly enhanced without any negative effects. To be honest, even Ding Ziyu felt a bit envious. Unfortunately, the Moon Saint Pearl was not suitable for him. Instead, the treasures obtained from the treasury would be of great help to him. It should be noted that these items were all treasures selected by the Eye of Reality based on his own situation. What was suitable was the best. At this moment, the secret technique pavilion had been thoroughly searched by a group of old fellows. Not only had they failed to find Ding Ziyu, but they hadn't even discovered a single hair. Forget it, let's go back. I didn't expect that we put in so much effort only to make wedding clothes for those two little brats. Lu Jifeng had lost interest in searching further. His first thought was, Ding Ziyu and the others had already escaped from the secret technique pavilion, and perhaps there was still a little chance to search in Danning City. Staying in the secret technique pavilion was meaningless. Disperse, open the main door of the secret technique pavilion. Don't let us take action ourselves. Zhou Zhengang had the same thought. In Danning City, they had many subordinates. As long as Ding Ziyu was still active in this city, the chances of finding them were quite high. The faces of the third brother and others were quite grim. They always believed that Ding Ziyu was still in the secret technique pavilion and were quite certain of it. However, not being able to find him made them feel very desperate. At this moment, if the main door of the secret technique pavilion was opened, Ding Ziyu would likely leave with these fellows. By then, finding them again would be exponentially more difficult. But the few major figures led by Lu Jifeng were indeed not to be trifled with by the third brother and the others. Ultimately, it was still a matter of insufficient strength. Unless the Management Bureau dispatched higher-level experts, they would struggle to withstand the pressure from Lu Jifeng and others. As the doors of the Secret Arts Pavilion opened, a group of people streamed out. Ding Ziyu also maneuvered the small sacred land, easily exiting the pavilion. At this moment, they were like dragons returning to the sea. Capturing them again would be incredibly difficult. After the three factions left the Secret Arts Pavilion, they immediately issued orders to track down Ding Ziyu's whereabouts. Although they were just three major forces in Danning City, many smaller organizations and teams were actually affiliated with them. Once these factions issued the orders, their minions would quickly spread throughout Danning City, and as soon as Ding Ziyu and the others appeared, they would likely be spotted by others. The next day, many of those who had been teleported away from the Blind Box Management Bureau began to return one after another. Seeing the bureau in such disarray shocked them all, and they were clueless about what had happened. The old fellows led by Third Brother didn't provide any explanations to the subordinates. Instead, they instructed them to recruit new personnel to manage the bureau's affairs. For the Blind Box Management Bureau, recruiting new staff was not difficult. If they slightly relaxed their standards, they could hire a large number of people within a day. Subsequently, the Bureau also issued wanted notices for Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu. It could be said that the entire Danning City was searching for their whereabouts. As soon as the two appeared, it would surely cause a huge uproar. There are still some food supplies in the small sacred land, which should last a few days. The situation outside is tense, so we shouldn't go out for now. Ding Ziyu gathered all the food together. In fact, it wouldn't be a problem to last 10 days or half a month in this small sacred land. After all, there was plenty to eat inside. As long as the gluttonous Manlong didn't devour everything, they could save enough for the two of them. As for water, the spirit pool water was undoubtedly excellent, and there was no need to worry about it running out. You just arrange things. I plan to focus on my cultivation and break through to the Martial Saint level first, Gao Xinyu said enthusiastically. With the Moon Saint Pearl in hand and no safety concerns, what was there to wait for? Alright, I'll also try to push for the Martial Saint realm, Ding Ziyu said, intrigued. In terms of strength, he had already reached the level of a martial saint. However, his true realm was still at the 10th stage of a martial artist. Without breaking through that realm, he couldn't fly and thus couldn't be considered a true martial saint. Ding Ziyu had obtained many good items from the treasury of the Secret Arts Pavilion, all of which were beneficial for his cultivation. Now, he took these items out and began to absorb them diligently according to his previous cultivation methods. This is the Bodhi Dragon Pill, which greatly aids in cultivating the diamond body. Your cultivation of the diamond-glazed body is perfectly compatible with it. After absorption, you should see significant progress, the Eye of Truth described in Orange Pill, and Ding Ziyu immediately took it out. Time always passed quickly during cultivation. Aside from eating and drinking water, it felt as if time was hardly consumed at all. Soon, the two had stayed in the small sacred land for 5 days. Eating the same food every day was starting to feel a bit monotonous. What's the situation outside? Can we go out? Gao Xinyu was beginning to feel restless. Breaking through to the Martial Saint level was not a simple task. Although she had been working hard these past few days, she had not fully crossed that great boundary. Ding Ziyu's situation was similar. His strength had increased again. His physical strength had become more solid, and he was cultivating into a pure bronze body. However, in terms of realm, he still felt a gap from the Martial Saint level, unable to complete the final breakthrough. At this time, Danning City was still in a state of alarm, with people constantly searching for the whereabouts of Ding Ziyu and the others. Their portraits were plastered all over the city. At this moment, if they ran out, it would probably take less than 3 minutes for a bunch of experts to rush over. Whether they lived or died would depend on luck. It's quite troublesome, but our food is almost gone. We have to go out and find a way to get some back. Ding Ziyu was also a bit frustrated. He didn't expect to become a wanted criminal again, and this time the consequences were much more serious. Isn't your little sacred land capable of manipulation? Can we sneak into someone else's granary, grab a bunch, and run? Gao Xinyu proposed a seemingly feasible plan. Whose granary is out in the open? Besides, we don't even have accurate coordinates. It's not that easy to solve this problem. The more Ding Ziyu communicated with the boundary pearl, the clearer his understanding of its abilities became. Although it had the ability to cross spaces, it was only for short distances, not as imagined, where one could move to any place at will. Moreover, there were some closed-off places that the boundary pearl couldn't enter. Logically speaking, finding food was something that ultimately required people to go out and look for it, which was convenient and quick. So what do we do? Are we really going to starve to death in this little sacred land? Gao Xinyu joked. She was just being picky. A few days ago, she thought the roasted meat Ding Ziyu made tasted good, but after eating it for several days in a row, it didn't seem so great anymore. Mainly, she just wanted to change the flavor and eat something different. Wait, Let me think of another method. Ding Ziyu remembered the blind boxes he had obtained from the treasure vault. One of the blind boxes actually contained thousands of snakes. These snakes varied in size and strength, and if released, they would definitely cause quite a commotion. At that time, perhaps they could take advantage of the chaos to grab some food. For their appetites, just a little would last them a long time. Ding Ziyu communicated with the boundary pearl and decided to release the snakes at the nearest vegetable market. Generally speaking, the vegetable market had a wide variety of fruits, grains, and food supplies. As long as they successfully obtained some, it would be enough for them. Under Ding Ziyu's guidance, the boundary pearl began to move. After about half a day, they finally found a vegetable market. Gao Xinyu once again used her makeup skills to make some appropriate modifications for the two of them, at least making them look somewhat different at first glance, so they wouldn't be easily recognized. Ding Ziyu found a relatively hidden corner and emerged from the little sacred land. Why don't we just go buy things directly? These people might not recognize us. Gao Xinyu still didn't want Ding Ziyu to release the snakes. Many of these merchants weren't very strong. They might just be scared of an ordinary snake, but a powerful snake could cause serious consequences. Then let's buy things first. If something really goes wrong, we can release the snakes later. Ding Ziyu was still quite bold. Mainly, his strength had been increasing rapidly recently. As long as there weren't any martial saint-level experts, the danger wasn't as great as imagined. Thus, the two of them began to shop wildly in the vegetable market. No matter what vegetables, fruits, grains, oils, or seasonings they saw, they bought whatever they could find. As for money, it was not a problem at all. Whether it was Ding Ziyu or Gao Xinyu, they weren't short on cash and could spend freely. When Ding Ziyu walked into the third rice shop, he finally caught the attention of a young man. However, this guy wasn't very sure, so he changed angles to get a better look at the two of them. Although this young man was observing Ding Ziyu and the other, he was very cautious in his actions and didn't attract Ding Ziyu's attention. After all, with so many people in the vegetable market, who would really notice those sneaky types? The two of them continued to happily purchase various items, sometimes discussing what dishes to make and what kinds of vegetables to pair with them. I think we can buy some seeds and plant them directly. Maybe in the future, we can be self-sufficient. Gao Xinyu came up with what she thought was a wonderful idea. Her thought wasn't without merit. The small sacred land was rich in spiritual energy, and with the spirit pond water, everything had improved. There was no problem at all in wanting to grow ordinary vegetables. However, Ding Ziyu didn't like doing such things. Perhaps it would be feasible to leave it to his grandfather. Recently, Ding Shichen had also been diligently cultivating for a while, but his talent was just average, and because he awakened too late, it was impossible for him to reach a high level. After cultivating for a while, his progress had become barely noticeable, so he had stopped paying much attention to it. This is a vegetable market. You might not necessarily find seeds here. Ding Ziyu was quite familiar with the vegetable market. If you wanted to buy meat or vegetables, it was indeed very simple, but wanting to buy seeds didn't guarantee their availability. Even if they had some, there might not be many varieties. The two of them chatted as they walked, and their conversation caught the attention of a young man nearby. After observing from various angles, the young man felt he had over 50% certainty. Following the principle of better to kill the wrong person than to let the right one go, he promptly contacted his organization. A few minutes later, the news of Ding Ziyu's appearance at the vegetable market was grasped by the Nine Hawks Society. The leader of the Nine Hawks Society personally mobilized, bringing a large number of experts to rush to the vegetable market. Among the major forces, besides fully searching for Ding Ziyu and his companion, they were also monitoring each other. The Nine Hawks Society's movements were significant, and it wasn't easy to keep it hidden from others. Thus, as the leader of the Nine Hawks Society rushed toward the vegetable market where Ding Ziyu was, other factions also began to move. There are too many people in the vegetable market. Should we clear some out first? Once the battle starts, it might hurt many innocent people. Someone expressed concern about this. Although lives in this world had become as insignificant as grass, there were still some who retained a sense of conscience. No, if we drive away those unrelated, it will immediately alert that kid. They have a big secret, and their means of escape are quite extraordinary. Once they become alert, do you think we can still catch them? The leader of the Nine Hawks Society was very clear about the concealment of the small sacred land. During this time, he had dispatched a large number of personnel specifically to search based on the characteristics of the small sacred land. Unfortunately, the small sacred land was now completely in Ding Ziyu's hands. If he didn't want to open the door, no matter what means were used, they wouldn't be able to find them. Ding Ziyu and his companion had plenty of money, so they naturally spent freely, buying whatever they liked. The thrill of this crazy shopping spree was quite enjoyable. Mainly, they had to stay in the small sacred land, which initially felt fresh and exciting, but over time, it felt like being in prison, especially since only 3 people were left inside. The remnants of the Nine Hawks Society had been deliberately arranged by Ding Ziyu to be sent into the mouth of the barbarian dragon. He wouldn't allow those unrelated to stay in the small sacred land. Although the space inside wasn't small, life was indeed a bit monotonous. At the same time, staying in this small sacred land meant they wouldn't receive the favor of the heavenly Tao. At least for Gao Xinyu, this was a problem. So, while they were shopping in the vegetable market, their mood was still very pleasant, until the people from the Nine Hawks Society quickly approached the vegetable market and quietly infiltrated it. Several martial saints disguised themselves as ordinary people and quickly blended into the market. "Let's buy some more flower products. I think we're almost done," Gao Xinyu said after thinking for a moment. They hadn't carefully calculated how much they had bought. Anyway, they just bought a bunch of whatever they liked. Ding Ziyu's spatial ring was almost full. "Yeah, there's a grain and oil store over there. Let's hurry over and buy some." Ding Ziyu pointed to a shop a few meters away. At this moment, there were already 2 customers in the shop pretending to browse the merchandise. As Ding Ziyu and his companion entered the store, they immediately sensed something was off. Although the 2 individuals tried their best to conceal their martial saint aura, Ding Ziyu still detected it. The aura of a martial saint is truly overwhelming for ordinary people. While it might not be apparent to the average person, for fellow cultivators, it is as obvious as a light in the dark. Ding Ziyu quickly recognized the 2 as senior stewards of the Nine Hawks Association. "Run!" Ding Ziyu pulled Gao Xinyu and turned to flee. He also immediately communicated with the boundary pearl, asking it to open a portal for him. Since the senior stewards of the Nine Hawks Association had arrived, who could guarantee that others hadn't come as well? No matter how strong Ding Ziyu was, he dared not confront a group of martial saints head-on. Escaping was the best option. As the 2 turned to flee, the 2 martial saints realized they had been discovered. They swiftly charged forward, their hands outstretched like the claws of an eagle, reaching for Ding Ziyu and his companion. These 2 were indeed martial saints, their speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. Just as they were about to be caught, the boundary pearl finally opened a portal in time, and without a second thought, Ding Ziyu dashed inside. However, when the boundary pearl closed the portal, the 2 senior stewards of the Nine Hawks Association rushed in as well. "I didn't expect our holy ground to fall into your hands. We finally found you, ha ha." Lan Yunjian laughed heartily. If he could retrieve the small holy ground from Ding Ziyu, the leader of the Nine Hawks Association would surely look favorably upon him, and the rewards would be substantial. "You're only at the 2nd stage of martial saint. Aren't you getting a bit ahead of yourselves?" Ding Ziyu, at this moment, felt no fear. Everything in the small holy ground was under his control. With just 2 martial saints, what was there to worry about? Not to mention that his own strength had increased significantly, and with the capabilities of the boundary pearl, dealing with these 2 posed no problem at all. "So what if you're at the 2nd stage of martial saint? It's enough to take care of you," Lan Yunjian said, showing no fear. He was quite familiar with this small holy ground. Everything inside was not strange to him. In his view, having 2 martial saints on his side to deal with Ding Ziyu and his companion was completely easy and enjoyable. "Are you interested in sparring with them?" Ding Ziyu asked Gao Xinyu. Recently, Gao Xinyu's strength had also improved significantly, and the Moon Saint Pearl had helped her tremendously. If it weren't for her being constrained by her realm, her strength would be even greater. In terms of pure power, Gao Xinyu would definitely not be a match for a 2nd stage martial saint. However, her methods were quite unique, and her attack power was formidable enough to compete with a 2nd stage martial saint. "I'll give it a try, but if I can't win, you have to help me in time," Gao Xinyu said eagerly. For a martial artist, having the opportunity to spar with someone of a higher realm was a rare chance. Of course, if the opponent's realm was too far above her own, then there would be no need for a fight. "Ha, 2 young ones who don't know their limits, daring to challenge us, mere 10th stage warriors. Old Zhang, how about we each take one? The sooner we take them down and control the small holy ground, the better," Lan Yunjian laughed, completely dismissing Ding Ziyu and his companion. Normally, a 2nd stage martial saint would have a crushing advantage over a 10th stage warrior, making the fight quite easy. "Alright, let's see who can take down their opponent first," Zhang Daong grinned, showing no signs of psychological pressure. As he spoke, Zhang Daong lunged at Ding Ziyu, while Lan Yunjian charged towards Gao Xinyu. This guy just recently advanced to the 2nd stage of martial saint. Although his strength has reached that level, his application of it might not be so skilled. With your strength, even if you were to clash with him head-on, you wouldn't suffer too much of a loss. The Eye of Truth still had high hopes for Ding Ziyu. In terms of pure strength, Ding Ziyu was definitely weaker than Zhang Daong, but his physical resilience was far superior. The rebound force generated by the same punch would have very different effects on their bodies. With the judgment of the Eye of Truth, Ding Ziyu's confidence surged. Seeing Zhang Daong charge at him, he did not retreat but advanced, taking a running start before swinging his fist to strike. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're just asking for death. You can't blame me for that. Zhang Daong laughed out loud at Ding Ziyu's reaction. He had never seen a martial artist dare to launch a counteroffensive against a martial saint master. Wasn't this just pure suicide? Who gave you the courage? Even a 10th stage martial artist would normally only possess 1,000 pounds of strength, and the gap to a 2nd stage martial saint was too vast. Zhang Daong casually threw a punch, thinking that even a random strike from him could knock Ding Ziyu down, or even possibly kill him. Bang! Their fists collided, and contrary to expectations, Ding Ziyu stood firm in place, showing no signs of being knocked back. However, a sharp pain shot through Zhang Daong's fist, as if he had struck an iron wall. Damn it, this kid is something else. Zhang Daong finally came to his senses. How could Ding Ziyu dare to clash with him head-on without some real strength? Observing Ding Ziyu's condition, his expression showed no change, clearly indicating that the force he had just used hadn't harmed him at all. Zhang Daong realized he had been careless. It seemed he would need to use even greater strength to take this kid down. Kid, that punch just now was merely a casual strike from Zhang. Next, I will let you understand what the true gap in strength is. Zhang Daong gritted his teeth. He had to regain the face he had lost. As a 2nd stage martial saint, if he were to fall to a mere martial artist, it would become a stain on his reputation. He wouldn't be able to hold his head high in the Nine Fiends Association in the future. Stop bragging. Just come at me. Ding Ziyu was not afraid of facing him head-on. The previous strike had given him immense confidence in his physical resilience. As long as this old guy didn't use his aerial advantage to attack him, everything else was not a problem. In an instant, the two clashed again. This time, Zhang Daong no longer held any contempt but fought Ding Ziyu with all his might. Both used a straightforward, brutal style of fighting, with explosive sounds echoing as their fists met. Zhang Daong's strength indeed had the upper hand, managing to push Ding Ziyu back 2 or even 3 steps with each hit. But Ding Ziyu was like a piece of taffy, immediately charging back after being pushed back. Although Zhang Daong gritted his teeth and held on, the pain in his hands grew more intense. If this continued, his arms might be rendered useless. He had already cursed Ding Ziyu's immediate family in his heart, but he refused to admit defeat. This man truly could not afford to lose face. Old man, your hands must hurt, right? If it hurts, just shout it out. It's not embarrassing. Ding Ziyu began to tease Zhang Daong. Although this guy was putting on a show, his situation could not escape the observation of the Eye of Truth. Stop bragging. Watch how I deal with you. Zhang Daong was genuinely afraid. After pushing Ding Ziyu back with a punch, he immediately pulled out a large knife. If he didn't use a weapon, his hands might really be ruined. Using a weapon first means you've already lost. Ding Ziyu was unrelenting with his words and also took out an iron rod about 4 feet long and as thick as his arm. With his opponent drawing a blade, he couldn't possibly continue to clash with fists. Soon, the sounds of their weapons clashing rang out, and Ding Ziyu showed no signs of falling behind. Zhang Daong had no good way to deal with him. On the other side, the blue cloud sword was also blocked by Gao Sinyu's blue energy. Her special energy could repel the giant rock pig, and dealing with a 2nd-tier martial saint was quite easy for her. It should be noted that Gao Sinyu had absorbed quite a bit of Moon Saint Pearl energy recently, which had further enhanced her strength. Although the blue cloud sword was at a much higher level than Gao Sinyu, he found himself being suppressed by her, which completely caught him off guard. After being pressured several times, he had no choice but to fly into the air, using his aerial advantage to strike at Gao Sinyu. The battle between the two senior masters was quite awkward. It was just like the eldest brother not saying anything to the second brother. Everyone was more or less the same. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present, otherwise, both of their old faces would have been thoroughly embarrassed. The two sides exchanged blows, creating quite a commotion. Ding Ziyu was thoroughly enjoying the process. Such battles helped him improve rapidly. The enemy's strength was just right, slightly stronger than him, but still within an acceptable range. If they were too strong, it would turn into a one-sided slaughter. If the opponent was too weak, it wouldn't be interesting either, as it wouldn't showcase his own strength. What are these two little guys? How are they so strong? The blue cloud sword frowned tightly. He had originally thought it would be a one-sided battle, but now he found himself at a disadvantage. If it weren't for his ability to fly, he might have been taken down by Gao Sinyu. Who cares where they come from? Their levels are low, just hold on a bit longer. Their strength will eventually run out. Zhang Daong actually thought this way. Indeed, their levels were high, and if it came down to endurance, theoretically, they could gain an advantage. Once the two of them were exhausted, it would be much easier to deal with them. Hearing Zhang Dayang's words, Ding Ziyu couldn't help but want to laugh. If it really came down to endurance, Zhang Dayang would not be his opponent. He might collapse from exhaustion, and Ding Ziyu wouldn't have much of a problem. Instead, Gao Xinyu was in a bit of trouble. Her attack power was indeed strong, but the consumption was also significant. Unless she could replenish her energy with the Moon Saint Pearl while fighting, she would most likely not be able to outlast the Blue Cloud Sword. After hearing Zhang Dayang's arrangement, the Blue Cloud Sword decisively used his aerial advantage to engage in a skirmish with Gao Xinyu. The demeanor of the senior master was no longer pretended. Everything was aimed at defeating the opponent. Ding Ziyu, they're being unreasonable. I'm not fighting anymore. Gao Xinyu simply retreated. She knew Ding Ziyu had a way to deal with these two. After a round of exchanges, both of them had a full understanding of their own strength. They could indeed contend with a second-tier martial saint, and if they fought on the ground, they could still gain some upper hand. However, the greatest advantage of a martial saint was the ability to fly. The aerial advantage was quite obvious. Even if they put in all their effort, they might not be able to take down these two high-ranking stewards of the Nine Owl Society. Alright, if you don't want to fight, then we won't. Ding Ziyu immediately began to communicate with the Realm Pearl. As long as they were within this small sacred land, whether on the ground or in the air, they would be subjected to the suppression of the small sacred land. Even a powerful barbarian dragon could not escape the control of the small sacred land. Two second-tier martial saints were no problem at all. The two martial saints were still in a daze when they were controlled by the small sacred land with an invisible hand. Then, they were directly imprisoned. When did you master this ability of the small sacred land? The Blue Cloud Sword was taken aback. They knew how miraculous the small sacred land was, but many of its techniques had not been developed by them. They never expected that once the small sacred land fell into Ding Ziyu's hands, he would quickly develop such powerful abilities. Sorry, no comment. Ding Ziyu would not tell them about the Realm Pearl. In fact, even Gao Xinyu was not very clear on how Ding Ziyu operated it. What should we do with these two? Keeping them is always a hassle, Gao Xinyu asked with concern. After all, he's a martial saint. Let's leave him as rations for the barbarian dragon. Ding Ziyu wouldn't let them leave alive. Through the Realm Pearl, he could see that outside the vegetable market, it was a scene of chaos and alarm. Experts from several factions had come, frantically searching for their whereabouts. The leader of the Nine Fiends Society was particularly serious, wanting to find the entrance and exit of the small sacred land. Unfortunately, their efforts were destined to be in vain. Under Ding Ziyu's control, the small sacred land could no longer produce any entrances or exits. Unless one among them possessed mastery of spatial secret arts, they might find some clues. To reduce the risk, Ding Ziyu moved the Realm Pearl away from the vegetable market. In such an open environment, leaving was incredibly easy for him. After leaving the small sacred land, it just so happened that they moved into the territory of the Red Dragon Society. Why not release the snakes from that blind box and let the Red Dragon Society have a good time? Ding Ziyu thought and acted, directly opening the small sacred land and running out. Then, on the territory of the Red Dragon Society, he opened the blind box filled with snakes of various sizes. Before long, the Red Dragon Society's base became lively. Most of the powerful experts had gone to the vegetable market to surround Ding Ziyu, leaving very few strong martial artists on the Red Dragon Society's territory. Those small snakes might only scare people, but a few of them were quite powerful, making the weaker subordinates of the Red Dragon Society very flustered. Ding Ziyu didn't return to the small sacred land. Instead, he stood on high ground, enjoying the show. Oh no! There are snakes over by the warehouse, run! A subordinate of the Red Dragon Society shouted in panic. This guy was also pitifully weak, appearing to be only at the 4th stage of martial arts. Forget about the fierce big snakes, even ordinary venomous snakes made him tremble in fear. A warehouse? Doesn't that mean there are supplies? Ding Ziyu's eyes lit up. He hadn't bought enough at the vegetable market, and now it was free shopping time. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Ding Ziyu immediately rushed toward the warehouse at the fastest speed. The guards at the warehouse had already fled in fear, leaving only a few not-so-powerful snakes moving around. Ding Ziyu approached and directly twisted the lock off the warehouse. Inside, there were indeed quite a few supplies, with all sorts of items available. Although the Red Dragon Society was not weak, most of their subordinates were ordinary people who still needed food and necessities. Therefore, their warehouse contained a variety of items. Ding Ziyu simply had the Realm Pearl open and exit, and he used his spatial ring to transfer these items in large quantities to the small sacred land. While those searching for Ding Ziyu at the vegetable market were busy, Ding Ziyu was also having a great time moving things from the Red Dragon Society's warehouse. This time, Ding Ziyu left not a single item for the Red Dragon Society. After moving everything into the small sacred land, he leisurely left. What place did you rob? How did you get so many supplies? Gao Xinyu saw the pile of items on the ground, which was much more than what they had purchased. In such a short time, it seemed there was no faster way than robbery. No need to rob. I just went to the Red Dragon Society and got a batch of goods. They're not good people and have done many unscrupulous things. I'm just helping them do good deeds, Ding Ziyu joked, feeling quite pleased. Although there were some risks in coming out this time, nothing major had happened. The small sacred land was indeed very useful. Its spatial crossing ability allowed them to come and go like the wind, leaving no trace. Can the small sacred land take me back to the north? Gao Xinyu suddenly asked. I don't know about that. The distance is too far, and without a specific direction, we might not be able to return. Ding Ziyu actually didn't know how the small sacred land operated. Daning City is where he lives, and it's easy to go wherever he wants. But getting to the northern cities is really difficult. For example, once he enters the wilderness, Ding Ziyu has no idea where to go. A slight deviation could lead him to a place he doesn't even recognize. Forget it, I'll just wait for next month's blind box. Maybe I'll find a way back. Gao Xinyu knows she's putting Ding Ziyu in a tough spot. She is favored by the heavens, and whenever she wants to do something, the heavens always send her a suitable blind box to help her solve her immediate problems. Just based on that, Ding Ziyu can't compare, they are simply not on the same level. Don't worry, we just got back so many supplies, let's have a good meal first. Ding Ziyu quickly called his grandfather over, and the three of them worked together to prepare a hearty lunch. Cultivating in seclusion is undoubtedly a delightful thing. Now that they have plenty of resources, he doesn't have to worry about outside matters. Even if the major forces turned Daning City upside down, they wouldn't be able to find Ding Ziyu. Unless someone like the Lord of the Celestial Church intervened, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, with their strength and connections, it would be extremely difficult for them to even meet the Lord of the Celestial Church, let alone invite him. Ding Ziyu was in a great mood, making all sorts of delicious meals in the small sacred land every day. He wasn't particularly focused on cultivation either. As a result, in this relaxed state of mind, he unexpectedly broke through to the Martial Saint realm without much effort. Although it was only the first stage of Martial Saint, Ding Ziyu was very pleased. He had many funny incidents while practicing flying, but he still enjoyed it immensely. Gao Xinyu, watching this, felt very envious. She had entered the 10th stage of martial artists even earlier than Ding Ziyu, and now with the help of the Moon Saint Pearl, she was still stuck at the martial artist level. It's really frustrating how people can be so different. After reaching the first stage of Martial Saint, Ding Ziyu's strength surged significantly. If measured solely by strength, he could even pass for a third-stage Martial Saint without any issues. His explosive power was incredibly strong, and his sustained combat ability far exceeded that of other martial artists at the same level. What made Ding Ziyu even happier was that after his advancement, his body had also grown stronger, transitioning from a bronze body to a silver body. Although it seemed like just a small change, his physical strength had increased considerably. His resistance to impact had at least doubled. To test his strength, Ding Ziyu even invited the barbarian dragon to be his sparring partner. Although he was often beaten to a pulp by the barbarian dragon, this kind of training was quite exhilarating. Ding Ziyu's recovery ability was also very strong. Injuries from the previous day would mostly heal by the next day, so he could engage in a fierce battle with the barbarian dragon for about an hour every day. The barbarian dragon loved to fight with Ding Ziyu. Usually, Ding Ziyu could easily control it with the Realm Pearl. It couldn't hit him, which made it somewhat frustrated. Now, being able to openly deal with its master felt very satisfying. However, Ding Ziyu wasn't completely submissive. He could occasionally launch some counterattacks, but the barbarian dragon was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, and with Ding Ziyu's strength, he really couldn't hurt it. This creature was someone even the leader of the 9 fiends couldn't handle. If it weren't for Ding Ziyu luring it with spirit pond water, it might not have submitted to him at all. In half a month, Ding Ziyu consumed quite a bit of resources and finally pushed his realm to the 2nd stage of Martial Saint. He also mastered the method of flying, although his speed still left much to be desired. In a couple of days, I can make my second blind box prayer. I wonder what kind of blind box the heavens will prepare for me. Ding Ziyu felt a bit of anticipation. He certainly couldn't compare himself to Long Xiaoye and Gao Xinyu. These two were undoubtedly favored by the heavens. Since he turned 18, many miracles have occurred in his life. Although he faced some hardships during this process, overall, it has been quite good. Are you preparing to go out? Ding Shichen asked with concern. He had become quite accustomed to staying in the small sacred land, where there were currently only 3 people, and they had no worries about food or clothing. The seeds that Ding Ziyu brought back were just enough to keep him occupied, and he had basically planted them all. His strength was still at the 7th stage of a martial artist, and his progress was very slow. However, Ding Shichen didn't mind these things. His current strength was sufficient to ensure his health. He didn't need to get involved in any fighting or killing. Yes, I'm preparing to go out and take a look. You can't get blind boxes in the small sacred land, Ding Ziyu nodded. Recently, Daming City had calmed down a bit, although there were still many people searching for them. The intensity had gradually decreased. Ding Ziyu thought that going out not only required praying for blind boxes but also needed to replenish a batch of supplies. After the incident at the vegetable market last time, Ding Ziyu had decided not to buy anything from the market anymore. That kind of free procurement was the most enjoyable. However, he could currently only find the Red Dragon Society and the Zhou family's places. He had no idea where the Nine Fiends Society's lair was, and he was even less clear about Lu Jifeng's residence. The Blind Box Management Bureau was very troublesome. It was estimated that the formation in the Secret Arts Pavilion had already been repaired, and the chance of entering the treasury of the Secret Arts Pavilion was very slim. There was no way around it. He could only take advantage of this sheep. After all, the Red Dragon Society was also connected to the Zhou family. If he didn't take from you, then who else? The Zhou family was not having an easy time in Daming City either. Although Zhou Zhenggan's identity had not been exposed, the Blind Box Management Bureau could still gather some information. After all, the Red Dragon Society was too close to the Zhou family, and those old-timers were not fools. They could always pick up on some clues. The people from the Zhou family in the Blind Box Management Bureau had basically been eliminated. Most of the new recruits in the bureau were not very strong and were merely there to fill the ranks. However, the Zhou family was still quite arrogant in Daming City, especially in the northwest corner, which they still firmly controlled. In the past, when Ding Ziyu came, he basically had to climb over the wall to get in. Now, controlling the small sacred land, he could easily infiltrate the Zhou family's territory. Ding Ziyu was very familiar with the Zhou family's blind box warehouse. He had been there more than once. There might be some good things inside, but Ding Ziyu wasn't very interested. His target was the Zhou family's supply warehouse. This place was much more tightly guarded than the blind box warehouse, not only with patrols constantly on guard but also with martial saints stationed to defend it. However, the personnel entering and exiting the supply warehouse were far more numerous than those in the blind box warehouse. Supplies were constantly being sent in and taken out. With the capabilities of the small sacred land, it was very easy to enter the supply warehouse, and Ding Ziyu used the boundary pearl to clearly understand the situation inside. Just as the guards locked the main door, Ding Ziyu rushed out. He didn't care whether those supplies were truly useful to him. He just stuffed them all into the small sacred land. If he relied on physical strength to move them, it would indeed be quite exhausting. But using the spatial ring for storage was both fast and convenient. When the Zhou family's guard team opened the warehouse again, more than half of the supplies had already vanished. Damn it! Someone has stolen our things. The guards immediately shouted, panicking over losing so many items. They couldn't afford the responsibility. As the shouting began, a martial saint rushed in. Who stole our supplies? Did you see anyone? I didn't see anyone. Everything was fine when we locked the door. When we opened it, more than half of the items had disappeared, the guard said, breaking out in a cold sweat, looking somewhat at a loss. If it weren't for a few people being with him, he would have been suspected of doing it himself. Investigate. We must conduct a thorough investigation. If we can't find out who did it, you few will be responsible for the compensation. The martial saint had a dark expression and said fiercely. The faces of several guards turned even uglier than if they had lost a son. If they could have figured anything out, would they need someone else to speak up? They would have directly found the culprit. This matter came out of nowhere, with supplies disappearing without a trace, making them feel more wrong than Doi. Yet this guy still wanted them to compensate. Who were they supposed to reason with? Ding Ziyu was happily sorting through a large pile of supplies in the small sacred land. The joy of free procurement was indeed very comforting, especially seeing the Zhou family members looking extremely frustrated, which made him even happier. The guards were in the warehouse, tossing things around but couldn't find a target, looking dejected and lifeless. Don't you think the disappearance of these supplies is quite similar to what happened with Ding Yitian at the market before? One clever guard suddenly recalled the previous incident after checking around. Up until now, many people were unaware that Ding Ziyu had used a pseudonym to join the Blind Box Management Bureau. Even the people from the bureau had released information pointing to Ding Yitian. Now that you mention it, it really does sound like it. Do you think our missing supplies were stolen by that scoundrel Ding Yitian? A guard immediately chimed in. It must be that guy sneaking into our warehouse and stealing the stuff, the captain of the guards concluded right away. Whether it was Ding Yitian or not, they had to find a scapegoat. As long as they clarified the situation, they could push the final responsibility away, right? The target had already been identified for them. Whether they could recover the losses was no longer their concern. The guards quickly unified their thoughts, and their direction became very clear. Ding Ziyu, who was happily sorting supplies, lost his smile upon seeing this situation. Fortunately, these things were indeed taken by him, so he didn't feel wronged carrying the blame. Have these guys become so clever? It seems I took too little. I'm feeling a bit unsatisfied. Ding Ziyu's cheerful mood instantly faded by more than half. Not good, not good. The third young master of the Zhou family just opened a monster from the blind box and has already eaten several people. A guard rushed into the warehouse, shouting loudly, "Third young master, Zhou Ling? No, no. We're still searching for the missing supplies. Let those experts deal with it." The captain of the guard shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to leave the warehouse. What a joke! Rushing over to deal with those monsters that came out of the blind box without understanding the real situation was a death wish. Their strength was already not very strong. Who would want to go to their death? However, at that moment, the martial saint ran over again. Hurry up and help the third young master. As long as you can save him, you won't have to compensate for the lost supplies, the martial saint shouted at the guards. The guards exchanged glances. If this person hadn't come, they definitely wouldn't have gone. But now, with someone pressuring them, they had no choice but to go. A group of guards grumbled and quickly left the warehouse to protect the third young master. The martial saint carefully surveyed the surroundings and, finding no abnormalities, exited the warehouse and locked the door again. Ding Ziyu used the communication pearl and discovered that there was no one left in the warehouse, so he began to take action again. Since this matter was already pinned on him, whether he took little or much, he had no reason to be polite with them. Due to the Zhou family's troubles, the warehouse had been unattended for a long time. Ding Ziyu used his spatial ring to directly empty the Zhou family's warehouse. He even took away the shelves used for storing supplies. The large warehouse was left spotless. Even a mouse entering would be brought to tears. When the Zhou family entered the warehouse again, the expressions on their faces were truly spectacular. You looked at me, I looked at you, and none of us knew what to say. Ding Ziyu watched the commotion for a while, maneuvering his small sacred land, and quickly left the Zhou family's warehouse, no longer interested in their bickering. He wanted to see what kind of monster the third young master of the Zhou family had brought out. Many members of the Zhou family were fervently discussing the matter, and most of them were still unaware of the disappearance of the warehouse supplies. Ding Ziyu observed for a moment and quickly caught on. It turned out that the third young master of the Zhou family had unleashed a giant tiger, which was over 15 meters long and stood about 3 to 4 meters tall. It was particularly fierce, easily able to kill anyone below the martial saint level, and ordinary people were no match for it. Many guards had fallen victim to the giant tiger, becoming its food. Later, a powerful martial saint suddenly appeared and fought with it for a long time before finally capturing it. Currently, the giant tiger was chained in the square, and there had been no further word on how to deal with it. Ding Ziyu was well aware of the layout of the Zhou family's square and found the place without much effort. Indeed, it was a mess due to the giant tiger, with even several steel components turned into scrap metal, proving the tiger's strength was formidable. In the center of the square, the giant tiger lay on the ground, its body wrapped in chains as thick as arms. Although the tiger was trapped, no one dared to approach it easily. Its occasional low growl was like thunder, exceptionally fierce. This is a juvenile ice giant tiger, a rare beast from the primordial era, and a great mount. The Eye of Truth immediately discerned its origin. An adult ice giant tiger would be much larger. It could freeze these chains with a single breath. Ding, find a way to take it away. This guy is quite good, the Eye of Truth explained and offered suggestions to Ding Ziyu. How can I move something this big? Ding Ziyu felt at a loss upon seeing the situation. The giant tiger was so large that he couldn't possibly move it with his strength. The spatial ring couldn't store living creatures, and it couldn't move on its own. Even if Ding Ziyu opened the door of the small sacred land next to it, he still couldn't fit it inside. Unless it could walk on its own, which was clearly impossible. Don't you have free labor outside? Let it help you. The barbarian dragon? That guy has been quite lazy lately. Ding Ziyu immediately understood who the Eye of Truth was referring to. Recently, the barbarian dragon had changed a lot, growing even larger. The key was that it hardly acknowledged Ding Ziyu. Usually, even if Ding Ziyu walked right up to it, he would be completely ignored. Ultimately, it was still because Ding Ziyu's strength was too weak, and the barbarian dragon was reluctant to pay him any attention. How would you know if you don't try? It's also a primordial beast. What if it takes an interest? Ding Ziyu quickly found the barbarian dragon. When the creature saw Ding Ziyu approaching, it merely glanced at him casually and stepped aside a few paces. Seeing this massive creature, Ding Ziyu couldn't help but wonder why it had grown so large. If it could fly, it would surely be even more impressive. Definitely a type of aerial behemoth. Barbarian dragon, do you want to find a companion? Ding Ziyu began to coax. Although this creature was quite intelligent, it couldn't possibly be more cunning than a human. The barbarian dragon's eyes flickered, still showing no response, waiting for Ding Ziyu to continue. There's a primordial giant beast outside, an ice giant tiger, and it's been captured. Are you interested in dragging it back? Ding Ziyu continued. Roar! The barbarian dragon suddenly let out a loud roar, startling Ding Ziyu and causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Don't roar randomly. Do you know about the ice giant tiger? When you grow up, your size might be similar to yours. If it's a female tiger, it could make a perfect pair with you. Ding Ziyu continued to babble, genuinely unsure if that was a female tiger. To pique the interest of the barbarian dragon, Ding Ziyu directly had the realm pearl bring in the outside scene for it to see. Upon seeing the mini tiger in the realm pearl, the barbarian dragon's attitude indeed changed. It brought its large head closer and rubbed against Ding Ziyu. From Ding Ziyu's understanding of it, this creature was clearly intrigued. Ding Ziyu didn't care whether the Zhou family had anyone around. He immediately had the realm pearl open a large door, and both he and the barbarian dragon appeared in the Zhou family's square at the same time. This sudden appearance caused an uproar among the Zhou family members who were observing from the sidelines. The spatial portal that appeared out of nowhere, along with the massive barbarian dragon, was an overwhelming sight. In comparison, Ding Ziyu, standing next to them, went largely unnoticed. Compared to the spatial portal and the enormous barbarian dragon, a two-legged human was far too common to be of any significance. The barbarian dragon, which had finally come out, didn't rush to drag the ice giant tiger. Instead, it began to run around the square, looking quite happy. This creature was enormous, weighing probably dozens of tons, and with each step it took, the ground trembled, leaving a series of footprints on the solid surface. The Zhou family members were instantly on edge. Some were so frightened they couldn't move, while many others fled in panic. The barbarian dragon's appearance clearly indicated it was not a friendly creature. It was definitely a man-eater. Those with small courage and low strength had already run away. However, a few martial saints rushed over upon hearing the news. When they saw the barbarian dragon, they were filled with trepidation. It was evident that this creature was far more terrifying than the ice giant tiger. Without sufficient strength, charging in would be tantamount to seeking death. However, when they saw the spatial portal of the Little Sacred Land, their eyes widened in shock. Although most of them had never seen the Little Sacred Land, in this information-rich era, anyone with a bit of sense could guess about it. Such a place meant immense wealth. The Zhou family members were genuinely stirred. Many rushed over, eager to try their luck. Barbarian dragon, stop wandering around and quickly drag the ice giant tiger inside, Ding Ziyu urged from the side. If Zhou Zhengang, that old fellow, wasn't summoned over, it would lead to big trouble. However, the barbarian dragon didn't seem to heed Ding Ziyu's commands and continued to frolic in the square, much like a disobedient child. As soon as Ding Ziyu spoke, those martial saints finally focused their attention on him. Several of them recognized him immediately. It's that Ding Tian, the wanted criminal from the Blind Box Management Bureau. One martial saint exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms. Recently, there had been quite a few rumors about Ding Tian. Many said he had emptied the treasury of the Blind Box Management Bureau, possessing vast wealth and treasures. If the Zhou family could capture this guy, wouldn't they strike it rich? Even if he had nothing on him, just handing him over to the Blind Box Management Bureau would yield great benefits. Moreover, this guy was right next to the spatial portal. Who could resist such temptation? Two martial saints charged towards Ding Ziyu without hesitation. They feared the barbarian dragon but didn't regard Ding Ziyu as a threat. Even some weaker individuals slowly moved their feet towards the spatial portal, clearly intending to sneak in and see for themselves. If they could manage to take out some treasures, that would be even better. Ding Ziyu wasn't worried about these people entering the Little Sacred Land. He didn't care if these few or even all the Zhou family members went in. The two martial saints attacking Ding Ziyu had only recently advanced to their ranks. Seeing Ding Ziyu's youthful appearance and the wanted notice stating his level was merely that of an 8th-tier martial artist, they thought that even if he had recently improved, he couldn't possibly exceed the 10th tier. For a martial saint master, there is not much difference between a 10th-tier warrior and a 1st-tier warrior. They can simply crush them without a second thought. Ding Ziyu was already annoyed with the stubborn old man when he saw two ignorant fools charging at him. Anger surged in his heart, and he swung his fist at one of them. You overestimate yourself. Get down. The martial saint in front sneered at Ding Ziyu for daring to strike at him. He didn't even dare to use his full strength, fearing that he might accidentally kill Ding Ziyu with a single slap. After all, this guy was quite valuable, and many forces were searching for his whereabouts. Using a bit less strength and capturing him alive was the best choice. Capturing this person would definitely be a great achievement. This guy was completely lost in his fantasies, even thinking about how to deal with Ding Ziyu after capturing him. However, when his palm struck Ding Ziyu's fist, he heard a crisp sound of bones shattering. Then he saw that his arm was already broken, and a piercing pain radiated from it, draining him of most of his strength. With such a weak physique, how did you become a martial saint? Ding Ziyu shook his head and slapped him, knocking him unconscious. He then tossed him into the small sacred land. After all, he was a martial saint and could serve as food for the barbarian dragon. The other martial saint, seeing his companion incapacitated by a single punch from Ding Ziyu, retreated even faster than he had come. Damn it, this bastard is even stronger than a martial saint. Who said he was only an 8th tier warrior? This is really harmful. That martial saint kept his distance, not daring to approach Ding Ziyu again. Barbarian dragon, hurry up and get to work. If you don't behave, don't come back to the small sacred land in the future. Ding Ziyu had to threaten the big guy. He estimated that if the barbarian dragon continued to mess around, the true experts of the Zhou family would come over. For example, Zhou Zhengang was definitely not an easy opponent. Perhaps the barbarian dragon was not afraid of him, but it was clear that Ding Ziyu was not a match for this person. The barbarian dragon had already wandered around enough, and seeing Ding Ziyu threatening it with the small sacred land, it reluctantly approached the ice giant tiger. Ding Ziyu stood at a corner of the Zhou family square, looking far at the ice giant tiger locked in chains. This ancient beast, just released from a blind box, was enormous and possessed great strength. If it grew to maturity, it would likely not be much weaker than the barbarian dragon. However, at this moment, it was firmly locked in chains and unable to move. The barbarian dragon glanced at the ice giant tiger, still somewhat unwilling, not wanting to get close to it. Although this guy was powerful, it was not very willing to follow Ding Ziyu's commands. Hurry up, stop dawdling, Ding Ziyu urged again, realizing that he would need to think of some ways in the future, as it was not easy to command it. The barbarian dragon received Ding Ziyu's order again and finally, reluctantly, rushed towards the ice giant tiger. The ice giant tiger sensed the strong aura of the barbarian dragon and let out a low growl, but the barbarian dragon ignored it and directly bit the chain, pulling with all its might. With the barbarian dragon's strength, it could easily bite through the chain, but after the ice giant tiger was freed, it might not be willing to enter the small sacred land. The Zhou family's guard team, which had just arrived, saw the scene and immediately charged at the barbarian dragon. They did not expect to defeat the massive barbarian dragon, they just needed to distract it. Zhou Yimin and Yang Qing were both martial saint masters of the Zhou family, their realms reaching above the 3rd tier of martial saint, significantly stronger than the previous two. They wanted to stop the barbarian dragon, but the barbarian dragon ignored them, casually swinging its tail and sending the two flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground and crying out in pain, clearly injured. At this moment, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhengang, finally arrived. Upon seeing Ding Ziyu, he was instantly filled with joy. Kid, I didn't expect you to come to me today. You won't be leaving my Zhou family's territory. Zhou Zhengang laughed upon seeing Ding Ziyu. He seemed to have forgotten about wearing a mask outside the blind box management bureau. However, in this situation, he didn't really care that his identity might be exposed. After all, once Ding Ziyu was captured by him, no one would know what was happening here. Not only did he want the Moon Saint Pearl in his hands, but also the vast treasures that Ding Ziyu had obtained from the treasury would become excellent resources for the Zhou family. Stop bragging. If you want to catch me, defeat it first. Ding Ziyu pointed at the barbarian dragon. Zhou Zhengang indeed possessed extraordinary strength, but he might not be a match for the barbarian dragon. Zhou Zhengang was unaware of the true power of the barbarian dragon. Eager to capture Ding Ziyu, he charged at the barbarian dragon, thinking that defeating this ancient beast would make capturing Ding Ziyu easy. The barbarian dragon undoubtedly loves to fight. Seeing Zhou Zhengang rushing over, it immediately abandoned the ice giant tiger without needing Ding Ziyu to give it orders. Zhou Zhengang, confident in his strength, swung his palm towards the barbarian dragon. From the explosive sound generated by this strike, Ding Ziyu initially judged that Zhou Zhengang had not yet surpassed the 10th stage of the martial saint. He should be at the peak of the 10th stage. With such strength, he should have some advantage against ordinary ancient beasts, but he was still lacking when it came to dealing with the barbarian dragon. The barbarian dragon charged forward, swinging its head to ram into Zhou Zhengang. Bang! A fierce and muffled sound of impact erupted, the air shattered, and a powerful shockwave spread outwards, making even Ding Ziyu, who was far away, feel quite uncomfortable. This battle scene clearly exceeded Ding Ziyu's expectations. If they were fighting in a small sacred land, it would likely destroy a large area. Fortunately, this was the Zhou family's territory. No matter how much damage was done, Ding Ziyu didn't care. Zhou Zhengang suffered a hidden loss and realized that the barbarian dragon's strength was actually above his own. The bravado he had just displayed seemed difficult to achieve. Barbarian dragon, move faster, Ding Ziyu urged repeatedly, worried that such an intense battle would attract more powerful opponents. They had easily escaped from the market before, but they might not be so lucky this time. If experts like Lu Jifeng or the leader of the Nine Hawks came over, it would be a serious problem. Feeling the strength of its opponent, the barbarian dragon suddenly let out a roar. Its body began to emit a blood-red glow, and its speed started to increase as it charged at Zhou Zhengang again. This time, its speed was faster and its power stronger. Zhou Zhengang, who had just suffered a loss, was unwilling to collide head-on with the barbarian dragon. He immediately flew into the air, using his aerial advantage to maneuver around the barbarian dragon. He also realized that the barbarian dragon could not fly. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't take off, which limited its effectiveness. However, what Zhou Zhengang did not expect was that the barbarian dragon's tail suddenly swung, creating a phantom sweep. Although Zhou Zhengang retreated quickly, he was still hit and flew nearly 100 meters away. The Zhou family's guard team, seeing the barbarian dragon so fierce, quickly retreated to a safer distance. Even the family head was no match for it. Going up against it would be no different from seeking death. The barbarian dragon roared at Zhou Zhengang, as if to say, "You are not my opponent." This creature was actually showing off, which was quite human-like. "Stop showing off and hurry up and drag the ice giant tiger in. We need to leave," Ding Ziyu thought anxiously. It seemed that after returning to the small sacred land, he would have to suppress the sky properly, otherwise, it would not listen to commands at all and would bring him considerable trouble. This time, the barbarian dragon finally stopped being pretentious, stepped forward, and dragged the body of the ice giant tiger into the small sacred land. Despite the ice giant tiger's massive size, it was just a trivial matter for the barbarian dragon. After about 10 seconds, the ice giant tiger was dragged into the small sacred land, and Ding Ziyu also entered the small sacred land immediately. At the moment the gate closed, Ding Ziyu saw several formidable figures rushing towards the Zhou family. Besides Lu Jifeng, there were also San Gu and others from the Blind Box Management Bureau. Fortunately, I almost got caught," Ding Ziyu breathed a huge sigh of relief. Then he cast a displeased glance at the Manlong. "I've noticed you're becoming increasingly disobedient. Have you been overindulged with the spirit pool water? It seems I need to reduce your intake." Ding Ziyu glared at the Manlong in frustration. The Manlong, however, paid him little mind and instead circled around the ice giant tiger, biting through the iron chains binding it. "Jeju, control these two beasts for me. Especially the Manlong, let's starve it for a couple of days first." Ding Ziyu was genuinely angry. The Manlong's behavior clearly dissatisfied him. If he didn't properly discipline this creature, who would be able to command it in the future? The environment around the Manlong immediately underwent a drastic change, quickly becoming trapped in a deep well. No matter how it roared, Ding Ziyu ignored it. On the contrary, the ice giant tiger was not as tightly confined. This creature's intelligence is not lower than that of the Manlong. You can communicate with it directly, the Eye of Truth said. Ding Ziyu heeded the Eye of Truth's advice and decided to give it a try. Although the ice giant tiger was trapped, it did not display the same volatile emotions as the Manlong. Instead, it faced everything before it with calmness. "Jeju, make the area confining the ice giant tiger shallower," Ding Ziyu ordered. With the help of the Jeju, soon the eyes of man and tiger met. Ding Ziyu broke the stalemate first, trying to get close to the ice giant tiger. After all, to make the ice giant tiger willingly follow him, he needed to establish a trusting relationship with it. Animals are often more straightforward and sincere than humans. As long as you treat them well, they will reciprocate. Ding Ziyu wasn't sure what the ice giant tiger liked to hear, so he rambled on about various topics. He talked about poetry and philosophy, then shifted to family anecdotes and strange tales. The ice giant tiger, initially indifferent, gradually began to respond. Although it couldn't speak, it occasionally reacted to Ding Ziyu with its movements. At that moment, it seemed that man and beast had found a common language. Their souls resonated, as if all worldly troubles had faded away, leaving only mutual understanding and rapport. Ding Ziyu never imagined he would gain the ice giant tiger's trust in such a way. He could clearly feel the tiger's attitude. It was truly much better than the Manlong. Ding Ziyu immediately released the ice giant tiger, restoring its freedom. As the time for the blind box approached, Ding Ziyu decided to head outside Danning City. With the protection of the ice giant tiger, he didn't have to worry about safety for the time being. Staying in the city would only expose him to various troubles, which would be a waste of time to deal with. With the spatial crossing ability of the Jeju, leaving the city was quite simple. As night fell, the sky sparkled with countless stars. Ding Ziyu looked up and realized it was getting late. He stood up, patted the ice giant tiger's massive head, and said, "It's getting dark, let's find a place to rest." The ice giant tiger nodded and followed behind Ziyu as they walked into a dense forest. After walking for a while, they finally found a beautiful and quiet spot. There was a small hill, and at the foot of the hill, a small stream flowed gently, making a crisp sound. Ding Ziyu found a clear area by the stream, built a large shelter with branches and leaves, and then crawled inside with the ice giant tiger. The forest at night was very quiet, with only the sound of the stream and the chirping of insects. Ziyu lay in the tent, closed his eyes, and reflected on the recent events. After encountering the ice giant tiger, his heart began to soften. He realized that what he craved was not slaughter and bloodshed, but a sense of peace and tranquility. Lost in thought, Ziyu drifted into a dream. In his dream, he saw his past and future. He saw his parents, his friends, and his enemies. He witnessed his own death and his rebirth. He saw everything, ethereal and fleeting, yet strikingly real. When Ding Ziyu awoke, the surroundings were particularly quiet. He stepped out of the tent and saw the ice giant tiger drinking from a stream. With it around, the wild beasts dared not approach. He walked over and gently stroked the tiger's fur, saying, "Thank you, my friend." Time quickly passed to dawn, and the moment for prayer finally arrived. Ding Ziyu quickly adjusted his mood, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and knelt on the ground to pray to the heavens. His voice was soft, yet filled with sincerity and hope. "Dear heavens, please grant me a blind box. I want a blind box that is useful to me, one that can aid my cultivation and enhance my strength. Please hear my voice and give me a chance." After finishing, Ding Ziyu silently repeated it in his heart. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at the star-filled sky. The surroundings remained peaceful and serene, with no changes. He sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. At that moment, he suddenly felt a gentle breeze, causing his hair to flutter. He looked up, and a tricolored light suddenly appeared, growing brighter and brighter. Is it really useful? Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. If this was a tricolored blind box, it must contain something good. Of course, it could also be a great danger. The sky slowly lowered a red, blue, and white gradient blind box, tied with a bow. Ding Ziyu's eyes lit up, filled with surprise and joy. There's a very magical little thing inside, no danger. The Eye of Truth quickly provided the answer. Ding Ziyu felt it too. He reached out and gently picked up the blind box, sensing something moving inside. He couldn't wait to open the box to see what it was. As the box opened, a small sprite suddenly sprang out. It had a pair of wings, wore a red, blue, and white dress, and had a bow on its head. It looked at Ding Ziyu and then flew in front of him, smiling. "Hello, I am your guardian sprite. I will always accompany you, protect you, play with you, and help you grow." Ding Ziyu was momentarily speechless. He just stared blankly at the sprite. This was not what he wanted, yet he had to accept it. He was indeed not favored by the heavens, unlike Gao Xinyu, who received whatever she lacked. What kind of creature is this guardian sprite? Could there really be a race of sprites? Ding Ziyu was bewildered. This blind box was too strange. However, the sprite did not answer his question. It flew to his ear and gently kissed his cheek. In an instant, the wilderness transformed into a beautiful garden, with colorful flowers competing for attention and a group of butterflies dancing among the blooms. The sprite led Ding Ziyu to play in the garden, chasing butterflies and picking flowers together. Their laughter echoed throughout the garden and resonated in Ding Ziyu's heart. Illusionary power? Can she really change a person's state of mind? Ding Ziyu felt happier than he had ever been. It was as if he had found a true friend, discovered his own happiness. "Thank you, little sprite. You have made me feel the warmth of friendship and helped me find the long-lost joy." The sprite also hugged Ding Ziyu, touched, and said, "No need to thank me, master. You are a kind and brave child, and you deserve the best friendship and happiness. I will always be with you, always support you." After saying this, they laughed together again. Their laughter echoed in the garden and soared into the sky. Ding Ziyu was undoubtedly very happy, even though the blind box that the heavens had bestowed upon him did not contain the treasure he desired. This little sprite seemed quite nice as well. At least he had gained another companion he didn't have to be wary of. Ding Ziyu slept soundly through the night in this wilderness, and even his dreams were filled with joy and happiness. However, when he awoke, he found that the beautiful garden had vanished. Even the delightful little sprite was gone. What happened? Where is my sprite? Ding Ziyu hurriedly asked. The events of the previous night were too mysterious, almost dreamlike. Even Ding Ziyu couldn't figure out what was going on. In fact, there was no sprite at all. It was merely a desire within your heart. What you truly obtained is this pearl. The Eye of Truth finally revealed the truth to Ding Ziyu. Many of Ding Ziyu's actions last night appeared very strange. If Ding Shichen had been there, he would have certainly reminded him. But he wasn't there, and Gao Xinyu was cultivating in the small sanctuary, leaving only the ice giant tiger to accompany him. The ice giant tiger, after all, was not human. It ignored some of Ding Ziyu's odd behaviors as long as they didn't harm him. Are you saying that everything that happened last night, all those happy things, were illusions? Ding Ziyu pressed on. He had his doubts at the time, but everything before him seemed too real, and the Eye of Truth hadn't warned him, so he took it seriously. It can't be said to be entirely an illusion, many things are actually desires deep within your heart. You wish to be understood, you wish for a true friend, for a complete childhood, a complete life. The eye of truth really hit the nail on the head. In this era, many things have been distorted by the realities of society. It's not just Ding Ziyu, others also face various issues. In a society where survival can be threatened at any moment, where is the joy of childhood? What is this thing that can produce such powerful magic? Ding Ziyu looked at the white pearl, the size of a fingertip, with great interest, mixed with curiosity and fear. This thing was too magical. If someone came into contact with it, they could easily be bewitched. If someone had wanted to deal with him last night, wouldn't it have been very easy? Its name is Mingwu Pearl, a good thing that can help people gain enlightenment. Of course, it can also release various thoughts from your heart, whether good or evil, and they can be guided out. If used well, it can provide you with great assistance. If used poorly, it can have significant negative effects, the Eye of Truth said seriously. Mingwu Pearl? It can confuse people's minds at any time and place? Ding Ziyu felt a bit scared. He wasn't particularly strong-willed. It's normal for young people to have various thoughts, but what if he were to be bewitched again and do something shameful? Wouldn't that be a huge embarrassment? Not exactly. After what happened last night, the illusionary effect it has on you will be much less. As long as you are not in an extremely weakened state, you shouldn't be too affected. However, if you wear this Mingwu Pearl for a long time, your mental strength will be greatly exercised, and in the future, when you encounter similar situations, you won't be easily deceived. The Eye of Truth encouraged Ding Ziyu to continue. Really? Then I'll give it a try. Ding Ziyu understood that he also needed to improve his mental strength, which would be very beneficial for his cultivation. After getting the hang of it again, Ding Ziyu indeed sensed the enchanting power emanating from the Mingwu Pearl. But it was daytime, and with his deliberate reminders, he was not deceived. That magical enchanting power entered his mind, intertwining with his spiritual energy, constantly battling against each other. Ding Ziyu's expression was somewhat grim, but he held on. It seems that heaven is still kind to me. This Mingwu Pearl is a good thing, but its side effects are a bit strong, easily intoxicating, Ding Ziyu murmured to himself. At that moment, the ice giant tiger returned, bringing back a sizable beast. It seemed its hunting skills were indeed formidable. If it weren't for the barbarian dragon, feeding a few of them would be no problem. Well done, Ding Ziyu praised as he patted the lowered head of the ice giant tiger, which seemed to enjoy this way of interacting with him. When the two returned to the small sacred land, Ding Shichen and Gao Xinyu approached them. Praying for a blind box, why did it take so long? Is there something wrong with what came out of the blind box? Gao Xinyu asked curiously. Normally, even if something went wrong, they should have returned by now. Unfortunately, Gao Xinyu couldn't command the boundary pearl. Once Ding Ziyu left, they couldn't exit the small sacred land. Perhaps I should leave a door for them, so they can come and go easily when I'm not around. Ding Ziyu realized this issue as well. Last night, there was a little accident. A strange pearl came out of the blind box. Ding Ziyu took out the Mingwu Pearl, pondering whether he could use it to test Gao Xinyu. With his martial saint-level strength, he had been enchanted. Gao Xinyu might not be able to withstand it. Ding Ziyu was quite curious about Gao Xinyu's background. She surely had many secrets. If the Mingwu Pearl took effect, it was likely that everything would be exposed. Gao Xinyu, without suspicion, immediately reached out to take it, but Ding Ziyu timely withdrew his hand. This thing is peculiar. It can release what's deep within your heart. Are you sure you want to touch it? Ding Ziyu decided to tell her the truth. Since he had already considered her one of his own, it was clearly inappropriate to scheme against her in this way. Release what's deep within my heart? What do you mean? Literally, whatever you think in your heart may be released. Whether it's good or bad depends on the individual, Ding Ziyu warned. Sounds interesting, let me give it a try, Gao Xinyu said, her interest piqued, feeling that Ding Ziyu's words were quite mysterious. The more mysterious something is, the more it captivates people, especially women. Once curiosity arises, it's hard to suppress. Alright, you can try. But if something goes wrong, don't blame me for not warning you. Ding Ziyu handed over the Mingwu Pearl. The moment Gao Xinyu held it, her body visibly trembled. Even though it was daytime, the first contact with the Mingwu Pearl still had a significant impact. Gao Xinyu alternated between crying and laughing, babbling incoherently, then suddenly bursting into joyful laughter. Do you know what she is experiencing? Ding Ziyu was very curious, but he couldn't directly enter Gao Xinyu's illusion, fearing he might see things he shouldn't. Of course, more importantly, he was afraid of disturbing her and causing unnecessary trouble. Do you want to see the illusion she is experiencing? The Eye of Truth asked. Can you do that, without disturbing her? Of course, just close your eyes and accept my mental guidance. The Eye of Truth indeed had this ability. Thus, Ding Ziyu quickly entered Gao Xinyu's illusion as an observer. In The Illusion, Gao Xinyu was a lively and cheerful girl. She loved life and enjoyed communicating with others. Her face was always adorned with a radiant smile, making people feel that she was a person full of sunshine and joy. However, beneath her sunny exterior, she was undergoing a peculiar emotional journey. The illusion abruptly shifted, and Gao Xinyu suddenly returned to her childhood, transforming into a charming little girl. But her family was not well off. Both of her parents were ordinary people. Nevertheless, they loved her dearly and always tried their best to provide her with the best life possible, striving to impart a wealth of knowledge to her. Gao Xinyu was also very diligent. She studied hard and was deeply loved by her parents, relatives, and friends. However, when she was 10 years old, her father suddenly went missing. This unexpected blow plunged the entire family into hardship. Her mother began to bear the weight of the family, but due to her limited means and low strength, their living conditions became increasingly difficult. During this process, Gao Xinyu also felt the pressure of life and her mother's struggles. She saw her mother leaving early and returning late every day, tirelessly working, which made her very sad. She began to learn some martial arts, hoping to help her family through her own efforts. However, for a little girl, how difficult was that? Every effort she made encountered various challenges. Indifference from others was merely the most ordinary norm, and there were even some unscrupulous individuals who set their sights on her. Several times she narrowly escaped danger, which made her wary of men from then on. Although she still appeared sunny and confident on the surface, deep down, she was always on guard. As time passed, Gao Xinyu slowly grew up, and she began to feel an inexplicable loneliness and loss. When everything changed, she found it hard to adapt. During her adolescence, she became somewhat rebellious and independent. She no longer listened to her mother as she used to, starting to pursue her own ideas and lifestyle. She began to try new things, wanting to awaken her own power as soon as possible. However, awakening that power was not something one could achieve simply by wanting it. In this process, she discovered a strong interest and talent for some peculiar things, and many strange occurrences began to happen around her. Although they were all minor incidents, they still left a deep impression on her. This Gao Xinyu, I didn't expect her life to be so far from smooth, Ding Ziyu suddenly realized. Although heaven favored her, her life was not without its struggles. Everyone has an unknown side, moments of embarrassment, and times of tears. Just as Ding Ziyu was reflecting, the illusion once again underwent a new change. The space-time suddenly shifted, as if returning to a much earlier era. In the illusion, a school appeared, and Gao Xinyu had clearly become a student. She was working hard, hoping to get into a good university and study her favorite major. She spent a lot of time and energy studying every day, while also actively participating in various artistic activities and competitions to hone her skills and abilities. Time moved quickly, and Gao Xinyu was accepted into a prestigious art academy, where she studied some very ancient performing arts. She cherished this opportunity and worked even harder in her studies and creations. She hoped to become an excellent artist through her efforts and contribute to society. Could this be her past life? Ding Ziyu suddenly asked the Eye of Truth, feeling that everything was happening too quickly and too fantastically. Theoretically, the Minggu Pearl can unlock anything hidden in the consciousness of the brain. The Eye of Truth's response left Ding Ziyu somewhat incredulous. Whether or not there is such a thing as a past life is indeed difficult to articulate. But this world had become so bizarre that any occurrence was understandable. As time progressed, Gao Xinyu finally transformed into a young and beautiful figure. Compared to now, she had a touch of awkwardness, but she radiated the vigor of youth. During her university life, she made many like-minded friends and faced numerous setbacks and difficulties. However, she always maintained a positive and optimistic attitude, continuously challenging herself and pursuing excellence. She believed that as long as she persevered and worked hard, she would surely realize her dreams. Years later, Gao Xinyu graduated from university. Through her efforts, she became a renowned artist. Her works were widely recognized and loved by people. At the same time, she earned a great deal of money and helped many others. In the wake of a major disaster, she donated all her savings, helping many people through the most difficult times of their lives. However, she unexpectedly lost her life in this disaster. Upon reading this, Ding Ziyu was stunned. Could it be that the saying about good people not living long and suffering for 1,000 years was true? Perhaps it is because she did well enough in her past life that she received the favor of heaven in this life. The Eye of Truth concluded, though it might not be entirely accurate, it held some truth. I wonder if I can unlock my past life memories. What was I like in my previous life? Ding Ziyu felt a longing. Who wouldn't want to see their past self? That might be a bit difficult. Her situation is a special case and is basically not replicable. the Eye of Truth believed that it was unlikely for Ding Ziyu to unlock his past life memories. Isn't it said that some powerful beings can unlock their past lives, even revealing secrets of multiple past selves? Ding Ziyu had read some descriptions about this online and was quite interested. That's just a legend. Perhaps there are truly powerful beings who can achieve such a level, but for you, it's too far off. By the time you reach that level, you might not even want to face those past events that have already become history. The Eye of Truth had seen and heard much, including rumors about these matters. At that moment, the illusion changed again, and Gao Xinyu returned to the present world. As she was striving to awaken her powers, a blue light descended from the sky, landing directly on her. In terms of talent, Gao Xinyu could only be considered an ordinary girl, but she had received the favor of heaven. She possessed a brave and strong heart, yet she always yearned to awaken her powers, desiring a special strength that could change herself and her environment. One day, while Gao Xinyu was walking in the park, the sky suddenly became exceptionally bright. She looked up and saw a blue light descending from the heavens, landing straight on her. This blue light was filled with mysterious power, clearly a gift from heaven, awakening the latent strength within her body and setting her on the path of a warrior. Gao Xinyu felt an unprecedented surge of energy rise within her, her thoughts became clear, and her body felt light. She began to master this peculiar blue energy, as if it were innate to her. She could feel this energy flowing within her, bringing her unparalleled strength and confidence. As time passed, Gao Xinyu gradually learned how to utilize this blue energy. She began using it to help others and to protect herself. She became a legendary figure in the eyes of her neighbors, who called her the Blue Light Girl. However, she was not satisfied with this. She knew that this blue energy held deeper significance, and she began to explore its true source. She researched extensively, searching for clues about this blue energy. Eventually, Gao Xinyu found a mysterious organization that possessed much information about the blue energy. She decided to join this organization to learn more about this peculiar energy. It was from this organization that she learned of the existence of the Moon Saint Pearl. With their help, she arrived in Danning City. As Gao Xinyu continued to explore deeper, she gradually discovered the true meaning of this blue energy. It was not just a powerful force, but also a means to perform related prayers, becoming a magical bond between her and the heavens. With each prayer, the heavens would bestow upon her what she needed, altering her circumstances. Through Gao Xinyu's efforts, her situation began to improve. After arriving in Danning City, she successfully joined the Blind Box Management Bureau and quickly became a team leader. Her team members helped each other, and the relationships among them were very harmonious. No one knew her true purpose for entering the Blind Box Management Bureau. Upon reading this, Ding Ziyu decided he had seen enough. He had learned quite a lot. This version of Gao Xinyu was completely acceptable to him. With her personality, it was impossible for her to easily betray herself. Despite having gone through many hardships, deep down, she remained a very pure girl. Gao Xinyu spent a long time in the illusion. In the real world, she had also spent nearly 2 days, much longer than Ding Ziyu. When her mind gradually recovered and she awakened from the illusion, she found her senses had become sharper. Ding Ziyu originally wanted to greet her but was stopped by her raised hand. She might be about to break through. This illusion has helped her a lot, solving many problems. The Eye of Truth saw through Gao Xinyu's state. Hearing this, Ding Ziyu was very pleased. He wished for Gao Xinyu's strength to grow even stronger. He immediately had the Realm Pearl adjust the surrounding scenery to give her some support. Gao Xinyu slowly closed her eyes, beginning to feel the environment around her. She heard soft music and the gentle rustle of the breeze, smelled the fresh air and the fragrance of flowers and grass. She found herself amidst green mountains and clear waters, surrounded by dense forests and clear streams. A few white clouds floated in the sky, and the sunlight bathed her, warm and comfortable. She felt her body becoming light, as if merging with nature. Gao Xinyu took a deep breath, feeling the vitality in the air. Suddenly, she understood that she had grasped the true essence of power in the illusion. Nature was so beautiful and mysterious, containing boundless strength and wisdom. As part of nature, humanity should coexist harmoniously with it, rather than recklessly destroy it. In this realization, Gao Xinyu's state of mind became increasingly peaceful, and her thoughts grew clearer. She began to reflect on her life, recalling her past experiences and pursuits. She realized she had been chasing power while neglecting her true inner needs. What she truly longed for was inner peace and happiness, not external glory and status. Gao Xinyu's thoughts gradually became clearer, and she began to understand what kind of life she should pursue. She decided to let go of everything from the past and start her life anew. She would seek her true inner needs, searching for her own happiness and fulfillment. She wanted to prove through her actions that her life needed not only external strength but also the power and wisdom from within. As Gao Xinyu's state of mind changed, her body began to emit a powerful aura. Her momentum grew stronger, and the air around her began to distort. She felt her body becoming incredibly light, as if she could fly at any moment. She knew she had broken through her bottleneck and had become a true martial saint. Gao Xinyu opened her eyes, looking at everything around her, her heart filled with emotion and joy. She knew that her life would be different from now on. She would pursue her true inner needs and seek her own happiness and fulfillment as a martial saint. Congratulations, you've finally become a powerful martial saint, Ding Ziyu said with a smile as he stepped forward. Although Gao Xinyu did not reveal her strength, Ding Ziyu was certain that her power was definitely not weak, especially the blue energy she mastered, which would surely upgrade after becoming a martial saint, granting her even greater combat power. Thank you for everything you've done for me, Gao Xinyu said solemnly as she bowed to Ding Ziyu. She understood that Ding Ziyu truly regarded her as one of his own. Whether it was the Enlightenment Pearl from before or the various changes in the Little Sacred Land later, they all resonated with her cultivation insights. Without this help, she might have succeeded in breaking through, but it would have taken her longer and led her down some detours. You decided to stick with me, so helping your own is only right and necessary, Ding Ziyu said casually. He said this to ease the tense atmosphere, making their interaction more relaxed and enjoyable. Hey, you little rascal, always thinking of ways to take advantage of me. Gao Xinyu laughed, her charm like a spring breeze. Now that we are both martial saints, how about a friendly spar? Ding Ziyu suggested with interest. His combat experience was not rich, and he still had some gaps compared to Gao Xinyu. Having combat power without experience could lead to disadvantages in a real fight. Ding Ziyu understood his weaknesses, which was why he made such a request. Are you looking for a beating? Gao Xinyu smirked, well aware of Ding Ziyu's strength. She had already seen it when she fought that martial saint before. However, now that she was also a martial saint, her blue energy had greatly increased in power, and she might not necessarily lose to Ding Ziyu. The peak of human martial power in the current world was the 10th stage martial saint. Super martial saints were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The levels of Ding Ziyu and her were still far from the 10th stage martial saint. However, he was still a powerful being with a bronze-level body. His body was exceptionally strong, with incredible endurance and terrifying explosive power. A 4-foot-long black iron rod could easily tear through the air with each attack, creating a strong sonic boom. The sound was like thunder, shaking the eardrums, as if the entire space trembled in response. Gao Xinyu, on the other hand, was a strong warrior of a different style. Her body was not particularly enhanced, but she possessed a unique blue energy. This energy could unleash an incredibly strong attack in an instant while also providing strong defensive effects. Her attack style was like a graceful dancing fairy, elegant yet deadly. Her figure danced through the air, the blue energy in her hands continuously released, colliding with Ding Ziyu's iron rod and emitting dazzling light. Their battle was exceptionally intense. Their figures intertwined in the air, the collisions of the iron rod and energy creating brilliant flashes. Each collision carried unparalleled power, with continuous sonic booms. Ding Ziyu's iron rod was like a fierce dragon emerging from the sea, ferocious and unstoppable. His attack style was bold and powerful, breaking through with sheer force. Each swing of the rod came with the momentum of a mountain pressing down, leaving no room to breathe. Gao Xinyu, however, was like a nimble dancer, her figure gracefully twirling in the air, elegant yet lethal. The blue energy in her hands danced lightly between the iron rod, searching for the enemy's flaws. Ding Ziyu's power route focused on absolute strength. Each of his attacks was heavy and overwhelming, making it hard to catch a breath. His muscles were as hard as steel, and his eyes were filled with determination and resolve. He occasionally threw a punch, accompanied by the sound of thunder and wind, as if he wanted to shatter the world. Gao Xinyu, on the other hand, relied on agility and skill. Her figure moved like a ghost, weaving effortlessly through Ding Ziyu's attacks. Her body was as light as a swallow, her movements as graceful as poetry. Each of her evasions resembled a dance, captivating onlookers. Every strike she made felt like playing a beautiful melody, intoxicating those who witnessed it. Gao Xinyu was deliberately feeding Ding Ziyu openings, helping him grasp various combat techniques more quickly. In terms of strength, Gao Xinyu was far behind, but she held a significant advantage in skill. Coupled with the explosive power of her blue energy, she matched Ding Ziyu blow for blow. The battle between them intensified. Ding Ziyu's iron rod became increasingly ferocious, while Gao Xinyu's blue energy grew ever more fervent. Ding Ziyu's methods of attack multiplied, slowly finding his own rhythm in combat. Meanwhile, Gao Xinyu altered her tactics, intentionally targeting Ding Ziyu's weaknesses. Though they called it sparring, both sides were showcasing their true strength. Their gazes were filled with determination and confidence. The intensity of their fight escalated, radiating a powerful aura as if they could trample the entire world beneath their feet. Both wore serious expressions, intent on defeating the other. Seeing that Gao Xinyu's endurance far exceeded his expectations, Ding Ziyu unleashed his full power, his attacks like a torrential storm, leaving her no room to evade. Gao Xinyu could only unleash the might of her blue energy to block all of Ding Ziyu's strikes. The blue energy overflowed, forming a shield that was as impenetrable as a wall of copper and iron, preventing Ding Ziyu from breaking through. The battle continued for nearly 2 hours. Despite its intensity, neither had gone all out. They both understood that this was merely a sparring session, not a life and death struggle. They held back, refraining from using their most ferocious offensive techniques. Both recognized that the significance of this battle lay not in victory or defeat, but in communication and learning. They hoped to enhance their practical combat abilities through this encounter. Finally, they came to a stop. Their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. They both knew that the other was undoubtedly a strong opponent of the same rank, worthy of respect. "Thank you for helping me. We should exchange ideas more often when we have the time," Ding Ziyu said, quite satisfied with the state of things. He had learned a lot from Gao Xinyu. The feeling of fighting to the death with an enemy was entirely different. A slight misstep could lead to life-threatening consequences, making it difficult to unleash certain abilities. "No need to thank me. I've learned a lot from you as well. I now know how to gain the initiative when facing strength-based warriors," Gao Xinyu replied, equally pleased. They both understood that this battle had brought them significant gains. They hoped to have the opportunity to spar again in the future. After all, in this world, warriors first awaken their strength. The vast majority of warriors, like Ding Ziyu, follow the path of power, not particularly excelling in technique. As the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 skills. When a person's strength is sufficiently powerful, they can indeed resolve conflicts in the simplest and most brutal manner. Ding Ziyu was an outstanding representative in this regard. Among his peers, his strength was not only formidable but also accompanied by a powerful physique, essentially placing him 1 or 2 minor realms above his opponents. Engaging in battle with him would surely yield benefits. As they paused, they engaged in a detailed discussion about the nuances of their fight, identifying where mistakes had occurred and the wrong choices made at certain moments. Ding Ziyu felt that he had gained even more from this exchange than from communicating with the Eye of Truth. The level of the Eye of Truth is too high, many things only point in one direction, but in these non-detailed aspects, practical learning doesn't progress as quickly. "Hey, this girl is indeed quite impressive. Not only has she received the favor of heaven, but her potential is not much worse than yours. You, kid, are luckier to have found a good helper," the Eye of Truth said happily in his mind. This highlighted his contributions, as it was he who suggested that Ding Ziyu find a way to make Gao Xinyu one of their own. Without the pressure of survival, Ding Ziyu and the others lived quite comfortably in the small sacred land. Basically, aside from cultivation, they engaged in various fights and sparring. During this time, Ding Ziyu's combat experience greatly improved. Not only did he fight with Gao Xinyu, but he also brought the ice giant tiger over to experience the thrill of battling a giant beast. The ice giant tiger was also very willing to cooperate with Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu. Its attitude was many times better than that of the barbarian dragon. This made Ding Ziyu regard it even more favorably. The barbarian dragon had been locked up by Ding Ziyu for several days and finally became a bit more obedient. However, it still treated Ding Ziyu with indifference, and it was likely that as long as Ding Ziyu's strength did not surpass its own, there would not be much change. "Before coming to Danning City, did you join some mysterious organization?" One day, after sparring with Gao Xinyu, Ding Ziyu suddenly asked. He had seen this scene in a dream and didn't know if it was true, so he tentatively inquired. Given his current relationship with Gao Xinyu, asking such a question wasn't too presumptuous. After all, they had been through hardships together and were in the same boat. "How do you know this?" Gao Xinyu looked surprised, as very few people around her knew about it. How long had Ding Ziyu been with her? She had never mentioned this to anyone, not even the Blind Box Management Bureau, which was unaware of her background. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Ding Ziyu smiled and countered. Needless to say, of course, the truth. Gao Xinyu was also curious about where Ding Ziyu got this information. "You told me yourself, one day when you were sleeping, you talked in your sleep." "Impossible. I never talk in my sleep." Gao Xinyu completely disbelieved Ding Ziyu's words. "All right, it was when you interacted with the Enlightenment Pearl that you revealed what was in your heart." This time, Ding Ziyu finally spoke the truth. Of course, he didn't mention how he entered her illusion, fearing that if he did, Gao Xinyu would come after him. Before she interacted with the Enlightenment Pearl, Ding Ziyu had already warned her, it might lead to some unexpected consequences. Gao Xinyu stared at Ding Ziyu for a few minutes before lowering her head. "When I was at my most helpless, they helped me. They are a group of very good people, and their strength is also very formidable." Gao Xinyu began to speak softly. Ding Ziyu did not interrupt her, knowing that Gao Xinyu surely had more to say. This organization is called the Laojun Society. The members are not many, but each one is very powerful. Without their help, I would have probably died in the wilderness long ago and would never have made it to Danning City. After thinking for a moment, Gao Xinyu decided to reveal the secret in her heart. In her view, Ding Ziyu was also someone she could trust. If she could go back, she even wanted to recruit Ding Ziyu into the Laojun Society. Did they not make you complete any tasks? Ding Ziyu pressed on. He couldn't believe that there were purely good people in this world who helped others selflessly. No, I came to Danning City to seize the Moon Saint Pearl, and this information was also given to me by the Laojun Society. They brought me to Danning City and prepared that set of armor for me. As Gao Xinyu thought of the help those people had given her, her facial features softened considerably. It seems they already knew that the Blind Box Management Bureau of Danning City had obtained the Moon Saint Pearl, and they were also aware of the secrets of the Secret Arts Pavilion. Ding Ziyu drew some obvious conclusions. At least it proved one thing: this Laojun Society was indeed powerful and had a very wide network. It was likely that the members of this organization were not as few as Gao Xinyu had encountered. Did they just leave you in Danning City? Didn't they say when they would come to pick you up? Ding Ziyu felt that things were not that simple. Looking at Lu Jifeng and the others' attitudes, such a valuable item as the Moon Saint Pearl, did they really not want it? Was it truly just to help Gao Xinyu? If it was only to help Gao Xinyu, why not leave some experts by her side to help her solve this problem? With Gao Xinyu's strength, entering the Blind Box Management Bureau and accessing the treasury of the Secret Arts Pavilion was not an easy task. Even if she obtained the Moon Saint Pearl, would it really be that easy to escape? If it weren't for Ding Ziyu's assistance, Gao Xinyu might have already lost her life. Faced with Ding Ziyu's somewhat aggressive questioning, Gao Xinyu showed an unhappy expression. Clearly, in her eyes, the Laojun Society could not have any harmful intentions towards her. If they did, she would have died long ago and wouldn't have survived to this day. Perhaps they just saw your potential, and when you grow up, the situation might be different, Ding Ziyu continued. Regardless of whether he could make Gao Xinyu realize it, he still expressed his thoughts. There were too many things in this world that were hard to understand, and truly selfless people who help others were far too few. Gao Xinyu did not respond to Ding Ziyu's questions anymore. Perhaps Ding Ziyu's speculation touched something deep within her, leaving her momentarily unable to comprehend or know how to respond. When do you plan to go back? Ding Ziyu changed the subject. I don't know. I'll see if the next blind box can open something useful, Gao Xinyu said somewhat blankly. Do you want to come back to Dingyuan City with me? Gao Xinyu countered. It's too far, and I don't know what it would be like over there, Ding Ziyu replied uncertainly. Danning City could no longer accommodate him. Wherever he appeared, he would surely be hunted by various forces. Given the current situation, leaving was indeed the best choice. But he had lived in Danning City since he was young and was very familiar with everything here. Suddenly going to a new city, would he be able to adapt? This question clearly had no answer. If possible, he would rather live in this small holy land for a lifetime. However, the heavenly path in this small holy land was not perfect, and many things were not applicable here. Hiding for a while posed no problem, but living here long-term would surely prevent him from becoming a true expert. The Eye of Truth had high expectations for him, and Ding Ziyu himself had some ambitions. So ultimately, he would still step out of the small holy land to face the storms of this world. Aren't I here? Dingyuan City is bigger than Danning City and has all sorts of amazing things. It's easy to adapt. Gao Xinyu actually hoped Ding Ziyu would return to Dingyuan City with her. After living together for these days, she had also come to recognize Ding Ziyu. He was a trustworthy friend. Let's talk about it then. Ding Ziyu did not immediately agree. He wanted to think it over some more. It might be easy to go, but coming back would not be so simple. Moreover, Ding Ziyu did not want Gao Xinyu to return to that Laojun Society. Who knew if they were plotting against her? After living a leisurely life for too long, one would always feel a bit bored. After practicing in the small holy land for a while, Ding Ziyu and the others began to miss the life in the outside city. Although the small holy land was safe and comfortable, it always felt a bit lacking in people. While there were many sparring sessions between the two, they still couldn't find that desperate feeling, lacking a bit of excitement. You brought back several special blind boxes, didn't you? I found one of the alien blind boxes quite interesting. Why don't you open it and give it a try? The Eye of Truth suggested, noticing Ding Ziyu's state. In fact, most of the blind boxes Ding Ziyu obtained from the secret arts were beneficial for cultivation. However, he hadn't examined them closely at the time and had also acquired some dangerous blind boxes. The one the Eye of Truth mentioned was actually a conical gradient-colored blind box. Ding Ziyu had seen it before but didn't get a clear look. He only knew there was a cave inside. What was in the cave remained unknown. Simply put, with his strength, he couldn't see through it. The Eye of Truth didn't provide him with a detailed explanation either. Such blind boxes certainly carried significant risks. For instance, the random teleportation blind box that Lu Jifeng and the others had opened was a black hole. Until it was opened, no one knew what risks were involved. Only after it was opened could they be determined. Since they were still in the small sacred land, even if a random teleportation black hole was produced, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't transport them outside the small sacred land. Things with cross-border teleportation abilities were surprisingly rare, so Ding Ziyu felt quite reassured about that. If necessary, he could also communicate with the boundary pearl, which might allow him to directly cover it up. Then let's open it and give it a try. Ding Ziyu became interested, wanting to see what was inside that cave. Since even the Eye of Truth suggested he open it, it was clear that this blind box was not simple. With the excitement in the air, Gao Xinyu certainly wouldn't miss out. The two found an open space, and Ding Ziyu had the boundary pearl create a mountain wall for him before he began to open the blind box. As soon as the blind box was opened, the cave appeared on the mountain wall. The boundary pearl immediately transmitted a message to Ding Ziyu, indicating that this cave, in a certain sense, had already surpassed the level of the small sacred land. In other words, it would truly exist within the small sacred land, and the boundary pearl had no ability to erase it. If it can't be erased, then so be it. It's just an extra cave. Can it really change the ownership of the small sacred land? Ding Ziyu was quite open-minded about it. Just like when he placed the spirit pond within the small sacred land, he wasn't worried about any problems arising. Inside the cave, strands of spiritual energy were emanating, but apart from that, there was no particularly unusual activity. Shall we go in and take a look? Gao Xinyu was very interested. The things that came out of blind boxes were always bizarre and easily sparked curiosity. Alright, let's go in and take a look. Ding Ziyu took the lead and walked forward. Once they entered the cave, the temperature dropped slightly, giving a cool sensation. There won't be any danger, will there? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. I don't know either. After walking over 100 meters, the cave began to widen. Strangely, it wasn't dark inside. Instead, light shone through the stone walls, as if lights had been installed within. I always feel like I've entered another world. Could this cave also be a world of its own? Gao Xinyu expressed her feelings. After walking several hundred meters further in, the space inside became increasingly vast, as if they were in the wilderness. A gust of cool wind blew from afar, accompanied by distant roaring sounds. Are there ancient giant beasts in here? Upon hearing the roars, Ding Ziyu immediately became cautious. Before long, the sound of hooves echoed from a distance. However, these hoof sounds were quite chaotic, and it was unclear what kind of wild beasts they belonged to. The two stood still until the sounds of running grew closer, and several black, three-legged animals appeared in their line of sight. What kind of animal is this? 3 legs are one thing, but it looks so strange. This was the first time Ding Ziyu had seen such an animal. It resembled a donkey but had a sharp beak and very sharp teeth. The creature was as robust as a water buffalo, and surprisingly quick on its feet. This is a sharp-nosed donkey, known for its stubborn temperament and omnivorous diet. It has a certain level of aggression, but it's not very strong. The Eye of Truth immediately revealed the origins of these animals. I've never seen one before, it looks too strange, Ding Ziyu sighed in relief, as the lack of danger was certainly the most reassuring aspect. However, just as he finished speaking, a much larger creature charged out from behind. Its target was clearly the sharp-nosed donkeys. Ding Ziyu took a closer look and noticed that this beast bore some resemblance to a barbarian dragon, though it was slightly smaller, a bit more robust than an ice giant tiger. This is a melee beast, also considered a branch of the dragon family, with a lineage slightly inferior to that of the barbarian dragon. This creature has low intelligence but is quite aggressive, typical of predatory beasts. With such a large size, it shouldn't be interested in us, right? Ding Ziyu felt that his small frame was hardly a meal for the mealy beast. The sharp-nosed donkeys, however, would make a sufficient meal for it. You can't be sure, I told you, it's a predatory animal, and anything that looks like meat piques its interest, the Eye of Truth teased. Just then, several sharp-nosed donkeys unexpectedly turned and ran towards them. Clearly, they had spotted the two and were trying to lead the mealy beast towards them. How strong is this thing? Gao Xinyu suddenly became tense. With such a large size, its impact would be terrifying, and it was evident that it wouldn't be easy to deal with. It's probably equivalent to a 3-stage martial saint's strength. Ding Ziyu relayed the information from the Eye of Truth. In truth, he couldn't really gauge the strength of these strange animals. That's good. We can at least hold our ground against it, Gao Xinyu sighed in relief. If the creature were too strong, they would have no choice but to flee. While they were speaking, the sharp-nosed donkeys had run close to them, then circled around to hide behind them. The melee beast, however, charged straight towards them. Upon seeing Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu, it hesitated for just a moment before rushing at them. "I'll take it on!" Ding Ziyu advanced instead of retreating, directly charging forward with a punch aimed at the melee beast's head. Bang! The two collided immediately, and Ding Ziyu felt an immense force hit him, sending him flying backward. In terms of raw strength, Ding Ziyu was still slightly weaker than the melee beast. The creature's size gave it a significant advantage, and the momentum it gained from charging it added to its powerful impact. However, Ding Ziyu's punch still caused the melee beast to let out a long, pained roar. Its eyes turned red, and it immediately abandoned its pursuit of the sharp-nosed donkeys to attack Ding Ziyu instead. "This beast is indeed quite formidable." Ding Ziyu rubbed his wrist. Although the impact was fierce, he wasn't injured and could still hold his ground. "Be careful, don't let your guard down. If it gets too tough, we can team up." "Are we really afraid of this beast?" Gao Xinyu said with concern. Having sparred with Ding Ziyu multiple times, she knew his strength well. His body was like iron, incredibly powerful. Ding Ziyu nodded at Gao Xinyu and charged again. Just as he was about to collide with the melee beast, he suddenly jumped, soaring over its head. As he was about to pass over the melee beast, he delivered a heavy kick to its head. The melee beast stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Clearly, Ding Ziyu's kick had a significant impact, severely affecting its balance. However, at that moment, the melee beast's long tail swept towards Ding Ziyu, the sound of slicing through the air unmistakable. Ding Ziyu had just rushed forward when he collided with the tail of the Meluo beast. Both were moving at incredible speeds, leaving no room for evasion. Bang! Ding Ziyu crashed into the Meluo beast's tail, as if he had hit a solid wall. The tail was surprisingly hard, sweeping Ding Ziyu away for over 10 meters. Fortunately, Ding Ziyu's physical strength was exceptional, otherwise, this blow alone could have left him dazed and unable to fight. As he stood up from the ground, instead of feeling fear, a spark ignited in his eyes. This Meluo beast was not much stronger than him, making it a perfect target for practice. "Beast, die!" Ding Ziyu shouted, leaping into the air like a bird diving into the forest, charging towards the Meluo beast's body. The Meluo beast was massive, making it nearly impossible to dodge Ding Ziyu's attack. However, it was not as foolish as one might think. It slightly turned its body and swung its tail again. This time, Ding Ziyu would not be caught off guard like before. The distance between them was greater now, giving him ample room to evade. He slightly lowered his body and easily slipped under the Meluo beast's tail, then threw a powerful punch that landed heavily on its belly. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the entire massive body of the Meluo beast shook violently. The spot where he struck caved in significantly. It staggered several steps sideways but managed to withstand Ding Ziyu's attack without falling. Ding Ziyu rolled over the Meluo beast and stopped on the other side. This beast's resistance is still strong. Such a heavy punch didn't seem to affect it at all, Ding Ziyu remarked, somewhat surprised. With his current strength, this punch had to exceed 10,000 pounds. Any ordinary creature would surely be injured by such a heavy blow. Yet the Meluo beast showed no signs of injury. Instead, it appeared even angrier and, after regaining its stance, charged at Ding Ziyu again. This creature was truly furious, unleashing all its rage upon Ding Ziyu. It was determined to take down this little guy. Although Ding Ziyu's body was robust, he didn't want to take the beast's attack head-on. Its strength was indeed formidable, and even without injury, being struck was still uncomfortable. Fortunately, Ding Ziyu had already reached the level of a martial saint. With a light leap, he soared into the air. In midair, his movements became even more agile. It was not easy for the Meluo beast to hit him. Meanwhile, Ding Ziyu could easily adjust his angle and launch repeated attacks on the Meluo beast. However, the beast was cunning. When it couldn't dodge Ding Ziyu's attacks, it would often use its hardest back to absorb the impact. Although it howled in pain each time, overall, it didn't suffer significant damage. "Didn't you say it was weaker than the barbarian dragon? Why can it take so many hits?" Ding Ziyu felt somewhat frustrated as he repeatedly struck the massive beast without knocking it down. After all, it is a secondary creature of the dragon lineage. How weak can it be? With your strength, killing it is indeed very difficult. If you level up a few more times, it will become much easier. The Eye of Truth clearly disagreed with Ding Ziyu's assessment. That said, the Meluo beast was slightly above his realm, and being able to fight it like this was already quite impressive. The battle between man and beast lasted for over 10 minutes. Relying on his agile aerial advantage, Ding Ziyu occasionally made the Meluo beast scream in agony. Finally, the beast realized that it couldn't defeat Ding Ziyu with its own strength. When it was struck by another punch, it finally turned to flee, no longer daring to fight Ding Ziyu. "Hey, this guy actually ran away. What a coward." Ding Ziyu grinned. Although he didn't take this guy down, the fight was still quite exhilarating. He almost let loose, using as much strength as he could without holding back. If it weren't for the fact that this beast was tough, he might have actually taken it down. This is a pretty good place. We should come here more often when we have the time. It would really help with our training, Gao Xinyu said, feeling a bit eager to try her skills. However, there were only a few sharp-nosed donkeys left on the scene, and practicing on these guys felt a bit beneath them. The two decided to explore further, but before they could get far, the beast that had just fled returned. Behind it were two even larger beasts. It turned out this guy couldn't handle Ding Ziyu and went to find help. Two fiercer ones are coming. Should we give it a try? Ding Ziyu was still not satisfied, and with three beasts now, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Let's give it a shot. If we can fight, we fight. If we can't, we run. Gao Xinyu charged ahead first, having already seen the beasts' attack patterns. As long as she was careful, even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't be easily hurt. Ding Ziyu also rushed towards one of the larger beasts. This time, with a long-distance acceleration, his strength reached its limit, and he launched himself like a cannonball at the massive beast. His target was still the beast's belly. Its back was too tough to injure. Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu took the initiative to attack, catching the beasts off guard. Usually, these beasts attack their enemies first, so they were surprised that these little ones dared to come at them. The three beasts roared simultaneously, their long tails whipping up to form a shield-like wall of defense. If they were larger animals, it would be impossible to break through their defense. But compared to the beasts, Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu were like tiny morsels, not even enough to fill their teeth. Using their agility, the two easily slipped through the beast's defensive wall. Gao Xinyu decisively unleashed blue energy, striking one of the beasts on the back. The blue energy erupted with a brilliant light, its power multiplying several times, causing that beast to kneel on the ground. Ding Ziyu landed a solid punch on the belly of another large beast. This heavy blow was packed with power, and the struck beast let out a long, pained roar, clearly feeling the impact. Seeing that the reinforcements they had called for were being beaten so badly, the first beast panicked. It turned tail and ran, not caring about its two companions. Having successfully landed their blows, Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu didn't pursue further. Without using weapons, trying to kill these two massive beasts was no easy task. Moreover, they had no real need to kill them. The two flew in the air, watching the two big guys. Fortunately, they couldn't fly, which gave them a significant advantage. The two large beasts roared a few times in a show of bravado before quickly running off. Hey, this beast isn't as foolish as I imagined, Ding Ziyu chuckled, feeling relaxed. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with such a large creature would be exhausting. There was really no need for that. Then the two simply flew higher into the sky, exploring further. They saw more animals, a variety of creatures. However, most of the formidable ones were quite large and easy to identify. Will they rush out of the cave? Ding Ziyu was a bit worried. With so many animals, if they all ran into his little sanctuary, it would surely cause a lot of trouble. Don't worry, the strongest ones definitely can't get out, Gao Xinyu said, pointing to a few powerful creatures whose bodies were larger than the cave's entrance. How could they possibly escape? As for those that weren't very strong, even if they did get out, they would only end up as ingredients. Perhaps they could provide Ding Ziyu with a few more food items. After wandering around the cave for half a day, the two finally retreated. It was mostly a case of being startled but unharmed, as the creatures inside the cave had no flying abilities. Or rather, there were simply no flying animals inside, which made sense scientifically. The two rested for a while and were just about to begin their training when they suddenly heard an extremely piercing scream. More accurately, the sound directly affected their mental centers. What kind of animal made that horrible scream? It's too shrill. Ding Ziyu stood up abruptly and began to look around. However, after searching, he couldn't find the owner of the sound. Gao Xinyu was in a similar situation, while Ding Shichen was worse off, having been knocked unconscious by the scream. What's going on? Did something run out of that cave? Gao Xinyu asked repeatedly. I don't know either. Wait a moment, I'll find out soon, Ding Ziyu said as he contacted the boundary pearl. In the little sanctuary, nothing could escape its detection. However, after receiving Ding Ziyu's command, the boundary pearl searched the entire little sanctuary and reported back that no abnormalities were found. This was quite absurd. He had thought the boundary pearl could control everything within the little sanctuary, and it seemed to disappoint Ding Ziyu. That sound was so piercing. How could nothing be found? Could the creature that made that sound be invisible? Ding Ziyu couldn't understand. Previously, when they entered the cave, they hadn't encountered much danger, but now that they had come out, trouble had found them. The boundary pearl presented some images to Ding Ziyu, but there was nothing in them. At least Ding Ziyu and the others couldn't see any abnormalities from the images. Real Eye, didn't you notice anything unusual? Ding Ziyu could only seek help from it. I also can't see anything unusual from the images. Why not go outside and take a look? Perhaps we can find something, the real I said seriously. Ding Ziyu first woke his grandfather up and told him to stay in the little hut and not go out. This place was the core of the little sanctuary, much safer. After settling his grandfather, Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu headed outside. To avoid being stimulated by that sound again, they found something to plug their ears. The two made a large circle in the little sanctuary but found no abnormalities, and the real I did not issue any warnings either. It was as if that sound had appeared out of thin air. What the hell is going on? What kind of thing is screaming? Ding Ziyu cursed. They had searched the entire little sanctuary and finally arrived outside the cave, still finding nothing. Just as they were about to head back, that strange sound appeared again. Even with their ears plugged, they were mercilessly tormented by the sound, their heads buzzing and feeling extremely uncomfortable. It was as if they had been struck on the head with a heavy object. If they weren't strong, they might have fainted like Ding Shichen. Damn it, what the hell is screaming? Where is it? Ding Ziyu was a bit angry. This was too torturous. It should be a very strange creature. It has no fixed form and can safely hide anywhere. The real I responded this time. Hide anywhere? Can this thing become invisible like a chameleon? Ding Ziyu said while looking around, hoping to find it and tear it to shreds. It's not ordinary invisibility. It should have some spatial talent. It can hide in the void, and without special means, it's impossible to find it. At this point, Ding Ziyu was completely dumbfounded. No wonder the small sacred land couldn't find it. It turned out they were all the same kind of thing. The difference was that the small sacred land was his and wouldn't harm anyone. This creature occasionally let out a roar that could really drive a person mad. Maybe I can try using my blue energy to see if I can force it out, Gao Xinyu said. As she spoke, she waved her hand, releasing a wave of blue energy that illuminated the area within a few meters. At the edge of the blue energy, a ripple suddenly appeared in the void, slightly undulating. Then came a sharp roar from that direction. Without thinking, Ding Ziyu struck out with his palm toward that spot. However, his heavy palm struck nothing but air, producing no reaction at all. That thing was definitely right here just now. Ordinary attacks are useless against it. Ding Ziyu looked around but found nothing. His strike had only hit the air. My blue energy only caused some interference. It didn't have much effect, Gao Xinyu said, also troubled. She had originally thought that using special energy would help locate it, but it turned out to be of little use. If we could find its location, using mental attacks might have some effect, the Eye of Truth suggested after a moment of silence. Unfortunately, neither Ding Ziyu nor Gao Xinyu had practiced any mental attack techniques. Even if they knew this method, they couldn't come up with any solutions. Fortunately, although this thing was quite annoying and truly bothersome, it couldn't actually harm the two of them. Its roars had a significant impact on Ding Shichen, and only by hiding in the small hut could the effects be somewhat lessened. Thus, Ding Ziyu and the others were disturbed by this unknown strange creature for several days. Almost every so often, it would let out a roar. Sometimes it would hide far away, which lessened the mental burden on the two, but at other times, it would come very close and suddenly roar, making them extremely uncomfortable. In desperation, they had no choice but to hide in the small hut like Ding Shichen. This was the core area of the small sacred land, and that creature seemed unable to enter, which relieved Ding Ziyu and the others. What kind of strange creature is this? Who can stand being tormented like this? Ding Ziyu, nearly driven to the brink of mental collapse, asked the Eye of Truth again. I've never seen it either. I only heard rumors about it a long time ago. It is said that this kind of creature can be used to train one's mental strength. Perhaps for you, this isn't a bad thing, the Eye of Truth replied, leaving Ding Ziyu feeling helpless. There was basically no useful information. As for training mental strength, it was nothing but torture. Who would want to endure this creature's torment? If he could deal with it, Ding Ziyu would have found a way to kill it long ago. Fortunately, he had the Enlightenment Pearl, which could somewhat alleviate the burden. Gao Xinyu's situation was even more serious. How about we go outside? Maybe it will wander around the small sacred land for a while and then return to that cave, Gao Xinyu suggested, unable to bear the stimulation any longer. Having it roar right next to your ear, with a sound that directly affected your nervous system, was hardly alleviated by plugging your ears. If this continued for a long time, it could very well lead to nervous exhaustion and even mental collapse. It's not safe outside either. The major forces in Danning City are searching for our whereabouts everywhere, Ding Ziyu said helplessly. Ultimately, it all comes down to insufficient strength. If his power were strong enough, he wouldn't have to worry about these trivial matters. Aren't we in the wilderness? Bringing the barbarian dragon and the ice giant tiger out with us should ensure our safety. Gao Xinyu truly didn't want to stay in the small sacred land any longer. In the past, she could cultivate in peace and found the environment inside very pleasant, but now she couldn't find that feeling at all. The strangest thing was that this bizarre creature didn't bother the ice giant tiger and the barbarian dragon, as if it had set its sights on just the two of them. We're back in the city now. Why don't we try to see if we can lure this creature out? If we can keep it outside the small sacred land, wouldn't that be peaceful? Ding Ziyu suddenly had this idea. Although it didn't seem very reliable, there was still a possibility of success. From the situation over the past few days, that thing had only been chasing after them, so it was quite likely it would follow them out of the small sacred land. Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly find a place to open a portal. Maybe we can really lure this bad thing out. Gao Xinyu was even more anxious than Ding Ziyu. Alright, I'll find a place right now. Ding Ziyu quickly communicated with the boundary pearl, which wasn't too difficult for it. Soon, the boundary pearl opened a portal in a quiet alley. Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu walked towards the portal at a leisurely pace, afraid that if they moved too quickly, that thing wouldn't follow. Back in the normal world, various sounds came from afar, making Ding Ziyu feel very comfortable. It had been a long time since he felt this way. Previously, when everything was peaceful in the small sacred land, he hadn't felt too sad. But ever since that thing started making its eerie cries from time to time, the quality of life had plummeted drastically. The two stepped out of the portal, and Ding Ziyu didn't let the boundary pearl close the portal. Instead, he left it wide open, fearing that the creature wouldn't come out. However, after staying in the alley for a while, they still didn't hear that piercing roar. Although they felt relieved, they began to worry that the creature would remain in the small sacred land. What can we do to lure it out? Gao Xinyu asked. How would I know? If it really doesn't come out, we have no way to force it, Ding Ziyu replied, feeling somewhat speechless as he peered into the small sacred land but saw nothing. Boundary pearl, is that thing still in the small sacred land? Ding Ziyu could only ask the boundary pearl. Although the boundary pearl couldn't speak, it could convey its intentions to Ding Ziyu in a peculiar way. The answer he received was that the creature had come out and was nearby. Perhaps in this unfamiliar environment, it hadn't had the chance to emit that terrifying roar. Great! Quickly close the portal to the small sacred land. We can't let it go back. Ding Ziyu hurriedly ordered the boundary pearl, having finally lured it out. It absolutely couldn't be allowed to return. Now that it's finally out, let's go explore the city. Maybe with so many people around, someone will take it away in an instant? Gao Xinyu quickly walked towards the alley exit, not planning to return to the small sacred land for the time being. Ding Ziyu felt there was some truth to her words, so the two began to walk towards the crowded areas. As for the small sacred land, Ding Ziyu didn't need to worry. As long as he could communicate with the boundary pearl, the small sacred land would always be by his side. The two walked quickly, and the number of people around them began to increase. Just as Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu were pondering why the creature wasn't roaring, it suddenly let out a full-throated roar in front of the crowd. In an instant, a bunch of people fainted from the shock of that roar, which was too stimulating for low-level martial artists, affecting their nervous systems. Ordinary people couldn't handle such a huge shock. Many actually bled from their 7 orifices and collapsed on the street, unconscious. How could this happen? Ding Ziyu was immediately dumbfounded. At that moment, he was only thinking about how to lure this thing out, never expecting it would lead to such serious consequences. Although this was a chaotic world where human life was as worthless as grass, if these people hadn't died because of him, he wouldn't have felt any psychological burden. The situation was different now. In order to rid himself of this strange creature, he had brought a life-threatening danger to others, and that was his responsibility. Damn it, can we lure it back to the small sacred land? Deep down, Ding Ziyu was still kind-hearted. He didn't want to harm others, especially innocent people. I don't know, maybe this thing won't return to the small sacred land with us, Gao Xinyu speculated, which made sense. From the current reactions, this bizarre creature indeed seemed to enjoy roaring among the crowd. Perhaps it was a form of its twisted amusement. In the small sacred land, it had little way to deal with Ding Ziyu and the others, but in Danning City, its roars could achieve more unexpected results. Beast, shut up! Just as Ding Ziyu was about to call for the boundary pearl to open the small sacred land, a clear voice came from afar. Upon hearing this voice, Ding Ziyu froze. He didn't need to think to know who had arrived. The true big shot of Danning City, the master of Chengtian. She lightly raised her hand and pointed slightly at the void, causing a strong wave of spiritual power to appear. That wave of spiritual power was like a net, easily trapping a section of the void. Then, Ding Ziyu saw a monkey-like creature appear within the spiritual power net. Although this guy was jumping around, it truly didn't dare to roar anymore, nervously staring at the master of Chengtian. This beast is called the Jilua monkey. It has 2 major innate abilities. One is spatial talent, and the other is mental attack. The master of Chengtian explained to Ding Ziyu immediately upon seeing him. Ding Ziyu let out a huge sigh of relief. With this powerful figure taking action, he could finally be freed. Even the Eye of Truth couldn't identify its origins, but to the master of Chengtian, it seemed quite ordinary, not stirring up the slightest ripple. This thing was brought by you, right? The master of Chengtian easily waved her hand and caught the Jilua monkey. The creature was particularly obedient in her hands, not daring to cause any more trouble. How did you know it was me who brought it? Ding Ziyu was puzzled. Even if this Jilua monkey had special abilities and wasn't well liked, how could it be certain he was the one who brought it? Could it not have been someone else who opened it from a blind box? Ding Ziyu retorted, which made some sense. It couldn't be someone else because it has already locked onto your and your companion's spiritual marks. If I hadn't intervened, it would have kept following you until it got bored and switched targets. The master of Chengtian's words made Ding Ziyu realize that this creature was indeed particularly annoying. Senior, please take it away quickly, this cursed thing is too harmful. Ding Ziyu still felt a bit grateful. If it stayed in the outside world, who knows how many people it would harm? If it returned to the small sacred land with him, who knows how long it would torment them? Although the Eye of Truth believed this thing could help enhance mental strength, Ding Ziyu didn't want to use such a cruel method to torture himself. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Well, if you need it, you can come find it. The master of Chengtian smiled and turned to leave. As she departed, the Jilua monkey clearly bared its teeth at Ding Ziyu, but it didn't dare to make a sound. Finally got rid of this nuisance, Ding Ziyu felt much lighter and was no longer in a hurry to return to the small sacred land. The two decided to stroll around Danning City and buy some things along the way. As they wandered, they noticed that it was not like before, where people were constantly paying attention to them. Instead, many were discussing a certain matter. Have you been to Linghu these days? I heard that today someone caught a big spirit fish weighing around 30 jin from there, and many forces are willing to pay a high price to buy it. Isn't that right? I heard that the people from the Blind Box Management Bureau are willing to offer 300 million dragon coins to purchase it. Another guy excitedly chimed in. Ding Ziyu and his companion were left in the dark, clearly not understanding what they were talking about. Ding Ziyu, being a native of Danning City, had never heard of any Linghu. Bro, where is this Linghu you're talking about? Ding Ziyu leaned in, curious. No way? Are you living on another planet? You don't know such big news? One guy stared at Ding Ziyu, mocking him as if he were a monster. It's in the East District. Someone opened it from a blind box 5 days ago. This lake has many spirit fish, and eating them is extremely beneficial for martial artists' cultivation. It's said that even ordinary people can quickly awaken their powers by eating just a bite, the other person boasted nearby. Anyway, such news was flying around, and having an audience was still good. However, before they could finish their bragging, the people around them had already disappeared. The East District was quite familiar to Ding Ziyu. As long as the lake wasn't too small, finding it would be incredibly easy. The two flew through the air, and as they approached the East District, they quickly spotted a vast expanse of water. This lake was indeed not small, covering a large area, and one could only wonder how many people had drowned when it was opened. But none of that mattered now. After all, the dead could not be brought back to life. Surrounding Linghu were many martial artists, some strong and some weak. Some martial artists even jumped directly into the lake, clearly confident in their swimming abilities and not afraid of drowning. This Linghu looks pretty good, but compared to my spirit pool, it's still lacking quite a bit. If I can catch some spirit fish to take back and raise in the spirit pool, it might be a good choice. Ding Ziyu felt a bit tempted. Even if the spirit fish in the lake weren't as good as others said, they would definitely have some effect. Unclaimed things, if not taken by oneself, would be taken by others. The key was that Ding Ziyu was also a great swimmer, and now that he had reached the Martial Saint realm, he could stay underwater for quite a while. Before they even landed by the lake, someone unexpectedly ran over to them. Get lost, this area belongs to our Nine Hawks Association, a martial artist said arrogantly as he approached. This guy hadn't even taken a good look at their faces. If he had, he would surely have recognized them. Ding Ziyu was taken aback, clearly not expecting that this Linghu would have divided territories. That was a bit excessive. Get out of the way. Ding Ziyu had no good feelings towards the Nine Hawks Association member and kicked out with a swift motion. This guy was just a 7th-tier martial artist. How could he withstand Ding Ziyu's kick? Even a casual strike sent him flying over 10 meters, and he instantly fainted. He hadn't looked closely at Ding Ziyu and his companion before, and now he wouldn't be able to see them at all. How's your swimming? Why not just jump into the lake? Ding Ziyu didn't want to attract more attention, so entering the lake seemed like a good choice. I'm fine, let's hurry and get in, otherwise, more people will come, Gao Xinyu said as she leaped into the water, barely causing a splash. It seemed her swimming skills were quite good. She must have spent a lot of time in the water. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu felt relieved. He followed her and jumped into Linghu, quickly making their figures disappear from sight. When the members of the Nine Phoenix Society arrived and found their comrade knocked out, they immediately understood that someone had entered the water from this side. However, the newcomers were even weaker than the one who had been knocked out. so they dared not take any action. They only used the lake water to revive their comrade. What happened? Who knocked you out? Two experts came. They should be martial saints. I don't know which faction they belong to. I was just saying a word when I got kicked unconscious. Martial saints? Their strength is too formidable. We can't handle that. We need to report this to the steward quickly. The two exchanged glances and immediately ran off. With their strength, even if they knew someone was coming, they wouldn't dare to confront them. Strength determined everything. They could still deal with ordinary martial artists, but against martial saints, it was futile. The spirit lake is so vast, who knows where they went? The steward of the Nine Phoenix Society received the news, looking helpless. In fact, whether it was the Nine Phoenix Society or other factions, the real experts were all in the lake hunting for spirit fish. This so-called distribution of power was merely to block those martial artists without strength, preventing them from entering the water as much as possible. After all, there were only so many spirit fish in the lake. The fewer people who went down, the greater the chance of catching one. After Ding Ziyu and his companion entered the lake, they discovered that this spirit lake was not only very large but also very deep. They dove down for dozens of meters without reaching the bottom. The deeper they went, the darker the water became, making it difficult to discern objects within. Just as they were struggling, a faint glow emanated from the front, where Gao Xinyu was, as her cultivated blue energy came into play. Around her body, within a radius of about 2 meters, things were still visible, but beyond that, it became hard to see. At that moment, Ding Ziyu noticed a flash of silver light dart past Gao Xinyu's side, moving incredibly fast. By the time he rushed over, it had already vanished. What just flashed by was definitely a spirit fish, but with its speed, it's not easy to catch them, Ding Ziyu thought. Comparing their swimming speed in the water, catching up to those spirit fish was indeed not an easy task. Unless they had some special means, it would be a stroke of luck to catch one. In fact, it wasn't just Ding Ziyu and his companion facing this difficulty, even the martial saints from other factions were encountering the same problem. The spirit fish in this lake were very slippery, especially the larger ones, which swam at incredible speeds. Catching them was truly challenging. If it weren't for this, the spirit fish in the spirit lake would have long been caught clean, leaving no chance for them to enter the water. Perhaps we can only force them into a corner to have a chance at catching one. Gao Xinyu also felt it was quite difficult. Being in the water, especially in such deep water, with low visibility, made catching fish really hard. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can think of other methods. The two decided to take a chance and swam through the lake. Although Gao Xinyu's blue energy provided some light, the chances were still slim. Occasionally, they would see a flickering spirit fish, but it would quickly escape, making it impossible to catch up. Jiezhu, can you detect the spirit fish in the water? Ding Ziyu felt a bit frustrated. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to catch anything. Jiezhu quickly sent back a message, and within the crystal ball, some figures of spirit fish appeared. However, these spirit fish swam extremely fast, disappearing with a flicker. Can we open a portal instantly to suck the spirit fish in? Ding Ziyu suddenly had an idea. The small sacred land, under Jiezhu's control, could open a portal anywhere, even in the water. As long as Jiezhu found the location of the spirit fish, quietly approached, and then suddenly opened the portal, wouldn't the spirit fish flow in with the water? Ding Ziyu quickly received a response. The principle was that it could be tried. Ding Ziyu immediately called Gao Xinyu over, and a portal opened in the small sacred land, bringing a large amount of lake water rushing into the small sacred land. Fortunately, the portal closed quickly, and the water stains on the ground soon dispersed, causing no major issues. The two of them used their energy to dry their clothes and immediately began searching for the whereabouts of the spirit fish using the boundary pearl. About 10 minutes later, a silver figure appeared in the boundary pearl. Quick, open the portal and suck it in, Ding Ziyu shouted excitedly. In an instant, a large amount of lake water surged in. When the portal closed, the lake water spread out in all directions. On the grass, a silver fish about a foot long was struggling incessantly. Without water, it was of no use no matter how fast it was. Ding Ziyu took 3 steps at a time and grabbed it, immediately feeling that this fish was indeed very different from ordinary fish. Its entire body seemed to be filled with spiritual power. It was truly a rare good thing. Great! With this method, we can ensure we get enough spirit fish. When the time comes, we can raise them in the spirit pond and catch one whenever we want to eat. Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. With the help of the boundary pearl, capturing the spirit fish, which was originally very difficult, suddenly became much simpler for them. While others struggled to catch even one, the boundary pearl could open a portal and instantly suck it in. Ding Ziyu repeated the process, and the efficiency was indeed remarkably high. In less than half a day, they had already caught more than 10 spirit fish. The smaller ones weighed about half a pound, while the largest one weighed over 20 pounds. Once these fish entered the spirit pond, they appeared even more vibrant, Clearly, the environment of the spirit pond was much better than that of the spirit lake. It became very easy for Ding Ziyu to scoop them out of the spirit pond. After all, as long as they were in the small sacred land, it was all under the jurisdiction of the boundary pearl, and catching a fish was effortless. The boundary pearl moved quickly in the lake water, and the number of fish Ding Ziyu caught kept increasing. Eventually, he became too lazy to catch the small fish and focused entirely on the larger ones. The leader of the 9CS Society was also catching spirit fish in this spirit lake. It had already been confirmed that these spirit fish were extremely beneficial for martial artists' cultivation. Even someone of his level could gain considerable benefits from consuming them. Otherwise, with his status, he wouldn't personally go into the lake to fish. However, it must be said that for ordinary martial artists, it was really difficult to catch these exceptionally slippery and incredibly fast spirit fish. With his skills, he had spent several days and only caught 2 or 3. Usually, he could only chase the spirit fish into a dead end to have a chance to catch them. As for those below the martial saint level, catching these spirit fish really depended on luck. Catching one in 10 days or half a month would be quite good. The leader of the 9CS Society was very strong, especially skilled in mental power. In the murky lake water, he was using his mental power to search, which allowed him to lock onto those very slippery spirit fish. At this moment, the 9CS leader had his sights set on a spirit fish about a meter long. However, this creature was extremely fast and very cunning. Every time the leader got close, it managed to escape. Fortunately, the 9CS leader had already locked onto its movements with his mental power. Perhaps if he spent more time waiting for it to tire out or swim into a corner, it would be easier to deal with. If he could catch such a large spirit fish, it would provide him with significant assistance. Previously, he had the small sacred land and could use the blood of the barbarian dragon for cultivation, but recently the small sacred land had been taken away by Ding Ziyu. He could only focus on the spirit fish. The 9CS leader followed closely, spending a long time. Suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead, flashing and then disappearing. The large spirit fish that he had been locking onto with his mental power suddenly disappeared. What the hell? What's going on? The leader of the 9CS Society was instantly stunned, clearly unaware of what had happened in the waters ahead. With such a large spirit fish suddenly vanishing, he had to go take a look at the situation. As he swam closer, he immediately sensed a familiar aura. Little Sacred Land? Damn it, that spirit fish was actually caught by the Little Sacred Land. The leader of the 9CS Society immediately thought of Ding Ziyu. Since the Little Sacred Land appeared here, Ding Ziyu would definitely come as well. That bright light just now must have been the radiance from the Little Sacred Land. After pondering for a moment, he arrived at the true answer. I couldn't find this kid for so long, but I didn't expect him to come knocking on my door. I have to make good use of this opportunity to take back the Little Sacred Land. The leader of the 9CS Society began to scheme. Although the spirit fish was good, the value difference compared to the Little Sacred Land was too great. The way the Little Sacred Land caught spirit fish was clearly very efficient. If he could get it back, it would definitely be a bountiful harvest. Once the leader of the 9CS Society understood this, he immediately focused his mind. As long as Ding Ziyu was still fishing in the spirit lake, he would have a chance to rush in. Inside the Little Sacred Land, Ding Ziyu and his companion were very happy after just catching a large fish. Although this fish wasn't the biggest they had caught, it was still the second largest spirit fish. With such a big fellow, if they could catch a few more to raise in the spirit pool, they could breed even more spirit fish in the future. What's not to like? The key was that catching them was very easy and not too difficult. When there are good things, of course, one should do their best to obtain them. Ding Ziyu controlled the Little Sacred Land and began to look for the next target. During this time, he had also seen martial artists in the water, mostly powerful martial saints. However, as long as he paid a little attention and didn't let those martial saints rush in, there wouldn't be any danger. Soon, Ding Ziyu discovered a new target. This spirit fish, although not as large as the previous one, was still about 2 feet long, which was quite a decent size. Come to me! Ding Ziyu excitedly opened the portal, and a large amount of lake water immediately surged in, along with the spirit fish that had failed to evade in time. Just as the boundary pearl was about to close the portal, a shadow rushed in with the lake water. When the portal closed, the lake water quickly receded, and a spirit fish was struggling on the ground. The shadow stood up and grabbed the spirit fish in its hand. Finally got in, such a familiar aura. The leader of the 9CS Society took a deep breath, a very content smile appearing on his face. He had thought of many ways to return to the Little Sacred Land, but with Ding Ziyu controlling it, they had found no opportunity. He didn't expect to enter in this way. When Ding Ziyu saw the leader of the 9CS Society, he was also momentarily stunned. Ding kid, long time no see. The leader of the 9CS Society looked at Ding Ziyu, smiling very happily. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. As long as he was inside, capturing Ding Ziyu would be an easy task. Leader of the 9th Society, long time no see, it's been a while. Ding Ziyu forced a not-so-pleasant smile. However, he immediately communicated with the boundary pearl in his heart. Can you drive this guy out of the little sacred land? With Ding Ziyu's strength, he naturally couldn't compete with the leader of the 9th Society. The gap in their realms was too vast. It's very troublesome. The message returned from the boundary pearl was clearly not what Ding Ziyu wanted. Immediately find the barbarian dragon and the ice giant tiger and have them come help. Ding Ziyu placed his greatest hope on the barbarian dragon. Previously, the 9th Society had no way to deal with the barbarian dragon, and now that it had grown quite a bit, it would definitely be no problem to withstand the leader of the 9th Society. Ding Ziyu was just afraid that the guy would throw a tantrum and not listen to orders. Yo, both of you have advanced to Martial Saint, growing quite fast, huh? It seems you really got a lot of good stuff from the Blind Box Management Bureau. Is that Moon Saint Pearl still around? The leader of the 9 Fiends Society scanned the two with his mental power and immediately made a new discovery. I see your talents are not bad. How about joining my 9 Fiends Society? I can make you the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, which is definitely better than wandering around outside. The leader of the 9 Fiends Society said seriously. For ordinary martial artists, it might be hard to resist such temptation. After all, the 9 Fiends Society is a powerful force in Daming City, and even the Blind Box Management Bureau wouldn't dare to easily take action against them. Not interested, Ding Ziyu flatly refused. Of course, his response was just to buy a little time for the barbarian dragon to arrive. Kid, you better think it through. If you don't join my 9 Fiends Society, you're definitely going to die today. The leader of the 9 Fiends Society immediately showed an unhappy expression. Perhaps at one moment, he did have a fondness for talent, but compared to greater interests, all of this became less important. Do you really think you have us under your thumb? Don't you know that the small Holy Land has already been refined by me, and everything is under my control? Ding Ziyu said with a relaxed expression. Refined the small Holy Land? What do you mean? The leader of the 9 Fiends Society was taken aback. He truly didn't know what mysteries the small Holy Land held. When he first obtained the small Holy Land, he conducted a long period of research and found some methods to control it. However, the most core part was hidden quite deeply. Although the leader of the 9 Fiends Society was powerful, no one guided him in this area, so it was naturally impossible for him to fully master the small Holy Land. What do I mean? It means I have become the master of this small Holy Land. Anyone who enters the small Holy Land will be suppressed by it, including you. Ding Ziyu looked quite impressive. No matter what the boundary pearl said, he had to blow his own horn first. Who knows, maybe he could scare this old guy. The leader of the 9 Fiends Society stared at Ding Ziyu, trying to see through whether his words were true or false. Previously, the small Holy Land was in a fixed position, including its entrances and exits. Since the entrances and exits of the small Holy Land disappeared, there had been significant changes. The entrances and exits of the small Holy Land could appear anywhere at any time, whether opened or closed, clearly under someone's control. On this point, the leader of the 9 Fiends Society was certain. Ding Ziyu becoming the master of the small Holy Land indeed had a high possibility. As for whether he could manipulate the small Holy Land to suppress himself, that was hard to say. After all, his strength was evident. He was no longer something a martial saint could describe. Kid, I didn't expect you to really surprise me. How did you find the core of the small Holy Land? The leader of the 9 Fiends Society was very curious about this matter. Want to know? I won't tell you. Ding Ziyu would never reveal such a core issue to the leader of the 9 Fiends Society. If it weren't for waiting for the barbarian dragon to arrive, he wouldn't even bother discussing these matters with him. You better pray you don't fall into my hands. I have dozens of methods for torturing people, and I don't believe you can withstand many of them. The leader of the 9 Fiends Society's expression became even gloomier. If it weren't for considering that Ding Ziyu might really have control over the small Holy Land, he would have charged straight at him. With his strength, dealing with Ding Ziyu, who had just entered the martial saint realm, wouldn't take much time. Just then, heavy footsteps finally echoed from a distance, shaking the entire ground. This indicated that the incoming figure was quite large, and its strength was definitely not simple. Damn, that barbarian dragon has actually gotten stronger again. The leader of the 9 Fiends Society immediately recognized that it was the barbarian dragon. Roar! Before the barbarian dragon arrived, it let out a huge roar. After being dealt with by Ding Ziyu recently, it had become much more obedient. The key point is that the leader of the 9 Fiends Society had previously tormented it quite a bit, not only locking it in a deep well but also drawing its blood every day. As a noble dragon, doesn't it care about its dignity? Even if it's just a branch of the dragon lineage, it's still a dragon, isn't it? There was no need for Ding Ziyu to issue a battle command. The barbarian dragon charged forward directly. That size, that power, one would doubt that a mountain in front of it could withstand its might. Although the leader of the Nine Fiends Society was confident in his strength, he didn't want to take the impact of the barbarian dragon head-on. His body quickly shot up into the air. The barbarian dragon couldn't fly, so he could easily avoid the dragon's attacks by taking advantage of the aerial position. In the past, he had dealt with the barbarian dragon this way. Thinking you can fly up to avoid it? This time it won't be so easy. Boundary Pearl, compress the flight height of the Nine Fiends Society leader for me. Ding Ziyu immediately commanded the Boundary Pearl. Although it was somewhat difficult for the Boundary Pearl to expel the leader of the Nine Fiends Society, compressing the height of the space was a very simple task for it. Under the suppression of the Boundary Pearl, the body of the Nine Fiends Society leader suddenly dropped down, and his expression changed. He understood that Ding Ziyu was manipulating the small sacred land to create an opportunity for the barbarian dragon to attack him. Sure enough, when the barbarian dragon saw the Nine Fiends Society leader descending, it charged forward immediately, raising its head to bite at him. Beast, you're seeking death. The leader of the Nine Fiends Society cursed, instead accelerating his speed and striking down at the barbarian dragon's head. With his strength, a casual slap could have over 1,000 tons of force. Whether the barbarian dragon could withstand it was truly uncertain. The speed of the Nine Fiends Society leader was indeed very fast, and the barbarian dragon adjusted the angle of its head but was still struck on the mouth by his palm. The immense force caused its head to plunge down uncontrollably. Fortunately, the barbarian dragon was no pushover. At the moment its head hit the ground, it managed to stop, swinging its body and sweeping its long tail at the opponent. The barbarian dragon's tail was long and large, covering a wide area. Whatever was on the ground, when hit by it, would be sent flying, demonstrating its overwhelming power. The Nine Fiends Society leader couldn't dodge in time and had to brace himself, resulting in the barbarian dragon's tail sending him flying over 100 meters away. He crashed heavily to the ground, creating a pit 2 to 3 meters wide. Impressive. I didn't expect the barbarian dragon could send even a master like the Nine Fiends Society leader flying. Ding Ziyu watched with a hint of envy. When he was cooped up, he felt quite powerful. He could handle martial artists at the second and third stages of the martial saint. But facing a master like the Nine Fiends Society leader, he didn't even have the thought of making a move. The gap in strength was just too great. It's still not fully grown. Once it matures, dealing with martial artists of this level will be a piece of cake. The Eye of Truth still held high hopes for the barbarian dragon, far stronger than the ancient beast in that cave. The Nine Fiends Society leader wasn't seriously injured. He quickly jumped out of the pit and engaged the barbarian dragon again. Ding Ziyu occasionally adjusted the terrain of the small sacred land to create trouble for the Nine Fiends Society leader. With their cooperation, the barbarian dragon finally gained the upper hand, continuously launching powerful attacks against the Nine Fiends Society leader. In an instant, the mountains shook and the ground cracked, with rocks flying everywhere. The battle between the man and the beast caused devastating destruction to the land within a radius of several hundred meters. If it weren't for the Boundary Pearl restoring the area, it would likely remain a scene of devastation for a long time. Kid, all you know is to use such despicable tactics. Do you dare to let me fight the barbarian dragon head-on? The leader of the Nine Fiends Society was somewhat anxious. He hadn't expected that after Ding Ziyu took control of the small sacred land, it would cause him such great trouble. In the past, when he dealt with the barbarian dragon, he had been quite at ease. After all, the aerial advantage was obvious. Since the barbarian dragon couldn't fly, he had ways to handle it. Now, with Ding Ziyu assisting from the side, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Wanting to fly but not high, there would inexplicably appear some dirt walls or stones on the ground to block his path. Originally avoidable attacks ended up not being dodged at all. The strength of the barbarian dragon was absolutely formidable. With tough skin and thick flesh, facing it head-on made the leader of the Nine Hawks Association very uncomfortable. After all, he still underestimated Ding Ziyu, not expecting that even after entering the small sacred land, he still couldn't easily control everything. I don't care, if you don't fly up, the barbarian dragon would probably be more than willing to confront you head-on. Ding Ziyu laughed, not buying the leader of the Nine Hawks Association's nonsense. This guy was also a cunning character with 100 eyes. Despite looking very embarrassed under the pressure of the barbarian dragon, he was actually uninjured. He just wanted to relieve the pressure on himself in this way. Ding Ziyu wouldn't believe his lies. Why don't you just withdraw? This small sacred land is already mine. No one can take it away. Ding Ziyu began to calculate his own plans. The leader of the Nine Hawks Association was indeed too difficult to deal with. if he could get him out of the small sacred land, it would naturally be a good outcome. Once he grew stronger, he could deal with him later. If I take you down, won't this small sacred land become unowned again? The leader of the Nine Hawks Association didn't want to withdraw so easily. This was the stronghold of the Nine Hawks Association, and he never expected it to be occupied by Ding Ziyu. If Ding Ziyu were a powerful figure, he could have gritted his teeth and endured it. But Ding Ziyu was just a small character, his strength was hardly worth mentioning in front of him. Being controlled by such a small character was infuriating. You're asking for trouble, Barbarian Dragon, give him a good beating. While encouraging the Barbarian Dragon, Ding Ziyu communicated with the Realm Pearl, constantly creating obstacles for the leader of the Nine Hawks Association. The Barbarian Dragon had long hated the leader of the Nine Hawks Association and seized this opportunity to launch continuous attacks. Each impact was earth-shattering and thunderous. After a relentless barrage, the leader of the Nine Hawks Association finally began to struggle. Although he was very strong, his physical resilience still couldn't match that of the Barbarian Dragon. Attacks of equal strength could be easily endured by the Barbarian Dragon, while he found it exceptionally uncomfortable. If this continued, he might really suffer a significant loss. Little brother, can you stop for a moment? I don't want the small sacred land anymore. After holding on for a while, the leader of the Nine Hawks Association finally couldn't take it anymore. The attacks from the Barbarian Dragon were one aspect, but the restrictions imposed by the small sacred land also made him very uncomfortable. He understood that he had already lost the best opportunity, and it would be very difficult to reclaim the small sacred land. Ding Ziyu really wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate the leader of the Nine Hawks Association, but the Realm Pearl informed him that the battle between the leader and the Barbarian Dragon was causing significant damage to the small sacred altar. It would consume a lot of spiritual power to repair. Even with the small sacred land's assistance, killing the leader of the Nine Hawks Association would be very difficult. No one knew if he still had any hidden cards left. Although the Barbarian Dragon seemed spirited, it wasn't as easy as it appeared. The leader of the Nine Hawks Association was an existence that surpassed the martial saint, and his attacks were not easy to handle. After thinking for a moment, Ding Ziyu ultimately called off the Barbarian Dragon's attacks. The changes in the small sacred land also came to a halt. Ding, little brother, I admit I underestimated you a bit. With the small sacred land, you already have the strength to stand on equal footing with me. I can give up the small sacred land, but can we discuss a cooperation? The leader of the Nine Hawks Association quickly adjusted his state. It was evident that his previous embarrassment had some elements of acting. You also want to use the small sacred land to catch spirit fish with me? Ding Ziyu immediately grasped the other party's intentions. With the assistance of the small sacred land, capturing spirit fish would be incredibly easy. My mental strength is quite powerful. I can easily lock onto those spirit fish running around in the lake. With my assistance in using the small sacred land, wouldn't it be possible to catch even more spirit fish? The leader of the Nine Phoenix Society said earnestly. Ding Ziyu controlled the small sacred land to catch spirit fish, primarily utilizing its observation function. In fact, the randomness of the attributes was significant. Although he had caught quite a few, the efficiency wasn't particularly high. No way, I have the small sacred land, so I don't need your mental strength at all, Ding Ziyu decisively refused. Although he liked these spirit fish, he could catch enough with the small sacred land's methods. It was enough for him and Gao Xinyu to cultivate for a while. Moreover, raising them in the spirit pond might lead to a large reproduction, so there was no need to cooperate with the leader of the Nine Phoenix Society. The key was that this old guy was very cunning. Cooperating with him was akin to seeking skin from a tiger. With my help, your harvest will definitely double, and you'll catch more big fish. I only want 4/10. The leader of the Nine Phoenix Society proposed a very tempting profit-sharing ratio. In fact, if the two worked together, it was indeed possible to catch a considerable number of spirit fish in a day. Even if he only took 4/10, it was much better than hunting alone. You want to share 4/10 just for a bit of mental strength? No deal, you can leave. Ding Ziyu still refused to budge. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat this old man, he would have really wanted to kick him out directly. Little brother, don't be so stubborn. It's a win-win situation for everyone, why not go for it? Besides, I've given you the small sacred land, shouldn't you be grateful to me? The leader of the Nine Phoenix Society was surprisingly patient. At any other time, he would have solved problems with his fists. Sorry, the small sacred land was refined by me. It wasn't a gift from you, so you better get that straight. As for cooperation, I don't trust you, so there's nothing to discuss. Ding Ziyu's attitude remained very firm. He simply wouldn't cooperate with him, no matter how beautifully he spoke. Don't you want to know some deeper secrets of this world? Do you know why I can surpass the Martial Saint level? What realm is above the Martial Saint? The leader of the Nine Phoenix Society suddenly changed the subject. These questions held a strong allure for anyone, including ordinary people who weren't martial artists. The originally technology-driven Blue Star had suddenly undergone such a significant change, and the social system had completely collapsed. The current state was still chaotic and disordered, just slightly better than at the beginning. The Blind Box Management Bureau didn't have such great integration capabilities. In every major city, there were still many factions, large and small, and the situation was complex, with many reasons unknown to the common people. As martial artists, besides wanting to understand these deeper things, they also sought more powerful strength. Currently, what people understood was only the martial artist and martial saint. They knew almost nothing about higher realms. Perhaps the Eye of Truth knew, but it hadn't mentioned these matters to Ding Ziyu. Lu Jifeng and the leader of the Nine Phoenix Society were formidable figures who had surpassed the martial saint level. Even the Blind Box Management Bureau was wary of them. Otherwise, given what they had done to the Bureau, they would have been eliminated many times over. Their ability to advance to higher levels surely had its reasons. Ding Ziyu could easily draw some conclusions just by thinking about it. What you're talking about is too far for someone like me. It doesn't matter whether I know or not. Ding Ziyu still looked indifferent. He was certainly interested in some of the things proposed by the leader of the Nine Phoenix Society. However, he knew that there was no free lunch in the world. If the Nine Phoenix Society was willing to tell him, they must have ulterior motives. Regarding the issues of cultivation, if you don't understand, you can ask the Eye of Truth. At least given his current condition, he can definitely guide Ding Ziyu without much difficulty. Small fry? You are no longer a small fry. With a small sacred land, you are already standing on the same platform as us. Perhaps in a few years, your strength will surpass mine. It would be beneficial for you to understand some deeper things early on. The leader of the Nine Fiends still did not want to give up. He had indeed put a lot of thought into obtaining the spirit fish. It was already impossible to reclaim the small sacred land, so he could only focus on the spirit fish. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to quickly enhance his own strength. Then you tell me first if what you say is really useful to me. Ding Ziyu softened his tone a bit. This was like bargaining, one side asking for sky-high prices while the other side offered a pittance. The main point was to save wherever possible, not to give a single cent where it could be avoided. Ding kid, I really underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Your scheming is no less than that of us old fellows, the leader of the Nine Fiends said, somewhat amused and exasperated. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? I was such a pure-hearted youth, but after being tricked by you all, I've slowly turned into this, Ding Ziyu replied. Alright, let's talk about something I'm interested in. If you can't provide anything useful, then we have no need to cooperate. Ding Ziyu maintained a tough stance, probing the other party's bottom line. The main point was to not release the eagle until the rabbit was seen. Do you know why our world has become like this? The leader of the Nine Fiends posed a question. Although there were countless explanations circulating online about this well-worn topic, no big shot had ever come out to explain it seriously. It was mostly hearsay, take it or leave it. Isn't it said to be the cycle of heaven's way, the prelude to the revival of spiritual power? Ding Ziyu offered a highly praised answer. Hey, those seemingly plausible statements online, even if you know them, you only know the surface, not the underlying reasons, the leader of the Nine Fiends said with a serious expression. The fundamental reason is that something extraordinary was unearthed in the Antarctic continent, which has no permanent population, triggering an unexpected chain reaction on Blue Star. What kind of thing is so incredible that it can completely change this world? Ding Ziyu's interest was indeed piqued. This was the first time he had heard this version of the explanation. It was definitely like a young girl entering a flower sedan for the first time. I don't know exactly what it is, given my level, but I can tell you one thing, martial artists who awaken their powers, as long as they come into contact with even a hint of that thing's aura, their realm and strength will soar, the leader of the Nine Fiends said mysteriously. Don't tell me that your current realm and strength are also due to having absorbed a trace of that thing's aura? Ding Ziyu asked, somewhat puzzled. The Nine Fiends leader seemed to be leading the conversation in that direction, but Ding Ziyu felt that what he said might not be the truth. After all, he had never seen it, nor had anyone mentioned it to him. Stories could be made up at will, and with his current strength, he really couldn't verify what was true or false. Pretty much. At that time, I was very far away, and the aura was fleeting. I didn't gain much from it, the leader of the Nine Fiends said, looking intoxicated as he spoke about it, as if reminiscing about some beautiful memories. With your strength, why didn't you go and snatch it? That thing must be 1,000 times better than the Moon Saint Pearl, right? Ding Ziyu probed, wanting to see if what the other party said was true or not. Snatch? You know nothing about the experts in this world. The expert guarding that thing could crush martial artists of our level with just a finger. The Nine Owls Association showed a face full of fear. What level of expert is that? Is it someone as significant as the Lord of the Celestial Teachings? Ding Ziyu murmured. So far, the most formidable person he had encountered was indeed the Lord of the Celestial Teachings. Her strength was clearly unfathomable, and her demeanor was extremely aloof. She looked down on things like the Moon Saint Pearl. Otherwise, with her power, seizing such an item would be as easy as reaching out a hand, without any suspense. You know the Lord of the Celestial Teachings? The Nine Owls Association's leader widened his eyes at Ding Ziyu's words. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings was truly mysterious. She had not appeared often in Danning City, but as one of the strongest figures, people had still heard of her. I've met her a few times, her disciple is quite close to me. Ding Ziyu recalled the somewhat naive Long Xiaoya, wondering how she was doing now. The leader of the Nine Owls Association stared blankly at Ding Ziyu, his expression shifting unpredictably. Minutes passed without him speaking, and the atmosphere became awkward. I didn't expect you to have connections with the Lord of the Celestial Teachings. I truly underestimated you, the leader finally said after a long silence. If he had any thoughts about Ding Ziyu before, those unrealistic notions had now been dispelled. From Ding Ziyu's demeanor, he could tell that Ding Ziyu was not lying. A few months ago, when he first learned about the Lord of the Celestial Teachings, he hadn't thought much of her. After all, in this world, new powers occasionally emerged, many of which were even more formidable than this name. But in the end, many of those powers existed for only a brief time before vanishing. The leader of the Nine Owls Association had been intrigued by the Celestial Teachings back then, but despite his efforts, he couldn't even find their base. Clearly, he had seen them coming and going from the same place, yet when he approached, he found nothing. The feeling was very strange, much like a small sacred land. Until one day, he followed someone from the Celestial Teachings again, only to be easily captured by others. The one who caught him wasn't even the Lord of the Celestial Teachings herself, just one of her followers. The leader thought he would die, but the other party merely gave him a light warning and let him go. However, when the Lord of the Celestial Teachings glanced at him as he was being released, that single look nearly sent his soul flying. He finally understood that the Lord of the Celestial Teachings was far too powerful. In her presence, he was nothing more than a speck. Ding Ziyu was familiar with her disciple and had met the Lord of the Celestial Teachings a few times. That connection was not something he dared to provoke. Ding Ziyu actually didn't want to leverage the Lord of the Celestial Teachings' influence, he merely mentioned it in passing. Seeing the expression on the leader's face, he realized that this figure's influence in Danning City might far exceed that of the Blind Box Management Bureau. They could merely make occasional appearances and still instill fear in various factions. In fact, the reason the Blind Box Management Bureau did not have more powerful experts stationed in Danning City was largely due to the presence of the Lord of the Celestial Teachings. This was the Bureau's concession and compromise towards her. However, many people were unaware of this, only core members of the Bureau knew some of it. For Ding Ziyu to inadvertently connect with the Celestial Teachings was indeed a significant opportunity. With the Lord of the Celestial Teachings backing you, I naturally wouldn't dare to act against you. You can rest assured and boldly cooperate with me. I only require 30% of the spiritual fish we harvest. The leader of the Nine Owls Association took a step back. This was already a rare occurrence for him. Facing a junior, he was making such concessions for the first time. Even against Lu Jifeng, he had never felt this much difficulty. There's no rush on the cooperation, after all, those spiritual fish are in this lake and can't escape. Ding Ziyu was instead more interested in the secrets held by the leader of the Nine Xie Society. Where exactly is that mysterious thing you mentioned? Ding Ziyu asked again. It's at the headquarters of the Blind Box Management Bureau, where a super expert is protecting it. No one dares to approach easily, the leader of the Nine Xie Society said seriously. With your strength, it's best not to entertain any unrealistic ideas. Not to mention you can't even get to the headquarters of the Blind Box Management Bureau right now. Even if you could, you wouldn't be able to get close to the aura of that thing, the leader of the Nine Xie Society stated with certainty. Is that super expert you mentioned the head of the Blind Box Management Bureau? I've heard online that he was opened from a blind box by someone. Is that true? Ding Ziyu continued to press for answers. It's often hard to distinguish the truth from rumors online, but for those in the know, it might not be such a big deal. It's just that others are unwilling to speak up and are too lazy to correct those street rumors. That person is not the actual controller of the Blind Box Management Bureau, but he is considered one of the most core figures in blind box management. It is said that he was unearthed along with that thing. That's all I know. The leader of the Nine Xie Society was genuinely telling the truth this time. In Danning City, he might still be considered a figure of some importance, but to those top experts, he was nothing. It was only natural not to understand some core secrets. Ding Ziyu pondered the words of the leader of the 9th Society, while his true eye communicated with him. He wanted to verify something to see if the leader of the 9th Society was telling the truth. From his emotional fluctuations, he shouldn't be lying to you, because using these things to deceive you wouldn't have much effect. The true eye's observational ability was very strong. Can you guess what that mysterious thing is? Just a trace of its aura can greatly enhance a martial artist's strength. That's incredible, right? I don't know. There are many strange objects in the world. For a martial saint at this level, there are too many things that can have miraculous effects. The true eye indicated it couldn't guess, not because such things were too rare, but because there were too many reasons. After communicating with the true eye for a while, Ding Ziyu didn't gain much useful information. If possible, going to take a look himself might yield the real answer. However, given his current status with the Blind Box Management Bureau, wanting to enter their headquarters was absolutely a pipe dream. Unless one day he became powerful enough to make the Blind Box Management Bureau wary, perhaps he could win such an opportunity. Seeing Ding Ziyu silent, the leader of the 9th Society proposed the fishing collaboration again. He even lowered the profit share by half, showing how much he craved the spirit fish. Ding Ziyu hadn't expected that after delaying for a moment, the leader of the 9th Society would lower his demands again. It seemed that this spirit fish was indeed very difficult to catch. Even a master like him needed help. One could only imagine the difficulties others would face in catching it. Alright, you go out to search, and I'll have Xiaoxingdi follow you closely to capture any spirit fish you find. Ding Ziyu finally agreed to the other party's request. After all, he was taking advantage of the other party. With the leader of the 9th Society's assistance, he would likely catch more spirit fish. The main thing was that now the leader of the 9th Society had given up on being his enemy, and his Xiaoxingdi was truly secure. As long as he didn't encounter experts of this level, ordinary martial saints posed little threat to him. The leader of the 9th Society's mental strength was indeed very powerful. In the bottomless lake, his mental strength could extend far. Those spirit fish moving in the darkness were hard to see, but his powerful mental strength could easily lock onto them. Ding Ziyu had the boundary pearl follow the leader of the 9th Society, and soon they found a large spirit fish. The speed of collection not only increased significantly, but each time they caught a large spirit fish, the efficiency was truly extraordinary. The leader of the 9 Hawks Association worked tirelessly and without complaint, fully aware that although he could lock onto the spirit fish, catching it with bare hands was extremely difficult. This little creature was astonishingly fast, especially in the water, and very agile. Only by utilizing the special means of the small sacred land could they easily capture it. Even if he only got 25%, it was still much more than what he would have gained by doing it himself. After 2 days of cooperation, the leader of the 9 Hawks had already obtained 7 spirit fish. Meanwhile, Ding Ziyu had caught even more, with spirit fish actively swimming everywhere in the spirit pond. That's enough, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be fishing with you anymore. Ding Ziyu decisively ended the collaboration. With his harvest, it was likely that the combined forces of all the factions in Danning City wouldn't match even a fraction of his gains. With the spirit pond available, they could continue to develop, and catching more had lost its significance. Be careful, the Blind Box Management Bureau is still after you. If you can contact the Lord of the Celestial Heaven, perhaps she could help coordinate things, the leader of the 9 Hawks advised Ding Ziyu before leaving. Ding Ziyu merely smiled. Could he really command the Lord of the Celestial Heaven? That was clearly impossible. The other party only had a slight goodwill towards him, nothing more. Resolving the conflict between him and the Blind Box Management Bureau was not an easy task. Perhaps in the future, when his strength was sufficient, everything would be resolved smoothly. Ultimately, it all came down to being strong enough. In such a world, only by being powerful could one gain the greatest security. The leader of the 9 Hawks soon departed, having gained quite a bit. Without the assistance of the convenient small sacred land, he didn't want to waste time in the spirit lake anymore. Let's go too. It feels like the things coming out of the blind boxes are getting more and more powerful. We need to hurry and improve our strength. Ding Ziyu felt acutely aware of his own inadequacy. Even if the 9 Hawks Association no longer targeted him, there were still powerful forces like the Blind Box Management Bureau, Lu Jifeng, and the Zhou family. Improving his strength as quickly as possible was the greatest assurance. Under the manipulation of the Realm Pearl, the small sacred land easily flew out of the spirit lake. The small sacred land had abundant resources, and now that they lacked for living supplies, they could fully focus on their cultivation. That day, Ding Ziyu caught a spirit fish from the spirit pond and cooked a delicious steamed spirit fish. The tender fish meat melted in the mouth. Not only was the taste unforgettable, but the benefits it brought also immediately put them into a state of cultivation. The relatively weaker Ding Shichen only took 2 bites before sitting down to cultivate, reaching the 8th stage of a martial artist in the shortest time possible. This speed was truly remarkable. Ding Ziyu quickly informed his grandfather that he really couldn't eat too much of this spirit fish, or his body wouldn't be able to handle it. In a short time, Ding Ziyu also reached the 2nd stage of a martial saint. It was known that his spiritual power was much larger than that of an ordinary martial artist, and achieving such strong effects without eating much was indeed exaggerated. After the feeling of swelling pain disappeared, Ding Ziyu began to deal with the remaining fish meat. At this rate, he estimated that within a month, he would reach the 10th stage of a martial saint. Don't be too impatient. It's best to improve steadily. This way, the strength gained will be more solid and the foundation more stable. The Eye of Truth had to remind Ding Ziyu that blindly pursuing realms was not advisable. However, Ding Ziyu still reached the 3rd stage of a martial saint within 2 days. Gao Xinyu was also very close to the 3rd stage. Let's go to that empty cave and train a bit. Continuously improving realms like this will lead to problems. Gao Xinyu proactively suggested going into the cave to find those ancient beasts to digest. Alright, I hope we can find some more interesting creatures this time. Ding Ziyu thought of the Mi Luo beast, which indeed served as a good whetstone. However, this time the two entered the cave and did not immediately encounter the Mi Luo beast, but rather a pack of over 100 silver wolves. The Wolf King was at the 5th stage of the martial saint realm, and many of the silver wolves under it were at the 10th stage of the martial artist realm or the 2nd and 3rd stages of the martial saint realm. Should we give it a try? Ding Ziyu, seeing the large group of silver wolves, felt a bit tempted. Then let's give it a try. If we can't win, we can just run, Gao Xinyu said nonchalantly. Alright, then let's charge in. Ding Ziyu immediately rushed forward, his black iron staff sweeping through the air with a sound like thunder, instantly causing 2 weaker silver wolves to have their heads smashed. These silver wolves don't seem that strong, Ding Ziyu laughed, originally thinking they would be tough opponents, but the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Little did he know, this was because his strength was too overwhelming. If another martial saint at the 3rd stage had come, it would have been difficult to gain any advantage against these silver wolves. Seeing his subordinates being killed, the Wolf King immediately became furious. Its fur bristled, revealing its sharp teeth, and it leaped into the air, charging at Ding Ziyu with the speed of lightning. Damn, this guy is really fast. Ding Ziyu was taken aback. By instinct, he felt that the Wolf King was even 2 points faster than him. As for its strength, he would only know after testing it. However, from the sound of its claws slicing through the air, this creature was definitely not to be trifled with, especially since its realm was higher than Ding Ziyu's. Ding Ziyu quickly dodged the Wolf King's attack, but he still swung his staff at it. Bang! Ding Ziyu's staff struck the Wolf King's back, but only a few wolf hairs fell off, having little effect. It was known that with Ding Ziyu's current strength, even hard stone could be shattered with a single blow. The Wolf King's resilience indeed surprised him. Under such a heavy blow, it seemed unaffected, which was quite impressive. The Wolf King seemed to have set its sights on Ding Ziyu, turning around and pouncing again. As it approached, it opened its mouth and surprisingly spewed out a gray mist. It was unclear what this mist did, but Ding Ziyu dared not approach it easily. What if it was highly toxic? Ding Ziyu swung his palm fiercely, dispersing the gray mist, while also moving a distance away to avoid inhaling it. At that moment, several other martial saint-level silver wolves also charged over, preparing to surround Ding Ziyu and create an opportunity for the Wolf King. One must admit that wolves are indeed cunning animals. These creatures clearly understood how to cooperate, and Ding Ziyu quickly found himself trapped in a siege. Despite his terrifying strength, which allowed him to repel the silver wolves each time, he gradually fell into a passive situation. In contrast, Gao Xinyu, with her more agile movements and powerful blue energy, managed to keep several martial saint-level silver wolves at bay, gaining the upper hand. Damn it, do you really think I can't deal with you? Ding Ziyu became furious. Aside from the Wolf King, these silver wolves found it quite difficult to break through his defenses. He simply didn't want to adopt a reckless approach, which led to him being suppressed by a few silver wolves. Changing his strategy, Ding Ziyu disregarded the attacks of the ordinary silver wolves and adopted a trade-off approach, immediately achieving some results. 2 silver wolves lost their combat ability under his heavy strikes, while the price he paid was that his clothes were torn, and there were 2 shallow blood marks on his thigh. With his recovery ability, such superficial injuries would heal in no time. After continuously taking down several silver wolves, the pressure on Ding Ziyu significantly lessened. When he turned back to deal with the Wolf King, to his surprise, the creature turned and ran, unwilling to fight him any longer. This beast really knows how to run fast. Ding Ziyu felt that his intentions were not yet fulfilled. However, the speed of the Wolf King was indeed very fast, making it difficult to catch up. As the Wolf King ran, the other silver wolves retreated like a tide. How is it? Feeling the pressure? Gao Xinyu looked at Ding Ziyu and immediately laughed. It's okay, the silver wolves are fast, but their strength is still a bit lacking, Ding Ziyu said honestly. Of course, if he hadn't taken such an extreme approach, they would have likely been entangled for quite a while. The Wolf King's intelligence was not low. Knowing it couldn't win, it immediately ran away, not wanting to fight Ding Ziyu to the bitter end. Hurry up and change your clothes, you look like a beggar, Gao Xinyu said, feeling much more at ease since Ding Ziyu wasn't injured. Comfortable days always pass quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. With the help of the spirit fish, Ding Ziyu and the others had reached the 6th stage of Martial Saint, and they had intentionally suppressed their cultivation progress. If they had let go, they could have probably improved their strength by at least 2 more stages. Even Ding Shichen had reached the 10th stage of martial artist, but wanting to become a martial saint was not an easy task. Now you can finally cultivate that martial arts secret technique, the Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu. Previously, he had obtained a very powerful martial arts secret technique, but due to his low realm, he couldn't cultivate it at all. Now that his realm had reached the 6th stage of martial saint, his physical indicators had also caught up. Heaven Blocking Stick could finally be officially cultivated. Before this, Ding Ziyu had only practiced the Golden Zen finger technique, but this technique was indeed a bit taxing on the fingers. If the body's strength wasn't sufficient, it was somewhat unsatisfactory to execute. Was Ding Ziyu's body not strong? Compared to other martial artists, he was indeed very strong. However, he hadn't reached the highest requirements of the Golden Zen finger, so he didn't use this move often. Instead, he preferred using weapons. The Eye of Truth didn't let Ding Ziyu learn those messy martial techniques. In its view, there was no need to waste time on such trash. If one was to cultivate, it should be something that truly had an effect and could significantly enhance combat power. In the eyes of the Eye of Truth, Heaven Blocking Stick was a martial technique that could lead to mastery. Although it was only one move, as long as it was practiced well, it could unleash boundless power. The Eye of Truth had already explained the relevant essentials of this secret technique to Ding Ziyu. Although Ding Ziyu couldn't cultivate it before, he had firmly remembered these contents. Especially when using this move, the route of spiritual energy was very particular. To fully unleash one's power was a matter of great importance. If the cultivation wasn't adequate, not only would one fail to exert their full strength, but the process of execution could also harm their own body. After all, this martial technique was one of utmost rigidity and positivity, emphasizing grand openings and closings, breaking through all methods with strength. Although Ding Ziyu was not foolish, mastering the essentials of this move all at once was not an easy task. Even though he had memorized everything, fully executing it still required constant practice. Knowing was one thing, being able to use it was another. Ding Ziyu practiced thousands of times every day, and with each finger movement, he could feel the sensation of sweeping away 1,000 troops charging forward. But to achieve heaven blocking, how difficult it was. With a single sweep of his finger, he could block the sky. Such might was not something to be taken lightly. The invincible stick monk of the past truly possessed such powerful strength. One move to conquer the world. After nearly a week of practice, Ding Ziyu could strike down and obliterate a mound of earth with one stick. The dust flying in the air looked quite impressive. However, in the eyes of the Eye of Truth, he was still far from reaching the realm requirements of the secret technique. Your current state can at most be considered as having a basic familiarity with this move. There is still quite a distance from true proficiency. The Eye of Truth was not trying to discourage Ding Ziyu. In fact, achieving this level in such a short time was already quite impressive. However, the Eye of Truth did not want Ding Ziyu to feel proud, so it naturally had to remind him, at my level, it's unrealistic to expect to unleash greater power. Ding Ziyu was not disheartened. In fact, when he used the sky-blocking staff, the power unleashed was at least double that granted by his level. He was now a 6th-tier martial saint, with foundational strength comparable to an 8th-tier martial saint. Coupled with the sky-blocking staff, he would not be at a disadvantage even when fighting against a 9th-tier martial saint. If he really pushed himself, he could even contend with a 10th-tier martial saint like Zhou Zhenggang. In such a short time, Ding Ziyu's combat power had greatly increased. Although he could not compare to those ancient monsters, he was already considered a true expert compared to the martial artists of the original world. After all, the vast majority of martial artists would never become martial saints in their lifetime. Most martial saints also remained below the 5th tier. Gao Xinyu saw Ding Ziyu wield this staff and retreated far away. Her level was comparable to Ding Ziyu's, but even if she exerted all her strength with her blue energy, it would be difficult to block Ding Ziyu's strike. There was also one point that the Eye of Truth did not mention. Ding Ziyu's level had just barely met the requirements for the sky-blocking staff. Once his level increased further, it would be much easier to wield. Although the martial technique consisted of only one move, there were many subtleties in how to execute it. This strike could chop, sweep, smash, or burst. Each strike had a different angle, but the required power remained unchanged. So, while it seemed like just one move, achieving the level of the invincible staff monk would take many years of practice to reach that standard. At least for now, Ding Ziyu, who had just begun training, could only be considered to have barely entered the door. "My prayer time is almost up. Come with me outside," Gao Xinyu said. She had mentioned before that this time she hoped to receive help from the heavens to easily return to her original city. She did not expect that day to come so soon. Gao Xinyu's prayers always resulted in strange occurrences, so having a personal protector would be best. "Alright, let's find a secluded place to do it," Ding Ziyu immediately agreed. They were still in the city, just without opening the portal, so no one could find them. "Aren't we going to leave the city this time?" Gao Xinyu asked with some concern. "Do we have to leave the city?" "I want to meet those annoying guys," Ding Ziyu said. With his significant power increase, he wanted to take this opportunity to see how much of a gap existed between him and those experts. "Okay, let's do it your way," Gao Xinyu did not insist. After all, with their combined strength, ordinary martial saints were no match for them. Only the very top tier of martial saints would qualify to fight them. Gao Xinyu also wanted to take this opportunity to settle the grievances with the Blind Box Management Bureau. After all, the area they affected was quite large, and if they could resolve the conflict between both sides, it would be for the best. If they could not resolve it, the best course of action would be to subdue them. She did not want to bring the people from the Lao Jun Society into this, as that would only bring trouble to them. Although she was sure that the Lao Jun Society was not afraid of the Blind Box Management Bureau. After making up their minds, the two finally walked out of the small sacred ground. Daming City was still very lively, with all sorts of news flying around. The excitement over capturing Ding Ziyu and the others had diminished significantly, especially on the side of the Nine Hawks Society. They had already given up on searching for Ding Ziyu and the others. The familiar atmosphere of the city hit them, and returning to normal society gave Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu a long-lost sense of exhilaration. Humans are, after all, social animals. Being isolated in a small environment for a long time inevitably creates a sense of alienation and disconnect from normal society. The program of fishing for spirit fish in the lake is still ongoing, but now the high-level martial artists are no longer as enthusiastic about it. The reason is simple: the spirit fish in the spirit lake are truly difficult to catch, and the time wasted is not proportional to the rewards. Naturally, there are fewer martial saints willing to fish in the lake. Instead, it is the lower-tier martial artists who are very eager about it. Even if they happen to catch a small spirit fish, it can significantly boost their strength. Different roles lead to different mindsets. Some even dug out their long-abandoned fishing rods, hoping to catch spirit fish this way. As a result, many of them spent several days and nights without a single bite. It was only then that everyone realized that ordinary food simply could not attract these spirit fish. Perhaps only food filled with spiritual energy would serve as bait. But if they had such things, it would be better to use them for cultivation, who would still use them to fish. Seeing such comments, Ding Ziyu and his companion found it somewhat amusing. While others were exhausting themselves to catch a small spirit fish, they had effortlessly obtained a large batch of sizable spirit fish, achieving sustainable development. This luck was indeed enviable. The two strolled casually through the streets, originally thinking that the first to discover them would surely be the people from the Blind Box Management Bureau, but unexpectedly, the first to approach them were members of the Red Dragon Society. Several martial artists dressed in Red Dragon Society attire quickly surrounded them, looking quite aggressive. Quickly notify the society's deacon experts to come and take action. These people knew that even if they acted, they could not capture Ding Ziyu and his companion, so despite their fierce demeanor, they only intended to intimidate them. In the past, Ding Ziyu would have undoubtedly acted without hesitation against these small fry, then slipped into a small sacred place, leaving them with nothing to find. But now, there was no need for that at all. He couldn't be bothered to deal with these small fries and was just waiting for the deacon experts of the Red Dragon Society to come and deliver themselves to death. Ding Ziyu had no good feelings towards the Red Dragon Society. They were merely the pawns of the Zhou family, running amok outside. Although the Red Dragon Society had some experts, the strongest Ding Ziyu had encountered was Ling Xiaoke. This old fellow indeed had some strength. If it were in the past, Ding Ziyu would have been quite wary of him, but now, it was just whatever. As long as Zhou Zhengang didn't come personally, these guys from the Red Dragon Society wouldn't stir up much trouble. After more than 10 minutes, several martial saints indeed soared into the air. Their red clothing was very conspicuous, and from a distance, it was clear they were from the Red Dragon Society. The leader was none other than Ling Xiaoke, who had recently increased his strength and reached the 7th stage of martial saint. including the others, their strength had also improved. This was the effect of the Red Dragon Society catching a spirit fish in the spirit lake. Ha! This time let's see how you little brat runs. Ling Xiaoke laughed loudly when he saw Ding Ziyu and his companion surrounded. Do I need to run from a bunch of clowns like you? Ding Ziyu said disdainfully. He and Gao Xinyu faced different directions as several deacons from the Red Dragon Society approached. Besides Ling Xiaoke, the others were much weaker, so there was no need to be nervous. I'll deal with that old fellow, you take care of the others, Ding Ziyu said as he pulled out an iron rod. It was best to take this old guy down with one hit. You just entered the martial saint level and want to take action against me? Who gave you the courage? Do you really think you're martial arts geniuses? Ling Xiaoke laughed heartily. They had received news earlier that these two were already martial saint level experts. The news had spread for about half a month. Even if the two of them improved again, they wouldn't become significantly stronger. Old man, let me show you the might of my stick. Ding Ziyu leaped up and swung his stick towards Ling Xiaoke. He didn't use the heaven blocking stick technique but merely relied on his current strength, wanting to see the gap between himself and a 7-stage martial saint. Ling Xiaoke heard the sound of the stick cutting through the air like a thunderous wind, and his brows furrowed. As a 7-stage martial saint himself, he knew very well what kind of power could cause such a strong vibration. This kid has some tricks, he really can't be left alive. Ling Xiaoke had already made up his mind to kill. A newly promoted martial saint was surprisingly formidable. If he waited any longer, he feared he wouldn't be able to match him. Ling Xiaoke decisively drew his weapon, holding the blade horizontally in front of his chest. When their weapons clashed, the sound was crisp, and Ling Xiaoke felt a wave of soreness and numbness in his arm. As a dignified 7-stage martial saint, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of strength. You little brat, you do have some brute force. Today, let me show you the power of an experienced martial saint. Ling Xiaoke was furious, and flames erupted from the blade in his hand as he unleashed the secret technique he had learned, the flame blade. Although this technique didn't increase his strength, it endowed his weapon with tremendous attacking power, and the flames could burn his opponent, providing strong auxiliary effects. This kind of trash secret technique, and you treat it like a treasure? How embarrassing. Ding Ziyu was completely unafraid. Many martial artists knew the flame technique, and Ding Ziyu himself had a strong resistance to fire. Such a technique was deemed a waste of time by the True Eye, which didn't even allow him to learn it. If Ling Xiaoke's methods truly posed a threat to Ding Ziyu, the True Eye would have warned him long ago. Ding Ziyu dodged and swung his stick again. Ling Xiaoke's flame blade conjured a fireball 2 to 3 meters in size, crackling as it burned the air, looking quite intimidating. However, as Ding Ziyu slipped through the flames, he emerged unscathed, as if the fire didn't exist at all. Ling Xiaoke's expression turned grim. He had thought that using a secret technique would at least have some effect on Ding Ziyu, but the result was far beyond his expectations. Ding Ziyu's strength left him baffled. How could a rookie martial saint be so strong? Was there a problem with the division of martial arts? Did it mutate when it reached him? Old man, let me show you my stick. Ding Ziyu had roughly gauged Ling Xiaoke's strength. Even without using any secret techniques, he could easily overpower him. This time, Ding Ziyu's method of attack clearly changed. At the moment he struck, countless stick shadows spread out like a heavy curtain pressing down. Ling Xiaoke's expression changed. He instinctively felt that this move had immense power, and taking it head-on could likely result in injury. However, the overwhelming stick shadows left him with no way to evade. No matter which direction he tried to escape, he felt he would be attacked. Although the heaven blocking stick was just one move, it was a high-level technique from the invincible monk of the Buddhist sect, not something that could be easily dodged. With no other choice, Ling Xiaoke had to muster all his strength to block Ding Ziyu's attack. Boom! A stick shadow struck Ling Xiaoke's blade, instantly igniting a fireball several meters wide. However, this fire lost its previous burning capability and extinguished almost instantly. Ling Xiaoke's blade was knocked away, landing over 100 meters away. His entire arm felt excruciating pain. The power of this stick clearly exceeded his limits. Ling Xiaoke was injured, but it wasn't a serious wound. He never dreamed that just over a month ago, this kid didn't even have the qualifications to fight in front of him, and now he had already become this strong? Kid, what level are you at in Martial Saint? Ling Xiaoke stared at Ding Ziyu, unable to believe that Ding Ziyu could unleash such powerful strength at just the first level of Martial Saint. After all, at the level of Martial Saint, the increase in power at each level is calculated by doubling. It's no longer the equal increase of a martial artist. Sorry, I just broke through to Martial Saint's 6th level recently. I might not be able to handle other experts, but it seems to be enough for you. Ding Ziyu, holding an iron rod, looked somewhat like the Monkey King. What? How did you advance so quickly? Could it be the effect of the spirit fish? Ling Xiaoke immediately thought of the spirit fish in the spirit lake, only that could allow a martial artist's strength to increase rapidly. You don't need to worry about what I used, just take my attack. Ding Ziyu was too lazy to explain anything further. He had no good feelings for this old guy at all. As he spoke, Ding Ziyu raised his hand and swept the rod again. Although the momentum was not as strong as before, it was still thunderous and domineering. Ling Xiaoke had thrown away his weapon and dared not catch Ding Ziyu's blow with his bare hands. That would be pure suicide. Ling Xiaoke desperately maneuvered in the air, trying to exchange speed for survival. The two left behind trails of illusions in the air, clearly moving at incredible speeds. Ding Ziyu chased and struck from behind, making this old guy extremely flustered. Occasionally hit by the sonic booms created by the long rod, he felt very uncomfortable. With the long rod in hand, Ding Ziyu had already gained the absolute upper hand. Taking down this old guy was just a matter of time. On Gao Xinyu's side, she was dealing with several relatively low-level martial saints with great ease. 2 martial saints had already been knocked to the ground, unable to move. Is this all the Red Dragon Society has? You dare to come and trouble me? Truly asking for trouble, Ding Ziyu glanced at the various situations and felt a sense of relief. This Red Dragon Society was merely the pawns of the Zhou family. As long as Zhou Zhengang didn't show up, the others could really be dealt with at will. Little brother, how about we stop here and make peace? The Red Dragon Society won't provoke you again in the future. Ling Xiaoke knew he had hit a brick wall today. If he didn't find a way, he didn't know how many people would die. These people were all core members of the Red Dragon Society. Losing even one would cause them great pain. Martial saints were not easy to come by, and now that these two had become so strong, killing them was like slaughtering livestock. Sorry, you didn't want to make peace before, you wanted to eliminate me quickly. Now that you want to make peace, it's too late. Ding Ziyu pressed forward step by step, wanting to take down this old guy directly. As long as he dealt with him, the others were not worth mentioning. The best way was to wipe out the Red Dragon Society today and take down all their core members in one go. Ling Xiaoke felt bitter. Facing this younger guy who was even stronger than him, he had no way out. If it weren't for his speed still holding up, he would have been killed by Ding Ziyu's rod long ago. He also didn't dare to escape directly, as the deacons of the Red Dragon Society were basically all here, and many had already been beaten to the brink of death by Gao Xinyu. If he just left like this, Zhou Zhengang would definitely deal with him. What to do? Ling Xiaoke was extremely anxious, but he knew that Zhou Zhengang was not here today. Waiting for him to come to the rescue was almost hopeless. Just then, a team of uniformed martial artists rushed over. No need to say, they were members of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Even more coincidentally, the one leading them was Captain Chen from Team B18. Help! Come quickly and capture your wanted criminal! Ling Xiaoke shouted. He didn't expect these people to stop Ding Ziyu. He just hoped they could buy some time. The members of the Blind Box Management Bureau all have communication devices, so they can quickly call their superiors over. At that time, he would have a chance to survive. Captain Chen and his team were transported to the wilderness by that black hole and had a hard time returning to Daming City. When he saw that Ding Etian and Gao Xinyu had become wanted criminals of the Blind Box Management Bureau, he was quite surprised, not knowing what these two had done to provoke such a strong reaction. After hearing many rumors, he finally understood the general situation. When Captain Chen saw Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu, he felt troubled. Both of them had become so powerful now that he was no match for them. Even with his small team, it would be futile. Captain Chen, long time no see. Gao Xinyu greeted him generously, as if she were not a wanted criminal but an old friend meeting up. This made Captain Chen feel very awkward. He couldn't capture them, as he lacked the strength. Not capturing them felt unreasonable as well. You don't really want to arrest us, do you? The realm of a 10th tier martial artist is far from enough. It's better to just chat, Gao Xinyu said casually. Just then, Ling Xiaoke rushed over and hid behind Captain Chen and the others. A dignified 7th tier martial saint hiding behind lower tier martial artists was quite something. Get out of the way, don't force me to deal with all of you, Ding Ziyu charged over, not wanting to give face to the people from the Blind Box Management Bureau. Captain Chen had indeed treated him well before, but their positions were different now. They had become enemies, so there was no need for politeness. Ding Etian, can you give me some face? If you miss today, you can do whatever you want. Captain Chen's face looked very grim. Aren't you here to catch us? Ding Ziyu noticed his attitude was somewhat okay and was a bit more polite. We just saw a fight here and knew it was you. By the way, your kitchen knife is still with me. I'll return it to you now. Captain Chen quickly changed the subject to ease the tension. With their strength, it was indeed impossible to capture Ding Ziyu and the others. This matter was better left for the higher-ups to worry about. Ding Ziyu was not polite, taking the spatial ring and immediately retrieving the huge kitchen knife. Get out of the way, don't force me to deal with you. Ding Ziyu glanced at the members of Team B. Besides Captain Chen, he didn't recognize anyone else. It was clear that a new batch of recruits had come in. Captain Chen's expression was grim. Now that Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu were both wanted criminals of the Blind Box Management Bureau, if he stepped aside, what would happen when this got back to the Bureau? With so many team members watching, it would be fine if no one was around. But under everyone's gaze, if he did nothing, he might as well be done as captain. Don't be foolish. The higher-ups don't take you lower-tier people seriously at all. How many team members were killed back then? Did the Blind Box Management Bureau come out to hunt them down? Including this one behind you, Ding Ziyu pointed at Ling Xiaoke behind Captain Chen, as well as Lu Jifeng and others. They were all safe and sound, only hunting Ding Ziyu and the other two, mainly because of their lower realms and weaker strength. They also had a lot of resources. Now that both of their realms had risen, they could easily crush most martial saints. Not to mention Captain Chen, even among the old-timers in the Bureau, probably only the third brother had the strength to suppress Ding Ziyu. Captain Chen, don't listen to him. If you don't catch them today, you will also become a sinner of the Blind Box Management Bureau, Ling Xiaoke shouted from behind, eager for Captain Chen to hold Ding Ziyu and the others back. It would be best if he could summon the old-timers from the Blind Box Management Bureau, so he could escape. Captain Chen was caught in the middle, truly feeling torn. Make your move. If you can't win, then don't make a move. But I'm afraid of being reported. I'll fight you. Captain Chen shouted and charged at Ding Ziyu. However, just as he was about to strike, he collided with Ding Ziyu's iron rod and instantly fell unconscious. Is it really possible to operate like this? Ding Ziyu was stunned by Captain Chen's antics. He thought Captain Chen was genuinely going to fight him, but it turned out he knocked himself out first. The other team members exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Get out of the way, don't make me take action. Ding Ziyu leaped up, though he was less than 3 feet off the ground. The aura of a martial saint was unmistakably evident. Consequently, the team members each punched themselves in the head and all fell unconscious. Ling Xiaoke's eyes nearly popped out. He knew these Blind Box Management team members were unreliable, but he didn't expect them to be this unreliable. This time, they truly bore no responsibility. Even if the higher-ups wanted to investigate, they could claim they were outmatched and knocked out. Who would dare say otherwise? Old man, die. Ding Ziyu struck again, aiming at Ling Xiaoke. With no one from the Blind Box Management Bureau to block him, he was eager to see where Ling Xiaoke would run. Ling Xiaoke, quick on his feet, suddenly darted towards the Blind Box Management Bureau, clearly intent on luring Ding Ziyu there. If Ding Ziyu chased him down, he might fall into the ambush of the Bureau's experts. If Ding Ziyu didn't come, that would be even better. As for the minions of the Red Dragon Society, many had already been taken out by Gao Xinyu, so he didn't care if a few more were added to the count. Follow him. Don't let that old man escape. Ding Ziyu, undeterred, called out to Gao Xinyu and hurried after him. Today, he intended to stir up chaos in Danning City to vent the pent-up frustration from being suppressed in the past. The two raced towards the Blind Box Management Bureau, with Ding Ziyu hot on Ling Xiaoke's heels. Seeing Ding Ziyu relentlessly pursuing him, Ling Xiaoke quickened his pace, desperately fleeing ahead. Ding Ziyu was at a disadvantage due to his lower realm, and he couldn't gain any speed advantage, unable to catch up. As the Blind Box Management Bureau drew closer, Ling Xiaoke suddenly shouted, "That Ding kid is back! Come quickly to capture your wanted criminal!" The shout of a martial saint had a powerful resonance, and many people inside the Blind Box Management Bureau heard him and rushed out. The first to emerge was actually Zhu Ming, who usually stayed in the secret arts hall and rarely bothered with ordinary matters. However, he harbored a deep hatred for Ding Ziyu, believing he had stolen the Moon Saint Pearl and a bunch of treasures from his vault. Upon hearing Ling Xiaoke's shout, Zhu Ming rushed out immediately. "Damn it, that kid has become a martial saint. It seems most of the things he took from my vault have been digested." Zhu Ming's first glance fell on the rapidly approaching Ding Ziyu. He was somewhat surprised but didn't think much of it. After all, he believed Ding Ziyu was at most a second-tier martial saint. For an ordinary martial artist, that was already a terrifying rate of advancement. He didn't ponder why Ling Xiaoke was luring Ding Ziyu over instead of taking him down himself. "Ding Ziyu, you don't take the path to heaven, yet you break into hell. Die for me. Today, you will spit out everything." Zhu Ming charged fiercely at Ding Ziyu. He was also a 6th-tier martial saint and believed he could easily crush Ding Ziyu with his strength. "Get lost." Ding Ziyu didn't even draw his weapon. Instead, he swung his fist at Zhu Ming. This old man was no good either. Ding Ziyu had no good feelings towards him. "You overestimate yourself." Zhu Ming saw Ding Ziyu take the initiative to attack and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How could such a suicidal act not fulfill his wish? As he spoke, Zhu Ming also quickened his pace and charged forward. Ling Xiaoke, hiding to the side, did not remind him, clearly having no good intentions. He was obviously plotting against Ding Ziyu. If Ding Ziyu were to take down Zhu Ming, it would surely provoke the wrath of the third brother. They all knew that Zhu Ming had a very close relationship with the third brother, and could be considered his top lackey. In the blink of an eye, the two fists collided. Crack! A crisp sound. Zhu Ming's entire arm broke into several pieces, and the muscles on his body and face trembled violently from the impact. In terms of strength, Ding Ziyu, who was at the 6th stage of the martial saint, was much stronger than him, and their physical resilience was not even on the same level. With just one punch, Zhu Ming was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth in a line. Before he even hit the ground, he passed out, his life and death unknown. With this little strength, you dare to rush up and seek death, Ding Ziyu scoffed, glancing disdainfully at his opponent before turning his gaze to Ling Xiaoke, who was truly too wicked. It would be best to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Ding Ziyu no longer cared about the unconscious Zhu Ming and continued to pursue Ling Xiaoke. At that moment, several members of the Blind Box Management Bureau rushed out. However, upon seeing that the battle was between martial saints, they all instinctively stepped back. With their strength, they were not qualified to participate in such a fight. Although Ling Xiaoke was quite cunning, he was also being chased by Ding Ziyu to the point of desperation, constantly darting around the vicinity of the Blind Box Management Bureau. His goal was simple: to lure out the experts within the bureau to shield himself from disaster. Ling Xiaoke's plan was undoubtedly successful, as many experts from the Blind Box Management Bureau rushed out, including some at the martial saint level. Although most of these martial saints were below the 3rd stage, they still caused Ding Ziyu some minor trouble. It wasn't until Ding Ziyu swept Ling Xiaoke away with a staff strike, collapsing a building in the process, that the third brother finally burst out from the Blind Box Management Bureau. When he emerged, the first thing he saw was Ding Ziyu, and then the distant, unconscious Zhu Ming. "It's been a while, and your strength has indeed increased a lot. Even Zhu Ming is no match for you now," the third brother said calmly. He remained composed and did not fly into a rage over Zhu Ming's injury. This was a very formidable opponent. Ding Ziyu had no idea what level the third brother had reached, but he could be certain that within the Blind Box Management Bureau of Danning City, the third brother was definitely one of the key figures, a true big shot. "Third brother, hurry up and deal with this kid. Now that his realm has improved, he's become incredibly arrogant," Ling Xiaoke added fuel to the fire from a distance. "You're not a good person either. Don't think we don't know what the Red Dragon Society has done. You brought this kid here just to make me take action, right?" The third brother shot a glance at Ling Xiaoke, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Compared to Ding Ziyu, this old fellow Ling Xiaoke was much more wicked, not only having a frightening number of cunning tricks but also being quite treacherous and ruthless. The misdeeds committed by the Red Dragon Society were countless. "I had no choice. This kid is too tricky. If I could beat him, I would have dealt with him long ago," Ling Xiaoke said with a bitter expression, half-truthfully. He was genuinely envious of the things Ding Ziyu had mastered. If he could get his hands on them, the strength of the Red Dragon Society would surely increase significantly. Unfortunately, the current Ding Ziyu was no longer the same and had already left him behind. Just then, Gao Xinyu finally caught up, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ding Ziyu. Her attitude was very clear: if the third brother intended to make a move against Ding Ziyu, she would not stand by idly. "You two are quite impressive, using our resources to reach your current level. If you are willing to return to the bureau, we can let bygones be bygones." Third brother looked at the two, surprisingly feeling a desire to recruit them. These two were originally members of the Blind Box Bureau, and now that their strength had greatly increased, their return would undoubtedly be a significant boost. After all, the resources taken had already been consumed. Even if they were killed, it was unlikely they could be recovered. Compared to killing them, recruiting them was undoubtedly the most cost-effective option. "Sorry, I have no fondness for the Blind Box Bureau anymore," Ding Ziyu said expressionlessly. As a child, entering the Blind Box Bureau had always been his dream. But once he actually got in, he realized that some things were not as wonderful as he had imagined. Now, with his strength skyrocketing, his pursuit of martial arts held greater allure. To him, the Blind Box Bureau was no different from the Nine Fiends Society or the Red Dragon Society. "You brat, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really think I can't take you down?" Third brother's brows furrowed immediately. If he couldn't recruit them, the best option was to eliminate them. He couldn't wait until their strength increased further, making it impossible to deal with them. "Come at me if you have the ability. I want to see how much of a gap there is between me and a true expert," Ding Ziyu said fearlessly, raising his staff and quickly circulating his internal energy. "You brat, you don't know how to live." Third brother finally got angry and slapped down with his palm. This seemingly simple slap quickly enlarged in the air, in the blink of an eye becoming the size of 3 or 4 meters, like a thick iron plate. crashing down towards Ding Ziyu. Under the force of the palm wind, the air exploded, forming a fracture, the power far exceeding Ling Xiaoka's level. Is this the strength of a 10th stage martial saint? Indeed strong. Ding Ziyu's fighting spirit surged, and with a shake of his staff, he met the attack head-on. Although the heaven-blocking staff had only one move, it contained various techniques, and how to use it depended entirely on the heart. Boom! Ding Ziyu's iron staff collided with the giant palm descending from the sky. An incredibly heavy force transmitted down the staff, causing Ding Ziyu's body to quickly fall downwards. Although he wasn't injured, he still lost out in terms of strength. Despite the significant enhancement from the heaven-blocking staff, Ding Ziyu was still 4 small realms lower than third brother. Being able to withstand his palm without injury was already remarkable. After falling for more than 10 meters, Ding Ziyu swiftly dodged aside, and the giant palm crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a large pit. To be able to take my palm without injury, you indeed have some potential. The more this is the case, the more I can't let you go today. Third brother's killing intent intensified. If Ding Ziyu grew 2 more stages, wouldn't he be unable to defeat him? The 10th stage of martial saint was a hurdle that not every martial artist could cross. For many martial artists, becoming a martial saint was the end of their journey. Third brother struck again, this time with even more ferocity and speed. Under his attack, everything around began to deform, and the storm created by his strike left the martial artists below in disarray. Ding Ziyu, at the center of the attack, looked increasingly serious. The previous strike had only unleashed 80% of his power. Now, he had to go all out. Ding Ziyu leaped again, the heaven-blocking staff trailing countless shadows as he heavily smashed down towards third brother's palm. The might of this strike was clearly stronger. The storm force on the staff made third brother take notice. Just a moment ago, he thought that was Ding Ziyu's limit, but he didn't expect Ding Ziyu to unleash an even stronger attack. It was evident that this staff technique was highly compatible with Ding Ziyu's secret arts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to unleash such powerful strength. Boom! The sound of the impact was like a thunderclap on a clear day, with the shockwaves traveling dozens of miles away. The explosive force stirred up a violent wind, knocking everything around it askew, and many unstable buildings were directly blown down. In the center of the battle, Ding Ziyu was also lifted off the ground, the powerful recoil causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that San Ji's strength was indeed formidable, much stronger than his own. Crossing a distance of 4 segments was indeed very difficult. However, Ding Ziyu's physical endurance was still quite strong. Although the oscillation had injured him, the injuries were not as severe as he had imagined. After taking a deep breath, he turned back and charged at Sangu once more. Sangu was also very surprised by this situation. Although he hadn't used all his strength in that last attack, he had still exerted 90% of it. Given his level of power, a mere 6-segment martial saint should have been easily dispatched with a single palm strike. Yet, not only had the opponent not died, but he also had the strength to counterattack. Such a talented individual was indeed rare. One must know that after reaching the martial saint level, each segment difference represented a significant gap in strength. If such a genius were to grow, he would undoubtedly become a serious threat to the Blind Box Management Bureau. Kid, today I will eliminate you. Sangu charged forward instead of retreating. When he was less than 50 meters away from Ding Ziyu, he struck out with another palm. This time, Sangu was using all his strength, determined to kill him with a single blow. After all, Ding Ziyu had become an enemy of the Blind Box Management Bureau, and it was best to eliminate him before he had a chance to grow stronger. No matter how talented you are, until you become a true master, you are just a waste. Ding Ziyu also launched a full-force attack, wielding the heaven-blocking staff to its utmost. Get out of the way! Gao Xinyu suddenly shouted, a blue energy surging forth, colliding first with San Ji's palm print. When the blue energy struck, it did not produce a thunderous roar. Instead, it consumed the power of the giant palm in a very strange manner. However, the power of this energy was clearly not enough to stop San Ji's massive palm. After slightly weakening it, it was directly deflected, floating away like a ribbon. Gao Xinyu, who had executed this move, also turned pale, clearly having exhausted all her strength. Although her level was only slightly weaker than Ding Ziyu's, her overall strength was much lower. If it weren't for the special nature of the blue energy, she might have perished in this encounter. In an instant, Ding Ziyu's staff shadow collided again with San Ji's palm print. The resulting shockwave was even more intense, creating a vacuum within a 100-meter radius, sending both Ding Ziyu and Sangu flying far away. Ding Ziyu spat out another mouthful of blood, looking extremely disheveled. Kid, your internal organs have been injured. If you continue to fight, you might be in danger of losing your life, the Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu in time. With his strength, going head-to-head with Sangu would ultimately lead to his disadvantage. If it weren't for Gao Xinyu helping to weaken San Ji's attack power, this encounter could have resulted in even more severe injuries. On the other side, San Ji's expression was also grim. The fact that he had not been able to eliminate this junior despite using all his strength surprised him greatly. Gao Xinyu's blue energy also gave him some unexpected insights. He hadn't anticipated that these two youngsters would possess the ability to fight beyond their level, which was indeed quite surprising. Kid, try taking another palm strike from me. After a minute of adjusting his breath, Sango once again gathered his strength, his determination unchanged. He still wanted to kill Ding Ziyu on the spot. Quickly retreat to the small sacred ground. Don't fight this old guy to the death. The Eye of Truth observed the situation and realized that continuing to fight could really lead to Ding Ziyu being killed. Wait until you improve a couple more levels, and dealing with this old guy will be easy. The Eye of Truth, fearing that Ding Ziyu might be stubborn, quickly reminded him. However, at that moment, a figure shot in from the distance. Third brother, hold on. How about you leave this kid to me? The voice came closer, and by the time he finished speaking, the person had already arrived above the battlefield. It was Lu Jifeng, known as the #1 expert in Daming City. During this time, Lu Jifeng had also sent people to search for Ding Ziyu and his companion, but had failed to catch them. He didn't expect that the fierce battle happening today would quickly draw him out. This kid is someone our blind box management bureau must eliminate. There's no need to involve others. Third brother said with a serious face. He didn't know the relationship between Ding Ziyu and Lu Jifeng. Previously, when they attacked the Secret Arts Pavilion, Lu Jifeng had also protected Ding Ziyu, so third brother didn't trust Lu Jifeng. Not even giving me face? This kid is just a junior. Lu Jifeng's expression also turned sour. His strength was far greater than third brother's. If it weren't for third brother's backing from the Blind Box Management Bureau, he wouldn't even bother talking to him. Lu Jifeng, we have been very magnanimous not to hold you accountable for previous matters. Don't think that our Blind Box Management Bureau is truly afraid of you. Although third brother spoke harshly, his body was honest, involuntarily retreating a bit. Faced with such a master, they couldn't fight back, so they could only bring up the Blind Box Management Bureau. After all, the Bureau wasn't truly without experts, they just preferred not to intervene. Stop wasting words, I'm taking this person with me. If there's anything, let your qualified old men come find me. Lu Jifeng appeared quite domineering. With his strength, he indeed had the right to say such things. Although third brother was a 10th level martial saint, he was still not on the same level. If they were to fight, he would probably be unable to withstand even one of Lu Jifeng's moves. Lu Jifeng ignored third brother and flashed to Ding Ziyu's side, looking at him as if he were a rare treasure. I didn't expect that in less than 2 months, you could actually withstand a 10th level martial saint's strength. Kid, are you interested in becoming my disciple? As long as you join my sect, we won't pursue past matters. Lu Jifeng was genuinely interested in this talented individual. Such a junior was indeed rare. If Ding Ziyu became his disciple, he would have another powerful ally by his side, which was certainly beneficial. Sorry, I'm not interested. Ding Ziyu flatly refused. Before he awakened his powers, he would have been thrilled to be accepted as a disciple by a master like Lu Jifeng, or any martial saint for that matter. Now, with his broadened horizons and having seen Lu Jifeng's character, he no longer felt the same. Although Lu Jifeng wasn't the most evil person, his unscrupulous methods were not to Ding Ziyu's liking. The key was that with the Eye of Truth assisting him, he didn't need to seek out other masters. Not even giving me face? Are you trying to court death? Lu Jifeng's expression immediately darkened. He rarely spoke to juniors like this. He usually just issued orders and resorted to violence if they didn't comply. Is your face really that big? There are plenty of people in Daming City stronger than you. Why should I become your disciple? Ding Ziyu gritted his teeth and said, if Gao Xinyu hadn't been a bit far from him, he would have directly entered the little sacred land, too lazy to say anything more. At first, Ding Ziyu didn't dislike Lu Jifeng, even holding a certain respect for him for a long time. After all, being the #1 expert in Daming City naturally attracted some fans. Before awakening his powers, Ding Ziyu had even fantasized about one day being as powerful as Lu Jifeng, dominating a region. But after getting to know Lu Jifeng, he realized that this guy was quite aggressive and cunning, not as good as he had imagined. At least the idol in his heart had already collapsed. With his strength, even with Gao Xinyu, he probably couldn't pose any threat to Lu Jifeng. Conversely, if Lu Jifeng really wanted to make a move against him, neither of them would have any chance of survival. Ding Ziyu was already considering whether to abandon Gao Xinyu and enter the small sacred land alone. At this point, being able to think of Gao Xinyu's safety was already quite generous. If it were some selfish people, they probably wouldn't even consider it and would directly escape into the small sacred land. Just as Ding Ziyu was communicating with the boundary pearl, preparing to flee into the small sacred land, a voice came from a distance. It was the leader of the Nine Shone Society. Lu Jifeng, can you give me some face and let this kid go? The leader of the Nine Shone Society spoke, surprisingly pleading for Ding Ziyu, which was quite rare. Even Ding Ziyu felt like the sun had risen from the west. You want to protect him? You're not thinking of making a move on him, are you? I heard that your Nine Shone Society's small sacred land has fallen into his hands, and you don't plan to take it back? Lu Jifeng retorted sarcastically. After such a long time, he had some understanding of the situation with the Nine Shone Society, but he had never seen their small sacred land and didn't know its value. If he had known the value of the small sacred land, he probably would have directly taken action to capture Ding Ziyu long ago. The small sacred land is fated to be with this kid Ding, so my Nine Shone Society will just give it to him. The leader of the Nine Shone Society's face twitched a bit, even mentioning it caused him some pain. However, since it was something he couldn't get back, he had no good way to deal with it and might as well let go of that thought. Since you don't want it, then I'll just take him down, and everything will belong to me. Lu Jifeng, however, had no intention of giving up. Even with a master of the Nine Shone Society's level present, he showed no respect. Although the leader of the Nine Shone Society was also a master beyond the martial saint level, there was still a gap in strength compared to him. Lu Jifeng truly did not regard the leader of the Nine Shone Society as an equal. Seeing that Lu Jifeng was not giving him face, the leader of the Nine Shone Society's expression changed. Ding Kid has a great relationship with the Lord of the Ascending Heaven. Are you sure you want to move against him? Upon hearing the leader of the Nine Shone Society say this, Lu Jifeng's expression changed dramatically. Among the top experts in Daming City, no one was unaware of the Lord of the Ascending Heaven. Even if they had not personally dealt with the Ascending Heaven, they knew something about it. Just looking at the attitude of the Blind Box Management Bureau towards the Lord of the Ascending Heaven could explain a lot. Although the Ascending Heaven was not numerous, any high-ranking member could easily crush them. Lu Jifeng's so-called number one expert in Daming City only referred to his strength among local martial artists. The Ascending Heaven, as an outsider, was a different matter altogether. Lu Jifeng's face suddenly turned ugly. If he had heard such news in another place, his first thought would definitely be to eliminate Ding Ziyu. That way, there would be no future troubles. But there were many experts here, especially the leader of the Nine Shone Society, who clearly had the intention of befriending Ding Ziyu. If he were to intervene, it would be nearly impossible for Lu Jifeng to eliminate Ding Ziyu. The most troublesome part was that this was Daming City, where the Lord of the Ascending Heaven could appear anywhere at any time. Don't think that the Lord of the Ascending Heaven is an otherworldly being. On the contrary, she prefers to move around Daming City, but it is generally very difficult for ordinary people to meet her. If she wants to see you, it becomes very simple. The only difference is whether you are standing or lying down after meeting her. Get lost, and I hope you don't encounter me again in the future. Lu Jifeng could only helplessly give up. At least after hearing that Ding Ziyu had a close relationship with the Chang Tian sect, he didn't dare to easily take action against Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu glanced at the Nine Shelwi and indeed did not expect him to come out to help him. Of course, more importantly, it was the reputation of the Chang Tian sect master that was loud enough. He had borrowed some power to escape a calamity. On the side, San Ji's expression was quite rich upon hearing this news. Just a moment ago, he had almost taken down Ding Ziyu. If he had offended the Chang Tian sect master because of this, he feared that even the Blind Box Management Bureau would not be able to protect him. As a core member of the Blind Box Management Bureau in Daming City, he understood the Chang Tian sect more deeply. The headquarters had made it clear that one should not easily offend the Chang Tian sect. Otherwise, the Blind Box Management Bureau in Daming City would not have sent him to take charge. Damn it! From today on, cancel the wanted orders for the two of them. Sangu was quite decisive in his actions. Since there was this relationship with the Chang Tian sect, even if they wanted to pursue Ding Ziyu and the others, they would not achieve any results. Rather than that, it was better to do a favor and withdraw the wanted orders. Seeing this situation, Ding Ziyu finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. It was no longer realistic to deal with that old guy Ling Xiaoke today. It would be better to wait for another day. After all, that old guy was no longer their opponent, and there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. Let's go! Ding Ziyu approached Gao Xingyu. The two of them scanned the crowd of experts and quickly flew away, leaving those old guys looking at each other in confusion. Is this true? Lu Jifeng asked the leader of the Nine Shelwi, somewhat unwilling to accept it as he saw Ding Ziyu and the others leave. Can this kind of thing still deceive you? If it weren't for that, would I easily give the little sacred land to him? The leader of the Nine Shelwi said helplessly. As for the trouble he had with Ding Ziyu, he didn't dare to mention it. After all, the little sacred land had once been the base of the Nine Shelwi, and now it had fallen into Ding Ziyu's hands. If this matter were to be spread, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Lu Jifeng looked at the leader of the Nine Shelwi with suspicion, feeling that something was very strange about this. However, at that moment, a streak of light slowly passed overhead. Although the people present could not see clearly who was in that streak of light, they could guess roughly. That was close. If you had acted just now, it would have been hard to say whether you would be alive or dead now. The leader of the 9 Shelby broke out in a cold sweat. The pressure from that person in the sky was too great for him. Lu Jifeng's face also changed dramatically, and a storm surged in his heart. He understood that in the future, he absolutely could not take action against Ding Ziyu within the boundaries of Daming City. If things went wrong, he might not only fail to gain any benefits but also lose his own life. Ding Ziyu was not flying very fast. They hadn't gone far when they felt a powerful presence approaching from above. Ding Ziyu, my master is looking for you, come here quickly. Long Xiaoya's voice came over, still in that soft and cute manner. Ding Ziyu was taken aback. What did the Chang Tian sect master want with him? Could it be that he was acting under her name and had caught the attention of this senior expert? Wait for me a moment, I'll be right back. Ding Ziyu quickly greeted Gao Xinyu. No matter what she wanted with him, he could only brace himself and go. If the Chang Tian sect master wanted to find trouble with him, even if he hid in the little sacred land, it might not be safe. At least, the Eye of Truth had said so. The sect master was too powerful. Ding Ziyu flew into the colorful clouds and indeed saw the ethereal Chang Tian sect master. However, Ding Ziyu still could not see her clearly and did not dare to stare at her for long. Ding Xiaoyu, do you know why I am looking for you? A warm voice came, without any anger or fury mixed in, which made Ding Ziyu feel slightly relieved. At least it proved that this senior was not here to cause him trouble. I am not aware, so I hope you can clarify, senior. Ding Ziyu replied cautiously. You have affected Xiao Ye's Dao heart. The tone of the Chang Tian sect master suddenly became much colder, making Ding Ziyu feel a chill all over. The aura was too strong. Just a change in tone gave one the feeling of impending disaster. How? Is that possible? Did you make a mistake, senior? Ding Ziyu quickly defended himself. As he spoke, he glanced at Long Xiaoye not far away. By all accounts, he and Long Xiaoye did not have a deep friendship. They were at most ordinary friends. Initially, Long Xiaoye even thought Ding Ziyu was a middle-aged uncle and had always referred to him as such. With such a simple relationship, how could it affect her cultivation's Dao heart? Ding Ziyu himself couldn't quite understand. After all, Long Xiaoye was such a soft and cute girl, he couldn't bring himself to do anything. Fortunately, Long Xiaoye did not seem very tense. With her temperament, if she knew her master was really going to deal with Ding Ziyu, she would definitely appear very anxious. Of course, I am not mistaken. This girl has a simple nature and has always been concerned about your safety. You have been involved in quite a lot of things recently. There are many forces in Daming City wanting to capture you. The Chang Tian sect master's words remained cold, but her tone felt less severe than before. I will be leaving Daming City soon, so I won't trouble you any longer, senior. Ding Ziyu quickly said. Gao Xinyu would soon be able to pray for a new blind box, and if she could open something that solved her difficulties, she might not have to stay in Daming City any longer. Oh, really? Are you planning to go north with that girl? The Chang Tian sect master pointed at Gao Xinyu in the distance, as if everything was under her control. How do you know about her? Ding Ziyu suddenly became tense. It should be noted that his conversations with Gao Xinyu all took place within the small sacred land. Even if the Chang Tian sect master had immense power, this was too incredible, right? Could it be that she has also entered my small sacred land and hasn't been discovered by the boundary pearl? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but think this, and his body felt as if it had fallen into an ice house. Such a person was truly formidable. Don't overthink it. It's the old lord's people who asked me to keep an eye on this girl. The Chang Tian sect master seemed to see through Ding Ziyu's thoughts. Her words immediately made Ding Ziyu breathe a sigh of relief. If the Chang Tian sect master could freely enter his small sacred land without even the boundary pearl noticing, that would be terrifying. It would be like being stripped bare at any moment, making one unable to eat or sleep peacefully. You also know about the Old Lord's Society? Ding Ziyu originally thought the Old Lord's Society was just an organization similar to the Nine Owl Society, but he didn't expect his estimation to be so far off. To have someone like the Chang Tian sect master as a member and to be able to ask her for help in watching over him, the members of the Old Lord's Society must be extraordinary. Accompanying Gao Xinyu to her city, the outcome was hard to predict. What if a member of the Old Lord's Society took a disliking to him and kept him away from Gao Xinyu? Or, as the Chang Tian sect master said, using the excuse of affecting Gao Xinyu's Dao heart to eliminate him, wouldn't that be an even more unjust death? What? Are you scared? The Old Lord's Society has powerful figures, especially that girl's master, who has a rather bad temper. do you really want to go? The Cheng Tian sect master seemed to see through Ding Ziyu's thoughts and directly revealed some very bad news to him. If what she said was true, going back with Gao Xinyu would definitely lead to problems, and serious ones at that. Not to mention, if the other party found out he possessed a small sacred land, would they not take action against him? Such a treasure could easily lead higher-level experts to kill him hundreds of times over. How can I resolve the current crisis? I hope for your assistance, senior. Ding Ziyu felt somewhat dazed. Stay, it has affected Long Xiaoya's Dao heart. What if one day this great leader is in a bad mood and waves a hand to kill him? Going north seems to be a more serious problem. Given the current state of himself and Gao Xinyu, her master has every reason to eliminate him. After all, he is indeed eyeing Gao Xinyu, and their relationship has deepened enough. If Gao Xinyu's master were a reasonable person, perhaps there would be room for explanation. If not, the other party has 1,000 reasons to get rid of him. Moreover, with the addition of such a big thunder from the small Holy Land, who wouldn't be tempted if they found out? I still need a named disciple. I wonder if you would be willing. As long as you join my Cheng Tian sect, Xiaodia won't have to worry about your safety anymore. The Cheng Tian sect leader mentioned this again. Ding Ziyu was quite surprised. He had already refused the other party once before, and he didn't expect this leader to bring it up again. In the past, he could refuse with ease, and his reasons were quite legitimate. But now, if he doesn't agree, will this great leader take more drastic measures, directly capturing him, or more straightforwardly, killing him in one move? With her strength, if she really wanted to eliminate Ding Ziyu, it would be too easy. Can this be done? Ding Ziyu hesitated. From his heart, he felt that his current state of life was good, very free, and quite comfortable. The major forces would no longer easily hunt him down, and he had finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to stir up this matter. It depends on your own willingness. I don't think the Cheng Tian leader has the intention to kill you, otherwise, you would have died many times already, Reali said calmly. Is that so? Ding Ziyu let out a big sigh of relief. He was just overly concerned, afraid that the Cheng Tian leader would do something to him. Once he calmed down, his thoughts became active again. If that's the case, the situation on Lao Jun's side might not be as she said. Perhaps it was just to scare him. Why does she want to take me as a named disciple? Is it because my martial arts talent is too outstanding? Ding Ziyu asked a question he himself found unreliable. You're overthinking. I think this great leader is after me, Reali teased Ding Ziyu. With her strength, she probably already saw through Ding Ziyu's background, so there was no need for her to be overly cautious. That is also a possibility. If I become her named disciple, the small Holy Land would essentially be handed over to her. Ding Ziyu thought for a moment and felt that this possibility was indeed very high. Perhaps the small Holy Land isn't something particularly remarkable for someone of the Cheng Tian sect's level. But if it could be obtained effortlessly, why not give it a try? Ding Ziyu communicated with Reali for quite a while, but reality was just a fleeting moment. The Cheng Tian leader was not in a hurry, quietly waiting for his response. Senior, I want to live a free life. Ding Ziyu finally steeled himself and once again rejected the request of this powerful figure. You have quite the courage. Aren't you afraid I might just kill you? The Cheng Tian leader was clearly a bit displeased. With your strength, if you wanted to kill me, I would have already become a corpse, Ding Ziyu stated realized judgment. As soon as these words were spoken, the Cheng Tian leader was slightly surprised. With her strength, it was already quite rare for Ding Ziyu to be able to think normally under her gaze. Many experts in front of her had an IQ that was less than 1/10 of their usual. The pressure was too great, and the influence was too strong. In this world, no one can obtain true freedom. The only way out is to keep getting stronger. The Cheng Tian leader suddenly retracted her aura, and the pressure on Ding Ziyu instantly vanished. Senior, you don't have true freedom either? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but retort. With her strength, who in this great Ning city would dare to act against her? Who could possibly hinder her movements? Some things, you don't understand now. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings did not provide a detailed explanation. After all, Ding Ziyu was just a minor martial artist, not at her level. She had no intention or need to explain herself to Ding Ziyu. Do you really have to go north? Long Xiaoye suddenly asked. She actually hoped that Ding Ziyu would join the Celestial Teachings. In her view, it was undoubtedly the safest place, and there was no need to rush around in a strange city. For Ding Ziyu, Long Xiaoye was more concerned as a friend, and she wasn't quite sure if there were other emotions mixed in her heart. After all, she was still a very innocent girl, and surviving in such a complex social environment was quite a unique case. Gao Xinyu was much stronger than her, with rich social experience and means that were not inferior to those of seasoned veterans. Now her strength had also improved, and the number of people who could threaten her was decreasing. I promised Gao Xinyu that I would accompany her back, Ding Ziyu said honestly. Alright, since you've decided to leave, then go. The Lord of the Old Man's Society is not weak. If you can pass the test smoothly, it might be a great help to you. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings had no intention of persuading her further. It was already quite difficult for her to reveal so much information to Ding Ziyu. It should be noted that Gao Xinyu had not told Ding Ziyu much about the Old Man's Society. The main information was still learned in Gao Xinyu's illusion. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings quickly took Long Xiaoye away, leaving quite decisively. "Are you all right?" Seeing Ding Ziyu return, Gao Xinyu asked with some concern. "I'm fine, she just asked me a few simple questions. By the way, is your master very fierce?" Ding Ziyu countered, wanting to confirm whether the Lord of the Celestial Teachings was lying to her. Who told you that? Did the Lord of the Celestial Teachings tell you?" Gao Xinyu was taken aback, clearly not expecting Ding Ziyu to suddenly ask this question. Previously, she had not mentioned her master to Ding Ziyu, and the information about the Old Man's Society was also very brief, which had raised quite a few of Ding Ziyu's suspicions. In fact, Gao Xinyu did not know that the Lord of the Celestial Teachings was acquainted with certain people from the Old Man's Society. She could only say that her level did not reach that height. "The Lord of the Celestial Teachings said your master is very fierce and hard to get along with. If I go with you, I might suffer a great loss." Ding Ziyu repeated the Lord's words. It was definitely better to inquire in advance. Otherwise, when the time came, if she knew nothing and was caught off guard, it would be a real disaster. Gao Xinyu's expression suddenly became less natural. She indeed had not mentioned her master to Ding Ziyu. She had received help from many people after joining the Old Man's Society, including her master. Because of these reasons, Gao Xinyu felt a strong sense of belonging to the Old Man's Society. Her master treated her very well, whether it was teaching her cultivation or helping her gather cultivation resources. He was quite attentive. Including the news about the Moon Saint Pearl, it was all gathered by her master. Otherwise, Gao Xinyu would never have come to Great Ning City. "Actually, my master is quite easy to talk to and doesn't randomly hurt people," Gao Xinyu said hesitantly. This was her true feeling. Her master was indeed very good to her. As for how he treated others, Gao Xinyu was not very clear. After all, the time they spent together was not long, and she had never witnessed her master in a rage. Hearing Gao Xinyu say this, Ding Ziyu couldn't help but feel a bit worried. She understood that it was not surprising for a master to treat their disciple well, just like how parents treat their children, but how they treated outsiders was another matter. "Is your master male or female?" Ding Ziyu asked again. "What's wrong, man?" Gao Xinyu retorted casually. Sigh. Ding Ziyu let out a breath. He thought of a familiar joke from the internet. A daughter is like a flower carefully nurtured by her father. If someone tries to take that flower away, he would instantly become a lion-like man, tearing apart anyone who dared to move the flower. Could Gao Xinyu's master be such a man? It was normal for him to dote on his disciples, but would Ding Ziyu be seen as a direct enemy? From the snippets of information Gao Xinyu had revealed, this possibility seemed very high. If her master thought Ding Ziyu had ulterior motives, he might just take action and eliminate him. Even if he didn't intend to harm anyone, there was a good chance he would drive Ding Ziyu away. "Forget it, I'll just see how it goes." Ding Ziyu gritted his teeth and decided to take a look. After all, Gao Xinyu played a significant role in his life, and he had to make an effort. If it really didn't work out, he could always come back when he was stronger. He wouldn't easily let go of this woman who was like a European emperor. No one came to trouble Ding Ziyu and the others, so they began to enjoy their activities leisurely. Shopping was a favorite pastime for women, and Gao Xinyu was no exception. With no one to disturb her, she was filled with excitement after a long time without shopping. The blind box market naturally became their first destination. No matter how tough life was or how many surprises appeared, the blind box market remained lively. "Have you noticed that there seem to be more strange blind boxes?" Gao Xinyu glanced over and found that even in the ordinary blind box market, there were sporadic odd blind boxes. In the past, these peculiar blind boxes would be snatched up quickly, leaving no chance to even land. Today was clearly different. At least Gao Xinyu noticed 3 strange blind boxes in front of their owners that hadn't been bought yet. Ding Ziyu quickly walked over, took a glance, and found that the blind box in front of him didn't contain anything good, leaving him slightly disappointed as he moved on. Just as he was walking towards another strange blind box, a young man rushed in and bought the pumpkin-shaped blind box first. "This blind box is a bit strange. You mustn't open it carelessly," the Eye of Truth spoke up first. Ding Ziyu only saw a blinding light inside the blind box, and nothing else. "What's inside?" Ding Ziyu asked habitually. "Hard to say, but it feels a bit dangerous." The Eye of Truth's answer made Ding Ziyu's scalp tingle. If he felt it was dangerous, wouldn't it be even more dangerous for others? "Then let's keep our distance." Ding Ziyu turned and left, not even looking at the blind box anymore. After spending half a day shopping, the two didn't gain much, but Gao Xinyu bought a lot of random things and seemed very happy. In the evening, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky over Danning City, dazzling like the evening glow. Soon after, the light began to flicker. Looking up, it seemed like some kind of phantom was flashing back and forth in the air. Damn! That guy opened that pumpkin blind box. Ding Ziyu recognized it at a glance. It was definitely the blind box they encountered today because he was too familiar with that light. Just then, a low growl suddenly echoed in the sky, instantly filling people with fear. What is that? It feels so dangerous. Ding Ziyu was startled as well. Fortunately, they were far enough away that it wouldn't affect them for now. Otherwise, he would have definitely fled back to the small sacred land at the first moment. This commotion was not something to be taken lightly. This is an evil spirit, equivalent to what you call a being that has lost its body but whose soul survives. This thing can ignore defenses and directly invade your nervous system, erasing you from willpower. The Eye of Truth's explanation was very straightforward and terrifying. If it were a real fight with real weapons, it wouldn't be so terrifying. Ignoring defenses and directly invading the nervous system to devour your soul, who wouldn't feel a chill at that? No wonder even the Eye of Truth felt a bit apprehensive, unwilling to face such malevolent spirits. At this moment, several shadows, flickering between light and darkness, had already swooped down, pouncing on the humans in the city. A series of piercing screams erupted immediately. This is way too terrifying. Who can deal with these horrifying creatures? Ding Ziyu pondered. Lu Jifeng, the leader of the Nine Hawks Society, might not be able to handle it. Perhaps only the Celestial Church could step in and deal with these strange beings. The problem was that the Celestial Church hadn't sent anyone, which was quite specific. The number of shadows falling from the sky was increasing, showing no signs of stopping. If the glowing portal couldn't be dealt with, these terrifying evil spirits would likely continue to pour out endlessly. Even masters at the martial saint level felt a significant danger. Ordinary people would probably be killed in an instant. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Danning City turned into a ghost town. We need to hurry back to the little sacred land. If we get entangled with those strange things, it would be a huge problem, Ding Ziyu said, feeling a bit worried. Originally, they had come out because it was time for Gao Xinyu's prayer. But who knew such a situation would arise? Danning City was on the verge of losing control. What if we go outside the city first? Gao Xinyu said, feeling a bit troubled. She was worried about missing the prayer time. Although there were still several hours until dawn, if they missed the opportunity, it would not only increase uncertainty but could also lead to unexpected troubles. It's not safe outside the city either. Do you think that thing can be stopped by the city walls? This month won't work. We can always wait another month. Ding Ziyu insisted that preserving their lives was the priority. The methods of these evil spirits were similar to those of the monkeys that had emerged from the cave before, but their attack power was much stronger, and they could directly invade the spiritual core, increasing the danger by several times. Seeing Ding Ziyu's resolute attitude, Gao Xinyu had no choice but to agree with his suggestion. Just as the two were preparing to enter the little sacred land, a group of great-robed warriors flew in. Upon seeing their attire, Ding Ziyu knew that experts from the Celestial Church had arrived. As soon as these people appeared, several evil spirits were immediately drawn to them. "Die for me!" shouted the leading great-robed figure, waving his hand to unleash a streak of light. It didn't seem very powerful, but the evil spirits were split in two, letting out a chilling scream. What kind of technique is this? It's too strong. Ding Ziyu watched in amazement, certain that each of these grey-robed individuals possessed strength surpassing that of a martial saint. Their attack methods exceeded Ding Ziyu's understanding. Before the Eye of Truth could respond, Ding Ziyu saw that the evil spirits, which had been cut in half, did not dissipate immediately. After a roar, they surprisingly rejoined together and charged at the great-robed warriors again. What they are using should be a spirit extermination technique, but these evil spirits are not so easily destroyed. Perhaps only the leader of the Celestial Church can truly eliminate them. The Eye of Truth finally answered Ding Ziyu's question. The battle in the sky continued, but the number of evil spirits emerging was increasing. Even with more than 10 great-robed warriors rushing in, they couldn't stop the onslaught. If this continued, the possibility of Danning City falling was extremely high. Just as the evil spirits grew more rampant, the leader of the Celestial Church finally arrived, accompanied by that screeching monkey. Upon seeing the evil spirits, the monkey not only showed no fear but instead charged forward excitedly. It opened its mouth and, to everyone's surprise, swallowed one of the evil spirits, looking quite pleased. This damn monkey can actually devour evil spirits? Ding Ziyu never expected that the creature that had caused him so much trouble would turn out to be the nemesis of these evil spirits. The Lord of the Celestial Heaven once said that this monkey is called the Jilua monkey, possessing spatial talents and excelling in mental attacks. Previously, Ding Ziyu and his companion were nearly driven to collapse by it, and it was only with the intervention of the Lord of the Celestial Heaven that this trouble was resolved. Unexpectedly, it now plays such a significant role, completely beyond Ding Ziyu and the others' expectations. How many evil spirits can it devour? Ding Ziyu asked, wanting to know the limits of this creature. If it could only consume a few evil spirits before becoming full, it would be utterly insufficient to solve the problem. I don't know, evil spirits are formless and intangible, making it difficult to calculate how much substantial matter they possess. The Eye of Truth could not answer Ding Ziyu's question either. The Jilua monkey continued to devour several evil spirits, showing no signs of being full, leaving no indication of its limits. The Lord of the Celestial Heaven paid no attention to the evil spirits. When one charged at her, she merely waved her sleeve lightly, and the evil spirit dissipated like a soap bubble, never to reconstitute. Seeing this, Ding Ziyu was astonished. Although he had long known the Lord of the Celestial Heaven was powerful, her strength was truly beyond comprehension. Looking at the great-robed warriors, while they could easily split an evil spirit in two, the spirits could quickly reassemble, suffering only minor injuries. In contrast, the Lord of the Celestial Heaven's actions caused them to vanish completely, her methods instilling a chilling fear. Not to mention Ding Ziyu, even the grey-robed warriors might not fully grasp it. As they flew toward the glowing object in the sky, several evil spirits were eliminated by the Lord of the Celestial Heaven. Eventually, the evil spirits dared not approach her. Upon emerging, they fled into the distance. When she neared the glowing object, not a single evil spirit dared to fly out again. Her aura was so powerful that it instilled fear even in the evil spirits. Can she erase that glowing object? Ding Ziyu pointed at the glowing object resembling a teleportation portal, feeling a twinge of anxiety. As soon as Ding Ziyu's words fell, the Lord of the Celestial Heaven suddenly reached out toward the glowing object. At the moment she acted, the void trembled continuously, as if bearing immense pressure. What kind of divine technique is this? It's too powerful. Although Ding Ziyu did not understand, he realized that the methods employed by the Lord of the Celestial Heaven were far beyond the realm of mere strength. This should be the power of rules. Even at my peak, I could only manage it with great difficulty. I could never do it as effortlessly as she does. The Eye of Truth had to admire the Lord of the Celestial Heaven's strength. Just as the two were speaking, a sudden bang echoed in the sky, and the glowing object vanished in an instant. Along with it disappeared the Lord of the Celestial Heaven, as if she had never been in the sky at all. At that moment, the space rippled like the surface of water, gently spreading out, and after a few breaths, it returned to normal. Where is the Lord of the Celestial Heaven? She hasn't disappeared too, has she? Ding Ziyu felt a bit worried. If the Lord of the Celestial Heaven couldn't return, wouldn't Daming City be in chaos? Impossible. A master of her level cannot be easily trapped by mere spatial rules. The Eye of Truth was confident. Sure enough, in less than a minute, the spatial ripples trembled again, and the Lord of the Celestial Heaven emerged from the waves, still exuding that ethereal aura, showing no signs of abnormality. This strength is too formidable. Ding Ziyu could only click his tongue in amazement, unable to find the words to describe it, feeling that his own strength was truly like a firefly compared to the bright moon. The Lord of the Celestial Heaven emerged, glanced around, and noticed that many evil spirits had fled into the distance, while several people had already perished in the streets. The nearby evil spirits had mostly been devoured by the Jilua monkey, and the few that the great-robed warriors had killed seemed to number only 2 or 3, yet they were all panting heavily. "You all come over here and help us track down those fleeing evil spirits," the master of Chengtian said, his voice sounding as if it were ringing in Ding Ziyu's ear. Ding Ziyu wanted to say, "I won't go," but he didn't dare to voice it. The commotion was truly not a pleasant sight, and now it was their turn to exert effort. There was no choice. Ding Ziyu and his companion had to brace themselves and go. Fortunately, with experts like the Jilua monkey and the master of Chengtian present, Ding Ziyu would never have gone otherwise. The process of searching for the evil spirits was not complicated. These creatures were highly aggressive. Wherever they went, there would be continuous screams. Typically, within 2 or 3 minutes, an ordinary person would be killed by an evil spirit. The resistance of warriors was slightly stronger, but not by much. Only experts above the martial saint level could last about 10 minutes, and if the master of Chengtian intervened to save them, there was a chance of survival. Otherwise, they would just have to consider themselves unlucky. Ding Ziyu and the others quickly tracked down several targets. The master of Chengtian waved his hand lightly, driving the evil spirits out of the victims' bodies and easily extinguishing them. The Jilua monkey let out a sharp scream, forcing the evil spirits out of the human bodies and swallowing them whole. The process was quite swift. After dealing with a few nearby evil spirits, they found that the remaining ones had scattered and fled in different directions, necessitating that they split up. The master of Chengtian pointed to several grey-robed warriors, instructing them to take the Jilua monkey one way, while Ding Ziyu followed closely beside the master of Chengtian to assist her. At this moment, many areas of Danning City were in chaos, with both ordinary people and warriors facing a severe threat from the evil spirits. Preliminary estimates suggested that the number of fleeing evil spirits was at least over 100, and with just these two groups of pursuers, it was uncertain how much time it would take to eliminate them all. In fact, you can also eliminate some evil spirits, it's just that your speed is relatively slow, the master of Chengtian suddenly said to Ding Ziyu. Me, senior, are you joking? My strength is far too lacking, Ding Ziyu replied, momentarily stunned, feeling a bit of a chill. The master of Chengtian's intention was very clear. She was preparing to have him face those evil spirits alone. It should be noted that the Eye of Truth had not made such a suggestion before, clearly unaware of any means Ding Ziyu might have to counter the evil spirits. This isn't a matter of realm. Look at the Jilua monkey. Its realm isn't high, yet it deals with evil spirits very easily. You absorbed the power of the Wuxiang sacred bone, and just based on that, you can counter the attacks of the evil spirits. Earlier, you were not far from the evil spirits. Why didn't they attack you? It's because they sensed an instinctive threat and didn't approach you. The master of Chengtian's explanation made Ding Ziyu suddenly realize. Previously, he had noticed two evil spirits charging towards them, but halfway there, they turned and fled. Ding Ziyu had thought they hadn't sensed him, but it turned out they were scared off by the aura of the Wuxiang sacred bone. I'm the one suffering. What's the point of going to eliminate those evil spirits? With seniors and the Jilua monkey taking action, it's easily resolved. Ding Ziyu still didn't want to move. He still felt a bit of a chill, and despite the master of Chengtian believing he was in no danger from the evil spirits, he still didn't want to go. Who would want to do something that offered no benefit? The master of Chengtian glanced at Ding Ziyu and immediately understood what he was thinking. Evil spirits are a very peculiar type of creature. If you can absorb them, your mental strength will make significant progress. Especially after cultivating mental secret techniques, their power will multiply. The Lord of the Celestial Heaven finally threw out a huge bait. The Eye of Truth had mentioned before that the distorted monkey could help him enhance his mental strength. However, Ding Zifang felt that the creature was just too noisy, its cries unbearable to his ears. He had to find a way to lure it out of the small sacred land. Now, the same opportunity had come again, but this time he was facing a more dangerous evil spirit. Should he go for it or not? She wouldn't deceive me, would she? Ding Ziyu asked, feeling that the Lord of the Celestial Heaven might be setting a trap for him, and he could end up suffering. At her level, she shouldn't deceive you over such trivial matters. However, cultivating mental strength, regardless of the method, will never be easy. The Eye of Truth stopped speaking at this point. The implication was very clear. Wanting to improve mental strength without experiencing some hardship was impossible. Ding Ziyu's power was not weak. Among warriors of the same rank, he was definitely above average. His physical strength was also much greater than that of ordinary warriors, but in terms of mental strength, he could only be considered average. It didn't stand out too much. If it weren't for the help of the Enlightenment Pearl, he might not even qualify as average, merely mediocre. Now the opportunity lay before him. If he could use the power of the formless sacred bone to absorb a few evil spirits, perhaps he would make significant progress in his mental strength. Whether you do it or not is up to you, just handle it yourself. The Lord of the Celestial Heaven said casually before quickly flying away, leaving Ding Ziyu standing there, at a loss. Dangerous or not, I'm going for it. Ding Ziyu gritted his teeth and charged forward. Cultivating as a warrior is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you shrink back in the face of difficulties, you will never become a true master. To avoid overlapping with the Lord of the Celestial Heaven's route, Ding Ziyu chose a relatively quiet street. He believed that with so many evil spirits escaping, a few would definitely come this way. After a hurried chase, Ding Ziyu quickly ran several miles. Before long, he saw a three-stage warrior leaning against a wall, trembling uncontrollably, as if suffering from epilepsy, his body convulsing and screaming. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices, and he looked extremely tragic. The people around, seeing the state of this warrior, dared not approach. Everyone was desperately fleeing, trying to stay as far away from him as possible. By the time Ding Ziyu got closer, the warrior could no longer make a sound. Like a rag, he slid down the wall. At the same time, a wisp of black gas emerged from his body, quickly forming a huge gas head. This head looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Upon seeing it, Ding Ziyu instinctively took a step back, his legs feeling a bit weak. The head glanced at Ding Ziyu and suddenly turned, rushing at high speed towards the distant crowd. Damn, these evil spirits really are afraid of me. Ding Ziyu finally reacted, his courage growing a bit. If the evil spirit doesn't enter my body, how can I eliminate it? How do I absorb the power of these evil spirits? Ding Ziyu had no corresponding methods. He could only seek advice from the Eye of Truth. Use your Golden Zen Finger secret technique. as long as you can subdue the evil spirit, just channel your energy to absorb it. The Eye of Truth quickly provided Ding Ziyu with a solution. In fact, the two secret techniques Ding Ziyu practiced both utilized Buddhist and Taoist powers, based on the formless sacred bone. However, using the wandering heaven stick consumed too much energy. If he didn't manage to deal with a few evil spirits, he might end up exhausting himself. Is it really that simple? Ding Ziyu was somewhat incredulous. How complicated can it be? If it were really complicated, the Lord of the Celestial Heaven wouldn't let a novice like you participate. The Eye of Truth looked down on Ding Ziyu again. Alright, then I'll try this method. Ding Ziyu charged forward again, discovering that the previous evil spirit had killed another person, its speed truly exceeding his imagination. When the evil spirit rushed into the third person's body, Ding Ziyu finally arrived. He pressed the screaming, convulsing person to the ground. Point your golden finger at his brow, and the evil spirit will be harmed. The Eye of Truth quickly instructed Ding Ziyu to take action. As Ding Ziyu pointed and pressed on the person's brow, the man's head burst open like a watermelon, creating a bloody hole. How could this happen? Isn't this just killing for no reason? Ding Ziyu was stunned, originally thinking he could save this person, but unexpectedly accelerated the man's death. What killing? When the evil spirit entered his body, he was already doomed. Whether you kill him or not, the result is the same. The Eye of Truth's explanation eased Ding Ziyu's heart a little. At that moment, the already deceased person suddenly opened his mouth wide and let out a series of piercing screams. A head composed of black material emerged from his body and quickly shrank back in. Ding Ziyu understood that this evil spirit was definitely restrained by the power of the Wushun sacred bone. Without thinking much, he immediately activated his technique to absorb the evil spirit's power. In the next moment, Ding Ziyu felt a cool force rapidly enter his body, then rush into his mind at the fastest speed. It feels quite comfortable, not as painful as I expected. Ding Ziyu was a little surprised. He thought absorbing the evil spirit's power would bring immense suffering, but the result was not as he imagined. However, just as Ding Ziyu was about to express his relief, the evil spirit once again revealed a head from the man's corpse, letting out an incredibly sharp scream. Ding Ziyu's head felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, bringing intense pain. The evil spirit's roar was far more lethal than that of the grotesque monkey. If he hadn't just absorbed a trace of cool power into his mind, that scream might have caused Ding Ziyu to faint directly. In a fit of rage, Ding Ziyu slapped at the head, but his palm passed right through it without any effect. Don't worry about its screams, focus on absorbing its power. The faster you absorb it, the smaller the threat it poses to you, the Eye of Truth quickly reminded Ding Ziyu. With his level of strength, it was impossible to physically attack these evil spirits. Ding Ziyu quickly calmed down, working to absorb the evil spirit's power. Despite his head buzzing, he gritted his teeth and remained resolute, not daring to slack off in the slightest. A few minutes later, the evil spirit roared again, but its power had diminished significantly. With the help of the cool sensation, Ding Ziyu's mind had quickly recovered. The previous pain had vanished. After about 10 minutes, the evil spirit's presence completely disappeared, and no trace of coolness remained. Ding Ziyu understood that he had most likely defeated the evil spirit. He never expected that such a fierce evil spirit would be taken down so clumsily by him. At that moment, Ding Ziyu felt his mind had become much more agile, and he was in excellent condition. It was as if he had taken a refreshing nap and then washed his face with cold water, feeling very clear-headed and invigorated. Is this the state of enhanced mental power? Ding Ziyu asked repeatedly. He had never experienced anything like this before. Yes, the enhancement from one evil spirit is limited, much of it dissipated. You need to work hard and aim to take down more evil spirits. The Eye of Truth was most aware of Ding Ziyu's condition. Ultimately, it was still his low level that limited the benefits he could gain. If his level were higher, perhaps he would receive even more advantages. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, go, go. Ding Ziyu's interest was finally piqued. Since this evil spirit couldn't harm him and could provide such great benefits, he naturally wanted to take down a few more. To speed things up, Ding Ziyu simply leaped into the air and dashed forward quickly, fearing that if he hesitated, the master of Chengtian and that dead monkey would eliminate him. Thanks to Ding Ziyu's efforts, he soon discovered a stronger evil spirit. He saw it take down a martial artist at the 10th level in just a short time. When the evil spirit emerged from the martial artist, its head was surprisingly larger than before. It turned its ugly face to Ding Ziyu and surprisingly showed no intention of fleeing immediately. What's going on? Wasn't it said that evil spirits fear my aura? Why isn't this one afraid? Ding Ziyu hesitated for a moment, staring at the enormous head, unsure whether to charge forward. From its aura, it seems to be on the verge of advancing. It could very well become an evil spirit king. Your realm is too low, and the aura you emit may not be able to suppress it. Evil Spirit King? Am I encountering a boss here? Ding Ziyu felt a mix of excitement and fear. If this guy was too brutal, he might not make it out alive. It should not have completed its advancement. If it were truly an evil spirit king, it would have pounced on you already. Charge in and take it down, you will gain greater benefits. The Eye of Truth urged Ding Ziyu, as it wouldn't suffer any losses, and the pain would only be Ding Ziyu's own affair. Ding Ziyu didn't think much and decisively charged forward, simultaneously casting the golden Zen finger, pointing it at the giant head of the evil spirit. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to strike the evil spirit, it suddenly opened its mouth wide and emitted an extremely high-pitched shriek. This was far more intense than the previous evil spirit, at least double in strength. Ding Ziyu felt a wave of dizziness, as if the entire world was filled with its sound. His whole body trembled, and he almost fainted. If he hadn't absorbed an evil spirit earlier, encountering this one right away would have likely knocked him out. Seeing that Ding Ziyu withstood its attack, the evil spirit's face actually showed a change of expression, revealing a look of surprise. The evil spirits Ding Ziyu had encountered before had never shown any change in expression. This one was indeed much stronger. Not only did it not flee, but it also took the initiative to attack. With a wide-open mouth, it swallowed Ding Ziyu whole. In an instant, Ding Ziyu felt darkness before his eyes, and various illusions began to emerge frequently. With slightly weaker willpower, he would likely be unable to withstand the assault of the illusions. "Break for me!" Ding Ziyu shouted with all his might, simultaneously channeling his energy to absorb the power of the evil spirit. Instantly, a stream of energy much stronger than before flowed into his body, and the previously excruciating pain in his head suddenly eased significantly. "Whether you are an evil spirit king or not, you will become the nourishment for my growth." Ding Ziyu's confidence surged, and he absorbed the energy with even more vigor. However, at that moment, Ding Ziyu felt himself being pushed out by a powerful force, and that refreshing sensation disappeared. When he looked again, he realized that the evil spirit had actually spat him out. Before Ding Ziyu could react, the creature decisively fled, moving at an astonishing speed. "You think you can run? Not a chance." Ding Ziyu chased after it. Such a good source of nourishment could not be allowed to escape. Wasn't that a waste of resources? Fortunately, Ding Ziyu was not slow either. If he had been just a bit slower, he might have let the evil spirit get away. The evil spirit fled 2 or 3 miles away, and seeing it couldn't escape, it suddenly burrowed into a person's body. This time, the person didn't scream in agony. Instead, they behaved like a normal person, showing no signs of change. It can operate like this? Why didn't the evil spirit produce any reaction after hiding in that person's body? Ding Ziyu looked at the person, puzzled, as he encountered a new situation. It didn't devour the other, it merely hid temporarily in the other's body, so naturally, there was no reaction. The Eye of Truth explains it this way, but whether it's right or not, no one knows. After all, the one who truly understands evil spirits is the Lord of the Celestial Teachings, and the Eye of Truth knows very little about this matter. So what should I do? I can't just kill that person, right? Ding Ziyu was somewhat troubled. If the evil spirit were to directly devour this person, he would die anyway, and Ding Ziyu wouldn't feel any psychological burden in taking action against him. But this person was living well. If he rushed up and killed him, wouldn't that be too much? Why not discuss it with him? This person is also a martial artist, just at a low rank. The Eye of Truth noticed that this person's realm was only at the 3rd stage of martial arts and had not been tested. "Brother, you've been possessed by an evil spirit. Don't you feel anything?" Ding Ziyu flashed in front of the martial artist and asked in a deep voice. In fact, he didn't even need to say this. The previous time the evil spirit charged over, the man had been scared. He just didn't expect that after the evil spirit entered his body, he wouldn't scream like others but instead seemed completely fine. "Brother, what do we do? I'm scared too." That guy was genuinely frightened. He had seen how evil spirits killed people. "Just stand still, let me check you." Ding Ziyu reached out and gently pressed his hand on the man's body. Then he immediately activated his technique, channeling the power of the formless sacred bone into his body. "I won't move. I won't move." The man was almost scared silly. Ding Ziyu quickly placed his hand on the man's shoulder, activating his power to force the evil spirit out. However, at the moment Ding Ziyu pressed down, the evil spirit suddenly burst out from the man's body and charged straight at Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu's body trembled, and he immediately felt something new in his mind. This evil spirit is really desperate, jumping into my body. Isn't that asking for death? The Eye of Truth laughed. Not to mention that Ding Ziyu possessed the power of the formless sacred bone, which naturally suppressed evil spirits. Even if this evil spirit were quite powerful, it wouldn't be able to easily resist the power of the formless sacred bone. It wanted to take a self-destructive approach, but that was simply impossible. Moreover, once the evil spirit entered Ding Ziyu's body, the mental power of the Eye of Truth could also exert a suppressive effect. Before Ding Ziyu could even call upon the power of the formless sacred bone, the evil spirit was already trapped by the Eye of Truth. Quickly gather the sacred power and absorb this guy. This is a complete evil spirit. You're in for a big gain, the Eye of Truth said excitedly. Previously, when absorbing it externally, too much had leaked away. Now that the evil spirit had directly entered Ding Ziyu's mind, even if some leakage occurred during the absorption process, it would be trapped by the Eye of Truth and absorbed by Ding Ziyu without a trace. Ding Ziyu simply sat down on the spot, concentrating his power to deal with the evil spirit. He had thought he would be in a life and death struggle with the evil spirit, but suddenly realized that entering Ding Ziyu's body was like delivering a meal. It never expected that a more powerful spiritual entity resided in Ding Ziyu's nervous system. Now that its best means of attack was restricted, and with its own power suppressed by the formless sacred power, any attempt to resist became utterly futile. No matter how the evil spirit struggled and roared, it had no effect. The Eye of Truth, with its own strength, firmly suppressed it, preventing it from harming Ding Ziyu in the slightest. Meanwhile, its power was quickly drained by Ding Ziyu, and its struggling strength grew weaker and weaker. Sigh, if I could always use such methods, how wonderful it would be. There's absolutely no pressure. Ding Ziyu felt exhilarated, as all the destructive force was blocked by the Eye of Truth. Hey, slow down a bit, I found I can absorb some too. The Eye of Truth also became excited. He was a spiritual entity himself, but he was attached to Ding Ziyu's body, making it very difficult to become stronger. He could only recover little by little as Ding Ziyu improved. However, he discovered that the evil spirit that had entered Ding Ziyu's body could actually have its power absorbed by him. In other words, these evil spirits could help him slowly restore his spiritual power. Such a good opportunity could not be missed. He had to get involved. He couldn't miss out on a share. You can absorb it too? Really? Ding Ziyu decisively slowed down the absorption speed. The Eye of Truth was of immense help to him. Aside from the small Holy Land, it was his greatest reliance. The stronger the Eye of Truth became, the faster he would grow. The two of them divided the spoils, and in the end, Ding Ziyu absorbed 60% of the evil spirit's power, while the remaining 40% became nourishment for the Eye of Truth. Ding Ziyu felt his spiritual power rapidly increase, and the range of his coverage more than doubled. At the same time, his perception of many things became much sharper. How much spiritual power have you restored? Ding Ziyu quickly asked the Eye of Truth. Having gained such great benefits himself, he believed the Eye of Truth would not gain less. About 1,000th, the Eye of Truth's answer surprised Ding Ziyu. Such a powerful evil spirit, and yet only 1,000th of its power restored the Eye of Truth's spiritual power. How strong was this guy at his peak? Hurry up, let's see if we can catch more evil spirits. The Eye of Truth was increasingly interested. If they could force the evil spirits into Ding Ziyu's body, that would be fantastic. Ding Ziyu worked hard to search. There were quite a few fleeing evil spirits, so finding them wasn't too difficult. The challenge was how to force them into his own body. Evil spirits that weren't too strong would basically run away upon seeing Ding Ziyu. The stronger ones would resist a bit, and whether they dared to rush into Ding Ziyu's body for a desperate fight depended entirely on luck. Ding Ziyu chased down 3 evil spirits in a row, mostly absorbing them externally, with none daring to rush into his body. This left the Eye of Truth somewhat disappointed. Such good fortune couldn't be expected every time. After running for a while, Ding Ziyu encountered only relatively weak evil spirits, so he decided to change direction and pursue the direction of the Master of the Celestial Church. With the Master of the Celestial Church's strength, he would definitely be able to sense those powerful evil spirits easily. The weak ones would basically be dealt with by his subordinates or let that monkey devour them. Ding Ziyu changed his route and quickly found the Master of the Celestial Church. Upon seeing Ding Ziyu approach, the Master of the Celestial Church casually glanced at him. Not bad, preparing to catch some stronger evil spirits? Senior, your insight is remarkable. Ding Ziyu flattered him a little. There's an evil spirit ahead, it's probably already advanced. The Master of the Celestial Church pointed to the distance, where the head of the evil spirit was at least 20 meters large, looking very terrifying. Charge in, this guy is likely the evil spirit king. The Eye of Truth was even more excited than Ding Ziyu, showing no fear at all. This guy is too strong. What if I can't suppress him? Ding Ziyu was still a bit worried. He wasn't a fool. The power of the Wuxiang sacred bone wasn't omnipotent. Suppressing relatively weak evil spirits was easy, but dealing with the evil spirit king was probably not that simple. With my help we can team up. What's there to fear? If it really comes to it, isn't the master of the celestial church right beside us? Would he really stand by and do nothing? The Eye of Truth confidently analyzed. Although Ding Ziyu somewhat believed this reasoning, he still had no confidence in whether the master of the celestial church would save him if he truly faced a life and death crisis. Fortune favors the bold. Charge. Ding Ziyu was too lazy to think further. Sometimes opportunities, once lost, were hard to come by again. In an instant, Ding Ziyu charged forward resolutely. This kid really isn't afraid of death. The master of the celestial church couldn't help but say, "Over there." Ding Ziyu charged directly at the evil spirit, using his body as a means of attack, crashing forward. The evil spirit hesitated for just a moment before rushing unhesitatingly into Ding Ziyu's body. The most common attack method of evil spirits is to invade a person's central nervous system, extinguishing their mental will, commonly referred to as the soul. This evil spirit king employed the same tactic, but as soon as it rushed into Ding Ziyu's mind, the True Eye immediately launched a counterattack, surrounding it. However, this time the True Eye underestimated the strength of the evil spirit king. It found that it could not suppress this evil spirit king with its own power, and a single impact nearly broke free from its grasp. "Hurry and extract its power. I can barely hold down this evil spirit king," the True Eye said, a bit panicked. If this evil spirit king broke free, it could cause significant harm to Ding Ziyu. After all, the power of the formless sacred bone was not omnipotent. When the evil spirit king reached a certain level of strength, its attack power would greatly increase. Once control was lost, the consequences would be severe. Only by quickly absorbing the opponent's power could Ding Ziyu create an opportunity for the True Eye to successfully suppress the evil spirit king. "You can't hold it down?" Ding Ziyu was taken aback. He knew how fierce this evil spirit king was, or else the Lord of the Celestial Church wouldn't have warned him to be cautious. Ding Ziyu quickly focused his mind, fully operating his internal techniques, working in conjunction with the True Eye to accelerate the absorption of the evil spirit king. However, the speed at which Ding Ziyu absorbed was not immediately effective against the massive evil spirit king. Moreover, the True Eye was also recovering and was far from as powerful as imagined. The evil spirit king continued to struggle with all its might beneath the True Eye's grasp, roaring incessantly. Just the sound of that roar made Ding Ziyu's head throb painfully, quite uncomfortable. Several attempts to operate his techniques were interrupted. "Damn it, this evil spirit king is too fierce. I can barely hold it down." The True Eye became tense. Now, it was tied to Ding Ziyu's life. If something happened to Ding Ziyu, it would also face dire consequences. "Quickly call for the Lord of the Celestial Church to help us suppress this evil spirit king." The True Eye exerted all its strength, still feeling that the evil spirit king could break free at any moment. In this situation, it no longer cared about exposing its existence. Surviving was the most critical. "Senior Celestial, help!" Ding Ziyu shouted with all his might. The Lord of the Celestial Church, who had been at a distance, suddenly turned back upon hearing Ding Ziyu's call. "I told you not to act recklessly, but you wouldn't listen. Is the evil spirit king that easy to deal with?" As the Lord of the Celestial Church spoke, she had already arrived at Ding Ziyu's side. She slowly extended a hand and placed it on Ding Ziyu's head. I didn't expect you to have such a spirit within you. Quite interesting." The Lord of the Celestial Church immediately discovered the existence of the True Eye. She had previously speculated that there was some kind of spirit within Ding Ziyu, but she hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, in this vast world, there are all kinds of wonders. Such situations are not uncommon. For a martial artist of her level, it was nothing unusual. However, the True Eye within Ding Ziyu was relatively special, being a rare spirit. Once the Lord of the Celestial Church's power entered Ding Ziyu's body, it instantly suppressed the evil spirit king. Now, both the True Eye and Ding Ziyu worked hard to absorb the power quickly. After a few moments, the evil spirit king finally lost its strength to resist and was successfully suppressed by the True Eye. Their mental powers rapidly increased, no longer worrying about being backlashed by the evil spirit king. The Lord of the Celestial Church withdrew her hand, looking at Ding Ziyu with great interest. "Come find me after you've absorbed everything. I have something to discuss with you," said the Lord of Chengtian before quickly departing again. There were still evil spirits causing chaos, and she needed to hurry to save people. This time, Ding Ziyu and the Eye of Truth spent nearly half an hour completely dismantling the evil spirit king. Ding Ziyu felt that his mental strength had expanded to its limit. If his realm didn't improve, he could no longer absorb more evil spirit power. The Eye of Truth was even more excited. "This time I've recovered 5,000. The evil spirit king is really impressive." Well, if it weren't for the presence of Senior Chengtian, it wouldn't be impressive, it would be life-threatening, Ding Ziyu said, somewhat speechless. The Eye of Truth had always been a reliable presence, but this time it had almost miscalculated. "Just a small mistake. I thought it was only slightly stronger than that half-step evil spirit king. but I didn't expect it to be so much stronger. The Eye of Truth admitted its error. When it first encountered the evil spirit, it knew this thing was quite dangerous, but upon learning that the evil spirit could help it recover, it became greedy. By the way, the Lord of Changtian must have noticed you. She asked me to find her. Are you afraid she will deal with you? Ding Ziyu asked with some concern. This was indeed a very realistic question. With the strength of the Lord of Changtian, dealing with the current Eye of Truth would be incredibly easy. It shouldn't be a problem. She's a senior, so she shouldn't attack me. Besides, I haven't offended her, the Eye of Truth said, though there was a hint of unease in its voice. Who wouldn't feel some pressure facing such a powerful expert? The Eye of Truth had previously mentioned that even at its peak, it wasn't a match for the Lord of Changtian. Moreover, it was now just a spirit, with its strength reduced to almost nothing, making it incomparable. By the way, the Lord of Changtian said you are a spirit, but when I first met you, you clearly seemed like a physical entity? Ding Ziyu recalled the giant eyeball he had opened from the blind box, feeling quite shocked. The key was that such a large eyeball had suddenly entered his body without any issue, which was quite unscientific. That's just the form I presented to you. Doesn't it seem more powerful that way? Essentially, I am indeed just a spirit, the Eye of Truth admitted, unable to deceive Ding Ziyu any longer. So what does your true form look like? What kind of creature has such a large eyeball? Ding Ziyu became curious. He hadn't asked the Eye of Truth in detail before, but now that the opportunity arose, he wanted to clarify. My true form is a gigantic eyeball, and besides mental attacks, I have 8 tentacles that extend from the eyeball. The Eye of Truth manifested a shape, and Ding Ziyu immediately understood. Its true form looked only slightly different from the eyeball he had seen before. My name is the Eye of Truth, but others like to call our race the Giant Eye Demon Clan. The Eye of Truth was silent for a moment before finally revealing its identity to Ding Ziyu. Giant Eye Demon Clan? That sounds like a very sinister race. Ding Ziyu shivered involuntarily. Who wouldn't feel uneasy knowing a demon resided within their body? What if this guy had any malicious intentions? Wouldn't that easily cost him his life? Given Ding Ziyu's strength, it would be incredibly difficult to suppress the Eye of Truth. Who can really say what is good or bad? Good people can do bad things, and bad people can do good things. Our Giant Eye clan actually has some unique characteristics and special value, which has attracted the covetous eyes of certain individuals. These people try every means to hunt our kin, but due to their insufficient strength, many of them end up being counter-killed. After some people fled, they began to publicly claim that our Giant Eye clan is extremely ferocious, which gradually transformed into the Giant Eye Demon Clan. To deter the wicked intentions of those petty individuals, we tacitly accepted this change. Adding the word demon at least instills fear in many, making them think twice before hunting us. The true Eye explained helplessly. Now, it was one with Ding Ziyu as the main entity. If a rift truly formed between them, who knows what problems might arise in the future? Were you hunted down? Did you end up as just a spirit? Ding Ziyu could imagine that the role of the Giant Eye Demon Clan was certainly significant. It was precisely with the help of the True Eye that Ding Ziyu rapidly enhanced his strength, reaching his current level. Since their union, the True Eye had been continuously assisting him, and Ding Ziyu was very clear about this. Whether as the Giant Eye Clan or the Giant Eye Demon Clan, at least the True Eye was genuinely good to him. The general situation is about the same. We have too many enemies, and they are too powerful. This is not something you should know about right now. The True Eye sighed. Thinking about the potential difficulties he might face from the Lord of the Celestial Church, he felt a bit of worry and hesitation. In the face of absolute power, no amount of words is useful. Strength is the only truth. After communicating with the True Eye for a while, Ding Ziyu then went to find the Lord of the Celestial Church. After all, she had saved his life, and he had relied on her help to survive steadily. When Ding Ziyu found the Lord of the Celestial Church again, most of the fleeing evil spirits had been dealt with by her. Perhaps a few small calamities were hiding in some corner, but they were no longer a threat. As long as the deformed monkey came out to patrol, they could be easily eliminated. This incident resulted in a significant loss of population in Daming City. At least nearly 10,000 people died under the attacks of the evil spirits. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Celestial Church, these evil spirits could have turned the entire Daming City into a dead city. Do you know why I sought you out? The Lord of the Celestial Church casually asked when she saw Ding Ziyu approach. Is it because of the Giant Eye Demon Clan? Ding Ziyu guessed, recalling that the Lord of the Celestial Church had previously sought him out to take him as a named disciple, only to be rejected by Ding Ziyu. The Giant Eye Demon Clan is just a minor issue. Since they recognize you, they won't easily harm you. The reason I sought you out is to let you know that the living environment of Blue Star is about to undergo a new round of changes. You are a person with a bit of fortune. If you seize the opportunity, it might be a chance for you. If you miss it, you might also lose your life. The Lord of the Celestial Church's words shocked Ding Ziyu. He had thought she was warning him about the giant I-Demon clan, but it turned out there was something more serious. Indeed, at the beginning of the Great Change in Blue Star, blind boxes began to fall from the sky, revealing all sorts of things. It truly altered the living environment and lifestyle of humanity on Blue Star. However, overall, the blind boxes were still controllable and did not produce anything too outrageous. At least they left some space for human survival. Although there were many blind boxes, not many items could cause widespread harm to humanity. But recently, Ding Ziyu noticed that increasingly more ferocious items were emerging from the blind boxes. The strange blind boxes were also becoming more numerous, clearly showing signs of getting out of control. The Lord of the Celestial Church, who had previously wanted to take him as a named disciple, likely saw something related to fortune in Ding Ziyu. Otherwise, with her strength, she wouldn't have regarded him highly. Senior, could you elaborate a bit more? Ding Ziyu felt a bit uneasy. The unknown indeed carried great risks. His luck was not bad, but if one were to speak of fortune, Ding Ziyu believed Gao Sinyu's fortune was even better. Of course, Long Xiaoye was not bad either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have easily gained the recognition of the Qingyao. It's hard to say, and we can't go into details. Just be careful yourself, the Lord of Chengtian said before turning and floating away. Ding Ziyu wanted to chase after him, but the speed difference was too great, and he simply couldn't catch up. Moreover, without the other party speaking, he had no way to act. According to what she said, the living environment on Blue Star will become more difficult in the future, but also more challenging. Perhaps this is your opportunity to rise, the Eye of Truth said optimistically. His spiritual body had recovered to some extent, and the Eye of Truth's abilities had also become stronger. In any case, when it came to blind boxes, Ding Ziyu still had a significant advantage over others. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. The boat will naturally reach the bridge when the time comes. Ding Ziyu decided not to overthink it. After all, the living environment was becoming more perilous, but it wasn't just targeting him alone. In this day and age, who could truly live comfortably? At least he still had the little sacred land at his disposal. When necessary, he could hide there and perhaps live a more secure life. After so much turmoil, the sky had already darkened. Ding Ziyu hurriedly let the boundary pearl release Gao Xinyu. The time for her to pray for the blind box was drawing near. He couldn't miss the best opportunity. How is it? Have those evil spirits been dealt with? Gao Xinyu asked anxiously as she emerged, worried that an evil spirit might suddenly appear while she was praying, which could be deadly. Don't worry, even if there are any, they probably won't dare to come out easily. Let's find a place to rest for a bit, Ding Ziyu replied. How about we go to the Spirit Lake? There shouldn't be too many people there, Gao Xinyu suggested. In fact, under the torment of the evil spirits, not to mention ordinary people, even martial artists were mostly hiding in their homes at this time, afraid to run around. Now, there were far fewer martial artists daring to move around the Spirit Lake, and the number of spirit fish in the lake had also significantly decreased. Martial artists lacking strength had almost no chance of catching them. Those factions no longer marked off areas by the lake. Whoever wanted to go could go, as the chances of obtaining spirit fish were extremely slim, and who would want to waste time there? When Ding Ziyu and the others arrived at the Spirit Lake, they indeed found the surroundings quiet and peaceful. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was midnight. The sky tonight was not very good, it was gray and overcast, and even the moon couldn't shine through. This made Ding Ziyu feel a bit worried, as Gao Xinyu always encountered some unexpected issues during her prayers, and if something unpredictable appeared, it wouldn't be easy to handle. Ding Ziyu released the ice giant tiger and the barbarian dragon. Both of them were quite strong. As long as they didn't run around, they could serve as good guards. The ice giant tiger had no issues and was very willing to follow Ding Ziyu's commands, but the barbarian dragon was stubborn and often disobeyed orders. You two, focus. If you guard well, I'll reward each of you with a spirit fish. Ding Ziyu used a carrot and stick approach. Both the ice giant tiger and the barbarian dragon were very interested in spirit fish. With this bait, Ding Ziyu wasn't worried about the barbarian dragon being unruly. Upon hearing Ding Ziyu's words, the barbarian dragon let out a few fierce roars, intending to scare off everything around. Ding Ziyu glared at the barbarian dragon. While this might drive away weaker martial artists and animals, wouldn't it also attract stronger ones? Fortunately, various factions in Danning City were currently giving him some face. The barbarian dragon was strong enough to ensure their safety without any issues. Alright, everyone be quiet, Ding Ziyu scolded the barbarian dragon a few times. On the other side, Gao Xinyu had already adjusted her state. While praying, her devotion was at its peak, and her attitude was indeed commendable. As midnight struck, Gao Xinyu began to pray earnestly. During this process, Ding Ziyu noticed that the gray mist around them was swirling faster. The commotion she created was indeed much greater than that of an average person. At least when Ding Ziyu prayed, there wasn't such a strong reaction. A few minutes later, the mist above her head actually showed signs of dispersing, and a faint moonlight broke through the fog, cascading down from the sky, while the surroundings remained shrouded in gray. This is too magical, isn't it? Could it be that she really is the illegitimate daughter of the heavens? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. There's nothing you can do. Some people are just born with better luck and easily gain the favor of the heavens. The Eye of Truth also agreed with Ding Ziyu's view. In the grand scheme of things, everyone's fortune is different. Some people toil endlessly, no matter how hard they try, they still end up with poor results. But some people, with little effort, obtain what others strive for their entire lives but cannot achieve. In metaphysical terms, this is fate. What is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. After the clouds parted, not only did moonlight pour down, but also strands of blue energy. This had almost become Gao Sinyu's signature. Ever since she awakened her powers, she received such rewards almost every time she prayed. In Ding Ziyu's words, this was what the heavens owed her. While Gao Sinyu prayed, those blue abilities quickly entered her body, and before long, her realm was once again elevated, easily reaching the 6th stage of Martial Saint. Moreover, she was still continuing to improve. It should be noted that she had previously struggled greatly to break through to the 6th stage of Martial Saint, consuming a lot of spiritual fish without achieving her goal. Now, she breezed through it, making Ding Ziyu feel a bit envious and resentful. The blue energy lasted for about 10 minutes, and Gao Sinyu's realm suddenly broke through to the 7th stage of Martial Saint before she finally stopped. In terms of realm, she was now higher than Ding Ziyu. With the peculiar properties of the blue energy, Ding Ziyu might not even be her match now. Just then, a flickering box descended from the sky. Ding Ziyu had never seen such a blind box before. It was hard to tell what color it was, sometimes it looked transparent, yet the contents inside were invisible. Why can't I see through this blind box? Can you see through it? Ding Ziyu quickly asked the Eye of Truth. Ding Ziyu's ability came from the Eye of Truth, and generally speaking, even without its help, he could see a rough outline of an ordinary blind box. He didn't expect this time to fail. Inside, there is a black plate. What it specifically is will be known once she opens it. After the Eye of Truth regained its strength, its insight had indeed improved significantly. A black plate? Ding Ziyu concentrated his mental energy and looked at the blind box again. As it shifted from dark to light, Ding Ziyu indeed saw a rough outline, but he couldn't make out anything else. The blind box finally landed beside Gao Sinyu, still flickering. The shape of the blind box wasn't particularly unusual, resembling an ordinary gift box. Hurry and open it to see what's inside, Ding Ziyu urged. Anyway, Gao Sinyu's prayer had ended, and the blue energy had all entered her body. Seeing Ding Ziyu's anxious demeanor, Gao Sinyu couldn't help but smile lightly. She then reached out to touch the blind box. As her hand made contact, the blind box transformed into a gray light and dispersed, revealing a black plate in Gao Sinyu's hand. This plate was entirely black, and its material was unknown. It was about 10 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide, easily fitting in her hand. This thing is called a teleportation token. Using it allows the user to teleport to any coordinates within 10,000 kilometers. Gao Sinyu sensed for a moment and immediately reported the function of the black token. Wow! You really do get what you need, huh? With this teleportation token, you can just run around the world at will. Ding Ziyu genuinely envied Gao Sinyu's luck, akin to that of a European emperor. Knowing she was going back to the northern city, the heavens had sent her a teleportation token. If she had to walk through this wilderness, even with her current strength, it wouldn't be safe to reach such a distant place. But you can't just run around, you need the corresponding coordinates. Gao Sinyu smiled. This thing was indeed very practical for her. Even the Blind Box Management Bureau might not be able to produce something like this. To satisfy Ding Ziyu's curiosity, Gao Sinyu placed the teleportation token in his hand. However, this thing showed no reaction in Ding Ziyu's hand. It was completely unrecognizable. It was dark, and if Gao Sinyu hadn't explained it, he might have tossed it aside. This item was still exclusive to Gao Sinyu. Others couldn't use it, which was quite frustrating. Ding Ziyu tried a few times and, feeling disheartened, returned it to Gao Sinyu. When are you planning to go back? Ding Ziyu asked. During her trip to Danning City, Gao Sinyu had already obtained everything she wanted. There was no longer much need to stay in Danning City. Now, how about I go back tomorrow instead? Gao Sinyu said, eager to try. She was indeed feeling a strong desire to return. With this teleportation token, going back was now very easy for her. She only suggested postponing it to tomorrow to consider Ding Ziyu's feelings. Actually, it doesn't make much difference whether it's now or tomorrow. If you really want to go back, you can do it right now. Ding Ziyu understood her feelings. If it were him, he would also want to return as soon as possible. Really? Gao Xinyu suddenly became excited. She truly hoped to return to that familiar city right away. Ding Ziyu nodded. Can this teleportation token only take others with you? I don't know if it can take others. Let me sense it carefully. Gao Xinyu couldn't really answer Ding Ziyu's question. She picked up the teleportation token and sensed it carefully, her joyful expression turning somewhat gloomy. It was clear that this teleportation token could only be used by her alone. Others couldn't use it. Ding Ziyu understood just by looking at her expression. If it can't take others, that's fine. I can enter the little sacred land. You just need to bring the lower realm pearl. Ding Ziyu quickly thought of this solution. To be honest, he felt that this teleportation token was not as useful as the previously obtained teleportation scroll. He just didn't know how much difference there was in teleportation distance between the two. Also, the teleportation scroll was a one-time use item, while this teleportation token could likely be reused. From this perspective, the teleportation token was indeed much more valuable. That should be fine. Hurry up and put the barbaric dragon and ice giant tiger into the little sacred land. We'll head back right away. Gao Xinyu seemed to have other solutions and was instantly much happier. Ding Ziyu quickly stored the two giant beasts into the little sacred land and followed in. Then, a pearl the size of a thumb fell into Gao Xinyu's hand. She picked it up, examined it carefully, and then solemnly stored it away. Gao Xinyu held the teleportation token in her hand, mentally reciting a string of strange incantations, and then infused the blue energy from her body into it. When that blue energy entered the black token, the originally pitch-black token suddenly shimmered with waves of light, just like that blind box, becoming bright and dim. When the blue energy that Gao Xinyu had input into her body reached about one-third, the space centered around the black token suddenly began to tremble, and then quickly formed a vortex slightly larger than a basin. Gao Xinyu's body was instantly enveloped in black mist and then entered the vortex. At that moment, she felt a strong sense of dizziness. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a very old shed. Gao Xinyu patted her head and, seeing everything before her, was filled with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. She hadn't expected to return directly to the place where she had lived as a child. Although everything here seemed very dilapidated, covered in dust, and many places showed no signs of habitation, Gao Xinyu still felt a great joy from her surroundings. At the moment she used the teleportation token, this place was what she had thought of. She couldn't believe she had really come back here. The teleportation token was still in her hand, as if nothing had happened, which was indeed quite magical. Gao Xinyu carefully examined it and found that the black token had an extra number. 9. What does this number mean? Gao Xinyu looked closely, somewhat confused. In the end, she could only carefully store the teleportation token away. This thing was indeed very useful and could even save her life at a critical moment. When Gao Xinyu was about to take out the boundary pearl, she found that it had automatically disappeared. It didn't get lost during the teleportation, did it? What should I do? Gao Xinyu suddenly became anxious. If it had fallen in another place, it wouldn't have mattered much, but if it was lost during the teleportation, who knew where she would have to look for it? Fortunately, Gao Xinyu's worries were clearly unnecessary. Just when she was at a loss, a small portal appeared in the space, and Ding Ziyu quickly walked out from inside. After your teleportation, the boundary pearl returned automatically, Ding Ziyu explained. This boundary pearl indeed had a spirit of its own. This is the most remote slum in Dingyuan City, and it's where I lived as a child. It's very rundown. Gao Xinyu pointed to everything before her. In fact, Ding Ziyu was not unfamiliar with this place, as he had seen it in Gao Xinyu's illusion, and even saw her relatives. It's okay, the place I lived in since childhood wasn't any better than yours, Ding Ziyu comforted Gao Xinyu. In such chaotic times, being able to survive was already quite good. Ding Ziyu released his spirit to sense the surrounding environment. It was indeed very dilapidated. Within a few hundred meters, there wasn't a single person present. It was obvious that even the poor no longer wanted to live here. It was a place that had been abandoned. Perhaps we can tidy this place up a bit. It would be safer to teleport here in the future, Ding Ziyu suggested. Sure. Gao Xinyu immediately agreed with Ding Ziyu's proposal. Since there was no one to disturb them, it would naturally be very safe to teleport back here. After all, every time Gao Xinyu teleported, she felt dizzy, and if there wasn't a safe place, being attacked right after returning would be very dangerous. The two of them got to work right away, and the not-so-large shed was tidied up in no time. What happened here? Why is there not a single person left? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. There were also slums like this in Danning City. No matter how much development occurred, there would always be some impoverished people living there, as living in these places had lower living costs and made survival easier. I don't know either. When I left, there were still people living here, Gao Xinyu said, equally puzzled. She had moved out of here for a few years now, and after several twists and turns, she finally joined the Laojun Society, basically living on their territory. Later, she went to Danning City, where she stayed for more than 2 years. During this time, she knew nothing about what had happened in the shantytown. "Let's go out for a walk and see if we can find that delicious noodle shop from back then," Gao Xinyu said, her memory of the noodle shop quite vivid. She often passed by it as a child but never had any money. Only on rare occasions, like her birthday, did she get the chance to eat a bowl of noodles. In her memory, it had become a rare delicacy of the human world. When Gao Xinyu and Ding Ziyu stepped out of the shanty, they found the surroundings eerily silent. There was not even a single rat to be seen, let alone a noodle shop. "Something serious must have happened here. Otherwise, it couldn't have turned into this," Gao Xinyu said with certainty. But no one could answer her. Perhaps only upon returning to the Lao Jun Society would they find out the reason. "Let's go back to the Lao Jun Society first," Gao Xinyu said, not wanting to linger here any longer. If they encountered any trouble they couldn't handle, it would be like courting death. The two soared into the air and quickly flew away. After a few minutes of flying, they discovered that a very high wall had been built around the shantytown, completely sealing off the area. Gao Xinyu glanced around casually and didn't linger too long. Once they crossed this area, the streets began to widen, and finally, light streamed in from both sides of the road, bringing with it a distinct sense of liveliness. Even though it was already midnight, a few people were still walking the streets, and it was unclear whether they couldn't sleep or were truly homeless. Their aimless demeanor was filled with an endless coldness. As these people saw Ding Ziyu and Gao Xinyu, they instinctively gathered around, each with a malicious look. If the two hadn't immediately released the powerful aura of a martial saint, they might have attracted some trouble. "Why does it feel like Dingyuan City is even more chaotic than Danning City?" Ding Ziyu's first impression was just that. Although Danning City was also a dog-eat-dog society, it wasn't as unrestrained. There was still a basic sense of respect. There's no way around it. Dingyuan City can do without the Lord of Chengtian. Here, the Blind Box Management Bureau is the true ruler. They don't pay much attention to ordinary people. Gao Xinyu revealed the secret. It seemed that the Lord of Chengtian was relatively merciful. She often operated in Danning City, which had to some extent influenced the Blind Box Management Bureau and other forces. At least on the surface, there was still a need to restrain her subordinates from doing petty thefts. In their casual conversation, they soon arrived at a building complex resembling a manor. The lights here weren't very bright, but the various plants were lush and thriving. However, some lights did shine through the trees. "Flying is not allowed here. We can only walk in," Gao Xinyu pointed to the gate ahead. Even though it was already early morning, there were still guards, and they looked very strict. As Gao Xinyu approached, the guard peeked out to look at her and immediately broke into a smile. "I haven't seen you in a long time," the guard said with a grin. "I went to another city and just came back," Gao Xinyu casually replied, indicating they were somewhat familiar with each other. However, familiarity aside, she still took out something resembling an ID badge and scanned it. Only then did the guard let them through. "He's my friend, is it okay for him to come in?" Gao Xinyu pointed to Ding Ziyu standing aside. "This is not possible. If it were before, I could let him in, but now, it's not allowed. The higher-ups have made a rule that anyone who is not a member of the society is strictly prohibited from entering the manor." The doorman immediately rejected Gao Xinyu's request. "Can't you make an exception? He is really my friend and even saved my life." Gao Xinyu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Given her status in the Lao Jun Society, bringing someone in should have been a simple matter. She didn't expect to be blocked by the doorman. "No, it's not that I won't make an exception, but there are strict orders from above that no non-member can enter." The doorman's attitude was very firm. "Fine, if I can't go in, then I won't. I'll wait for you outside." Ding Ziyu didn't want to put Gao Xinyu in a difficult position. After all, this was the territory of the Lao Jun Society. The rules set by others weren't aimed solely at him, so why bother with such trivial matters? "All right, I'll go see my master first and come out to find you soon." Gao Xinyu indeed wanted to report back on the situation. Her master treated her well, and perhaps through her master, she could bring Ding Ziyu into the Lao Jun Society. Gao Xinyu quickly disappeared into the estate, while Ding Ziyu waited outside the gate, feeling bored. What a broken place, and the rules are quite strict. I wonder if there are really any remarkable figures inside. The Eye of Truth grumbled, somewhat displeased. Anyone who can get the help of the Lord of the Ascending Heaven must have considerable strength. Ding Ziyu thought for a moment and said. Remembering what the Lord of the Ascending Heaven had said, he began to feel a bit worried. Meanwhile, Gao Xinyu quickly returned to the core area of the Laojun Society. Those who could stay here were basically the upper echelons of the society. If it weren't for her being under her master's tutelage, she wouldn't have had the chance to come here. For these powerful upper echelons, sleeping was something they rarely did. More often, they replaced sleep with meditation or cultivation. Before Gao Xinyu reached her master's room, a voice came from within. Xiao Yu is back? I figured you would return today. A man's voice came from inside, very gentle. His perception was clearly quite strong, as he knew who had arrived from a distance. Greetings, Master. I have obtained the Moon Saint Pearl and returned safely, Gao Xinyu said cautiously. I already know about the events in Danning City. I didn't expect you to have reached the 7th stage of Martial Saint already. Not bad, not bad. The man immediately recognized Gao Xinyu's realm and seemed very pleased. At that moment, the door to the room opened. A handsome man was sitting inside. He wasn't sleeping but was instead drinking tea. Beside him was a very beautiful woman, pouring tea for him. She is your junior sister, named Du-Wan, the man said, pointing to the woman pouring tea. Hello, senior sister. Du-Wan politely bowed to Gao Xinyu. Hello, junior sister Du, Gao Xinyu quickly greeted back, though she was somewhat surprised. Her master had never easily accepted disciples before. She didn't expect that after being away for 2 years, there would be another junior sister. Tell me roughly about your situation in Danning City, Yu Peng said with a smile. So Gao Xinyu began to narrate in detail, including how she entered the Blind Box Management Bureau, what she did in between, how she met Ding Ziyu, and how she obtained the Moon Saint Pearl. When she mentioned Ding Ziyu, Yu Peng's gaze suddenly became sharp, and his brows furrowed. This Ding Ziyu came to Dingyuan City with you? Yu Peng asked. Gao Xinyu clearly didn't notice her master's change in demeanor and nodded naturally. Do you really trust him that much? Even if he saved your life, he clearly has ulterior motives towards you. Can't you see that? Yu Peng's expression grew even darker. No way, he has already made his intentions clear, and I think he's a good person. Gao Xinyu inexplicably defended Ding Ziyu. As for the relationship between the two, Ding Ziyu had also clearly stated his intentions. This was the main reason why Gao Xinyu trusted him so much. Girl, you really are quite naive. With your talent, tying your fate to him is just a waste of your time and life. Yu Peng's tone gradually became stern. In the past, he had always spoken to Gao Xinyu in a kind manner. Even when she made mistakes, he never scolded her harshly. But this time, Yu Peng's attitude changed, becoming somewhat frightening and unfamiliar to Gao Xinyu. She didn't understand why her master disliked Ding Ziyu so much. Just from hearing her recount some stories, he developed such strong aversion. From now on, you are not allowed to see this person again. Focus on your cultivation and strive to reach the 10th level of Martial Saint within a year, then aim for a higher realm. Yu Peng domineeringly issued a strict order to Gao Xinyu. This was a direct house arrest. He's still waiting outside the manor. Should I go greet him? Gao Xinyu's mood suddenly soured, but she couldn't disobey her master's command. Since she became Yu Peng's disciple, he had never done anything wrong to her. On the contrary, he cared for and protected her, helping her emerge from the shadows and grow stronger. Such a master was worthy of her respect. She just didn't expect that making an ordinary friend would provoke such a strong reaction from her master. You two stay here, I'll go talk to him, Yu Peng said, and without waiting for Gao Xinyu's reaction, he waved his hand and sealed the room. Before Gao Xinyu could figure out what was happening, Yu Peng had disappeared from the room. Ding Ziyu was still waiting outside the gate, bored, and nearly 2 hours had passed. Gao Xinyu had said she would be back soon, but she hadn't returned yet. If it weren't for the fact that this was the stronghold of the Laojun Society, he might have thought something had happened to Gao Xinyu. Everything here seemed normal, with no unusual occurrences, so Gao Xinyu's safety shouldn't be in question. Just as Ding Ziyu was feeling restless, a figure shot towards him at an incredible speed. Ding instinctively took a step back, and by the time he saw the figure clearly, the person was already standing beside him, just 3 feet away. Kid, this guy is very strong, you're no match for him, be careful, the Eye of Truth immediately warned. You are Ding Ziyu? The newcomer stared at Ding Ziyu, exuding a powerful aura. I am. May I ask who you are, senior? I am Gao Xinyu's master. Others call me Tianping Jinring, Yu Peng said with great authority. May I ask what brings you here, Tianping Senior? Is Gao Xinyu alright? Upon hearing that the other party was Gao Xinyu's master, Ding Ziyu's heart sank. He recalled the words of the leader of the Cheng Tian sect. It seemed that this Tianping Jinren was indeed difficult to deal with. Just relying on his seniority to pressure him made Ding Ziyu's goodwill towards him evaporate instantly. Kid, don't think about my disciple anymore. Leave Dingyuan City immediately. If I find you still in Dingyuan City within 3 days, you will bear the consequences. Yu Peng's words were very firm, not only forbidding Gao Xinyu from seeing him but also ordering him to leave Dingyuan City. Given that Dingyuan City was so large, with countless people living there, what problem could one more Ding Ziyu cause? Senior, aren't you being a bit too overbearing? Is Dingyuan City yours, Laojun Society? Ding Ziyu's temper flared up. If he were to stop himself from associating with Gao Xinyu, that would be understandable. After all, Gao Xinyu is his disciple, and it is only natural for a master to care for their student. But to actually drive him out of Dingyuan City is a bit excessive. Why should that be? Dingyuan City does not belong to him, nor does it belong to the Laojun Society. The true authority of this city lies with the Blind Box Management Bureau. Get lost. Don't talk to me about these nonsensical matters. Remember the time I gave you, 3 days. No matter how big Dingyuan City is, there is no place for you here. Yu Ping issued his final eviction order. Kid, hurry up and leave. Strength is the only truth. Once you become strong enough, it won't be too late to reclaim your territory. The Eye of Truth was worried that Ding Ziyu's temper would flare up and lead to a confrontation. The strength of this Tianping Jinren is truly unfathomable. With Ding Ziyu's 7th tier martial saint strength, he really is no stronger than a bug in front of him. Ding Ziyu left, but he felt as if a block of lead was lodged in his heart. Tianping Jinren's attitude really provoked him. Although it didn't severely hurt his pride, he still felt as if his dignity was being trampled on the ground. Don't think that this can stop me. I am determined to have that woman. Ding Ziyu resolved to bring Gao Xinyu under his wing. No matter how terrible Tianping Jinren's attitude was, it couldn't change his determination. Are you planning to stay in Dingyuan City? The Eye of Truth asked. In fact, given the characteristics of the little sacred land, even if Ding Ziyu stayed in Dingyuan City, Tianping Jinren might not be able to find him. However, a master of this level certainly has means that ordinary martial artists do not, and if he were to discover Ding Ziyu, it would be a huge problem. Where else can I go? I definitely can't return to Danning City, Ding Ziyu said helplessly. With his current strength, it would be extremely difficult to return to Danning City alone. Once outside the city, he wouldn't even know which direction to go. A slight misstep could lead to a deviation of several kilometers. The most critical issue is that the wilderness is truly unsafe. The further one is from the city, the greater the danger. Forget it, let's find a place to hide for now. With your abilities, as long as you aren't caught on the spot, it isn't as dangerous as you imagine, the Eye of Truth suggested after some thought. Very few can see through the little sacred land, and Tianping Jinren is not one of them. Ding Ziyu wandered aimlessly in Dingyuan City. This unfamiliar city had just given him a harsh lesson, which was indeed very cruel. After feeling frustrated for a while, Ding Ziyu decided to ask someone for directions and inquire about the location of the blind box market. Once dawn broke, he still planned to go to the blind box market to search for treasures. To quickly increase his strength, relying solely on the resources at hand is not enough. Early the next morning, Ding Ziyu arrived at the nearest blind box market. Although it is located in the north, the blind box market in Dingyuan City is not much different from that in Danning City. Upon entering, he found that the general layout was quite similar. As Ding Ziyu strolled through the market, he couldn't help but frown because the market was filled with the most ordinary blind boxes. He hadn't seen a single exotic or differently colored blind box. Although the blind box market in Danning City mainly featured ordinary blind boxes, there were still occasional sightings of some exotic ones. Especially in recent times, the number of exotic or differently colored blind boxes in the market had been increasing. To clarify this situation, Ding Ziyu decided to ask a local. You don't even know this question? A middle-aged man selling blind boxes looked at Ding Ziyu in surprise, as if he had seen something extraordinary. I really don't know. I came from another city, Ding Ziyu replied honestly. TSK. You actually managed to come from another city. You're impressive, kid. The middle-aged man couldn't help but glance at Ding Ziyu a few more times. In this day and age, being able to travel from one city to another is not something just anyone can manage. Starting from last month, all strange blind boxes, whether they are oddly shaped or oddly colored, are strictly prohibited from being opened privately, and they cannot be sold in the blind box market. They must be sent to the Blind Box Management Bureau's centralized purchasing office, said the middle-aged man seriously. No way, not only can we not sell them, but we can't even open the blind boxes ourselves? That's just too overbearing. Ding Ziyu truly did not expect the management in Dingyuan City to become so strict, or one might say harsh. The blind boxes he had prayed for could not be sold casually, nor could they be opened at will. Even if there were risks, couldn't he bear them himself? It seemed that with this, those martial arts schools that specialized in helping people open blind boxes would starve to death. With the Blind Box Management Bureau collecting so many blind boxes, can they even manage to open them all? I estimate that every day, a batch of people opening blind boxes will die, said the Eye of Truth languidly. The danger of the strange blind boxes was much greater. For those without special abilities, if they went to open such blind boxes every day, the chances of losing their lives would increase exponentially. Even a martial saint would not dare to guarantee that they could survive 3 days of opening such blind boxes. This being said, the Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City either had some special means of opening blind boxes or would accumulate a large number of strange blind boxes. This might be a good opportunity for you. If you can hide in the Blind Box Management Bureau, even Lao Jun might not be able to do anything to you, the Eye of Truth quickly said. But I wonder if the Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City will accept people, Ding Ziyu expressed his concern. Although his wanted notice in Danning City had been cancelled, he had basically made it onto the blacklist of the Blind Box Management Bureau. If the internal systems of the Blind Box Management Bureau were interconnected, then if he went to register at the Dingyuan City Blind Box Management Bureau, not only would he not be able to enter, but he might also attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Here, there was no Lord Chengtian to help him. If he were targeted by a formidable figure, it could very well threaten his life. Change your appearance, use a different name. Who would really care about martial artists from other cities? The Eye of Truth appeared very indifferent. Ding Ziyu thought about it and found some truth in it. Even if he had some fame in Danning City, it was limited to that city. Dingyuan City was far from Danning City. As long as his identity was not retrieved by the internal system, no one should care about who he was. However, with your strength as a 7-segment martial saint, you still need to come up with a plausible excuse, otherwise, it will be hard to gain people's trust. Finding a quiet place, Ding Ziyu returned to the small sacred land and, following the makeup techniques taught by Gao Xingyu, transformed himself into a man in his 30s. He suppressed his realm to the state of a 1-segment martial saint and wore an official badge he had accidentally picked up. With the appearance of being in his 30s and a 1-segment martial saint's realm, it became much easier to fabricate a story. Just say you used to run a martial arts school, but recently there has been no business, so you had to close it down and look for another job. Ding Ziyu found himself a reasonable excuse. After all, with the strange blind boxes taken by the Blind Box Management Bureau, those martial arts schools that specialized in opening blind boxes for others had no food left. The Blind Box Management Bureau was easy to find. Ding Ziyu first went to the centralized purchasing office and saw people occasionally bringing strange blind boxes here to sell, finally believing what others had said. Isn't there anyone who wants to open high-level blind boxes privately? Ding Ziyu muttered to himself in confusion. After all, people's gambling nature is quite strong. When they are at their wits' end, there will surely be someone who would do such a thing. Brother, you really aren't afraid of being targeted by the Blind Box Management Bureau? Since this decree was issued last month, quite a few people who open blind boxes have been dealt with by the Bureau with a heavy hand. Someone nearby overheard Ding Ziyu's mumbling and casually chimed in. How do they know what kind of blind box others are opening? After all, there are still so many ordinary blind boxes. Are they not allowed to be opened at all? Ding Ziyu felt somewhat unconvinced. The reason was simple. When a blind box is opened, its unusual shape or color disappears without a trace. Who could convince him that he was opening a strange blind box? After all, there are still so many ordinary blind boxes on the market. Someone is bound to open them. What you can think of, others have already thought of. The Blind Box Management Bureau has set up a special opening station to control people from privately opening strange blind boxes. Ordinary blind boxes can be opened on their own, but they must be taken to the opening station. No matter what commotion you cause, no one will bother you. If you open a box privately, whether it's an ordinary blind box or a strange one, as long as you make a commotion, you will immediately be hunted down by the Blind Box Management Bureau and treated as if you opened a strange blind box. Unless you can guarantee that no commotion will occur, you won't be able to escape the Bureau's pursuit. That person's explanation truly opened Ding Ziyu's eyes. He hadn't expected the Blind Box Management Bureau to be this powerful. He had thought that the Bureau in Danning City was quite strong, but compared to the one in Dingyuan City, it was really much weaker. Under such high-pressure circumstances, it was inevitable that many innocent people would be harmed. The lives of ordinary people were becoming increasingly difficult. Perhaps only those super-powerful forces could avoid being targeted by the Blind Box Management Bureau. For example, organizations like the Lao Jun Society, if they opened a few strange blind boxes in their own estate, even if some anomalies or noises occurred, the Bureau probably wouldn't do anything to them, right? Ultimately, it all came down to strength. Whether it was the law or the rules, they were all used to target the common people. Ding Ziyu stood outside the purchasing station for a while and noticed that the prices of the strange blind boxes sold to the purchasing station were not very high, around 10,000 dragon coins. Almost all strange blind boxes were priced this way, which was indeed too low for those high-end blind boxes. But they had no choice. They couldn't sell to private individuals, and since they had no confidence in not causing a commotion by opening them themselves, they could only sell them to the purchasing station with tears in their eyes. After watching for a while, Ding Ziyu found it rather dull. This was a situation he couldn't change, so he could only shake his head and leave. The Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City also recruited people, but their requirements were higher than those in Danning City. They only recruited martial artists above the 7th rank, preferably those who had mastered a secret technique to have enough confidence to enter. Due to the high requirements, there weren't many martial artists applying, only a few scattered individuals. After waiting for a while, it was Ding Ziyu's turn. When the recruiter saw the official inspection mark on Ding Ziyu, they immediately became interested. It wasn't easy to recruit a martial saint after all. A first-rank martial saint was much stronger than a 10th-rank martial artist. What's your name? How old are you? Where are you from? What did you do before? The recruiter took out a form and began to ask according to procedure. My name is Dingyu, I'm 33 years old today. I live on the outskirts of Dingyuan City, and I used to run a small martial arts school, but it's now bankrupt. Ding Ziyu quickly answered with the pre-prepared content. These things were not taken too seriously by everyone, although the internet still existed in this era. People were no longer very interested in collecting personal data. Ordinary people's lives were as insignificant as grass. No one cared who he was or where he came from. So the recruiter entered Ding Ziyu's information without any reaction. After all, there were still many people with the same name in this era, and the information Ding Ziyu provided differed greatly from the records in Danning City. Brother Ding, all martial artists entering the Blind Box Management Bureau must undergo a relevant test again. You don't have any issues, do you? The recruiter said with a smile. In normal circumstances, no one would fake anything in this regard. After all, whether one has that level of strength can be easily tested. No problem. Ding Ziyu naturally walked up to the strength testing machine. To accurately punch out over 2 tons, he still needed to control it well. With Ding Ziyu's current strength, a moment's inattention could lead to a serious overload. Taking advantage of the recruiter's momentary distraction, Ding Ziyu lightly threw a punch. The result was a loud bang from the testing machine, and the strength value quickly climbed, eventually reaching 9 tons. Ding Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't exceeded the limit. Anything under 4 tons fell within the category of a martial saint. Another test was for flight ability, which was even simpler for Ding Ziyu. With just a slight movement, he floated up, hovering half a foot off the ground, his movements very stable and skilled. The recruiter watched with great satisfaction. By the way, do you have any special skills? After all, something particularly adept in secret techniques, the recruiter asked again. This content was related to job allocation, and all members entering the Blind Box Management Bureau would be routinely questioned. Ding Ziyu paused for a moment before cautiously saying, I'm quite good at opening blind boxes. I have some insights in this area. The recruiter was taken aback for a moment, then quickly caught on. That's true, those who run martial arts schools have some experience in this regard. After saying this, he directly filled in this special skill. Do you need to live in the management bureau? What's the difference? Ding Ziyu pretended not to understand. If you want to live in the Blind Box Management Bureau, you can go in now, and they will assign you accommodation and related living matters. If you don't want to live inside, just come to report tomorrow. The recruiter quickly entered Ding Ziyu's relevant information into the system and handed him a staff badge. From now on, he was officially a member of the Dingyuan City Blind Box Management Bureau. Then I'll live in the Blind Box Management Bureau, it'll be more convenient for executing tasks. After pretending to think for 2 minutes, Ding Ziyu made his decision. To avoid being found by Master Tianpeng, the best way was to find a powerful organization to protect himself. The Blind Box Management Bureau was undoubtedly the best place, bar none. This time, the recruiter set aside his work and directly took him into the Management Bureau. The subsequent process was similar to that of the Danning City Blind Box Management Bureau, and Ding Ziyu was quickly assigned a single dormitory. Although it wasn't very large, it was relatively quiet. Just walk around inside. The specific work will be notified to you as soon as it's assigned, the recruiter said after arranging Ding Ziyu's main place, then quickly left. After sitting in the dormitory for a while, Ding Ziyu began to walk around. The Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City was very large. Aside from some restricted areas, there were many departments. If he didn't familiarize himself with the situation, he might really struggle to find the workplaces of various departments. As Ding Ziyu had estimated, the Blind Box Management Bureau had acquired a large number of strange blind boxes under the procurement of the Unified Purchasing Office. With so many blind boxes, they couldn't just be stored away. If that were the case, there wouldn't be enough space. Only by opening the blind boxes could they accumulate real resources. However, opening blind boxes always carried risks. The higher end the blind box, the greater the risk. The Blind Box Management Bureau had specifically opened several areas, concentrating a large number of personnel to open blind boxes. The resources obtained were indeed considerable, but many martial artists had also died as a result. In fact, quite a few martial saints had died in the process of opening blind boxes. This department was indeed a very dangerous job, far more dangerous than those patrolling the streets. Ding Ziyu's information was reported, and he was immediately targeted. He is not only a martial saint but also has experience in opening blind boxes, so he must be prioritized for inclusion in this team. Ding Ziyu had not been browsing for long when a message about his transfer came through on his identity badge. Ding Ziyu was well aware that when filling out his special skills, he had anticipated that he would be assigned to this department. Therefore, he had also inquired specifically about this department and, after receiving the news, quickly made his way there. "Brother Ding, you're new here, that's great. Welcome to our team," a middle-aged man greeted Ding Ziyu at the entrance, calling him brother in a very friendly manner. "May I ask who you are?" Ding Ziyu, noticing the man's enthusiasm, also understood that this job was quite dangerous, and the mortality rate was likely not low. "I am Wang Bin, the captain of the 7th team of the blind box opening squad. I saw your information and contacted you right away." Wang Bin stepped forward and shook Ding Ziyu's hand. "Captain Wang, how many people are in our blind box team?" Ding Ziyu casually asked a very ordinary question. Who knew the dangers of opening blind boxes? If luck was bad, casualties were inevitable. Wang Bin naturally understood what Ding Ziyu wanted to know and immediately showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Our 7th team has 15 members. Each person opens one blind box a day to complete the task. Opening one a day, that's only 15 blind boxes. There must be quite a few teams like this, right?" Ding Ziyu truly did not expect that the Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City was so fortunate. Just the special blind boxes opened daily must be countless. Most of the special blind boxes in Dingyuan City were probably sent to them. Not many, only 10 teams. Wang Bin forced a smile again. With Wang Bin's enthusiastic help, Ding Ziyu quickly joined the 7th team. However, when he arrived at the worksite, he found that there weren't that many people present. "This is our 7th team's worksite. A few people have already completed today's tasks and gone back to rest." Wang Bin knew what Ding Ziyu was thinking and quickly explained. The blind box opening area was quite spacious, and the ground was very solid, resembling a training ground. There were about 10 blind boxes piled up nearby, mostly in strange shapes, though the colors were rather ordinary. "We only handle the irregular blind boxes. The irregularly colored ones are opened by teams 1 to 5. Wang Bin pointed to those blind boxes and said to Ding Ziyu. As he spoke, several team members looked over, but they had no intention of coming up to greet Ding Ziyu. Instead, they wore somewhat unpleasant expressions. Ding Ziyu glanced at these people and then at the bloodstains in the middle of the area, and he immediately understood that someone must have died before. With so many blind boxes opened every day, aren't there any good protective measures? Ding Ziyu asked with a serious face. Although everyone understood that opening blind boxes carried risks, there were still many preparations that could be made beforehand. If those who specialized in opening blind boxes had no means of protection, they would have long been wiped out. Not that there are none at all, actually. We have a master in our bureau who can see the auspiciousness or inauspiciousness of blind boxes. However, he can't always be accurate, and there are times when he misses, Wang Bin quickly replied. He can see the auspiciousness of blind boxes? Ding Ziyu was taken aback, not expecting that there was such a capable person in Dingyuan City. It was known that blind boxes were generally obscured by the will of heaven, and without special abilities, it was impossible to see through what was inside. Ding Ziyu's ability was entirely due to the true eye of the giant Eye Demon clan. His special ability was indeed a rare case. He didn't expect that someone could discern the auspiciousness of blind boxes. That was quite an impressive special ability. It was likely that the establishment of the Unified Purchasing Office by the Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City had a lot to do with this person. Yes, this guy is a treasure of the bureau. He walks around with a lot of authority in our management bureau. The blind boxes obtained through centralized purchasing must first pass through his hands before being distributed, Wang Bin said. So, if this guy wants to set up that opening team, wouldn't he be able to manipulate it at will? Ding Ziyu immediately grasped the key point. This person's abilities are so unique, yet they are sometimes reliable and sometimes not. Who knows if he is doing it intentionally? For example, if he is unhappy with that team, he could deliberately send over a few dangerous blind boxes, and it would be impossible to argue if someone got hurt. Brother Ding, you can't say that carelessly. If that guy hears you, he might really come after us, Wang Bin said, looking tense. Usually, our entire team pays tribute to him, but there are always some unexpected incidents. No one can guarantee anything in this matter, you should understand. Hearing Wang Bin say this, Ding Ziyu didn't want to speculate further. According to Wang Bin, the risks of the opening team had actually been filtered. Not every blind box would be opened. In fact, those dangerous blind boxes might not be without good things. Perhaps you can find a way to get some. The Eye of Truth spoke up at that moment. Knowing it's dangerous and still wanting to open it, isn't that courting death? Ding Ziyu retorted. He wasn't denying the Eye of Truth's statement. he just didn't want to take such risks. With me around, how much risk can there be? If it's truly dangerous, then not opening it is the best option. You should find an opportunity to inquire about how those special blind boxes marked dangerous are handled. The Eye of Truth's reasoning was quite sound. The chances of special blind boxes yielding good items were already significantly higher, and if bought at market price, they wouldn't be cheap. However, the prices for filtered special blind boxes weren't that high. As for the order prohibiting the disposal of special blind boxes, that was basically nonsense. It was likely just a means for the Blind Box Management Bureau to rake in profits. Ding Ziyu didn't rush to inquire about this information. He had just arrived and needed to behave honestly for a while. Brother Ding, just pick one at random. Opening it will count as completing today's task. Wang Bin casually pointed to the blind boxes at the side. It seemed as if there was no danger at all, but Ding Ziyu had no idea what he was really thinking. Ding Ziyu approached the pile of blind boxes and examined them carefully. He found that there were indeed some decent items inside, but they weren't very useful for his current level. As for the risks, they didn't seem significant. Ding Ziyu casually picked up a blind box. He had already seen that inside was a blue wolf, equivalent to a 9th-tier martial artist. If he had no defenses at all, he could still be injured by this blue wolf. However, for Ding Ziyu, it was completely not a problem. The reason for choosing this blind box was also to avoid appearing too lucky. It also allowed him to showcase his strength, preventing these teammates from developing any covetous thoughts. After walking to the center of the square, Ding Ziyu displayed a fully alert demeanor and carefully opened the blind box in his hand. As the outer shell of the blind box dissipated, a nearly 3-meter-long blue wolf suddenly appeared, pouncing towards Ding Ziyu in the blink of an eye. Ding Ziyu didn't hold back and swung his fist to strike. With a thud, the blue wolf was knocked back several meters, its entire head caving in, twitching a few times before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Brother Ding has great skills. This blue wolf is no weakling. Wang Lin approached, sincerely admiring him. Although he could also easily kill this 9th-tier blue wolf, it probably wouldn't be as effortless as Ding Ziyu made it seem. Sigh, to come in and immediately encounter a fierce creature, it seems that Guy's method of assessing danger isn't that impressive, Ding Ziyu said with a smirk. Brother Ding, keep your voice down. Be careful he doesn't come after us. That guy is a 3rd-tier martial saint. He assesses danger based on his own strength. Wang Bin quickly stopped Ding Ziyu's complaints. Hearing his explanation, Ding Ziyu roughly understood. The things inside the blind box must be stronger than his own abilities to be considered dangerous. You've completed your task for today. You can act freely for the rest of the time. However, there are some places you should avoid, and some things you shouldn't say carelessly, Wang Bin reminded him again, worried that Ding Ziyu, being new, might not understand the rules. Don't worry, Captain, I won't say anything more, Ding Ziyu replied, aware that his previous comments were problematic. But if he said nothing, it would seem a bit abnormal. After all, his persona was that of a newcomer to the Blind Box Management Bureau, unfamiliar with the rules, and having some minor complaints was a normal reaction. Ding Ziyu wasn't in the mood to chat with others and quickly left the opening box square. However, he was pondering how he could get a chance to handle those special blind boxes that were assessed as dangerous. This could potentially be an incredible fortune for him. Adhering to his low-profile approach, Ding Ziyu didn't wander around but returned to his dormitory. Just as he was about to start his training, a strong vibration came from afar, indicating that something serious had happened. Ding Ziyu hurried out of his dormitory and flew up high, quickly pinpointing the source of the vibration. It was indeed their 7th team's opening box square, where many martial artists had rushed over to observe something. Ding Ziyu became interested. If it were another opening box team, he wouldn't bother to look. The 7th team had a close relationship with him, so he naturally wanted to check it out, especially since there seemed to be a lot of people there and no apparent danger. When Ding Ziyu arrived, he found a large hole in the center of the square, clearly created by something crashing down. He immediately thought of a blind box he had seen earlier. Inside it was a black sphere, and at the time, he thought it posed no danger, so he didn't choose it. Captain Wang, what happened? Ding Ziyu asked. A strange large stone was opened just now, and its weight seems to exceed the normal range. The brother who opened the blind box was also knocked into the pit by the stone. We don't know if he's alive or dead. Wang Bin pointed to the large hole, his tone sounding quite abnormal. No way. What kind of stone is that heavy? Ding Ziyu felt puzzled. He had only glanced at it and moved on when he saw it was a stone. Even the true eye hadn't alerted him, so he didn't take it seriously. The ground of the opening box square was very hard, as there could always be powerful beasts appearing. Not to mention ordinary stones, even stones weighing dozens or hundreds of pounds couldn't create such an effect. Regarding Ding Ziyu's question, Wang Bin looked bewildered. It's already been reported. Soon, experts from the bureau will come over. Ding Ziyu walked to the edge of the large hole and found that its depth exceeded 10 meters, with a diameter of about 3 meters. True Eye, do you know what kind of stone this is? Ding Ziyu had to seek help. I'm searching my memory, I seem to have a vague impression, but I can't recall it at the moment. When the True Eye scanned this blind box, it hadn't paid attention and didn't notice anything special about the stone sphere inside. Just then, experts finally arrived. Ding Ziyu glanced at the newcomer and found that he was an 8th-tier martial saint. Quite impressive indeed. What did you open? The newcomer asked without even looking at them. As for the person trapped under the stone, there wasn't a word of concern. Minister Yuan, it seems to be a round stone, but its weight is a bit exaggerated. Wang Bin stepped forward, his tone slightly flattering. A stone? Impossible. Don't say it's a stone, even fine steel can't produce such an effect. Yuan Hong shook his head, completely disbelieving Wang Bin's judgment. He approached the edge of the large hole and took a look before jumping down directly. After struggling for a while down there, he found he had no way to deal with that thing and eventually flew back up helplessly. I don't know what kind of ghostly thing this is, even a spatial ring can't take it in. It's extremely hard, and even ancient divine weapons can't break it. Yuan Hong spread his hands and said, your team member was crushed to death, trapped under the stone, and there's no way to get him out. Ah, you can't get it out either? What should we do about this stone? Wang Bin was instantly at a loss. Death was something he had become accustomed to, and he didn't take it seriously at all. Wait a moment, I'll find a senior to come take a look. If it really doesn't work, we'll just fill the pit back in, Yuan Hong decided. After all, this thing didn't seem to have any extraordinary qualities, and given its weight, not only could they not lift it, but they couldn't even take it with a spatial ring, so there was nothing they could do. After Yuan Hong left, the Eye of Truth spoke up, find an opportunity to go down and take a look, perhaps this stone ball is a rare good thing. After Yuan Hong left, many people also departed. With just this one thing, a few glances were all it took. If they didn't recognize it, what could they do? In fact, quite a few people had gone down to take a look, including Wang Bin. Seeing everyone step back, Ding Ziyu pretended to be very interested and jumped down. Press your hand on it, let me feel it carefully. When Ding Ziyu landed on the stone ball, the Eye of Truth instructed him to do so. Touching it, this thing really had no difference from a stone. The surface was rough and had the texture of stone. However, its hardness exceeded the imagination of an ordinary person, and its weight was even more so. Ding Ziyu also tried using a spatial ring, but it truly couldn't be taken in. He didn't know if it was because it was too heavy. This thing is very likely the legendary Extreme Dao Star Core. After about a minute or two, the Eye of Truth finally came up with a seemingly plausible answer. Extreme Dao Star Core? What is that? What does it do? Ding Ziyu asked. It's a small planet refined directly into such a stone ball by some super powerful beings. As for its uses, some use it for fighting, some for cultivation, and it's said that it can also be used for comprehending the Tao. The answer from the Eye of Truth was indeed shocking. To refine a small planet into such a large stone ball, what kind of divine technique is that? This seems a bit too exaggerated. What kind of powerful being could do that? Can the master of the celestial teachings manage it? Ding Ziyu really couldn't find a comparable reference. I don't know about the master of the celestial teachings, but back in my prime, I couldn't do it. Hearing that even the Eye of Truth couldn't do it at its peak, Ding Ziyu understood how powerful this thing was. To have such an impressive item come out of a blind box was truly astonishing. I probably can't use this thing, right? Ding Ziyu realized that this was an item created by a powerful being, and with his current strength, he had no qualification to use it. Even if you can't use it, you can find a way to obtain it. Once your strength increases in the future, you might be able to use it, the Eye of Truth said with great interest. It's indeed a good item, but I can't move it. Ding Ziyu couldn't think of any way to deal with it. You naturally can't move it, but the boundary pearl of the small sacred land definitely can. Let the boundary pearl open the entrance of the small sacred land beneath this stone ball, and won't it just drop right in? Once the Eye of Truth said this, the solution didn't seem so difficult after all. Can the boundary pearl drill under the stone ball? Ding Ziyu quickly contacted the boundary pearl. This question was probably something the Eye of Truth couldn't answer either. The result of the boundary pearl feedback came back quickly. It really could burrow down below. The Extreme Dao Star Core stopped mainly because it had encountered a hard rock layer beneath, otherwise, it would have sunk even deeper. It was still quite difficult for the boundary pearl to pass through the rock, but it had no significant trouble moving through the soil. Alright, you can now lurk beneath the stone sphere and wait to act later, Ding Ziyu said calmly. He wasn't in a hurry. He knew that the blind box management was still trying to find a solution. If the stone sphere suddenly disappeared, it would definitely raise suspicions about him. After all, many people had seen him go down. If he came up and the stone sphere was gone, anyone with sense would connect the dots. The boundary pearl had already recognized its master, so as long as it was within a certain range, Ding Ziyu could contact it at any time. Therefore, he was not anxious at all. After staying in the pit for 2 or 3 minutes, he flew back up. At that moment, another more powerful martial artist arrived. Ding Ziyu glanced at him and immediately knew that this person was definitely a master beyond the martial saint level. It depended on whether he could find a way to retrieve the stone sphere. According to the description from the Eye of Truth, it should be very difficult. Although this thing had been refined, its weight was still astonishing. In fact, when it was opened from the blind box, there wasn't much impact. It was equivalent to just a small step. Once the box was opened, it simply fell out. Even a sphere made of gold would only create a deep pit in the ground at most. It was impossible for it to smash down more than 10 meters in one go. That master struggled for a while down there but couldn't figure anything out. He couldn't retrieve it at all. When he flew back up, his expression was clearly a bit strange. This thing is hard to identify and can't be retrieved. Let's fill the pit first and discuss it later. Although he didn't see anything particularly special, he instinctively felt that this stone sphere was definitely not simple. Ordinary stones couldn't possibly be this heavy. Since he didn't recognize it, he naturally had to call in stronger experts. The Blind Box Management Bureau surely had more powerful figures, but they were not in Dingyuan City. They were at the headquarters of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Waiting for them to arrive would naturally take some time, so the best way was to fill the pit with soil. They couldn't let anyone else approach it. If a senior expert suddenly appeared and took it away, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, his plan was to bury it in the soil and keep the information contained within a small range, thus minimizing the possibility of it being taken away. Hearing such orders, Ding Ziyu felt relieved. As long as they dared to fill the soil below, he could take the extreme Dao Star Core at any time. As for whether it could be found again after being opened later, that was no longer his concern. Under the command of this senior expert, the Blind Box Management Bureau quickly mobilized several trucks filled with soil to come in. When the first truck of soil was dumped, Ding Ziyu immediately ordered the Boundary Pearl to retrieve the stone sphere. This was indeed not too difficult for the Boundary Pearl. When it opened a portal beneath the stone sphere, the sphere smoothly rolled inside. However, the soil in the small sacred land still couldn't withstand the weight of the extreme Dao Star Core, creating a deep pit again. Fortunately, the entire small sacred land was under the control of the Boundary Pearl, so turning soil into stone was not a difficult task for it. After dozens of trucks of soil came in, they finally filled the large hole. Ding Ziyu and the others could only leave the square. They had all received warnings not to spread any information about the stone sphere. Otherwise, they would face severe penalties. Ding Ziyu and the others quickly left. When he returned to his dormitory, he immediately entered the small sacred land. At this moment, the extreme Dao Star Core was placed next to a bamboo grove, and the black stone indeed looked completely ordinary. If he hadn't known about this thing beforehand, he would have thought it was just an ordinary round stone. Ding Ziyu circled the stone twice but couldn't make sense of it. How heavy is this thing, really? Ding Ziyu asked Jeju. Perhaps it could provide a relevant and accurate answer. However, Jeju's response was uncertain. How can it be uncertain? No matter how heavy it is, there must be a relative value, right? Ding Ziyu couldn't understand this. Yet, Jeju couldn't answer his question. It was beyond its comprehension. In the end, Ding Ziyu had to throw this question to the Eye of Truth. The weight of this thing itself is not certain. If you refine it and turn it into your weapon, you can easily pick it up, as light as an ordinary stone. Moreover, as your strength increases, it can become larger and heavier. The words of the Eye of Truth made Ding Ziyu feel increasingly mystified. He just wanted to know a weight. Why was it so difficult? If you really want to estimate, in its current state, it won't be less than 100,000 jin. This was the answer given by the Eye of Truth out of helplessness. What the hell? A stone about 3 meters in diameter, starting at 100,000 tons? That's too exaggerated. Ding Ziyu was genuinely shocked. Is 100,000 tons heavy for a planet? 100 million tons wouldn't be surprising, right? This is the work of a powerful master, refined into its current form after removing some unnecessary elements. You can sit on it and cultivate for a while, see if it has any effect, the Eye of Truth suggested. Ding Ziyu was quite interested, so he sat down to cultivate. However, he felt nothing special while sitting there. It really just looked like a stone. If there was anything special about it, it was that it felt relatively cool. Ding Ziyu understood that his realm was still too low to comprehend this extreme star core. Forcing his thoughts on it would mostly be a waste of time. It would be better to deal with it later when his realm was higher and his strength stronger. After all this fuss, Ding Ziyu lost interest in cultivating and simply went to the spirit pond to catch a spirit fish for barbecuing. In the past, when barbecuing, Gao Xinyu would always be there with him, but now it was just the two of them. and it felt noticeably less joyful. You look gloomy, have you encountered difficulties? Ding Shichen immediately noticed his grandson's poor state. There are indeed some troubles. Gao Xinyu is probably locked up by her master. Moreover, I was ordered to leave Dingyuan City within 3 days. Ding Ziyu didn't hide it from his grandfather. Before coming to Dingyuan City, he and Gao Xinyu had made many plans. However, with Gao Xinyu gone without a trace and himself being threatened, all plans were thrown into disarray, and it was no wonder he couldn't be happy. So you joined the Blind Box Management Bureau here to counter her master in this way? Ding Shichen knew that Ding Ziyu was someone who could be persuaded rather than coerced. If Gao Xinyu's master had approached him with soft words, reasoning with him and appealing to his emotions, Ding Ziyu might have genuinely left Dingyuan City. At least for a short time, he wouldn't disturb her life again. But the attitude of this Tianpan Jinren was indeed quite domineering, which instead ignited Ding Ziyu's competitive spirit. You can control Gao Xinyu and prevent her from moving around, but why can't I stay in Dingyuan City? Let's see how it goes. The situation in Dingyuan City is quite different from that in Daning City. This might be a good opportunity for me, Ding Ziyu replied sullenly while flipping the fish. Although staying in Dingyuan City had a component of stubbornness, due to the reasons related to the purchasing agency, he had indeed found some opportunities that belonged solely to him. The grilled fish was served, and it tasted very delicious, easing the emotions of the grandfather and grandson. The role of the spirit fish is indeed significant. After consuming less than half of it, both of them hurriedly began their cultivation to avoid wasting such a high-quality food. Over at the Lao Jun Manor, Yu Peng couldn't help but frown. He had placed a unique spiritual mark on Ding Ziyu. As long as Ding Ziyu did not leave Dingyuan City, Yu Peng could easily find him no matter where he was. However, after a night had passed, there was no sign that Ding Ziyu had left Dingyuan City. This made Yu Peng extremely irritated, as he believed Ding Ziyu had no good intentions and was actually targeting his own disciple. Fortunately, he also adhered to his 3-day agreement. If Ding Ziyu had not left after 3 days, he would not hold back. The location of the Blind Box Management Bureau was quite prominent. When Yu Peng learned that Ding Ziyu had entered the bureau, he became even angrier. He thought Ding Ziyu was enlisting the bureau to oppose him. The Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City was indeed very powerful, but Ding Ziyu was just an ordinary martial artist. Even if he had some talent, so what? With his status as Tianpan Jinren, the bureau would still give him face if he went to request something from them. Yu Peng couldn't help but sneer repeatedly, and his hatred for Ding Ziyu intensified. However, just moments ago, the mark he had placed on Ding Ziyu suddenly vanished. This situation left Tianpan Jinren stunned. Such a unique mark, without the assistance of a master of the same level, would typically take at least a month to disappear on its own. Either that, or it had exceeded the range of his perception, making it undetectable. But Ding Ziyu had disappeared within the bureau, which puzzled him greatly. Could it be that he has some special connections within the Blind Box Management Bureau? Is he able to find a master to help him remove the mark? Yu Peng pondered. He did not inform Gao Xinyu about this matter, nor did he intend to ask her about it. Gao Xinyu knew that the little sacred land was one of Ding Ziyu's biggest secrets, so she did not share this information with her master. If the news were to leak, it could pose a life-threatening danger to Ding Ziyu. It was inevitable that Yu Peng could not figure out Ding Ziyu's situation. After about half a day, Yu Peng discovered that Ding Ziyu had reappeared, in the same location where he had vanished. Wait, does this kid have some special forbidden treasure like a cave dwelling? Tianpan Jinren suddenly realized. With his experience, it was quite simple to think of this. This girl seems to be deeply poisoned. She didn't even tell me such important news. Yu Peng's expression grew even darker. A disciple hiding things from her master for a man, this was unacceptable. Yu Peng scowled and quickly called Gao Xinyu over. Master, what do you need me for? Gao Xinyu's tone was somewhat stiff. Upon returning, her master had restricted her movements, something that had never happened before. She knew her master was dissatisfied with her relationship with Ding Ziyu, but they were clearly just ordinary friends, helping and achieving together. It was not the kind of romantic relationship her master imagined. The kid named Ding has many secrets. Are you really not going to tell your master? Yu Peng asked with a stern face. Master, I've told you everything I can. Gao Xinyu's expression became even more unpleasant. She knew her master was powerful and possessed many methods that ordinary people could hardly comprehend. But her master had only met Ding Ziyu once. How could he possibly discern more? The value of the little sacred land was too great. She could not easily disclose it to anyone, including her master. Everything you can say? Then that means there are things you cannot say? For this kid, you even have to hide things from your master? Yu Peng suddenly grasped the key point, his sharp gaze fixed on Gao Xinyu, his eyes glinting with a dangerous aura. Master, that's his privacy. I promised him I wouldn't easily tell others. Gao Xinyu immediately became tense. Others? You consider your own master as others? In times of danger, who will truly protect you? Yu Peng's tone grew increasingly unfriendly. He felt that in Gao Xinyu's heart, he should be the top priority. No matter how big the secrets others held, Gao Xinyu should report them truthfully to her master. He has saved me and treated me well. Moreover, his talent is strong, and he has great potential. Gao Xinyu hoped to persuade her master in this way. However, the more she said this, the angrier Yu Peng became. Initially, he only wanted to teach Ding Ziyu a lesson, but gradually, thoughts of eliminating him began to form. Regardless of the reason, the fact that Ding Ziyu had replaced his position was enough to warrant his death. Besides, this kid had a high-value cave dwelling that could be carried around, giving him ample reason to act. Yu Peng dismissed Gao Xinyu, and his attitude towards her subtly changed. Yet, he had set his sights on Ding Ziyu with a deadly intent. Whether to sever his disciple Gao Xinyu's thoughts or to obtain the cave-dwelling treasures in Ding Ziyu's possession, he had to eliminate him. Ding Ziyu was still unaware that the secrets he held had been exposed, nor did he know that Master Tianping had developed a lethal intent towards him. He continued to work steadily in the 7th box opening team, and with his strength, he could easily avoid those truly dangerous blind boxes. After work the next day, Ding Ziyu finally learned about the ability to discern the fortune of blind boxes. The person was named Lu Yushan. The Blind Box Management Bureau had given him the title of Special Consultant, enjoying the treatment of a chief supervisor. Within the Blind Box Management Bureau, he was considered a real power figure. Apart from the core high-level members of the bureau, no one else held a status equal to his. Due to the centralized purchasing, Lu Yushan's position in the Blind Box Management Bureau rose significantly. Even deputy directors had to show him some respect. The peculiar blind boxes obtained through centralized purchasing had to pass through his hands. Only after he determined their fortune would they be distributed to the box opening teams below. With such an important position, the benefits he received were naturally considerable. His temper also grew larger, and it was rare for anyone to disrespect him, let alone insult him. Ding Ziyu exerted a great deal of effort to find out Lu Yushan's residence. The Blind Box Management Bureau had arranged a separate villa for him, with some restrictions set up outside to prevent easy access. Ding Ziyu originally thought he would be at the Blind Box warehouse. However, upon arriving at the warehouse, he discovered that this guy only worked for a maximum of 1 hour a day, just going to the warehouse in the morning to take a look and do some sorting before calling it a day. The blind boxes that Lu Yushan deemed dangerous were mostly stored separately. Although there might be highly valuable blind boxes among them, no one was willing to open them. After all, knowing there was danger and still choosing to open these blind boxes was akin to seeking death, right? The management of the blind box warehouse was very strict. Not only were there several layers of guards outside, but entering also required passing through 3 large gates. Ordinary guards did not have the qualifications to enter, but Lu Yushan had a complete set of keys, and he could only enter with the accompaniment of designated experts. This was mainly to prevent any issues while he was discerning the blind boxes. In case he accidentally opened a dangerous one, it would be good to have help to deal with it. Who are you looking for? A woman approached the restriction, looking at Ding Ziyu with an unfriendly expression. I'm looking for Manager Lu. I'm Ding Yu from the 7th box opening team. Ding Ziyu handed over his identity badge. The woman merely glanced at it and flatly refused. Manager Lu is resting and doesn't have time to see guests. It wasn't surprising for the box opening team to seek out Lu Yushan, as it concerned their safety. Almost every day, someone would come to see the manager, each bringing gifts of various sizes. Ding Ziyu had nothing with him, and the woman had already been instructed by Lu Yushan that those who came empty-handed would not be seen. So, her refusal was quite straightforward. Ding Ziyu's expression froze. He hadn't expected to be turned away without even seeing the door. Fortunately, he wasn't a complete novice. He understood that sometimes it was easier to meet the King of Hell than to deal with the little ghosts. After some thought, Ding Ziyu took out 1,000 dragon coins and, with a smile, handed them to the woman. Could you please help me pass a message? Just say I have something important to discuss with Manager Lu. The woman, who had maintained a serious expression, finally showed a hint of a smile upon seeing the dragon coins. 1,000 dragon coins wasn't a small amount, after all. Wait here. I can't guarantee whether Manager Lu will see you, she said to Ding Ziyu before turning to leave. About 10 minutes later, the woman returned, unlocking the barrier and the door. Come in. Manager Lu is busy. You have at most 5 minutes. Alright, I won't take up too much of Manager Lu's time. Ding Ziyu quickly followed her inside. However, he was pondering how to speak to Manager Lu. From this servant, it was clear that Lu Yushan was likely greedy. If the amount was too small, he probably wouldn't be very interested. After 2 or 3 minutes, Ding Ziyu arrived in a rather lavishly decorated living room. In the center of the room was an exaggeratedly large sofa. The man sitting on the sofa was relatively small in stature, but his outfit of gold and silver made him quite recognizable. Xiao Ding? From the 7th box opening team? Did Wang Bin send you? Lu Yushan asked as soon as he saw Ding Ziyu. After all, Ding Ziyu wasn't familiar to him, and he was likely here regarding matters of the 7th box opening team. Hello, Manager Lu, I'm not here on behalf of the 7th box opening team. I'm just representing myself. Ding Ziyu maintained a smile on his face to avoid displeasing the other party. Oh, what do you want to discuss? Lu Yushan paused, clearly not expecting this turn of events. I wanted to ask Manager Lu how those unsuitable blind boxes are handled, Ding Ziyu stated directly without beating around the bush. Oh, you're interested in those high-risk blind boxes? Lu Yushan's interest peaked, and his gaze towards Ding Ziyu took on a playful quality. It's known that the blind boxes he deemed dangerous usually contain significant risks. Of course, some were intentionally classified as such, which was harder to say. Lu Yushan had certainly profited from them, though he couldn't easily disclose that to others. I'm indeed a bit interested, Ding Ziyu replied honestly. Do you want to buy those blind boxes? Lu Yushan's interest grew even more. If the price is right, it's not out of the question. Ding Ziyu had plenty of cash, with several million dragon coins on hand. 20,000 each. How many do you want? Lu Yushan immediately made a bold offer. Those blind boxes set aside had already depreciated significantly. The Central Purchasing Office had established a system where unsuitable blind boxes were thrown into the warehouse daily, accumulating in increasing numbers. Aside from the occasional high-ranking official from the Blind Box Management Bureau taking some, most were left to gather dust in the warehouse. No one was willing to open them. The Unified Purchase Office bought it for only 10,000, and you already deem it dangerous, yet you still want to sell me 2 dragon coins? Isn't that too expensive? Ding Ziyu was unwilling to be treated like a fool. It can't be less than 15,000 dragon coins. You should know that the real value of those blind boxes is far higher than 10,000. Manager Lu appropriately lowered the price a bit. Ding Ziyu was somewhat annoyed. He understood that Lu Yushan was trying to take advantage of him. Those blind boxes were indeed bought at a low price by the Unified Purchase Office and were confirmed to have considerable risk. Given the current situation, they would most likely just gather dust in the warehouse, and no one would spend money to buy them. But Manager Lu insisted on using this method to squeeze Ding Ziyu, forcibly raising the price to sell, with the biggest benefit likely going into his own pocket. 10,000 each, that's how much the Unified Purchase Office spent on them. Now no one wants them, raising the price further is too much. Ding Ziyu was not backing down, he had to drive the price down. 14,000, can't go any lower. 11,000, not a cent more. Ding Ziyu countered sharply. The two haggled back and forth over the price, eventually settling on 12,000 dragon coins. However, Ding Ziyu still put forth a condition. He wanted to personally select the blind boxes from the warehouse. You can distinguish the good from the bad in blind boxes? Lu Yushan immediately became alert, his gaze scanning Ding Ziyu, trying to see through the secrets he held. Not really, but I've run a martial arts school for many years and opened countless blind boxes, so I have some sense of it. Ding Ziyu certainly wouldn't tell the truth, using his non-existent experience as a basis. By feeling? That might be somewhat useful, but don't be too superstitious, many have perished because of their own feelings. Lu Yushan dismissed this. Indeed, there were quite a few martial artists who specialized in helping others open blind boxes, having a slight sense of it. But such feelings were not based on reason. No matter how confident you are, there are times when you fail. The same lesson had been learned countless times. Only his awakened ability had significant reliability. At least, that's what Lu Yushan believed. If scoring based on safety and success rates, Lu Yushan's ability would score at least 80 points, while Ding Ziyu's so-called feeling wouldn't even reach 20. You don't need to worry about my matters. If you want me to go to the blind box warehouse, I'll pick them myself, and whatever consequences arise, I'll bear them myself. Ding Ziyu held firmly to this point. If he let Manager Lu handpick for him, it would be better not to buy at all. Seeing Ding Ziyu so determined, Lu Yushan had no choice. To get the money, he had to agree to Ding Ziyu's condition. This afternoon, after 3 o'clock, go to the blind box warehouse. I will send someone to wait for you at the entrance. By the way, how much money do you have? You won't only be able to buy a few, right? Lu Yushan glanced at the space ring on Ding Ziyu's hand. If it weren't for seeing that he had this item, he wouldn't bother negotiating with Ding Ziyu. Usually, Ding Ziyu wouldn't easily show his wealth. He kept the space ring on him or in a small sacred place. He had deliberately worn the space ring on his hand to meet Manager Lu. Don't worry, As long as I find something I like, buying as much as I want won't be a problem. Ding Ziyu rarely boasted. He needed to impress this greedy man. After a round of mutual probing, Ding Ziyu finally left satisfied. It was now just past 10 in the morning, with several hours until 3 in the afternoon. Ding Ziyu originally planned to stroll around the blind box market, but considering that those blind boxes were unlikely to yield anything good, he lost the motivation to move. It was best to conserve his energy for when he would go to the warehouse to pick out good treasures. After all, even looking at the most ordinary blind boxes consumed mental energy. Back in his dormitory, Ding Ziyu set his alarm and enjoyed a good sleep. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I arrived punctually outside the blind box warehouse. "Hey, are you Ding Yu?" The guard asked directly upon seeing Ding Ziyu approach, indicating that Lu Yushan had indeed given them a heads up. "That's me." Ding Ziyu handed over his work badge, and after the guard checked it, he opened the door. "Follow me. Once you're inside, make sure to work hard and don't have any ulterior motives, otherwise, Manager Lu won't let you off easily." The guard spoke to Ding Ziyu with enthusiasm. Ding Ziyu was taken aback, instantly realizing that Lu Yushan hadn't let these guards in on the real situation. He probably intended to pocket the money himself. "Thanks for the reminder." Once inside, Ding Ziyu found Lu Yuju waiting for him, still maintaining his lofty demeanor. After giving Ding Ziyu a glance, he shooed the guard away. According to the information Ding Ziyu had gathered, normally, entering the blind box warehouse required 2 people. However, this time it was just Lu Yushan, and Ding Ziyu immediately understood, following him deeper inside. Yet, Lu Yuju didn't lead Ding Ziyu further into the restricted area. Instead, he walked toward a large warehouse on the side. This warehouse was secured with a simple padlock, lacking any proper access control. It was clear that these blind boxes, deemed dangerous, were not taken seriously at all. Even the Blind Box Management Bureau didn't pay much attention to these boxes. Lu Yushan could take as many as he wanted to sell, and probably no one would notice. When Lu Yushan opened the door, Ding Ziyu realized that this warehouse was quite spacious. The shelves inside were filled with various blind boxes, and there was a chaotic pile on the floor. "They're all here. Pick whatever you want, and we'll settle up once you're done." Lu Yushan casually pointed to the numerous blind boxes on the shelves. Inside, he was eager for Ding Ziyu to take more. After all, it was all money, his money. "Let's get to work, pay close attention." Ding Ziyu quickly activated his true eye. Although he could see for himself, it wasn't as fast and efficient as this. The true eye immediately began to observe. Its power had recovered significantly, and as long as the blind boxes weren't too special, he could see through them at a glance. First row, third and fourth. Second row, 7th and 11th. The true eye quickly directed Ding Ziyu, not even bothering to specify what was inside. It was better to pick first and examine later. Ding Ziyu also began to scrutinize, sometimes touching and looking, appearing very serious. In Lu Yushan's eyes, it seemed like Ding Ziyu was just putting on an act. What intuition! It was all nonsense, without real ability. If one could open blind boxes just by feeling, there wouldn't be so many people dying in the process. Ding Ziyu worked at a steady pace, taking nearly an hour to select 35 blind boxes. Lu Yushan, standing aside, was already smiling, his eyes nearly squinting with glee. "That's enough for now. After we open these, we can come back for more," Ding Ziyu said, pointing to the blind boxes on the floor. It wasn't that there weren't more blind boxes to choose from in the warehouse, but the quantity was sufficient. Taking too many would easily raise suspicion, and searching through the warehouse was quite a hassle. After coming in this time, he planned to leave a coordinate here with the boundary pearl. Perhaps next time he could shop for free. The warehouse's defenses weren't very tight. Previously, it was hard to get in without knowing the exact location, but now that he knew where it was, as long as he could bypass the first main door, getting in would be easy. For the 35 blind boxes, Ding Ziyu paid Lu Yushan 420,000 dragon coins in one go. This guy made a killing, his eyes nearly squinting with delight. "Hey, brother Ding, is there a place to open blind boxes? You're not planning to take them to a public area to open, are you?" Lu Yushan accepted the dragon coins and pretended to ask with concern. It should be known that in Dingyuan City, it is prohibited to privately open such strange blind boxes. Even if Ding Ziyu went to a public place to open a blind box, when he took out such a strange blind box, he would definitely be captured by the authorities on the spot. Normally, even if Ding Ziyu paid for these blind boxes, there would be no place to open them. The box opening team also does not allow private openings. Anything opened by the public, even if it turns out to be a stone, must be registered. "What's wrong? Do you have a place to open boxes yourself?" Ding Ziyu asked curiously. "Well, of course there is. But if you want to use it, the rental fee is 100,000 dragon coins per day, and any losses incurred must be compensated by yourself." Lu Yushan was indeed quite unscrupulous. It was likely that he had already set a trap for Ding Ziyu when selling the blind boxes. "Sorry, I plan to store it temporarily and open it when I need to." Ding Ziyu immediately refused upon seeing how greedy this guy was. Watching Ding Ziyu leave, Lu Yushan had a strange expression, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Soon, Ding Ziyu returned to his dormitory, locked the door tightly, and ignored anyone who came looking for him. "Hurry up and see what good things I've got." Ding Ziyu rushed into his little sanctuary. Although these blind boxes contained good items, there were also considerable risks involved. Lu Yushan was greedy, but his special ability was still quite useful. Ding Ziyu summoned the ice giant tiger and the barbarian dragon to stand guard for him. Then he took out a round black and white blind box from his spatial ring. Ding Ziyu focused and looked closely, discovering a mass of white mist inside, as if something existed within it, flickering and unclear. What exactly is inside? What are the dangers? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. He had chosen these blind boxes without using his mental power to examine them closely at the time. The item inside this blind box is called the Cloud Soaring Tablet, a highly practical storage-type magical tool. If you use such a tool during a battle with an enemy, you can easily take away their weapons, the Eye of Truth explained simply and directly. It indeed sounded very good. If two people were in opposition and everyone drew their weapons, using this treasure could instantly snatch away the opponent's weapon, right? The subsequent battle would naturally be at a great advantage, and it might even lead to the enemy's demise. Since it's just a magical tool, why is there a risk? Where does the risk lie? Ding Ziyu quickly inquired. Since Lu Yushan had classified this blind box as dangerous, there must be some reason for it. It couldn't be completely risk-free. The risk lies in that mist. It is a hallucinatory substance that can confuse a person's mind. Warriors with insufficient strength, especially those whose willpower is not strong enough, can easily lose themselves if they come into contact with this mist, thus losing their true nature. The consequences can be very dangerous. So dangerous? How do I collect that cloud-soaring tablet? Ding Ziyu became alert upon hearing this. Although he considered his willpower to be quite strong, his realm and strength were limited, and such a peculiar item would certainly not be easy to collect. "Don't worry, I'm here. Opening it will just happen to refine your willpower. If any real problems arise, I will remind you," the Eye of Truth urged repeatedly. Seeing the Eye of Truth take charge, Ding Ziyu felt much more at ease. He immediately opened the unusual blind box. As the box dissipated, a mass of white mist indeed quickly spread out. Within 100 meters, everything was shrouded in white. It looked just like the white fog of autumn and winter. Ding Ziyu inhaled a small amount and immediately felt a bit dizzy, with various illusions appearing before his eyes. At times, he saw boundless beautiful landscapes, while at other times, he was thrust into a bloody battlefield, and sometimes he encountered various traps of red and pink. Everything seemed so real, and the illusions kept changing. If a certain type of illusion could make you completely lose yourself, it would continue to exert its influence. Ding Ziyu nearly lost himself in the illusions several times, but in the end, the Eye of Truth timely reminded him, pulling him out of these illusions. After several rounds of turmoil, Ding Ziyu's will became even more resolute. He told himself that no matter what appeared, he had to understand that all of this was false, meant to confuse him. Later, Ding Ziyu experienced dozens of different illusions, and the Eye of Truth remained silent as he dispelled them all. "That's enough, quickly find a way to collect that cloud-hung tablet," the Eye of Truth reminded Ding Ziyu. The flickering object in the white mist was indeed the cloud-hung tablet. Ding Ziyu rushed over, but after several attempts to grab it, the cloud-hung tablet managed to evade him. This showed that the magical artifact was quite spirited, truly worthy of creating so many illusions. Ding Ziyu did not feel discouraged. After multiple efforts and overcoming various illusions, he finally managed to grasp it in his hands. Upon closer inspection, he found that it resembled an oversized conch shell. The opening was larger than a wash basin, with white mist continuously billowing out, as if it contained an endless supply of smoke. "Quickly refine it and recognize its master," the Eye of Truth continued to advise. Although Ding Ziyu had endured the illusions and had it in his hands, he still could not use it. At present, this object was still a masterless item. Ding Ziyu tightly held the object, extending his mental energy into it. However, when his mental energy entered the cloud-hung tablet, he discovered a vast space inside, where the mist was even denser, almost reaching a viscous state. Although his mental energy could penetrate the mist, it was very difficult, until he found the only living creature inside, which turned out to be a half-foot-long worm. More accurately, it resembled a giant silkworm. How could it be this thing? How do I refine it? Ding Ziyu directly presented what he saw to the Eye of Truth. "This is a variant ice silkworm. It is the main body of this cloud-hung tablet. Use your mental energy to touch it and command it. As long as it can follow your commands, you will have basically succeeded. Ding Ziyu worked hard, but it took him nearly an hour to successfully communicate with the ice silkworm. In fact, this ice silkworm was not a living creature, more accurately, it was the spirit of the cloud-hung tablet that had been refined into it, but its spiritual essence was not very high, otherwise, the cloud-hung tablet would not merely be a magical artifact. After completely refining it, Ding Ziyu communicated with the ice silkworm and easily retracted the surrounding white mist, making the area bright again. This white mist actually has the effect of attacking enemies. If an opponent is entrapped by the white mist, it would be much easier to launch a surprise attack during that time. Ding Ziyu pondered carefully and realized that this cloud-hung tablet was indeed a rare magical artifact. Its unleashed power was perfectly suited for his use. If he could also obtain a staff-like magical artifact to pair with the sky-blocking staff, it would be even more perfect. The iron rod he had used before was merely a mundane object and could not be compared to a magical artifact. After solemnly putting away the cloud-hung tablet, Ding Ziyu looked at another blind box. After all, he had brought quite a few items this time, and opening just one was not enough to satisfy his appetite. This blind box contains a bloodline Shinyo. It has a rather irritable temperament and is extremely aggressive, the Eye of Truth said seriously. In fact, Ding Ziyu could also see the bull inside, but his experience was limited, and he didn't know what breed the bull in the blind box was or how powerful it was. Its realm has already surpassed the level of a martial saint. You won't be able to subdue it with your strength, the Eye of Truth said again. It's so dangerous, and you still want me to bring it back? Isn't that ridiculous? Are there no other treasures in the blind box? Ding Ziyu complained. There are none, the treasure is this bull. Its blood is known as precious blood, which is extremely beneficial for body refining martial artists. Additionally, it has a bull treasure in its belly, which will also be very useful for you. Besides that, the meat of the precious blood Chinyo is also very delicious. Upon hearing this, Ding Ziyu instantly felt that the precious blood Chinyo was a treasure all over. However, its realm was too high, and with his own strength, he definitely couldn't defeat it. It's time to let the barbarian dragon take the stage. This guy eats my food and drinks my water, so it must contribute at a critical moment. Ding Ziyu immediately thought of the barbarian dragon, who was a definite glutton. If it weren't for Ding Ziyu having some wealth, it would have long since eaten him poor. Ding Ziyu called the barbarian dragon over. In a moment, I will release a precious blood Chinyo. You need to kill it for me. But be careful not to make it too bloody. Its blood has great effects and can help me with body refining. Ding Ziyu earnestly reminded the barbarian dragon. With this guy's combat methods, if he hadn't warned it in advance, the precious blood Chinyo would likely have been torn apart, and it wouldn't be surprising if it ended up being eaten. The ice giant tiger, seeing that Ding Ziyu didn't call for it, took the initiative to walk over and rubbed its huge head against Ding Ziyu, clearly wanting to join the battle as well. Alright, you just need to assist and hold it back, Ding Ziyu said, somewhat worried that the ice giant tiger might not be a match for the precious blood Chinyo. In terms of realm and strength, it was significantly weaker than the barbarian dragon. After receiving Ding Ziyu's promise, the ice giant tiger stepped back slightly, widening its tiger eyes and staring at the blind box on the ground. Ding Ziyu reached out toward the blind box, and before the shell had completely dissipated, he jumped away immediately, moving quite swiftly. As the blind box vanished, a powerful bull's roar pierced through the air. It could be said that the entire small sacred land could hear its call. If it were in Dingyuan City, it would at least startle half the city. Before the roar ended, a giant bull, 30 meters long and about 5 meters tall, appeared. Just the sight of its thick legs made people change color. This figure was even stronger than the ice giant tiger. Its blood-red eyes immediately fixed on Ding Ziyu. Truly, whoever opened the blind box became its first target. Barbarian dragon, why are you still dawdling? Attack it! Ding Ziyu shouted loudly. If this creature targeted him alone, it would surely be enough to deal with him. When the barbarian dragon first saw that the creature was only slightly smaller than itself, it was somewhat surprised. In past battles, it had a significant size advantage, and even against the ice giant tiger, it had never shown any fear. But upon seeing the precious blood Chinyo, the barbarian dragon hesitated for a moment. After hearing Ding Ziyu's voice, it finally came to its senses. The barbarian dragon opened its massive mouth and unleashed a long stream of flames toward the precious blood Chinyo. However, the giant bull swiftly flicked its tail and nimbly dodged the attack. Meanwhile, the ice giant tiger released a blast of cold air that landed on the precious blood Chinyo, forming a layer of ice shards on its body. However, such an attack seemed to have little effect on the precious blood Chinyo. It suddenly kicked back with its hind legs, accurately striking the ice giant tiger and sending it retreating several meters. At that moment, the barbarian dragon charged forward, using its enormous body to collide with the precious blood Chinyo. The attack was entirely a matter of who had thicker skin and greater strength. Thud, thud. The two giant beasts collided, producing a series of dull sounds. Their muscles trembled violently, generating immense power. The barbaric dragon launched its assault, managing to gain only a slight advantage, merely pushing the bloodline Chinyo back a few steps. The Chinyo glared with blood-red eyes, lowering its massive head and charging at the barbaric dragon with its sharp horns. It was clearly not foolish. It knew that if it could take down this barbaric dragon, that little tiger would be insignificant in its eyes. Fortunately, the barbaric dragon was no pushover either, possessing tremendous strength and no weaknesses in its defensive capabilities. The two giant beasts exchanged blows several times, appearing evenly matched. The roars of the beasts echoed continuously, as if stepping into an era of prehistoric giants. This won't do. It seems I have to let the Realm Pearl intervene to assist the barbaric dragon, Ding Ziyu realized. This bloodline Chinyo was indeed very strong, and while the barbaric dragon might be slightly stronger, it was still quite limited. Even if the barbaric dragon could ultimately defeat it, it would likely pay a considerable price. Ding Ziyu quickly summoned the Realm Pearl, confining the bloodline Chinyo to a relatively small area, denying it any chance to dodge or maneuver. With this, the barbaric dragon indeed gained the upper hand. The dragon unleashed its true fire, employing various tactics. In particular, the flames it spewed caused significant damage to the bloodline Chinyo, quickly filling the air with a charred scent. The entire battle lasted nearly an hour, and the barbaric dragon finally crushed its opponent, letting out an excited roar. Ding Ziyu collected all the blood, surprisingly gathering nearly 10,000 pounds. According to the Eye of Truth, this blood could greatly enhance the strength of the body when used for soaking, increasing a warrior's power. While collecting the blood, the barbaric dragon and the ice giant tiger circled the blood pool, appearing very interested. Is this blood helpful to them as well? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth, as it seemed he wouldn't need so much blood for his own body. Of course it's useful, otherwise, why would they not be fighting over the Chinyo's meat and instead be circling around this blood? After hearing the Eye of Truth's explanation, Ding Ziyu understood. He quickly fetched 2 large barrels, one for each giant beast. First, let you both have a taste. After I finish refining my body, you can drink all you want. Ding Ziyu was unsure how much he could consume, but given the appetites of these two creatures, he estimated they could easily finish all the blood. The 2 giant beasts were not polite, directly rolling the barrels into their mouths, nearly swallowing the wooden barrels whole. Seeing the 2 beasts enjoying themselves, Ding Ziyu felt a sense of anticipation. He couldn't bother with opening other blind boxes now. He needed to complete his body refinement first. The fresher the blood, the better the refining effect. Ding Ziyu stripped off his clothes and jumped directly into the blood pool. As soon as he entered, he felt a wave of coolness, which was very pleasant. However, within 3 minutes, his skin began to heat up, and the temperature kept rising, as if someone were heating the blood pool from below. The warming process was incredibly fast. In less than 10 minutes, Ding Ziyu felt as if he were soaking in boiling water, which was extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for his strong realm and the fact that his body's strength far exceeded that of ordinary warriors, he likely wouldn't be able to withstand such heat. Eye of Truth, why is it so hot? How long will it take to complete the blood refinement? Ding Ziyu quickly inquired. Although he could still endure it, he had no inclination for self-torture. This sensation was truly unpleasant. If it were an ordinary warrior, they would encounter problems within 3 minutes of entering the blood pool. The best method is to apply the blood to one's body and slowly absorb its essence. You have successfully cultivated your bronze body and are already in the process of transforming into a silver body. That is why I did not stop you from using this method of body refinement. Just focus on the body tempering technique and absorb the spiritual essence from the precious blood into your body. When you no longer feel the heat, you can stop. The Eye of Truth spoke very straightforwardly, and with this explanation, Ding Ziyu basically understood. Ding Ziyu quickly calmed his mind, operating the body tempering technique to absorb the spiritual substances from the precious blood. As the technique turned, Ding Ziyu could clearly feel some strange things entering his body. When these substances entered, they immediately merged into his body, and the unbearable heat sensation slightly diminished. At the same time, his bronze body naturally manifested, looking like a bronze statue, full of a sense of power. It seems to be effective. Ding Ziyu felt invigorated and began to absorb more diligently. He soaked for almost 3 to 4 hours. During this time, his skin was rapidly transforming. The bronze color gradually changed, becoming lighter until it turned into a faint silver white. About 4.5 hours later, that scorching sensation finally disappeared. It felt as if he were soaking in water at room temperature. Ding Ziyu carefully observed the blood pool and found that the blood had become much lighter, leaving only a trace of pale red, as if some red pigment had been dropped into the water. Not bad, your body is almost completely transformed into a silver body. the Eye of Truth was quite satisfied with Ding Ziyu's physical changes. Normally, it would take at least 2 to 3 years to transform from a bronze body to a silver body, and a lot of spiritual substances would be needed as assistance to achieve it. I feel like my strength has increased a lot, at least doubled, Ding Ziyu said excitedly. He was now an 8th stage martial saint, and if his strength doubled, he could normally reach the strength of a 9th stage martial saint. In a full power output, he could basically crush experts at the martial saint level. However, his realm was still at the 8th stage, and if he successfully advanced, his strength would undergo a fundamental leap. Seeing Ding Ziyu emerge from the blood pool, the two giant beasts did not mind that this was Ding Ziyu's bathing water and quickly drank all the pale red liquid in the pool in one go. The meat of the precious blood chinyo is also very delicious. Although it won't help you much, it can still provide some nourishment for your grandfather. The Eye of Truth quickly instructed Ding Ziyu to dissect the corpse of the precious blood chinyo. The main thing was that the cow treasure inside had not yet been taken out, which was also a rare good treasure. Ding Ziyu was in great condition and immediately took out a large kitchen knife. The previously robust body of the chinyo was quickly chopped into several pieces under the cutting of the kitchen knife. Ding Ziyu successfully cut out a piece of cow treasure the size of a watermelon. It was yellow and transparent, looking very beautiful like jade. How do I use this? Ding Ziyu wiped the cow treasure clean. It felt very unique and warm to the touch. Hold it in your hand while cultivating and absorb it bit by bit. It will make the spiritual power in your body more refined. The benefits of this thing won't show immediately. It requires a long-term process, the Eye of Truth explained. Upon hearing this, Ding Ziyu promptly put it away and then cut a large piece of lean meat from the chinyo, preparing to reward himself with a barbecue. As for the two giant beasts, they had already taken large chunks for themselves and were happily feasting nearby, with at least several thousand pounds to eat. The body of the precious blood chinyo would be enough for them to eat for several days. Dingzi, tomorrow will be the 3rd day. How do you plan to deal with the crisis at hand? Ding Shichen asked with concern as he watched Ding Ziyu grill meat. He was aware of the situation regarding the true man Tianpeng and was worried that Ding Ziyu might suffer because of it. However, his grandson's strength had also increased, and his character had become more independent. He had his own opinions on many matters, and Ding Shichen would not interfere. I'm currently working at the Blind Box Management Bureau. No matter how arrogant the true man Tianpeng is, he can't just storm into the bureau to deal with me, right? Ding Ziyu thought for a moment and felt that staying at the Blind Box Management Bureau provided him with a sense of security. If it came to it, he could only hide in the small sacred land and negotiate with the other party. With Ding Shichen's experience, he felt that his grandson's thoughts were perfectly reasonable. After all, no matter where it was, the Blind Box Management Bureau was a very powerful city manager. In Dingyuan City, the bureau was an absolute authority. Even if Lao Jun was strong enough, he would probably have to give them some face. You have been marked with a mental imprint by someone, and it's likely the work of that true man Tianpeng. Fortunately, it was washed away when you soaked in the blood of the treasure, the Eye of Truth suddenly interjected, catching Ding Ziyu off guard. A mental imprint? That was left on me by the true man Tianpeng? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ding Ziyu felt a chill run down his spine. He had only met the true man Tianpeng once, and their conversation lasted just a few minutes. He couldn't understand why the other party would harbor such resentment against him, even going so far as to leave a mental imprint on him. He wasn't well versed in this area and hadn't noticed it himself. The key point was that the Eye of Truth hadn't detected it either, which was quite strange. If he hadn't happened to draw the blood of the chinyo and remove the mental imprint, wouldn't he have been caught by the true man Tianpeng right away? That mental imprint is just a small point. Under normal circumstances, it's easy to overlook. I can't constantly expend mental energy to check your entire body. If I did that, you probably wouldn't appreciate it, would you? The Eye of Truth had a point. If it were constantly probing Ding Ziyu's body with mental energy, Ding Ziyu would likely not accept it. It could only be said that the true man Tianpeng was too insidious. To use such means against a junior upon their first meeting was indeed somewhat despicable. Ding Ziyu was somewhat speechless but ultimately accepted the Eye of Truth's explanation. Fortunately, the imprint on him had already been removed, which eased his mind considerably. If I encounter that guy again in the future, I must be more careful and not give him another chance to leave a mental imprint on me. Ding Ziyu instructed the Eye of Truth to be more cautious in the future. With its abilities, it could indeed do that. Ding Ziyu himself found it difficult to guard against experts whose strength far exceeded his own. Don't worry, from now on, as long as any expert has come into contact with you, I will scan your entire body. The Eye of Truth acknowledged its previous carelessness. If Ding Ziyu hadn't happened to soak in the blood pool, it might not have noticed at all. At this moment, Yu Peng was also puzzled. He could no longer sense the mental imprint he had left. Initially, he thought Ding Ziyu had entered his cave again, but this time the disappearance lasted longer, and he didn't know what had gone wrong. Fortunately, he had confirmed earlier that this kid had entered the Blind Box Management Bureau, so even if the imprint disappeared, he could still go to the bureau to find someone. After eating and drinking to his fill, Ding Ziyu had a good sleep. He didn't like hard cultivation, believing that a relaxed approach was a better way to practice. He slept soundly until dawn, feeling refreshed. After washing up and adjusting his appearance slightly, he headed to the work square of the 7th opening team. The daily work still must be completed. Wang Bin greeted Ding Ziyu warmly when he saw him arrive on time for work. The blind boxes that needed to be opened today had not yet been delivered, and the personnel from Team 7 had not all arrived. Due to the dangers associated with opening the boxes, their working hours were relatively flexible. As long as they completed their tasks within the day and informed the team leader, it was perfectly fine to come in the afternoon. Team 7 had about 7 or 8 people who were chatting idly on one side. At this time, Master Tianping had already arrived at the Blind Box Management Bureau and was using his connections to search for Ding Ziyu's whereabouts. In the past 3 days, no one named Ding Ziyu has joined the Blind Box Management Bureau. A staff member from the Comprehensive Management Department pulled up the relevant records and indeed found no martial artist matching Yu Peng's description. Impossible, this person must have joined the Blind Box Management Bureau within the last 3 days. Compare the members who joined during this period and see if there are any suspicious individuals. Yu Peng was certain that his sensing ability was not faulty. If it weren't for the vast territory of the Blind Box Management Bureau and the large number of personnel, he would have wanted to search directly. Don't worry, I'll pull up the list of people who entered the Blind Box Management Bureau in the last 3 days for comparison. It's possible that the guy changed his name, Xu Ming said patiently. He had a good relationship with Yu Peng and knew that this so-called Master Tianping had connections with several high-ranking officials in the Blind Box Management Bureau. If it were an ordinary person, he might not have bothered to respond. The Blind Box Management Bureau recruits martial artists every day and assigns them to different departments. The number of personnel is not too many, but not too few either. With some entering through connections, there are dozens of new recruits every day. Over the course of 3 days, there were about 200 new members. Previously, a search based on the detailed criteria proposed by Yu Peng had not yielded any relevant personnel. This time, after conducting a broader search, new developments emerged immediately. There's a guy named Ding Yu who entered the Blind Box Management Bureau in the last 3 days, but the records show that this person is a local from Dingyuan City, 33 years old, and a martial saint. The data you provided differs significantly. Xu Ming examined the information and retrieved Ding Ziyu's reported data. Hearing the information provided by Xu Ming, Yu Peng was somewhat uncertain. After all, there were many people with the same name, and even more with similar names. The key issue was that the relevant data differed greatly from what he had. Both the age and strength seemed to indicate they were not the same person. Let's see if there are any with a higher similarity. When the time comes, we can meet the person. I don't believe we can't find this guy, Yu Peng said. With Xu Ming's help, Yu Peng finally narrowed it down to 5 individuals he deemed suspicious, including the name Ding Yu. After all, the similarity was too high to overlook. After 9 in the morning, Ding Ziyu completed his work tasks for the day and prepared to return to his dormitory to continue opening the blind boxes in his possession. Just as he stepped out of the square, he spotted Master Tianping approaching, chatting, and laughing with someone. However, the two were about 100 meters apart, and the other party did not notice him. Ding Ziyu quickly quickened his pace and left his work area. Wang Bin, call all your team members over, Xu Ming shouted as he walked over to Wang Bin. Although Wang Bin was a team leader, he could only be considered a lower-level personnel in the Blind Box Management Bureau and truly did not dare to offend any high-ranking officials. So he hurriedly called all the team members present over. Yu Peng scanned the crowd and couldn't help but frown, asking in a deep voice, "Is everyone here?" Wang Bin looked at Yu Peng. He really did not know this person. Perhaps it was because he was not at the same level. He usually did not come into contact with such high-ranking individuals. 3 people haven't arrived yet, and 2 have completed their tasks and already left. Wang Bin replied honestly, unsure of what they were up to. Is there someone named Ding Yu in your team? Has he come? Yu Peng asked with a serious expression. His gaze swept over the faces of the people present, but he did not find any martial artist resembling Ding Ziyu. He just left, passing by you earlier. Didn't you all see him? Wang Bin found it a bit strange, thinking they must be familiar with each other. When they had just entered, they were not far apart, and with the sensing ability of a martial saint, if they were truly acquainted, it would be impossible not to notice each other. After all, there weren't many people at the opening box square, and that distance was hardly an issue. Passed by? The person who just went by us was Ding Yu? Yu Peng threw the question to Xu Ming. Indeed, someone had passed by them earlier, but that was another member of the opening box team. At that time, Yu Ping was focused on talking to Chu Ming and only glanced over, noticing the person looked too different from Ding Ziyu, so he ignored it. In reality, Ding Ziyu was still a bit distant, having exited through another opening. Yu Peng's view was obstructed, and he actually did not see Ding Ziyu. There was indeed someone who passed by us. You even glanced at him but didn't say anything. I didn't call out to him either, Chu Ming said, feeling a bit confused. He only knew someone had walked past and hadn't observed closely. Wang Bin's casual remark had indeed caused a significant misunderstanding. Seeing Chu Ming say this, a hint of disappointment rose in Yu Peng's heart. Based on the timing and the similarity of the names, he had a high suspicion of this Ding Yu. Now it seemed it was probably just a case of similar names. With his keen eyesight, that person could not possibly be Ding Ziyu in disguise. Forget it, let's check elsewhere, Yu Peng said, somewhat disappointed. Ding Yu was the most suspicious in Team 7, and with him ruled out, they could only pursue leads in other departments. From a normal person's perspective, if Ding Ziyu wanted to hide in the Blind Box Management Bureau using a fake name, it was likely unrelated to his real name. If he only dropped a character, it would be too obvious. Ding Ziyu would never have imagined that Wang Bin's casual comment would deflect Yu Peng's suspicion. In the short term, it seemed that Tian Pangzhenren would not suspect Ding Yu to be Ding Ziyu anymore. The fact that Yu Peng could track him down to the Blind Box Bureau heightened Ding Ziyu's wariness of this person. It appeared that Tian Pangzhenren was not someone to be trifled with. Even if he stayed within the Blind Box Management Bureau, he might not be safe. What should we do in the next few days? Should we take a few days off? Ding Ziyu was worried that Yu Peng might make a sudden move and block him at the opening box square. If he were truly cornered by this person, the higher-ups of the Blind Box Management Bureau might not intervene, especially since they could bring Tian Pangzhenren in to look for someone, which was quite telling. However, having only been on the job for 2 or 3 days and already asking for leave did seem a bit unreasonable. He would at least need a suitable excuse. That's simple, just say you need to go into seclusion to break through to the next realm, and it will take a few days, the Eye of Truth said casually. Normally, for a martial saint-level martial artist, taking a few days to break through to the next realm was not unusual, even taking 3 to 5 months was common. The Blind Box Management Bureau supported such matters. However, any work left undone would likely need to be made up later, or corresponding salary deductions would apply. Ding Ziyu thought this made sense. There were still many blind boxes left unopened. After taking leave, he could hide in a small sacred place, open some blind boxes, and enhance his strength, which was entirely feasible. When Ding Ziyu sent a message to Wang Bin requesting leave, Yu Peng and Chu Ming had already left. They didn't even tell Wang Bin the reason for looking for someone. When Wang Bin heard that Ding Ziyu wanted to take leave to break through his realm, he didn't say much and readily approved it. He didn't elaborate further, only telling Ding Ziyu to consider how to make up for the leave after returning to the team. So, after returning to the dormitory, Ding Ziyu once again locked himself in the small sacred land, working hard to open the blind boxes he had obtained. On that day, Ding Ziyu opened 10 blind boxes at once. Although each one carried some risks, with the help of the barbarian dragon and the ice giant tiger, along with his own strong abilities, it didn't cause much trouble. After all, when choosing the boxes, the Eye of Truth had also carefully observed, so it was impossible to pick those that posed great dangers. Causing harm to Ding Ziyu brought no benefits to him, on the contrary, he would also suffer consequences. Among these 10 blind boxes, he opened 3 types of spiritual herbs that were very useful for his cultivation. They were the kind that was hard to find in reality, but unfortunately, Ding Ziyu didn't know how to refine pills, so he could only waste a lot of medicinal power like a turtle chewing peony. Besides the 3 types of spiritual herbs, he also opened 2 types of rare metals, which were good materials for weapon forging. However, due to the current situation, they couldn't be put to much use for the time being. Ding Ziyu stayed in the small sacred land for 5 days. He also tried consuming one of the spiritual herbs, but the improvement was not significant. It was even less effective than the spiritual fish. This left Ding Ziyu somewhat disappointed. However, the Eye of Truth told him that very few single spiritual herbs could actually boost cultivation realms. Only by combining multiple spiritual herbs and refining them into pills could they exert their maximum effect. The Eye of Truth actually knew some simple alchemy techniques, but Ding Ziyu had no foundation at all and wasn't very interested in learning. He also didn't want to teach. Jinping Jinren had been busy at the Blind Box Management Bureau for 2 days and naturally couldn't find Ding Ziyu. He didn't even see some of the people listed by Chu Ming. After all, the Blind Box Management Bureau also had external missions and potential casualties at any time. Some martial artists went out on missions and ended up dying outside. Recently, there had been quite a few problems in Dingyuan City, and even the most ordinary blind boxes occasionally opened up some dangerous items. Yu Peng once suspected that Ding Ziyu had already left Dingyuan City, but after careful analysis, he felt it was unlikely. The most probable scenario was that Ding Ziyu knew the 3 days were up and had hidden away somewhere. After all, he knew that Ding Ziyu had cave-type treasures. As long as he hid inside and didn't come out, there was nothing he could do. Yu Peng did not intend to give up. He was determined to obtain what Ding Ziyu had, and it was just a matter of spending more time. Yu Peng searched for several days without seeing Ding Ziyu's figure, pondering where the kid could be hiding. His mind shifted, and he decided to release his disciple, Gao Xinyu. As long as Gao Xinyu came out, she would definitely contact Ding Ziyu, and then he could follow the clues to find his target. Gao Xinyu had been locked up for many days and was feeling quite depressed. When her master suddenly released her, she was overjoyed. She found an excuse to shake off her junior sister and quickly ran out of the villa. However, when she tried to contact Ding Ziyu, she couldn't reach him no matter what, so she had to leave him a message, asking him to wait for her at the main entrance of the central garden after he received the news. Gao Xinyu didn't know that when she was about to go out, her master had already placed a mental mark on her, so Yu Peng was quite clear about where she was active. Yu Peng not only used the mental mark but also sent someone to follow Gao Xinyu closely, focusing on monitoring her actions. However, that day she just wandered around Dingyuan City for a while and then returned. Ding Ziyu had stayed in the small sanctuary for 5 days before finally running out to get some fresh air. Soon after, he received a message from Gao Xinyu. Could this be a trap? Ding Ziyu carefully examined the message, feeling uneasy in his heart. After checking the time, he realized it had been sent to him yesterday, which made him less concerned. He casually replied, telling Gao Xinyu that he had been cultivating yesterday and hadn't received her message. Just a minute after sending the message, Gao Xinyu's call came through quickly. Ding Ziyu, where have you been? I haven't gone anywhere. Didn't your master lock you up? Ding Ziyu didn't speak until Gao Xinyu initiated the conversation, which made him feel at ease. My master locked me up for a few days and then let me go. Have you been to the city? I can show you around Dingyuan City. Gao Xinyu was very happy to finally be free. Great! I'll wait for you at the entrance of the central garden. After hanging up, Ding Ziyu had some things he wanted to discuss with Gao Xinyu. The central garden was not hard to find, and half an hour later, they met. Ding Ziyu, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like this. My master might have been too nervous and acted a bit aggressively. I hope you don't take it to heart. Gao Xinyu apologized as soon as they met, and her attitude was indeed quite good. It's fine, it's just a small matter. Ding Ziyu waved his hand. The two chatted and strolled around, casually buying quite a few things, just like when they were in Danning City. The only difference was that in Dingyuan City, no one was chasing them, making it feel very relaxed. On the other side, Tianping Jinren was so angry that his face turned green. Should we act now and capture that kid? A martial saint expert was watching Gao Xinyu and Ding Ziyu from a distance, calling Tianping Jinren. Don't rush. Wait until my little Rain calls him away before you act. Yu Peng didn't want to deal with Ding Ziyu in front of Gao Xinyu. A few minutes later, Yu Peng made up a reason and called Gao Xinyu, urging her to hurry back. Gao Xinyu didn't suspect anything and immediately agreed. She said goodbye to Ding Ziyu, telling him to return to the Blind Box Management Bureau by himself, and then hurriedly left. Once Gao Xinyu was gone, Ding Ziyu lost interest in shopping. He leisurely made his way back. However, as he crossed 2 main streets, he was stopped by someone. Kid, hand over everything valuable on you. A middle-aged man glared at Ding Ziyu with a fierce expression, performing the role of a robber quite convincingly. Ding Ziyu was taken aback for a moment, sizing the man up and couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to rob me? Less nonsense, take out everything. The middle-aged man continued in a fierce tone, but as he spoke, his aura began to rise steadily, quickly reaching the level of a martial saint. A martial saint is robbing people? With such strength, can't you earn a living? Ding Ziyu noticed that the man's aura had surpassed the warrior level and was rapidly increasing. In less than a minute, the man's realm had reached the 8th stage of martial saint. A master of this level wouldn't be out robbing. You can leave, don't force me to act, or you'll die a miserable death. Ding Ziyu's expression darkened. This person was most likely a member of the Laojun Society, clearly sent by Yu Peng. He truly hadn't expected that Gao Xinyu was still being used by someone. You little brat, quite the attitude, take this. The middle-aged man truly hadn't expected that his 8th stage martial saint strength would be looked down upon by a mere kid. As he spoke, he lunged at Ding Ziyu. In his eyes, even if Ding Ziyu had some talent, he couldn't be that strong. When his hand grabbed Ding Ziyu's shoulder, it felt like he had caught hold of a steel plate. Ding Ziyu merely looked at him coldly, showing no sign of concern. The middle-aged man's expression changed instantly, realizing he had encountered a master. This kid was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. Kneel before me. The middle-aged man suddenly exerted force, pressing down on Ding Ziyu. At this point, he had used all his strength, trying to force Ding Ziyu to the ground. However, Ding remained steady, showing no signs of bending or yielding. A faint cold smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. With this little strength, you think you can deal with me? Go back and practice before coming again. Ding Ziyu gently swayed his body, breaking free from the man's large hand. The middle-aged man's face turned particularly ugly. He never dreamed that a seemingly young guy could be so powerful. In terms of strength, he was definitely not a match for Ding. Tell Yu Peng that this Dingyuan city is not his family's, nor is it your old Jun society's. Gao Xinyu is mine, and no matter what means he uses, he can't take him from me. Ding Ziyu made it clear, since it had come to this, there was no point in hiding anymore. You want to fight with our old Jun society? The middle-aged man's face alternated between green and red. After glaring at Ding Ziyu, he ultimately chose to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he called Yu Peng to report the situation. Useless. You can't even handle a kid. When Yu Peng answered the call and heard that the middle-aged man had failed to capture Ding Ziyu, he was instantly furious. Although he knew Ding Ziyu was a 7th-tier martial saint, he had sent out an 8th-tier martial saint who had also learned 2 powerful secret techniques, yet they were still no match for Ding Ziyu. That kid's body is terrifyingly strong, and his strength is absurdly great. The middle-aged man clearly hadn't used any secret techniques, but his instincts told him he was not a match for Ding. Ding Ziyu could guess that the middle-aged man would definitely report his whereabouts to Master Tianpeng, so he directly leaped into the air, quickly flying towards the Blind Box Management Bureau. However, Yu Peng was a step ahead, intercepting him at the entrance of the bureau. Come with me, don't force me to take action against you, you have no chance of winning. Yu Peng glared at Ding Ziyu, the malice in his eyes evident to anyone. Ding Ziyu quickly understood. He still had some reservations about the Blind Box Management Bureau and it wouldn't be wise to act at the entrance. Perhaps this person had good relations with some in the bureau, but it was impossible for him to have influence over the entire Blind Box Management Bureau. If that were the case, the old Jun Society would likely surpass the bureau. But in reality, the Blind Box Management Bureau was the dominant force in Dingyuan City, holding absolute authority. Understanding this relationship made Ding Ziyu much bolder. Since Master Tianpeng was determined to make things difficult for him, he would find a way to establish a powerful opponent for this person and even for the old Jun Society. Why should I go with you? I belong to the Blind Box Management Bureau, and you dare to capture a member of the bureau outside its gates? Do you really think we have no masters in the Blind Box Management Bureau? Ding Ziyu's voice was loud. Given his realm and strength, while his voice might not reach everyone in the bureau, those nearby could definitely hear him. Although the strength he displayed was only that of a 2nd-tier martial saint, he was still considered a core force within the Blind Box Management Bureau. As soon as Ding Ziyu's words fell, several staff members rushed out, especially some field personnel, all glaring angrily at Master Tianpeng. Although most of these people were martial artists below the 10th tier, their stance was absolutely clear. Who are you? How dare you come to our doorstep to capture someone? Do you really think our Blind Box Management Bureau can't handle blades and swords? Shouted a captain of the action team, as several team members brandished their weapons. Usually, they were the ones causing trouble outside, and even when encountering martial saints, they would still be given some face. This was the only official organization in Dingyuan City. There was no reason to back down. Get out of my way. This is a personal grudge between him and me, and it has nothing to do with your Blind Box Management Bureau. Yu Peng's imposing aura surged, pushing the members of the action team back several meters. However, Yu Peng didn't intend to seriously injure them. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. After all, he still had to consider that there were indeed powerful experts within the Blind Box Management Bureau, and he had to give them some respect. Ding Ziyu acted quickly, rushing forward to shield the members of the action team from the pressure released by Yu Peng. With his strength, he certainly couldn't match Yu Peng in a direct confrontation, but blocking the pressure was still within his capabilities. You are no match for him. Hurry and call for reinforcements, Ding Ziyu urged the members of the action team. It was quite easy to call for help right at the entrance of the Blind Box Management Bureau. The action team captain understood that he was far from Yu Peng's opponent, glanced at Ding Ziyu, and then turned to rush into the management bureau. Kid, it won't matter who you call today, I will definitely take you away. Yu Peng raised his hand and reached for Ding Ziyu. Although he didn't use any powerful secret techniques, his speed was astonishing. Ding Ziyu was not polite either. He unleashed all his strength and threw a punch. The powerful force created a thunderous sound, causing the surrounding air to churn violently. Yu Peng's expression changed slightly, and his hand that was reaching for Ding Ziyu quickly retracted. Clearly, he hadn't expected Ding Ziyu to unleash such strong power, exceeding his expectations. Without using some powerful secret techniques, capturing Ding Ziyu was not an easy task. Dragon Claw! Yu Peng shouted, and suddenly a dragon claw the size of a zhang gathered above his head, swiftly descending towards Ding Ziyu. As the dragon claw emerged, the area within a 10-meter radius was locked down, leaving Ding Ziyu with no chance to escape. There was an essential gap in power between the two. Is this the power that surpasses martial saints? It's truly terrifying. Many people exclaimed in awe. For ordinary martial artists, reaching the 10th stage was already extremely difficult. For the vast majority, becoming a martial saint was a distant dream, let alone reaching the level beyond martial saints. Ding Ziyu gathered all his strength, trying to break free from the binding force, but he still couldn't manage it. This left him very frustrated. He had thought he was strong, but facing such a master, he found himself powerless to fight back. Master Tianpeng, you seem to be going a bit overboard, don't you? Just as Ding Ziyu was about to be captured, a voice suddenly appeared. The powerful binding force instantly loosened, and the pressure on Ding Ziyu lightened. Without hesitation, he swung his fist towards the dragon claw that was still slowly descending. Boom! The two forces collided rapidly, and the enormous dragon claw above his head shook violently, nearly being shattered by Ding Ziyu's punch. In fact, Ding Ziyu could have chosen not to throw that punch, but he did so anyway. This was to showcase his strength. He didn't know who had arrived and how much effort they were willing to exert to protect him. Therefore, he had to demonstrate his value to compel the newcomer to make a decision. The newcomer was one of the 5 elders of the Blind Box Management Bureau and a master who had surpassed the martial saint realm. Initially, he was just watching the show, but Ding Ziyu's display of strength truly caught his attention. This kid doesn't look very old, yet his strength is already so formidable. He is naturally a potential talent worth cultivating. Yuan Kuan Daoist, are you sure you want to intervene in this matter? Yu Peng's expression suddenly turned grim. Just as Ding Ziyu had assessed, he indeed had some connections within the Blind Box Management Bureau, but they were mainly with mid-level management personnel. This Yuan Kuan Daoist might not be as strong as him, but he still had some power. Now that he was stepping in, the situation had become somewhat complicated. This person is a member of my Blind Box Management Bureau. Are we supposed to lose face because you are capturing someone at the entrance of our bureau? Yuan Kuan Daoist floated over to Ding Ziyu's side. Dressed in a Daoist robe, he indeed had the air of a transcendent being. This kid has only just joined the Blind Box Management Bureau for a few days, and his motives are clearly impure. Are you really willing to make enemies with us for him? Yu Peng immediately exposed Ding Ziyu's background, hoping to dissuade Yuan Kuan Daoist from helping him. Do you know this kid's specific background? He is not even a local, he comes from Danning City in the south. Yu Peng further revealed Ding Ziyu's shortcomings, hoping to extinguish Yuan Kuan Daoist's intention to protect him. However, this only deepened Yuan Kuan Daoist's interest in Ding Ziyu. To travel from Danning City to Dingyuan City is a considerable distance. Even a martial saint would find it nearly impossible to traverse such a vast wilderness. There are too many uncertainties in the wild. Any unexpected incident could easily lead to death. If Ding Ziyu really came from Dingyuan City, it would prove that he was quite capable. Such talent is precisely what the Blind Box Management Bureau desires. As for the unresolved conflict between Ding Ziyu and the Tianpeng Jinren, that was not a consideration for Yuan Kuan Daoist. After all, with the strength of the Blind Box Management Bureau, they truly did not need to act according to the wishes of the Laojun Society. Yu Peng, regardless of this kid's background and origins, since he is willing to join our Blind Box Management Bureau and has officially become one of us, then he is one of our people. You want to capture our people outside the Blind Box Management Bureau, that itself is against the rules. Let's end today's matter here. I will treat it as if nothing has happened. How about that? Yuan Kuan Daoist essentially issued an eviction order, giving no face to Yu Peng. Upon hearing such words, Yu Peng's face immediately turned very ugly. He truly did not expect that this Yuan Kuan Daoist would show him no respect at all. This kid has a significant connection to our Laojun Society. I ask you to be magnanimous and treat it as if the Laojun Society owes you a favor. Yu Peng tried to use the method of exchanging benefits to capture Ding Ziyu. The Laojun Society is also a top-tier force in Dingyuan City, and the favor they owe could very well be a substantial wealth. Under normal circumstances, it would be a very profitable deal for the Blind Box Management Bureau to exchange Ding Ziyu for a favor from the Laojun Society. But Yuan Kuan Daoist did not think so at this moment. At first glance, Ding Ziyu indeed appeared ordinary, and he was not very young. He did not seem to have any particularly outstanding qualities. But why was Yu Peng so determined to capture him? Even risking a fallout with the Blind Box Management Bureau for him raised significant questions. Upon further reflection, he felt that Ding Ziyu might possess a great secret or immense value. If not, why would Tianpeng Jinren still not let go after he had already said so much? No, handling this matter in such a way would be tantamount to breaking the rules of the Blind Box Management Bureau. I cannot make that decision. I must report to the general manager before any determination can be made. Yuan Cohen Taoist found a good excuse, pushing the matter up the hierarchy. The general manager he referred to was the highest authority in Dingyuan City, holding a very important position within the entire system of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Yu Peng saw that the other party was unyielding, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, really wanting to take action and deal with this Taoist as well. But he also knew in his heart that capturing Ding Ziyu might not cause much of a stir. However, if he touched Taoist Yuan Cohen, it would mean tearing his face with the Blind Box Management Bureau. Although the Laojun Society was not weak, and even regarded as a top existence in the eyes of many forces, it was still significantly lacking in strength to confront the Blind Box Management Bureau head-on. Ding Ziyu stood silently to the side, watching the two of them bicker. However, he knew that even if he scared Yu Peng away today, this Taoist Yuan Cohen would definitely not let him off easily. Figuring out how to survive this calamity was indeed a challenge. It was impossible to keep hiding in the small sacred land like a turtle. That would only create more enemies and reduce his space for survival. While the two were arguing, another heavyweight figure arrived at the entrance of the Blind Box Management Bureau. This person was Zhao Changlin, the director of the Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City. Although his position was slightly lower than that of Taoist Yuan Cohen, he was the highest authority in Dingyuan City. Taoist Yuan Cohen briefly spoke a few words with Zhao Changlin, but his attitude was quite clear. He wanted to protect Ding Ziyu. Unlike Taoist Yuan Cohen, Zhao Changlin, as the director of the Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City, had dealings with various forces in the city. Many times in the past, the orders issued by the Blind Box Management Bureau had faced considerable resistance from various forces, especially from some genuinely powerful factions. They would always come up with various ways to resist or exploit loopholes in the Blind Box Management Bureau. Zhao Changlin was very annoyed by this and had often thought about mobilizing manpower to eliminate some unnecessary forces. Take the recently established Unified Purchasing Office, for example. It faced opposition from several major forces, including the Laojun Society, which was unwilling to execute the orders issued by the Bureau. Therefore, those regulations were aimed at ordinary citizens. Forces like the Laojun Society would never sell valuable strange blind boxes to the Unified Purchasing Office. They would even openly open blind boxes on their own territory, occasionally causing a big stir. The Blind Box Management Bureau indeed had no good way to deal with them, as they could only pretend not to know, turning a blind eye. However, Zhao Changlin still felt very disgusted with these forces, including the formidable Laojun Society. Yu Peng running to the entrance of the Blind Box Management Bureau to cause a scene was equivalent to slapping Zhao Changlin's face in public. Today, regardless of right or wrong, he definitely would not let Yu Peng take anyone away. Ding Ziyu, right? Come with me, no one here dares to touch you, Zhao Changlin said to Ding Ziyu in a very forceful manner. Of course, this was clearly directed at Yu Peng. The implication was very obvious. If you have the ability, come into the Blind Box Management Bureau to capture someone and see if you have the guts. What else could Ding Ziyu say? Naturally, he obediently followed Zhao Changlin into the bureau, while Taoist Yuan Cohen stayed behind to continue arguing with Yu Peng. Although Yu Peng was extremely reluctant, he still did not dare to actually go into the bureau to capture someone. If there were no high-level figures present, he might have tried it. Now that both Taoist Yuan Cohen and Zhao Changlin had stepped forward, if he still didn't know his place, he would immediately run into big trouble. It could even potentially spark a war between the Blind Box Management Bureau and the Laojun Society. With no other choice, Yu Peng could only retreat in frustration. However, he still had other plans in mind. As long as Ding Ziyu was in Dingyuan City, he would have the opportunity to capture him. He could use Gao Xinyu once, and he could use Gao Xinyu a second time. He didn't believe that every time, high-level figures from the Blind Box Management Bureau would jump out to stop him. On Ding Ziyu's side, he was directly taken to the director's office by Zhao Changlin. He casually pointed to a seat nearby, letting Ding Ziyu sit down, then buried himself in his own work again. Ding Ziyu sat down honestly, but his heart was still a bit anxious and uneasy. Yu Peng had already made it clear that his identity was fake. If the Blind Box Management Bureau pursued the matter, it would be easy to uncover his background. After all, he had done too many things in Danning City, and both belonged to the same system, making it not difficult at all to find his related information. Although the Blind Box Management Bureau of Danning City had already cancelled the arrest warrant against him, other records were certainly still kept quite detailed. There was no celestial master in Dingyuan City, and even if he wanted to use a tiger's skin to make a big flag, it would be impossible. On the contrary, he had many secrets hidden within him, which could easily provoke others' covetous hearts. If Zhao Changlin or the Yuan Cohen Taoist became interested in him, it could really lead to big problems. Being targeted by these old fellows meant there was no guarantee of life safety at all. However, what Ding Ziyu did not expect was that Zhao Changlin seemed to be in no hurry at all, still seriously attending to his own matters, as if he had completely forgotten about Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu even began to suspect that this director Zhao was playing a psychological game with him, deliberately leaving him aside to apply psychological pressure. Of course, if the other party did not take the initiative to speak, Ding Ziyu would absolutely not expose his weaknesses. If he could muddle through like this, that would be just perfect. After sitting in Director Zhao's office for about a quarter of an hour, Yuan Koan Daoist finally sauntered in. "Oh, hey, young man, you seem quite comfortable. Is there anything you want to say to us?" Yuan Koan Daoist spoke as soon as he entered. Director Zhao just glanced at him without interrupting, still focused on his own work. "What do you want to know, senior?" After getting through the initial period of anxiety, Ding Ziyu had calmed down quite a bit and had thought of some countermeasures. If the other party did not ask those core questions, he would absolutely not speak voluntarily. As the saying goes, confess and you will be lenient, resist and you will be harshly punished. First, tell me about your identity and background. The Celestial Master Tianpeng said you are not a local of Dingyuan City, but from a distant southern city, Yuan Koan Daoist casually asked. But from his gaze, it was clear he was carefully observing Ding Ziyu and was not as casual as he seemed. "My name is Ding Yu, and I am a disciple of the Cheng Tian sect, a registered disciple of the Celestial Master Cheng Tian." Ding Ziyu began to fabricate a story, trying to see if he could fool the old man in front of him. If he answered honestly, the other party could easily check the system and uncover everything. A registered disciple of the Celestial Master Cheng Tian? Yuan Koan Daoist immediately seized on the key point and noticeably furrowed his brows. Clearly, he also knew the Celestial Master Cheng Tian, a powerful figure who could make the Blind Box Management Bureau yield. As a high-ranking member of this system, he could not have not heard of him. Not to mention Yuan Koan Daoist, even Zhao Shanlin, who had been working, raised his head and looked at Ding Ziyu seriously for a few moments. It was evident that his words had piqued the interest of both. "What are you doing in Dingyuan City? Why did you have a conflict with Celestial Master Tianpeng?" Yuan Koan Daoist continued to press for answers, not rushing to investigate Ding Ziyu's true background. "My master sent me out to gain experience, and if possible, I would like to see that treasure of the Blind Box Management Bureau." Ding Ziyu thought quickly, blowing up a big story. This information was indeed something that ordinary people could not know. Only a powerful figure like the Celestial Master Cheng Tian would know that there was an extraordinary treasure within the Blind Box Management Bureau. As for the conflict with Celestial Master Tianpeng, it was because I met his disciple, Gao Xinyu, and we had mutual feelings for each other. Celestial Master Tianpeng intervened to stop me, which led to the conflict. Regarding this, Ding Ziyu's explanation is basically true. At least 9 parts of it are real. When Ding Ziyu spoke, the Taoist Yuan Koan stared at him, as if he wanted to see through everything about him. What Ding Ziyu said was indeed a bit intimidating, at least given his status. It was hard to judge the truth. With your realm, wanting to see that treasure in the General Bureau is probably a bit unrealistic, right? Taoist Yuan Koan was not clear about Ding Ziyu's realm strength. After all, the strength he displayed was only at the second stage of Martial Saint. However, the punch he exchanged with Master Tianpeng was indeed quite stunning. Ding Ziyu also understood that if he didn't show some real skills, it would be very difficult to gain this old guy's trust. So he no longer suppressed his realm, and the pressure of the 8th stage Martial Saint was instantly released. He didn't need to explain much, and immediately, both Taoist Yuan Koan and Zhao Changlin widened their eyes. 8th stage Martial Saint, how old are you? How many years have you awakened your power? This time, Zhao Changlin spoke up. Although there were truly skilled experts in the Blind Box Management Bureau, an 8th stage Martial Saint was absolutely not to be overlooked. Ding Ziyu was silent for a few seconds before answering. I just turned 20 this year, and I've been awakening my power for almost 2 years. Ding Ziyu lied again. If he revealed the true situation, it would indeed be too astonishing. He was also worried that if he told the truth, Zhao Chanlin could easily find out his real identity based on what he reported. If they checked according to the current situation, it would definitely not match. Ding Ziyu's record in Danning City was 18 years old, and the Blind Box Management Bureau only recorded him as a 10th stage martial artist. Although he later displayed the strength of a martial saint, the discrepancy in detection had not kept up, and there were many mismatches in his physical data. This way, the possibility of deceiving them increased significantly. As for whether the master of the celestial heaven really had such a named disciple, it was not important at all. At least the Blind Box Management Bureau could not find the master of the celestial heaven to verify the authenticity of this matter. To reach the 8th stage martial saint realm in just 2 years of awakening, Taoist Yuan Cohen gasped, involuntarily exchanging a glance with Zhao Changlin. Take Zhao Changlin for example. He awakened his power at 21 but took 5 years to reach the 10th stage of martial artist. Simply from the perspective of talent, he was indeed far behind Ding Ziyu. There were also talented martial artists in the Blind Box Management Bureau. It was said that some reached the 10th stage of martial artist within a year, but to reach the 8th stage of martial saint in 2 years was truly unprecedented. No wonder the master of the celestial heaven wants to take you as a named disciple. With your current strength, if you cultivate for a while longer, you will indeed be qualified to experience the treasure. Taoist Yuan Cohen at least believed 6 or 7 parts of it. His gaze towards Ding Ziyu also revealed a hint of appreciation. If you want to go to the General Bureau to see that treasure, just this alone won't do, you must make significant contributions. Otherwise, even if your master comes, there won't be any opportunity, Zhao Changlin interjected. He had already intended to bind this exceptionally talented young man to the Blind Box Management Bureau. At Zhao Changlin's level, he could indeed know quite a bit of high-level information. Regarding the Celestial Heaven sect in Danning City and the Master of the Celestial Heaven, these things could not be found online. There were certainly some related records in the Blind Box Management Bureau, but they were not very detailed. Zhao Changlin had seriously looked over some information about the Celestial Heaven sect. The Blind Box Management Bureau could make concessions for a city, which indeed gave the Celestial Heaven sect face. Because of this, the relationship between the Blind Box Management Bureau and the Celestial Heaven sect was relatively harmonious, without any hostile situations arising. Since Ding Ziyu had joined the Blind Box Management Bureau under the name of the Master of the Celestial Heaven, wasn't this an opportunity to bring both sides closer together? With Zhao Changlin's management style, he naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by, wanting to firmly tie Ding Ziyu to the Management Bureau, which was quite reasonable. I see your combat ability is quite strong. Are you interested in transferring to the Advanced Action Team? You could easily be a captain. Zhao Changlin threw out another bait. Advanced Action Team? Is that the team that goes out on patrol every day? Ding Ziyu pretended not to be very clear and asked. No, the patrol team is just an action group. They usually only handle minor matters, maintaining local public order and such. The Advanced Action Team consists of at least martial saints, only responsible for dealing with special incidents. Zhao Changlin shook his head and explained. In fact, Ding Ziyu knew this, he just didn't want to appear too outstanding, so he deliberately inquired. The so-called Advanced Action Team typically handles matters that the patrol team cannot manage. Generally, they wouldn't intervene at all. With the strong presence of the Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City, many martial saints could easily resolve issues even with the patrol team stepping in. Therefore, the Advanced Action Team often just sat in the office, drinking tea and watching the news. They didn't have many real tasks to do. Ding Ziyu originally preferred the box opening team, as it was easy and posed little danger. However, the pay was relatively low, essentially placing him among the lower-tier staff. In such a work environment, there was almost no possibility of gaining the Blind Box Management Bureau's attention. Ding Ziyu was contemplating whether he really wanted to visit the so-called magical treasure at the Blind Box Management General Bureau. With his current level of strength, it might not take long for him to truly reach the 10th stage of Martial Saint. To enter a higher level and become a powerful being beyond Martial Saints, a certain opportunity was definitely needed. Just burying himself in cultivation might take many years to overcome this hurdle. You can give it a try. True strong ones grow through battle. The Eye of Truth encouraged Ding Ziyu, as he felt Ding Ziyu's combat experience was still too limited. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter an exceptionally strong martial artist, his safety was still guaranteed. The key was that once Ding Ziyu entered the mid to high levels of the Blind Box Management Bureau, his identity and status would change accordingly. In the future, if Yu Peng wanted to take action against him again, there would be more concerns to consider. This was also an important means of self-preservation for Ding Ziyu. In a short time, no matter how fast he progressed, he could not possibly be a match for this Tian Pengjinren. Only by using the tiger skin as a banner could he ensure his safety. The Blind Box Management Bureau was undoubtedly the largest tiger skin. No matter how powerful Lao Jun was, he still had to give some face. Seeing Ding Ziyu lost in brief thought, Zhao Changlin and Yuan Cohen Daoist did not urge him. They simply looked at him with gentle eyes, waiting for his response. Will the Advanced Action Team be very troublesome? I'm worried I won't do well, Ding Ziyu basically agreed in his heart. Not troublesome, but sometimes you have to deal with multiple forces in coordinate relationships. Zhao Changlin smiled slightly, understanding that Ding Ziyu was intrigued. How about letting me join someone else's team first, to adapt a bit before taking on more responsibility? Ding Ziyu suggested, not that he didn't want to be a captain, but he didn't want to stand out for the time being. That works too. Our Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City has 4 advanced action teams. Currently, the third team's personnel are a bit tight, so you can go to the third team as a vice captain. Zhao Changlin finally revealed a satisfied smile. He thought to himself that he had finally got this kid in his grasp, and perhaps in the future, he could even pull the Cheng Tian sect in as well. At least there would be a connection between the two forces, making it less likely for them to become enemies easily. Ding Ziyu naturally agreed wholeheartedly, not expecting that his random chatter would actually fool these 2 old fellows. Indeed, the bigger the brag, the harder it is to burst. What about the Old Lord Society? I wonder if Tianping Jinwen will still come looking for trouble with me. Ding Ziyu raised this question again, throwing it to the 2 old fellows. In fact, he already had some ideas in mind, but these ideas couldn't be openly discussed. They could only be carried out discreetly, without being easily discovered. He wouldn't dare. For such a trivial matter, does he really think the Blind Box Management Bureau has no temper? Zhao Changlin firmly supported Ding Ziyu. He was already unhappy with these external forces, and if this could be used as an opportunity to eliminate some of them, it would also benefit the Blind Box Management Bureau's control over Dingyuan City. Ding Ziyu didn't believe that Yu Ping wouldn't dare, but he wouldn't say it out loud. With the 2 big shots present, he had to give them some face. If we could provoke a conflict between the Blind Box Management Bureau and the Old Lord Society, perhaps the problem would become much simpler. The mindset of the Eye of Truth was darker and more radical. It probably won't be easy. The Old Lord Society still has some strength, and their leader is likely quite formidable, Ding Ziyu said, not making baseless guesses. He had some basis for his thoughts. A couple of years ago, they managed to send Gao Xinyu to Dingyuan City and even asked the Cheng Tian sect master to look after her. This indicated that there were definitely powerful figures within the Old Lord Society, and this person might be their leader. Some minor issues were not enough to make the 2 major forces tear each other apart, unless it touched upon their core interests, in which case they might really come to blows. Zhao Changlin and the others talked with Ding Ziyu for about half an hour before personally escorting him to the Advanced Action Team, Team 3. Wang Ben, this is the new Dingyu. He will serve as your team's vice captain. Make sure to explain the details of the action team to him so he can integrate into your group as soon as possible, Zhao Changlin said seriously as he held onto the captain of Team 3. Hello, Captain Wang, I'm Dingyu. Please take care of me. Ding Ziyu quickly stepped forward to greet him. Hello, Brother Ding. From now on, we're all brothers eating from the same pot, Wang Ben said, patting Ding Ziyu on the shoulder. This was a person personally sent down by the director. Even if he wasn't strong, his connections were definitely solid, so they had to give him some face. Since he wasn't wearing the official rank detection insignia, Wang Ben really didn't know how strong Ding Ziyu was. He could only make a preliminary estimate that Ding Ziyu had likely reached the martial saint level, and coming here might just be a formality. Seeing the enthusiasm Zhao Changlin showed towards Ding Ziyu, he became more convinced of his own thoughts. Ding Ziyu, however, didn't expose anything. He could see Wang Ben's realm at a glance. 6 segments of martial saint. This level of strength was indeed impressive among martial saints, at least much stronger compared to those in Danning City. After Zhao Changlin delivered him, he chatted for a few moments before leaving. Wang Ben, being a good person, called all the members of the Advanced Action Team together and introduced them to Ding Ziyu one by one. Ding Ziyu gave a brief self-introduction, as many things were improvised, so he naturally didn't say too much. Otherwise, it would be easy to create contradictions and cause more trouble. Team 3 originally had a vice captain, but he had been severely injured during a mission and had been reassigned to a different, less demanding position. Although many in the team had their eyes on the vice captain position, the higher-ups had yet to make a decision, so they had no way to act. Unexpectedly, a vice captain was parachuted in, which made many team members feel uncomfortable. This guy clearly looked like someone who had been sent down through connections, so many team members merely nodded politely at Ding Ziyu, as if that sufficed for a greeting. Ding Ziyu didn't mind much, as long as these people didn't make things difficult for him in person. They could think whatever they wanted. Anyway, his goal was not to seek promotion or wealth. The position in the Blind Box Management Bureau was merely a layer of protection for himself. Deputy Team Leader Ding, we haven't had any field tasks these past few days, mostly training indoors. How about you come with us to take a look? Ba Chang approached, speaking politely to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu had just organized his office space and was about to sit down to rest when a team member came to find him. During the personal introductions earlier, Ba Chang had already shown impressive strength, being a 4th stage martial saint. Within the 3rd action team, he was considered quite a capable member. Alright, let's go take a look, Ding Ziyu replied without objection, suspecting that these people mostly wanted to gauge his strength, otherwise, his authority as deputy team leader might not be respected. The third action team had its own training facility, equipped with various facilities. It was much better than the open square where the box opening team trained. There were quite a few training areas, some were training individually, while others were sparring with each other. They were all familiar faces from before. Most of their strength seemed to be at the second or third stage of Martial Saint. Although their combat power was impressive, to Ding Ziyu, it was just average. Whether in terms of strength or secret techniques, their attack power fell far short of Ding Ziyu's standards. One could say they were indeed much stronger compared to ordinary martial artists. Seeing Ding Ziyu's calm expression, Ba Chang felt somewhat unconvinced. In his view, Ding Ziyu was merely putting on a brave face. When it came to real combat, he might not be much stronger than them. Deputy team leader Ding is here. Does anyone want to see him demonstrate a skill and open our eyes? Ba Chang shouted, and many training members gathered around. At that moment, Wang Ben also walked in from outside. What's going on? Deputy team leader Ding has just arrived. Can't you let him rest properly? Wang Ben pretended to be angry. Clearly, these guys were playing good cop and bad cop, wanting to see just how strong Ding Ziyu was. Ding Ziyu smiled slightly, fully aware of their intentions. Such a level of test was hardly worth mentioning to him. Since everyone is so interested, I'll embarrass myself and perform a bit for you, Ding Ziyu said, going along with the flow to showcase his strength. In terms of pure strength, an 8th-stage martial saint could exert 256 tons of force. However, Ding Ziyu's strength had been enhanced multiple times. Although he was an 8th-stage martial saint, the actual force he could exert was comparable to that of a 10th-stage martial saint. In this training facility, there were very few pieces of equipment suitable for his training. After all, most of the martial artists training here were below the 5th stage of martial saint. For those above this level, ordinary training was basically of no use. Ding Ziyu looked towards the high-gravity room nearby, which could be adjusted to a maximum of 20 times gravity. This meant that a 1-ton object could weigh 20 tons here, making it quite challenging for martial artists above the 4th stage to train inside. Seeing Ding Ziyu head towards the high-gravity room, many team members showed doubtful expressions. Could the seemingly unremarkable deputy team leader Ding withstand such high gravity? Several team members turned their gaze towards Wang Ben. While they wanted to see Ding Ziyu's strength, they didn't want to cause any trouble. After all, Ding Ziyu was personally sent down by the director. If something went wrong, everyone would likely face criticism. Deputy team leader Ding, why don't you warm up a bit first? Ba Chang also began to feel nervous. He usually didn't train in that gravity room. Even when he did, he would come out after training for just over 10 minutes. It's fine, I just need to move my hands and feet a bit, Ding Ziyu replied. Ding Ziyu was very determined. In a 20-fold gravity environment, he couldn't even exert 1/10 of his strength. After entering the gravity chamber, he immediately set the multiplier to the maximum of 20 times. Many team members quickly stepped back. With their strength, even doing nothing in a 20-fold gravity chamber would feel extremely difficult. In such a high-gravity environment, the pressure on the body was quite exaggerated, and martial artists with insufficient physique would only be seeking suffering by going in. However, Ding Ziyu moved around inside with remarkable ease, as if he were unaffected by the 20-fold gravity at all. Impressive, this Deputy Captain Ding has some skills. Many team members gasped. I misjudged him. I thought he was just someone who got in through connections. I didn't expect him to actually have real strength. Ba Chang's expression also turned a bit unpleasant. At that moment, Ding Ziyu effortlessly grabbed a super barbell weighing 2 tons, feeling as if he hadn't exerted much effort at all. Wow! Judging by his strength, he must be at least a 6th-tier martial saint. A 5th-tier martial saint couldn't lift it this easily. Ba Chang cursed again. Ding Ziyu lifted the super barbell and easily completed a set of 50 clean and jerks. After finishing the set, he didn't even break a sweat, looking very relaxed. The true strength of Captain Ding is probably even stronger than mine, Wang Ben commented seriously. After Ding Ziyu casually moved around a bit, no one from the third team doubted his strength anymore. Captain Wang Ben was also a 6th-tier martial saint. Although he could perform these movements under 20-fold gravity, he could never do it as effortlessly as Ding Ziyu did. At that moment, everyone understood that the person sent by Director Zhao was not just someone who could pass the test but truly had strength and was very powerful. The team's attitude towards him underwent a fundamental change. The work content of the advanced action team was not very demanding. Ding Ziyu had been idle for several days, hardly stepping out of the blind box management bureau. Now he had quite a bit of free time, and after resting for a few days, his mind became more active. Especially after learning about the warehouse where Lu Yushan stored the blind boxes, many things became simpler for him. Those peculiar blind boxes that were left behind were gathering dust in that warehouse. With the means of the boundary pearl, he could easily enter that almost unguarded warehouse and obtain some truly dangerous blind boxes. Ding Ziyu wasn't greedy, he only took out 10 blind boxes from inside, all of which had been identified as dangerous by him and the Eye of Truth. Ding Ziyu decided to find an opportunity to throw them into the Old June Society's estate. He knew that the peculiar blind boxes from the Old June Society were never sold at the centralized purchasing office and that they would even privately buy those that seemed very valuable. So, they would occasionally stir up some commotion. However, the Blind Box Management Bureau usually turned a blind eye. As long as no major issues arose, they pretended not to know. This time, however, the blind boxes Ding Ziyu selected were all quite perilous. Among them, 2 contained large clouds of toxic mist. Once opened, they would surely disperse and could potentially affect a large area. Although this toxic mist might not kill those experts, it certainly posed a great risk to ordinary people. The key was that it was difficult to control. Once opened, it would definitely attract attention from multiple parties. Besides the toxic mist, 4 other blind boxes contained powerful ferocious creatures, and the most formidable one even housed a creature surpassing the martial saint level. If this thing were released, even if the Old June Society had experts, they would likely be thrown into chaos, causing quite a stir. Ding Ziyu believed that as long as the Lao Jun Society continued to stir up trouble, it would surely create some animosity from the Blind Box Management Bureau towards them. Of course, he would find ways to fan the flames, unafraid that the Lao Jun Society would not confront the Bureau. One dark and windy night, Ding Ziyu quietly tossed the blind boxes he had procured into the Lao Jun Society's estate. Once inside, he realized that the estate occupied by the Lao Jun Society was quite large, spanning several kilometers of their territory. Placing these 10 or so blind boxes was indeed inconspicuous. The next day, however, there were fierce beast roars emanating from the Lao Jun Society's estate, so loud that half of Dingyuan City could hear them. The Blind Box Management Bureau initially did not want to intervene, but with such a commotion, some members of the patrol team rushed over. However, these patrollers were blocked outside the estate and were not allowed to enter. The Lao Jun Society members insisted they could handle the situation without the Bureau's interference. The patrol team members returned dejectedly to report the situation. The mid-level officials basically ignored it, as if they hadn't heard anything. Nevertheless, that day, some well-informed individuals reported that a powerful beast had destroyed a significant portion of the Lao Jun Society's estate and had ultimately escaped, causing minor casualties among the townsfolk. The Blind Box Management Bureau quietly cleaned up the aftermath and did not make things difficult for the Lao Jun Society. Clearly, the number of dead townsfolk was not significant enough to warrant serious attention. Ding Ziyu also heard the news, but since the higher-ups did not order the senior action team to intervene, he naturally pretended to know nothing. He truly did not expect the Blind Box Management Bureau to be so tolerant. Given Zhao Changlin's character, he should have at least sought a conversation with the Lao Jun Society, yet in reality, he did not. In the afternoon, toxic fog began to spread from the Lao Jun Society's estate, poisoning hundreds of people at once. This time, the Blind Box Management Bureau could no longer sit idly by and immediately dispatched multiple patrol teams to assist those affected by the poison. Although those poisoned did not die immediately, many exhibited symptoms such as festering wounds, unconsciousness, nausea, and vomiting. Despite the Bureau's best efforts to treat them, many of the weaker individuals suffered severe poisoning, leading to overcrowding in nearby hospitals. With this situation arising, the blame quickly shifted to the Lao Jun Society. This Lao Jun Society is utterly outrageous, always doing harmful things. Can't you Blind Box Management Bureau do something about it? Many townsfolk began to voice their grievances, including some factions that were not particularly friendly with the Lao Jun Society. The patrol team members naturally dared not say much and could only work silently. After all, they were low-level staff in the Blind Box Management Bureau, and without directives from their superiors, they truly lacked the courage to provoke the other side. In fact, many members of the Lao Jun Society were also poisoned. They too did not dare to complain and could only pretend to be victims, afraid to speak out. As for what they thought internally, it remained unknown. Due to the overwhelming number of complaints, the matter finally reached the higher-ups of the Blind Box Management Bureau. When Zhao Changlin received this news, his face turned darker than a pot bottom. Although he knew that many factions in Dingyuan City were privately operating strange blind boxes, they had mostly been kept under control without any major incidents. The Lao Jun Society's actions today were clearly a slap in the face to the Blind Box Management Bureau. If they did not intervene, they would surely lose face, and their credibility in Dingyuan City would significantly decline. First and second action teams, come with me, we're going to check on the Lao Jun Society. Zhao Changlin immediately called for 2 senior action teams. Is this going to be a punitive expedition? Ding Zi pondered. feeling somewhat disappointed that Zhao Changlin did not send their third team along. However, Ding Ziyu greeted Wang Ben and quickly followed him. With such a commotion, he had to go out and take a look, otherwise, wouldn't he have worked hard for nothing? Inside the Old Lords Association's estate, there was still a faint trace of poisonous mist. Clearly most of it had been blown out by the experts during the meeting. After all, blowing it out would only harm others, which was much better than leaving it in the estate. As for what kind of consequences it would cause, they were too lazy to care. When Ding Ziyu arrived, he found Zhao Changlin and others confronting the higher-ups of the Old Lords Association outside the estate, and it was evident that both sides looked rather grim. Upon closer inspection, Ding Ziyu realized that the person leading the response to Zhao Changlin was actually the real person Tian Peng. However, at this moment, he did not exhibit the aloofness of a true master. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and there were dark bruises on his face. It was unclear whether it was due to anger or the effects of the poisonous mist. From their dialogue, it was obvious that a dispute had occurred between the two sides. Given Zhao Changlin's temperament, a furious scolding was inevitable. Even threats were likely to be uttered. "Director Zhao, this is just a small accident. Why must you hold us accountable so tightly?" Yu Peng wore a slightly awkward smile, trying to explain. "Accident? Who opens a blind box without it being an accident? You Old Lords Association can't even handle this little matter, so don't go opening blind boxes yourself. Do you not realize how big of a problem this has caused? Many people around have been poisoned because of this, and several hospitals are overcrowded." Zhao Changlin's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he didn't care who the other party was. He just started to rant. Yu Peng opened his mouth several times, wanting to argue, but this time, it was indeed the Old Lords Association that had caused the problem. They had just released a super powerful beast, and then came a huge cloud of poisonous mist. It was clearly a direct challenge to the Blind Box Management Bureau. "I don't care, you must find the culprit behind this. Besides, all losses caused must be compensated by your Old Lords Association." Zhao Changlin knew that it was unrealistic to topple the Old Lords Association based solely on this incident, but using these events to pressure them and make them provide appropriate compensation was at least necessary to make the Old Lords Association feel some pain. Otherwise, they wouldn't learn their lesson. Compensating for the losses is one thing, but there is no real culprit here. I hope Director Zhao can understand. Yu Peng didn't care about the compensation issue. However, the person who opened the blind box absolutely could not be handed over. The reason was simple. The two people who opened the blind box were direct descendants of the president of the Old Lords Association. How could he possibly hand them over? If Yu Peng couldn't handle this matter, how could he explain it to the president? No way. You must hand over the culprit, and the compensation must not be less than 50 million dragon coins. Zhao Changlin announced a staggering amount. Even Yu Peng almost thought he had misheard. What concept was 50 million dragon coins? Even if the Old Lords Association could come up with it, their overall assets would probably shrink significantly. No way, that's too much. At that moment, Yu Peng realized that Zhao Changlin had definitely come to pick a fight this time. Similar incidents had occurred in the past, and at most, they would compensate a few million dragon coins. Now he was starting with 50 million dragon coins, truly treating the Old Lords Association as a cash cow. You can't make a decision with this amount? Then let your association's leader come out. You all know how significant the losses from this incident are. Just the medical expenses for a large number of ordinary citizens is an astronomical figure. 50 million might not even cover this whole. Zhao Changlin continued to roar, fully occupying the upper hand, feeling quite pleased. In the past, Yu Peng often put on a high and mighty demeanor in front of him, hardly considering him, the director, as anything significant. Today, however, he was like a grandson, not daring to say much. There was no way around it. They were indeed in the wrong. The Old Lord Society could create such a big mess, and he couldn't act all high and mighty. Ding Ziyu, eating melon seeds from a distance, felt a wave of secret delight. "You targeted me, but this matter is far from over. The trouble has just begun." After Zhao Changlin had vented enough, the president of the Old Lord Society finally stepped out. To Ding Ziyu's surprise, the president was a very beautiful woman, looking to be in her early 30s. She had both a great figure and looks, but what stood out the most was her exceptional aura, a true socialite. She must be an old witch, who knows how old she really is, Ding Ziyu thought to himself, recalling the Lord of Chengtian. However, she was even more mysterious. Ding Ziyu had seen her multiple times but had never even caught a glimpse of her face. The president of the Old Lord Society didn't offer much explanation and accepted the hefty compensation Zhao Changlin proposed. As for the so-called culprit, she directly pulled a security guard from the entrance and sent him to face the interrogation of the Blind Box Management Bureau. Zhao Changlin knew full well that the president was acting on a whim, and there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he hadn't seen who opened the blind box, and the Old Lord Society providing him with a scapegoat was already a generous concession. Faced with this extraordinarily beautiful woman, Zhao Chanlin felt a bit guilty. It wasn't just her beauty, it was her strength. The Blind Box Management Bureau held her in high regard, and many experts surpassing the Martial Saint level seemed like children in her presence. After finally sending Zhao Changlin away, the president of the Old Lord Society maintained a serious expression and took Yupeng along with her. Deep in the manor, a young and handsome man was brought to the core hall. Zhao Zijie, what are you doing? Do you have any idea how much loss you've caused us with these incidents? The president questioned the young man with a stern face. I don't know. Who can make sense of blind boxes? Zhao Zijie replied, looking aggrieved. His words weren't entirely unreasonable. Who could guarantee that opening a blind box would yield something good? You still have the nerve to complain. By the way, where did you get those strange blind boxes? The president continued to press. She had already received news that this guy had more than one strange blind box in his possession. Normally, this would be a good thing, but unexpectedly, none of them had yielded anything worthwhile. I found them. In the past couple of days, someone picked up several decent blind boxes and gave them to me. Zhao Zijie actually had 4 unopened ones left. The 3 that had been opened yielded nothing good, instead causing such a huge mess. Found them? Are you sure you're not lying? Is there really such good luck? The president immediately sensed that this matter was not simple. Everyone knew that strange blind boxes had significant value and were likely to yield good items. Who would willingly throw away such blind boxes? Even if they didn't want to open them, selling them to others would be a good deal. I really didn't lie. Everyone who gave them to me said they found them. Zhao Zijie truly didn't dare to lie. As he spoke, he took out the remaining blind boxes. Upon seeing these several well-preserved strange blind boxes, both the president and Yupeng's eyes lit up with disbelief. It was clear that it was impossible for one person to have obtained these. No matter who it was, one could only pray for a blind box once a month. This was an ironclad rule that no one could break. Everyone had a chance to pray for strange blind boxes, but the odds weren't great. Normally, having a 10% chance was already considered good. It was evident that the appearance of these strange blind boxes in the Old Lord Society's manor was highly suspicious. This is probably a trap set for us. Someone deliberately discarded these blind boxes in the manor. The president proposed a shocking hypothesis. No way. How could anyone be willing to discard such strange blind boxes? Unless the person discarding them knows that there are huge risks inside. Zhao Zijie boldly voiced his objections. The reason blind boxes are called blind boxes is that no one knows what will come out of them. Whether it's good or bad is purely a matter of luck. If it weren't for this, the fundamental nature of blind boxes couldn't be reflected. The analysis from the president may not be without reason. It is said that there is a manager in the Blind Box Management Bureau who can sense the fortune or misfortune of blind boxes. I understand now, this is probably the Blind Box Management Bureau deliberately targeting us. Yupeng suddenly recalled some things. Although Lu Yushan's abilities were kept under wraps by the Blind Box Management Bureau, it wasn't completely confidential. Many mid-level and senior managers knew of his existence. No way, we have always kept our distance from the Blind Box Management Bureau. Why would they suddenly come after us? The president looked at Yupeng with skepticism. Often, the president ignored small matters, delegating daily affairs to Yupeng. In the past, even when they had offended the Blind Box Management Bureau, the other party had generally been polite, discussing things openly, which usually resolved the issues. However, this time, Zhao Changlin's attitude was very tough. Even with her as the president stepping in, it took a significant cost to settle the matter. Recently, there have been some minor frictions with the Blind Box Management Bureau, mainly involving a talented young man. Yupeng pondered for a moment and decided to honestly share some recent events. The president was usually gentle, but when issues arose, she was unyielding. In front of her, Yupeng, who was assertive with others, was cautious and did not dare to deceive her in the slightest. This young man not only joined the Blind Box Management Bureau but is also involved with the Master of Chengtian? The president's brows furrowed. Clearly, she felt there were aspects Yupeng had not fully understood. Xiaoyu said he is not a disciple of the Master of Chengtian. He is just using the Master of Chengtian's name to inflate his own value. Yupeng had inquired multiple times about Ding Ziyu's background, and previously, Gao Xinyu had not guarded against her master, so she had revealed Ding Ziyu's basic situation. This young man is quite interesting. Daring to act under the banner of the Master of Chengtian likely means he has an unusual relationship with him. It may not be very wise for you to offend him and the Blind Box Management Bureau for Xiaoyu's sake. The president looked at Yupeng with a hint of reproach. In her view, such conflicts were merely minor disputes, and if one genuinely wanted to resolve them, it could be quite simple. What was concerning was that Yu Peng might have gotten himself into a deadlock, creating a deep-seated enmity between both sides, which would be very troublesome. What? That kid named Ding is actually after Xiaoyu? He absolutely cannot be allowed to get away with this. Zhao Zijie, who had been listening to Yu Peng, suddenly became agitated. He had been courting Gao Xinyu multiple times, both openly and subtly. Now, with a rival suddenly appearing, he felt tense. Yu Peng glanced at Zhao Zijie, showing some approving eyes. In fact, he had been trying to bring the two together, but Gao Xinyu had yet to agree. Zhao Zijie was a direct descendant of the president and had good martial arts talent. If Gao Xinyu could get together with Zhao Zijie, his position in the Laojun society would become even more secure, and he would certainly gain greater favor from the president. This was the fundamental reason Yu Peng disliked Ding Ziyu upon first meeting him. Such unexpected developments had severely impacted some of his plans and arrangements. In front of the president, Yu Peng dared not express his expectations, fearing it would arouse her suspicion. Zhao Zijie took the initiative to bring up the matter, making things much simpler. You like Xiaoyu? When did this happen? The president looked at Zhao Zijie in surprise, clearly unaware of this situation. Xiaoyu is not bad, she is a very fortunate child. If you were to be with her, it would indeed be a good choice. The president looked at Zhao Zijie with a loving gaze, clearly supporting her junior. President, Xiaoyu and young Master Jia are in love, yet that brat Ding has come to meddle, which is truly despicable. Now he is using the Blind Box Management Bureau to set a trap for us. His intentions are malicious. Yu Peng finally seized the opportunity. As long as he could persuade the president, he could act more boldly against Ding Ziyu. As for whether this process would offend the Blind Box Management Bureau, with the president standing up for them, he believed the bureau wouldn't turn against them over such a minor character. The grievances and entanglements of young people are not that significant. You should let Xiaoyu clarify things with that Ding fellow, and the problem will be resolved, right? Now making a fuss against the Blind Box Management Bureau is quite unwise. The president believed Yu Peng had not handled the situation well. She genuinely thought that Gao Xinyu and Zhao Zijie were in love. Little did she know that it was entirely Zhao Zijie's one-sided affection, and Yu Peng was merely catering to his whims. Rest assured, President, we will handle this matter well and provide you with a perfect outcome, Yu Peng quickly assured. His determination to target Ding Ziyu grew even stronger. Zijie, if you want to pursue Xiaoyu, do it openly and honestly, don't engage in those petty tricks. Also, rein in your bad habits a bit, don't be so fickle. The president turned her gaze to Zhao Zijie. Although she was unaware of the relationship between Zhao Zijie and Gao Xinyu, she had heard about her junior's character. In her view, a capable man having multiple women was not a big deal. However, societal values had changed significantly, and Gao Xinyu might not be able to accept Zhao Zijie's playboy ways. Thus, she specifically warned Zhao Zijie a couple of times. In fact, when Gao Xinyu first joined the Laojun society, she had some fondness for Zhao Zijie. Not only was he of noble status, but he was also quite handsome, with decent martial arts talent. However, Zhao Zijie's ability to flirt was indeed considerable, and he did not shy away from it. Once Gao Xinyu learned that he was involved with one woman one moment and pursuing another the next, and that he was causing quite a few scandals, she lost all hope in him. Such a man was not a suitable match for her. After that, Zhao Zijie repeatedly used various means to pursue Gao Xinyu but received no response. The president encouraged Zhao Zijie a few times and then did not concern herself with how they handled things. In her view, these were minor issues. It was quite normal for young people to be jealous and competitive, and it was entirely understandable for them to use some tactics against each other. As for this incident, whether the Blind Box Management Bureau was targeting the Laojun society or if individuals were acting out of line, it was currently difficult to make an accurate judgment, so further investigation was needed. Perhaps by chance, the truth would surface. After the president left, Zhao Zijie and Yu Peng began to conspire, especially on how to deal with Ding Ziyu, coming up with numerous strategies. However, before they could agree on a solid plan, new disturbances arose within the Laojun society. Once again, it was toxic mist, but this time it came more swiftly and was even more irritating. Anyone who inhaled it immediately felt a burning sensation as if being scorched by flames. Even high-ranking martial artists found it extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, what is going on? The president was immediately alert this time. She soared into the air, flipping her hand to produce a golden gourd, and opened the stopper towards the toxic mist. Gather! With a light command from the president, the toxic mist quickly flew into the golden gourd as if drawn by a fan. Before the mist could spread out, it was mostly collected into the gourd. Zhao Zijie, come here. The president's anger was hard to contain. Just after an incident had occurred, this guy had managed to stir up trouble again. Fortunately, she had arrived in time this time and prevented the toxic mist from spreading. Otherwise, when the people from the Blind Box Management Bureau arrived, they would probably extort a large amount of dragon coins from them again. President, this time it really wasn't us, Zhao Zijie said, running over with a look of grievance. Although he still had a few strange blind boxes in his hands, he didn't dare to open them again. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? The president was somewhat skeptical and had to descend to the ground to search carefully. Before long, she found 2 corpses on the ground, one of whom looked very young. His face and body had turned bright red. He had actually been burned to death by the toxins in the mist. This is my cousin Zhao Zifeng, and the other guy is a servant from his household. Zhao Zijie quickly recognized the identities of the two. The president's expression turned particularly grim. This matter is not that simple. Yu Ping, you are responsible for investigating this thoroughly. We must find the real culprit. Rest assured, President, I will definitely get to the bottom of this. Yu Ping knew that the president was genuinely angry. The direct descendants of the Zhao family were not many, and Zhao Zijie and Zhao Zifeng were among the more outstanding ones in this generation. If only a few ordinary members or servants had died, the president would not have been so furious. Now that even the core members of the Lao Jun Society had died, it was naturally not something that could be easily brushed aside. I want a satisfactory result within 3 days, the president said through clenched teeth. What more could Yu Ping say? He could only bear the burden for now. However, he also had a plan. If the real murderer could not be found within 3 days, he would find a scapegoat. After all, in his eyes, the lives of ordinary people were not worth much. From today onwards, no one is allowed to open blind boxes, whether they are ordinary blind boxes or strange blind boxes. The president issued another order before leaving. She was worried that more trouble would arise within the manor. Everyone knew how many blind boxes had been secretly planted by the saboteur within the Lao Jun Society. As long as they were opened, new problems could emerge. A blanket ban was the safest approach, and as for when to lift the ban, that would have to wait until all issues were resolved. The president's order spread quickly, and everyone in the manor received the relevant notification. Those who had planned to open blind boxes had no choice but to abandon the thought. This was the president's order. Anyone who defied it at this time would face expulsion from the Lao Jun Society at best, or worse, lose their life. Zhao Zijie still had a few strange blind boxes in his possession, which he had originally planned to open at an opportune moment, but now he could only hold on to them. Ding Ziyu had been observing outside the Lao Jun Society's manor for a long time. He had underestimated the situation. The Lao Jun Society had a very solid foundation, not only with experts stationed there but also possessing powerful treasures. The dense toxic mist that appeared later was easily collected by a golden gourd. This surprised Ding Ziyu. He hadn't expected the second appearance of the toxic mist to be resolved so easily by the other party. In the following 2 days, the Lao Jun Society remained calm, with no further incidents occurring. Ding Ziyu couldn't figure it out. Clearly, the number of blind boxes he had thrown in was not just these, so why weren't they opening them? Could it be that the Lao Jun Society has the ability to see through the contents of the blind boxes? Ding Ziyu thought wildly, but soon shook his head and abandoned that idea. It was already impressive enough to have one Lu Yushan. He didn't believe there would be such figures within the Lao Jun Society. Ding Ziyu tentatively sent a message to Gao Xinyu, hoping to gather information about the Lao Jun Society from the side. Unexpectedly, the news about Gao Xinyu quickly came back, and she took the initiative to inform Ding Ziyu that the Lao Jun Society had not only issued a house arrest order to its disciples but also prohibited everyone from opening blind boxes. Upon receiving this news, Ding Ziyu felt a sense of relief. As long as there were no capable martial artists among them, the problem would be easier to handle. Perhaps I should give them a little push. I can't let them become too complacent. Ding Ziyu had no intention of letting the Lao Jun Society off the hook, especially that detestable Tianping Jinren. Just thinking about the various difficulties he had caused him made Ding Ziyu's anger flare up. Since you won't let them open, then I'll take the initiative to open a few for you, Ding Ziyu pondered. He planned to go to the warehouse and pick out a few special blind boxes. Since he was going to open them himself, he needed to ensure he had a chance to escape when opening the blind boxes. Otherwise, if he was preparing to trap others, he might end up trapping himself first. This time, Ding Ziyu sneaked into the blind box warehouse and took a long time to select 2 peculiar blind boxes. Inside one of the blind boxes was a nest of powerful venomous spiders. The exact number was indeterminate. Even the true I couldn't make an accurate judgment. As long as this blind box was placed within the Lao Jun Society's estate, in some hidden corner, it would be enough to let them slowly expand outward. This operation was not complicated at all. as long as he wasn't entangled by those venomous spiders when releasing them. The other blind box contained a powerful attacking formation. According to the True Eye, anyone trapped within this formation could very likely be killed instantly. Only a true master of formations could unravel it. Ding Ziyu was unaware that his actions had thoroughly enraged the president of the Laojun Society. If only some ordinary members died, perhaps the president wouldn't be so angry. After all, in an environment where danger could occur at any moment, death was a very common occurrence. As long as it wasn't someone particularly close to him, death was just death. Who would care about that? However, this time, the blind box Ding Ziyu tossed in caused the death of a core member of the Zhao family, successfully igniting the president's fury. It also provided an excuse for Yu Peng and Zhao Zijie to target him. Of course, even if Ding Ziyu knew this, he wouldn't change his approach. Both sides had already taken opposing stances. If you didn't deal with the other would find a way to deal with you. Yu Peng's actions had already made everything clear. Even if Ding Ziyu did nothing, he would find a way to kill him. Although the blind boxes were ready, Ding Ziyu did not immediately take action. Instead, he remained very calmly at work in the Blind Box Management Bureau. Zhao Qinglin wanted to deal with the Laojun Society, but his strength was insufficient, and he lacked the confidence to influence the choices of the upper echelons of the Blind Box Management Bureau. He needed to find the right opportunity and a strong enough excuse to tear his face with the Laojun Society. Otherwise, this incident would not simply end with the other party compensating for money. Ding Ziyu quietly worked at the Blind Box Management Bureau for a few days, estimating that the Laojun Society's estate had mostly relaxed its vigilance before he began to take action. This time, Ding Ziyu chose to act at night again. With the small sacred ground being such a convenient tool for concealment, even if the Laojun Society's estate had 10 times tighter security, it would be impossible to stop him from easily entering the estate. How large of an area will that attacking formation affect? Ding Ziyu asked the True Eye. He himself did not have such keen eyesight and could not understand the true power of the formation and its various mysterious abilities. An area of 300 meters will be enveloped by the formation. If you personally open the blind box, you will instantly trap yourself within the formation. Unless you can control this formation, you will also be trapped to death, the True Eye said very seriously. Anything that comes out of a blind box poses the most direct threat to the person opening it. So my only chance to escape is to dive into the small sacred land the moment I open the blind box, to avoid the attack power of the formation. Ding Ziyu was not foolish. If he got caught up in it too, then such a design would be meaningless. This is indeed a good way to evade. However, the small sacred land cannot escape the formation's blockade unless someone can break the formation to leave smoothly. Is it really that powerful? Does that mean I will also be trapped inside? I might end up missing work for a long time. Ding Ziyu was somewhat worried. If he missed work for no reason, it would be hard to explain to the Blind Box Management Bureau. For instance, if a formation suddenly appeared in the Old Lord Society's estate and Ding Ziyu vanished when the formation was broken, he would return. As long as Zhao Qinglin wasn't foolish, he would definitely think there was a connection. Ding Ziyu already had a grudge against the Celestial Pang, and without a reasonable explanation, did he really think the old folks at the Blind Box Management Bureau were pushovers? That's indeed the case, unless there are formation experts in the Old Lord Society who can quickly break this formation. If they ignore it, you might even be trapped in there for a long time. The analysis from the Eye of True Beginning was quite plausible. For example, if Ding Ziyu placed the formation deep within the Old Lord Society estate, and they had no corresponding experts to break it, it was entirely possible for them to let the formation exist within the estate without affecting their normal lives. Ding Ziyu had originally thought of this, planning to sneak deep into the estate and stealthily set up the formation. When the people from the Old Lord Society inadvertently walked in, it would surely trap quite a few of them. Now it seemed that such a method was definitely not feasible. It looks like I can only place the poisonous spiders deep in the estate. When the people from the Old Lord's Society go to exterminate the poisonous spiders, I will set the formation in the core area of the Old Lord's Society. Ding Ziyu did not want to be trapped in the formation for a long time. Although living in the small sacred land would not affect him, it did not align with his plans. Not appearing at his work position for an extended period would easily raise suspicion and distrust among others. After making up his mind, Ding Ziyu skillfully entered the depths of the Old Lord's Society estate. He released a nest of poisonous spiders on a small hill with no habitation. These creatures had very strong attack power. If it weren't for the small sacred land being such a reliable asset, he wouldn't dare to easily open such a blind box. After escaping into the small sacred land, Ding Ziyu retreated several hundred meters and then emerged from the small sacred land. At this point, the poisonous spiders lost their target and quickly transformed the small hill into their lair. A large amount of silk was spun out, ensnaring the surrounding grass and trees. whether insects or animals, anything that collided with the webs would become their food. The smallest of those poisonous spiders were 1 to 2 feet in size, while the Spider King was about the size of a truck. The silk they produced was as thick as a finger, and if it ensnared an enemy, it would be very difficult to break free. After a brief period of organization, the poisonous spiders began to rapidly expand their territory. If no one goes to exterminate them, the entire estate might not be enough for their expansion. Such poisonous spiders can develop into a massive colony, which is extremely deadly for mid to low-level martial artists. The Eye of True Reality was not surprised by the poisonous spiders' territorial expansion. If they are in a place rich in spiritual energy, they can even grow into very formidable beasts, capable of easily killing even experts beyond the martial saint level. Wow, are they really that powerful? The Old Lord's Society is going to have their hands full. Ding Ziyu retreated even further. He did not want to become a target for these poisonous spiders. It was around 8 or 9 in the evening, and whether it was the Laojun Society or the people in the city, most had not yet gone to rest. The 5 members of the patrol team were still diligently patrolling the estate. Master Tianping had requested enhanced security measures for the patrols, and the duration of the patrols had increased significantly. Captain Lu, there's no one living over there. I don't think it's necessary to patrol that area, right? One patrol member walked ahead carelessly, thinking about how to slack off. The estate was so large that if they had to patrol every corner, it would take a considerable amount of time. As long as the core residential area was safe, who would bother to check those desolate places, especially at night? No, Master Tianpeng said that the more desolate the area, the more likely someone might cause trouble. Don't think about slacking off, keep moving forward, Captain Lu insisted. Under the captain's insistence, the 5 patrol members continued along their designated route. As they walked, they scanned the surroundings with their powerful flashlights, ensuring that the environment around the path was within their sight. If someone were indeed causing trouble nearby, they would be easily spotted. Suddenly, one patrol member noticed the bushes ahead shaking, as if a shadow had darted into the underbrush at an incredible speed. "Who's there? Come out!" the patrol member shouted, startled. "Huzi, did you see something?" Captain Lu quickly inquired. He had been looking in another direction and hadn't noticed anything unusual. "I just saw a shadow that quickly darted into those bushes. There must be someone causing trouble here, otherwise, why would they hide as soon as they saw us?" Huzi said with certainty. This was the territory of the Laojun Society, and there were many experts within the estate. "Let's go check it out and catch that guy to see who's causing trouble on our turf." Captain Lu quickened his pace towards the direction Huzi indicated. The 5 quickly formed a defensive formation, holding their sticks at the ready. It was wise to be prepared when the opponent's strength was unknown. The distance was over 100 meters, and in less than half a minute, the group led by Captain Lu arrived at the spot where the shadow had disappeared. "Huzi, are you sure that shadow disappeared from here?" Captain Lu pointed ahead, not rushing in recklessly. If someone was causing trouble, they might be hiding inside to launch a sneak attack. "Absolutely, it ran in from here. It just shook and disappeared. I didn't get a good look at who or what it was," Huzi said, waving his flashlight around the bushes, hoping to spot the figure. However, they found nothing and discovered no signs of anyone being there. "Captain, look, what's that on the bushes? It looks like some white ropes." Huzi, with keen eyes, noticed something unusual. They had patrolled these areas during the day and hadn't seen anything like it. "It looks somewhat familiar, but I can't tell what it is." Captain Lu moved closer to examine it carefully but couldn't make sense of it. Just then, several large poisonous spiders crawled from the ground to the top of the bushes, immediately catching the attention of the group. "Damn! When did such big spiders breed?" Several team members were suddenly alarmed. Fortunately, the spiders did not show any aggression. Although they were surprised, the group managed to keep their composure. "Huzi, were those the spiders you saw earlier?" Captain Lu pointed ahead and asked. "Probably not. That shadow seemed much larger," Huzi recalled and denied Captain Lu's question. However, in a place they did not notice, several strands of spider silk quickly appeared, rapidly encircling them at the center. "Damn, look behind you, a huge spider." One team member, lagging behind, heard movement and hurriedly turned around. He immediately saw a spider the size of a grinding while glaring at them from behind, with several strands of silk already sealing off their escape route. "Damn it, this thing wants to catch us, find a chance to break out." Captain Lu realized the intentions of the giant spiders upon seeing the situation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several resilient strands of silk shot towards them. As soon as the silk touched their bodies, it stuck immediately. One team member tried to swat the silk off his body, only to find that even his hand was stuck, unable to shake it off. "These strands are too sticky. If they stick to your clothes, take them off, lower your body, and crawl out," Captain Lu remained relatively calm and quickly directed them. Unfortunately, none of them were martial arts masters, otherwise, they could have flown into the air and had a chance to escape. Several team members stuck by the silk fumbled to take off their clothes, but more strands shot in from multiple directions. In no time, they were all tightly bound. There was no chance to run at all. At this moment, the spider the size of a grinding wheel slowly crawled over. Then it released more silk, binding all 5 of them together. What the hell do these damned creatures want? Tiger's voice trembled, filled with immense fear. These spiders want to use our bodies to hatch their larvae. One team member immediately understood the intentions of the poisonous spiders. This nest of poisonous spiders had been trapped in a blind box for far too long. Finally released, expanding their population became their primary choice. In fact, almost all the animals near that small hill had been captured by these poisonous spiders. Help! Help! Such a big spider, elder, save us! In extreme fear, the few of them shouted with all their might. Their hands and feet were bound, leaving only their heads exposed. The only thing they could do was call for others to come and save them. Just as their cries fell, new strands of silk wrapped around their mouths, and they could no longer shout loudly, only able to emit meaningless squeaks. After less than half a minute, several large poisonous spiders crawled out from the bushes. The creatures worked together, dragging the 5 of them quickly up the hill, moving at an astonishing speed. When they reached the top, several patrolling team members discovered that there were spiders of all sizes everywhere, too many to count. Among them, 2 particularly large ones were terrifying, with bodies the size of trucks, their hooked legs glinting coldly, easily capable of slicing through stones on the ground. In the center of the nest, many wild beasts were already entangled, hanging in the spider web. Their bodies were still slowly shaking unconsciously, clearly not fully dead. At that moment, one of the giant poisonous spiders crawled over, its mouthparts sharp as daggers, plunging into Captain Lu's abdomen in an instant. The sticky strands of silk posed no hindrance to it. Captain Lu felt a sharp pain in his stomach, but this pain only lasted 2 or 3 minutes before it became numb. He could feel something being injected into his body, but he was completely immobilized, unable to muster any strength. His eyes gradually lost their luster, and even moving his eyeballs became extremely difficult. In the core living area of the Old Lord's meeting, several powerful experts with considerable strength vaguely heard the cries for help. Their auditory abilities were far stronger than those of ordinary people, and the range of their mental power was also quite broad. A few experts rushed out, and after a quick inquiry among themselves, they immediately realized that they were not imagining things. Someone was indeed calling for help. "You all check around, I'll go find Master Tianpeng," one of the managers quickly arranged. They had only heard the source of the sound and its general direction, but they knew nothing of the specifics of what had happened. The experts quickly mobilized and soon found the perimeter of the small hillock, discovering the powerful flashlight that the patrol team had lost. The anomalies around the small hillock were also noticed by the experts. However, when they prepared to deal with the giant venomous spiders, they did not expect those massive spiders to be exceptionally fierce. Even when they joined forces, they were no match for the spiders. Instead, 2 more were captured by the spiders, becoming their larvae. By the time Yu Peng and his team arrived, the situation had become increasingly difficult to manage. Yu Peng asked the 2 subordinates, whose faces were extremely pale, about the situation, and his expression darkened even more. "These are ancient venomous creatures, definitely released from a blind box. Who would come here at night to open a blind box?" Yu Peng gritted his teeth and asked. At that moment, he was also hesitant to charge up the hillock recklessly. After all, the entire area had become a nest for the venomous spiders, and those tough and sticky webs were very troublesome. Although Master Tianpeng was powerful, he was also unwilling to face such risks alone. "Gather all the security personnel and bring more oil drums. There are no residents nearby, so let's just burn the whole hillock down." Yu Peng proposed a solution. Although the venomous spiders were formidable, they were afraid of fire. The webs were highly flammable, and as long as they surrounded the entire hillock, there was a good chance of eliminating these spiders. Of course, a simpler solution would be to call the president. With her strength, she could easily use secret techniques to kill these spiders. However, Yu Peng did not want to disturb the president. Recently, there had been many issues in the manor that had already made her very angry. If he had to call her for this matter, it would be quite embarrassing for him as the chief manager. Under Yu Peng's mobilization, all the security personnel gathered here. In addition to bringing a large number of oil drums, they also brought a fuel truck. This was the rhythm of completely burning down the entire hillock. "Surround it, don't let anyone get close, and don't let those damn venomous creatures escape," Yu Peng commanded from the air. The security personnel poured barrels of oil at the foot of the hill, surrounding the entire hillock. The fuel truck sprayed oil onto the bushes on the hill to intensify the fire. "Light it!" With Yu Peng's order, bright yellow flames suddenly erupted around, quickly encircling the entire hillock. With the aid of the fuel, the bushes quickly caught fire, producing loud crackling sounds. The webs attached to the bushes also burned rapidly, emitting blue flames. It was evident that these webs had a higher burning value and could produce higher temperatures. Amidst the flames, many spiders the size of bulls were fleeing, quickly gathering towards the top of the hill. Some that failed to escape in time were burned to death in the flames, releasing the smell of roasted meat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A piercing cry emerged from the top of the hill, extremely sharp. Some ordinary security team members who heard this sound collapsed to the ground, rolling around while holding their heads. Damn it, this is a mental attack. Everyone below the Marshal Saint level, retreat further, Yu Peng shouted with a dark face. At this point, the fire had become particularly fierce, illuminating the entire sky. In the manner of the Lao Jun society, as long as one wasn't a fool, they all knew that something big was happening here. Whether they were ordinary disciples or core members, everyone quickly rushed over to see what was happening. At that moment, two of the largest venomous spiders suddenly charged down from the mountaintop. The flames that engulfed them surprisingly caused little harm. One of the spiders suddenly spat out a stream of sickly green liquid that hit the ground and instantly extinguished the flames. As the liquid splashed onto the ground, it immediately began to bubble, and the wind blowing from it was nauseating. The toxicity was clearly beyond what Yu Peng and the others had estimated. Die, beast! Yu Peng swiftly moved through the air, forming a secret technique with a wave of his hand. A palm print, 3 zhang in size, surged with the power of thunder and struck down towards the giant spider. However, the spider did not evade. Instead, it raised its 2 legs, scissor-like, to clamp down on the giant palm. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, the surrounding air vibrated, and a strong wind whipped up in an instant. The secret technique's giant palm was actually shredded into several pieces by the spider, ultimately dissipating into the air. Yu Peng's expression darkened. He hadn't expected his powerful attack to be so easily countered by the spider. This indicated that the strength of the 2 giant spiders was formidable, their realm absolutely on par with his own. With his current power, even if he used all his means, it would be difficult to kill the 2 spiders. In that moment of hesitation, both spiders simultaneously shot out long strands of silk, ensnaring several people in an instant. Those caught in the silk had no power to resist and were easily bound into a roll, dragged to the feet of the giant spiders. Damn it, this beast has gone mad, Yu Peng cursed and struck again. This time, he drew a long sword and, with a wave of his hand, unleashed a sword light over 5 zhang long, aimed directly at the joints of the spider. He realized that the 2 giant spiders had incredibly strong defenses, and only their joints might be vulnerable to his attack. However, Yu Peng's thinking was still too simplistic. The spider lightly shifted its body and raised its leg to block his attack. The iron-hard spider leg collided with the sword light, producing a series of metallic clangs, and the force was terrifying, completely repelling Yu Peng's assault. Ding Ziyu, hiding at a distance, couldn't help but be astonished. These 2 giants were incredibly fast. If it weren't for the small sacred ground as a cave treasure, he feared that as soon as he opened the blind box, he would become food for the 2 giant spiders. With his strength, he couldn't withstand the attacks of the giant spiders, and he probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. It seems this nest of spiders will bring considerable trouble to the Lao Jun society. Without deploying true experts, it's hard to deal with them, Ding Ziyu pondered. He knew that the nest of spiders was strong, but he hadn't expected them to be this powerful. Initially, he worried that the Lao Jun society could easily eliminate these spiders with just a casual deployment of experts, making it very difficult for him to launch an attack in their core area. Now, it seemed there was no need for that concern. At this moment, most of the experts in the Lao Jun society had been drawn over, whether in the sky or on the ground. Many martial artists were moving about. A glance around revealed that there were so many that he couldn't even count them, at least several thousand. Ding Ziyu truly hadn't expected the Lao Jun society to have so many members. Just the martial saints flying in the sky numbered around 100 or 200. With such strong power, it was no wonder Zhao Changlin had long been dissatisfied with the Lao Jun society, yet still restrained his temper and gave them some face. At this time, many capable martial artists had already descended to attack the various sizes of spiders on the ground. The sounds of battle echoed one after another, creating a lively scene. Although the 2 giant venomous spiders were formidable, the final outcome would likely be their elimination. After all, 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands, and the Old Lord's faction had far more than just 4 hands. Even 40 hands would be more than enough. With the help of several skilled fighters, Yu Peng had already gained the upper hand. The smaller spiders, lacking in strength, would soon be eradicated. It was just a matter of time. It's time to set up an attack formation in their core area, Ding Ziyu murmured to himself. At this moment, everyone was focused on exterminating the venomous spiders, and no one would have expected him to venture into the core living area of the Old Lord's faction to stir things up. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a familiar figure. Who else could it be but Gao Xinyu? To his surprise, she had come to join the fray, and from the look on her face, she was ready to take action against the spiders at any moment. Ding Ziyu wanted to greet her or even invite her to his small sanctuary, but there were too many people around. If he approached her, it would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. It might be manageable to draw the attention of others, but the real threat was that Tian Pang, the true man, would definitely ensure he didn't leave the Old Lord's territory alive. With his thoughts racing, Ding Ziyu abandoned the idea of calling out to Gao Xinyu. After all, she was still within the Old Lord's faction, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Moreover, her strength had improved significantly. Even if danger arose, it wouldn't be easy for her to get into trouble. Ding Ziyu slipped into his small sanctuary and quickly left the chaotic area. The core living area of the Old Lord's faction was quite large, with pavilions and towers standing in close proximity. The central pathways were also quite wide, measuring at least several dozen meters. Will the release of that attack formation be affected by the surrounding buildings? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Truth. Previously, the Eye of Truth had shared some knowledge about formations, and he knew that setting up a large attack formation was extremely difficult. It required various specialized knowledge and the arranger to possess formidable strength. In addition, certain formation plates and various auxiliary materials were needed to activate the formation. The attack formation in the blind box had already saved him many necessary steps, but it could still be affected during release. At least that's what Ding Ziyu thought. For instance, the solid ground of the pathway and the different structures of the surrounding buildings made him wonder how he could place the attack formation down. After all, this wasn't an open space, and his concerns were not entirely unfounded. It shouldn't be a problem. The attack formation in the blind box has already been generated. When you release it, it's equivalent to forcibly moving it from one space to another. The range covered by the formation will include everything within it, and the surrounding buildings won't be spared either. The explanation from the Eye of Truth relieved Ding Ziyu. As long as he could release it, that was enough. He didn't care how much damage the attack formation would cause to the Old Lord's faction. As long as the commotion was loud enough to attract the attention of the Blind Box Management Bureau, he would consider it a success. What Ding Ziyu didn't know was that the swarm of venomous spiders he released had already alerted the Blind Box Management Bureau. Such a large disturbance caught the attention of not only the Bureau but also all the major and minor factions within Dingyuan City, who realized something was amiss. Many powerful martial saints flew over, observing the situation from a distance in the air. Meanwhile, Zhao Changlin from the Blind Box Management Bureau had also brought many strong martial artists to the outside of the Old Lord's faction. Through the observation from his small sanctuary, Ding Ziyu noticed that the surroundings were eerily quiet, with no signs of activity. He immediately opened a portal and stepped out of his small sanctuary. Then, a blind box quickly appeared in his hand. He only touched the lid of the blind box and then swiftly pushed it forward, retreating quickly into the portal. The portal of the small sacred land had not completely closed, and the surrounding space suddenly experienced inexplicable oscillations, as if a magical force field quickly enveloped the current area. Although the force field was invisible and intangible, its range was quite large, affecting the area within several hundred meters. It should be done. Ding Ziyu hid in the small sacred land but could observe the situation outside through the boundary pearl. Within the Great Formation, a thin layer of mist had already formed, with the surrounding roads and buildings appearing hazy within it. It was just unclear whether things could be seen clearly outside the Great Formation. Is this what it looks like after the formation is activated? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. This seemed different from what he had seen outside the Secret Arts Pavilion of the Blind Box Management Bureau in Danning City. The formation you saw before was primarily illusionary, although it also had offensive capabilities, which were supplementary. This is purely an offensive formation, meaning that this great formation itself possesses powerful attacking capabilities. Right now, its state is in a standby mode. Once a martial artist breaks through, its killing power will be revealed, the Eye of Truth patiently explained to Ding Ziyu. In other words, the current state of this great formation is like a phone in standby mode. It looks calm and shows no significant changes, but once someone enters, the situation will change drastically. At that time, its power will be revealed. Will it endanger the small sacred land? Ding Ziyu was most worried about this. Despite having learned some details earlier, he still felt uneasy. It shouldn't. The small sacred land is a treasure-level cave. Although it is trapped within this great formation, it is essentially not in this spacetime. It's like holding a blind box in your hand. Until you open it, it cannot affect what is inside, the Eye of Truth explained, which reassured Ding Ziyu. he also understood the principle behind it. Zhao Changlin was very angry. Just a few days ago, he had punished the old Jun society with 50 million dragon coins, and unexpectedly, just a few days later, they had caused such a big incident. A half of the sky scorched by flames and the distant sounds of battle made Dingyuan City aware that the old Jun society was opening strange blind boxes again. It was certain that they had opened something extraordinary to create such a commotion. Wasn't this a blatant violation of the Blind Box Management Bureau's orders? Slapping Zhao Changlin's face. Therefore, this time Zhao Changlin brought a group of martial artists and directly stormed into the old Jun society's estate. Behind them were several disciples of the old Jun society, who were utterly helpless against them. The battle outside the small hill was fierce, although Yu Peng and others had suppressed the ferocious poison spiders. Eliminating them all was not an easy task. Yu Peng, come here. Zhao Changlin shouted at Yu Peng, who was still fighting, even before he arrived. When he used to give him face, he would call him Master Tianpeng, but now Zhao Changlin was furious and simply called him by name. However, Yu Peng only glanced at Zhao Changlin flying over in the distance and had no intention of going over. It had taken a lot of effort to suppress the two formidable giant poison spiders. If he withdrew, his subordinates might not be able to handle these two behemoths. If they turned the tables or escaped, everyone knew how serious the consequences would be. It would also be a significant loss for the entire old Jun society. So, even knowing that Zhao Changlin was very angry, he had no intention of stopping, continuing to attack the two giant poison spiders. At the same time, he was also demonstrating his strength to Zhao Changlin. Seeing that Yu Peng ignored him, Zhao Changlin's face turned ashen. A few disciples of the old Lord Society who had chased after him were about to say something when he slapped them away, sending them flying dozens of meters before they crashed heavily to the ground. After all, he was the director of the Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City. Did he not have a temper? Zhao, what do you mean? Dare to hurt someone on the territory of my old Lord Society? Yu Peng, who had caught sight of the situation, shouted in reprimand. He was already furious and had no idea who had caused such a big mess in the manner. The fierce giant poison spider not only could take a beating but also had quite formidable combat power. It was indeed a bit embarrassing that the dignified Tianpeng Jinren could not subdue a giant poison spider. He had originally planned to resolve the issue as much as possible before the president intervened. As a result, this nest of poison spiders had not been dealt with, and Zhao Changlin came to seek justice. He had even injured the disciples of the Old Lord Society. How could he not be furious? This period had been almost non-stop. Not only was he scolded by the president, but he also had to face reprimands from the Blind Box Management Bureau. This burden was indeed hard to bear. So what if I hurt someone? Today, not only will I hurt people, but I will also capture them. Zhao Changlin was also quite angry. Relying on the big tree of the Blind Box Management Bureau, did he still have to lose face in front of the Old Lord Society? The key was that he was already in the right, yet this old man was ignoring him. He naturally could not tolerate this. A disciple of the Old Lord Society came over, just hitting the mark for him. Very well, I hope you won't regret it. Yu Peng gritted his teeth and said. In his agitation, he almost got slashed by the giant poison spider, and his anger flared even more. If it weren't for the fact that the strength of the Blind Box Management Bureau was indeed much stronger than that of the Old Lord Society, he would have wanted to deal with Zhao Changlin as well. At this moment, Zhao Changlin also noticed the two giant poison spiders, their legs sharp as knives, indeed chilling to behold. Every time they pounced, whether it was the stones on the ground or the bushes, they would be cut open. The key was that these two giant poison spiders moved extremely quickly, their 6 legs serving as 6 incredibly sharp weapons. An ordinary martial saint would have no power to fight back in front of them. Zhao Changlin thought to himself that if he were to confront these creatures head-on with his strength, he would probably not last long. Yu Peng, with the assistance of several martial artists, was able to suppress the two giant poison spiders. His personal strength was indeed commendable, far surpassing Zhao Changlin. The two exchanged verbal jabs but did not engage in physical conflict. At this time, Zhao Changlin should have been involved in the battle against the poison spiders. After all, he represented the Blind Box Management Bureau of the city, and it was their responsibility to deal with such fierce creatures appearing in the Old Lord Society. However, Zhao Changlin refused to take action. The mess created by the Old Lord Society should be resolved by them. Once they had dealt with it, he would settle the score with them later. This was Zhao Changlin's mindset. He remained on the periphery, and the members of the Blind Box Management Bureau he had brought along could only stand by and watch the show. At this moment, Yu Peng finally seized an opportunity and struck down a leg of one giant poison spider with his sword. The spider, with its legs severed, tilted its body and nearly toppled over. Despite this, the poison spider still exposed its belly. This was its fatal weakness, without a doubt. a martial saint of the 8th stage seized the moment and slashed at the spider's belly. In an instant, a nearly 2-meter-long gaping wound opened up on the spider's belly. A sickly green liquid sprayed out from the wound. The martial artist was caught off guard, and the liquid splattered onto him in multiple places. Instantly, smoke began to rise from his clothes, which were visibly rotting at a rapid pace, chunks falling off. Following that, he let out a piercing scream as his skin began to rot quickly as well. Damn it, this spider's venom is too strong. Several people showed expressions of fear on their faces. What would happen if that venom touched him? The guy who was poisoned by the spider venom was in a miserable state, rolling on the ground continuously, but the rotting on his body could not be stopped at all. A disciple rushed forward and chopped off one of his poisoned arms, hoping to alleviate his condition this way. As a result, everyone noticed that the blood flowing from the severed arm was a ghastly green, clearly indicating that the spider venom had spread rapidly throughout his body. At that moment, everyone understood in their hearts that this person was beyond saving. The poisoned man screamed on the ground for 4 or 5 minutes before finally turning into a pile of rotten flesh. Many people who witnessed this felt a chill run down their spines. Their attacks on the poisonous spiders became hesitant. Including Yu Peng, everyone's faces turned exceptionally grim. They hadn't expected that even after suffering heavy damage, the poisonous spider still had such a powerful counterattack capability. If the venom that touched its body could easily kill a master at the martial saint level, how could they continue fighting? For a moment, many disciples of the Old Lord Society slowed down their attacks and became cautious. Zhao Changlin felt a surge of satisfaction seeing the Old Lord Society suffer losses. They didn't rush to help, instead, they stayed on the sidelines to watch the excitement, pondering that the Old Lord Society would likely have to pay a considerable price to completely resolve the current problem. Just then, someone rushed over quickly, looking very pale. Not good, not good, something has happened in our living area, the person shouted loudly before even arriving. He had no idea that there were people from the Blind Box Management Bureau in the sky. What's all the shouting about? What happened? Yu Peng's face grew even darker. The situation here hadn't been resolved, and now something was going wrong in the living area as well. A huge magic formation suddenly appeared in the living area, and several disciples who went in haven't come out. Manager Song went in for less than 3 minutes, and then there were terrifying screams. We don't know if he's alive or dead, the disciple reported quickly. Manager Song was also a capable assistant under Yu Peng, having reached the 10th stage of the martial saint level. Normally, he handled many affairs. This time he was sent out on a mission, and upon returning, he fell into the magic formation. His screams had thoroughly frightened those disciples with lesser strength, and no one dared to venture inside anymore. Damn it! I don't know who is recklessly opening blind boxes. If I catch him, I won't let him off lightly. Yu Peng trembled with anger, gritting his teeth in curses, yet he couldn't figure out who was causing the chaos. First, isolate that magic formation. Don't let anyone go in again. Once this problem is resolved, I'll go check it out, Yu Peng said helplessly. Compared to the magic formation that wouldn't expand, the danger posed by these poisonous spiders was greater. If not dealt with in time, they could very well migrate elsewhere, leading to even more troublesome issues. Yu Peng only hoped that the president wouldn't be drawn out. That way, his pressure would be a little lighter. As long as he could resolve the problem smoothly, even if he got scolded in the end, it would be much better. Their conversation was clearly heard by Zhao Changlin. If the poisonous spiders were hard to explain, then what about the suddenly appearing magic formation? Yu Peng, your Old Lord Society is really becoming more and more outrageous. Are you trying to act against the wind? Do you really not take our Blind Box Management Bureau seriously? Zhao Changlin reprimanded Yu Peng, giving him no face at all. Yu Peng was left speechless. Even if he wanted to argue, he found it hard to speak. The facts were right in front of him, and the more he explained, the less clear it became. He could only silently vow in his heart that if he caught the one causing trouble, he would make him wish for death but be unable to die. However, he also thought of another question. What level of strength did the person opening the blind boxes have? Who would have thought that the deadly creature emerging from the blind box would target the person who opened it first? How did the person manage to avoid the 2 giant venomous spiders? Or could it be that the person who opened the blind box has already become food for the spiders? If that's the case, then who activated the formation in the residential area? Could they also be trapped within that formation, or have they been killed? These questions are shrouded in mystery, and many aspects remain unresolved. He even suspects that this entire situation might have been orchestrated by the Blind Box Management Bureau, aimed at causing trouble for the Laojun Society. Yu Peng's mind was racing with chaotic speculations, but his attacks did not cease. Regardless of who was plotting against the Laojun Society, the problem ultimately lay within their territory, and it was up to him to resolve it. As for the trouble the Blind Box Management Bureau might cause afterward, that was a matter for later. At worst, he could bring the president into it. No matter what, the bureau would have to give the president some face. Although this incident had significant repercussions, the impact was still contained within the Laojun Society's estate and had not harmed the common people outside. At this moment, the president of the Laojun Society finally flew over. In fact, she had already known when the fire broke out. She had just been cultivating, which delayed her arrival. The president did not reside in the core residential area but had her own separate residence, so she had not yet noticed what was happening over there. Yupeng, what on earth is going on? Are you all ignoring the orders I issued? The president was extremely angry at the chaotic scene before her. Just a few days ago, she had ordered that no disciples in the estate were to open blind boxes anymore. She never expected that just a few days later, such a situation would arise, and it had even attracted the people from the Blind Box Management Bureau. President, this shouldn't have been caused by our disciples. It's likely that someone is deliberately targeting us, Yupeng quickly explained. At this moment, even if it were indeed the disciples who caused the trouble, he could not admit it. Otherwise, how would he explain the president's orders? Where are our security personnel? How could they let others come in and cause trouble so easily? The president descended the stairs, seemingly reprimanding Yupeng and the others for the management of the estate, but in reality, she was shifting the blame. With her keen insight, she had long noticed Zhao Changlin and the others. If outsiders were causing chaos in their estate, they could still argue their case. But if they admitted it was their own people causing the mess, wouldn't it give the Blind Box Management Bureau a handle over them? Stop putting on a show here. Let's first check the formation over there, and then you can explain these issues to us, Zhao Changlin said with a dark expression. He did not want to hear the exchange between the two. Regardless of whether these matters were caused by the Laojun Society's people, they would have to take the blame this time. It was a good opportunity to firmly reprimand the Laojun Society and the various forces in Dingyuan City. Recently, several factions in Dingyuan City had been engaging in some covert maneuvers. Without setting an example, how could they intimidate others? What formation? Is there another place that has also encountered trouble? The president's face froze, clearly not understanding. Our core residential area suddenly has a formation, and so far several disciples have been trapped inside. Even Manager Song is stuck in the formation, and we don't know if he is alive or dead. Yupeng could only answer the president's questions honestly. For some powerful formations, he had no ability to resolve them. Perhaps only the president could handle this trouble. You are really messing things up. The president's anger intensified, and for the first time, she questioned Yupeng's management abilities. President, this time it really wasn't our people. Someone is definitely targeting us. Yupeng's face turned extremely grim, a wave of bitterness rising in his heart. The carefully constructed positive image has now been completely destroyed. The president's opinion of him will surely change, and once a more suitable candidate appears, he might even lose his position as the chief steward. Foolish, you can't even handle such a small matter. The president's face was extremely grim. She knew that someone was definitely causing trouble, but after so many incidents had already occurred, how could Yupeng not be on alert? Yet he still allowed various problems to arise one after another, which only showed his incompetence. Yupeng opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but he couldn't find the words, because he understood that no matter how he explained, it couldn't cover up the fact that there had been multiple incidents in the manor. The president had never spoken to him like this before. She had always been kind and pleasant. However, this time she was cursing, which showed just how anxious she was. In this situation, what could Yupeng say? He could only vent his anger and frustration on the poisonous spider. Seeing this, the president could no longer stand by. There were still issues in the core residential area, and she couldn't just watch a group of low-level disciples causing a ruckus here. The president took action herself, and it was indeed quite explosive. The giant poisonous spider, which had seemed incredibly powerful, was easily killed with a single palm strike from her. The remaining little creatures were even less of a concern. Countless gusts of wind swept through, crushing the slightly larger poisonous spiders on the spot. The president didn't even glance at Yupeng and turned to fly towards the core residential area. Yupeng's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Naturally, he wouldn't need to handle the subsequent cleanup. With so many martial saints under him, if they couldn't even manage a bit of cleanup, there would be no need for their existence. In the residential area, Zhao Changlin and others were cautiously observing. He certainly wouldn't help the Laojun Society solve any problems, nor did he have the ability to break the formation. Before they could figure out what was going on, the president of the Laojun Society approached. Just as she was about to take action to test the waters, she was stopped by Zhao Changlin. What? Are you determined to oppose our Laojun Society? The president was in a bad mood. At any other time or place, she wouldn't even spare a glance at a martial artist of Zhao Changlin's caliber. But this time, she had to restrain herself to speak, as the Lao Jun Society was indeed in the wrong. No matter how strong her power was, it was still the Blind Box Management Bureau that called the shots in Dingyuan City. She didn't have the same clout as the Heavenly Lord to make the bureau yield. Oppose? President, don't you think this is you provoking the Blind Box Management Bureau? Just a few days have passed since the last incident, and you're causing such a stir again. Do you really think the bureau has disappeared? Zhao Changlin was unyielding. Behind him represented the Blind Box Management Bureau. Even if he couldn't win, there would be stronger figures to stand up for him. This is clearly someone trying to undermine our Lao Jun Society. Such obvious tactics, Director Zhao can't possibly be unaware, right? The president furrowed her brows, trying to suppress her anger. Who knows? The incident happened on your Lao Jun Society's territory. You haven't caught the person causing trouble behind the scenes, so whether someone is indeed causing trouble is hard to say. Zhao Changlin did not accept the president's argument. Even if someone was indeed causing trouble behind the scenes, what did it have to do with him? Zhao Changlin? If he got the chance, he would definitely take the opportunity to hit the Lao Jun Society hard. Director Zhao, what exactly do you want? Our Lao Jun Society has already been low-key enough. Do you really think the Blind Box Management Bureau has the ability to drive us out of Dingyuan City? The president stared at Zhao Changlin, even suspecting that all of this might have been orchestrated by him. There were plenty of talents in the Blind Box Management Bureau, and if someone wanted to undermine the Lao Jun Society, it wouldn't be impossible. From the recent events, this possibility indeed existed, and it was quite significant. It's not about what we want, it's about what your Lao Jun Society wants. Time and again challenging our bottom line. If you don't give a clear answer this time, Zhao will have no choice but to report to the headquarters and let them come to reason with the old lord. The threat in Zhao Changlin's tone was already very strong. If it weren't for his own lack of strength, he would have long since exposed the old lord's secrets. Just as the president and Zhao Changlin were locked in a dispute, Yu Peng finally arrived. As soon as he came over, he intended to take action against the formation, completely ignoring Zhao Changlin's presence. The president reasoning with Zhao Changlin was her own high-mindedness. He had no need for such decorum. Yu Peng, stop! Zhao Changlin shouted angrily, quickly moving to block Yu Peng's probing attack. However, his strength was still lacking compared to Yu Peng, and he was immediately knocked back, nearly falling to the ground. The president merely glanced at Yu Peng and did not stop his actions. All right, relying on strength to bully others, is it? Just wait. Zhao Changlin, furious, immediately took out his phone to call for reinforcements. The Blind Box Management Bureau also had experts stationed in Dingyuan City. To keep the various masters in Dingyuan City in check, there were several who surpassed the martial saint level. It was said that the most powerful one was incredibly mysterious, having killed more than a dozen super martial saints. However, this person usually remained in seclusion, rarely intervening in ordinary matters. He would only step in when the Blind Box Management Bureau encountered truly difficult problems. Less than 3 minutes after Zhao Changlin made the call, a figure streaked through the sky like a meteor, so fast that even Yu Peng's expression changed. The Flame True Lord has arrived. The president glanced at the light and shadow, her expression immediately turning serious. Little Zhao, what matter requires my intervention? The Flame True Lord's voice was so loud it made everyone's ears ache. The Old Lord's Society has repeatedly challenged the authority of the Blind Box Management Bureau and even dared to attack us. My strength is limited, so I had to call for the ancestor to take action, Zhao Changlin briefly explained. Kai Feng, is this how you handle things? The Flame True Lord fixed his gaze on the president, his eyes suddenly becoming dangerous. The president's expression also darkened. In the past, the Flame True Lord had always called her Little Feng, but this time he addressed her by name, indicating he was truly angry. True Lord, this is a misunderstanding. Recently, someone has been deliberately targeting our Old Lord's Society, and Director Zhao has been pressing us. Kai Feng had no choice but to explain earnestly. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't be afraid. But the Flame True Lord was genuinely powerful, and with her strength, she was no match for him. Within the Blind Box Management Bureau, the Flame True Lord's strength was definitely among the top 5. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to Dingyuan City to oversee the area. Misunderstanding? Then what about your attack on Little Zhao? Can this be explained away as a misunderstanding? The Flame True Lord was not willing to concede at all. Since Zhao Changlin had brought him out, he had to earn enough appearance fees. Please allow us to first dismantle this formation. Can we discuss the other matters later? Kai Feng's tone softened. This loss had to be accepted. Ding Ziyu was still trapped in the formation. Through the small sacred ground, he could observe the changes in the formation. Previously, the situation inside the formation was like being in water, with slight ripples. As a few people broke into the formation, it immediately erupted into a flurry of blades and swords, and within moments, the martial artists who had intruded were eliminated. Then, a slightly stronger martial artist came in but couldn't last even a minute. One must say, the power of this formation was quite astonishing. If Ding Ziyu tried to escape on his own, he would likely face dire consequences. First, escaping the formation was an enormous challenge. For someone who didn't understand formations, it was even more headache-inducing than walking into a maze. The noise from outside occasionally drifted in, and Ding Ziyu heard some familiar voices. He wished that the Old Lord Society would get into a fight with the Blind Box Management Bureau, ideally with their brains turned to mush, leaving a scene of death and injury that had nothing to do with him. In fact, Ding Ziyu had underestimated the power of the Old Lord Society. Or rather, he had underestimated the personal abilities of President Kaifeng. Zhao Changlin indeed wanted to deal with the Old Lord Society, but the higher-ups of the Blind Box Management Bureau were not yet inclined to turn against Kaifeng. The Flame True Lord was formidable, but if it came to a life-and-death struggle with Kaifeng, it would likely come at a great cost. Whether the Blind Box Management Bureau cared or not was unknown, but as far as the Flame True Lord's personal wishes were concerned, he was unwilling to pay such a price. He preferred to use intimidation tactics to pressure the Old Lord Society and then gain some tangible benefits. Just setting an example for other forces would suffice. Kaifeng personally took action, delivering a swift strike that shattered the void with a sound like thunder from the heavens, quite terrifying, creating a tremendous commotion. However, the formation only flickered a few times before quickly returning to calm, as if it had not been attacked at all. This formation is of a very high grade. If you want to destroy it from the outside, I'm afraid your entire residential area would be destroyed by more than half. The Flame True Lord squinted and made an appropriate assessment. Although Saifeng's earlier strike was merely a test, she had used over 50% of her strength. The resulting disturbance was extremely intense, and everything around was severed by the fierce winds. The destructive power was significant. It's indeed quite troublesome. If it comes to that, we can only enter the formation to look for a way to break it. Kaifeng frowned. She had seen many formations and recognized the Flame True Lord's judgment. How about you all enter the formation at the same time? The Flame True Lord also became interested. It was unclear whether he was interested in Kaifeng or in this formidable formation. No, I'll go in first to try. If I can't break this formation from the inside within half an hour, then I'll trouble the True Lord to take action. Just break it from the outside. Kaifeng rejected the Flame True Lord's suggestion, perhaps still wary of him and unwilling to enter the formation together in such an environment. What if she got trapped inside, and the Flame True Lord took the opportunity to strike at her? There was no denying the possibility. If he could eliminate Kaifeng at a minimal cost, the Flame True Lord would undoubtedly act without hesitation. Without this strongest pillar, the others within the Old Lord Society would be insignificant. The Flame True Lord was not angered by Saifeng's refusal, he merely twitched the corner of his mouth. Then his expression returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Kaifeng adjusted her mindset and prepared to enter the formation. President, let me go in first to test it out, okay? Yu Peng quickly stepped forward, speaking with righteous fervor. After the poison spider incident, he had been labeled as foolish by Kaifeng. If he didn't perform well now, he might lose his position as the manager. Your strength is probably insufficient. It's better for you to stay outside. Kaifeng glanced at Yu Peng with some impatience. Recently, various troublesome matters had arisen, and she had grown critical of Yu Peng. If it weren't for his decent strength and management skills, she wouldn't bother with his life or death. I am willing to die for the Old Lord Society. Yu Peng struck a heroic pose, determined to salvage his image in the president's eyes. Enough, just keep a good watch on the disciples outside, and stay away from the formation. Kaifeng no longer paid attention to Yu Peng's performance and stepped into the formation. Yu Peng's expression grew increasingly grim, but he did not insist on entering the formation. After all, he was only putting on a show and didn't genuinely want to go in. On Ding Ziyu's side, as soon as Kaifeng entered, he noticed. In an instant, thousands of sword lights shot out in all directions, the sword energy descending from the heavens like a rain of blades, forming a massive sword formation that charged towards the phoenix. The formation seemed to sense the strength of the newcomer and immediately unleashed its most powerful attack, far more ferocious than when dealing with the previous small fry. The phoenix's expression turned cold, and a circle of solid-looking white energy walls formed around her body, the sword lights striking against it like hitting cotton, failing to unleash their intended power. However, Ding Ziyu still heard a muffled groan from the phoenix. Although she had blocked this overwhelming attack, she likely still suffered some damage. The sword formation dispersed and instantly reformed into pairs, creating even stronger sword lights. Although the number was halved, their power had clearly increased. Break through for me, the phoenix shouted proudly. As her figure flickered rapidly, Her palms struck out in different directions, the palm prints leaving her hands and instantly growing to over a foot in size, wildly cleaving towards the sword lights. Boom! The deafening sound of violent collisions was overwhelming, and the force generated by the clash was more ferocious than a super typhoon. The entire formation shook incessantly. Although Ding Ziyu was hiding in the small sacred land, he could still feel this violent power. He pondered that if he were at the center of the storm, he would likely be torn apart in an instant, with no chance of survival. Is this the power of a big shot beyond the martial saint level? Their strength is terrifying, Ding Ziyu exclaimed. He had thought his own strength was quite good, but compared to these big shots, it was utterly insignificant. This woman's strength is indeed not weak, at least she has 30% of my peak power. The Eye of Truth also recognized the Phoenix's strength. Can she break this attacking formation? Ding Ziyu asked again. It's somewhat difficult. If she can't find the correct way to break the formation and rely solely on brute force, she will likely pay a considerable price. As the two spoke, the violent power within the formation continued to unfold. It was clear that the Phoenix intended to break the formation with brute force. If this goes on, it won't affect my small sacred land, will it? Ding Ziyu felt a bit worried. If his small sacred land were destroyed, it would be a huge loss. Not only would it be a blood loss, but he might even lose his life. It shouldn't. This level of power can't break the cave's magical treasures. The turbulence of the formation became increasingly intense, resembling the scene of the apocalypse. Ding Ziyu gritted his teeth, feeling extremely anxious. In fact, it turned out that Ding Ziyu's worries were unnecessary. Despite the Phoenix stirring up a storm within the formation, the small sacred land remained calm and unaffected. Instead, it allowed Ding Ziyu to witness the true strength of a top-tier big shot. With every gesture, there was immense power capable of crushing everything. Compared to the Phoenix, his once proud strength was truly insignificant. The seemingly formidable attacking formation quickly became unstable under the Phoenix's brutal assault. No matter how exquisitely the formation was arranged, as long as the attacking power exceeded its tolerance, it would still be shattered. As the saying goes, one force breaks 10,000 methods. This was precisely the situation. After the Phoenix had been in the formation for over 10 minutes, the formation was finally broken. The destructive force at that moment overturned nearly all the buildings within a radius of several hundred meters. Even those who were far away felt a significant impact. Disciples lacking strength were struck dead on the spot by the powerful force, while many disciples above the martial saint level were left spitting blood, resulting in considerable losses for the Laojun society. With the formation shattered, Ding Ziyu's small sacred land also seized the opportunity to escape. However, as the boundary pearl quickly fled with the small sacred land, a streak of light rushed over and grabbed it in an instant. This person was none other than the highest authority of the Blind Box Management Bureau station in Dingyuan City, the Flame True Monarch. Ding Ziyu was taken aback. He never dreamed that someone would actually find the moving trajectory of the little sacred land. And now he had fallen into that person's hands. Damn it! What do I do now? Ding Ziyu panicked instantly. No matter how many calculations he made, he never expected to make a misstep. If the Flame True Monarch had any ulterior motives, with his strength, there would be no room for resistance at all. Don't panic, you're on the same side as him. Let's assess the situation first. The Eye of Truth appeared relatively calm. After capturing the little sacred land, the Flame True Monarch quickly returned to his position. Many martial artists of considerable strength didn't even notice that he had moved. Zhao Changlin was right beside him and sensed that the old ancestor had made a move, but he didn't dare to say anything. At the old lord's meeting, everyone's attention was focused on the attacking formation, including experts like Yu Peng, who didn't notice the Flame True Monarch's unusual actions. Instead, President Kaifeng noticed something, but she thought the Flame True Monarch was merely avoiding the shockwave caused by the formation's collapse and didn't realize the abnormality. Now that the formation has been breached, what do you propose we do? The Flame True Monarch fixed his gaze on Kaifeng, showing no signs of relaxation. Although he had already guessed that everything in the old lord's estate was likely the doing of this guy in his hands. So what? It was more important to take the opportunity to suppress the old lord's meeting than to expose the person in his grasp. Kaifeng felt uncomfortable seeing the strange situation in the estate. However, they could still bear such losses. If the Flame True Monarch hadn't come, the old lord's meeting would have just spent some money to send Zhao Changlin away. But with this formidable old fellow here, it was impossible to just send him away with money. Our secret pavilion allows the true monarch to freely choose two treasures, and the old lord's meeting will publicly admit its mistakes, serving as a warning to all major forces. Kaifeng reluctantly proposed a solution. This time, they not only played the role of the chicken killed to show the monkey but would also have to pay a great price. The secret pavilion of the old lord's meeting had collected quite a few good things, which were very attractive even to experts of the Flame True Monarch's level. Good. Since you put it that way, I won't be polite. Lead the way. The Flame True Monarch readily agreed to Caifeng's terms. Not everyone had the opportunity to enter the secret pavilion of the Old Lord's meeting. Obtaining 2 treasures, handing one in, and keeping one for himself would be quite delightful. True Monarch, please follow me. After Caifeng finished speaking, she immediately flew away. The Flame True Monarch stayed in the secret pavilion of the Old Lord's meeting for about half an hour before leaving satisfied. Ding Ziyu's little sacred land also made a trip to the secret pavilion, but he ended up knowing nothing, not even having the chance to observe through the boundary pearl. After a while, the boundary pearl transmitted a message to Ding Ziyu. The little sacred land was finally released. Kid, come out, or I'll smash your cave's treasure directly. The Flame True Monarch's voice came from outside the little sacred land. Ding Ziyu couldn't quite understand how he managed to do that. This old fellow's methods were indeed somewhat shocking. Helpless, Ding Ziyu had no choice but to run out of the little sacred land and quickly retract the boundary pearl into his body. He then looked nervously at the imposing old man before him, whose gaze was as sharp as a blade, instilling a sense of fear. Who are you? Why did you cause trouble at the Old Lord's meeting? The Flame True Monarch asked. From his tone, Ding Ziyu didn't detect much anger. I am Ding Yu, the captain of the Special Operations Team of the Blind Box Bureau. Ding Ziyu quickly took out his identity badge. This thing was equivalent to a life-saving token. Did Xiao Zhao send you to do those things? The Flame True Monarch paused for a moment and immediately made a connection. Ding Ziyu really wanted to take the opportunity to admit it, but he thought that as soon as Director Zhao confronted him, he would immediately expose himself. This is my own opinion. I believe that the Old June Society will not comply with our Blind Box Management Bureau's regulations and will find ways to create some chaos, so that Director Zhao can step in and deal with them. Ding Ziyu's mind was racing, and he quickly thought of a suitable reason. The meaning was clear: everything I do is for the Blind Box Management Bureau. Is that all? Don't you have your own selfish motives? The Flame True Monarch was not so easily deceived. The Old June Society was definitely not a soft persimmon. They were not so easy to handle. I have some grievances with the manager of the Old June Society, Yu Peng. He has repeatedly endangered my life, and even Director Zhao's mediation was ineffective. In desperation, I had no choice but to resort to this strategy. Ding Ziyu could only tell the truth. It was really too difficult to deceive these cunning old fellows. Are you trying to use my hand to eliminate your enemies? Kid, you really have some nerve. What do you think will happen if I hand you over to Xiao Zhao? The Flame True Monarch glared at Ding Ziyu, his tone threatening. This old fellow is trying to trick you. He probably has his eyes on your little sacred land. This is a big problem. The voice of the Eye of Truth came just in time. Ding Ziyu suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. In front of this old man, he had no room to argue. No matter what he said, it wouldn't have any effect on such a person. Only real benefits could truly impress him. Not necessarily. What if he isn't that interested in cave-type treasures? Ding Ziyu thought that someone of the Flame True Monarch's caliber might indeed be interested in cave treasures. The problem is that this little sacred heaven is a cave-type treasure, much more advanced than cave treasures. If he finds out, how could he easily let it go? The Eye of Truth still insisted on its view. He wouldn't not know. The Flame True Monarch had just said he would break his cave treasure, clearly not realizing that what Ding Ziyu held was a treasure of the cave heaven level. If that's the case, perhaps there is still a chance to struggle. For the first time, the Eye of Truth agreed with Ding Ziyu's idea. The exchange between the two was quick. At least the Flame True Monarch did not sense anything. He continued to calmly stare at Ding Ziyu, wanting to see what this young man was really up to. Senior True Monarch, you can't say that. The existence of the Old June Society in Dingyuan City will always restrict the development of our Blind Box Management Bureau. If we deal with them, which other forces would dare to act insincerely in front of us? My main purpose is still to think for the Blind Box Management Bureau. Personal grudges are just a side issue. Ding Ziyu still wanted to struggle a bit. Regardless of whether it was useful, he had to speak from the perspective of the Blind Box Management Bureau. What if the Flame True Monarch let him go? What you say is not entirely unreasonable. Let's assume you are acting out of public spirit and go find trouble with the Old June Society. However, I am a bit curious. How can a mere martial artist like you possess cave treasures? Even if it was opened from a blind box, with your strength, it would be difficult to recognize it as yours, right? The Flame True Monarch said directly. He was not interested in all that nonsense. As long as the Dingyuan Blind Box Management Bureau did not have major problems, he had nothing to worry about. Just as Ding Ziyu had guessed, he himself also had a cave-type treasure and often cultivated in his own cave. So while the cave itself was attractive to him, it was not as significant as he had imagined. Of course, I couldn't do it on my own. I completed the recognition with the help of my master. Ding Ziyu seized the opportunity and immediately found an excuse to show off his muscle. Master? Who is your master? The flame-true monarch indeed fell for Ding Ziyu's trick and immediately shifted his attention to this aspect. My master is the Lord of the Celestial Teachings. I wonder if the senior has heard of her esteemed name. Ding Ziyu tried to maintain a calm demeanor. After all, this tiger skin had been pulled more than once. Borrowing it a couple more times, she likely wouldn't blame him. The Lord of the Celestial Teachings? The flame-true monarch was clearly shocked. If he didn't know such a figure, his time at the Blind Box Management Bureau would have been truly wasted. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? The flame-true monarch fixed his gaze on Ding Ziyu, wishing he could see through his heart. I naturally wouldn't dare deceive the true monarch, but as of now, I am merely a named disciple of my master. Only after I surpass the martial saint can I become an official disciple. Ding Ziyu lowered his status, making it seem more reasonable. Upon hearing this, the flame nodded. He truly couldn't find any flaws in this matter. He believed the Blind Box Management Bureau should be able to verify the relevant information. If Ding Ziyu dared to deceive him, he would never escape his grasp. You're already at the 8th stage of the martial saint. How old are you? Although the flame-true monarch could see through Ding Ziyu's realm at a glance, he couldn't quite tell his age. Moreover, Ding Ziyu had made some changes, appearing to be in his 30s. 19. It's been about a year since I awakened my powers. However, to elevate his status in the flame-true monarch's eyes, he reported his actual age, with only a few months difference. 19, and you've reached the 8th stage of the martial saint in just a year. You truly have remarkable talent. No wonder the Lord of the Celestial Teachings wants to take you as a named disciple. Not bad, not bad. The flame-true monarch nodded repeatedly. A martial artist with such talent was indeed a remarkable presence in the Blind Box Management Bureau. If he hadn't already become a disciple of the Lord of the Celestial Teachings, he would have wanted to take him as his personal disciple. With the Lord of the Celestial Teachings as a significant shield, the flame-true monarch found it difficult to take action against Ding Ziyu. Although the cave treasures were precious, it would not be worth offending the Lord of the Celestial Teachings to obtain them. Even if the big shots from the Blind Box Management Bureau came, they would have to give her some face. With this relationship established, the subsequent conversation became much easier. The flame-true monarch didn't even mention the cave treasures, as if he had completely forgotten about them. Instead, he asked many questions about the celestial teachings, and Ding Ziyu selectively shared some information, easily dispelling the other's doubts. Finally, he managed to get through. When inquiring about Ding Ziyu's intentions for joining the Blind Box Management Bureau, the flame-true monarch even did him a favor. Ding Ziyu played a crucial role in dealing with the Old Lord Society, and he should be credited for it. The flame-true monarch directly stated, turning Ding Ziyu's private actions into official business for the Bureau. When Zhao Changlin received this news, he was also dumbfounded, not even understanding how this related to Ding Ziyu. It wasn't until the flame-true monarch pointed out that the recent events concerning the Old Lord Society were all caused by Ding Ziyu that Zhao Changlin finally reacted. However, he was also very puzzled, not knowing how Ding Ziyu managed to do it. Those blind boxes were extremely dangerous. With his strength, if he personally opened a blind box, he would definitely be affected. But since Ding Ziyu didn't say anything, he couldn't ask in front of the flame-true monarch. Besides, everyone has their own secrets. Why would others easily tell you? In any case, in the Blind Box Management Bureau of Dingyuan City, the flame-true monarch's words were orders. He was the highest authority in the city. Moreover, in this series of events, the Blind Box Management Bureau indeed gained tangible benefits. Giving Ding Ziyu a significant merit was absolutely no problem. Ding Ziyu certainly wouldn't oppose such an arrangement. Without these contributions, it would have been impossible for him to approach that strange object at the Blind Box Management Bureau. This time, it was a fortunate accident. Not only did he gain substantial benefits, but he also got to know the powerful flame-true monarch. Soon, the relevant notifications came down. Such achievements had to be showcased, otherwise, it would be hard to win people's trust. Because of this, the old monarch society quickly received the news as well. Yu Peng had long suspected that all of this was the doing of Ding Ziyu, and with the rewards from the Blind Box Management Bureau coming in, this suspicion was confirmed. That damn kid, he must have used the treasures from his cave to stir up a lot of trouble in our estate. Yu Peng was very certain. He placed all the blame on Ding Ziyu. Since various incidents had occurred in the estate, President Kaifeng had become increasingly disappointed with Yu Peng's performance, hardly ever giving him a good face. This left Yu Peng feeling very frustrated, but he didn't have the courage to confront the president. After all, he was the steward of the old monarch society, and with so many issues arising in the estate, he certainly bore an undeniable responsibility. Previously, Yu Peng had suspected that the recent events in the old monarch society were mostly orchestrated by Ding Ziyu, but he lacked any evidence. Ding Ziyu receiving accolades from the Blind Box Management Bureau was tantamount to revealing everything to everyone. In order to regain his standing in the president's eyes, Yu Peng pondered for a while and decided to inform Kai Feng of this news. However, he did not plan to approach the president himself but instead let Zhao Zijie take the lead. After all, Zhao Zijie was a direct descendant of the president, and his words would carry more credibility, avoiding any suspicion of Yu Peng trying to exonerate himself. When Zhao Zijie arrived, Yu Peng had a long and deep conversation with him, even sharing some secrets he had. That kid actually has treasures in his cave? Damn! The recent events must have been caused by him. It's already 100% certain. Zhao Zijie feigned extreme anger. Yet, he was secretly contemplating that if he could get his hands on that kid's cave treasures, it would be a huge gain. He firmly believed that Yu Peng had not disclosed this information to him earlier because he wanted to keep it for himself. Now, not only was the old monarch society suffering losses, but Yu Peng's attempts to seek cave treasures had also failed, which was why he decided to tell Zhao Zijie the truth. It was nothing more than wanting to shift all the blame onto Ding Ziyu and change his image in the president's eyes. Zhao Zijie was not foolish, but Yu Peng's actions did not affect his interests and plans. On the contrary, he could use this opportunity to seek even greater benefits. Master Yu, where has senior sister Gao been lately? I haven't seen her around. Zhao Zijie took the opportunity to change the subject. In recent days, he indeed had not seen Gao Xinyu. She is currently in seclusion, striving for a higher realm. You will see her in a few days, Yu Peng said helplessly. In truth, his precious disciple was deliberately avoiding Zhao Zijie. Although Gao Xinyu had good talent and had received some attention from the president, her status in the old monarch society could not compare to Zhao Zijie's. Moreover, the president also intended to match her with Zhao Zijie, and Gao Xinyu did not dare to openly oppose it, so she could only find ways to avoid Zhao Zijie to prevent him from bothering her. Earlier, Yu Peng had considered giving Gao Xinyu to Zhao Zijie to strengthen his relationship with the president, but recently, the president had not been treating him well, and with Yu Peng's petty nature, he lost interest. He thought to himself that he would wait for Zhao Zijie to come and grovel, and then he would find a chance to take advantage of the situation, making Zhao Zijie speak well of him in front of the president. It must be said that Yu Peng was quite scheming, but his strength and ambitions did not quite match. Can you let me meet her? Zhao Zijie was also someone who wouldn't let go without seeing results. If you won't let me see your obedient disciple, why should I help you speak well in front of the president? Hearing this, Yu Peng immediately furrowed his brows, secretly cursing Zhao Zijie in his heart. He had never dared to speak to him like this before. Unexpectedly, now that he had just lost his power, this kid had the audacity to negotiate terms with him. Let's go, I'll take you to see her. But you must not interrupt her training, that could easily lead to trouble. In the end, Yu Peng still took a step back. However, he was well aware of Gao Xinyu's training habits, and at this time, she was definitely in the midst of her practice. That was why he dared to use this method to keep Zhao Zijie in check. Sure enough, Zhao Zijie saw Gao Xinyu seriously training from a distance. If Yu Peng hadn't been there, he would have definitely gone up to pester her, but now that was not an option. After just a distant glance, Yu Peng urged him to leave. Zhao Zijie was unwilling but had no other choice. After all, Yu Peng's strength was far above his own. Without being allowed to approach Gao Xinyu, he had no good options. I'm going to find the president right now. Zhao Zijie turned and left, his expression darkening. Yu Peng observed everything but did not expose Zhao Zijie's thoughts. With Zhao Zijie's status as a direct descendant of his family, he quickly met with the president. Great-grandmother, may you be well. Your grandson has important matters to report, Zhao Zijie hurriedly greeted. When others were present, he dared not call Kai Feng by her name and could only refer to her as the president. Just say what you need to say. Are you still involved with that Yu Peng? Kai Feng had grown increasingly annoyed with Yu Peng and had directly stripped him of his position as steward. I have reliable news that the Blind Box Management Bureau has recently focused on rewarding a kid. It's the one I mentioned to you before, named Ding Ziyu. Various signs indicate that the recent events in the manor are likely the work of this kid. Zhao Zijie recounted the information Yu Peng had shared with him. A kid at the martial saint level. How could he have such great ability? Kai Feng was puzzled. Whether it was the poisonous spiders or the subsequent attack formations, the family members who opened the blind boxes would not easily escape the misfortune of being attacked. It is said that this kid possesses a cave treasure. With this item to assist him, it is not impossible for him to cause us trouble. Cave treasure? Is your information reliable? Kai Feng's eyes narrowed dangerously. With her knowledge, she naturally understood what a cave treasure was and recognized its advantages. If used for other purposes, it might only serve as an auxiliary function. However, using a cave treasure to avoid danger while opening blind boxes was indeed highly effective. Absolutely true, this information is 100% accurate, Zhao Zijie said with certainty. Upon hearing this, Kai Feng's expression changed several times as she suddenly understood many things she had not grasped before. This information was told to you by Yupeng, right? Kai Feng fixed her gaze on Zhao Zijie, not allowing him any room to evade. Yes, Zhao Zijie could only answer truthfully. In front of this great-grandmother, he could not harbor any ulterior motives. Kai Feng had anticipated Zhao Zijie's answer. Yu Peng's previous enmity with this Ding Ziyu is probably not just because of Gao Xinyu. He must be trying to seize the cave treasure from the other party. Now that the facts are becoming clear, he has already lost his opportunity and only told you this information to divert blame. Yu Peng is a person with deep schemes, and his actions are becoming increasingly unscrupulous. In the future, you should avoid associating with him too closely. Kai Feng did not discuss Ding Ziyu but instead focused on advising Zhao Zijie in this regard. Previously, when Yu Peng wanted to push his disciple onto Zhao Zijie, Kai Feng had not paid much attention. After this matter was clarified, she took some time to pay a little more attention to Zhao Zijie and Gao Xinyu's behavior. She discovered that everything was being secretly orchestrated by Yu Peng, and Gao Xinyu had no feelings for Zhao Zijie at all. Instead, she avoided him at every turn. Kai Feng immediately understood the underlying scheme. Yu Peng's intentions were clear as day. Everything he did was to get closer to her and gain a higher status. In fact, Yu Peng already held a high position in the Laojun society. This manor was the residence for all members of the Laojun society, and Kai Feng had appointed him as the steward, allowing him to intervene in nearly all matters within the manor. Only the most core aspects of the Laojun society were off limits to him. There were not many people with a higher status than him, yet he was still not satisfied and wanted to use Zhao Zijie's direct lineage to seek more. No way, grandmother, are you mistaken? Zhao Zijie was clearly taken aback by Kai Feng's words. His mind was solely focused on Gao Xinyu, and now he was being asked to distance himself from Yu Peng. Wouldn't that mean he had no hope at all? He recalled the noticeable change in Yu Peng's attitude towards him today. It seemed he had also sensed something unusual. If he couldn't help him, how much harder would it be to win Gao Xinyu's heart? Wake up! I see you're blinded by lust. It's time to back off. Don't test my patience. Kai Feng's expression turned extremely stern. The identity of a direct descendant was not everything, nor was it irreplaceable. After all, the Zhao family had many talented offspring, far beyond just Zhao Zijie. Zhao Zijie looked despondent. In the past, whenever he approached this grandmother, she had always obliged him. This time, not only did it not work, but he also received a scolding. The disappointment was overwhelming, and he felt nothing but disappointment. No, I must get Gao Xinyu for myself. If soft tactics don't work, then I'll resort to hard ones. Zhao Zijie had no intention of backing down. In the Laojun society, there was no woman he couldn't handle, not even Yu Peng's disciple. By the way, although Yu Peng has sensed something, he still harbors fantasies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me to speak well of him. As long as I don't tell him grandmother's attitude, can't I still manipulate him? Zhao Zijie was not foolish and quickly devised a counter-strategy. After all, his goal was to win Gao Xinyu. Once he succeeded, what did it matter if he fell out with Yu Peng? Did he really dare to kill him? The more Zhao Zijie thought about it, the more convinced he became. If Yu Peng wanted to deal with Ding Ziyu, let him take action. If he succeeded, the credit would go to Zhao Zijie. If something went wrong, he could easily distance himself and deny it. The more he thought, the clearer his thoughts became, and he considered every detail. Soon, he found Yu Peng and earnestly recounted the lies he had crafted. Yu Peng was half convinced and didn't dare confront the president, but his mood did improve significantly. Since the president fully supports us in dealing with that kid, I'm ready to take action next. If I get my hands on that kid's treasure, I will definitely pass it on to you. Yu Peng also chose to say flattering things. What he truly thought, however, was likely known only to him. A few days later, Yu Peng found an excuse to let Gao Xinyu go. Knowing her, he was certain that as soon as she left the Laojun society, she would go looking for Ding Ziyu. During these days, Ding Ziyu was also working hard to improve his strength. With the accumulated merits, he had adapted a secret technique that suited him at the Blind Box Management Bureau. At the same time, he extracted blood from the barbarian dragon and combined it with spiritual fish to cultivate his physical body. Although his progress was not as rapid as before, there was still a noticeable improvement in his overall strength. He was slowly approaching the 9th stage of Martial Saint. It was estimated that with a bit more time, he would reach the 9th stage of Martial Saint. Meanwhile, there was also a great opportunity for his physical body to be completely upgraded to a silver physique. The Eye of Truth had said that once his realm reached the peak of Martial Saint, it would open a new path for his cultivation, allowing him to truly understand what it meant to surpass the power of a martial saint. Ding Ziyu was naturally looking forward to the arrival of that day. He had already encountered several experts who had surpassed the martial saint level, such as the recent canon True Monarch, who was incredibly formidable. It was estimated that wherever he went, he would be respected by others. Strength was the strongest attribute of a man. Just as Ding Ziyu relaxed, he noticed a message from Gao Xinyu on his phone. "Where are you? Are you doing well lately?" "Not bad. I'm at the Blind Box Management Bureau." Lin Fei saw that the message had been sent about 10 minutes ago, so he immediately replied, "How about coming out for a walk? I'm in the city." "Really? Is your master not watching you? He won't use you as bait again, will he?" Ding Ziyu was somewhat skeptical. It wasn't that he didn't trust Gao Xinyu, but he didn't trust Yu Peng. "Shouldn't be, right? I don't feel anything unusual on me. There shouldn't be any of his spiritual marks." Gao Xinyu had carefully sensed her own body and clothing. Recently, her realm had also improved significantly, and her sensitivity had become sharper than before. What if he sends someone to follow you from a distance? You have to be cautious about this. Ding Ziyu was still very careful. Yu Peng hated him to the bone. If he fell into his hands again, his life would likely be in danger. "Alright, I won't force you. Let's just chat like this." Gao Xinyu also couldn't guarantee that she wasn't being followed. With Yu Peng's methods, if he didn't want Gao Xinyu to notice, it wouldn't be very difficult. So the two chatted on their phones for a while, sharing some recent updates. Gao Xinyu didn't wait for Ding Ziyu and felt uncomfortable wandering outside, so she returned to the old Jun Society's manor after just an hour or two. All of this naturally fell into the eyes of that old fox, Yu Peng. Although he didn't manage to lure Ding Ziyu out this time, he wasn't angry. He understood that as long as he continued this way, there would come a day when Ding Ziyu would take the bait. Sure enough, Yu Peng began to ignore Gao Xinyu, allowing her to move freely. Gao Xinyu wandered around Dingyuan City for 3 consecutive days, seemingly without anyone caring about her whereabouts. "Do you remember that shanty town? I'm planning to go back and take a look. Do you want to come?" Gao Xinyu unconsciously walked towards the place where she had lived as a child. It was still a desolate area. There were no people, not even a single mouse in sight. When she first returned, Gao Xinyu had intended to investigate, but upon returning to the manor, she was locked up by her master. Later, various strange occurrences continued, causing chaos in the old Jun Society, and this matter was temporarily set aside. "Oh, then you go ahead. I'll see how things are. If there's nothing going on at the bureau, I'll come over." Ding Ziyu didn't agree immediately. He was still being cautious. Ding Ziyu certainly remembered that lifeless shantytown. When Gao Xinyu brought him back to Dingyuan City, the first place they visited was her old home, but it had already turned into a wasteland, devoid of any signs of life. This was simply absurd. Under normal circumstances, no one would want to go to that shantytown because it looked too eerie. Who knew what kind of unpredictable dangers lurked there? In the end, Ding Ziyu decided to go see Gao Xinyu. This woman was quite extraordinary, and with her luck, he couldn't easily give up just because her master was making things difficult for her. Moreover, he had his own means of self-preservation. In such an open area, even if Yu Peng was powerful, it would be difficult for him to capture him. Of course, out of caution, after returning to his dormitory, Ding Ziyu hid in the little sacred land, allowing the realm pearl to control the little sacred land and head towards that shantytown. Under normal circumstances, unless one encounters an extraordinarily powerful old fellow like the Flame True Monarch, it would be incredibly difficult for others to discover the traces of the small sacred land. About an hour later, the small sacred land appeared above that dilapidated shantytown. The place still looked as ruined as ever. Within a radius of several kilometers, not a hint of green could be seen, not even a single blade of living grass. One would think that rats and cockroaches would have strong vitality, yet there was no sign of them here. It was truly strange, truly eerie. However, amidst this shantytown, a beautiful girl arrived. She walked slowly forward, as if she wanted to engrave everything here into her heart. Ding Ziyu did not appear immediately. Instead, he quietly observed everything outside, including that beautiful figure, using the abilities of the small sacred land. In this vicinity, Ding Ziyu indeed did not find anyone else. He pondered, after being dealt with by himself a few times, had the old monarch really become low-key and honest? As long as no one was watching Gao Xinyu, there would be no problem meeting her. Gao Xinyu walked and stopped, and finally walked into the small shack that once belonged to her. Everything here was covered in a thick layer of dust, no longer resembling its former self. Gao Xinyu slowly waved her hand, and a faint blue energy spread from her like rippling waves. As the waves passed, large dust particles soared into the air, quickly drifting out of the shack. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the inside of the shack became much cleaner, at least no obvious dust could be seen. The old table and chairs revealed their original appearance, but it was uncertain whether they still had their original functions or if they would crumble to pieces with a light touch. Gao Sinyu's expression was a mix of joy and melancholy. It felt as if she had returned to the past, living a life of unimaginable hardship with her parents here. She could even recall the figures of her parents laboring at that time. The past was vivid in her mind, yet it was also heart-wrenching. After all, things had changed. Her parents were ultimately no longer present. Those were merely scenes existing in her memory, never to be real again. Sigh, I can never go back. Gao Xinyu sighed deeply. Just then, the space beside her rippled slightly, and a portal appeared, from which Ding Ziyu stepped out. Still can't let go of these? Ding Ziyu asked leisurely. I don't know. Perhaps it's just a slight obsession in my heart. Maybe one day I'll let it go, Gao Xinyu said, showing no surprise at Ding Ziyu's arrival. Your strength has improved again. Ding Ziyu quickly shifted the topic. From Gao Xinyu's method of dust removal just now, it was clear that her control over that special blue energy had become much stronger. In the past, he could have easily done it too, but whether this fragile shack could withstand it was another matter. Just a small improvement, but compared to you, I feel the gap is getting larger, Gao Xinyu said, not flattering Ding Ziyu, but genuinely feeling the astonishing aura emanating from him. I've recently practiced some new secret techniques, and I can't contain the aura on me. Ding Ziyu was very clear about the specific reasons behind it. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to bring you so much trouble. Some of my master's ideas were indeed too radical, but fortunately, he has realized his issues and doesn't restrict me much now. Gao Xinyu knew that her problems had caused Ding Ziyu considerable trouble. If it weren't for his coping strategies, someone else might have long since met a tragic end. Yu Peng's methods were truly unbearable for ordinary warriors. He would often send out experts surpassing martial saints to deal with you. Who could withstand that? It's fine, I'm living quite well, aren't I? Ding Ziyu chuckled casually. While Yu Peng was dealing with him, he wasn't idle either. In the end, it was hard to say who had truly suffered. If there's a chance, I'll still send you back to Daming City. It's too dangerous to stay here. Gao Xinyu truly didn't want to see Ding Ziyu get into trouble. No rush. Maybe I'll have a chance to visit the Blind Box Management Bureau. It's really hard to surpass the Martial Saint realm. It requires some important opportunities. Ding Ziyu was no longer anxious. With the Flame True Monarch protecting him, what was there to fear? As long as he accumulated enough merit, opportunities would come. If he returned to Daming City, the biggest opportunity would probably be to become a disciple of the Lord of Chengtian. But Ding Ziyu didn't want to do that, mainly because he felt that the Chengtian sect was too strict, and he didn't like that kind of atmosphere. I hope you can achieve your goals soon. Gao Xinyu sincerely wished him well. She was just that kind of lovely woman. However, just as her words fell, a powerful wave of energy surged forward like a tsunami. With a loud rumble, the shed collapsed under the impact of the wave, flattening everything within 100 meters. Kid, I finally caught you today. Yu Peng flew in from a distance, his gaze colder than a blade. After finally luring Ding Ziyu out, he wouldn't give him any chance to live this time. Master, how could you? Gao Xinyu's mindset shattered. It wasn't just because he destroyed the shed, but because the image and persona of this master in her heart were rapidly collapsing. Is there really a master who constantly schemes against his own disciple? If there is, it's better not to have one. Get away from me. If it weren't for you, would I have fallen to this state? I must kill this kid today to relieve my hatred. Yu Peng sternly reprimanded Gao Xinyu. Clearly, at this moment, he no longer regarded Gao Xinyu as his beloved disciple. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to drag you down. Gao Xinyu looked at Ding Ziyu with a face full of regret. Don't worry, it won't be that easy for him to kill me. Ding Ziyu forced himself to calm down, seeking a chance to survive. Kid, you really don't know how to die. No one can save you today. Yu Peng gritted his teeth and charged at Ding Ziyu. In this area, normally, no one would come here. Even if it were turned into ruins, it wouldn't affect anyone, so no one would come to intervene in this battle. With Yu Peng's speed, the shockwave generated by his high-speed charge was quite astonishing. Ding Ziyu had previously observed his battle scenes from afar and had a clear understanding of his strength. Although he had recently become much stronger, there was still a significant gap compared to Yu Peng. As Yu Peng charged towards him, Ding Ziyu had already begun to dodge at high speed. If it weren't for Gao Xinyu being present, his first thought would definitely be to hide in the little sacred land, leaving Yu Peng to go mad here alone. Crash! Another large area of sheds was twisted and smashed down under Yu Peng's attack. Ding Ziyu relied on his speed to evade the opponent's attack once again. Only Gao Xinyu did not dodge. She was instantly sent flying, blood gushing from her mouth, an exceptionally striking sight. Are you stupid? Why didn't you dodge? Ding Ziyu panicked and rushed towards Gao Xinyu like a whirlwind. With Yu Peng's strength, even if he didn't use all his power, how could Gao Xinyu withstand such an attack without dodging? This was completely gambling her life on the hope that Yu Peng would hold back. But the reality was very cruel. Yu Peng had no intention of holding back at all. Even though he clearly saw Gao Xinyu standing with Ding Ziyu, his offensive remained unrelenting. Gao Xinyu stood up from the wreckage, her gaze still firm, but the way she looked at Yu Peng had changed. Master, you've really changed. You've become so unfamiliar. Get lost. This master takes you as a disciple merely because of your looks, intending to use you to lure Zhao Zijia. Now that you are entangled with this brat, you have lost all value. Today, I will kill you and this brat together, to spare myself the annoyance of seeing you. Yu Peng's gaze was ferocious, showing no trace of a master. At that moment, he looked more like a demon crawling out of hell, devoid of any humanity. From now on, our bond is severed. I have received your guidance, and this can be considered repaying your kindness. Gao Xinyu gritted her teeth, the flush on her face quickly fading, clearly indicating that her injuries had been controlled. Rebellious disciple, I will kill you right now. Yu Peng shouted angrily, abandoning his attack on Ding Ziyu and turning to strike at Gao Xinyu again. On the surface, he appeared extremely furious, but inside, he was very calm. He knew that when he attacked Gao Xinyu, Ding Ziyu would not stand by and watch her get hurt or killed. As soon as Ding Ziyu approached, he would have the chance to capture him. He was determined to obtain the treasures on Ding Ziyu. However, what Yu Peng did not expect was that a powerful blue energy surged around Gao Xinyu, forming an enormous energy field in the blink of an eye. The palm strike he sent towards Gao Xinyu was merely a feint, intended to lure Ding Ziyu in. When his palm force collided with the blue energy, it was effortlessly absorbed. Gao Xinyu stood there unmoving, the blue energy becoming more substantial and beginning to spin rapidly. Ding Ziyu was also taken aback. He had indeed planned to save Gao Xinyu, but he did not expect her to have taken Yu Peng's strike without showing any signs of injury. Has she become this strong? Ding Ziyu found it hard to believe. Although he knew that the blue energy Gao Xinyu cultivated was unique and had good healing abilities, the gap in their realms was too great for her to withstand his attack. Yu Peng was also stunned by the situation. When he struck Gao Xinyu, he had indeed only used 50% of his strength, intending to injure her to draw Ding Ziyu in. He never expected Gao Xinyu to absorb the force of his strike. Rebellious disciple, I didn't think you had grown stronger. Let's see how many of my strikes you can withstand. Yu Peng gritted his teeth and struck at Gao Xinyu again. Recently, he had been overwhelmed with work and had not paid much attention to Gao Xinyu's cultivation. He was surprised that this disciple had become stronger once again, which was beyond his expectations. This time, Yu Peng's attack on Gao Xinyu had increased to 80% of his strength. He did not believe Ding Ziyu could hold back and not come to help her. Shameless scoundrel, you are going too far. Ding Ziyu could no longer stand by and took out his black iron rod, striking at Yu Peng with all his might. This was the heaven-blocking rod that Ding Ziyu cultivated. With the recent improvement in his realm, he had grasped some techniques and had basically reached the entry-level standard. As the rod was unleashed, countless rod shadows filled the sky, at least 100 of them. As he charged towards Yu Peng, these 100 rod shadows converged into a single rod shadow, crashing towards Yu Peng. The power was immense. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the wind stirred, and a fierce gust rushed at him. Yu Peng narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly becoming much more serious. He had not expected Ding Ziyu to unleash such a powerful secret technique. Right now, he was only an 8th-tier martial saint. Once he grew stronger, the power of this rod would increase exponentially. What would he use to defend against his attacks then? This brat must be killed today. A genius that hasn't grown up is a waste, no matter how good their talent. Yu Peng immediately abandoned his attack on Gao Xinyu. The light of his blade flickered, and a beam of light, like a divine light from the heavens, slashed towards Ding Ziyu. This time, he had used 90% of his strength, confident that he could kill Ding Ziyu on the spot. Ding Ziyu indeed felt a tremendous threat, his scalp tingling. The shadow of the stick he had attacked with was instantly shattered by the blade's light, but that blade's light remained solid, still carrying unmatched power, slashing towards him. However, at that moment, a gray mist surged into the sky, almost instantly enveloping the blade's light, and then a crunching sound of chewing came from within the mist. What the hell is that? Ding Ziyu's eyes widened in shock. The gray mist seemed only about 100 meters in size, yet the blade's light that Yu Peng had struck out was several hundred meters long, and it was completely covered. Then it disappeared into the mist. It was so miraculous, so reasonable. Not bad, not bad. I haven't eaten such pure spiritual energy in a long time. Kid, give me a few more strikes, or be careful that I might just kill you. The gray mist surprisingly transformed quickly into a head-like shape, shouting at Yu Peng. Ding Ziyu suddenly thought of the evil spirit he had encountered in Danning City. wondering what the difference was between this guy and that evil spirit. That's not its true form. It's just a deceptive image created to confuse you. The Eye of Truth quickly reminded Ding Ziyu not to be fooled by the head. Then what is this thing? It looks quite fierce. Ding Ziyu's strength surprisingly couldn't see through its true form. This gray mist was definitely not to be underestimated. Thinking about this desolate shantytown, it was likely that it had been affected by it, ultimately becoming what it was now. If I'm not mistaken, its true form should be a gray worm. However, there are detailed classifications of these gray worms, and the most ferocious type is called the death worm. They not only consume a massive amount but are also quite brutal. Although the Eye of Truth didn't say it outright, Ding Ziyu could basically confirm that the creature hiding here was definitely a death worm. Seeing how easily it had devoured Yu Peng's blade light, one could tell how fierce this thing was. With his own strength, he was probably no match for it at all. Stop pretending to be mysterious. If you have the ability, fight me head on, Yu Peng said, his fierce demeanor hiding his fear. He couldn't see what was concealed in the gray mist. He wanted to provoke it into revealing its true form. You aren't worthy of making me show myself. Just obediently offer up your spiritual energy, and I might let you die a little easier. The gray head continued to speak. As it spoke, the gray mist floating in the air began to swirl again, quickly wrapping around Yu Peng. Despite several attempts to dodge, Yu Peng found himself unable to escape the mist's entanglement, his eyes growing increasingly filled with terror. In desperation, he could only launch another attack, fierce blade lights striking towards the gray mist one after another, but in the end, they all vanished without a trace, completely devoured. At this moment, Ding Ziyu took the opportunity to quickly hide into the small sacred land while the man and the worm were entangled. At the same time, he also pulled Gao Xinyu in. How are you? Can you hold on? Ding Ziyu noticed Gao Xinyu's appearance and realized that her condition was not as relaxed as it seemed. Earlier, Yu Peng's palm had indeed injured her. She was just putting on a brave front, not showing any signs of injury. Gao Xinyu opened her mouth, and a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. Ding Ziyu hurriedly took her to the small cabin and quickly fetched some spiritual spring water for her to drink. This stuff also had healing properties and would help her recover. What happened to her? Why is she so badly injured? Ding Shichen rushed over to help. He was completely unaware of everything happening outside. Ding Ziyu had no intention of involving him in those chaotic matters. Unless there was a stable living environment in the future, he would consider letting his grandfather come out of the small sacred land. She was injured by someone. Ding Ziyu carefully examined Gao Xinyu's injuries and was relieved to find that nothing was fundamentally damaged. With some time, she should be able to recover. Outside, Yu Peng had exhausted all his skills in various offensive techniques, yet he still couldn't disperse the gray mist. Under his feeding, the opponent had instead become even stronger. In such a fierce battle, it was hard not to attract attention. Many experts in the city had already sensed it, and powerful martial artists were flying over from time to time. He is the Tianping Jinren of the Laojun Society, yet he is trapped by a massive gray mist. Should we go help? Someone recognized Yu Peng at a glance. TSK, that gray mist is quite strange. It appeared a long time ago. This slum area has become so dilapidated, it's mostly the doing of that gray mist. Finally, someone knowledgeable spoke about the origin of the mist, but that was all they knew. More information was unknown to anyone. Fellow Taoists, please lend a hand. The Laojun Society won't forget your friendship. Yu Peng looked at the newcomers and quickly greeted them. He really couldn't hold on much longer. He couldn't fight back, nor could he escape, and he felt extremely frustrated. That gray mist must be hiding something extraordinary. If we attack from a distance, it would be a favor to the Laojun Society. Finally, someone was tempted. The Laojun Society held a very high status in Dingyuan City. Not everyone had the opportunity to earn their favor. As they spoke, several martial saints took out their long-range attack methods and aimed at the gray mist. However, whether it was spiritual power or physical objects, as soon as they entered the mist, they disappeared without a trace. In their place, eerie crunching sounds came from within the gray mist, which was quite unsettling. A few bold martial saints approached, only to be swept into the mist in an instant. After a few screams, they vanished without a trace. Damn, this gray mist is too fierce. Is there anyone who can notify the Blind Box Management Bureau? Perhaps only their experts can deal with this thing. The assisting martial artists finally felt fear. If even Tianping Jinren was trapped, they would only be walking to their deaths by going in. It just so happened that a patrol team from the Blind Box Management Bureau arrived. However, they merely took a look and sent a message for a higher-level action team to come. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qinglin took the initiative to lead the team over. His attendance rate as the director was indeed unusually high. When Zhao Qinglin saw that the person in the battle was Yu Peng, he immediately suppressed the action team that was about to move. Don't act rashly. If even Tianping Jinren is not a match, you would just be walking to your deaths. Zhao Changlin was very clear-headed. This was not the time for impulsiveness. What should we do then? Should we bring out the true monarch ancestor? The action team leader felt a bit of a chill. The ferocious creatures emerging recently were becoming increasingly powerful, and low-tier martial saints could no longer participate. How would they manage in the future? Don't rush, let's observe for now. Zhao Changlin was surprisingly calm. As long as the gray mist did not actively attack others, he could hold steady. As for Yu Peng's life or death, it was none of his concern. The Lao Jun Society had caused trouble multiple times recently without facing due punishment. If they could eliminate a Yu Peng, it would be a blow to the Lao Jun Society. At this moment, more and more onlookers gathered. Many people saw that the Blind Box Management Bureau did not take action, and they were too lazy to intervene. Only Yu Peng was struggling desperately. The consumption of his spiritual power was increasing, and without the help of experts, he would soon be exhausted. Ironically, his target, Ding Ziyu, seemed to have disappeared somewhere. This death worm is regaining its strength. If it fully recovers, Dingyuan City will likely suffer. Is that possible? Can even a master like Flame True Monarch not handle it? Ding Ziyu was somewhat incredulous. He had personally witnessed how powerful Flame True Monarch was. That terrifying power was truly overwhelming. It's hard to say. The death worm is the pinnacle among the grey worms, with a hunting ability that is quite ferocious, the Eye of Truth said, looking very worried. At this moment, Yu Peng was already on the brink of collapse. His attacks were actually quite impressive. At least many of the martial artists present were filled with dread, wondering how he could unleash such powerful attacks. However, that massive grey mist remained unmoved, not even dispersing a bit, indicating that the combat power of the two was simply not on the same level. That mist is a special ability of the grey worm. Its offensive capability is not great, but it has a strong concealing effect and can block a person's line of sight and mental probing. The grey worm is actually a primordial aberrant insect. Before it gains intelligence, its strength is not strong and it usually becomes food for other ferocious beasts. So they typically release a kind of grey mist to protect themselves. After gaining intelligence, the grey worm's strength increases very rapidly. They can not only spit out grey mist but also produce an extremely tough silk that easily entangles prey, drawing them into the mist to devour them. This silk is much more formidable than the spider silk released by the poison spider you encountered earlier. It not only has powerful entangling capabilities but can also cut through prey. Creatures with weak defenses can easily be killed by it. The Eye of Truth had extensive knowledge about the grey worm, likely having encountered such ferocious creatures before. Ding Ziyu recalled that the several martial saints who had been swept away by the grey mist were actually entangled by the silk. It was just that the silk was hidden within the grey mist, making it hard to detect. Then how did it swallow that blade of light? Ding Ziyu thought of another question. In his eyes, this was all illogical. Once a martial artist surpasses a martial saint, the essence of their cultivation changes. The blade of light emitted by Master Tianping is essentially a highly condensed spiritual power. After the death worm within the grey worm evolves to a higher level, most will develop new talents. The talent for devouring spiritual power is not particularly rare among deathworms. This deathworm has clearly evolved to a higher level. It probably just spent too long trapped in the blind box, which greatly discounted its strength. However, its innate talents will not disappear. Master Tianping's attack is like feeding it. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have survived this long. Then why doesn't it just eat Master Tianping? Wouldn't that be a more direct way to recover? Ding Ziyu had a different thought. The spiritual power attack unleashed by Master Tianping is more refined and easier to absorb. Look at this slum area, it is almost devoid of life. When this death worm was released from the blind box, it should have been very weak. After it killed the person who opened the blind box, it likely hid underground, slowly recovering by absorbing the life force of the surrounding things. If you hadn't come today, it would probably take even longer to recover and wouldn't have regained its strength in a short time. The Eye of Truth's explanation was very detailed, and Ding Ziyu finally resolved the doubts in his heart, clarifying most of the matters. Just then, the grey mist suddenly began to ripple violently, quickly condensing into a giant hand that reached out toward Yu Peng. Although Ding Ziyu knew it was the silk of the deathworm, he still found it incredibly unbelievable. Yu Peng shouted and desperately retreated. However, before he could retreat 100 meters, that giant hand grabbed him and, in the blink of an eye, pulled him back into the massive grey mist. After that, the grey mist began to churn violently, as if something was rolling around inside. Ding Ziyu focused his eyes, staring intently ahead, and finally saw a blurry shadow. Its true form turned out to be a giant worm, resembling a massive silkworm, with a total length of at least 50 meters. It was covered in a layer of grey chitin, its enormous mouth sharp as a sickle, and a pair of compound eyes that instilled fear. Yu Peng's half-body had already disappeared, leaving only his 2 feet still in its mouth, being devoured with great relish. As if sensing someone watching, the deathworm's compound eyes turned towards Ding Ziyu. The impact was terrifying. Even though Ding Ziyu was hiding in the small sacred land, he felt an immense threat. Fortunately, when Ding Ziyu quickly withdrew his gaze, the deathworm lost its target in an instant. Clearly, with the small sacred land as a barrier, its sensing ability was not that strong. On the side of the Laojun Society, the elder responsible for guarding the soul lamp was shocked to see the soul lamp belonging to the Tianpangjinren extinguished. After all, Tianpangjinren was the mundane affairs manager of the Laojun Society, holding a significant position. For someone of his strength to be killed was undoubtedly a major event. Kai Feng quickly received this news, and her face flushed with anger. Although she no longer trusted Yu Peng much, he was still a senior member of the Laojun Society. To be taken down like this was equivalent to slapping the Laojun Society in the face. Where did he run off to? Kai Feng quickly inquired about Yu Peng's whereabouts. He should have gone to capture someone. One of Yu Peng's female disciples only knew the general idea. Kai Feng did not press further. She believed that in Dingyuan City, no one could silently take down Yu Peng without causing a huge commotion. Sure enough, when Kai Feng quickly took to the air, she immediately detected unusual fluctuations of spiritual power coming from a distance. By the time Kai Feng arrived, the gray mist had expanded significantly and was chasing after the martial artists who were watching the commotion. These martial artists were mostly at the martial saint level, much slower than Tianpangjinren. Once locked onto by the gray mist, they could hardly escape. Although Zhao Changlin and the others fled quickly, several members of the action team were still dragged into the gray mist. Now, all the onlookers scattered in a panic, and whether they could escape depended on their luck. Damn it! Is this the gray worm of the advanced body? Who unleashed it? Kai Feng immediately recognized the true form of the gray mist. Although not entirely accurate, it was close enough. Without anyone needing to explain, she already knew who had killed Yu Peng. Kai Feng's arrival was like a beacon in the darkness. The gray mist immediately abandoned its pursuit of others and charged towards Kai Feng. Ordinary martial saints had too little spiritual power within them to compare with Kai Feng. Beast, you have some guts, Kai Feng shouted, drawing a long sword with a flick of her hand, and the sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing towards the gray mist. No way, isn't this attack just feeding it? Ding Ziyu watched anxiously from a distance. With Yu Peng dead, he was now more worried about the deathworm. Kai Feng is using a physical attack. With the spiritual power concealed within the sword body, the deathworm cannot devour it. It seems this woman has some background. Knowing the characteristics of the deathworm, the Eye of Truth disagreed with Ding Ziyu's judgment. Sure enough, a strong impact sound came from the gray mist. The entire mist swirled violently again. Ding Ziyu quickly saw a sword embedded in the deathworm, half of the sword body already sunk into its flesh. Is the defense of this deathworm really that strong? Ding Ziyu was once again astonished. Even if the deathworm could not devour the long sword thrown by Kai Feng, its scales were able to block her attack. Given its massive body, such an attack could at most be considered a superficial wound. As the gray mist rolled, several claws shot out from different angles, reaching for Kai Feng with incredible speed, not at all inferior to her own. Fortunately, Kai Feng was quick to react. As the gray mist rolled, she had already darted away at high speed from her original position. The attack of the deathworm missed entirely and did not catch Kai Feng. At that moment, the gray mist rapidly retreated, revealing the true form of the deathworm. Now, everyone could see it clearly. This creature was over 80 meters long and probably 3 meters in diameter. It looked quite terrifying. Today, you all shall die. The deathworm emitted a horrifying voice that made Ding Ziyu feel a bit of a chill even from a distance in the small sacred land. This beast is no longer pretending. It's preparing for a full-on attack? Ding Ziyu instinctively questioned. It had hidden itself in the gray mist, and now that it had withdrawn the mist, wasn't this the rhythm of a showdown? This guy has at least recovered over 80% of its strength. The people of Dingyuan City are in for a disaster. The Eye of Truth confirmed Ding Ziyu's judgment. The deathworm would not easily reveal its true form without absolute certainty. Without the gray mist, its silk attacks become even more bizarre, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Even a master like Kai Feng must be on high alert. Otherwise, one careless move could lead to being ensnared by the silk or even killed. Sure enough, the deathworm launched another attack on Kai Feng. The silk it spat out was almost transparent, making it easy to misjudge with the naked eye. The key was that the silk, which could even slice through air, did not make much noise, and there was more than one strand coming from several directions. Although Kai Feng's movements were still quick, she was thrown into a rather awkward situation, with a large portion of her clothing sliced off. If her reaction had been any slower, she didn't know which part would have been cut away. Why haven't you called for the Flame True Monarch to take action? This is a high-level deathworm. It could kill everyone in Dingyuan City. Kai Feng shouted to the people in the distance while dodging. She had already spotted Zhao Changlin and the others. This matter had to be managed by the Blind Box Management Bureau. What's the rush? Am I not here? The voice of the Flame True Monarch came from afar. In fact, he had been watching the commotion for a while. If Kai Feng could handle it, he wouldn't bother to intervene. Kai Feng also practiced fire-type secret techniques, but usually, she was reluctant to use them. It was said that it was her source of, and each use would consume a significant amount of spiritual power. In a place where spiritual power was already scarce, such consumption was not worth it. It's useless, even if you can burn its silk, you won't be able to harm its true body. This is a high-level deathworm with astonishing defense. Perhaps only a true monarch can stop it. Kai Feng was unwilling to use her source, mainly because she felt she couldn't kill it. Very well, let me deal with this beast. The Flame True Monarch finally decided to take action himself. As his words fell, a flame as bright as white light shot out, making the surrounding area within a kilometer feel extremely hot. The deathworm seemed to sense the threat and immediately shot away into the distance. Even so, it was still burned on part of its body by the white light, showing clear signs of charring. Old thing, you actually dared to sneak attack. How shameless. The deathworm cursed loudly and quickly spat out a large amount of gray mist, hiding itself within it. Sneak attack? Sneak attacks also require strength. Watch how I deal with you. The Flame True Monarch was unfazed. As he moved, he charged again towards the cloud of gray mist. However, the speed of the gray mist was not slow at all. It actually rushed towards the densely populated city. Damn it, this beast is probably preparing to devour more warriors to restore its strength. The Eye of Truth instantly understood the intentions of the deathworm. Sure enough, as it charged into a main street, the claws formed from the gray mist shot out in all directions. Anyone who reacted even slightly slowly was immediately snatched into the gray fog. Then came a series of screams and chewing sounds, quite terrifying, sending chills down people's spines. Damn beast, are you challenging my bottom line? The Flame True Monarch was furious. If a large number of ordinary citizens in Dingyuan City were devoured, he would have a hard time explaining it to the Blind Box Management Bureau. However, the gray mist completely ignored him and instead accelerated towards the city. It realized that within the city, the Flame True Monarch would have a hard time unleashing his full power, lest he accidentally harm others. It had no such concerns and could directly hunt down these humans. Whether they were ordinary folks or martial artists, as long as it caught them, it would devour them all. This is a huge problem. Ding Ziyu was also chasing behind, feeling utterly helpless. He had thought his strength was considerable, but in front of true experts, he still felt pitifully weak. Just as Ding Ziyu was lamenting, the Flame True Monarch once again grabbed the little Holy Land in his hands. Kid, you run ahead and gather all those people. As long as we take down this beast, I'll recommend you to the headquarters. The Flame True Monarch immediately laid out the conditions. For Ding Ziyu, it was really hard to refuse. All signs indicated that if he got close to that strange object, his strength would surely increase significantly. Breaking through to the Martial Saint stage in one go was not impossible. Ding Ziyu hesitated for only a second before agreeing to the Flame True Monarch's request. He immediately ran out from the Little Holy Land and ordered the Realm Pearl to isolate a separate area within the Little Holy Land for him to gather people. He didn't want the Little Holy Land to be exposed to everyone's sight, as it might attract unexpected trouble. With the capabilities of the Realm Pearl, isolating a separate area was quite easy to accomplish. The flying speed of the Little Holy Land was not slow either. Ding Ziyu took a shortcut and quickly reached the front of the deathworm. Seeing the people scattering in all directions, he unhesitatingly gathered them into the Little Holy Land. Those who were taken in naturally shouted and screamed, not knowing what was happening, thinking they had been brought into some special space by the deathworm. If you don't want to die, be quiet, Ding Ziyu shouted, releasing the pressure of an 8th-section martial saint, finally calming the scene. Senior, what on earth is happening? Some people were still dazed. They had only seen a cloud of mist float over, and then a large number of people started to flee. Many didn't know what was happening, they just followed the crowd to escape. Those who were suddenly gathered into the Little Holy Land still looked terrified. There's an extremely powerful ferocious insect outside. Anyone who runs slowly will die, Ding Ziyu casually explained. Dressed in the uniform of the Blind Box Management Bureau, his current realm and strength were quite persuasive. Upon hearing Ding Ziyu's words, everyone turned pale, feeling fortunate to still be alive. The people inside were temporarily safe, but Dingyuan City was still in chaos. The speed of Ding Ziyu's Little Holy Land was not faster than that of the deathworm. He had only managed to gather a batch of people by taking a shortcut. However, the deathworm's perception was extremely keen. After losing its target, it could quickly find a new one. There were simply too many people in the city, by changing to another street, it could easily find large crowds. Ding Ziyu risked everything, continuously gathering people into the little Holy Land, yet he still couldn't keep up with the Deathworm's pursuit speed. Many were still swept into the gray mist, becoming its food. The flame-true monarch was so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring, and in the end, he didn't care whether he would harm the innocent, directly using his ultimate move. A blade of flame, hundreds of meters long, slashed towards the Deathworm, causing the entire cloud of gray mist to churn incessantly. It emitted a piercing roar. Despite being a spiritual energy attack, the blade of fire unleashed by the flame-true monarch could not devour it. Numerous houses in the vicinity were cut down, and under the intense heat of the flames, an immense fire erupted instantly. Many civilians and ordinary warriors hiding inside the buildings were caught in the disaster. The patrol teams and action squads of the Blind Box Management Bureau followed closely behind, desperately trying to rescue people, yet many still met untimely deaths. The weak truly bore the original sin. In such circumstances, hardly anyone cared about their survival. At that moment, experts surpassing the Marshal Saint level from the Blind Box Management Bureau arrived, along with masters from various major factions. Their numbers exceeded 30. Everyone, attack together. Use ranged weapons as much as possible to drive this beast out of the city. The flame-true monarch shouted to everyone. He was worried that using spiritual energy attacks would ultimately benefit the Deathworm, making it stronger. Hearing the flame-true monarch's words, everyone drew their weapons. Each of these experts possessed immense strength. Even using their weapons as throwing darts would generate tremendous lethality. In an instant, various weapons flew into the gray mist like sharp arrows. Sounds of clashing echoed, mixed with continuous roars. With so many experts simultaneously besieging the Deathworm, it finally had some effect. Ding Ziyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to frantically gather people into the small sacred land. He ran out from the small sacred land, picked up some concrete weighing thousands of kilograms, and hurled it like stones into the gray mist. Since so many buildings had already been damaged, this debris was useless anyway. It was a perfect way to recycle waste, much cheaper than throwing weapons. Seeing Ding Ziyu do this, many experts reacted. The weapons they carried were not cheap, good items thrown away were nearly impossible to retrieve. Thus, a number of experts rushed into the ruins below, picked up massive stones, and flew towards the top of the gray mist, then smashed them down heavily. For those experts surpassing the Marshal Saint level, tons and even hundreds of tons of debris posed no problem. They could easily lift them and then smash them down onto the Deathworm hiding in the gray mist. Under the bombardment of so many physical objects, the Deathworm finally began to falter. Perhaps the threat posed by the ordinary experts was not significant. However, the attacks from the Flame-True Monarch and Kaifeng dealt immense damage each time. After all, the Deathworm had not fully recovered. If it didn't flee soon, it could truly die in the midst of the group's assault. The beast was not foolish. After suffering several heavy blows, it finally changed direction and began to flee outside the city. The Flame-True Monarch and the others pursued relentlessly, continuing their attacks, but they did not manage to kill it, allowing the beast to escape outside the city. The group chased it for several hundred kilometers. The Deathworm burst out of the dense forest and quickly burrowed into the ground, finally escaping the pursuit of the experts. Although everyone felt reluctant, no one dared to dive underground to find it. Let's go back. This beast won't recover in a short time. It poses no immediate threat to Dingyuan City. The Flame-True Monarch sighed deeply. In fact, the energy he expended during this assault was immense. Years of effort seemed wasted. The Deathworm's resistance to damage far exceeded his expectations. Breaking through its defenses was extremely difficult. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have resolved it long ago. I'm just afraid that this beast will recover and come back for revenge. Deathworms are known for their strong retaliatory nature and particularly enjoy eating people, Kaifeng said with some concern. Her meaning was clear. She hoped the Flame-True Monarch would invite the experts from the Blind Box Management Bureau to come, taking advantage of its weakness to end its life. I will report this to the higher-ups, but I can't guarantee that we can get stronger experts, the Flame-True Monarch said this time with honesty. He was already unable to handle this fierce creature with his own strength, and when it returned, it would surely be in its prime. By then, these people would likely be unable to stop it. This was the responsibility of the Blind Box Management Bureau, so they naturally could not shirk it. Other forces simply did not have any capable experts to offer. If it came to that, they could flee from Dingyuan City. After returning to Dingyuan City, Ding Ziyu found an open area and released the people he had brought from the small sacred land. There were indeed quite a few, at least over 10,000. The Flame-True Monarch and the colorful phoenix, far above in the sky, couldn't help but glance at Ding Ziyu a few more times. It was obvious that an ordinary cave-type magical treasure could not possibly hold so many people. This at least indicated that the cave-type magical treasure in Ding Ziyu's hands was an extremely rare high-grade item. When other experts looked at Ding Ziyu, their eyes were filled with envy. Many experts beyond the martial saint level didn't even have an ordinary cave-type magical treasure. Everyone, disperse. This kid is under my protection. No one should have any ideas about him. The Flame-True Monarch stepped forward to defend Ding Ziyu. If he hadn't spoken up, Ding Ziyu would probably never be able to leave the Blind Box Management Bureau without worry. There would always be powerful experts watching him. The true monarch is joking. We are just a bit curious. Several experts chuckled awkwardly and quickly left. With the Flame-True Monarch speaking out, no matter what they thought, they could only keep it to themselves. Ding Ziyu didn't dare to take risks and naturally followed the Flame-True Monarch back to the Blind Box Management Bureau. Regardless of what those people thought, at least they didn't have the courage to storm into the bureau with intentions against him. Compared to Danning City, the presence of the Blind Box Management Bureau in Dingyuan City was much stronger. Ding kid, I didn't expect the cave treasure in your hands to be of such high grade. You need to be more careful in the future. I can't always protect you, the Flame-True Monarch warned him again after returning to the bureau. Senior, don't forget the rewards you mentioned. If it weren't for the rewards, I wouldn't have easily exposed my cave treasure, Ding Ziyu said with a very aggrieved expression. The exposure of the treasure in his hands was indeed closely related to the Flame-True Monarch. Rest assured, what I promised you, I will naturally fulfill. This matter has already been reported to the headquarters. It won't be long before they send someone over. At that time, you can go directly to the headquarters with them. However, your current realm is still a bit low. You should find a way to elevate your realm to the 10th stage of Martial Saint as soon as possible. Otherwise, if an opportunity truly arises, you may not be able to seize it. The Flame-True Monarch pointed out Ding Ziyu's weakness. Among ordinary martial artists, his 8th stage of Martial Saint was indeed strong, and he could hold his own against a 10th stage Martial Saint without much issue. But to surpass the Martial Saint level, reaching the 10th stage was fundamental. If he couldn't even reach the 10th stage, everything else was just talk. Senior, don't worry, I will work hard. Ding Ziyu decided to enter seclusion for the time being. After all, Gao Xinyu was already in the small sacred land, and with Yu Peng dead, it didn't matter much whether she returned to the old monarch. Regarding the action team, he just needed to give Zhao Changlin a heads up. Given his current situation, Zhao Changlin would definitely give him this face. As for cultivation resources, Ding Ziyu wasn't too worried. He could easily sneak into that blind box warehouse to get some decent items. With the spiritual energy in the small sacred land and a large number of spiritual fish, he believed that it wouldn't take long before he had the opportunity to elevate his realm to the 10th stage of Martial Saint. After bidding farewell to the Flame-True Monarch, Ding Ziyu immediately made a series of arrangements. He once again infiltrated the warehouse storing the dangerous blind boxes and, relying on the powerful ability of the Eye of Truth, managed to extract nearly 20 blind boxes containing good items. This blind box contains a rather nice alchemy furnace. Perhaps it has elixirs suitable for you. However, the furnace is sealed within a formation, so it might pose some risk to you. The Eye of Truth carefully detailed the specifics it had observed. This was a 3-colored blind box, and the box itself was quite square. An alchemy furnace, why would it be sealed with a formation? Is it to prevent others from coveting the furnace? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. Since this blind box was categorized as dangerous, the threat must come from the formation. The furnace itself couldn't possibly be dangerous. It's hard to say. Generally, those who refine elixirs do not set up formations. If there is such a setup, it could mean that the elixirs being refined are very important, and they don't want to be disturbed, or it could be that the elixirs might gain sentience, and the formation is used to control them. The Eye of Truth's explanation enlightened Ding Ziyu, revealing that alchemy had so many intricacies. Whatever, let's just open it and see. Ding Ziyu found an open area and placed the blind box on the ground. He believed that even if there was danger, he could call upon the boundary pearl for help. When the blind box was opened, Ding Ziyu immediately felt as if he had been struck by a heavy restriction, flying several dozen meters away before landing on the ground. Fortunately, it should be a defensive type of restriction, mainly to prevent outsiders from interfering. However, the strength of this formation is indeed quite formidable. It would be difficult for a martial artist lacking sufficient power to break through. The Eye of Truth reported some good news. If it were a formation with strong offensive capabilities, it would be even more dangerous for Ding Ziyu. This formation is like a thick turtle shell. As long as we spend some time, we can definitely break through it. Ding Ziyu had seen many types of formations. This kind of formation, which only had a rebound effect, was relatively safe. So, Ding Ziyu called over the barbarian dragon, the ice giant tiger, and Gao Xinyu. The 2 people and 2 beasts continuously consumed the spiritual power of the formation, and after a day of effort, they finally succeeded in breaking it. A human-sized alchemy furnace immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. A wave of fragrant elixir wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Whether it was the barbarian dragon, the ice giant tiger, or Gao Xinyu, all of them looked intently at the alchemy furnace. They all understood that there must be good items inside. Don't rush, if there are extra elixirs, everyone will get a share. Ding Ziyu had no intention of hoarding it all for himself. Whether it was Gao Xinyu or the two beasts, they were all his loyal companions. When Ding Ziyu lifted the lid of the alchemy furnace, 6 golden elixirs lay inside. Each one was about the size of a soybean, looking like a golden bean. However, the fragrance emanating from them told everyone that these were definitely not ordinary golden beans. These should be high-quality spirit-nourishing pills, most suitable for martial artists above the martial saint level. They are indeed very rare treasures. The Eye of Truth immediately recognized the origin of these elixirs. If they are suitable for martial artists above the martial saint level, then can we even use them? Ding Ziyu felt a bit disappointed upon hearing the Eye of Truth's words. Martial saints can also use them. Whether you can withstand the spiritual power impact of the spirit-nourishing pills depends on your own condition. Given your physical strength, it's best to split one in half for use. As for Gao Xinyu, she might only be able to take a third at most at one time. Taking more could pose a life-threatening risk. Hearing the Eye of Truth say this, Ding Ziyu finally felt relieved. As long as they could use them, even if it was just half a pill at a time. The barbarian dragon can take 1 pill at a time, but after consuming it, if it becomes stronger, you might not be able to control it for a short while. The Eye of Truth knows the nature of the barbarian dragon. If it suddenly becomes very strong, it might challenge Ding Ziyu's authority. Then let's all use half a pill, Ding Ziyu immediately decided. He and Gao Xinyu each took half a pill, while the barbarian dragon and the ice giant tiger shared 1.5 pills. As for his grandfather, Ding Shichen, he simply couldn't withstand the impact of the spirit-nourishing pill's spiritual power. The impact of this pill is too strong. Taking too much will cause problems. Each person can take at most half a pill. Gao Xinyu's physical strength isn't enough, so her half pill needs to be divided into 2 portions. Ding Ziyu took out 2 spirit-nourishing pills, divided them into 4 halves, and handed them to the others. He then directly gave the entire pill furnace to the boundary pearl, letting it find a place to store it for future needs. Ding Ziyu swallowed half a spirit-nourishing pill and immediately felt a powerful and pure spiritual energy spreading throughout his body. He quickly activated the Xuanwu technique, guiding the spiritual energy into his dantian, then gradually expanding his meridians, and finally breaking through the barrier of his realm. Time always flies during cultivation, and after Ding Ziyu finished digesting half a pill, he successfully broke through to the 9th stage of Martial Saint. At this point, a week had already passed. Looking at Gao Xinyu, she was still in seclusion, clearly indicating that her absorption ability was not as strong as Ding Ziyu's. Having just broken through to the 9th stage, Ding Ziyu did not plan to immediately challenge the 10th stage but instead took a tour of the world within that cave. After experiencing over 10 killings, Ding Ziyu's realm became even more stable, and he was able to fully unleash his strength. Then, Ding Ziyu prepared to swallow the 2nd spirit-nourishing pill, ready to challenge the 10th stage of Martial Saint. This time, he took longer, and it wasn't until a month and a half later that he finally emerged from the small thatched cottage. Congratulations, you finally reached the 10th stage. Gao Xinyu rushed over as soon as she saw Ding Ziyu come out. Congratulations to you too. Ding Ziyu quickly congratulated her, as Gao Xinyu had also reached the 10th stage of Martial Saint. It must be said that the spirit-nourishing pill had helped her even more. Perhaps she needed fewer pills to break through, which made the effect so good. You focus on your cultivation here. I'll go out and take a look. Ding Ziyu remembered the words of the canon true monarch, but he didn't know if the senior experts from the headquarters had arrived. Gao Xinyu quickly nodded in agreement. She didn't want to leave the small sacred land right now, and because of Yu Peng, she didn't want to return to the Old Lord Society either. The people from the Old Lord Society probably thought she had died in the mouth of the deathworm, and no one knew she was still alive and well. After stepping out of the small sacred land, Ding Ziyu immediately sensed a tense atmosphere within the Blind Box Management Bureau. Everyone seemed very busy. Those who knew Ding Ziyu merely nodded at him and quickly returned to their tasks. What's going on? Did something big happen in Dingyuan City again? Ding Ziyu hurried to find Zhao Changlin. Whether it was Dingyuan City or the Blind Box Management Bureau, he would definitely know the most about any incidents. You brat came out of seclusion? Oh, not bad. You've reached the 10th stage. Zhao Changlin's face lit up with joy upon seeing Ding Ziyu. In terms of realm, the two were now on par. If it came to combat power, Zhao Chanlin might not necessarily be Ding Ziyu's match. What's happening in the bureau? Everyone seems flustered. It's nothing major. Two senior experts from the headquarters have come over and are organizing personnel to hunt down that deathworm. A couple of days ago, 2 action teams were dispatched, and half of them were sacrificed. The remaining half are all injured. These guys are afraid someone will send them out of the city, so they all pretend to be very busy. With Zhao Chanlin's explanation, Ding Ziyu immediately understood. Isn't this just a fear of death? With the strength of the action team facing the formidable deathworm, it indeed seems a bit lacking. Why is this happening? Can't the experts sent from the headquarters also kill that deathworm? Ding Ziyu asked, somewhat puzzled. They want to capture it alive, which naturally increases the difficulty a lot. Zhao Chanlin revealed the truth. Ding Ziyu felt a bit of a chill. Such a fierce creature, and they actually wanted to capture it alive. It's no wonder that no one would survive. Sigh, my realm is still a bit unstable. I should continue to retreat and cultivate. Ding Ziyu lied, preparing to retreat immediately. However, before he could leave Zhao Changlin's office, the voice of the Flame True Monarch came in. Ding kid, where do you think you're running off to? Come over and meet the 2 seniors. Ding Ziyu's expression stiffened, and he could only obediently approach. The powerful figures stronger than the Flame True Monarch were certainly beings he had to look up to. This senior is the Guangda Star Monarch, the Flame True Monarch said, pointing to an old man dressed in a dark red robe. The man had a kind face, with a white beard, and indeed had the appearance of a high-level immortal. Upon hearing the other's title, Ding Ziyu realized that it was a rank above the True Monarch, clearly indicating that this person's strength was even greater. For instance, Yu Peng was called a true person, and the Flame True Monarch was not his real name, just highlighting his level of strength. The person before him, with the title of Star Monarch, was certainly stronger than the Flame True Monarch. Junior Dingyu, I pay my respects to Senior Star Monarch. Ding Ziyu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. It was best to establish a good relationship. If he really went to the Blind Box Management Bureau with him in the future, there might be times he would need to ask for help. This was a true pillar of support. At such a young age, you've already reached the 10th stage of Martial Saint. Not bad, not bad. Young man, you have great potential, the Guangda Star Monarch encouraged Ding Ziyu. Seeing his kind and benevolent expression, it seemed he was not just being perfunctory. Senior has overpraised me. Xiao Ding, this is the Xuanwu True Monarch. His strength is also quite formidable. The Flame True Monarch introduced another man in a grey robe to Ding Ziyu. The man's appearance looked to be only in his 40s or 50s, somewhat youthful. His expression was a bit cold, giving off an air that seemed to keep strangers at bay. Hello, True Monarch Senior, I am Ding Yu. Ding Ziyu stepped forward again to pay his respects. The other party merely nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. Xiao Ding, this time the headquarters is placing great importance on capturing the deathworm, which is why they sent 2 seniors over. It is essential to capture it alive. That deathworm has also realized the danger and has actually burrowed into a cave, making it very difficult to capture. Now that you have just exited your retreat and your strength has increased by 2 small levels, you can help the 2 seniors capture that deathworm. The Flame True Monarch indeed had a hold on Ding Ziyu. In front of the 2 seniors, if he were to run away directly, it would be hard to say whether the Guangda Star Monarch would take him to the Blind Box Management Bureau afterward. Why must a martial saint be involved? With the strength of the seniors, wouldn't it be easier for you to take action? Ding Ziyu was very confused. Logically speaking, since the deathworm had hidden in the cave, it should be easier to catch, similar to a turtle in a jar. The deathworm's ability to burrow is extremely strong. If it is determined to escape, capturing it becomes very difficult. Only by sending a martial saint-level warrior to entangle it can we then suddenly strike from behind to have a chance to capture it, the Flame True Monarch explained seriously. It turned out the problem lay here. No wonder so many martial saints from the action team had died. Many members only had the strength of the 5th stage, and going up to entangle the deathworm was no different from seeking death. It would definitely be a one-bite crunch, without spitting out the bones. This situation is also a good opportunity for you. As long as you help us successfully capture that deathworm, entering the Blind Box Bureau will be a sure thing. The Flame True Monarch continued to paint a beautiful picture for Ding Ziyu. However, Ding Ziyu did not nod immediately. His strength had indeed increased, but compared to that deathworm, there was still a significant gap. Talking about it made it seem very simple, but the deaths of so many martial saints were real lives. No matter how well the picture was painted, one had to be alive to enjoy it. That was the only truly good picture. I would also like to help you, but my abilities are limited. If I force myself to participate, I might end up ruining the great plans of my seniors. Ding Ziyu still wanted to politely decline. However, the 3 old men did not let his thoughts go. They stared at him intently, as if to say that if Ding Ziyu dared to delay any further, he would face their wrath. In fact, doing this isn't as dangerous as you might think. If it really comes to it, you can escape into your own cave treasure. The deathworm won't be able to take your life." The flame-true monarch was indeed well prepared for this mental battle. Ding Ziyu's face turned pale and flushed, truly unsure how to refuse their enthusiastic invitation. "How about this? I have a wooden spirit shield here. If it can't withstand the deathworm's attack, just take it out and combine it with your cave treasure. It will definitely keep you safe." The Guandastar monarch finally spoke up and took out a rather decent shield. "Then thank you for your help, senior." Ding Ziyu accepted the wooden spirit shield without hesitation. Since he couldn't refuse, it was reasonable to take advantage of the situation. After agreeing, Ding Ziyu was immediately taken by the flame-true monarch into his independent courtyard. The Guandastar monarch also resided there, clearly to prevent Ding Ziyu from slipping away midway. If he really escaped far, even the Guandastar monarch might not easily find him. After a little over half an hour, the flame-true monarch brought in another team of martial saints, this time led by Zhao Changlin himself. It seemed they were all in it together, determined to capture the deathworm. "Ding, my old brother, we meet again. When we go in a bit, let's be more cautious and look out for each other," Zhao Changlin said to Ding Ziyu, somewhat nervously. Although both were at the 10th stage of martial saint, when Ding Ziyu was at the 8th stage, his strength was already comparable to Zhao Changlin's. Now that he had risen 2 levels, his power was undoubtedly stronger. If he didn't rely on Ding Ziyu, who else could he depend on? "Don't worry, Director Zhao. We'll act according to the situation." Ding Ziyu didn't make any promises but subtly indicated that when they couldn't win, they should act accordingly and not fight that giant head-on. Zhao Changlin nodded, and the two reached a certain understanding. About half an hour later, the Guandastar monarch came forward to everyone. "Is everything clear? You are responsible for finding it and holding it for 3 minutes. I've installed tracking devices on all of you. Once the battle starts, I can quickly locate your positions." What else could everyone say? With Director Zhao personally involved, they had to join in. The team left the city and flew for nearly 3 hours in the wilderness before finally landing in a valley. At the bottom of the valley, a huge cave appeared, dark and deep. Many martial saints felt uneasy at the sight. Everyone knew that the dangers beyond the wilderness were not far away. The deeper the cave, the higher the risk. "Since we are here, let's all go in." Zhao Changlin was the first to enter the cave, holding a powerful flashlight. When he turned it on, the cave was instantly illuminated. Martial saints, even if they couldn't see in the dark, were not greatly affected by darkness as long as their mental strength remained intact. Some martial artists with strong mental power can see even clearer than with their eyes. However, Zhao Changlin still brought a strong flashlight, and not just one. In such a well-lit environment, it is easy for people to gain a sense of psychological comfort. A group of people floated slowly into the cave. At first, the cave hall was particularly large, and after about a kilometer, a fork appeared. "Which cave are we going to?" someone asked Zhao Changlin, who, in principle, was the decision-maker of this team. "Let me observe for a moment. The deathworm prefers places with water sources, and this passage is warm and humid. It would definitely prefer to stay here," Zhao Changlin said, looking quite professional. However, Ding Ziyu knew that this guy was not telling the truth. The Eye of Truth told him that the deathworm indeed liked warm and humid environments, but that was under normal circumstances. When it was injured, it needed to stay in dry places to recover its body quickly. The deathworm had gone through multiple battles and was already battered and bruised, so it naturally needed to take the time to heal. Therefore, the passage Zhao Changlin chose was unlikely to have the deathworm. Although Ding Ziyu knew this, he did not want to expose Zhao Changlin's little scheme. As long as everyone could stay alive, did it really matter whether they could find the deathworm? After all, this was the plan of the higher-ups of the Blind Box Management Bureau, and it had little to do with them. Sure enough, Zhao Changlin led the team far without encountering the deathworm. They didn't even come across a small animal. "It seems that creature has escaped far away. Why don't we go back?" Zhao Changlin no longer intended to move forward. "Alright, let's follow Director Zhao's arrangements." Everyone was eager to leave early, having come safely and wanting to return home safely. Thus, the team turned around and began to head back. However, they had not gone far when a sudden cave-in occurred in the front, and a pile of boulders collapsed, blocking their way. For ordinary people, this situation meant waiting for rescue or facing a dead end. But for these martial saints, it was not as hopeless as it seemed. As long as they were not hit by the boulders on the spot, they would not easily die. Just as everyone was preparing to find a way out, a gray mist floated in from the cave. "Not good, that creature really has come." Many people exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect to encounter the deathworm at this moment. Wasn't this just terrible? "Ha, humans, today you will all die here and become the nutrients for my promotion." A voice laughed triumphantly. It turned out that the previous cave-in was caused by it, preparing to catch everyone in one net and turn them into food to enhance its power. This voice was all too familiar to Ding Ziyu. Who else could it be but the deathworm? Ding, my old brother, it really depends on you now. Otherwise, we will all die. Zhao Changlin's face turned extremely ugly. Despite his careful planning, thinking he had found a safe route, he still miscalculated. Now, being blocked by the deathworm in this narrow passage, even if they had some strength, they could not unleash it. I can only try my best. Ding Ziyu also understood that there was no way to retreat at this moment. If he could entangle the deathworm for a while, it would depend on whether Guangde Xingjuan and the others could arrive in time. Ding Ziyu took out the wooden spirit shield he had just obtained and held it in front of himself, while also drawing a sharp knife. Blunt weapons like sticks were difficult to injure the deathworm. Its defensive capabilities were quite strong. Unless Ding Ziyu's strength could increase several times, there might be a chance to break through its defenses. Weapons like knives and swords were different, they were sharp, and with Ding Ziyu's immense strength, there was still a slight chance. At that moment, a gray mist rolled toward Ding Ziyu at an almost imperceptible speed. Ding quickly shrank behind the wooden spirit shield, his body starting to retreat rapidly. In an instant, the insect silk actually wrapped around Ding Ziyu's wooden spirit shield, emitting a buzzing sound of tugging. The tensile strength of this insect silk was indeed remarkable. If it were any other thread, it would have likely snapped immediately. However, the power of the deathworm was truly astonishing, and under Ding Ziyu's full strength, the wooden spirit shield could very well be flung away. Director Zhao, hold on to me quickly. Ding Ziyu called out to Zhao Changlin and the others for help. The wooden spirit shield was incredibly effective, easily withstanding the deathworm's attacks, especially in such a relatively confined space. It was truly a life-saving artifact. Such a valuable item could not be casually handed over in a fight. If that happened, what would he do after losing the wooden spirit shield? It seemed that aside from fleeing back to the little Saint Master, there were no other options. But how many of the warriors here could he truly trust? Even Zhao Changlin was merely putting on a show. When it came to a life and death situation, he could also be abandoned. Zhao Changlin rushed forward and hugged Ding Ziyu's waist. The other warriors followed suit, quickly forming a chain, managing to withstand the extreme pulling of the deathworm. However, just under a minute, everyone began to feel overwhelmed. Instead, the deathworm still had plenty of strength, slowly pulling the group closer to itself. The final outcome would likely still end with them in its mouth. Director Zhao, this won't do. Do you have any trump cards? If you do, now's the time to use them, don't hold back. Ding Ziyu said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What trump cards could we possibly have? If we really had any, we would have killed this beast long ago, Zhao Changlin replied, looking helpless. The gap in their realms was simply too difficult to bridge. Even if the beast was severely injured and not at its peak, it was still not something they could contend with. If it really comes to that, then we can only give up, Ding Ziyu said, resigned. Without the arrival of the Guangde Star Lord and the others, this group was in constant danger of losing their lives. There was no need to fight a losing battle. Alright, I can't hold on any longer either, Zhao Changlin agreed with Ding Ziyu's thoughts. Just then, a section of the stone wall on one side of the passage suddenly exploded, and a hand reached through the wall, directly grabbing the wooden spirit shield. This sudden change startled Ding Ziyu and the others. When they saw who it was, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Guangde Star Lord and his group had finally arrived. Alright, you can step back and let me handle it, the Guangde Star Lord said, his eyes fixed on the gray mist, his hand firmly gripping the wooden spirit shield, standing motionless in place. Ding Ziyu quickly let go and retreated over 10 meters. The immense pressure that felt like a mountain on him was finally lifted. At that moment, 2 more sections of the stone wall exploded, and the Fire True Lord and the Xuanwu True Lord also entered. The 3 senior experts blocked the deathworm's path from 3 different directions. Do you think you can catch me like this? You're too naive, a sneering voice came from the gray mist, clearly dismissing the encirclement set by the Guangde True Lord. Stop boasting. Let's see where you can run now. The Guangde True Lord suddenly took out a steel ring with a diameter of a foot and threw it directly at the gray mist. As the steel ring flew, it rapidly expanded, eventually becoming as large as the passage itself. Most astonishingly, the protruding rocks on the cave walls could not hinder its flight at all. Holy crap! Could this be the legendary Qian Kuan ring? Is it really that powerful? Ding Ziyu watched in awe. This treasure was far more impressive than the wooden spirit shield. The deathworm seemed to sense the crisis as it suddenly abandoned the silken threads wrapped around the wooden spirit shield. Its body plunged down sharply, causing the entire ground to tremble, and then Ding Ziyu realized that the deathworm had successfully burrowed underground. Damn it! There's a passage below. Hurry, chase it! The Star Lord Guangde shouted in frustration. He had almost captured it with the steel ring he threw, but unexpectedly, the deathworm escaped underground. When Ding Ziyu reached the passage below, he discovered that it was much larger, and the Deathworm had already fled far away. Although the Star Lord Guangda and the others were not slow, catching up to it was not an easy task. "Ding kid, there are good treasures in here, go grab them," the voice of the True Eye suddenly echoed in Ding Ziyu's mind. "What treasure?" Ding Ziyu's spirits lifted immediately. "Earth Core Spirit Milk, move quickly. If they find out, it will definitely be out of your reach," the True Eye urged. They clearly referred to the Star Lord Guangda and the others, who were still busy chasing the Deathworm and had no energy to investigate anything else. "In which direction?" "To the left, the sloping downward passage." Ding Ziyu hurriedly ran in that direction, and during the process, he noticed the passage began to narrow and steepen. So, Ding Ziyu quickly hid into the little sacred land, manipulating the main world pearl to pass through below. After traversing several thousand meters, a cavern appeared below. Ding Ziyu jumped out of the little sacred land and immediately felt a rich surge of spiritual energy rushing towards him. Just inhaling it made him feel invigorated. "It seems there really are good things here, this time I'm lucky." Ding Ziyu walked quickly forward and finally saw a pool of milky white liquid at the base of a cliff. The spiritual energy was emanating from this pool. Needless to say, this must be the Earth Core Spirit Milk that the True Eye mentioned. Standing by the pool, Ding Ziyu could feel the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy. It was as if he had jumped into cool stream water on a hot summer day, making his entire body feel extremely refreshing and comfortable. Without hesitation, Ding Ziyu bent down, scooped up a handful of Earth Core Spirit Milk, and drank it down. "Comfortable, very comfortable," Ding Ziyu couldn't help but exclaim. "This is the legendary nectar, and there's so much of it. I've struck it rich this time. This stuff needs to be stored in a special container, or it will quickly lose its spiritual energy and turn into worthless water." The True Eye suddenly said something very deflating. Clearly, Ding Ziyu had no suitable container in hand, making this situation quite troublesome. "Isn't that ridiculous? The treasure right in front of me, and I can't take it?" Ding Ziyu felt a bit panicked. What would it feel like to return empty-handed from a treasure mountain? "I'll have the World Pearl find a way to directly manifest a similar environment in the little sacred land. I don't believe it can't hold on to this Earth Core Spirit Milk," Ding Ziyu thought quickly. The little sacred land was a cave heaven-type treasure. While it might not be able to change the natural environment, could it not change itself? This time, the True Eye fell silent. Ding Ziyu's cave heaven treasure was indeed very useful, capable of helping him solve various problems. Under Ding Ziyu's instructions, the World Pearl quickly constructed a similar small environment within the little sacred land. Then it allowed the little sacred land to sink to the bottom of the Earth Core Spirit Milk pool, opening a passage. In less than a minute, the entire pool of Earth Core Spirit Milk was nearly emptied. Not to say there was not a drop left, but the remaining amount was pitifully small. Just as Ding Ziyu was preparing to leave, a section of the stone wall in the cavern suddenly cracked open. A gigantic worm emerged from the stone wall. "Damn it! Where's my Earth Core Spirit Milk? Where did it go?" The Deathworm roared angrily as soon as it entered. It had previously discovered the Earth Core Spirit Milk here. Originally, it was planned to restore its strength and then use the heart of the earth to break through its realm. Who would have thought that during the entanglement with the Star Lord Guangda, it was besieged by 3 people and suffered significant injuries. The Deathworm had a hard time shaking off the 3 old geezers and decided to return to swallow the heart of the earth to recover from its wounds. However, when it returned to the cave hall, it found that the entire pool of heart of the earth had disappeared without a trace. This was simply too much for a worm to bear. Ding Ziyu saw this situation and immediately turned to run. What a joke! A ferocious creature that even 3 old geezers couldn't catch. How could he possibly be a match for this worm alone? To avoid being caught by the Deathworm, Ding Ziyu chose the narrowest passage and ran forward recklessly. However, the speed of the enraged Deathworm was beyond Ding Ziyu's imagination. The narrow passage could not hinder its impact speed. The Deathworm's stealth ability was extraordinarily powerful, and the hard rocks in front of it were like tofu dregs. From the moment Ding Ziyu started to flee, it locked onto the commotion he caused while running and pursued him relentlessly. Ding Ziyu tried several times to open his small sacred land and escape inside, but he was worried that the Deathworm's powerful impact would force its way into his small sacred land. If the Deathworm really got in, it was hard to say whether his small sacred land could withstand its rampage. Everything he owned was inside, including his grandfather Ding Shichen, Gao Xinyu, and the ice giant tiger, Manlong, and so on. He really didn't dare to take that risk. The main issue was that the Deathworm was too strong. Even his small sacred land might not be able to control it. Of course, Ding Ziyu wasn't just running around aimlessly. He had already sent a message to the Flame True Monarch asking them to lock onto his coordinates and hurry over to capture this monster. Originally, Star Lord Guangda and the others were feeling frustrated after losing track of the Deathworm. Who would have thought that this creature would circle back and chase after Ding Ziyu? They couldn't let this opportunity slip by. The three quickly locked onto Ding Ziyu's coordinates and ambushed him along his escape route. The three old geezers clearly intended to use Ding Ziyu as bait to launch a surprise attack on the Deathworm. If they seized the opportunity well, they could completely injure it with a single blow and finally capture it. As for whether Ding Ziyu would be eaten by the Deathworm in the process, that would depend on his ability to escape. Ding Ziyu used all his strength. His speed had reached its limit, yet he still couldn't shake off the pursuing Deathworm behind him. Its massive body was like a train rumbling down the tracks, pushing aside anything in its way. It was truly terrifying. Ding Ziyu felt the Deathworm closing in behind him, and the three old geezers he had been counting on had yet to appear. If it weren't for the wooden spirit shield blocking the Deathworm's silk attack, he would have probably fallen into this creature's mouth long ago. If it really comes to that, I might as well use the small sacred land. After all, this is your home ground, there's still a chance. The Eye of Truth was getting anxious for him. Just as Ding Ziyu was preparing to take the plunge, a piercing scream from the Deathworm suddenly came from behind. He saw Star-Lord Guangda emerge from somewhere, slashing a nearly 2-meter gash in the Deathworm's body. At the same time, the attacks from the Xuanwu True Monarch and the Flame True Monarch struck simultaneously, almost severing its tail. Damn it, today I'll fight you to the end. The Deathworm finally gave up on pursuing Ding Ziyu and turned to battle Star-Lord Guangda. In an instant, rocks were flying in the cave, and flames soared. The entire cave shook violently, more terrifying than a magnitude 9 earthquake. Quickly retreat, this is not your battlefield. The Eye of Truth quickly called out to Ding Ziyu, reminding him that watching the excitement also comes with risks. In fact, Ding Ziyu was very eager to see the battle between them. Such a level of combat would provide him with some insights. However, the aftermath of their fight could easily kill a martial saint master, so leaving was indeed a wise choice. When Ding Ziyu returned to the ground, he found that the nearby peaks were shaking incessantly. Occasionally, large sections of the ground would collapse, revealing bottomless pits. Is this the power that surpasses a martial saint? It's truly terrifying. Zhao Changlin ran to Ding Ziyu's side. He had retreated earlier and was unaware of what had happened below. He thought that the Lord of Guangda and the others were still entangled in a battle with the Deathworm. About half an hour later, the three of them finally flew out from a collapsed pit. They looked quite disheveled. However, a rare smile finally appeared on Guangda Xingjuan's face, indicating that they had likely captured the Deathworm. Kid, you've done a great service this time. Get ready, in a couple of days, you'll come back with me to the Blind Box Management Bureau. Guangda Xingjuan approached Ding Ziyu and said kindly, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Ding Ziyu was overjoyed. Taking this step beyond the martial saint was incredibly important for him. It had not been easy to reach this point. Upon returning to the Blind Box Management Bureau, Ding Ziyu quickly informed his grandfather and Gao Xinyu about his upcoming trip to the headquarters. Ding Shichen naturally had nothing to say. Wherever his grandson went, he would go too. In the small sacred land, he lived quite freely, but his cultivation was stuck at the 9th stage of a martial artist, making it difficult to advance further. Gao Xinyu hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to leave Dingyuan City with Ding Ziyu. Everything about the old lord had become a thing of the past and was no longer that important. Kid, haven't you always wanted to know what comes after the martial saint? It's time to tell you some basic information. The Eye of Truth saw that Ding Ziyu was free and decided to share some useful foundational knowledge. Actually, this cultivation system is basically consistent with what you hear in mythological stories. Many realms are familiar to you, just not systematically categorized. Then please elaborate, Ding Ziyu said, genuinely interested in this information. In the past, he believed that the 10th stage of a martial saint was the end of the universe. It wasn't until he encountered beings far stronger than a martial saint that he realized there were greater realms beyond. The 10th stage martial saint seemed powerful, but it was merely stronger than an ordinary person. Surpassing the martial saint is when you truly step onto the path of cultivation. Your training has only just begun, the Eye of Truth explained carefully. It turned out that above the martial saint, there were the Purple Mansion realm, the Nascent Soul realm, the Cave Void realm, the Combined Body realm, and the Great Ascension realm. Beyond that, one would become a true immortal. Each of these realms is further divided into early, mid, and late stages. There are some scattered claims about these realms online, but most are nonsensical, with no true experts coming forward to explain or confirm them. Therefore, many people disregard the chaotic claims online. After all, ordinary people have no access to such experts and naturally do not know what is true or false. Many Purple Mansion realm martial artists like to call themselves real people. For example, the so-called Tianpeng Jinren, Yu Pang, is actually a mid-stage Purple Mansion martial artist. Compared to a martial saint, he is indeed strong, but within the Purple Mansion realm, he is not that formidable. For instance, the president of the Old Lord Society, Kaifeng, is actually a late-stage Purple Mansion martial artist, but she has already half-stepped into the nascent soul realm, making her much stronger than Tianping Jinren. True nascent soul realm experts usually have the title of Jinjuan. A prominent representative is Huayan Jinjuan, who is a beginner in the nascent soul realm. This is the fundamental reason why Kaifeng is wary of him. The Xuanwu True Monarch is a mid-stage Yuanying warrior, significantly stronger than the Flame True Monarch. The Deathworm's strength is equivalent to a late-stage Yuanying human warrior, and if it were to break through, it would be on the same level as the Guangde Star Monarch. The Guangde Star Monarch, on the other hand, is a higher-level Dongshu realm expert. He only needs to release some pressure to make those in the Zifu realm and below unable to bear it. What level of expert is the Chengtian sect master? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. The Blind Box Management Bureau can tolerate the existence of the Chengtian sect and even relinquish control of Danning City, so the strength of the Chengtian sect master must be extraordinary. A long time ago, the Chengtian sect master was already a mid-stage Deshang expert. After all these years, she should have reached the late-stage Deshang by now. In the absence of immortals, she is the top combat power. The Blind Box Management Bureau's tolerance for her leading Danning City is not without reason. Among her 10 experts, at least a few are Dongshu realm warriors, and there are also 2 in the He-Ti realm. After hearing this true introduction, Ding Ziyu finally understood what kind of remarkable person the Chengtian sect master was. To her, Ding Ziyu's strength was truly insignificant. She could see things that others could not, and what was terrifyingly powerful to others was something she could easily handle. The stability of Danning City was greatly related to the Chengtian sect. What was your peak realm? Ding Ziyu asked curiously. Early He-Ti, but our Jiantai clan is not particularly good at combat, especially in real knife and gun fights. We usually fall short compared to warriors of the same level. However, we excel in battles of the primordial spirit, the True I said somewhat awkwardly. No wonder he was so shocked when he first met the Chengtian sect master. He didn't even dare to say a word at that time. The difference in strength between the two was truly vast. They were not even on the same level. When it comes to combat power, every race has its strengths. Ding Ziyu had long understood this. He was no longer an ignorant kid. Humans actually have a bit of everything, but nothing stands out significantly. Their greatest advantage is their intelligence and relatively superior comprehension. The key point is that humans reproduce quickly, and with a large population base, there will always be a few exceptional individuals. So overall, the number of human experts is indeed considerable, making them a race that cannot be easily overlooked. The Jiantai clan is actually a very rare race. They grow slowly and reproduce even more slowly, resulting in a sparse population. Moreover, since they are not particularly good at combat, it becomes even harder to expand their racial advantages. Before the Zifu realm, a warrior's primordial spirit has not yet formed and is generally referred to as mental power. Once a warrior reaches the Yuanying realm, their mental power condenses into form and can be called the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit can become a powerful means of attack. Take our Jiantai clan, for example. A strong primordial spirit attack can easily kill enemies and can ignore most defensive measures. After killing the enemy, it won't destroy their physical body. Speaking of his strengths, the True I became proud again. In terms of primordial spirit attack methods, they are much stronger than most races. In the absence of immortals, the He-Ti realm is already a very powerful existence. They can easily dominate a region, transcending all beings. Ding Ziyu, awakening his power, could receive assistance from such a strong expert. This kind of luck is not something ordinary people can have. Thank you, Senior, for your continuous help. I will still rely on your guidance in the future. Ding Ziyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. As a small warrior who hasn't even reached the Zifu realm, with the insights of the True I, just a casual reminder would save him a lot of detours. You don't need to be so polite. Now, I only have this little knowledge left. Many memories from the past have already been lost, otherwise, I might have been of greater help to you. The Eye of Truth did not elevate its status. It shared a symbiotic relationship with Ding Ziyu. They thrived together and suffered together. As of today, the Eye of Truth had recognized Ding Ziyu's talent and was optimistic about his future. Whether he could live again depended on Ding Ziyu's rate of growth. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and on this day, a massive flying vehicle descended from the sky, landing steadily in the open box square. This thing was nothing like the planes Ding Ziyu had seen online. It resembled a giant flying beast clad in armor. Stop staring, hurry up and get on, urged the Flame True Monarch beside him. The Guangde Star Monarch and the Xuanwu True Monarch had also arrived. It was unlikely they would let these two board first. I thought we would just use a teleportation scroll or something. I didn't expect we still had to take a flying vehicle, Ding Ziyu said, somewhat surprised. It wasn't that there were no flying vehicles anymore. It was just that most of them were used within the city, and their flying range wasn't very far. If they encountered a powerful beast or expert, they could be taken down in one blow. Teleportation scrolls? You really dare to think big. Those are incredibly expensive, ordinary people can't afford them at all. The Flame True Monarch laughed and scolded. Ding Ziyu felt a bit embarrassed and quickly boarded the massive flying vehicle. What he didn't expect was that the vehicle was not empty. There were not only people inside, but quite a few of them. Judging by their appearances, most of them were relatively young, none over 30. The majority were at the 10th stage of Martial Saint, with only a few at the 9th stage. As Ding Ziyu observed them, they were also sizing him up, their gazes carrying a hint of hostility. "We traveled such a long distance just to pick up this kid?" a rough-looking guy asked loudly. "Of course not, this kid is just an extra. The main person we're here to pick up is the Guangda Star Monarch," a pilot stepped forward and said slowly. Upon hearing the mention of the Star Monarch, some people looked excited, some fearful, and others appeared confused, clearly unaware of what level of expert the Star Monarch was. "Xiao Wu, you're the one piloting the vehicle again this time, you've worked hard," the Guangda Star Monarch greeted the pilot politely as he boarded. "Star Monarch, you're too kind. This is my job. Recently, the flying vehicles have been deployed quite frequently, and we don't have enough pilots, so I have to keep working," Xiao Wu quickly replied. It was evident that although he was inherently proud, he was very humble in front of the Guangda Star Monarch, not daring to act aloof. "Oh, it seems we have quite a few people to take back this time. I wonder how many good candidates we can filter out." The Guangda Star Monarch scanned the faces of the crowd. Even without saying anything, he understood the situation. "Hopefully, we can find a few more," Xiao Wu replied earnestly. After seeing the Xuanwu True Monarch approach, he merely nodded casually and retreated to the cabin. "Ding kid, they are all outstanding power awakeners selected from various major cities. When we return to the Blind Box General Bureau, you must work hard, don't embarrass yourself," the Guangda Star Monarch said seriously, pointing at the martial artists before them. Ding Ziyu was taken aback. It seemed there were still quite a few surviving cities. Just on this flying vehicle, there were nearly 30 power awakeners. Even if 2 or 3 people came from one city, it would take more than 10 cities to gather so many martial artists. It seemed the Flame True Monarch was helping him, likely also following the trend. Even if he hadn't appeared, they would probably still select a couple of good candidates to send to the Blind Box General Bureau. With the enormous roar of the flying machine, this iron bird quickly ascended, soaring through the sky at an incredible speed. Ding Ziyu watched with great interest from the window. The speed of the aircraft was quite fast, and it was climbing higher and higher. After what felt like a long time, Ding Ziyu estimated it must have been about half a day, the aircraft finally began to descend slowly, eventually landing steadily in an even more magnificent square. "Newbies, hurry up and get down. Your new life is about to begin," Xiao Wu shouted as he emerged from the cabin, calling out to Ding Ziyu and the others. At that moment, the Lord of Guangda had already arrived at the cabin door. He merely glanced back at Ding Ziyu before floating away. In the next moment, 3 rather burly men approached from a distance, their eyes wide as saucers. When Xuanwu Jinjuan saw them coming, he couldn't help but force a smile, though it was more grotesque than a frown. "Hey, you brats, get down here quickly. If you want to enter the Blind Box Management Bureau, it won't be that easy. First, you have to pass the first test. If you can't get through this round, don't even think about entering the bureau." The burly man in the middle shouted in a fierce tone, and the expressions on the faces of the 3 were quite terrifying. Fortunately, these guys were quick to react and soon jumped off the flying machine. Once the aircraft flew away, everyone finally noticed just how enormous the circular square was. Conservatively estimated, its diameter was no less than 5 kilometers. As Ding Ziyu landed on the ground, he immediately felt a heavy weight on his feet. This place actually had a high-gravity environment, at least significantly heavier than the city they had been in. From now on, run 10 laps around this square. Completed within an hour, and you pass. Everyone else will be eliminated. The man's words made everyone's ears buzz. Roughly estimating, running 1 lap around this square would be at least 15 kilometers. 10 laps would total 150 kilometers, and completing that in an hour in such a high-gravity environment was no easy feat. Although these guys were all at the 10th level of martial arts, each possessing extraordinary strength, it was still uncertain if they could complete the task. The newcomers, just off the flying machine, looked a bit dazed, staring at the 3 men in front of them, unsure if they should listen to them. "What are you waiting for? It seems you all have confidence in your abilities, so let's shorten it to 50 minutes. Anyone who can't finish in under 50 minutes will be immediately eliminated." The burly man revealed a devilish smile. Even though he only shortened the time by 10 minutes, that would surely eliminate quite a few people. This amount of exercise had already been calculated, essentially the limit for those at the 10th level of martial arts. Those with weaker abilities or insufficient potential would find it very difficult to pass this test. Upon hearing this, everyone finally snapped to attention and immediately began to run off into the distance. The three men who looked like instructors followed them, supervising while also determining the running route. The speed of those at the 10th level of martial arts was still quite impressive, at least during the first lap. They felt no strain. They were all calculating the time needed for each lap, aiming to complete it in under 5 minutes. However, there was a problem. In the first few laps, everyone was still in good shape, and running a lap in 5 minutes was no issue. But as they progressed, fatigue set in, and maintaining the same speed became increasingly difficult. The previous assessments had mostly been an hour long, which made the chances of completion much higher. But since these guys were a bit slow to react, the instructors, feeling displeased, immediately deducted 10 minutes. Though it was just 10 minutes, that could very well mean that many people would fail this round. Ding Ziyu did not seek to stand out. He simply ran to the front as soon as he arrived. His muscle strength was definitely much stronger than those people. The physique of a silver body is not something to be taken lightly. He completed the first lap in about 4 minutes and 30 seconds, running quite effortlessly. Even in a high-gravity environment, he was not significantly affected. However, as time passed, after 3 laps, it was clear that there was a division among the dozens of people. Only 9 people were at the front, and among them was Ding Ziyu. Behind the 9 was a small group of about 17 or 18 people. Although they were still panting heavily, they seemed to be holding up fairly well. Further back, the condition of those guys had clearly declined. Although their speed was still astonishing compared to ordinary people, it was considerably slower compared to the other 10th level martial saints. After 5 laps, those lagging behind had already exceeded 5 minutes per lap, making it evident that completing this assessment task was impossible. "Brothers, do you have any energy left? I'm about to speed up," a lean man suddenly said as he looked at the people around him. Ding Ziyu knew this guy was named Haidafu. He was quite cheerful, and those familiar with him had given him the nickname, Grandfather Hai. This guy was not very old, probably around 25. As soon as he finished speaking, Haidafu immediately dashed out from the first group. After running over 5 laps, he could still accelerate forward, which indeed showed some strength. At least 3 instructors nodded secretly, acknowledging this guy's ability. The 10th level martial saint also had a limit to their strength. So far, the best performer in this test had completed the entire course in just 41 minutes. On average, that was about 4 minutes per lap. If it were just 1 or 2 laps, many 10th level martial saints could run a lap in 4 minutes, but after 10 laps, very few could achieve that time. The 9 people originally had their own calculations, all planning to sprint in the last lap. They didn't expect Haidafu to disregard martial ethics and start accelerating halfway through. Those who travel 100 miles should not stop at 90. Don't be fooled by this guy running happily now. He might slow down later when he runs out of energy. Some did not agree with Haidafu's approach and continued to maintain their own pace. There were quite a few who held this view. Among the 9 in the first group, 6 did not follow and continued to run at their original pace. Only Ding Ziyu and another young woman followed closely behind Haidafu, the 3 of them almost running in sync, unable to distinguish who was ahead for the time being. Ding Ziyu glanced at the woman beside him and felt a bit surprised. This woman was named Zhoujin, and she was quite good-looking, about 6 or 7 points. Her skin was relatively dark, and she liked to talk. Earlier, on the aircraft, she often chatted with others, making her one of the more lively types. "What are you looking at? Do you think girls can't do it?" Zhoujin read Ding Ziyu's expression instantly. No, I just think you're impressive. It seems like you're not tired at all after running half the distance, Ding Ziyu quickly explained. He indeed hadn't seen Zhoujin gasping for breath, so she must have been conserving her energy. Ding Ziyu couldn't help but think of Gao Xinyu. With her strength, entering the Blind Box Management Bureau shouldn't be too difficult. However, he hadn't had the chance to consult the Star Lord Guangda, so for now, he could only let her stay in the small sacred land for a while. Haidafu indeed had some strength. Under his lead, the speed of the 3 increased again, quickly creating a distance of over 1,000 meters from the 6 behind. The time taken to complete the 6th lap surprisingly came in under 4 minutes. The guys lagging behind had already been lapped. The tall and strong instructor stepped away from the group of instructors and approached the 3. "Can you go a bit faster? If you finish within 45 minutes, there are points rewards," the instructor suddenly said to the 3. "Points rewards? What is that? Is it useful?" Haidafu immediately became interested. Although they had wasted some time in the first 2 or 3 laps, if they pushed themselves a bit, there was still a good chance to achieve this goal. Of course, these points can be exchanged for almost all cultivation resources at the headquarters. Especially for you, who aren't even at the Purple Mansion realm, earning points is very difficult. The more points you have, the more resources you can exchange for, and the faster your growth will be. The instructor's explanation instantly energized the three. Anyone who made it here knew that being a martial saint at the 10th stage was just the beginning. Compared to those true experts, it was nothing. Gaining resources and rapidly improving one's strength was the key. How many points do you get for finishing within 45 minutes? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but ask. 500 points reward, and for every minute you shorten after that, you get an additional 100 points. If you can finish in 40 minutes, you get a direct reward of 2,000 points. If you shorten it further, you get an additional 1,000 points for each minute. The instructor painted a big picture for Ding Ziyu and the others. Although the three had performed well, finishing in 40 minutes was almost impossible. After all, with so many people here, the best result was only 41 minutes. Moreover, they had already run half the distance. Even if they sped up now, how much faster could they go? Finishing in 45 minutes was already quite a challenge. How many cultivation resources can 500 points exchange for? Zhou Jin also asked. Not much, but it can at least guarantee that you successfully enter the Purple Mansion realm. If your talent is outstanding, you might even cultivate to the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion. Wow! Are the points that powerful? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go all out. Haidafu's excitement was instantly ignited. For the sake of cultivation resources, they were definitely going to give it their all. However, just as Haidafu charged forward, a figure suddenly flashed past him, moving at a speed that seemed to have doubled in an instant. Wow! This kid is hiding so deep, I have to catch up. Haidafu saw Ding Ziyu's rapidly receding figure and immediately lost his composure. Although Ding Ziyu had been running with everyone before, he hadn't really exerted himself. For most martial saints at the 10th stage, the distance they had run was quite exhausting, but for Ding Ziyu, it didn't feel like much at all. His body had undergone multiple enhancements, and he had acquired quite a few resources on his own. These advantages accumulated little by little, making it reasonable for him to far exceed other martial artists of the same rank. If the three instructors hadn't mentioned the points rewards, Ding Ziyu would have just planned to run along with Haidafu and the others. But now, not only were there points rewards, but the shorter the time taken, the higher the rewards. Had he known this earlier, Ding Ziyu definitely wouldn't have been so casual. Fortunately, they had only completed a little over half the distance, with about 4 laps left. With some effort, he could still try to see if he could finish within 40 minutes. Ding Ziyu roughly estimated that the previous 6 laps had taken about 26 minutes, mainly because the first 3 laps were run quite slowly, wasting a lot of time. The remaining 4 laps had to be completed in under 4 minutes to earn a decent points reward. The shorter the time taken, the higher the points earned. Ding Ziyu unleashed his full potential, pushing his speed to the maximum. At such high speed, he almost left after images behind, and the tall instructor squinted his eyes, staring at the frantically running Ding Ziyu with a look of intrigue. This extreme speed is almost comparable to a mid-stage Purple Mansion martial artist. I just wonder how long he can maintain this state. The instructor made an accurate assessment. A 10th level martial saint capable of unleashing such power and speed is indeed very rare. Few can reach this level of speed. However, having explosive power alone is not enough. One must also possess sufficient endurance. Although there are less than 4 laps remaining, that still amounts to nearly 20 kilometers, which is no small distance. Yet, Ding Ziyu did not think too much about it. He had already regarded himself as a robot, maintaining his maximum speed and charging forward recklessly. Many were overtaken by him, lapped, and ultimately left far behind. This guy is truly a monster. If you had mentioned the scoring from the beginning, he might have really set a new record. The other 2 instructors also recognized Ding Ziyu's strength. In just over half a lap, Ding Ziyu had completed it in less than 3 minutes. Observing his condition, he showed no signs of fatigue from overexertion, still charging forward like a vigorous young bull, heedless of everything. Wow, 3 minutes for a lap? What kind of speed is that? Haidafu was also astonished by Ding Ziyu's performance. He had thought he was impressive before, but now he realized that they were not even on the same level as martial artists. I'll keep up. You all take care of the others. Instructor Gozhuan was overjoyed to see Ding Ziyu maintain his maximum sprinting speed. If it were just 1 lap, some formidable 10th level martial saints could manage it. However, after 1 lap, the speed would definitely slow down, perhaps even increasingly so. After all, the energy expenditure from maximum output is enormous, requiring not only a high reserve of spiritual energy but also an astonishing amount of muscle strength. The instructor quickly matched Ding Ziyu's pace, running alongside him. When he saw that Ding Ziyu showed no signs of fatigue, he was very surprised. Kid, not bad. At this speed, how long can you keep it up? The instructor asked, taking the initiative. As a late-stage Purple Mansion expert, this level of speed was naturally easy for him. I should be able to finish the whole distance, Ding Ziyu replied calmly. At this speed, many martial artists would probably struggle to even speak, let alone chat. Don't boast, you can't risk your foundation just to earn points. The instructor clearly developed a fondness for Ding Ziyu and reminded him in time. There had been similar situations before where someone, in pursuit of ideal points, pushed their potential to the limit, resulting in good scores but damaging their foundation, which greatly affected their future cultivation. There was even a possibility of ruining their prospects. The instructor did not want to see such a promising talent wasted for the sake of points. Don't worry, instructor, I can handle this test. Ding Ziyu actually wanted to say that he could maintain this speed to complete 10 laps, not just the remaining 4. Clearly, the instructor misunderstood. After achieving the silver body, Ding Ziyu's powerful physique and muscle strength were far stronger than his spiritual cultivation, though he himself was not aware of it. In fact, a body-refining martial artist with a silver body already possessed combat power equivalent to a purple mansion expert. The instructor kept pace with Ding Ziyu, ready to assist him when he was exhausted. At least he wouldn't let him overexert himself and damage his foundation. However, Ding Ziyu maintained this speed without any signs of strain or discomfort. The instructor was also very surprised by this situation. He understood that he had encountered a genius. Even if he exerted himself in the later stages, Ding Ziyu had a great chance of breaking the record. The instructor directly timed him and found that Ding Ziyu completed a full lap in just 3 minutes and 5 seconds. When Ding Ziyu finished his 10th lap, the total time was only 38 minutes and 45 seconds. This was an astonishing number. A new lap record had been born. When Ding Ziyu stopped, the instructor specifically checked his physical condition and heart rate before feeling reassured. You wait here, I'll be right back. The tall instructor soared into the air and left at an incredible speed. Soon, the tall instructor arrived in a magnificent hall. Lu Yi, aren't you testing the new members? Why are you rushing over here? An elder casually asked as he watched the tall instructor enter. Report, Lord Chen Xuanqing. This batch of kids has one remarkable individual. He has broken the record for the fastest lap at the headquarters, and his physical strength is terrifying. Lu Yi quickly replied. How much time did he take? Lord Chen Xuanqing sat up straight. 38 minutes and 45 seconds. This kid only started to exert himself from the 7th lap. He had been holding back until he heard there were points to be earned, then he started running like crazy. The fastest single lap record is 3 minutes and 5 seconds, and he maintained that speed for almost 4 laps. Lu Yi spoke in great detail. This was clearly not the explosive power expected from a 10th-tier martial saint. Mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm speed, not bad, not bad. Let's go see this kid, Lord Chen Xuanqing said excitedly, deciding to check it out personally. He was brought back by Lord Guangda. Should we notify him? Lu Yi asked. No need, I'll just give him a heads up, Lord Chen Xuanqing said, flicking his fingers, and a beam of light shot from his fingertips, disappearing in an instant. Lord Guangda had just returned from outside, bringing the captured deathworms to the headquarters' special confinement room for fierce creatures. When the beam of light arrived, it gently reached out and caught it. Seeing the message sent by Lord Chen Xuanqing, Lord Guangda was momentarily stunned, but when he heard the content of the transmission, he was also quite surprised. Lord Guangda actually had a good impression of Ding Ziyu, but he hadn't taken the time to understand him in detail. After all, the difference in their levels was too great. At least Ding Ziyu hadn't shown many things that piqued his interest. However, this kid had come in and set a new record. Although this record didn't represent everything, it at least indicated that this child had extraordinary potential. Perhaps he could grow into a significant figure at the headquarters in the future. When both Lord Guangda and Lord Chen Xuanqing arrived at the square, many people looked over with curious eyes. In the square, some stragglers had not yet completed 10 laps and were clearly nearing the time limit. Kid, come here for a moment. This is the on-duty star lord of the headquarters, Lord Chen Xuanqing. Lu Yi quickly brought Ding Ziyu before Lord Chen Xuanqing. At the Blind Box Management Bureau headquarters, a Star Lord takes turns every week to handle some unexpected events. It just happened to be Lord Chen Xuanqing's turn to deal with these matters. I've met you, senior. Ding Ziyu hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. A Star Lord level martial artist was already a very impressive figure and naturally could not be treated casually. Lord Chen's gaze was piercing, scrutinizing Ding Ziyu. Being able to complete 10 laps in such a short time surely indicated exceptional qualities. Given his realm and strength, he should have been able to see through Ding Ziyu's background easily, but he truly couldn't pin it down. Guangda, this kid is brought back by you. Lord Chen Xuanqing looked at Lord Guangda. Although he didn't finish his sentence, Guangda already understood what he wanted to ask. This kid should be following the dual cultivation path of spirit and body. His achievements in body refinement are not low. Lord Guangda reached this conclusion because he had observed Ding Ziyu battling the deathworms. If Ding Ziyu's body hadn't been strong enough, he would have been taken down by the deathworms long ago. Dual cultivation of spirit and body? Not bad, not bad. Lord Chen Xuanqing's gaze toward Ding Ziyu grew increasingly satisfied. This kid will be arranged by me for the time being. You have no objections, right? Chen Xinqing asked Guangde. No problem. You are the rotating Star Lord, and your arrangements are in accordance with the rules. Guangde nodded and then looked kindly at Ding Ziyu. Make sure to follow Chen Xinqing's arrangements. Perhaps before long, you will be able to enter the Purple Mansion realm. I will remember the senior's teachings, Ding Ziyu naturally replied. At this moment, the vast majority of martial artists had already finished, but there were still nearly 15 people who did not meet the standards and were not qualified according to the Blind Box Management Bureau's selection criteria. Send these people to the lower city. Whether they have room for growth depends on their own fortune. Liu waved his hand, driving away the eliminated martial artists. Ding Ziyu did not know where the lower city was, but guessed it should be a city under the jurisdiction of the Blind Box Management Bureau, and he had no idea how many eliminated martial artists were there. Come with me, Chen Xinqing said, not looking at the qualified martial artists, but after a brief glance, he spoke to Ding Ziyu in a calm tone. Chen Xinqing turned and left, and after a moment of hesitation, Ding Ziyu followed him. They did not go to the previous grand hall but walked towards a distant building. The style of this building was quite peculiar, unlike any structure he had ever seen. It looked as if countless huge pointed steel pipes were pieced together, reaching into the clouds. At the edges, some of the steel pipes had black spheres on top which emitted visible electric arcs, making the space seem somewhat unstable. This is the transmission hall, but this transmission hall is not under our control. What kind of techniques you can obtain depends entirely on your own strength and luck. Chen Xinqing casually introduced this strange building. The two arrived in front of a massive steel pipe, which surprisingly became transparent at a rapid speed and automatically opened a portal. Chen Xinqing was already accustomed to this, stepping in without hesitation, and Ding Ziyu quickly followed behind him. Once inside, Ding Ziyu found that it did not resemble a building at all. Looking up, it was an endless expanse of wilderness. In the wilderness, mist lingered, resembling the fog of winter, though not too thick. The ground here was flat but not a hardened surface, it was real earth. In the distance, figures occasionally flashed through the thin mist, but they quickly disappeared further away. Is there any danger in here? Ding Ziyu asked cautiously. He felt uneasy. The more peaceful it seemed, the greater the potential risk might be. There is definitely some risk. It is quite normal for some inherited techniques to trigger accompanying tests. Just be careful, Chen Xinqing replied. Go ahead. What kind of opportunities you can obtain depends on your own luck. Chen Xinqing said this indifferently, without providing much explanation. Ding Ziyu wanted to ask something else but found that Chen Xinqing had already turned to leave, showing no intention of staying. Before long, Ding Ziyu was left all alone, unable to see anyone else. This transmission hall feels strange. Do you have any insights, senior? Ding Ziyu was puzzled and could only place his hopes on the Eye of Truth. Given his experience, it was possible he might know something. I haven't seen it either. The world is so vast that there are bound to be some races that create strange things. Since this place is called the Transmission Hall, even if there is risk, it shouldn't be too great. Just go ahead and explore, the Eye of Truth said nonchalantly. Why hasn't anyone else come in? Ding Ziyu thought of something else. There were quite a few qualified people. Why was it only him who entered? Why didn't the others come in? Is it a lack of strength or a lack of qualifications? The Eye of Truth naturally cannot answer this question. Chen Xinqing must know the reason, but he has already left. Ding Ziyu began to walk further away, and as he slowly delved deeper, the fog thickened, and visibility decreased. Fortunately, the ground remained as flat as ever, showing no signs of change, which eased his mind somewhat. With his feet firmly on the ground, he felt a bit more secure, not having to worry about suddenly falling into a trap. Wait! This fog can compress my mental probing range. Ding Ziyu quickly discovered a new problem. In a place with low visibility, mental probing is a necessary auxiliary means. With the range of mental probing compressed, the risks would greatly increase. Although Chen Xinqing said there was only a little risk, Ding Ziyu felt it was still necessary to take it seriously, otherwise, if a major problem arose, it might be too late. In this situation, it was almost like a blind man stumbling around. Ding Ziyu could only slow his pace and try to extend his mental power outward, hoping to detect some unknown dangers. He tried to see if he could fly, but found he couldn't, which heightened his sense of vigilance. The inability to fly increased the level of risk even more. As the fog deepened, visibility shrank to about 10 meters. Anything beyond that was nearly invisible. Occasionally, some howling sounds could be heard in the air, and it was unclear whether they were human or beast. In any case, they sent chills down his spine. This cursed place, where is the shadow of the transmission hall? Did they get the name wrong? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but complain, as it bore no resemblance to the transmission hall he had imagined. However, no one could answer his question, not even the usually knowledgeable Eye of Truth, which could not provide him with anything useful. Ding Ziyu could only carry his full belly of doubts and cautiously choose a direction to explore forward. He didn't know how long he had been walking when he suddenly noticed a huge black shadow ahead, vaguely visible in the fog. Ding Ziyu quickly stopped, concentrating his mental power to probe ahead, only to be startled by what he found. It turned out to be a stone house entirely built of stone. The so-called techniques aren't just placed in these stone houses, are they? Ding Ziyu slowly approached the stone house. As he got closer, he realized that these stone houses looked very ancient, as if they had been built for countless years. The outline of the stone house was still distinct, but the traces of time were also clearly visible. The entire stone house stood about 5 meters high and was approximately 30 meters wide. In the middle was a wide entrance, dark and hollow, making it impossible to see what was inside. Ding Ziyu wanted to use his mental power to probe the situation inside, but an invisible force blocked him, preventing any probing at all. Is anyone inside? Ding Ziyu shouted loudly from a distance. If there were people inside, theoretically, they should be able to hear him shouting so loudly. However, after calling out several times, no one responded. Instead, from the fog in the distance, the unknown howling sounds returned, clearly having heard his voice. Ding Ziyu felt a bit anxious. Compared to the dark entrance, the howling sounds in the fog felt more dangerous. Forget it, let's go in and take a look. Ding Ziyu steeled himself and walked into the dark entrance. The light inside was not dark at all. Instead, it felt somewhat warm, as if it were a different world from the outside. Inside the stone house, there was a very primitive style. All the items bore the marks of being cut with knives and axes, giving off a rugged, primal atmosphere. Ding Ziyu felt as if he had suddenly returned to the tribal era. If there were some humans dressed in animal skins, it would basically resemble the living quarters of a tribal chief. Although there were no people in the stone house, there were quite a few rooms. Ding Ziyu carefully moved around the house but did not make any special discoveries. It seemed that this place had been abandoned for countless years, with no traces of any race's existence to be found. There are no written records, nor any special items that can carry information. Even if there were something here, it has probably been completely scavenged by others long ago. After exploring all the stone houses, Ding Ziyu reached a disappointing conclusion. There were no martial arts techniques or legacies here at all. Perhaps it was too close to the entrance. Martial artists seeking opportunities had a great chance of finding this place. Understanding this, Ding Ziyu felt relieved. He quietly exited the stone house, but just as he stepped out the door, he discovered a giant bear over 2.5 meters tall standing outside. Upon seeing Ding Ziyu, it immediately became excited. Its thick arms reached out to hug Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu was startled and quickly dodged. Just as he was about to counterattack, he suddenly realized that this creature was just an ordinary brown bear, not a ferocious beast with immense attack power. At Ding Ziyu's current strength, he could easily kill this level of brown bear without needing a second strike. After the brown bear saw Ding Ziyu dodge, it did not charge again but instead roared at him, as if trying to say something. Are you talking to me? Ding Ziyu asked the brown bear, almost on a whim. To his surprise, the bear nodded repeatedly, showing a very happy expression. Ding Ziyu immediately concluded that this giant bear was likely a pet raised by someone else, just with a rather impressive size. Its earlier actions were merely an expression of goodwill, not an attack on Ding Ziyu. Did you come here specifically to find me? Ding Ziyu asked again. The brown bear nodded vigorously, exposing its white teeth. However, it couldn't speak, making it difficult to express its intentions clearly. After communicating with it for a while, Ding Ziyu finally understood the gist. This brown bear was here to ask for his help. As for what specific help it needed, that remained unknown. Nevertheless, Ding Ziyu ultimately let the brown bear lead the way, following it deeper into the thick fog. The bear seemed to have a good sense of direction, effectively becoming Ding Ziyu's free guide. The brown bear's speed was not particularly fast, and after a long while of walking, the flat ground began to change, with an initial estimate of at least over 30 li traveled. At that moment, a chasm over 10 meters wide appeared ahead. Although there was no mist below the chasm, it looked dark and murky, and its depth was uncertain. The brown bear stood at the edge, waiting for Ding Ziyu to reach its side before it began to move again, actually climbing down into the chasm. Ding Ziyu took a closer look. There were many stones of varying sizes protruding from the bottom of the chasm, making it not too difficult to descend. What's down there? Ding Ziyu asked the brown bear. The bear gestured repeatedly but could not convey its meaning clearly. At least, Ding Ziyu truly did not understand what it was trying to express. Forget it, let's go down and take a look, Ding Ziyu thought, feeling a bit bolder since he hadn't encountered much danger. As the brown bear continued to descend, after about 50 meters, they finally reached the bottom of the chasm. To Ding Ziyu's surprise, there was a relatively spacious stone path down there, which astonished him greatly. Could it be that this brown bear lived down here? Ding Ziyu couldn't help but wonder, but he still couldn't figure out what it had brought him here for. However, this time it didn't take much time, and Ding Ziyu made a new discovery. At the end of the road, there was actually a temple emitting a faint glow. Yes, it was a temple, and it looked quite large in scale. From the exposed parts, one could see that its size was quite grand, with a significant portion seemingly buried within the mountain rocks, obscuring its original appearance. The brown bear inside was continuously making angry sounds, as if it were complaining to Ding Ziyu about something. Ding Ziyu approached and observed for a while, but he couldn't understand what the brown bear was trying to express. He could only cautiously move closer. However, when he got near, he discovered that the faint glow emitted by the temple was actually a layer of light barrier, easily keeping him outside. This is a forbidden formation. Ding Ziyu immediately understood the reason. It was likely that the brown bear was also blocked by this forbidden formation and couldn't enter at all. Ding Ziyu struck the light barrier with a few punches, but it didn't budge. He realized that with his own strength, it was basically unrealistic to break this formation by brute force. Generally speaking, if it were a newly established formation, it would be very difficult to open. Unless you understood the formation and could easily find a way to open it, or if you used brute force to destroy it, there was still a good chance of breaking through if your strength was sufficient. There was also another situation. If the formation had been established for countless years, it might develop some issues over time, becoming less stable. It was possible that some areas had vulnerabilities or weak points. After experiencing so much, Ding Ziyu was no longer a complete novice. From the position of this temple, it was definitely not built directly beneath this ravine. Either the crust here had undergone significant changes, causing the temple to slide into this chasm from its original position, or some special reasons had led to the temple appearing here. Regardless of the reason, the formation surrounding the temple was likely to have some problems. As long as he could find those places, he would have a good chance of getting in. The brown bear was clearly not visiting here for the first time. It had led Ding Ziyu over for a reason. We can't get in from this direction. Is there another way in? Ding Ziyu asked the brown bear. The brown bear stood still for about half a minute before it began to move around the temple. Ding Ziyu followed behind it and slowly arrived at the buried part, where the mud and stones were quite soft, as if the result of a collapse. The brown bear climbed a distance but then stopped moving. It kept using its claws to dig at the soil beneath its feet. Is there an entrance down there? Ding Ziyu asked uncertainly. Although he had seen the exposed part, there was no entrance there, resembling the back of a house. The brown bear didn't know how to answer Ding Ziyu's question. It just kept digging at the soil and stones beneath its feet. Seeing this situation, Ding Ziyu understood a bit more. It was likely that there was indeed an entrance in this direction, but it had been buried by the collapsed mud and stones later on. This slope was not low, just the area they were standing on was at least 10 meters high. The key was that the top was dark and looming, and he had no idea how high it was. In any case, after the brown bear dug for a while, new mud and stones quickly rolled down from above, covering the area it had just cleared. Ding Ziyu understood that with just him and the brown bear, it would take an enormous effort to clear this place. Even if he called out the barbarian dragon and Gao Xinyu, it would still be a massive project, far beyond what human strength could accomplish. We can let the boundary pearl open a portal to the small sacred land, trying to collect this soil into the small sacred land. That way, the speed will be much faster. The Eye of Reality gave Ding Ziyu an idea, and he immediately began communicating with the boundary pearl. With the power of this cave treasure, accomplishing this task was quite easy. Even if the entire slope of soil was absorbed, it wouldn't pose much of a problem. Ding Ziyu took out the boundary pearl, and it quickly sank into the soil. He also called to the brown bear to step back, trying to keep as far away from the slope as possible to avoid being hit by falling stones from above. After a few minutes, the soft soil suddenly collapsed downwards, as if there were a huge cave beneath. However, as the soil gave way, a large amount of soil and stones rolled down from above, the speed and force of which were quite terrifying. If anyone were buried inside, it would be hard to survive. This was a real-life mudslide, and the collapse happened very quickly. The entire process lasted nearly half an hour, and it was hard to tell how much soil and stone had fallen into the small sacred land. It was likely piled up into a mountain. With so much soil, if it were to be dug out manually, it would probably take a month to finish, and there would be significant risks involved. As a large amount of soil disappeared, the stones and soil rolling down from above gradually decreased. Ding Ziyu noticed faint glimmers of light coming up from below. It was clearly the glow of the formation outside the temple. After another 10 minutes or so, Ding Ziyu saw a large mountain gate emerging from the soil, and surprisingly, there were strong characters appearing on it. Little Thunder Sound Temple. Ding Ziyu was taken aback upon seeing these words. He actually knew this name. A few hundred years ago, it was repeatedly shown in a certain TV drama. Wasn't there a little thunder sound temple? The Monkey King had suffered quite a bit there. He never expected that such a temple actually existed in reality. It was a bit far-fetched. He wondered if there was any connection to the Little Thunder Sound Temple mentioned by the Monkey King. Do you know about this Little Thunder Sound Temple? Ding Ziyu asked the Eye of Reality. I've heard of it. It's a very famous temple that has produced many remarkable individuals. I just didn't expect it to have fallen to this place. I wonder what the Little Thunder Sound Temple has been through. The Eye of Reality sighed. It is said that this place is a very famous ancient temple, with enlightened monks residing here year-round. Even experts in the Mahayana stage wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. The Eye of Reality kept recalling, searching for related memories. A place where Mahayana experts dare to act recklessly. I wonder if there is the inheritance mentioned by Lord Qin Xianqing inside. Ding Ziyu began to feel a sense of anticipation. After all, he was someone with a connection to Buddhism. If luck were to strike, he might obtain something extraordinary. At this moment, the entire mountain gate had already emerged. The brown bear could no longer contain itself and rushed forward. Upon reaching the mountain gate, the light barrier trembled slightly, and it easily passed through. This looks promising. I'll go in too, Ding Ziyu thought with joy and quickly followed. Easily crossing the restrictive formation, he entered the mountain gate. Ding Ziyu truly did not expect that under the guidance of the brown bear, he would find a long-renowned and formidable temple. The Little Thunder Sound Temple appeared multiple times in various legends, but there were not many detailed introductions. Instead, it was frequently mentioned in some film and television works, with concrete descriptions. When Ding Ziyu truly entered the mountain gate, he realized how pale and powerless those descriptions were. The entire temple appeared immensely grand, and he could not see the end at a glance. The outline seen from the outside could not showcase its internal structure and area at all. Perhaps, within the mountain gate, it was likely another realm of paradise. It seemed to have existed since the beginning of time, carrying the weight of years and the vicissitudes of history. From a distance, the red walls and green tiles surrounded the entire temple, with a faint divine light enveloping it, creating an unparalleled aura of holiness that stirred a sense of reverence within him. The sprawling halls were arranged in an orderly manner, grand and imposing. Countless exquisite carvings were vividly lifelike, as if recounting their former glory, containing countless untold stories. At this moment, the brown bear had vanished without a trace, and it was unclear what it was searching for. Ding Ziyu approached the nearest grand hall and gently stepped inside. Within the hall stood a solemn and majestic Buddha statue, its eyes as large as bronze bells, glaring fiercely and overlooking the living beings below, evoking a sense of awe. At least when Ding Ziyu beheld this statue, a tremor surged deep within him, striking at his heart. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, calming his emotions. When he looked again, he found the Buddha statue remarkably lifelike, as if it were made from a living person, only its towering form was 10 times taller than an ordinary human. Examining the details of the statue, the craftsmanship was exquisite, with every aspect handled with great precision. The colors of the garments were also strikingly vivid, appearing as if newly sculpted. Yet, it had been here for an unknown number of years, far beyond Ding Ziyu's imagination. Which great Buddha is this? Ding Ziyu had little knowledge in this area. The figures he knew were mostly well-known characters from the internet, and he could count them on one hand. The one before him was indeed quite unfamiliar. This should be the Wrathful Vajra, but there is not just one Wrathful Vajra. Why is there a separate hall for him here? The Eye of Truth was also puzzled, unable to provide Ding Ziyu with a detailed explanation of the statue's origins. Well, no matter which deity or Buddha he is, since I'm here, I might as well pay my respects. Ding Ziyu approached the statue, composed himself, and bowed before the great Buddha. Unfortunately, there was no incense burner or altar here, otherwise, he would have wanted to light a stick of incense for him. However, just as Ding Ziyu finished his bow, a loud bell rang out, resonating like thunder in his ears. Ding Ziyu was certain that the sound did not come from the outside. It felt as if it had erupted in his mind. It was as if, at the moment he bowed to the great Buddha, some switch had been flipped. The bell echoed in his mind for nearly a minute before gradually calming down. When he looked at the great Buddha again, the immense sense of pressure had vanished. It was a truly magical feeling. At the moment he entered the hall, Ding Ziyu had genuinely felt the statue's solemnity and majesty. Now, however, it felt kind and approachable, with a gentle demeanor. Is it really this miraculous? Such a significant change occurred after bowing? Ding Ziyu murmured to himself, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yet, there were no special changes within the Grand Hall, nor any items related to the inheritance mentioned by the Star Lord Chen. Just as Ding Ziyu was about to exit the hall, a stone door behind the statue gently slid open. A cool breeze wafted through the stone door, carrying a slight chill. Ding Ziyu was taken aback and looked beyond the stone door, discovering a passageway. However, where the passage led was unknown. Should I go in? Ding Ziyu hesitated. The entire temple seemed too mysterious, with countless halls. If he were to search one by one, he had no idea how much time it would take. The key issue was that he was uncertain whether there was any danger here. Just because it seemed like a sacred place didn't mean it was entirely safe. The Buddhist realm also had its formidable weapons. Otherwise, where would the wrathful Vajra come from? There shouldn't be too much danger, right? You are someone with a connection to the Buddha. Perhaps in the depths of fate, there exist certain bonds, and if not for that, the brown bear might not have led us here. The Eye of Truth encouraged Ding Ziyu to go in and take a look. With a heart full of reverence, Ding Ziyu cautiously stepped into the passage. Compared to the outer hall, the passage indeed felt a bit colder. On both sides of the passage, various things were carved, as if telling captivating stories. However, Ding Ziyu had no mind to carefully observe those beautifully carved images and instead walked straight down the passage. At intervals, there were bronze and glass lamps that would automatically light up as Ding Ziyu passed by. Quite intelligent. After about 10 minutes of walking, Ding Ziyu finally reached the end of the passage, where there was an open stone door. Upon entering, the intricately carved beams and painted rafters exuded an ancient charm, bringing a sense of peace and tranquility to his heart. This layout resembles the legendary scripture repository. Quick, see if there are any bookshelves or something like that. The Eye of Truth became somewhat excited. Although the Little Thunder Sound Temple could not compare to the Spirit Mountain Treasure Temple, it was still an ancient temple with a long heritage, so it wouldn't be surprising to find some precious scriptures. Ding Ziyu felt that the Eye of Truth was right, but as he looked around, he found it to be incredibly empty, with no so-called scripture shelves in sight. Not even a single book could be seen. Everything here was completely void. Impossible. They specifically opened a passage for me to come here. Is it just to look at the air? Ding Ziyu couldn't believe his eyes. Yet, his spiritual power couldn't detect anything either. Even the much more powerful Eye of Truth couldn't see anything. There must be some mystery here. Perhaps you need to feel it with your heart to find what you seek, the Eye of Truth replied after some contemplation. The Buddha emphasizes speaking from the heart. Sincerity brings spirit. Ding Ziyu sat cross-legged on the ground, his posture solemn, like an enlightened monk, meditating here. When he truly calmed his mind, a faint glow began to flicker around him, gradually blending into the environment. Whether it was the cultivation method he practiced or the secret techniques, they were all fundamentally related to Buddhism. In the words of the Eye of Truth, it was a connection to the Buddha. If it weren't for that, it wouldn't be possible for the Little Thunder Sound Temple to open a convenient door for him just because he bowed a few times to the Vajra of anger. The Xuanwu technique he practiced was also a simplified version of a Buddhist secret method. However, even this simplified version was still too advanced for Ding Ziyu at this stage. After such a long time, Ding Ziyu had barely scratched the surface. Many things were only half understood, and he couldn't find a way in. Although the Eye of Truth had once reached a high realm, it didn't have much understanding of Buddhist secret methods, and its role in this aspect was quite limited. While it could correct Ding Ziyu's general direction, the finer details still required Ding Ziyu's own contemplation. At this stage, Ding Ziyu needed something detailed. A cultivation method suitable for him was quite important at this point. No matter how powerful the secret techniques were, they were merely means. The cultivation method was fundamental. As Ding Ziyu entered a meditative state, the melodious sound of a bell rang out again, penetrating deep into his soul. At that moment, although his eyes were tightly closed, a series of golden characters appeared in his mind, almost as if he were seeing them with his eyes. Could these golden characters be the inheritance? Ding Ziyu wondered, as the related textual information was too abundant and seemed very chaotic. This should be a unique method of Buddhism, the transmission of texts through bells and cauldrons. Receive it with your heart, and once it's all complete, it should connect coherently. The Eye of Truth said this and then fell silent. Too much communication could likely interrupt Ding Ziyu's process of receiving the secret method. These golden words are indeed peculiar. They entered Ding Ziyu's mind as if they were engraved in his brain, extremely clear. As the golden characters continued to appear, one piece of content after another became complete. The entire process lasted about 2 hours, and a scripture was fully imprinted in Ding Ziyu's mind. The Great Dream Sutra is the name of this scripture. It is unclear whether it is a cultivation technique or an ordinary text. This is a rather powerful inheritance technique in Buddhism. With it, you have a great chance to directly cultivate to the peak of the Mahayana. The Eye of Truth was somewhat excited. This Great Dream Sutra was the most suitable cultivation method for Ding Ziyu. The Xuanwu technique was still too advanced for him, and the Void technique was even more so. That supreme secret method of Buddhism was beyond his reach. He couldn't even touch the edges. Ding Ziyu also knew that he had obtained an extraordinary inheritance of techniques. He originally thought he would have to go through great hardships, but he didn't expect it to come so easily. Just as Ding Ziyu was preparing to cultivate the Great Dream Sutra on the spot, another bell rang. Everything around Ding Ziyu suddenly changed. The ancient hall directly vanished from his sight, and he was transported outside the mountain gate. When he tried to do something again, the massive little Thunder Sound Temple was rapidly shrinking, turning into a speck of dust right before Ding Ziyu's eyes, and finally disappeared. This is too incredible, right? The temple was here. Was it just to pass on this scripture to me? Ding Ziyu's mouth gaped wide. Lord Qin Xinxing said this was the Hall of Inheritance, and he had previously found it somewhat inexplicable. Now it felt a bit more like a Hall of Inheritance. It should be said that the little Thunder Sound Temple was waiting here for a fated person. Once that fated person arrives, it no longer needs to exist here. The Eye of Truth did not find this strange. He had seen similar things many times. By the way, what about the brown bear? It wasn't also taken away by the little Thunder Sound Temple, was it? Ding Ziyu spread his mental energy around but found no trace of the brown bear. You don't need to worry about that. The brown bear may not have been a real brown bear. Sometimes, what the eyes see is not necessarily real. Ding Ziyu thought for a moment and felt that the Eye of Truth had a point. Perhaps that brown bear was just a guide. Its purpose was to bring him to this little Thunder Sound Temple. After giving up the search for the brown bear, Ding Ziyu began to climb up. In any case, this massive ravine was indeed real. It had not vanished from his sight. However, when Ding Ziyu climbed out of the ravine, he unexpectedly found himself at the exit of the Hall of Transmission. Lord Qin Xinxing was waiting for him with a smile at the exit. "Not bad, kid, you came out so quickly. I suppose you've gotten what you wanted?" Lord Qin Xinxing said to Ding Ziyu with a grin. "How long was I inside?" Ding Ziyu felt a bit dazed. When he first entered, he thought everything inside was real. But after these events, he felt it was not so real anymore. In any case, with his strength, he couldn't understand many things clearly. "Not long, just about a month. Many people go in and don't find a suitable inheritance for half a year. The fastest person to come out before took about a month and a half. You are currently the fastest." Lord Qin Xinxing's words surprised Ding Ziyu. He truly did not expect that he had not been inside for long, and a month had already passed. Does the ability to obtain a suitable inheritance relate to the length of time spent? Ding Ziyu asked in confusion. He always felt that there wasn't much of a connection between the two. There are many types of cultivation methods in the Hall of Inheritance. Once you enter, it will automatically detect you and find the inheritance that suits you. The faster the matching speed, the higher the degree of suitability. The dangers encountered will also be fewer. If no one obtains a suitable inheritance after more than 3 years, they are likely to die within this Hall of Inheritance. This is the risk of the Hall of Inheritance. After Qin Shangxingjun explained this, Ding Ziyu finally understood. It turned out that everything in the Hall of Inheritance, though seemingly chaotic, actually operated under its own rules. It was indeed a stroke of luck for him to obtain the Great Dream Sutra. "Let's go, follow me outside. See if you can write down the inheritance you've received," Qin Shangxingjun said seriously. "Each person's inheritance is different. If possible, we need to write down those inheritances to provide others with opportunities for cultivation." Ding Ziyu could understand the approach of the Blind Box Management Bureau. They were gathering talents from all over, and it couldn't be without reason. However, what Ding Ziyu didn't expect was that when Qin Shangxingjun brought out paper and pen, he couldn't write a single word after a long time. It wasn't that he was unwilling to write or didn't know how, but as soon as he tried to write a complete character, the paper would immediately turn into countless fragments. It simply couldn't bear the text of the Great Dream Sutra. Qin Shangxingjun watched from the side, and seeing this situation, he also looked quite embarrassed. Similar situations had occurred before, but none were as extreme as Ding Ziyu's. A perfectly good piece of paper couldn't even hold a single character. How could he write? "Forget it, let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk about it when your cultivation improves." Qin Shangxingjun gave up as well. However, as long as he remained in the Blind Box Management Bureau, this inheritance would still be the Bureau's asset. Perhaps in the future, Ding Ziyu might take a whim and directly accept a few disciples, thereby promoting this inheritance. "This is your token. The relevant points rewards are already in it. For you, the most important thing right now is to use these points to exchange for cultivation resources and quickly break through to the Purple Mansion realm." As Qin Shangxingjun spoke, he handed a golden token to Ding Ziyu. Ding Ziyu didn't think much and took it directly. "Imprint your spiritual mark on it. This will be your exclusive token from now on," Qin Shangxingjun said when he saw Ding Ziyu looking a bit confused. Upon hearing this, Ding Ziyu felt it was somewhat magical. He knew about the process of recognizing high-level magical treasures, but this was the first time he used an item that directly imprinted with spiritual power. However, this was not a difficult task for him. After his spiritual power invaded the token, the imprinting process was completed in a few minutes. At that moment, he discovered that not only did it contain his identity information, but also the relevant points number. 4,000 points. For a novice martial artist who had just entered the Blind Box Management Bureau, this was quite a lot of points. Kid, this token is now bound to you. All your achievements will be recorded within it. The reward points after completing tasks will also be directly issued to the token. There are many places within the bureau where it will be used, so make sure to keep it safe. You will only replace it with a new token once your realm reaches the Void Realm, Shen Shengxingjun earnestly reminded Ding Ziyu. In fact, this wasn't his responsibility. There were dedicated personnel below to explain these things to newcomers. He was just valuing Ding Ziyu's potential and doing a favor. Thank you for the reminder, senior. I will take good care of it. Ding Ziyu was quite perceptive. Having come to the Blind Box Management Bureau, he had no background. Martial artists at the Void level were already true experts, and building a good relationship with them could only benefit him, not harm him. Chen Jinqing nodded and led him to the Resource Exchange Hall. There were many people here. Although the hall was grand, it was not particularly unique. The internal structure was basically similar to a bank counter, just without so many defensive partitions. There were experts stationed here, and if ordinary members tried to cause trouble, they would likely be easily suppressed. Take your time to look around. I'll be leaving now, Shen Jinqing said before turning and walking away. Ding Ziyu entered the resource hall and immediately began to look around. Coincidentally, after scanning the area twice, he actually spotted a familiar face, Haidafu. Hey, Ding brother, I heard you went into the inheritance hall. When did you come out? Haidafu seemed a bit excited upon seeing Ding Ziyu. They were both martial artists who had entered at the same time, but Ding Ziyu had been taken away directly due to his outstanding performance. The Blind Box General Bureau had not concealed anything about the inheritance hall from others. On the contrary, they used the inheritance hall to stimulate these martial artists, serving as motivation for everyone to strive for improvement. I just came out. Didn't you guys go in? Ding Ziyu asked in surprise. Although his performance was somewhat exceptional, Haidafu and Zhoujian's strength far exceeded that of others, so he thought they would also have a chance to enter the inheritance hall. We didn't make it within 40 minutes. If we want to enter the inheritance hall, we'll probably have to wait until we reach the Purple Mansion realm, Haidafu said somewhat dejectedly. In fact, if they had exerted themselves from the beginning, they might have had a chance to make it within 40 minutes. However, the instructors hadn't reminded them at the start, and they lost time because of it. Without inheritance, how can one enter the Purple Mansion realm? That's not easy, is it? Ding Ziyu asked, taken aback. He believed that the vast majority of martial artists coming from other cities could not possibly possess high-level inheritances. Wanting to surpass the martial saint and step into the Purple Mansion realm was not an easy task. As long as you can qualify for the General Bureau's selection, there's a chance to obtain an inheritance. You don't need to spend points for that, but good inheritances do require points to exchange. Haidafu pointed to a distant counter, where many people were gathered. There are quite a few cultivation inheritances within the General Bureau. They have divided those inheritances into 9 levels. The inheritances that martial artists can obtain for free are at the 9th level, while inheritances above the 8th level require at least 100 points. The 7th level requires at least 300. And the 6th level jumps to 800 points. We newcomers shouldn't even think about inheritances above the 6th level because we simply don't have that many points. Haidafu shook his head as he spoke. He and Zhoujian had only obtained 400 points through the selection, while the others who qualified fared even worse, mostly staying within 200 points, which was considered a basic reward. Isn't it possible to do tasks to earn points? Once you earn enough points, you can exchange for higher-level inheritances, right? Ding Ziyu said dismissively. Nonsense. Martial artists who haven't reached the Purple Mansion realm can't take on tasks at all. For us martial artists, even the simplest tasks carry great risks. Trying to do tasks without reaching the Purple Mansion realm is simply a death wish. Ding Ziyu realized the high requirements for tasks set by the Blind Box General Bureau. No wonder even the 10-stage martial saints had to choose the strongest among them. However, they haven't completely shut the door. After reaching the Purple Mansion realm and completing certain tasks, we still have a chance to challenge the inheritance hall. Who knows, if we're lucky, we might obtain a decent inheritance. Haidafu still held onto some hope. He had spent 300 points to exchange for a suitable 7th level inheritance, which had made many newcomers envious. If he knew that Ding Ziyu not only obtained a powerful inheritance but also held 4,000 points, he couldn't imagine what his expression would be. By the way, you don't have a place to stay yet, do you? Why not sort that out first? Haidafu noticed Ding Ziyu's unfamiliarity with everything related to the Blind Box General Bureau, so he took the initiative to help him with these small issues. Alright, let's go find a residence first. Although Ding Ziyu had his own cave-dwelling treasure, he still needed a place to land outside. With the strength of the Blind Box General Bureau, all the new martial artists like them should have accommodations assigned. Haidafo quickly led Ding Ziyu to a counter and said, "Take out your identity token and just register." The housing management office was relatively quiet since there hadn't been any newcomers for a while. If it weren't for some daily tasks that needed handling, the guy in charge probably wouldn't even show up for work. Under Haidafu's guidance, Ding Ziyu arrived at the counter. The staff member glanced at him lazily and asked, "What's the matter? There are no new houses available right now." "It's not about changing houses. My brother hasn't received his own room yet. Please assign him a place," Haidafu interjected. "Assign a residence? You're new, right?" The staff member finally perked up, sizing Ding Ziyu up. "Yeah, I came with the last batch. Some things delayed me, so I just got here today." "Stop rambling. You've been here for a few months and still haven't claimed a residence. Hand over your identity token." Just to clarify, since you didn't claim your residence on time, all the good places have been taken. Now there are only a few left, and the conditions are limited. The staff member casually opened a box and started rummaging through it. New martial artists generally receive little respect. There were certainly good residences available, but they wouldn't be given to those who hadn't even reached the Purple Mansion realm. "It's fine, as long as I have a place," Ding Ziyu replied casually. He didn't have high demands in this regard. After all, he had a cave-dwelling treasure, which was undoubtedly much more comfortable than an ordinary residence. The main reason for needing a place was for convenience. After all, he would be living here long-term, and not having a residence could easily raise suspicions and invite unnecessary trouble. Ding Ziyu slowly took out his token. Under the light, it shimmered with a dazzling golden glow. The staff member's originally indifferent expression instantly widened, and his voice trembled. Golden token. Brother, what realm are you in?" This shout silenced the onlookers nearby, and all eyes focused on the token in Ding Ziyu's hand. Haidafu's mouth also dropped open, and after a moment, he stammered, "Ding, brother, what's going on? We're all black iron tokens. Why do you have a golden token? Is the distinction really that obvious?" Haidafu looked enviously puzzled. Ding Ziyu smiled slightly and mysteriously replied, "It's a secret." The people nearby began to whisper among themselves, "What's this kid's background to have a golden token? He must have an impressive background. How could a kid who hasn't even reached the Purple Mansion realm get a golden token? Isn't it said that the minimum requirement is to be in the Cave Void realm? Who says otherwise? Even Yuan-ing experts only have silver tokens. What's this guy's story?" At that moment, a self-important guy approached, speaking sarcastically, "Humph, maybe he got a fake token through some backdoor." Haidafu immediately got angry, rolling up his sleeves and ready to charge. "What did you say? You think you can just get a fake one and see?" Ding Ziyu quickly stopped Haidafu and glanced at the man indifferently. "Whether it's real or not isn't for you to decide." At this moment, the guy at the counter also had a series of changing expressions, and his attitude underwent a significant shift. While others couldn't discern the truth, he was very clear about it in his heart. This wasn't the first time he had seen such a token. Each one belonged to a top-tier individual from the Blind Box Management Bureau. The person before him, not even at the Purple Mansion realm, could obtain a golden token, which could only mean one thing: this person had an exceptionally monstrous talent. Recalling the rumors from some time ago, he had already figured out what was going on. The guy quickly said respectfully, "Little brother, you really are a hidden gem. This way, please, I will arrange your accommodation immediately in a standalone villa in the East District." He promptly closed the box he had opened earlier and took out a string of crystal keys from another box. Just looking at this key, it was far superior to the previous one. Upon hearing this, Haidafu jumped up excitedly. "Wow, a villa! Boss Ding, you're amazing. Living in such a big place alone must be quite lonely, right? Why not leave a room for me?" This guy seemed quite familiar, immediately asking for benefits. Haidafu took out his own key, glancing at it with disdain. "We're all in the West District, 3-bedroom places, old and shabby, no one wants to live there." The Blind Box Management Bureau had new arrivals every so often. Warriors who broke through to the Purple Mansion realm generally had new accommodations arranged, naturally discarding the old residences for the next batch of newcomers. Haidafu's expression wasn't too pleasant, muttering, "This broken place is small and remote. It's really not a place for people to live." However, Ding Ziyu paid no attention to Haidafu's complaints, nor could he let him stay in his own place. He had quite a few secrets, and it was impossible to let others live in his villa. Nonetheless, Ding Ziyu could tell that Haidafu wasn't completely lacking in emotional intelligence. What he said was mainly to get closer to Ding Ziyu. They were all newcomers who entered together. This kind of camaraderie was somewhat akin to old classmates, and maintaining it well was a good choice. Ding Ziyu didn't want to attract gossip in the main hall, so he quickly left with the key. On the way to the villa, Haidafu couldn't help but ask, "Brother, tell me, how did you get this token?" Ding Ziyu smiled and said, "I obtained this through my own strength and luck. As for the specifics, I'll tell you later." Haidafu, feeling unsatisfied, said, "You're keeping me in suspense. Just wait, I'll definitely get a golden token back too. Just work hard." Ding Ziyu had a good impression of Haidafu. He was worth befriending. Upon arriving at the villa area, Haidafu was stunned by the sight before him. "This is too luxurious. I've never seen such a nice house in my life." Seeing his naive expression, Ding Ziyu guessed that his previous living conditions probably weren't great. The situation at the Blind Box Management Bureau varied from city to city, but it hadn't reached the level of providing villas for employees. Work hard, and when your realm and strength improve, everything will come. Just then, a group of people followed behind, including a few newcomers who had entered with them. "Wow, isn't that Ding Ziyu who came in with us? So it was him who got the golden token. He's indeed impressive. Maybe it's just a stroke of good luck." Some were unconvinced, their words tinged with jealousy. Ding Ziyu crossed his arms confidently and said, "Luck is also a part of strength. If you don't believe it, let's wait and see." The crowd exchanged glances, and no one dared to speak up again.